A few years ago, the virtual world game The Lot suddenly appeared and amazed the entire world. It is a perfect world with graphics and sensations that are almost indistinguishable from reality. The Lot is a world larger than Earth itself, where you can talk to anyone inside the game and act like a real person. And this young man is Young Min, who was once the strongest player in The Lot, ranked first in solo combat ability and the most powerful SSS level berserker player, the berserker King Roken. However, Odin's appearance completely changed everything. Young Min, battered every day, only knew how to leave the game and sit alone in silence. Today marks the 8th time Young Min has been ambushed by the Ragnarok Guild. Each time he is defeated, his level drops and his equipment is randomly taken away. This made him feel utterly powerless. Young Min reflected on what he had dedicated to the game and felt it was not worth it. He would rather die than give up the Lot. After making his decision, Young Min once again entered the game chamber. As soon as he returned to the virtual world, Ragnarok was already waiting there. Seeing Odin's unpleasant face, he grabbed Lao with a clenched fist. Young Min vowed to defeat everyone and returned to his position as the leader. However, no miracle happened. He was defeated once again. The Ragnarok members each unleashed their moves at Young Min. He lay on the ground, enduring the attack, feeling frustrated and cursing inside. At this moment, the system also announced that Young Min was stripped of his Violent King title for failing to meet the requirements, cutting into his heart like a fatal blow. Young Min screams in agony, but there is no miracle here. At this moment, Odin also realizes and turns away, while Ragnarok, without hesitation, chases after Odin. Everything now has fallen apart for Young Min. All he can do is grit his teeth and cry bitterly. Young Min reflects on what he once had, bidding farewell to the Violent King, his level and items with no regret. Then he lifts his head and shouts loudly, as if blaming the heavens. Immediately after, Zet struck back as a response. The legend of Roken, the strongest and most brutal in the Lot, ended in tragedy. Back to reality, the alarm bell rings loudly and incessantly. Young Min, overwhelmed, slams his fist and shouts, "Just shut up." I feel helpless, holding my head and sighing. In the end, there was no plot twist at all. Young Min became more and more cowardly and couldn't defeat the Ragnarok gang alone. Additionally, in the real world, he is also worried about rent money, so Young Min has no choice but to sell what he can to get by. However, at this moment, he also realizes something is different. The connection to the Lot has disappeared. Young Min suddenly froze in place, looking around and feeling confused about his current location. Just as Young Min was still confused, his phone on the ground lit up with a notification that hit him straight in the face. The virtual reality game, The Lot, will be released soon. Outside a convenience store, the morning atmosphere is warm and cozy as someone asks, "Zyko?" Kim Young Min's face is full of panic and sweat, and his mouth can only mumble as if he can't believe what he's just heard. 2021, really? His hand helplessly rubbed his forehead as Jang Haicheon, the staff member, turned to ask him with a look full of suspicion. "Yes, brother. Why did you suddenly ask about May?" Your sudden question also made him feel awkward. "Your name is Jiang Haicheon, right? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling okay?" Your eyes suddenly darkened, and sweat was dripping down in large drops. Then he turned around and ran out of the store so quickly that he couldn't understand what was happening. Jiang Haicheon scratched his head and still sighed vaguely. Since being dumped by his girlfriend a few days ago, he's been acting strangely. The scene shifts to the busy main road with cars honking and sunlight shining, yet everything still feels cold. His hurriedly running shadow is now stopping to catch his breath by the roadside, sweat pouring down his face as his mind is overwhelmed with chaotic thoughts. "This is definitely the neighborhood I lived in 3 years ago. The convenience store I used to go to." The name of the part-time staff member I was close to. The scream in his mind. What on earth is happening? In his mind, the image of falling with 2 others in the Lot area appears. He always thinks that ever since he was betrayed by the bastards in the Lot, he's lost all his titles. The image of him falling into the abyss with arrows flying straight at him. He died a painful and tragic death. I think the surrounding rocks are also breaking into pieces, as if I suddenly remember some important detail. It seems that in the end I was killed by Lam Loi. He stood there staring intently at his hand. I remember everything that happened so far, but as soon as I opened my eyes, I was back in the real world, and even more, 3 years earlier, before The Lot was released. I just stood there looking at my hand for a long time, then a smile full of relief appeared on my face as if preparing for some dark plan. Am I dreaming, or what? It was as if a lightning bolt ran through his head, his eyes full of surprise. That's right, he remembered someone named Odin, and upon thinking of this person, his palm unconsciously clenched tightly. This must definitely be his work. He slapped his thigh and laughed loudly, making those who didn't understand feel scared. Yeah, it must be. Then he trudged heavily along the street, muttering to himself, probably using some strange skill to control his mind again. He sighed, then suddenly roared like a wild beast, his eyes filled with rage. He kept shouting into the sky, making passers-by frightened and confused. "Get out here right now, you dog. What is this? Stop playing these tricks and fight me directly, you damn dog. Sitting in your office with that blank stare." The police officer looked at the report without saying a word. "And your friend's badge. What the hell? What's his strange name?" He stepped out of this police station with a murderous look on his face. "This time I will let you go, but don't commit the same mistake again." He stood there, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts, wondering if the usual mental attacks were always so detailed. No, trying to make myself think it's an illusion won't get me anywhere. I suddenly caught a glimpse of something, and I clenched my fists around the pole, pulling it up forcefully to see if this was just an illusion created by that guy, causing the passers-by to panic and be terrified. What the hell is that? Sweat dripped down his face like rain, but he felt completely clear-minded, while the passers-by whispered and gossiped. This sensation was just too strange. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's mentally ill. Cut to the gym door, where kicks like fiery orbs rained down on the equipment, and he fiercely punched the punching bag as if to release all his inner turmoil. Two others training nearby saw his punches and stopped to talk. What kind of martial arts is that? A secret technique, huh? I've never seen anything like it before, but with such a wide range of movement, it must be a special style. He threw a powerful punch into the punching bag, his eyes blazing with deadly intent, his lips curling slightly. Of course, those who've never seen this before, this is my martial art, created solely for my use. The illustration of the martial arts moves is something I perfected while in the game. On the other hand, he recalls a few details from when he was still in the game, like a level 16 monster that could make a level 41 player log out. A wave of obsession will erupt immediately after the game is released, mainly because people often die at the hands of low-level monsters. He clenched his fists, causing joints to creak, despite the level gap being significant due to his poor control skills, as these players had only ever used a keyboard and mouse. Everyone else in the gym collapsed before his strength, hands on the barbell, unfamiliar with such immersive virtual reality technology like the lot. But there was something even more important. Using all his strength to lift the barbell, even as sweat soaked him, he kept going. That was understanding and the ability to control one's own body. Imagine every muscle across your body, from the tips of your fingers to your toes, and how well a person can know and control each one. The better their control over their body in the game, the more powerful they become. With a loud bang, he drops the barbell from above. Yes, it's time to accept this. He leaned against the wall, catching his breath, and suddenly he was back 3 years to his glorious days when he was in his prime, able to take on an entire team of monsters alone and sit comfortably on a pile of gold. It was just a month before the release of the Lot, when the game was his whole world. He leans against the wall, laughing maniacally until his whole body trembles, making a young man there think he's encountered a madman. In his mind, images of Odin and others appear, sneering at him, which only fuels his anger, as if the smell of gunpowder is thick in the air, and he grits his teeth. Even Odin, I will be reborn in a different form, and you will have no chance of winning, even a little. I will gradually crush you all. A month later, in this next room, next to a single bed, there is a broken window with Jung-min Kim lying underneath, his face hidden behind a cover. He gently moves, and the light from what's in front of him makes it impossible to open his eyes. The familiar sound of the system begins to ring out again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A small light appears connecting to Thalot. He slowly opens his eyes. Outside, only a starry purple sky is visible. He just got up, stunned by the scene before him, and could only exclaim, "This is truly Thalot's world." Startled by the system notification, "Dear traveler, go ahead and say your name." He smiled crookedly as if he had another plan and uttered a familiar name. Roken. His two sides seemed like two different people, and he shouted his own name loudly. "My name is Roken. System, welcome to Thalot, Roken." In the village within Thalot, smoke billows from large and small fires raging chaotically, with the sounds of shouting adults and crying children as a large number of armed demons attack the village. Running away, and goblins are launching an assault. The demon creatures trampled on the villagers' backs, aiming their bows at them, when an arrow shot from nearby struck a young man. You appear as a cool and divine protector. System, do you want to start the tutorial? If you refuse, you won't receive the tutorial reward. Of course, you will. He stands tall amidst the flames as a goblin mockingly shows off its teeth in a 9630 pattern towards him. He pretends to shake it off, making it think it's an easy target, then charges in. Suddenly, he grabs the axe beside him and grins mischievously. That's right, I like your boldness. Once you realize you're stepping into a fire pit, all you can do is endure the pain. He still wields the spear firmly, preparing to give it a lesson it won't forget, splitting it into two with a powerful strike. After that blow, the ground seemed about to shatter beneath him. He laughed loudly as he looked at them. Kneel before you leave. The king of violence has returned. Ngo village is buried in a sea of fire, and the sounds of screams echo everywhere. Run away. Many goblin bodies have been cut in half. Lying sprawled on the floor, Eon Min slowly approaches. Suddenly, a system voice echoes from somewhere, and he instinctively looks up in surprise. An excellent achievement. You have defeated a stronger opponent. You have earned the title, Theo, Warrior Born. The warrior is born. Normally, you have defeated an opponent of a higher level than you. Be proud of your combat talent. Effect. Power increases by 1. Eon Min smiles with great satisfaction, thinking to himself, all right, that's more like it. The system appears again. A brief introduction to this trait. It is a special characteristic of Thalot. Achievement system. When someone performs a special action or achieves something that is almost impossible for them. Many images of players fighting challenges without any hesitation appear. They will all increase your stats or grant you some effect. Hunting monsters in a stupid way to level up is not the most effective method you can use in Thalot, he states confidently. Just as I thought, the tutorial has no real experience at all. Eon Min quietly hid behind the wall, thinking that the completion conditions for the tutorial were quite easy. He looked around carefully and understood everything on his own. Just survive. In this farming village to resist the invasion of the goblins, Eon Min begins to plan the battle. All you need to do is dodge the goblins and escape the village, not only because this is a tutorial, but also because it's very difficult for a level 1 player to face 2 goblins at the same time. His face darkened, then he smirked cunningly, wondering if perhaps there really is some genuine way to create this tutorial. Eon Min recalls some past events. 2 months after the official release of Thalot, a strange player named Tonkin appeared. He insists that he knows exactly why the goal of the guide is to survive rather than escape, and the figure's silhouette ponders. If we are still alive, then what will happen next in that case? Suddenly, he found a trap and burst out laughing with joy. Of course, there really is something like this. Eon Min confessed, assuring that I heard he had a special reward that's even better than the reward for just completing the basic mission. He just walked away, thinking to himself, the new Lord Thalot has just been appointed. The entire scene erupts into a blazing chaos, creating an extremely intense spectacle. Eon Min boldly walks forward and declares that I am the only one who knows how to complete it perfectly. Amidst the chaos of the village, a woman runs away in panic from the monsters trying to tear her apart. She pushed herself to run forward, tears streaming down her face as the goblins chased after her. He stood on the roof, watching this tragic scene, when suddenly a cold wind blew fiercely at them. When did Eon Min suddenly fly in and deal a fatal blow to the goblins, causing the surrounding ones to turn around in surprise at their comrade's condition, but before they could realize what was happening, he immediately swung his axe at them. The perfect way to finish it, he realized, was with his axe slicing through the neck of the demon, which howled in pain. Eon Min let out a triumphant laugh, saying, "They," while secretly thinking in his mind, "destroy all the demons that invaded the village without letting a single one survive." Eon Min quickly performed a simple calculation, and by doing so, there would be a total of 25 demons invading this village. He silently tapped on the demon's flesh, and the first choice was to divide and conquer, by killing them one by one. Eon Min muttered irritably, "Hiding and ambushing are not his style of fighting." He recalled some scenes of himself slashing the demons, and with this method, he also managed to kill the very one. Eon Min left behind a pile of dead bodies he had caused, thinking to himself, but this method doesn't seem to work either. In his mind, Eon Min comes up with a more promising plan than before. If the number of demons drops to 15, the alpha demon will sense the danger and gather all the remaining demons together, so they will cling to each other no matter what the player does. He stopped somewhere and spoke. So now Eon Min stands in front of a suspiciously quiet house, declaring that it's time to use the second method. Inside, the house is eerily silent, and Trot-An breathes heavily, as if his body has no strength left. Eon Min slumped against the wall, several bottles of potion scattered on the floor. A notification appeared. You have 20% health remaining. Your body's functions are weakened. I'm exhausted, honestly, and I thought I was going to die for sure. Charging headfirst at 3 of them at once, was that too reckless? Min grabbed a small blue potion from the shelf and kept drinking as a notification appeared, indicating the use of the lowest level healing potion to restore his body functions. After finishing, Min was overjoyed, feeling as if he had fully regained his energy, an almost perfect recovery from the brink of death. Suddenly, a terrifying growl echoed loudly, and he froze in shock recognizing that voice. A monster Vutrong opening her mouth wide and rushing straight at him, no one else but her, the leader of the horde. Min excitedly said, "Looking for me, that damn little bastard." He was startled and turned around to look at him. He chuckled, gesturing to himself and continuously provoking, "Come on and kill me." He widened his eyes, gritting his teeth with a face showing clear fury. Vutrang the demon screams loudly, echoing through every corner of the house, as the other demons rush to attack Min on its command. He boldly declares, "Come here, you damn brat," and Vutrang the demon senses something is wrong. But it was too late. Min had already poured the yellow liquid onto himself. He smiled cunningly and confirmed, "I prepared this special thing for you, you bastard." Don't hold back, the second way to finish becomes even more powerful, with continuous notifications appearing using the lowest level of enhancement potion. Strength increases by 10, agility increases by 10, Vutrang's demon spirit speeds up and charges at Min. He calmly waited for its attack, but before he could strike, Vutrang the demoness was punched in the face by Min. Min kicked its body several more times, causing the wall behind to seem like it would shatter into pieces. A lone goblin, still full of rage, charged at Min, who lightly kicked it and then delivered a decisive strike with his spear. In the darkness, Min, like a predator, lunged at his prey, slashing the creature with visible excitement, the goblin splitting in two amidst the Red Sea. While enthusiastically enjoying his hobby, a notification suddenly appeared, startling Min. Only those who frequently use the achievement system can grow this quickly. He looked at the notification panel thoughtfully at times, imagining himself super cool with endless power and feeling thrilled. The system announces a series of achievement levels. A surprise achievement. You have won completely. Overcoming a large number of stronger enemies, you have earned the title. Innate Warrior, your talent allows you to defeat a large number of enemies 3 levels higher than you. After hearing this, he smiled curiously, and it also added a reward for the first person afterward. Min stared intently at the notification, only at level 1. But my stats are already 15 strength and 14 agility, which is comparable to a level 10 person. Suddenly, the demon spirits behind shouted loudly and charged at him, Min's face showing a wild, excited expression. He said confusedly, "Aren't you guys still not awakening? You fools." One by one, they were cut into hundreds of pieces, and Min defeated them effortlessly, confidently asserting that you are not worthy of me. Suddenly, the armored demon suddenly jumped out and pointed his sword directly at him, causing Min to straighten up a bit. It uses all its strength in its hand to swing the sword tip. The armored demon launches a powerful strike at him, announcing its level 15 armored demon, your love. But contrary to what it thought, Min remained completely calm and said, "All right, you're still here, you stupid boss." The scene was more chaotic than ever. The battlefield was engulfed in flames as the armored demon charged its sharp spear at Min with all its might. The blade slashed through the air with deadly precision, but he skillfully dodged every attack. Unfortunately, Min was struck in the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain, and it seized the perfect opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. The power of the armored demon is truly terrifying. Everything around the battle seems to have been blown away. This time he still skillfully dodged its attack. Min silently marvels. It's stronger and more agile than ordinary goblins. I know that bosses will be significantly different, and that made him feel even more excited. Min smiled confidently and charged at the heavily armed demon, asserting himself. But a goblin is still just a goblin. Both sides are thoroughly enjoying the fight and keep attacking each other. It launched a blazing attack at Min, but he quickly dodged it. Immediately, he countered with a strike of his own. Once again, Min lands softly and wonders if everything is okay. It seemed like everything was over. But suddenly, the wound on the armor's neck begins to heal and a dark aura envelops the area. As soon as he saw this, he froze in place, sweat pouring down his face in disbelief. And before he could activate his armor, he lunged forward and grabbed Min's arm tightly. It roars loudly as if tearing the sky apart. Then the armored demon forces him down onto the wreckage with all its might. It hurts so much I feel like my head is about to explode. You have taken 355 damage, and your health is down to 20%. It was about to stomp on Min, making him wide-eyed with fear. Then the armored demon pressed down with all its might, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks. He was thrown quite far away from it, his face full of resentment and annoyance, thinking to himself that the problem isn't about strength or speed. The atmosphere is increasingly tense, and Eon Min firmly believes that the deception is over. He stares intently at the movements of the armored demon and realizes its defense ability is really annoying. I'm sure I can finish it off with my current weapon stats. Eon Min clenched his teeth tightly, thinking, the strength potion only has 5 minutes left. All right, then. Tranon chuckled eerily before speaking. Let's go, get ready. Seeing Eon Min like that, the armored beast couldn't help but tremble. But contrary to what Eon Min just said, he quickly pulled up his pants and shirt and ran away. Escaping was the best option, leaving it stunned as it watched him. After a while, the beast still didn't understand what he was doing. Suddenly it realized the armored beast roared loudly as if trying to tear him into 100 pieces. It hurriedly chased after him with its heavy weapon, while Eon Min, terrified, ran forward with all his might. Before it could keep chasing, the armored beast lost track of him among his heavy weapon, suddenly noticing something on the left. It turned out to be a house, still brightly lit and quite intact, and a crazy idea just flashed through the armored beast's mind, making it smile with an even more sinister grin than ever. Eon Min managed to get into a house, then sat down on the floor panting. He frowned, clutching his stomach and wondering, it hurts so much. Are my ribs broken? Do I really need a realistic game to punish me like this? Then the rolled-up paper appeared in his hand. He chuckled triumphantly and tore it apart. It's time to use it. The last item I got from the item shop, system notification. You have used the low-level fire resistance scroll. Your fire resistance will increase by 30 for the next 10 minutes. Eon Min happily quickly makes a plan. All right, now I just need to destroy it. And before he could tear himself away, the house he was in was destroyed by the armored demon. It scowled and searched for Eon Min in every corner without noticing what was behind it. At this moment, Tron realized that he could only smile and say, "Hello, you look pretty angry. Want to talk for a bit?" Without hesitation, it launched a chaotic attack, intending to split him into 100 pieces. Eon Min desperately dodges the crazy moves. Its techniques are truly terrifyingly powerful, and the cursed armor keeps hurting non-stop while he keeps getting weaker. Eon Min suddenly realized he didn't have enough space to dodge, and then he took one of its attacks to the stomach. Eon Min was thrown back, pierced through several walls by an overwhelming power. I alone am buried under the mirror stone sea, my face showing pain to the bone. Eon Min collapses to the floor. The system continues to notify you have received 78 injuries. Vitality drops below 10%. Nevertheless, the armored demon still refuses to spare him, approaching as a dark magic aura surrounds it. Now he stands up, grabs his axe, puts all his remaining strength into it, and roars loudly. Then he threw the axe at the evil spirit, but it simply dodged and added a mischievous smile. Eon Min also smiled and asked back, "Are you happy? Keep smiling like you want to leave." He confidently declared that this was the last time you could smile, just as a loud sound echoed, making it turn around to observe. It turned out the axe had broken the pillar, causing it to slowly fall, and he stood up happily saying, "Goodbye, you idiot." Tactic number 3, take advantage of what's happening around you. Seeing that, it quickly ran out, but he had already jumped out the window and shut it tightly. It charged wildly as the house began to collapse more and more, burying the armored demon. Eon Min managed to run out just before the house swallowed him. Then a loud boom from the house made him rejoice and shout out loud. As he walked away, he silently thought that he did this for the reward, but he also felt quite sad that the miserable brute had to resort to such tactics to fight a monster. The system announces that you have defeated the armed goblin with less than 10% health. Remembering Odin's face, you become furious. "Odin, you bastard, you've made me suffer enough." Yen clenched his teeth and vowed to himself that he would make you pay 10 or 100 times more than what I have endured. The system continues to notify you that you have completed the tutorial, causing Eon Min to stare in surprise. Multiple notifications keep popping up, an incredible achievement. You have defeated someone 10 levels above you. You have earned the posthumous title of David. You are the first to receive this title. The system continues to notify, truly an incredible achievement. You have defeated an opponent stronger than you. You have earned title 117. You are the first to receive this title. Hearing this, he quickly corrected the unbeliever and relayed the message, truly an incredible achievement. You have completely surpassed the tutorial. You have earned the title Unstoppable. You are the first to receive this title. Eon Min chuckled happily. Great. You are repairing the ruins for the second time when you hear that you will receive a reward from the tutorial. You have obtained 3 hard bread loaves and 50 coins. You will receive an additional reward for this result. You received 5 anonymous armors, and then Eon Min gave a sinister smile in acknowledgement. Of course, the reward isn't bad at all. He observed the scene for a moment before speaking. Now let's see what these titles can do. Status window. Eon Min quietly reads each word in the status window. Then suddenly, a smile of disbelief spreads across his face. This is crazy, it can't be! Eon Min's face showed clear satisfaction. Amazing! Great. The content of the notification. The first person to break the legend. You created a miracle by defeating a monster no one else could conquer. There will be some people trying to do something to those who turn the impossible into possible. But no one hates the one who creates miracles. You are the first to achieve this. Your relationship with NPCs is neutral, and your alliance with PNS will start off friendly. The necessary experience to level up your skills will decrease by 30%. Eon Min secretly rejoiced, calling himself a legend. I can't believe it! He kept marveling as he looked at the notification board. Reputation and skill upgrades are fast enough already. There are other effects, too. Eon Min couldn't hide his smile as many thoughts raced through his mind. With my plans, I can level up very quickly just with this title. No, I need to redo my entire plan. The countless titles Eon Min has earned include being David's first successor, having defeated an opponent 10 levels higher with strength far beyond yours. All your stats will increase by 10% when fighting against higher-level opponents. You won a match with a score of 17-1. The number is meaningless to you. The honor points increase by 10% when fighting in a match with many opponents, and will go up by 30% based on the number of enemies you face. He smiled with joy. Those titles are unique, and their effects are amazing. Suddenly, many monsters appeared around Eon Min. He shouted loudly, "All right, let's go. I will activate all the buffs I received, all of them." He teleported to a bustling and modern city. Eon Min sighed softly. Honestly, it's been quite a while since the last time I was here. He stood upright, looked up at the sky, and loudly declared, "Newbie Village, Pocket City." He then squinted into the distance, silently guessing. I know, now it's so crowded that it's packed, even though it's only been a few hours since it opened. Eon Min thoughtfully looked around and then realized maybe some of them were already here. Suddenly, he screamed inwardly in anger, recalling Odin and his followers, the bastards from the Ragnarok Guild. Yen clenched his teeth and resolved to find and kill each of them immediately, but then he told himself that there were too many. Odin, like a god standing above the people, radiates a dazzling aura that flashes in his mind. Odin entered that spotlight after earning the title of Creator King, 2 years after the game launched. His face was as cold as ice. With no expression at all, Eon Min thought to himself, no matter how much I think about it, it still feels strange. He imagined the scene of dozens of people kneeling before Odin, confidently reasoning at that time 100 A-list people would be loyal to him, even willing to change their identities and appearances. He gave them what they wanted. That's why I call them a bunch of weird cosplayers. They even cosplay as gods like Enro and Greek gods, but I can still find these people now. He pondered, but who are they really? Only they promised such a huge reward to show their loyalty. Do they bribe with hundreds of thousands of dollars? He, the son of a major company president. He thought it was more and more unreasonable. Young Min angrily kicked the ground and kept swearing. Damn it, forget about it for now. Thinking about it won't solve anything. Suddenly he fell silent, thinking to himself that more importantly, the day to meet them again was approaching. Young Min quietly moved through the crowd and made up his mind that he had to become stronger, faster than anyone else. His steps slow down more than ever before, and if he wants that, the first thing he should do is suddenly a call from somewhere interrupts Young Min's train of thought. Hey, you there, do you want to become stronger? So it turns out the owner of that voice is a muscular old man standing with his arms crossed behind him, who confidently says, "Come here and you'll be able to become as strong as me," then winks at Du to show his authority. He looked at him with a skeptical and cautious expression. Only 2 words appeared in Young Min's mind. Watching the people training in the yard, he silently guessed that maybe there were so many because today was their first day. Even though he knew they would leave eventually, he still said, "I wanted to use the training ground." Hearing that, he immediately brightened and kept flattering Young Min, saying, "I can see the potential in you. I can't let someone with such potential in the future pay the price on the market. I'll set the price at 20 coopers for you." Suddenly, the system appeared. Your relationship with PNS is neutral, and your relationship with NPC will start off friendly. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the title board pop up like that. The effect of the title, usually at the entrance, costs around 30 coopers. Everyone in the training yard is working out very diligently. Being active in Young Min's yard brings back such nostalgic feelings. I miss this sensation so much. He smiled happily and threw a punch forward. The dummy in the training yard, just starting out, is one of the ways to accumulate experience in this city of Pocky. Everyone in this training ground trains with it because you will gain experience if you get hit by it. It doesn't get any easier than that. Thanks to that, many beginner players rush in here at the start, but as someone with experience, Young Min confidently claims. Eventually, they will realize that it's extremely ineffective. A player wonders, damn it, when will I level up? I've been fighting it for 5 hours instead. Doing some side quests for NPS will help you gain more experience, and they even give you food as a reward. For example, delivering goods. Here are the 10 grains of rice I asked for. Well done. Here is your reward. Young Min says that even if you keep enduring in the training ground, you'll waste resources and food, and you'll have to keep spending money. So many players give up and skip this. Are you joking about love or something else? My God, we've wasted too much time here. He crazily punches the scarecrow, but still thinks to himself. Of course, in my previous life, I also spent time on it and ignored everything. However, upgrading is not the only purpose of this training ground. Young Min punched so hard that the scarecrow flew away. He gasped for breath, completely exhausted. Attention! Strength level 1. Young Min is very surprised. He immediately smiles. He stands below. Yes, this is it. My effort has finally paid off. Young Min reveals that if you spend some time fighting scarecrows until your stamina runs out, you can increase your stats by 1. This method doesn't rely solely on leveling up to increase stats. A loaf of bread appears in his hand. The hard bread, the blood-stained guide screen. Young Min sighs. Now, I am the only human who knows this. And even if someone else does, they wouldn't do this. Sit down and chew on the bread. In the end, using that time to level up by completing quests will help increase your stats faster. Young Min smiled faintly and wondered, but is that always true? He recalls his battle with the Wind Spirit Demon at level 1220. You could level up in just 1 or 2 days, but does that apply at level 12,200? Now, it has become boring and difficult. But there will come a day when my stats soar like this, and my body unleashes immense power. So for now, let's get back to work. The scene shifts to 10 days later. Young Min is still fighting the dummy, trying out new moves and techniques, leaving other players in the training ground puzzled by his actions. Why does he act so boastfully? Another replied, to let him be. He's just a guy who likes seeking attention. Then goes in to do his missions. Young Min never gives up no matter how tired he is. What's the point of knowing all the attack moves? When leveling up, simple hits won't be enough to increase the player's stats. At the same time, he raised his leg to prepare for a kick, then struck so hard that the scarecrow was shattered. The system announced an incredible achievement. Your strength, agility, score, and physical resistance have all reached their maximum levels in the training ground. You will no longer be able to increase your stats in the training yard. Young Min sniffed in response to the notification, now able to receive the Diligent Citizen badge. A long series of notifications, an incredible achievement. It's no exaggeration to say that you are the strongest man in this village after destroying a scarecrow in less than a minute. You have earned the title, the strongest man in the village, and then he shouted loudly as if announcing his victory. Finally, the notifications kept coming. Diligent citizen, you have surpassed what hard work alone cannot overcome. Your perseverance knows no limits. The strongest man in the village, destroying a scarecrow to prove you are the strongest man in the village. He chuckled excitedly. Now it was time to level up, and the old man's loud voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. Hey, kid, do you want to become stronger? He looked surprised at him. I've been watching you closely for the past 10 days. What? Why? That sounds so strange. He drools mockingly with a scary face, praising Young Min. A man with courage and perseverance like yours can do it. If you want, I will show you a higher plane, but right now he feels a bit hesitant. He asked further, how about you? Want to follow me? Now in Young Min's eyes is a curiosity to discover that. He stood upright and slowly spoke each word. What this is, an undercover mission. I've never heard of anything like this before. I widened my eyes with a hint of fear, sister. An undercover mission? I've never heard of this before. Right now, in a secret passage, Young Min is following behind a strong man. In his mind, Young Min is thinking, I never thought there would be a hidden passage beneath the training camp. Noticing Young Min's distraction, he reminded him to be careful while walking so he wouldn't slip and fall. Besides thinking about this secret passage, Young Min kept wondering what the man guiding him meant by high level. But then an idea suddenly came to mind, and a fleeting smile crossed his face. Could it be that he knows about the hidden class or hidden skills, huh? We're here now. But in the end, that thought vanished, replaced by suppressed anger, though he still had to try to stay calm. In front of Young Min now, in a large room, are humanoid robots with large battle armor, and the guiding man turns back with a cheerful, patient expression to explain to Young Min. This is an advanced training area reserved only for the chosen, meant to cool down your anger. Damn it. Then why did he mention high-level skills? It's just a training zone with different equipment. But maybe Young Min is overthinking it. It's not just a different device. He finds it hard to understand the guide's words. This is a blue light on the robot's back, which could be its energy source. They can be activated at any time to attack and fight humans. They are extremely intelligent, move like humans, and because they know how to attack and counterattack, you could also die if you haven't reached level 10. He then gave Young Min an idea. Want to try it? Let me give you some advice. You only get one chance. Young Min paused to think. A smile flickered as if he suddenly understood. Maybe we'll get punished, but it seems fun. He steadily stepped forward, passing through the iron door into the large room, which then slammed shut behind him. In front of him now were no longer ordinary robots, but skilled and tireless warrior fighters. Young Min now also adopts a ready stance. He quickly runs toward the robots, delivering a sky-high kick, then channels all his strength into his enro to deliver a powerful punch. Young Min immediately kneeled and struck the back of a robot, then gathered his strength and unleashed a beam of light at the robots. One of them started to wobble, and without stopping there, Young Min continued with a kick and punch towards them. With his speed moving as fast as the wind, these robots probably can't keep up. There's a faint mark on Young Min's left arm, as if something had attacked it. At this moment, he seems exhausted. After fighting for so long, the robots still haven't sustained much damage. They are still in attack and defense mode. Sweat dripping down his face, Young Min smirked arrogantly. These toys are quite strong. He then jumped high, all right, this is fine, and shot towards them at a terrifying speed, eyes blazing with fury. Why wouldn't I enjoy this? Outside, behind the large door, 5 days later, the noise from the door grew louder, and water stains became more evident. The door began to open, revealing a robot lying on the floor, its arm trembling, and one eye damaged. A pair of feet stomps directly on the robot, causing it to shatter, and at this moment, the person inside the large room, Young Min, seems to transform into a different person. Everything inside is completely shattered. I have reached the human level, and my stats have hit the limit. And even better, Young Min is completely satisfied with this achievement of his. First, absolute determination and execution. You have achieved absolute determination. No one can break your resolve. You are the first to earn this title. As a result, you become immune to all negative mental effects when your vitality drops below 5%, and all stats increase by 50%. The notification just appeared, and Young Min stood in front of it for a long time, surprised that he earned the title of Executioner, Absolute Determination, in this place. Young Min is reflecting on the past. After all he's been through was quite tough. Life and death battles, but he managed to do it. Fighting just a few wooden puppets is worth it. The moment has come. All right, it's time now. As the sun shines down on Tung City, somewhere on the street, a house decorated with skulls outside. Inside, a big guy is sleeping and snoring loudly. To wake him up, Young Min punched the table and shouted loudly, greeting him. He is none other than a member of Berserker. Young Min asked, "Aren't you going to work?" And the guy jumped in surprise. "Do you know where this place is?" Young Min confidently looked straight and replied, "Of course I do. Isn't this the Berserker Club?" That muscular guy looked at him and replied, "Who wouldn't know that this is the famous Berserker?" He laughed heartily with satisfaction. "You also have some knowledge, boy." He didn't forget to remind Young Min that he only gets to change his profession once, right? Annoyed, he replied, "I know. It's useless anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the bell on the table quickly and smoothly. I like that. A surge of power like a raging torrent flowed through Young Min's body. You have become a berserker. A berserker's person. He smiles happily at you, Roken. Congratulations on becoming a berserker. Your happiness, Young Min can't hide it. Your level has reset, but all your stats will remain the same. Finally, he moved on to the next part. The class change reward. Take whatever you want. He offered only good weapons like scythes and swords. Young Min quickly grabbed an item, his eyes shining as if he had been searching for it for a long time. Young Min then swung the spear, executing a few swift moves like the wind, while he watched intently in deep thought. The chained moves keep the viewers glued, and in the final strike, Young Min unleashes all his strength, creating an incredibly powerful pressure. He immediately praised Young Min, impressed that he found what he needed, and was so pleased, exactly what I was looking for. After much hesitation, I finally got an answer. Honestly, I was unsure which profession to choose, unlike before, when I knew many hidden classes and how to obtain them. But this time, Young Min knew what to do next. However, if I want to take them all down, nothing beats Berserker. If Young Min wants revenge, he needs a plan. Odin always has guards by his side. Berserker will gain additional stats when fighting in a group. With your many breakthroughs, moreover, Berserker can use the Frenzy skill to boost stats further. It is one of the most suitable classes for those with high base stats, allowing me to increase my own stats through Berserk skills in combat. As Young Min pondered for a moment, he realized something, and most importantly, an interesting thought flashed through his mind. Odin, since that bastard wanted to slit his own throat, he at least had to cut off his head. The notification suddenly appeared, and he saw Young Min standing still for a long time, then asked, "What's wrong? Are you proud of your new class?" "Oh no, that's not it." Young Min was quite surprised by the notification. "What is this?" A notification appeared on the screen like this. "On the path to find a new breeze, the sign of Huang Feng, the one who blew away the world long ago, has been found. Find what remains and fulfill Feng Thian's last wishes before he dies, completing the advanced training with his first profession." Completed, this mission feels a bit mysterious. Is this a hidden quest? Huang Feng, Eroac Bank staff greets you warmly. "Welcome. Eroac Bank always brings joy to our customers. How can I assist you today?" "Loan money." The girl suddenly turns pale. "Yes, so your profession and name." Young Min hurriedly, as if chased by someone. "Berserkers, Roken, the biggest share." The female employee still patiently provides all the information. "All right, if this is your first profession, then the biggest roll is 30 silver coins. And again, a 3% loss per month at an ancient house with curved tiled roofs reaching up to the blue sky." Young Min is diligently working on his deals, carrying the first professional skill of Berserkers. Everything. The Berserkers man was surprised to hear that. "Oh, you really go all out, huh?" Young Min hurriedly shouted, not having time to chat. "Stop talking nonsense. How much is it?" He immediately quoted 10 silver coins. The system displayed numerous details about different dimensions. You have learned the spear technique and 4 other skills. Duethwat level 1. You can wield the spear proficiently. Speed and attack power will also increase. Skill proficiency, 0.0% at current level. Beginner, attack power has increased by 70%. Blink level 1. You can move 3 steps quickly. Accuracy will increase by 110% when used. Power strike level 1. The next attack will be stronger than usual. Both power and accuracy will increase by 110% in the next attack. A fierce roar at level 1 causes the opponent to panic with a wild scream. Transforming into a beast at level 1, burning one's own vitality to unleash tremendous power. Young Min looked at him with a displeased expression, causing the berserker to wonder what was going on. "What? Is there a problem?" Young Min turned around and called him. "Hey, sir," he responded. "Yeah." Young Min furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you know anything about Huang Feng?" He looked puzzled. "What is that?" Leaving the house, Young Min sat on the steps beside the waterfall on the road as the long system information lines appeared, searching for traces of Huang Feng. He finally found the trace of Huang Feng, the one who set the world ablaze long ago. Find the remaining traces and fulfill Huang Feng's dying wish. Complete the advanced tasks alongside his first career change. Complete. Young Min casually scrolls his hand across the screen, muttering to himself, Huang Feng. He kept pondering, thinking that it might be a mission related to Berserker, but even the commander-in-chief doesn't know. The more he thought about it, Young Min's face kept appearing, making him more and more annoyed. Moreover, even as the top-ranked Berserker, I've never heard of that mission before. Had someone already completed it before then? Suddenly, Young Min shouted out loud, making everyone on the street stare at him. "Damn it! If there's no hint, how can I do it?" Young Min continued to think silently. The rewards for the hidden quest are really enticing, but I still have no clues at all. Forget it for now, just toss it aside. Status window. Roken, human, male, level 1, Berserker, 700 health, 150 mana, strength 4, agility 1, stamina 1, effect resistance 1, intelligence 1, wisdom 1, remaining points none. Owned title, innate warrior, talented fighter, David's successor, the strongest in the region, a level 17 warrior, unstoppable, hardworking, never backing down. Young Min scrolls through the screen reading the information. I've changed my class, now I just need to level up like crazy. Suddenly, he grinned mischievously. So should I pursue the crazy leveling path I've set for myself? Everyone passing by turned to look at Young Min with astonished eyes. Young Min sat there like a boss, chin in hand, unbothered by everyone staring at him. Above his head was a message. The Savage Forest is looking for a heavy armor knight to take me to the OTH camp. Reward 15 coins. Suddenly, a voice rang out making Young Min turn around. Do you want me to take you to the OTH camp? The speaker, dressed in shining armor, offered, "My brother will help. This is Baikhan," a large man who raised his muscular arm. "As for the reward, I want it paid up front." Young Min glanced at Baikhan with a displeased look. Then, after a moment, he asked, "Are you going alone? And what level are you?" Baikhan puffed out his chest proudly, level 25 heavy armor knight. Young Min sneered dismissively, "You're the only one? I don't trust you. Go somewhere else." Baikhan, unable to believe what he heard, shouted out, "What's wrong?" He angrily held up a badge for Young Min to see. "Hey, can't you see this? This is the badge of an OTH warrior. I killed one myself to earn it." Young Min nonchalantly twirls his finger, showing no concern. Surely he's just putting on a show after killing 1 or 2 patrol OTH near the harsh forest. "Young Min, you win. I need at least 2 level 30+ players to run the OTH in that forest, so stop acting so arrogant. Go now." Baikhan's face darkened with anger as he saw everyone staring in this direction. That bastard. Baikhan felt humiliated inside. Damn it, he's humiliating me in front of everyone like this. Baikhan suddenly reached out with his large hand to attack Young Min, using a trick as the opponent had already used a leader's move against you. Within 5 minutes, self-defense actions will be ignored unless the opponent resists. Young Min slowly lowers his head and utters a single word.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
"Lift your head and look at me with those cold eyes." Baikhan, unafraid, grinned smugly. Oh my god, he's mocking Young Min when he sees his level 1 rank. "So you're just an amateur who recently changed jobs and is acting so arrogant." Baikhan keeps provoking Young Min. "If your skills are so bad, you should shut up and get out." Young Min's face darkened. What the hell is he rambling about? "Are you trying to die?" Baikhan yells defiantly. "Then go ahead and try. You idiot, you're just a smug bastard." Thinking he could reach the top at level 1, Young Min smiled in a way that sent a chill down your spine. He repeats Baikhan's words. At level 1, Young Min suddenly suggests a challenge. "Hey, want to bet or not?" Baikhan hesitated, wondering. "Taio, Young Min made a crazy bet. Let's have a match and see who can win 15 silver coins. There won't be any punishment, and it's not like killing players or anything. Isn't that great?" "Are you crazy?" Young Min taunts. "Do you perhaps fear that a level 25 player will lose to a level 1? Baikhan immediately felt insulted and stomped his foot down on the ground. A notification appears that player Baikhan has requested a duo with 15 silver coins. Baikhan raises his arm, ready for battle. He gritted his teeth. Baikhan's face looked extremely unpleasant right now. "Charge forward, you rookie bastard." Young Min laughed as he saw Baikhan fall into his trap. His eyes widened in a terrifying way, the blue sky and the tall buildings standing close together. The footsteps of passers-by continue, and more people gather here. They huddled together, looking ahead and whispering excitedly. "Hey, there's a fight over there in front of the fountain. A duo match." Elfie glanced over there. A duo match. They must be looking for trouble. The team leader looked at Young Min's face and wondered, is this a duo match? Next to the fountain, Young Min and Baikhan stand facing each other. Baikhan is equipped with a sturdy armor and a 3-pronged weapon. He raised his weapon high in anger. "I will kill that arrogant little brat." Unlike Baikhan, Young Min has a very relaxed attitude. "All right then, good luck." Baikhan suddenly hesitated and wondered, "Wait, what about your weapon?" Young Min confidently smiled and raised his fist. "My weapon. Right here. Do you really think I need to draw my sword when facing someone like you?" Baikhan listened, but his anger only grew. That damn bastard's arrogance is unbearable. Even if Ostat's health drops below 5%, it will be considered a defeat. Baikhan spreads his legs and forcefully slams down onto the ground. He is wearing armor, so he looks like a giant wielding a weapon raised high to attack Young Min. Die. Baikhan strikes down with immense force, causing the ground to shatter, but Young Min quickly dodges to the side. Baikhan immediately swings his weapon to attack Young Min. He kept swinging down, but Young Min dodged Baikhan's moves easily and effortlessly. Young Min smiled like a god among men, making Baikhan furious and curse. Then he retreated. Young Min laughed as if dismissing him. Baikhan began to counter silently, thinking to himself, "Damn it. Is a berserker still this fast all the time?" Young Min suddenly appeared right next to Baikhan. "Yeah, I should keep going, right?" Baikhan lowered his hand and kept cursing. "You bastard," yelled. Before I could finish cursing, Young Min's fist hit him right in the face. The punch was so powerful it shattered Baikhan's mask into pieces. Young Min thought to himself, "You idiot, I've maxed out my secondary stats at the training ground." Young Min raised his fist. "My level was only reset because I changed my class, not my real stats. The scroll." At level 50, Jung punches down with incredible force. Everyone watching was stunned, their faces turning pale in shock. The captain gawked with his mouth open. Oh my god, he only used his fist to break that armor. Bai Khan sat helplessly on the ground, looking very pathetic. His armor shattered into pieces. Young Min grabbed Bai Khan's face with his hand. He leans in close and whispers to him, "Not at level 1. Then he pressed Bai Khan's head down to the ground, just like the others. Bai Khan had no time to resist. There's nothing left to do but lie flat on the ground. Young Min stands up, smiling satisfied. Roken is a human. Russian gender. Open, level 1. Professional occupation. Basic ST. Health 700 out of 700. Mana 150 out of 150. Strength 79. Corpse durability 63. Health 15, knowledge 12. The secondary attribute score is 45. Bai Khan was headbutted into a rock. He was in so much pain that his eyes nearly rolled back. At that moment, the system voice rang out. Player Bai Khan has lost. You have died in the duel. You will lose 15 silver coins. The system continues to announce that Roken has won, and you will receive 15 coins. Young Min smiles triumphantly, his eyes full of arrogance. Now he has extra allowance money. Everyone is gathered around watching, and someone is whispering to your friend. Did you see? It was instant with just my bare hands, his friend replied. You're only at level 1. There's no way you're a hacker, right? Young Min clenched his fists tightly, radiating a commanding aura. He smiled with a hint of menace and thought to himself, not bad, this is enough for now. As Young Min was walking and thinking, the problem is how to get there. Then someone spoke up. Please try again. Young Min immediately turned back. You see 3 people standing behind you. From left to right, they are Elfie, Rose, and in the middle is none other than the captain. The captain looks excited. Are you really planning to go to the camp in the harsh forest? Young Min responded, find a knight to take me to the camp in the harsh forest. Just like you. The 2 girls are now looking at Young Min, and the captain kept talking. We've never been inside the camp, but we often go near that area. Do you want to come with us? Hearing that, Young Min thought for a moment before asking, what is your level? Elfie looked at him with an unhappy expression, but still answered cheerfully. I'm level 35 and these 2 are level 32. Young Min watched the 3 others talk to each other. He thought to himself that their equipment looked decent, forming a fairly balanced team with a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer. After careful consideration, he thought to himself, all right, it's approved. Young Min made a suggestion. Instead of forming a team, I just want you to take me to the camp gate. Then he clearly explained his opinion to him. I will give 10 silver coins first and the rest after the mission is completed, and in return I will just watch and not participate in the fight. Of course, all the items dropped along the way belong to you. So the 4 of them set out together and they have arrived. Stop being so harsh. The squad leader and Zeus, Elfie are very alert, but Young Min seems more relaxed than them. Suddenly he spoke up. Stop! In front of them was a strange structure that looked like a tower with many horns and skulls around it, with smoke billowing from the entrance. The team leader returned to inform the other 3 that from now on, this will be their territory, and there will definitely be patrol guards around. Young Min felt contempt inside. I knew it, you idiot. But he still spoke up. So what should I do from now on? As Young Min wondered, the team leader parted ways and asked Zeus and Rose, can you give me that? She was searching for something and replied, wait a moment. Suddenly, Young Min stood up and threw the meat away, and the piece of meat landed right in front of Oth. They saw the meat and immediately ran over. They sniffed around to find the location. Someone has been spotted, and one of them shouted, it's meat! While the Oth guys are talking among themselves, the squad leader has started to move. Did the hunters drop it? He looked at Zeus, Elfie, and Young Min and ordered, this way. They all quietly left, and seeing that, Young Min thought to himself, they're more familiar with this than I expected. Not bad at all. Then the 4 of them continued their journey together, and it seemed they had discovered something. Turns out they had reached the Oth village, and there was a hole in the wooden fence. But suddenly, an Oth guard appeared there, replacing a reluctant person and saying, oh no, that's the only back door. After hearing that, he analyzed that they must have realized and sent someone to guard. The captain looked at the Oth and spoke to Elfie, so there's no other choice. Elfie quickly respond, all right. Elfie raises her staff and recites a spell, then suddenly screams, silence. The scream startles the Oth, and the captain immediately charges forward with his sword, shouting intruder, but he didn't realize that his own voice had already been taken over by Elfie. Now all he could do was stammer, my voice. Seizing the moment, the captain immediately cut down Oth, who fell dead, and he calmly sheathed his sword. It's all over. The captain smiled at Ung Min and led him to the entrance. Once past this point, he would be inside Oath's camp. Ung Min handed the remaining money to the captain. "Thank you, this is the rest," he replied. "Thank you and good luck." Rose looked at Ung Min with concern, saying, "It's really dangerous for you to go in alone." But Ung Min remained calm and replied, "I know, goodbye." The captain turned away and told the two of them that it was very dangerous here, so let's go quickly. Slightly hesitant, Rose responded, "I don't understand. What is he planning to do inside, and why did he spend money to come here?" While Elfie sighed and said, "Whatever, he's just asking for trouble." At this point, the captain spoke up. "We don't need to worry," Elfie asked. "What do you mean?" Then he continued analyzing. "I don't know exactly, but he's probably not weak enough to rely on others." "Come on, why do you think so highly of him? He's good at one-on-one fights, but—" The captain interrupted, asking, "Why did he ask for a one-on-one fight in the first place?" Elfie responded, He began to recall the scene where Eon Min fought Bai Khan and said, based on what witnesses saw from the start, that the tall knight was the one who used an attack skill first. He then thought of a large, muscular black shadow appearing, causing the knife-wielding person to panic. And he said, "As you know, the person being attacked by a player is temporarily allowed to defend themselves." The image of that black shadow reappeared, laughing excitedly after being strengthened, and they could gain experience points by defeating opponents. It seemed that everything was gradually becoming clear, but Elfie appeared suspicious. Yes, it was a good opportunity to level up, so why did he do that? The captain's face had grown dark. "I'm not sure, I still can't be certain," but he turned and walked away. "Does that player named Roken have some reason?" Eon Min's shadow gradually appeared in the captain's mind, explaining why he had to stay still at level 1 until he reached the runoff point. Meanwhile, on Eon Min's side, those guys were very surprised. The friends looked on as Eon Min swaggered in arrogantly. One of them spoke up. "There's a human here?" Seeing Eon Min look very arrogant, a triumphant smile appears on his face. The other ogre, the intruder, continues. Eon Min calmly takes a deep breath. Then suddenly he shouted loudly, "If any of you know about the honor of a warrior, then fight me right now." In awe, the goblins exclaimed, "A human knows about our honor? That's a first." Now Eon Min, with his arrogant look, still hasn't revealed his way to defeat the ogre. He fights wildly against the ogre, and if you shout this right in their camp, the warrior camp, they will challenge you to a duel to defend their honor. At this moment, Eon Min, with a victorious smile, thought to himself, "I didn't come here just to level up, the most crucial factor to become stronger in the lot. Unexpectedly, he is holding the crown that all monsters desire, and they are risking everything to attack Eon Min, achieving an almost impossible feat and earning the legendary title as a reward. I think to myself that this is my true purpose. There are many strong and vicious Oots. Fighting Oots in the notoriously brutal forest is like a battle race, but winning the duel here will surely earn you a great reward. It's also a document that allows one-on-one battles to happen without any worries." With a satisfied look, Eon Min gazes at those big Oots and shouts, "Now go ahead and see who among you is the strongest." Eon Min looked up blankly and somewhat foolishly at the smoky explosion area, while the chief grinned arrogantly, showing his big teeth. "This is the chance for humans to prove their honor. Go ahead." Eon Min was a bit worried and tense, grinding his teeth at how tough the chief was. Damn it, I was too arrogant. I didn't expect the orc chieftain to be here. His tall, massive, and muscular body makes him look up. Compared to an ordinary player, this guy is at least level 70 with 2 different jobs, and with his current stats, I definitely can't win. He's tall and angry, his face showing clear signs of annoyance. Damn it, I'm so stupid. If I keep going like this, I will. He suddenly heard his name called and quickly turned his head to see who was calling, realizing it wasn't the clan leader but someone from our side. The cunning chief looked at Young Min. Yes, the clan leader is too strong for us to have a chance to prove our honor. He sneers maliciously, revealing his bright white teeth and 2 prominent fangs, saying, "You must be checked before fighting me." He stomps his foot hard on the ground, and the one called to fight is Kalo, a man with a calm face and a nose ring. Kalo for him. Kalo, the 4th-ranked warrior. Young Min smiled dangerously, as if seeing a glimmer of life when facing Kalo instead of the chief. "I'm alive, so I guess that's enough." The elder brother's expression shifts to a mischievous chuckle. He then becomes serious, with a terrifying, cold, and dangerous face that still radiates a strong aura. Did I just feel relieved for facing a weaker opponent? Young Min forced himself to straighten up with a will to awaken, grimacing. "Damn it, wake yourself up, Roken." Odin with a cold face appears in Young Min's imagination. How can I become stronger than that guy with that mindset, I wonder? He sighed deeply and in the distance, those guys are fighting against us. Duong drew his weapon, and the man looked at him with a puzzled expression. He tilts his head to one side, watching him operate the display. What are humans doing? Youngmin interacts with the screen, displaying the user's stats and abilities. The notification screen shows reward points and data points. No, 45 data reward points. You and Jang stand slightly apart, with a sword on your shoulder showing readiness to fight and a fierce, intimidating aura. All right, let's begin. The notification pops up displaying all of Youngmin's stats and highlights. Division completed. Roken is a human species. Male gender. Level 1. Class. Berserker first. Health 700 out of 700. Mana 150 out of 150. Strength 112. Dexterity 70. Endurance 70. Determination 70. Intelligence 15. Knowledge 12. Data test point 0. He raises his hand and points at the chief. Today the chief is upset. He laughs excitedly, confident that he will definitely win. I will predict today that you will die at my hands, he said, looking straight into his eyes. This human is truly amusing. You wear a sinister smile that's a bit wild and crazy. His eyes bulged with veins about to pop out, looking fierce and threatening. You. He rushes forward to slash his face in a furious rage. Truly, a reckless human. My current opponent is you. He swung a powerful blow that caused a shockwave. Kahlo suddenly appears out of nowhere. His eyes are distant and unfocused. Your spear looks better than mine. You smile with excitement and delight. I like it. I will make good use of it. The sound clashes and sparks fly from the axes, and he rushes straight across the river ahead. Kahlo blinked each eye and his face tensed up as he faced Youngmin. I underestimated this human. The guy, furious, smoke billowing from his mouth spreading around. So I'll do it this way. The steel man let out a terrifying roar that made his face pale and anxious. The scream of the suppressed gunfire. This is it. He stops his evil stare at his hand and body, which are surrounded by a source of power, indicating that his stats are decreasing. The data is decreasing slightly due to the suppressed scream. He sneers contemptuously. Is there really something like that besides the scream of a basic attack? He grabs the red axe and charges straight at the man standing there. Humanity has always been weak. We will win. Youngmin's face darkened with a deadly, threatening expression. Do you really think that's true? He leapt into the air, spun around, and swung his axe down with great force. He paused in confusion, unable to believe what he was seeing. Someone opened wide, and their pupils dilated. You. He screams out loud, the arrogant human. Die! Kahlo and Youngmin rush forward together, unleashing their ultimate techniques to defeat their opponent. The battle is tense as both unleash their strength, no one backing down. The man is gasping for breath, his face slightly sweaty and exhausted. Kahlo probably thinks humans are definitely weaker than me. He swung a horizontal slash at me, but I dodged it. Kahlo, what are you doing? Fight properly already? Push him again, Kahlo. Chiff grimaced, annoyed. It's strange. Kahlo is definitely stronger in strength and speed. Kahlo is fighting back with a tense face, while Youngmin keeps smiling cheerfully and excitedly. But why hasn't he won yet? The evil-looking man pressed his face directly against his opponent's as his eyes burned red. Aren't you curious why things turned out this way? He was kicked in the stomach by him and gasped for air, looking exhausted and weakened. A simple and foolish attack from an ordinary warrior, confidently standing proud in front of the spot where he was kicked away. It's easy to see just from the preparation movements. His eyes look fierce and intimidating. He charged forward, swinging his sword in a furious rage. Ridiculous. A flash of light appeared as he swung close to his body. He stepped back. He looks confused and clueless. A red badge appears, indicating the stance of the person holding the axe bending down. Strike. Youngmin charges forward with a slash as his strength steadily and significantly increases with each move. Strike level 1. The next attack will be more powerful than usual. Strength and agility will increase to 110%. In the next move, he smirks menacingly and fearfully. Kahlo the warrior, I will definitely remember your honor. Kahlo is quite surprised and amazed by his strength. This human is strong. He jumps high, he grins slyly and feels triumphant. Even the outsiders watching outside are amazed and stunned that someone managed to fight back against one of their strongest warriors. That human defeated him. Youngmin stands proudly in front of the cave, carrying a spear on his shoulder, smirking arrogantly. Well then, impressive. Humanity is very strong. He opens his notification screen, displaying a series of alerts, impressive stats, and achievements after the battle. Then2 can't believe it. You defeated a level 1 warrior all by yourself. Many will remember your bravery in battle. You have earned the title of level 1 Oat Warrior Slayer. You are the first to earn this title. Now, your fist symbolizes victory and success. Good. This is my first target. You have earned the level 1 Warrior Killer title. A black figure appears, mimicking your movements like a shadow clone of yourself. After changing your first job, if you defeat a certain number of monsters in your first hunt, you will receive the level 1 Slayer title. Defeat at level 1. His face lit up as the screen's reflection shone on it. The higher the number of monsters, the greater the impact of the title. If I level up with this title, young Min was startled, I might be able to defeat that stupid orc chieftain. He jumped up in shock and disbelief when the notification appeared on the screen. The title and score have been retained. The Warrior's Honor mission is in progress. The title and score will be awarded together after completing the mission. He shouted in front of the watching monsters. What about the Warrior's Honor mission? Or the mission? Since when? Chief Cowder stepped in front of you. So, you have proven yourself worthy to fight me. You look so annoying. Did you want to talk to him? Was it because of you? He recalls the story. Was it the one where you entered our territory and lost your honor as a warrior? He frowned slightly in dissatisfaction and raised his eyebrows, so you must obediently stick to the warrior's honor until the end. Damn it! There were not these kinds of things in the past when I was learning how to tame monsters. The reflected figure is grinning widely. It's probably just a basic monster, still a noob PC. It's no surprise they give quests to players. Change of clothes, It's that kind of game. You look a bit downcast and speak softly. So, the chief is about to fight and radiates a terrifying power, showing the pride of a tribe leader. If I defeat this damn poison master, I will earn extra rewards. If I lose, I'll be sentenced to death, but I can still get the rewards I earned before. Right. Young Min's arm clutching the axe tight. Wait, I lost? Nah, this is just nonsense. Let's move on. He grinned mischievously with excitement. I will follow my will to kill the old man, the violent king, Roken. He also happily waits, ready to fight this human. This human really is quite amusing. Come on, I accept your challenge. You smirk, and the two of you start fighting, turning into a berserk frenzy. He screams out in fury, unleashing immense and terrifying power. Frenzy level 1. Self-destruct to unleash chaos and increase all skills by 200%. All skills can be used without mana cost to counter any mental attack. You won't die even if your health drops to 0, and you can't tell friend from foe because of your frenzy state. After the skill ends, you'll lose at most 50% of your health at once. After the skill ends, you must increase your health by more than 10%, or you will die if your health is at 0. After the skill ends, the first after effect is that all your skills will be reduced by 50% for 10 minutes. After the first side effect, the second side effect is that all your skills will decrease by 20% for 20 minutes. When you use a transformation skill while still under the side effect, your penalty time will double to 10 minutes. Young Min, in his furious madness, exudes a terrifying aura of coldness and sharpness with incredible power. He is breathless, but his strength remains undiminished and continues to radiate strongly. It is indeed him. He laughs with a crazed smile, overwhelmed with excitement, feeling the surge of blood and the explosion of power, which is why he can't give up on going berserk. Chif squints one eye, watching him with confusion. Chif saw that on Young Min's body was a fierce and sinister purple energy, a terrifying power surrounding him. What is this destructive force? He leapt high, wielding a scythe like a death god, ready to strike him down. So you've been hiding your true strength all along, you bastard? Young Min strikes fiercely with a powerful and mighty blow, then goes berserk, laughing maniacally and twistedly. What? Is there a problem? He kicks off with his foot, spins in the air, and slashes at the guy, sending him flying upward. Chif's image appears with Young Min's eyes wide open as he uses the fire frenzy technique, and still distinguishes friend from foe. Usually when someone unleashes their transformation, it's impossible to clearly tell who is friend or foe, but thanks to the correct use of energy manipulation, I can now clearly distinguish friend from foe and won't mistake him for others nearby. As for the one whose color has changed, that is his berserk state at its maximum, driven by madness and reckless fury. Level 1 berserk mode lasts about 180 seconds. He goes into a furious rage and attacks Chif, unstoppable by anyone. I will definitely kill it within that time. Speed burst. He was cut so hard he grimaced. He wiped it, but he had already avoided perfectly. And the person with Young Min's bright red hair just blocked his attack and cursed. Damn it! He used his strength and forced the spear to slam down onto the ground. He looks a bit tense and gently swings the axe in his hand. Truly a leader indeed. His strength and composure are like a shout, a loud explosion, but both of them are fighting with their own strengths, ready to battle each other. Right now, at least in terms of speed, I am still ahead. He is gradually being pushed back. You are pushing him back. He is both fighting fiercely and intensely. They are all wide-eyed and open-mouthed, witnessing the fight. No way. Chif is struggling to hold his ground and is being pushed back more and more. The leader is being pushed back. He frowns and is thinking of a plan. Damn it, if this keeps up, it's not going to be okay. I'm also having a hard time fighting back. Damn it. It seems like I'm in the lead now, but I also step back with a dissatisfied and stubborn face because Chif's strength prevents me from defeating him, and due to the level gap, I can't land a decisive blow. I don't know how strong its power is, but I have to find a way to land a deadly strike. He prepares for a decisive battle. Both of them clash again, fighting to win or lose. Young Min suddenly saw his weak spot, a pink spot. Good, I will take the opportunity to lead him there. He and you are both grinding your teeth. Chif roared loudly as another badge was activated to join the battle. Young Min swears by the sun. Damn it. Both of their immense powers unleashed a tremendous force, with swirling beams of energy intertwining to create a blinding light. One of his axes shattered instantly during the battle. The low-level battle axe was destroyed. He stomped it to pieces. Young Min stepped back and collapsed as all his stats were dropping and his axe was broken. Your health has fallen below 30%. I only have 80 seconds left on my clothes. Damn it, I can't believe I made such a careless mistake. He gasped for breath and thought about his next move, knowing he's facing a boss. So his attack trajectory can't be that simple. Chif stands proudly with his sword. Is that all? He stands above, looking down at her with disdain, sneering mockingly. So that's what you thought. You're truly disappointing, human. He turned around abruptly. He smirked. He smirked. His madness, fury, and intense agitation have grown even more extreme. Young Min covers one eye and reveals his crazed look. What do you mean you thought so? It's really fake, especially coming from a coward who only knows how to cheat like you. He looked at him with confusion. Auntie. The illusion reappeared in my mind as he was talking to those guys. You think I don't know? You should have been able to fight me from the very beginning. But isn't it you who pretended to scold your subordinates and kept spouting nonsense about meeting the conditions? Young Min sneered with a dirty hand. He only knew my rank. He laughed confidently, dismissing me as making excuses. You're about to lose, and now you're making excuses, you old fool. Your face clearly darkened. Yes, that's probably true. Odin appears again in Young Min's mind. Maybe I was overthinking it because I really want to get stronger quickly. He goes crazy and fights fiercely like a beast. Attacking head-on is what suits someone like me best. He was hit by one of your powerful strikes. Young Min pushed him back and kept attacking. Chief frowns and sweats from how tough he is, while this guy, he wipes his blade and charges wildly, attacking head-on. He fought with all his might while he kept slashing wildly. He kept attacking straight on without even bothering to dodge his own hits. His body weakens from a blood loss as a bright light shines directly between the two fighting men. Your blood level has dropped below 20%. He looks at you with disdain. Are you desperate now? Now? You're taking too many risks. The person is still there. Young Min is gradually gathering strength, but his ferocity remains. The frenzy only has 70 seconds left. Young Min roars, unleashing his full strength. Shut up. He wipes his blade and swings it into the air. He thought to himself confidently that he would win. Dying so foolishly is truly pathetic when victory was already within his grasp. Young Min strikes a blow directly at him. Your blood level has dropped below 10%. You will be affected by the abnormal bleeding condition. Young Min collapses and gasps for breath, exhausted as his body suffers severe internal damage and his strength diminishes significantly. His heavy breathing and bloodied face. Your blood has dropped below 5%. He smirks with pride and joy as he nears victory. It's finally over. Chief is about to deliver a final blow to kill him. Goodbye, humans have won. He laughs sinisterly. His rage unleashes a terrifying surge of power, and that strength is overwhelmingly deadly with an intense aura. Activating the effect of the legendary title is not right. The chief was surprised and shocked that he could stand up and unleash his power. What? No way he's gotten stronger. His frenzy reaches its maximum level, increasing all stats by 50%. Since the blood has reached 5%, the frenzy mode will last only 30 seconds. He's getting close to a crazed face. Let's end this now. He looks tense as he struggles to hold on. This is too dangerous. He uses his defensive power to block Na's attack, closing the distance. Increase the defense. He is attacking wildly without any gaps. Young Min shouted out loud, desperately trying to hold his ground to avoid being hit. You must endure the blow. He strikes hard at his defensive stance. He was pierced and collapsed. The opponent's weapon had been destroyed. He shouted in disbelief at the sound of the furious cry of hatred. No way. His rage reached terrifying and unstoppable heights. Nothing is impossible, you bastard. Young Min delivers a final blow that causes the guy to die instantly. You have defeated clan leader Oh Tak Chan. Chip stepped back a few paces and faced him again. He fell backward. He shouted in a voice full of resentment, and then several blue lightning bolts appeared on his body. I can't believe it. I am just an ordinary person. Young Min looked down from above at him, lying on the ground, struggling to breathe, probably about to log out. Didn't I tell you already? Young Min stands watching with a satisfied smile as Chip's body gradually disappears before his eyes, emitting a blinding light. Today, you will be under my control. Before disappearing, he shouted one more time, as if he couldn't accept this death. Human. His face shows a big smile of victory and pride for defeating Chip, the orc chieftain. I do not acknowledge you as a great warrior. You have defeated the ogre chieftain. Damn it, the announcement rings out. You have leveled up. You have. The oat stood there watching the fight from start to finish, gossiping about how amazing it was and refusing to believe that the Chip tribe was dead. How could it be? Our tribe's leader has already lost. He stands tall, confidently slinging his arm over his shoulder with an arrogant and triumphant expression. Excellent. Humans, very strong. A true warrior. At last these idiots have acknowledged me. He grimaced slightly as his blood was about to run out and he risked dying from blood loss. Frenzy mode has 5 seconds left. Oh, I'm about to die. I need to heal first. You keep drinking the resurrection potion non-stop, making your cheeks puff up to show your frustration with the pros and cons of the Berserk skill. Berserk is an ultimate skill, but it comes with many disadvantages. Use the lowest level healing potion. You have earned the title of Oat Clan Leader Slayer at level 1. The first, defeated the Ogre Chieftain at level 1. Legend, you single-handedly defeated Ott at level 1. You are the first to earn this title. Effect, each stat for strength, stamina, and resilience will be increased by 30. Your attack power will increase by 30 when fighting a stronger opponent, and your chance to land a critical hit will increase by 10% against a stronger opponent. You have received the Honorable Ott Warrior title, the first. Honorable Ott Warrior, rare. You deserve the respect of the OT warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first to receive this title. Effects. Factions and disputes will be resolved within the Orton battlefield. Your reputation in the Orton battlefield will turn into trust. You will not receive attribute points when hunting Oat creatures belonging to the Orton battlefield. You won't be attacked first by any PC of the Oat race. Young Min laughs happily, grinning from ear to ear. All right, this kind of reward is truly deserved. I turn into a black human with red skin, raising my fist high to show victory and determination. This path has been tough, but I've already surpassed my original goal and earned a legendary title. I smile happily, proud of myself, raising my spear and ready to charge into battle. I will keep going like this and level up crazily. Come on, whose strength is this? The Orton told you that you are now part of the tribe that Young Min defeated the leader of. What are you saying, human? The battle has already ended. You have defeated the clan leader, so now you are an Ortving warrior. We Young Min froze, standing still, waiting for the cruel confrontation as the shock hit him. What? The two glowing eyes seemed to be celebrating happily. What the hell are you talking about? Young Min shouted in anger, staring at the screen until flames of rage erupted. The first Ortving's warrior. You deserve the respect of the Orton warriors after proving your honor in the battle zone. You are the first to receive this title, and the effects and faction issues will be resolved within the Orton territory. Your reputation in the Orton realm will turn into fame. You will not gain any stat points when hunting Ort creatures from the Orton realm. You won't be attacked first by any NPC of the Ort species. But wait, I haven't finished hunting yet. Why Young Min looked a bit sad and dejected. Damn it, I was just planning to wander around to earn some points, but I didn't expect that killing the clan leader would lead to this consequence. And Yan turned his face away, closing his eyes to think of the next plan, even though this one was no longer usable. Oh well, there are still many other ways to level up. Building a trusting relationship with the Orty species would definitely be useful later. Young Min looked back at the Ort. The Ort, with one hand raised, kneel in unison, ready to worship and regard Young Min as their noble leader. O humans who have proven your honor, let this warrior spirit serve you. He grinned maliciously as if he saw an immediate benefit. Young Min sat high above, looking down with a cold expression. He stroked his chest with pride as he looked at the pile of loot, feeling truly excellent. The notification displayed his stats. Roken, a human. Male, level 19, ranked as a top berserker. Model 1110 out of 1110, mana 150 out of 150. Strength 132, Agility 63, Stamina 111, Endurance 96, Intelligence 15, Knowledge 12, additional stat points 90. Youngmin chuckled smugly, amazed that after just 2 battles, he had already reached level 18. He is in a frenzy, slaughtering many monsters to level up. If I keep defeating more, I can easily reach level 30. Youngmin casually lounges with one arm over the chair, lighting a cigarette with relaxed confidence, fitting the image of a leader. I should forget about that. At this level, I already have enough to continue with it. Trat realized that he's now in his village, so should he learn the second skill? The sudden appearance of the butcher practicing with a cleaver. He's cutting meat with a proud expression, showing off his skill. You cut through its bone with a single breath like this, you've learned the second skill of butchering. He looked around at the hanging meat and skins above, thinking he could sell the monster skins for some money. If he sold the skins or meat of monsters already prepared, he could earn a little extra. Oh, it also helps me gather more valuable resources. Yida stands smiling and introduces some types of books to Youngmin. If you read that skill book, you can learn it right away. And you also need to use clean resources to bandage wounds. He looks uninterested, as if he doesn't want to read because there are too many words, propping his chin and flipping through the pages. I know. Youngmin is cutting fabric with scissors. You have learned the second skill, first aid. You cut fabric but are seriously thinking about studying properly. If I learn first aid, I can save money by not having to buy so many medicines. Youngmin holds the cut bandage in his hand. Its blood recovery effect is a bit weak, but except in emergencies, it's still more economical. A craftsman specializing in making and sharpening various types of axes appears in the evening, with the axe blade polished and slightly sharpened. Here, everything is ready for just 1 coin. Youngmin picked it up, gazing at and contemplating the warrior's battle axe. Level, magic for a 2-bladed spear for the Ott warrior to fight with attack power 100, durability 200 out of 200. I have learned many second skills and repaired the weapon. So, I guess I'm all set now. Youngmin grinned maniacally. Then we should get started. This is the main mission of the game. A sewer pipe in the back and far away. Darkness without light. Water drainage on the wall. Youngmin covers his face and blocks out the rotten smell. I can smell it. I'll step forward carefully, holding my nose. Damn it, I knew this would happen, but I didn't expect it to escalate to this level. The notification pops up. Clean up the waterworks. The mission is to ensure that the waterworks have had many chute recently. Catch the rats in the waterworks and prove it by holding their tails. Then you will be able to receive the reward. You need the tail of the goat. 2 coins as a reward for each shoat tail in the sewer. Youngmin thinks and puffs up his cheeks in frustration. He's just a rookie chief. Should I just leave here then, or accept it? He pinched his nose, face grim, and the darkness in the sewer. According to the schedule, I need to complete 10 tasks in order before the main mission. It's best to finish everything quickly and as much as possible. Youngmin's gaze becomes distracted, and he pauses as a giant crab appears on the sewer creature covered in waste and pimples, baring its teeth at him. Youngmin looked at it with annoyance and disgust. They're really terrifying. Luckily, they've been healthy lately. Tim charges at the prey and opens its mouth to bite his head. Youngmin swung his axe and struck a blow. The head of the sewer rat flew off and landed on the ground. Its star is gradually fading with the light. How dare a disgusting rat have the nerve? He watched it disappear, pinching his nose to avoid smelling it further. Fortunately, it seemed like he had found the right place. Suddenly, something appeared. Something was rushing toward him. Dozens of sewer rats rush at him fiercely. He laughs maniacally because he found the right place. That's right, you spin the axe 360 degrees. Is it convenient for these people to come here on their own like this? Any that come up will be beheaded. They keep rushing up, growing more and more numerous. Youngmin chuckled happily. A few growls from the sewer. Why do they die, rolling around and disappearing, lying sprawled everywhere under the ground sewer? They really are useless. An outstanding achievement. You have slaughtered over 200 sewer rats. You have earned the achievement. Breathing heavily from hunting chute, Youngmin sits down and picks up the severed body that is gradually disappearing. Because of the plague, their bodies have deformed in strange ways. It must have happened recently. He inherited the entire body. That madness reappeared in Youngmin as a stronger monster appeared. A plague rat standing tall right behind him. Level 23 plague rat. Youngmin's guess was spot on because he came only for the strongest alpha to rank up. Bingo! The level 23 plague rat glares and grits its teeth, exhaling a long, hot breath. Level 23. King, it raises its head and roars around. Youngmin painfully supports this golden sound. He looks up with anger and frustration. Just looking at it makes me feel sick. Let's finish this quickly. The plague rat swung its tail forcefully toward Young Min. He frowned, displeased, and tilted his head to dodge. Young Min's body swooped through the air, closing in on the plague rat. He grinned mischievously as he eyed the vulnerable tail. This damn chutch tumbled and quickly swung a sword down on the purple tail. "Do you dare to wave that disgusting tail of yours near me again?" The plague rat screams in pain with its tail cut off. It stepped back, growling as it looked at the shining axe. Young Min smiled and turned the axe to signal the plague rat. With a proud look, "Be obedient and bring your head here. I'll deal with you quickly." Hutdich Hak tilts his head back. A lump swelled in its mouth and it spat it out. Poison is spewing out from inside. Young Min's eyes slightly widen as he looks down at the toxic mass. "Hey, I have a suspicion about that poison. Is that poison? It's been quite a while, so I forgot." Young Min looks at his arm and the faint smoke mark. "The system reminds you that you have been poisoned by the Blood King. Your magic power will decrease by 1 every 10 seconds. Young Min clenched the spear tightly and watched the plague rat rush toward him. He grits his teeth in frustration and mutters under his breath, "This damn pest." The plague rat charges towards the sharp claws. Young Min grits his teeth as he takes a heavy hit to the chest. Then the plague rat was immediately knocked back and thrown away. War cry. It gritted its teeth with hatred as it looked at Young Min. The system kept notifying. The enemy's health has dropped. Without hesitation, he keeps spinning the axe in his hand. His excited eyes and smile tighten as he targets the plague rat through the gap created by the axe blade. Young Min aims directly at it. The target gets closer each time. His strength grows stronger. The ugly skin of the plague rat reveals many weaknesses. He throws a powerful punch that knocks it away from the beam. Young Min glanced with an excited smile, thinking, "You can only beat me by using poison." The plague rat retreats. Its body emits a mysterious blue light. The body of the plague rat gradually recovered for a moment, and Young Min was a bit surprised. "You're quite full, huh? So you're a chump with healing skills too." I swung my axe forward. "All right." Eyed with a teasing look in his eyes. "Then even better, come at me." The plague rat lunged wildly as he opened his mouth, charging with long claws. Young Min simply smiled as he enhanced his axe-wielding arm, continuously dodging in and out of the axe's range. The system updates the skill activation. Dash. Strike. Young Min is frantically excited. His whole body is burning with the fight. Excellent. How long can your body hold out against my attacks? Young Min keeps striking non-stop. Every move was executed with full force. After a while, the body of the plague rat shattered and was restored. Young Min enjoyed watching this scene teasingly. "You're exhausted, huh?" He arrived in front of the pustule's head, looking surprised. "Your car. Still want to fight?" Young Min quickly kicked it hard in the head. He looked excited and sneered. "There's no chance left." A voice of satisfaction echoes from the system. "You have leveled up and defeated the disaster worm Mao Vuong." Young Min hastily bandages himself as the system quickly notifies him. "You have successfully detoxified. The toxin has been neutralized." He leans against the wall, breathing heavily as he observes the wound. "This battle was quite troublesome, but at least I gained poison resistance." Young Min carefully steps forward to search for the plague capsule. "Now I will take what I want." Skill used. Lord. A faint gleam of metal appears in Young Min's hand. Found it. The disaster gem. Black fumes emanate from the gem. Young Min frowned deeply. "You've already fallen into the disaster's trap. The system sends a reminder that your score will be slightly reduced. Your energy will decrease by 5 every 10 seconds. If you don't recover quickly, you'll have to return to the city." Young Min lifts his head with a proud look, just as expected. My previous impression of him was quite surprised by that statement. But now it's different. Young Min's body slowly emerges from the dark sewer. "Now it's time to get out of here. Come to the usual place, at the city gate where I stay." The soldiers stop watching the bag. Not bad at all. "These guys are pretty tense too." The soldiers chuckled softly and signaled with their leader. "Well done. Here's your reward." The system appears beside you. You have completed the sewer cleaning mission. Counting the sewer tail, you received 10 coins. Young Min smiled and tilted his head, casually explaining, "I also found a strange gem on my way doing this mission." The soldier looked out of the black smoke in surprise. "That is?" The soldier frowned in annoyance and stepped back. "That must be a cursed item. Now, look at yourself. There's a mark on your face. You've been cursed." He turned away to avoid seeing it and reminded you, "It's blessed now. Can you give this to Lord Steroyan? I will inform him and go heal you." Young Min is completely annoyed by that terrifying look. "Take this, you bastard! I can't even refuse the mission because of this reward." The system is simultaneously updating the quest, still transferring the cursed gem. The cursed jade is still being transferred to the sewer to the sorcerer Staroyan's guildmaster. The condition for completion. Still transfer the gem before the player dies from the curse. Reward: 5 low-level potion bottles. The disaster curse will reduce some stats. Young Min, unhappy, reached out to take it. "All right, leave it to me," the soldier gently reminded. "Thanks. You look critically injured. Here. Take this." The sound of machinery whirring faintly. "You received 5 low-grade potions." The soldier's eyes narrow slightly with detachment, so wash up as quickly as possible. The smell is pretty strong. At the tower where the mages gather, young Min slowly drags himself forward, panting and feeling uncomfortable here. This huge building must have been enchanted with all kinds of spells. It's a lot different from the Berserker Guild Hall, and I move forward slowly. It's uncomfortable to hold my nose and cover my face everywhere. Still, mages have always been a common choice, even in my previous life. "You bastards, just try paying a little attention to Berserker for once," young Min gasped, clutching his aching arm. "Damn it, it's getting harder and harder to move." The system keeps sounding continuous warnings. 30% health remaining. Young Min quietly struggles to drag his battered body forward. I have to move faster. My legs struggle to climb each step. He burst open the door loudly and announced, "Is anyone there?" Starorian frowned and turned back, puzzled and probing. "Who are you?" He turned his head slightly displeased and questioned, "You should wash up before coming here." Young Min presents the gem and explains, "I came to treat my wounds and found this under the sewer. I was told to give it to you." Starorian looked surprised at what was in front of him. "Sir, isn't this the plague gem?" Starorian stepped forward eagerly, wanting him to hand it over. "You were right to come to me. The curse is my day, so quickly give it to me." Young Min silently observes his expression while Starorian looks slightly displeased and grumbles angrily. "What are you doing? Hand it over to me. That cursed gem is corroding you right now." Young Min then speaks cautiously, showing disbelief. "I will give it to you if you truly are Lord Starorian," he asked back with some surprise. "What?" His words are full of confusion. "What are you talking about?" Young Min only managed to hold his own spear. He swings the axe towards Starorian. "You!" Young Min's eyes light up with serious suspicion. "What is going on here?" Starorian looked down at young Min with a look of disbelief. "If you really are Starorian, you should have been able to easily block my spear, right?" Young Min said cheerfully, raising his spear and glaring. "Try it and I will kill you. Look at your spear about to strike." He shouted in horror. "Wait!" But the tree over there suddenly swayed to signal stop. The person in young Min's hands turns into a skeleton and sighs. "I lose." Starorian actually appeared in person to explain. "It's a clone created to test that person's magical skills. I didn't expect to be beaten by a noob." Young Min turned away in frustration. "I thought he was the bird on the window frame. Aren't they usually turned into animals?" The old figure appears, making young Min marvel. "Well, I'm the only one who knows it's because I managed to get past that damn Tonkian's tutorial." "Thanks, buddy. Guidance from the NPC Mage Guild." The author. Tonkian. The NPC Mage Guild actually exists. Their purpose. Suddenly, the system panel appeared quickly. An incredible achievement. You detected a high-level mage's lie without any assistance. You have earned the title of Truth Seer. You are the first to receive this title. The first one, the one who sees through lies. Unique. Applaud your insight in recognizing that it was a lie from a high-level mage without any assistance. You are the first to receive this title. Effect. Illusion resistance skills increased by 20%. Special effect. Only once a day. You can endure the recovery. The return of truth, and it can distinguish between what is true and what is false. Young Min's eyes look at the impressive achievement, stroking his chin. "Is it the highest level? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have realized this." "I'm so lucky." Starorian suddenly stepped forward and knocked loudly, urging him to hurry up and bring it over. "You're in a very critical condition right now." Young Min now looked down blankly. He was right. "I don't have much blood left and I've used up all my bandages. The system keeps reminding me. Your blood has decreased to 10%. Young Min looked at the display. "Still okay?" Those words made Starorian flinch. Young Min excitedly takes out his stuff, laughing happily. "This time I have to check if he's real or not." "You can't fool me." The bell rings out. The bell of truth. He can only accept and swear an oath. This crazy bastard Young Min grimaced and pushed forward, revealing the gem. "Honestly, you are a real person. Take this." Starorian turned away while signaling. "Now drink this." You can only grimace and finish it. Young Min feels his body regaining strength. The curse of the plague has been amplified. "I feel better now." Starorian's eyes stare intently at the gem with a frown. He must be a high-ranking person. The gem momentarily emits a dangerous aura of death. His gaze fixed on what was in front of him with intensity, probably because this gem infected the sewer rats with the disease, causing them to become greatly deformed. Starorian turns to Young Min, directly addressing the main issue. Is there any other special information? He crossed his arms and speculated that this gem must have infected the sewer rats with the disease, causing them to become greatly deformed. Starorian's eyes looked worried and hesitant, considering whether to use the sewer rats to create chaos, which would make it much easier for the soldiers to control them. Young Min quickly approached and suggested to Starorian that gem also looks deadly to humans. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, you know. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Starorian's mind. Young Min smiled as he watched the moment the truth was revealed. That's right. Humans are the ultimate target. He looked at the gem, gradually uncovering the sinister plan. If those infected people wander through the alleys of the 2 residential areas at the Watergate, oh no, I think I can roughly figure out what they are trying to do. Young Min's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. A high-level mage indeed, with just a few clues. He can still quickly find out the cause. The people in the outfits from his memory appear. They are planning to spread the disease throughout the city via the Watergate. The image of the mutated rat, with the residents of the rat nests lying in pain, actually starts from those rat nests before spreading widely everywhere, only after they realize it. The other players are desperately trying to heal, and then they have to complete 10 hellish mission chains to handle the outbreak, but I will assume I have already completed these 10 chains. Starorian quickly got up, wanting to leave. I have to report to the captain of the guards immediately. He left without forgetting to turn back and remind me. Come back to find me in 2 days. The system quickly updates the mission status, revealing who spread the disease. Starorian and the city guards are trying to find out who placed the disease gem in the Watergate. Wait for the first investigation results and meet Starorian again in 2 days. Usually there are some points, but Young Min completely ignores them. He looks around curiously, wondering if he should leave now, since he's never played a game like this before. Suddenly, the system announced that thanks to the first noble player of the first main scenario, the major mission covering the entire space, including the outbreak and other missions, would be erased. Young Min is amazed and can't believe it. A proclamation. Young Min's incredulous gaze shows that the outbreak is the first task in the 10-chain mission, and because of me, the mission is vanishing. The other rookies behind are stuck without missions, meaning no one else can get close to the main scenario. Now to reach the main division, I will have to complete many more difficult tasks instead of just doing the chain missions. A smile couldn't be contained on Young Min's face. I need to hurry up. He said to come back in 2 days. His eyes are filled with excitement about this, and by chance there's a great place to spend 2 days there. From the teleportation gate, he arrived at the wilderness area, and as Young Min looked around from the entrance, he wondered if he was in the east. A gleam of metal flashes on Young Min's body. I've already spent the remaining money on a throwing axe and some shields and armor. I'm sure I can use them when I reach around level 50, so I directly swing and input them into the system. This is a general meaning, a place confirmed to be nothing special. Young Min's eyes scan around and smile at the special spot. But I know the secret of this place. Those fools are naive, and it's understandable that they don't know the information that hasn't been revealed for months. A misplaced prosthetic leg quickly appears before you. The system has identified it and provided information. It's an enlightened person's prosthetic, of average level, dropped by an old man, and it would be great if you brought it to him. Even if you bring it to him, you'll only be chased away and get no reward. Therefore, most players thought it was a useless item, but Young Min quickly found a tomb with a strange support. Here it is. The fake leg fit perfectly into the support, and the ground slightly gave way to reveal a dark, deep path below. The system displays a congratulatory message. You have discovered a secret dungeon. An underground cemetery. An outstanding achievement. Applause for your insight as the first explorer to find a secret dungeon. You have earned the sniper title, the first person to receive this honor, and Young Min's eyes grew more and more eager as he looked at it. Great. I need to get this to make money. The system displays a long page awarding the first person, the first rare treasure hunter, your talent as a seeker. You have now been able to decode it using your keen senses and insightful vision. The night vision effect has improved your eyesight. Now you can see clearly in dark places. You will discover hidden devices with low chances, not by pulling levers in front of you, but by their shiny, attractive glow in the moment. Thanks to this title, not only has your vision improved, but it also highlights hidden items with a beam of light, no matter how low the chances are. This title will be very useful. The floating system announces over the loudspeaker that since this is your first time, you'll receive an extra bonus. Your stat points and item drop rates will increase by 30%. Young Min confidently steps forward without hesitation, since he also just received a bonus for the first time. Should I go down here to earn some extra profit? He follows the dark tunnel path. Suddenly, a door to the sky opens above, and the corridor quickly lights up with countless lamps. Why, Mr. Min frowns slightly, observing the entire scene. Do I have to clear everything before I can leave, since this is a secret dungeon? It's not surprising. But more than that, why? Mr. Min's eyes suddenly looked a little worried. What if a monster appears and he can't chop it with his axe anymore? Suddenly, there was a clattering sound in front of him, and a squad of dry fog appeared. Level 26 dry fog sitting in an old grave. Bai Ongmin swung his axe, shattering the fog on the ground, and the broken skeletons scattered everywhere. He swung his axe, watching each group rise one after another. The skeletons, the ghosts, now their time to die has come. Aye! Mr. Min swung his spear down, the strike tearing through everything with the wind. But seeing the mice still alive was better than watching those sewer rats. He kept spinning the spear, watching the dry bones rush toward him, and a smile spread wider on Mr. Min's face as he grew more excited. He frantically spun around, sweeping the dungeon. Yes. Broken pieces of dry fog scattered everywhere, blocking the path. The system quickly provided new skills, and Wyong Min struck even more fiercely. The rocks and ancient bones echoing everywhere. Why? Mr. Min sighed wearily as he looked at the mess on the ground. Simply put, the system updates the level straightforwardly. You have leveled up, Roken, level 22. Why? Mr. Min sat down happily and opened the system window to see that it had probably grown quite long by now. The system updates very quickly, extending downward, Roken, a human-like species under the male condition. Level 22. Berserker, first class. Health 1,110 out of 1,110. Mana 30 out of 150. Hunger 10. Thirst 7. Normal status. Strength 132. Agility 63. Stamina 111. Durability 96. Intelligence 15. Knowledge 12. Additional attribute points 105. Weight 89 out of 300. Owned title, innate warrior, talented warrior, the strongest man in the village, honored warrior, mind protector, David's successor, 1791, diligent worker, someone who sees through lies, unafraid to decode, unable to defeat the level 1 boss quickly. Why? Mr. Min observes the stats and considers, already having over 100 additional attribute points, I think there's no need to hold back anymore. He quickly extends his finger, smiling happily. Now I don't need to rush, but to speed up hunting, the system constantly updates strength points. Rokan, a human male, level 22. Berserker first class, health 1,200 out of 1,200. Mana 30 out of 390. Hunger 10, thirst 7. Normal status, strength 200. Agility 63. Stamina 200. Durability 100. Intelligence 33. Normal form 9. Knowledge 12. Why? Mr. Min feels relaxed and happy inside. This is truly amazing. Seeing the system's display with his high strength points now that his strength is 200. To level up more efficiently, he needs mana. So this time he also added a few intelligence points. Mr. Min's excitement grows stronger as his eyes blaze with determination. All right, 2 days until the main storyline begins. So let's reach level 30 first. The skeletons are constantly being shattered by axes, some smashing into walls and breaking apart, screams and the sound of bones cracking, echoing everywhere. Why? Mr. Min sighs, starting to get bored, until suddenly a large skeleton wielding a weapon shouts out, "A level 30 skeleton warrior. Bokham muck," it roars angrily, swinging its axe, but in the end, it is struck down by Mr. Min. Why? Mr. Min nonchalantly glanced away and walked off, acting like he was harmless despite the danger. While waiting for the skeletons to disintegrate, Mr. Min took the opportunity to check the updates. Finally reaching level 30, everything in this damn place was over. The exhaustion and the look in my eyes from these 2 days are clear. I've been everywhere non-stop for 2 days to defeat the monsters as they respawn. That's pretty good. I leveled up 10 times in just 2 days. The gold in the system must have increased too. I've probably collected a lot of money. I have 1 gold and 80 silver coins. I have 1 gold and 80 silver coins, but I don't want to wear the armor. Why? Ong Min collected. More importantly, I've collected the Snow Knight armor that any warrior would want to own. But it looks too ugly, so I probably won't use it. Why? Ong Min's body aches as he rubs his neck and sits on a pile of equipment, having gathered even more. He smiled softly as he looked at the board, thinking maybe he should sell them and invest a bit. I already know the future of the loss, so investing is easy as pie. He glanced away with a faint smile and started to proceed, though leaving this great hunting spot was a bit sad. Mr. Min quickly sold the information in exchange for some money, but selling information about this place also earns quite a bit of money. especially for organizations like the guild that want to recruit new members. Surely they'll all come rushing to see it. What should I do with that money? Buy new weapons or get equipment with good stats? Starorian was still focused on observing Tai. I turned back and he nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, you've come back. Starorian stood up slightly awkwardly to explain. I apologize for leaving you so suddenly. I really had urgent matters at that moment. I? Mr. Min looked a bit surprised and approached. Have they found the culprit? Starorian shook his head in frustration, helplessly saying no after investigating everyone. Still nothing was found and there were no witnesses. Mr. Min frowned silently, understanding that of course it wasn't that easy for the culprit to be caught. The mysterious figures in black appeared. Those fallen disciples had already taken care of stopping them. The more Mr. Min thinks, the more determined he becomes to find the culprit. But basically, I had already thwarted their plan from the start, though if I investigate, I think I might find something. Starorian, exhausted, hands over the gem, explaining that's why I decided to read the land's memories. Mr. Min looked up in surprise, surprised to see that thing there. The system displayed information beside the land's gem, level, magic, a gem filled with the energy of the earth. Although it is not as valuable as a gem, it has the ability to use special magic. You don't care much about this because its low magic level seems to make it not very useful. The way to use it is also summarized in why Mr. Min's mind, but when used, the user can see what has happened in a certain area thanks to the land's memory skill, which has helped us find ways to hunt monsters many times. Starorian glanced at the dark gem in his hand. With this, we will be able to identify them. Starorian bowed his head and flipped through the book, asking if you could help me with something. Why? Mr. Min crossed his arms and nodded subtly. At least I should hear him out. Anyway, I have to do it. This is my main mission. Starorian looked up seriously and explained everything. Thank you. Although we have stopped them for now, we don't know when they will attack again. To prevent that, I need your help with a few things. The system displays an explanation of several parts. The energy fluctuates to prevent a powerful curse from harming this land. Starorian's level mage has requested the search for some ingredients. There might be something valuable in the blood of the beast and wild animals, and collecting a sample from a beast will reward experience and the title of Starorian Apprentice. The potions and orature appear in Ong Min's mind. The blood of the OT warrior and wild beast surely won't willingly donate blood, so I have to go hunting. But this makes Ong Min a bit worried, though right now I possess a noble Ot warrior, so I can't betray him. I even need to increase my trust and affection, i.e. Mr. Min's eyes furrowed in displeasure, his brow creased. Fighting them to regain that title was his only choice. He couldn't do anything else now. Standing before the Oti merchant's shop, he shouted loudly at the Oti inside. Hey, open the door! It quickly approached and recognized the greeting. The human warrior, I still remember the one who knows respect. The large door opens quickly and the crowd gathers around curiously, greeting continuously. Welcome back. It's been a while, my friend. What's going on? Mr. Min glanced around and said to one of them with a slight frown. It's nothing serious, but can I ask for a favor? He immediately signaled that he was ready. I will withdraw and explain. Mr. Min quickly got to the point with a worried look. I need some of your blood. Can you give me a little? The crowd was immediately startled. Blood, huh? The crowd awkwardly explained. They also value their own blood very highly. A warrior's blood can't be given away like that, sorry. Warriors only shed blood on the battlefield, the murmuring crowd constantly complains. Spilling blood elsewhere is considered disrespectful. This made Ong Min feel annoyed and uncomfortable. His muscles tense up. Do they dare to speak of respect? I don't care about those things if they are like that. I still have other plans. Why? Mr. Min quickly asked to borrow the spear. One of them handed it over so I could take it. Then I grabbed it and quickly left. Oat looked on in surprise and curiosity. You're leaving already, huh? Why? Mr. Min called out loudly. No, I have something to do, and I'll be back soon. The Orek gang cheerfully waved goodbye. All right, buddy, see you soon. Bye. Mr. Min clenched Ot's sickle in his hand. If only they would give me a little blood, that would be perfect. His eyes showed cunning and treachery, but unfortunately they had to protect Ot's honor. So, now at the wild beast camp, the beast tightly grips the sickle in his hand as he observes, suddenly stopping in worry. The beast turns his head back to glance around cautiously, loudly demanding the opponent to show themselves. Someone, anyone, appear. A swift object whizzes past his cheek. The wild beast quickly glanced and recognized it was a spear. Why, Mr. Min, appearing cheerful and surprised, said, "You managed to dodge that attack, huh? I knew the wild beasts would be faster than aught." A cry of pain rang out loudly, and why Mr. Min smiled as he looked at him, satisfied that he had sealed the blood, the system updating that you now possess the blood of the wild beast. The wild beast's body lies motionless on the ground. "Sorry, man, my friend didn't want to do this either." A distant voice calls out repeatedly, "Who's there? I just heard a noise." The surrounding wild beasts circle around him, constantly confused. It must be someone who caused this. This is Ott's axe. Those annoying pigs did it. Why, Mr. Min enjoys the scene from behind the tree. You know these two creatures hate each other, so I'm just taking advantage of it. The wild beasts are very much against Ott, and throughout history, these two have fought for control of the forest. I just wanted to buy some time. Ott, over here, is watching closely. Suddenly something flies from afar and brushes past him. The Ott quickly gather and look at the sickle. What is that? A sword? It's a sword of the wild beasts, I know it. The Ott group looked at their fallen comrades against the wall with dissatisfaction, clearly furious that they were attacked and couldn't forgive it. Wai Ong Min smiled, watching everything under control. Fools. And Tian approached, looking surprised and concerned, asking what was going on. The Ott group immediately turned around to explain that the person had returned and that there was an urgent matter, the wild beast's sword. Mr. Min smiled and added fuel to the fire, saying that on the way here, he saw the wild beast warrior, and they were likely about to attack this place. The Ott gang roared excitedly, knowing they had a reason to fight. Our warriors must fight and not let that weakling win. Why? Mr. Min smiled and approached, leading the Ott along the predetermined path. Calm down, everyone. Why wait for them to come here? Our hands and eyes show a fierce determination. If we're going to fight, then why not attack first? If everyone moves together, then I will also help. The Ott crowd shouted in unison in acceptance and encouragement. That's a clever idea. Humans are indeed smart. A massive Ott stepped forward thoughtfully. What's going on, Why? Mr. Min looked up curiously. Tell me. One of them quickly reported everything, and Wai Ong Min observed and guessed it wasn't the previous one, probably the new Ott leader. He looked at the Ott leader's hand, clutching a spear in admiration. Perfect. Then the Ott raised their weapons to signal the order, "We must attack first. Follow me." The Ott commanded the troops quickly, gathering the warriors. Why Mr. Min watched with a satisfied look. Everything was easier now. He also joined in, a victorious smile on his face, ready to move on and enjoy the good times on the battlefield. Ott gritted his teeth and looked ahead as the Ott gang and the leader raised their flags and advanced, the drums pounding outside causing some to tremble with fear. These guys have truly gone mad. They are bloodthirsty. He really doesn't understand who has provoked them, but it hasn't been like this before. What has happened? The guy next to him also trembles in fear. Do you think they will keep fighting like this? Are you crazy? Do you see how many of them there are? If we get caught while running away, we will definitely die. Then Bai Khan argued back and said we will hide here for a while, but later he was horrified to see a human shadow among them. So, why is there a person there? He is the player behind, and the guy with him also saw the shadow flickering among the thugs. But how can there be someone hiding among the thugs? Who is he? Bai Khan, standing nearby, was sweating profusely. He turned to advise his friend, saying, "We have no choice now. Let's run." But the fool with him didn't understand. And at this moment, I told him we can't run. He looked very dark and serious. Just stay quiet and listen to me, or we'll definitely be doomed if we try to run. But then a thug suddenly attacked from behind. At that moment, Young Min heard the noise, calmly turned around, and saw that they had already beaten Bai Khan's friend, and the whole group was approaching him from inside. He quickly recognized this arrogant face. Isn't he the guy I fought last time? Seeing Young Min begging like he's worth gold, he asked those thugs if they were showing off with him. I don't know what's going on, but please let me go. We know each other. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck with a punch from above. The thug laughed arrogantly. So rude. Who dares to touch our honorable warrior? Young Min, do you know who he is? Remembering Bai Khan, who used to bully me, his cold face gradually appeared. Well, I don't remember clearly. He shrugged and ordered, "If you see him, just deal with him." The thugs obeyed and surrounded him inside. Bai Khan could only swallow his anger and curse. Damn it. But he refused to accept this fate and could only fight back. Step away from me. Young Min smiled softly and gave him a final warning. Be careful next time, demon. A fierce battle is unfolding here with the beast leader and the Ott leader fighting relentlessly. Young Min stood behind, watching as the leaders of both sides fought fiercely, waiting for the right moment to take the blood of the ogre. He looked at the vial filled with new power, feeling excited and joyful, and finally the system quickly announced that you have collected the blood of the ogre warrior. Youngmin nodded in approval. They did better than I thought. I must be really angry for being the one who caused this. He quickly transformed his power, ready to join the fun. And with that, Youngmin let out a roar that echoed through the forest. The wild beasts started to look at each other in confusion, wondering how humans could do this. Since those monsters had called the summoned spirits, they immediately turned their attention to Youngmin, telling each other to kill him, but he was just waiting for them to come. With each precise and ruthless strike of my sword, you think you can kill me? Bring the boss here. My face clearly shows a sinister cunning, and there's another reason I started this battle. If it was just about the blood of monsters, I could have simply pretended to be a beast and killed one of them. But in fact, my real target is the wild beast boss, a stronger opponent than the ogre leader, and since wild beasts are not obsessed with one-on-one battles like ogres, dealing with him will be more difficult. Youngmin still boldly charges forward with an even more terrifying purpose, using the ogres to eliminate the wild beast leader. This is the best opportunity I could get. Where is everyone else? After defeating all the small wild beasts, Youngmin finally cornered what he was looking for. He clenched his weapon tightly, then swung it in a spinning motion for a powerful strike. Continuous cuts appeared all around the two leaders, and at this moment, the ogre leader was trying to defend himself. He seemed to have the upper hand against the level 73 beast leader, who chuckled loudly, saying that the enemies of his family would definitely be killed. As he finished speaking, a slash cut off his joy, the sword was knocked away behind him, the beast lord sneered dismissively. Sneaky attacks like that won't work. But before he could finish his words, Youngmin's weapon flew in, adding more wounds to his muscular body. He sneered and struck again. Strike. With this opening, the beast lord was suddenly attacked and only had time to think, "Damn it, I must stop it." A fierce explosion erupted, and he quickly fell into a disadvantaged position, falling backward, but his strength was still too great to finish him off the stronger one than he appeared. Youngmin shrugged indifferently. "I intended to disable both of your hands, but I didn't expect you to still have one intact. Surrounding him are the leader and his accomplices, but now what can you do? All your subordinates are dead, and there's nowhere left to run." He sneered contemptuously. "I don't have much patience left. Next will be your head." The savage beast leader found it truly amusing. He roared loudly with all his might, a human of such poor skill, while Youngmin's eyes also burned with intensity. A dark shadow began to emerge, revealing only his devilish smile. "You have leveled up. You have earned the title of the Harsh Forest Conqueror, the first to ever hold this title. You are the first rare destroyer of the Harsh Forest, having successfully defeated 2 rulers of the Harsh Forest. Effects, stamina, and agility will increase by 10, and all stats will increase by 5% when entering the forest ecosystem." Then the celebration of the others erupts in cheers as we defeat them, with Youngmin angrily staring at the notification screen, which keeps flashing congratulations for obtaining the Dark Curtain title, making you the first to hold this title. First 1. The only Dark Curtain. We praise you for successfully achieving a dual-purpose goal through intelligence. Effects, mental strength, and knowledge increase by 20. A special effect allows you to conceal your identity. Look at this, the hero watches excitedly. I knew there would be a title of the Ruthless Forest Conqueror, but I didn't expect the Dark Curtain too. It says here that I defeated 2 enemies. It seems the system doesn't allow the OT to be my ally. Youngmin is against thinking carefully, so I only have a good reputation with them. That means they still have a chance to turn their back on me, but Youngmin has gained a new skill. Now that my intelligence has increased and I also have a special ability to hide my identity, this will be helpful. Over here, the otters are happily celebrating together. Excellent. Kill them all. In the battle between the oat and the wild beasts, the oat emerged victorious. The wall used by the wild beast will turn into the ruined village of the wild beast, and the fury of the wild beast will emerge within that ruined village, he muttered as he approached. They really enjoy this, don't they? Youngmin's smile grew more sinister. It's time to go back to the old man. Returning to the tower still lit, Mr. Stororian looked at the 2 suspicious bottles. So it's done, huh? I thought it would take you some time because of the difficulty. He shrugged casually. It's not that hard. He nodded and stepped back, waiting for me for a moment. Youngmin quickly received the notification that you now hold the title of Stororian's first apprentice. As the first to earn this title, he looked at the prominent text with pride. The first apprentice. The screen now shows a more detailed explanation. The very first apprentice of Stororian. Unique. You are the first apprentice of Stororian, and you have earned Stororian's respect. Effects, stamina, and endurance increase by 10. The detective's assistant will give you an additional 5% movement speed. He is excited about this gift, and the effects are quite good. At this moment, Mr. Stororian also just brought out the items. Here it is. Give this to Materion in Chinex. The upgraded antidote has been created for Materion. The screen also displayed the next mission notification. The completed item and the upgraded antidote were handed over to Materion, along with a reward of 3 silver coins and experience points. Young Min received the order to start the journey. This is the final mission in Tan, and finally they have arrived at Chinex. Inside the bedroom, a virtual reality gaming device appeared. After finishing the game that day, Young Min woke up. He sat up in boredom, wondering why they created something like this with limited time when all he had was time itself. Young Min jumps out, thinking it's better to conserve his health in the long run. He looks at the screen and mutters, "So I need at least 5 more hours before I can log back in, right? I should spend this time reviewing the previous posts." Recalling all the journey he's been through, Young Min feels excited. He prepared for this situation by taking pictures of items and then stacking them up. He hoped for many comments, but all he got left him stunned. Young Min muttered, "It's even on the trending posts now. I thought about a scenario. What could it be? Surely everyone would suspect and there would be many comments saying it's fake. But I was stunned when I clicked to see. Honorary reporter, this thing appeared right away? The secret dungeon has been discovered, with hidden dungeons alongside the publicly accessible ones. The Conquest of the Secret Dungeon by honorary journalist R.A.V. Kepka. A series of information appeared as a web game magazine journalist and famous user R.V. Kepka R has written about the secret dungeon, revealing its information as an adventure story, along with images of a public secret passage, and the comments below are even more lively. Ha ha ha. I really thought there was only one secret dungeon being made public. How can it be real? Did you just see this post for the first time? You haven't read the stuff Wasp wrote about the secret dungeon being real, but I don't know if this person is telling the truth or not. But this post was uploaded before R.A.V. Kepra's, if R.A.V. What if Kepra just changed it and reposted? That caught Young Min's attention. Chami-sun, No Dungeon, by R.A.V. Kepra found another monster group too, R.A.V. Kepra here. R.A.V. Kepra here. Braised pork and fish are very reliable based on my experience with this post. Trading might be difficult, but meeting in person makes it easier, so please contact me. You smiled so brightly, it seems you've achieved your goal. So I chose that comment and my post became famous. Without it, it probably would have just been a bait post, which is also good for me. The commenters from those people are now flooding his inbox with messages, and everyone is quickly rushing to approach him. Remus, I have sent the message. Hiladine, please check the messages. Hi Espra, I have sent a message. I sent a message to my brother saying I'm willing to pay 5% more than anyone else. Young Min started sorting through the messages. First, eliminate those offering the lowest prices. The ones I need to pay attention to are, you also give me a choice. The crowds that follow in groups always call themselves a guild, but in reality, they are not part of any real guild system. I know a few famous names from the previous round, so the choice shouldn't be too difficult. After some thought, Young Min clicked and decided that the safest path would be. The first chosen group, Megapixel Guild, got their name from Menor. They help train newcomers by disciplining evil PKs and perform other good deeds, earning a good reputation, which is how they came up with this name. Then he sent a message thanking everyone for their comments and said, "See you at the cemetery in the east of town." Everything is done. Young Min leaned back happily in his chair. All right, I've scheduled the meeting. Now I just have to wait until then. Everything is so intense, it's scary. Suddenly, he had an even bolder thought, wondering if everything was progressing well like this, if it was still okay. Should I try to push harder? But it was quickly shut down, and recalling the past, Young Min immediately dismissed it. No, just follow the plan step by step. There will be many things to deal with later anyway. Rushing won't solve anything, so now I'll go buy some things and get some fresh air. After wandering around the supermarket, he carried out a bunch of stuff, and coincidentally, the spot he passed by was where some young guys were gathered talking. The guy in the blue shirt asked, "How many levels did you get in the gold bin hunt?" The guy in the white shirt said, 3 levels in 2 days, and then the guy with glasses chimed in, "Perfect. I can only level up after exhausting myself trying. Maybe it's different for everyone. Maybe it's about control." Young Min just lightly smiles as everyone talks about their own groups. He looked around the schoolyard, thinking that there would be fewer people here at the university at the end of September, but the person in front of him made Young Min a bit stunned, so he shaded his eyes from the sunlight. Who could that be? A figure of a girl nearby caught his attention. She looked familiar, and she was also looking this way. Lian immediately approached and asked, "Kim Young Min, long time no see." Now his mind finally caught up, he remembered. "She is Lim Sui, my ex-girlfriend who cheated and dumped me, but I completely forgot about her because I was busy playing the lottery. It might have only been 4 months for her since we met again, but for me it felt like several years. Seeing the person next to him, he looked annoyed again. Probably the guy standing beside her is her new boyfriend. I heard he's really good at playing the game, and Lim Sui also likes gaming, so it turns out she prefers skilled gamers. Just met Sui and already throwing shade at your ex. I heard you're still trying hard, isn't that right, tall guy? Are you annoyed or upset? What the hell is this? He stopped her and shouted, I only act that way to make you see. Right now I'm just resting to play the game with her, or maybe choosing her, but not because of you. She chuckled teasingly. Really? That's a relief. If you have trouble with the game, contact me, okay, my dear. He's a pro at following the lot. I'll ask him to help you once or twice. Young Min eagerly stepped forward to ask, So what's his ID? Sui replied proudly from the middle. I think it's Filet. You've probably heard of him. But deep down, Young Min secretly despised them. Filet, huh? I don't remember hearing that name before. It must be a joke. Hearing that, he turned away, no longer bothering with these two people. Fine, I remember now. So, if I meet you again, I will save you. Filet shouted loudly. What? Sui also stopped in shock at his reckless behavior. Young Min, how can you do that before leaving? He even gave them heartfelt advice. Level up as much as you can. If you have trouble, contact me. Thinking of this, Young Min still wants Liam Sui to know that her game ID is Roken. Young Min strode forward. She will soon realize and then regret the foolish words she has spoken. Inside the game, a round hooded figure was already waiting at the cemetery when a voice from behind called out, Megapixel. He slightly raised his eyebrows and looked over. Oh, zing. Young Min appears disguised to meet Megapixel's person. It seems she has already found them. He thought Sui was like this. There was no need to reveal his identity just because of a secret dungeon. He glanced around curiously and asked if he came alone, and he also honestly admitted yes. This was valuable information, so there was no point in attracting attention. He subtly glanced back at Young Min and continued. But my teammates are already ready. As soon as I contact them, they'll come running. I let out a small sigh inside. I understand now, so this is to keep me on my toes. He also didn't sound more excited. He started to get impatient, so let's continue, but Young Min shook his head. No. No payment up front, he slightly frowns as Young Min said. Which is true, haven't I already made a deal before? I need something to motivate me. Megapixel agrees, so I'll just use a skill. We both need to be safe. He nods in approval. All right. Next is the detect skill, but Megapixel's eyes show a hint of surprise. Everything before has been smoothly resolved. Thank you for your cooperation, Krypton. I've already paid part of it, let's go. Level 35, Krypton. He smiled faintly and nodded. This little trick worked, and the two quickly moved toward the mysterious tomb. Young Min carefully explained, If you do it this way, the trap will trigger. Megapixel exclaimed in surprise. I think it looks like some kind of device. Young Min chuckled, keeping the secret tight. Now where's the rest of the money? Megapixel nodded in agreement. Here, if anything happens, I'll contact you later. A bag quickly filled it up with loot containing 51 gold, 98 silver, and 20 copper coins, and he nodded happily, pleased that just selling information about the secret tomb earned him over 50 gold. He cheerfully left with the items. The guild is the best. Earning this amount in the game isn't easy, nor is asking guild members for money, and I wonder if this is real money of his. Then Young Min quickly transformed back to his true form. I finished this task now, just heading to Chinshik. Right now, I'm still stuck in this boring forest. Damn, it's so far away, my face is dark and sweaty. This is a problem with the lot. No need to look too realistic. I've been walking for over half a day. But no matter what, Young Min keeps going until the end. It seems he's finally arrived. He's also focusing in the best state he can, but don't let your guard down, or you'll have to start over if you die. A noise caught his attention from behind a tree, revealing some movement. Young Min's cunning smile returned. It's not a monster or animal, just some damn rat bastard. Right now, a powerful force strikes from behind him. Young Min really likes these kinds of stimulants. Interesting, huh? Almost fought them. A group of 4 appears right behind. Their gear looks expensive, so their level must be pretty high, right? Another one chimed in. Who knows, maybe he just liked spending money on gear. His eyes were faintly glowing red, and yes, there were others like them. Young Min could feel the power emanating from the 4 of them. The red marks in their eyes show they were once user killers turned PKs, targeting moving players in the town to loot their items. As soon as he turned back, they rushed over. Hey buddy, got a moment? I think we need to talk, Young Min responded, engaging in conversation. He already has his weapon ready to face us. Fine, I like to talk a lot. Young Min looked up and smiled, making those thugs shiver in confusion. What's wrong with this bastard? Are you all so scared that you're trembling? Young Min looked straight with a bullet-like gaze, still smiling menacingly. Hey kids, I'll let you off if each of you hands over one piece of equipment. The others froze in shock. What's going on? Young Min responds, what's so surprising? Isn't this what you always say during PK, so I'll give you a chance. That's great. Young Min thinks to himself, their only goal is to loot equipment. Getting dropped by other players means dropping gear, which is more likely than monsters, but still only about 12 to 20%. The black-haired guy at the front sneers. Do you think we're stupid? You're really crazy. They all drew their weapons and pointed them at you. If you keep showing off and get killed, you'll have to start all over again, so don't be so arrogant. Young Min smiled eerily, his eyes glaring. The negotiation has failed. Young Min raised his spear. Honestly, I never wanted to let you guys go easily from the start. The black-haired guy sneered and boasted. He and his two teammates prepared their weapons in front of him. The level here is much higher. The strong-bodied thug swung his weapon down hard, slipping on the ground and unleashing a powerful gust of wind in a straight line. Suddenly, the thug froze, eyes wide, as he saw something rushing rapidly toward him. Young Min suddenly closed the distance and rushed toward the black-haired guy, raising his spear. I'll kill you first. The black-haired guy immediately charged out, using a reflective shield to block Young Min's counterattack in time. Young Min, being blocked, carefully observes that it's a reflection attack skill. Does he have the profession of a knight or guard? The thug jumps forward, raising the spear directly at Young Min's head. I'm coming. The spear crashes down with immense force, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Young Min swiftly dodges, narrowing his eyes as he prepares for a series of consecutive attacks. Suddenly, countless streams of energy surrounded Young Min's head, making him look up. That's the Auroran technique. The blonde-haired guy raised his bow to shoot, and those streams of energy rushed toward Young Min. Well played. Countless arrows pierced the ground, the blonde-haired guy smugly confident that no matter how fast you are, you can't avoid this move. Amidst the dust, Young Min slowly appears, clutching an arrow tightly in his hand. Young Min knelt on the ground, arrows whizzing past him and bleeding him, his cold eyes looking ahead. I really am pathetic. Those guys are standing there laughing happily, you idiot. Do you really think you're on a different level from us? The black-haired guy raises his eyebrows. If you change your mind, I'll play fair. Why don't you put your gear back on and keep going? Young Min stares at them thoughtfully. They're used to working together. If I attack from afar, I can avoid the swordsman. But if I get close, the hero will target me. And they always stand close together so they can quickly cover for each other. In that case, Young Min stood up bravely. All right, if you want to gear up that much. Young Min transforms his hands into two halberds. Here's a really good weapon for you. Take it. System notification, you have changed your weapon. Halberd to MA, hollow. Young Min silently thought. I will split them up and peel each one off, while swinging both shields down to create a fierce storm. The bald guy grimaced and swore, the night is dark. The black-haired guy quickly raised his shield to block. Don't worry, I got this. But Young Min's power was so overwhelming that he widened his eyes in shock. The black-haired guy was blown away and fell to the ground, and they were all confused. What kind of power was this? The black-haired guy was knocked down and sat on the ground, but still shouted out, I'm fine, hurry up and kill that bastard. The first idiot rushes at Young Min in anger. You bastard, Young Min thought, is he already this furious? Well then, let's see. Young Min, like someone brushing his arm, attacks the idiot, and the system sounds, you have changed your weapon, the warrior's combat spear. A new spear appears in Young Min's hand. How powerful is your skill? Young Min hurls the headbutt. He gets hit and sprays water. Young Min points the tip of his spear at the headbutt's stomach. I thought you were worse. Young Min delivers this final blow, causing the thug's face to contort and his eyes to bulge. He raises his terrifying spear high, having taken down one, and slashes down, blood splattering across his face. Suddenly, Young Min widened his eyes and turned his head as he sensed something flying toward him. He caught the arrow with his hand. Oh no. Young Min mocked the blonde-haired guy as he sniffed again after realizing his arrow missed. If you want to shoot, you should have done it while I was fighting your friend. Oh, and maybe your friend will die faster than you expected. He immediately drew 3 arrows at once and aimed straight at Young Min. Multi-arrow attack. Young Min charged forward, raising his axe. Too late, two-way strike. Their weapons clash, and seeing that incredible power, the blonde guy is just stunned with his mouth open. A huge explosion erupts, almost knocking the blonde and the black-haired guy off their feet, and the blonde grits his teeth. So, the communication system, you changed weapons and engaged in combat. The blonde-haired guy charged with a spear to attack Young Min, but Young Min easily dodged. The blonde-haired guy keeps throwing projectiles, but Young Min leans back to dodge, switching to close combat weapons. Seems like he knows a thing or two about fighting, But still, Young Min reaches out and grabs the blonde guy's arm. He swung the spear down and cut off the yellow-haired guy's arm. Do you really think someone like you can win a close combat fight against me? The situation happened so quickly that the blonde-haired guy widened his eyes and reached out, blood splattering everywhere. Young Min stood with the spear on his shoulder, one hand on his hip. So what, having his hand cut off in that open space? Veer, but it's really something. Do you see that? The blonde-haired guy collapsed on his back, screaming in pain. Something was rushing toward Young Min, catching his attention. It's Chuseo.tak. The black-haired guy appears right behind Young Min, unleashing a massive wave of energy. That guy, crazed with rage, screams die and swings his weapon down, creating a powerful gust of wind. Young Min places his hand on the black-haired guy's shield. You idiot, do you want to fake your strength? Young Min concentrates his power into his hand on the shield. Earlier, I was only pushed back because of the reflection skill. Do you really think you can kill me with that? The black-haired guy sweating buckets, his voice thick with fear. What kind of monster is this? Young Min only said a few words, but it made the black-haired guy panic. No, it's not like that. Young Min swung his sword with force because you guys are weak. As the spear is slowly raised, blood pouring out profusely. Young Min turned back to look at the scared yellow-haired guy running away. That's right. There's one more. Young Min looked around to see what's going on and then reached out to pick up a stone. The blonde-haired guy kicks off running as if chased by a ghost, clutching his severed arm and looking like he's about to die. I can't die here like this. When the blonde turned back and saw Young Min still there, he wondered why. Huh? Isn't he going to chase after him? The blonde guy grins widely, happily celebrating without noticing the huge boulder rushing straight at him. I'm alive, you bastard. I'll get my revenge later. A loud crash echoed, and Young Min looked over there with satisfaction. Well done. The boulder crushes the yellow-haired man, and Young Min looks up and smiles. It's been a long time since I felt this good. Fighting other players is more fun than fighting mobs. The system information panels appeared, making Young Min stop in his tracks as the player roared. You have won. The penalty will be divided based on each opponent's characteristics. You have leveled up and gained many items. Countless information panels appeared around Young Min, overwhelming him. Oh my God. Young Min muttered that the odds were very high because of the PK combined with the punishment. But it seemed like this time the unlucky guys hit the jackpot. You should have listened to me. Suddenly he turned to speak to someone hiding behind the tree. Do you think so? Little one. Young Min's eyes lit up like a beast spotting its prey. Stop playing these childish games. Come out now before I cut both you and that tree down. He slowly approaches the tree, causing the person hiding behind it to step back in fear. I told you hiding is useless. I will really kill you. That guy in the full coverage hoodie rushed out. Who could he really be? Who are you? Young Min rested the spear on his shoulder. Even if I tell you, you already know for sure. The young man frowned at Young Min, sweating as he pondered. He definitely matches the group from earlier, but he doesn't have red eyes, so he's probably just a scout. Young Min sat on the ground, examining a curved dagger in his hand. It's really disappointing. If you don't want to fight, just stand there. I'm not interested in weaklings at all. The young man suddenly lunged, his teeth clenched, and he suddenly launched an attack straight at Young Min from behind. The system announced, Level 35, Roken. The young man adjusted his stance and wondered, he's only level 35. He stared in surprise. At this level, he could take down 3 level 40 enemies. It just can't be possible. He's definitely exploiting a bug or using some hacking tool. While the boy was lost in thought, Young Min's hand reached out and forcefully pressed his down onto the ground. Damn it, you damn rat. I told you I would let you go, but you just wouldn't listen. The system reports that Roken has defeated you and you have obtained all of the opponent's equipment. Young Min stands watching the boy sitting motionless against the tree, smiling happily. How lucky I am with this guy's gear in this life. Young Min took out the equipment and admired it. His gear is pretty good too. Chinsik really is different, and he even has a staff with a very, very low drop rate. He must be really upset right now. Young Min turned around and walked away casually, thinking that the support team behind him might come out for revenge or something. Should I have been more lenient? I'm really disappointed. At Chinsik, where the red-tiled buildings are closely packed together, Young Min walks along the street, glancing around at the bustling crowd. He thought to himself, it's quite crowded here. With so many people on this floor above level 46, I suddenly realized just how truly busy this game is. Arriving at the Chinsik Mage Guild, Young Min looked at the large building in front of him and muttered to himself. The Mage Guild here is just as big. He confidently pushes open the door. There are also many people inside walking around. Young Min thought to himself, It seems that the number of mages is no longer proportional to the size of the guild. But, well, anyway, the higher the level of the profession, the more troublesome it gets. He continued walking, still observing his surroundings. Maybe that's why everyone here is so strong. I can even see someone who has already gone through their second class change. A shoulder-length girl with lively hair stands at the reception desk, smiling warmly. Hello. The girl politely introduces herself to Young Min. Welcome to the magic item shop. Please feel free to make any requests regarding magical equipment, Young Min suggests. In a book of ancient languages, the girl quickly turns around to get the item. Yes, please wait a moment, Young Min thought. The ancient language book is an item that will be used when someone has to go to Pekka. It is a magic book that allows teleportation to any of the 5 locations written in it, whenever you're not in a battle. Since it's linked to you, you won't have to worry about losing it anywhere, and with a little extra money, you can even reach all 20 of those places. I really should get one. The girl places the item Young Min requested on the table. 100 ancient script books plus 5 marking scrolls and 20 teleportation scrolls total 5 gold. Young Min, after hearing the price, thought to himself, the real issue is that it's truly expensive. His face stiffening as he reached out with his hand to take out the gold coins. 5 gold is something not everyone operating in this battlefield can afford. In the end, how many people did those bastards steal from since each of them has a piece? Young Min carefully examines the item Lei is holding. The girl speaks, "Thank you, sir. Hope to see you again next time." Young Min raised his head and looked toward the 3rd floor. He muttered to himself, "So next is the 3rd floor, huh?" Maturian looked at Young Min with wide eyes in surprise. "Lord Starorian sent someone here." Young Min replied, "Yes. This is the antidote, and a handwritten letter from Lord Starorian." Maturian takes the letter Young Min hands over and reads it, then strokes his chin with a doubtful expression. "It seems I had to prepare in advance after all. So you will be the one to help me." Maturian looked at Young Min's level 35. Roken wondered if such a rank was enough. "You can rely on me." Maturian sneered at Young Min. "To me, he's truly useless, but I can't ignore the recommendation from Lord Starorian." "All right, I'll ask you for a favor on this matter. It's also like a test." The system displays a message, continuous research, after seeing the first sample of the antidote developed by Starorian. Maturian is looking for ingredients to enhance its effectiveness. You must bring him the potion of the Goblin Witch Doctor Dungdam to complete the quest. Delivering the potions of the Goblin Witch Doctor Dungdam to Maturian as a reward earns 4 Young Min attribute points, and he reads the information with a sneaky smile. Here we go. Maturian, known in the gaming world as a ruthless NPC, is starting with the elixir of the Goblin Healer Dungdam. He will start requesting all kinds of rare materials unrelated to the main quest and use them to complete research projects. Usually, players can't refuse to complete the main quest, so they have no choice but to reluctantly accept. But that won't work on me. Young Min reached out and tapped on the system screen to check the auction items. Anyone looking at the screen would see the items up for bidding. I still remember the next item on Maturian's auction request list. Young Min calculated that if he had to make a trip, he might as well gather all the items at once to avoid going back and forth and making things harder for himself. He selects the item for purchase. All right, most of the items are considered normal goods, so they are quite cheap. Young Min pinched the gold coins between his fingers, with a very displeased look on his face that made those around him stare at him strangely. All right, let's go. Maturian in the room was intently looking at a spellbook, holding a test tube in his hand when suddenly something fell and a pistol hit the table, smashing Maturian's experiment and startling him. What is this? So Young Min brought a huge sack, and he looks pleased with himself. I've gathered enough. Please take a look. Maturian is still in shock. Oh my. Maturian picked up the item, still feeling bewildered. Of course, I need these things. How would you know? Young Min laughs and responds. Do you think I don't know these things and can still become your assistant, Starorian? Maturian also forced a smile. It seems I misunderstood you. Maturian pointed at Young Min and snapped his fingers. Here is your reward. Young Min's level immediately increased. You have leveled up. You are now at level 36. Maturian began assigning tasks that made Young Min open his eyes wide in surprise. All right, then I'll assign the remaining tasks to you now. A long, detailed information sheet appears. He continued researching tirelessly after seeing the first sample of the antidote developed by Starorian. Maturian wanted to find ingredients to help enhance its effectiveness. You will need to bring him the blood and heart of the rigid forest god. Completion condition. Deliver the blood and heart of the Rungdam god to Maturian. Reward, 20 silver. Young Min frowned in annoyance, thinking to himself, he's starting to show his true face now? I already knew there would be more missions to come, but he immediately gives me the next mission, as if he's been waiting for a long time. Moreover, the divine creature item is currently not available on the market. They're not here, huh? I want to finish these things as quickly as possible, but oh well, this is fine too. The heart of the divine beast can only be obtained by defeating the great divine beast Cup Boss 80, but I still can't beat it yet, so I need to set this aside for now. Completing the main quest is more important. But this battlefield isn't just about missions. Just walk around and look for more things to do, starting with the easier ones. Outside, a tall man statue with his arm raised stands in the middle of the street, and Min looks at the crowd, muttering in wonder. Here? He stood with his arms crossed, thinking, 1,123 minus 200. Minus 130 in my previous life. There was a player who saw this clue and predicted. This is the place where the hero pointed to where his treasure is buried. No one believed that player, but in the end, it was that player who found it. Min looked up at the statue. It took a while for the information to come through back then, but now I know all the clues, so it's not a problem. Min started to follow the mission, walking 123 steps in the direction indicated by the statue, then 200 steps to the left, and finally another 130 steps in that direction. Eventually, he stopped, looked around and saw only house walls, scratched his head, and figured the clue must be nearby. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on Min's face, catching his attention. A glowing circle appeared on the wall, activating the effect of his rare quest title, revealing the hidden mystery. Min quietly rejoiced, feeling lucky. Min presses a brick on the wall, which splits open to both sides, and he stands there with one hand in his pocket, looking triumphant. The system announces that you have discovered a secret dungeon, and Min glances at what appears behind the wall. What is this? It's completely different from what I've heard before. He pushes the door open to reveal countless stairs, and Min leans against the wall, feeling his way down the increasingly dark staircase. His face shows exhaustion, his senses all messed up, not knowing how far he has gone up or how deep he has gone in. Did the person who found this thing leak false information to scare others, or what? Suddenly, a faint light shone on Min from ahead. Where is this place? A loud alert sounded, announcing the start of his level 1 hero test, and Min froze in shock. A loud bang like an explosion is happening, and everything in front of Min is collapsing down. Min frowns in confusion. What is this? What's going on? He immediately assumed a fighting stance, contemplating in his mind that he couldn't avoid it anymore and had to stop it. Min's hands moved to press against the massive stone in front of him. He uses all his strength with a loud shout to stop the massive rock from falling. Min opens his mouth to breathe heavily as the system appears above his head. Strike. The system notification appeared as Min seemed to gain extra strength, lifting the entire rock. His power and agility increased by 110%, causing his legs to bear so much force that the ground shattered. Min gasped for breath, his face covered in sweat. He knelt beside the stone and kept sighing in relief, finally stopping it. Min thought to himself, I only blocked it, but my stamina already dropped significantly, damn it. It's on the slope now, what do I do? Then he tried again to reach out and grab the Voivazaki stone. Once again, Min shouted as he lifted it higher than before, damn, it's so heavy. His face was exhausted, but Min didn't care and just focused on thinking about something. Hero's challenge. Yen Jiang continues to fall into speculation. I knew Leve first was a test of willpower, but I didn't expect it to be this stupid. Min's whole body is trembling from exhaustion. I've been climbing for a few minutes now, right? How much longer do I have to keep going? After a while, he was exhausted, and a blinding light appeared above Min's head with floating stones. He stood up, combed his hair back as the system continued to announce that he had passed Leve one of the hero challenge. A test of willpower, Min calmly said. This is easy enough. He placed his hands on his hips and then looked towards the saddest door ahead. Next is Lev 2. The system echoed his thought as it gradually appeared in his mind, beginning the Lev 2 hero challenge. Not even saying what kind of challenge it was, Min shrugged and reached out to pick up a nearby stone. So gathering all his strength, he immediately threw the stone straight ahead, and it flew at incredible speed and force. Seeing the trap set before him, he could only sigh in resignation. Truly, deadly dangerous. Suddenly, Min imagined a plan diagram, and if the information from that guy is correct, then this must be a test of wit. If there are no tools to detect or disarm the traps, they probably want people to use their intelligence. He starts moving his arms and legs with a smile on his face. I won't fall for those fake flames. Min bends down into a solid starting position. I will get through this place in the blink of an eye. A red flame icon then appears, turning him berserk as his strength seems to increase. Min's feet also feel the power. Then the green symbol appears. In a flash, he moves like a leopard back to the prey with his life on the line, his eyes blazing red, showing fierce determination. At that moment, the arrows on both sides shot out like lightning, and the green symbol reappeared to boost Min's power. In a flash, he lunged with a single goal straight ahead, the glowing glove just about to touch the long blue staff. Those arrows didn't give Min a chance to succeed and kept attacking him relentlessly. Suddenly, a red stick flew up from the ground, and he seized the opportunity to catch it firmly in his hand. Min spun a few times in the air before landing with the long red stick as the system announced, "You have passed level 2 of the Hero Challenge, the intelligence test." He gasped heavily and ordered, "Turn off the lock activation. I thought I was about to die." The system message continued to inform Min. "You don't have enough stamina. If you don't recover at least 10% within 5 seconds, you'll die." Hang opened his mouth, from which a light red substance flowed out. If not for this, it would have become the best skill already. Min's legs slowly walk through the gray smoke, and as he moves to a different location, the system quickly announces the start of Level 3 Hero Challenge, which Min silently thinks about. The level challenge is a test of temptation. It is said that a terrifying psychological magic power will try to seduce the challenger. Behind his head, a clear image of a young, beautiful woman sitting leisurely on a pile of gold and jewels appears. Based on what has been revealed, a seductive woman, countless treasures and items might appear, or a table full of delicious food. And Min's face shows excitement, turning red. What will I encounter? The system suddenly reactivates, startling him, activating the legendary tidal effect to quickly dispel the negative psychological magic. What? He gently lowered his head. I understand. Min clasped his hands behind his back and strolled across the wooden bridge. It's truly disappointing. The system immediately reports that you have passed level 3 of the Hero Challenge, the Temptation Trial. Min stood still, looking at the dark path ahead, his hand holding the shining yellow bell, listening to its truthful chime. He extended his hand and, with curiosity, shook it, asking, "Is this really the way?" The bell quickly responded. "No," he smiled smugly. "I knew it." The images of 2 indistinct figures appear in Min's mind. That bastard didn't clearly explain what he encountered after high school, so I was pretty suspicious. But I guessed it already. Breaking free from his thoughts, he hurriedly searched around, then realized he had to find the secret path. He vaguely spotted a button near the wall. Here it is, he slipped on the wall and startled Min, leaning inside instinctively. He fell to the ground in helplessness, feeling truly embarrassed, as the system suddenly called out while Min's eyes had already seen something. You have passed the Hero's Challenge. A sealed helmet resting quietly in the dark cellar combined with the system information. You have obtained the sealed helmet of the Sage King. You have completed the challenge of finding the King's armor, collecting the sealed armor of the King, and inheriting his power. The conditions for completion are owning the sealed armor of the King, owning the sealed back armor of the King, owning the sealed pants of the King, owning the sealed shoulder pads of the King, and owning the sealed boots of the King. Normal, the King's armor set. Min grabbed the cursed helmet and said to himself, "This is crazy. It's a set of items and the system clearly shows all the details." The sealed crown of the sage, part of the set. The crown for the sage Gao can to use throughout his life. A portion of the sage's power is sealed within, with a defense of 530, endurance of 3000 by 3000, plus 50 strength, plus 30 stamina, enhanced by the lion's roar effect, and a battle cry skill effect increased by 50%. Min glared angrily at the hat, the sealed item being the point of advantage. This is an item I can use to raise at least 100 levels. No, 150 is more accurate. Min imagined himself fighting another monster. Just this one alone already gave him higher defense than an intermediate warrior, which was a good hit. The ceiling suddenly shook violently, causing small stones to fall one after another as the system panel hurriedly reported that the hero's trial was completely over and the King's tomb dungeon would disappear immediately. Hearing the system notification, he relaxed his facial muscles and smiled softly. The King's armor was pulling the pieces together. You will know if you're close to the different parts of the armor or not, so that's how it is. Right now you are being transported elsewhere in 3 seconds. You will be moved outside shortly. 3, 2, 1. Watching the crowd passing by. Min looks around in confusion. I went back to the Royu Square. A nearby villager suddenly looked up at the stone statue and shouted, "There's a splash of water on the statue." The stone statue in the water fountain somehow shattered, shocking the villagers, but he didn't care and turned away. then continued to check his love messages. Min gently touches his lips and thinks to himself, "This is a series of challenges that can only be achieved once your reputation is high enough among friends, but thanks to the effect of the title, I already earned it in the previous area." Finally, he lifted his spirits and flew away. Yes, to continue completing all the challenges to the best of his ability. The current scene gradually shifts into a warm orange afternoon. Time passes quickly with a stubborn look on his face. 3 days later, damn it, after playing the problem solver role these past few days, I realize that real life and here are both tough. Min angrily recalls the lovebirds drunk on each other. Love messages forcing him to deliver love letters, unable to leave so he had to stay and witness everything. It was disgusting. Inside, he thought, "Oh hot dong chow, I've invested a lot of time into this game so I've earned many titles, increased stats, leveled up, and collected useful items." A green gemstone necklace appears. The emerald tear necklace of magical level. Made from an emerald gem and combined with a woman's tear, it contains feelings of longing for a loved one and a wish for them to encounter the best. Health recovery speed is 50%. All healing effects are increased by 20%, and the blood magic effect is applied. Min holds it in his hand, lost in thought. We need something that can restore vitality after the frenzy effect. This will do. Suddenly, a husky voice calls out ahead. "Did you hear that?" The two men are chatting and laughing. Someone has already reached level 70. I even heard someone got to level 80. I'm so jealous. When will I reach level 50? Those words accidentally reached his ears because of those damn PK bastards. Leveling up has been hard lately. It seems everyone has leveled up a lot. The heroic image of Min appears above his head, boosting his current strength. To become the first to complete the major challenges and earn the title, I need to level up faster. Let's speed up the progress. The green system panel suddenly interjected. "Hello, this is the update announcement for today." Hearing Min's system, he immediately smiled as if he had struck gold, as a guild system has been updated. Currently, you can buy guild stones to create a guild. 2 housing systems have been updated. Ba has received many items. The list includes a wish stone, silk, ice shards, and a healing potion, just at that moment. Min enters the bustling marketplace where people gather and live off the items he finds to exchange for money. Now the guild system has been updated. You can buy a guild stone to establish a guild. The guild system has finally been launched. He looked at the display screen and thought, you can buy a guild stone for 50 gold. 50 gold for 1 guild stone. He smugly ponders the prospect of Megapixel's people kneeling and bowing down, with 1 gold equaling 200,000 soldiers in real life. Megapixel's guild must be struggling right now. He stands in front of a few buildings, arms crossed, feeling proud. Yes, the housing system has been updated. With this update, I can buy houses in the city or land to build houses. Min, with a smug look, gazes up at the tall building, thinking that others might see this as just a way to make things more convenient. But there's a way to make use of it. I should go meet the enforcement officer before someone else does, in a spacious, elegant building that looks like a hotel. Min looked around eagerly, searching for something for himself, as the staff greeted him warmly and enthusiastically. "Welcome. How can I assist you?" He's trying to greet Min while I keep looking around. "Hey, this is great. No one has shown interest in the housing system yet." He looked stunned when Min placed a large bag of money on the table, filled with 65 gold coins. He was panic-stricken and worried when Min wanted to rent a large number of rooms. "I want to rent all the 3-bedroom, 2-story houses in the area, huh?" I think that when I see the pile of money coming from renting out rooms, something else will happen after the housing system is launched. In my imagination, Min is standing above, stepping down with the crowd below, fighting to rent rooms, and if property prices rise, they will come looking for him. The real estate prices will surge. Min, proud of the immediate benefits, places his hand on the table. But it's not enough. Real estate is the true source of investment. His nose seems to elongate as he gestures with his right hand. "Gia, okay, but I want everything to be real." "Yes, make it even longer." Min feels delighted at the thought of bathing in a river of gold with endless wealth. Every month he has to pay rent, but as long as he's the first to get that house, he'll be so rich that the rent will be just a drop. He is using the computer to tally the number of rooms booked. So it's 10 3-room houses and 5 2-story houses, right? That's right. He just pointed to a blank sheet of paper with the room numbers and the deposit required before renting. All right, but you have to pay the first month's rent up front. The 3-room house costs 3 gold, and the 2-story house is 5 gold, totaling 65 gold. He nodded in agreement with a thumbs up, while smugly holding his shirt in one hand, and the deposit was 32 silver and 50 copper. The total amount owed was 65 gold, 32 silver, and 63 copper. All right, let's do it. Young Min uses his index finger to stamp his fingerprint like a seal on the lease agreement. The real estate tycoon has signed contracts for more than 10 medium and large houses at once. Calling you a real estate tycoon is not an exaggeration. Everyone in the industry has started to notice you. As a result, after signing a real estate contract, your deposit will be reduced by 0.05%. Young Min stepped outside with a big, happy smile, laughing out loud at the thought of getting rich. Owning 13 coins, he's already wealthy. His lecherous face and the ecstatic, over-the-top excitement showed just how thrilled he was. Can I just increase the price by double with a gentle touch? No, at least triple it so I can see what the inflation rate is. He is inviting the members of the guild to see the house in Young Min's imagination. The guild members will need the guild house. The guild house is safe for the competition and also showcases the guild's strength. They won't be satisfied with a small house. Young Min casually throws the scroll into the air and walks away slowly, having finished everything. His sharp face and sinister smile as he takes on a few more missions and heads to the arena. Through the dense jungle, Young Min walks forward, causing trees to fall and break apart as he uses his axe as a tool to cut through obstacles in his path. He walks while spinning his axe, heading to the well-known location of the golem user's hideout, but it probably hasn't formed here yet. He's searching for golem users to fight and kill to level up. It's reasonable to think that the great stone warrior Huan might appear here, and I only came this far after leveling up quite a bit. Suddenly, he stopped. Young Min raised his shield ready to fight, so it begins. His body tensed as the sound of their growls and roars nearby confirmed the presence of the stone users. He rushes there immediately, eager to face them directly, with a cunning and excited look on his face. Let's go. The stone user suddenly appeared and slashed beside him, a spear piercing Young Min at point-blank range. Young Min grinned savagely and crazily charged into slaughtering each one. Strike. One of them looked up at the sky as he charged in to fight, catching them off guard. Young Min smiled excitedly, his muscular body ready to swing his axe down at him. With a loud crash, he knocked them to the ground like trash, his two red, lazy eyes filled with anger and fierce energy. Too slow. He leapt into the air and struck them, aiming at their shoulders, causing the stone men to clutch their shoulders and gasp for breath from the pain. We haven't mastered this skill yet, but it must hurt quite a bit. He transforms into black with two lazy red eyes glaring at them arrogantly and challenging them. If it were another day, it would end faster than the stone people using weapons. Young Min swings his axe with a flash of bright light, excitedly thinking he can get its tail with 100% certainty if he cuts it while it's still alive. Young Min slung the axe over his shoulder and looked at his prize, the tail of the slime creature. If he kills it later and is lucky, he might also get extra gear, the slime creature's tail. A series of notices appear, and Young Min brings the kills to the slaughterhouse to earn money. By continuously completing the slaughterhouse missions, the earnings per hour will be multiplied or even more. The meat from the thatched dung tail is delicious and popular among the fans. After completing the mission and collecting the wild thatched dung tail, each of you gets a reward. He turns around and asks, "What are you guys doing?" Young Min taunts the stone creature in front of some watching creatures sitting on the trees playing around, with one of them jumping and flipping over him, its sharp and dangerous eyes meeting Young Min's. A large explosion occurs in the forest, and the stone golem is trembling as if something is choking it. He is strangling it, causing it to gasp for air. "You've leveled up, not bad. The benefits are pretty good." Young Min glances to the side with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, someone appears behind, witnessing him choking the stone user, and he smirks maliciously. They've fallen into our trap. They've been watching his every move, every gesture Young Min makes. They've been watching me for a long time. Now they think I'm tired. Is that why a white hand appears? Could it be him? A guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere and won a 1-on-3 fight. He was startled and looked towards him. A group of 5 people was staring at him with arrogant and mocking expressions. He's still alone facing the stone man with wild power. He's more powerful than he looks. A group of people standing there look at him. Suddenly, his power gradually awakens, and his face darkens with a terrifying expression. The group was worried and startled as Young Min suddenly erupted in anger and power, causing his energy to surge unexpectedly. The rage is slowly rising within him. His murderous aura erupts, cold and dangerous. Don't be afraid of him, he's only alone, and it seems like there haven't been any reinforcements lately. He turns to greet them. "Hey, nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to be here." The murderous look and the madness are about to erupt in him. "You're willing to die, aren't you?" Odin's soldiers. He sneered contemptuously. I have no idea what he's talking about. But did we already kill the one from before? The fully armored person swinging down with a spear. The end of your life has arrived, Roken. Helios laughed maniacally and pervertedly. Double position. Helios ranks 19th in the overall standings and 9th in the Ragnarok Guild. It's better that way than having someone run away like a coward. Young Min laughs maniacally, dangerously, and wildly. I will fight so many people that no one dares to dream anymore. We finally meet again. Young Min, with threats and fierce aura, in a rage at its peak, ready to kill anyone who dares to stand in his way. Ragnarok, I will kill you. Young Min gently smiles at the person in front of him. We finally meet again. Ragnarok. The leader greets Young Min with a bright smile. I prefer it this way because we no longer need to waste energy chasing him. He lets out a small sigh of relief. For now, he still doesn't know who he is. Young Min isn't too concerned either, but that's none of his business. The leader, Helios, said in a threatening tone, I guarantee I will teach him a lesson he won't forget. But there was one person who caught his attention more than anyone else. The symbol of a bow and sword. He muttered to himself, thinking that if he remembered correctly, that was the symbol of the PK Guild. Bloodthirsty killers, because these three must have been in the same guild all along. Young Min's faint smile still lingers. I am truly honored to be treated this way. His deep voice echoed. I can't help but think they sent so many people just to deal with one person. Helios stands with his arms crossed arrogantly. We only want to focus on what matters. We need to completely destroy those who stand in our way of our plan. Young Min finds it ridiculous. How perfectly coordinated. I also think that I can't ignore those who only steal from others. You don't scare me at all stripping your shirt, because you all want to target me that way, so I will bury the entire guild along with you. Helios snapped his fingers with disgust. You sound pretty cocky. The bloodied one steps forward to fight alongside some other members of the guild. You should only say things like that after you've defeated us. When they rush in like the wind, you just stand there blocking and ask back. So that's the trick. Young Min aimed precisely at the close-range strike. He kept chasing and killing until the deep burst shattered into pieces of land. His teleportation point is right in front of Helios. I guess I'll do it that way. As soon as Young Min raised his sword, Helios caught it. The two pressed close together. You're better than I thought. Now I can believe that you single-handedly defeated the group of three. He sneered, but with his reckless swinging of the axe, Helios used burning fire skill to knock him back. Helios laughed loudly, finally. This is the true power of the Demon Summoner Sword Mage class. Level 41, Demon Summoner Sword Mage. Amidst the thick dust after the fierce fire, Helios's voice still echoed to Young Min's ears, though I doubted whether he could hear what I was saying. But at this moment, he launched a full-scale attack once again. Helios was caught off guard but tried to block with his hands. Strange veins bulged in his eyes, and his attack was ineffective. Helios spits fire again, accidentally burning him, so just use a stronger move. Explosive skill. Once again, Young Min was defeated by his fiery, explosive power. He fell forward, his body covered in burn wounds. But it doesn't drain Young Min's willpower. Instead, it fuels him even more, and the person truly remains unchanged. Well, yes, he's always been this kind of person. His words continue to mock deep into his heart. Does he really think he's stronger just because he has a slightly higher rank? Young Min burst into laughter, pretending and delusional, but in reality, his magic and swordsmanship are nothing more than an empty shell. His words seem to provoke a boastful and competitive person like Helios, who has no other skills. This is exactly how you wanted it. Don't be arrogant, you bastard. Helios, furious with rage, charged forward, but from close range, Young Min was able to dodge perfectly and with the utmost skill. Just sit still and calmly dodge Helios without bothering to fight back. It's too slow. Remember the previous match? Young Min sighed, unable to rate Helios any higher. Because I've fought him 1,000 times before, I can totally see through his moves. My current strength is only this much. As soon as he disagreed, Young Min launched a secret move. Daz, at this moment, Helios finally realized that his whole body was trembling from the wound caused by the slash. He just sneered dismissively. Fool. Young Min continued, speaking with obvious disdain. Maybe you think you're number one. But in reality, you're nothing but a puppet king blind to your own weakness, always bullying those weaker than you. This successfully provokes Helios. He stands frozen in front of the next words from the guy. I admit that your abilities match what you claim, but if you can block this move, then say so. Have I learned it already? He's moved too quickly, spending a lot of time and money on this. Helios was so furious that even his smile turned into a wicked and terrifying grin. You bastard, you've never seen anything like this before, have you? Helios unleashes a blazing inferno, destroying everything. followed by a massive explosion that shakes the entire forest, dust and debris flying everywhere. Helios laughs arrogantly at himself, the bastard leaving not a single piece behind. He looked straight at me, and then continued. Why does that arrogant bastard dare to look down on me? But just as Helios was laughing confidently, Yeonmin stepped out of the flames in a blazing rage, and he couldn't believe his eyes. No way! A mediocre 35-year-old could survive after being hit by their super magic fire attack. Helios gritted his teeth in frustration. Sure, there was some trick, you cheat, you bastard. How could you resist that move? Yeonmin attacked him from another unexpected angle, launching a surprise assault. You fool, I told you there are many of us. Filled with terror, he couldn't accept the reality of suddenly vanishing into the air like this. And finally, Yeonmin touched the ground and gasped for breath. The notification screen appeared to congratulate you on leveling up. I won the match thanks to this mask, but I lost my life here. After removing the mask, Ung-dong received his loot. Oh ho. This time the loot is really good. Unlike those Bika thieves, you just go around stealing from weaker players. Remember Helios's final moments? I have to admit, honestly, he defeated me, and in the end I didn't expect him to use mid-level magic. In the previous life, players would face danger when encountering monsters lurking around them, and it seems it's the same this time. He remembered the lessons learned, and to fight back, weaker players had united and nearly managed to defeat these bastards. Now that I think about it, most of the people who attacked them belonged to the Magic Guild and became famous for that achievement, which also made Young-min's battles more victorious. But this time, it's different. The Magic Guild can't do this anymore. I should escape from these bastards before they bring more of them. Suddenly, Ung-min had a bold idea. Maybe he should try using the title of the second-ranked swordsman. But just as he turned around, a beam of light appeared behind him, and another group of people showed up. He frowned and exclaimed, "What is this?" Standing tall in front of them is Young-min. Judging by the faces of everyone, his voice rang out deep and steady. "You've come to the right place, haven't you?" The smile on Ung-min's face, combined with his icy cold expression, invites everyone. "So, what are you all standing there for? Finish them off, you bastards!" Young-min ruthlessly cuts the man in half. He smiles a sinister smile. 15 versus 1, system notification. You have leveled up. Young-min stands up with a heroic look, surrounded by countless swords stuck in the ground, squinting as he observes the situation ahead. He counts the number of people in front of him, this time 9 versus 1, with many standing on the treetops aiming at Young-min, using the divine strike technique. But Young-min remains unharmed, and everyone on the treetops is surprised and puzzled. How can he withstand it? That's a perfect 100% precision attack. Is he hacking the game or what? Young-min clenched his spear tightly, silently thinking that those fools didn't even understand their own skills. They didn't realize they should assess the situation after their names got blocked. Young-min uses a swift slash to cut down the surrounding trees in rapid succession. The system notifies you that you have leveled up, and those who were just attacked by Young-min are not willing to accept it, cursing loudly. For example, "Chang will report you." Young-min shot a cold glance and said, "Being called a hacker is really getting on my nerves. Go ahead and report me if you want." His face lit up with excitement as he walked over to pick up the items on the ground. Now it's time to enjoy looting. Young-min touched a cloak and suddenly it shone brightly. He leaned back slightly. Oh. Young-min picked up the cloak. What is this? The information about the cloak appeared. Invisibility cloak. Rare level. The wearer will have the ability to hide. However, the defense power is 235 out of 300 with a skillful plus 10, and it can use invisibility with 50 mana. Young-min widened his eyes in surprise. An rare item with good skills that's hard to obtain, as expected. They are indeed lucky. He ponders, why are they bringing this item to fight in PK? Do they think they won't die if they have so many people around? These must be the fools of this world. I guess I should thank their stupidity. Suddenly something appeared that caught Young-min's attention, A blinding light suddenly appeared right in front of Young-min, leaving him breathless. He decided to activate invisibility immediately. Bright streaks descended from the sky, revealing two young men. One asked if they were here, while the other looked around and replied that it seemed he had already run away. Young-min, hiding behind a nearby bush, glanced at the two guys and thought to himself, "They really rely on luck in the game, huh?" The guy in the yellow armor assessed. "It seems he's not crazy enough to stay stuck in the same spot forever. But are you sure he's really a hacker?" The guy in the silver armor confirmed, "My circle is certain." He revealed information, and he was unharmed by the intermediate fire spell. He was burned but unharmed. He even managed to block all the arrows from the archery guild with his weapon. We should report him now. The guy in the yellow armor asked, caring, "What's his name?" The armored man immediately responds that his name is Roken, a member of our guild who used a tracking skill to find him before he died. Yulgin, watching intently from a corner, pauses and looks at the emblem on the armored man's yellow armor, recognizing it as something he's seen before. The man in yellow armor then says that just reporting it won't do anything. His face darkened. "Tell someone to find him, whether to threaten or kill him. We have to do everything to get back the invisibility cloak. Do you think that item is worth anything?" He quickly put his hand to his head, muttering to himself, "Why did that woman have it with her? Why?" Mr. Min glanced at him and thought to himself that he had guessed the person wearing the cloak was probably his girlfriend or something, but from how he talked about her, it seemed they were about to break up. The silver-armored person wondered what we should do with the item that the team dropped now. "How many of you lost your weapons too? Damn fools. It was hard enough to buy the item from the hidden dungeon, and now they've made everything worse." Mr. Min's eyes widened as he heard the good news. "What? Hidden dungeon?" That guy's voice echoed. "We still need to use them. Just add more weapons." "Why?" Mr. Min widened his eyes, trying to recall where he had seen that symbol before. The Megapixel Guild always acts as if they stand for justice, but in reality, they are behind the PK Guild, those metal-obsessed guys. So the Megapixel Guild has surpassed the Bloodthirsty Guild and all those users. When I cooperated with Megapixel to attack the Bloodthirsty Guild, the young bloods who joined after admitting their wrongdoings, did everything really go according to plan? Looking back now, it seems it wasn't that simple. Seeing how they attacked me despite me still holding the advantage, Megapixel revealed my information to them. So that's how it is. I should just strengthen my bones a little, I thought, and did. Eon Min immediately went to fight a giant monster, level 75, the Great Warrior of the Scarab King. The monster widened its cavernous mouth, its sharp teeth baring, its eyes glaring fiercely. Then it collapsed with a loud crash that shook the ground. "You leveled up." Eon Min quickly and efficiently took down the monster with both hands and weapons. "A true miracle has occurred. You defeated 100 enemies stronger than you without resting." Eon Min tilted his head back and shouted loudly after the long, exhausting battles. "You have earned the Infinite Challenge title. You are the first to hold this challenge." Eon Min sits down heavily on the ground, panting, returning to normal. "First, the exclusive Infinite Challenge. You who defeated 100 enemies stronger than yourself without resting. As the descendant of the war god who knows no concept of giving up, when you defeat an enemy, you will recover a percentage of your health. If you start a battle within the time limit, your chance to deal lethal damage will increase by 1%. Stacked damage can increase up to 10 times. Eon Min sweats but still smiles with joy for achieving the goal. It was a bit confusing at first, but I managed to defend against the great hero and reach my goal faster than I expected. You've reached level 50, now you can choose your second profession. Please go to the nearest city to choose your second profession. You can acquire a variety of skills through it. Eon Min sighs in relief, finally reaching level 50. Normally, it takes about a month to reach level 30. He picks up a piece of paper and recites 100 spells. I guess it's normal since I killed 100 monsters that are 30 levels higher than me, so this is just the usual level up speed. Eon Min will release the paper and say 2 short words, then turn around, and as he finishes speaking, a beam of light appears, and he disappears along with it. Eon Min is instantly teleported to another place, and he praises, "This teleportation scroll is really convenient. Now it's time to choose a second profession." Eon Min paused, glancing around and thinking to himself, "It seems like those guys over there have been waiting in the square for a long time because they couldn't find me." "Hey you, we need to talk." Eon Min calmly puffs out his chest and walks away. "Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now." A few others also approached with their eyes blazing red, looking at Eon Min. "What?" The man with the earrings grabbed Eon Min's shoulder and said, "We need to talk. Come with me before I—" He frowned. Hey, that guy saw Eon Min didn't seem to care about him and just calmly opened the system screen to check. So he got annoyed and cursed. "That bastard," the people nearby whispered. "Is he crazy? Is he checking his friend's status window right now?" Eon Min kept staring at the screen, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Wait a moment. I'll show you how good this is." He reached out to press the screen, adjusting the sound settings and switching audio. Then suddenly, Eon Min shouted loudly, making everyone around jump in surprise. Guards in full armor appeared, causing the eavesdroppers to jump in surprise. Those NPC guards surrounded Eon Min and glanced it on, since we had suddenly gathered there. Does this also exist? Eon Min sneered to himself. thinking that usually PK players aren't allowed to wander around the city because NPC guards at the city gate prevent PKs from outside from entering. He looked at the earring-wearing guy and cursed, "You bastards! Do you think you can loot other players' corpses inside the city, huh? You're really a bunch of bloodthirsty fools." The pierced guy's face turned blue with anger, and he wildly swung his fist at Eon Min, saying, "You talk too much. Die." Eon Min calmly punched him in the stomach, blood splattering everywhere. "What are you trying to do, huh? You're going to pay for this right now." Laveau 99, the big brother, confidently told the NPC guards, "Yes, please enforce justice." The NPC guards all rushed to attack those thugs. They shouted to run but couldn't escape, and were dealt with immediately. Eon Min stood watching and then smiled softly. "If you want to find the lost items, just wait and look for the auction house." A pile of items was stacked together and placed in one spot. "All right, I will put this pile of items up for auction." The system displays a message saying you have successfully registered for the auction. A young man in a bright yellow shirt looks cheerful and thanks you for visiting his shop, while Eon Min wears a torn shirt underneath his heavy armor. "I think maybe because I have too many items, I can't register for the auction myself." He just recalled those guys earlier, smiling happily, and set an extremely reasonable price. "It's a bit expensive, but not so much that people can't buy it, so I bet they'll end up getting scammed somehow." Then he decided what to do next, returning to the homepage, where comments were now flooding the site. "We have a 2-story house in Manglao and are recruiting new members. Mao Ji, the Lean Truk Guild, is also recruiting members. We have a 3-story house in Siris." Eon Min, exhausted, stared intently at the screen as groups that have reached the second city posted recruitment messages. Everyone is focused as they hear a boy and a girl calling out to recruit, just as I expected. They use their houses to attract more people. After all, having a house also shows the strength of a guild. Eon Min kept thinking more and more, and probably that's why not many guilds post recruitment ads in Kwang but have their own houses. I already bought all the good properties in that city because most players will want to join the strongest guilds possible. At this moment, the black screen displayed a message. "King of Wind, the Kingdom of the Wind Guild, is set to strong. We are recruiting more members." "Rylet, do you guys have houses?" "Fong Vuong, our guild already has 20 members, and the number of people with private rooms is..." He pointed a finger at the screen, thinking this was the right moment to sell them, and so Eon Min decided to go ahead with it. "The post you uploaded has been made. I am selling many 2-story, 3-bedroom houses and will transfer ownership of these properties through a week-long auction using long-term loans." The rising comments make him chuckle happily. "What's going on?" "No way. I was just staring at it and thinking, usually people call me a scammer. I imagine everyone's attention is focused on me. But everything will change once they find out that there is actually a group that managed to buy one of the listed houses." Eon Min's eyes froze as he saw something. Eon Min kept receiving many messages. "Isn't the owner of this post the same person who posted about the mysterious dungeon earlier?" "You're right. The Swang Knight's gear was unlocked after he posted about the secret dungeon deal. I think he's also telling the truth. How could he have bought so many houses like this?" That makes him even more satisfied with a smile. "I didn't expect to get such a quick reply." Eon Min stood watching the screen, recalling the image of Krypton. "Maybe it's because I used a fake name and more people are sending messages to him. Please let us know if it's still available." "Megapixel Club, we are currently looking for a 3-story house. We won't scam you, so please let us know if there are any unsold ones." Hitnweet. There's a message that even surprised Eon Min himself. "Even the Megapixel Society and Hitnweet Society are contacting me." Eon Min saw this and couldn't help but smile widely. "This is going to be so fun. I can't wait for next week." He has reached a worn-out house, the Berserker Guild. He keeps knocking and shouting outside, "Is anyone there?" Eon Min slowly walks inside and looks around. Whether in Tung or Chinshik, the Berserker Guild is always in ruins. A long-haired man standing at the reception desk tilts his head and asks, "What wind brought you here?" Eon Min also directly answered the question, saying, "I came here to advance my career." The scarred man rested his chin on his hand and nodded. "Is that so?" Eon Min was suddenly confused as his arm was unexpectedly raised, advancing his career. The scarred man was pushed back so hard he was crying, but it was too early for him to give up his life. Eon Min, a bit angry, pushed his hand away and scolded him, "Damn it, I was just wondering what you were about to say. Then you shut me up and took the documents." "I am about to make my second-class change," and his expression suddenly became serious, eyebrows furrowing deeply. Eon Min instinctively glanced over when he saw him staring intently at his palm. "Are you serious about this?" "Listen carefully. You probably heard this before your first class change, and once you've made your decision, there's no turning back." The man with the scarred mouth kept explaining about the 2 mechanisms, one red and one blue. If you choose the same profession as your first time, your existing skills in that profession will be upgraded, but instead, you won't be able to have many different types of skills, which means you won't be able to combine various skills to maximize their potential. Do you still want to advance in the same profession, or are you still unsure? As he said, the second career advancement won't be a continuation of the first. In your second career advancement, you can choose to combine different professions. A young man with messy hair is curling his fingers and laughing loudly, and for some professions, if you have the chance to receive their special exclusive missions, you will unlock a hidden profession. But the two players can turn their backs on each other if they have different intentions, but it doesn't matter which one you choose. You will definitely continue with that decision because each profession has its own advantages and disadvantages. His thoughts were already clear, which means any profession can upgrade your skills depending on your preferred style. Young Min smiled confidently at him and said, "I understand, so just give me those documents quickly." A chubby man with glasses and a round belly suddenly appeared, shaking the item in his hand. "Well done. You've managed to become a berserker. Sometimes we do need strangers like you." He and the way he sealed the escape, pressing the stamp firmly onto the paper. "Congratulations on your second promotion, successfully becoming a berserker." A couple of new favorite items appeared above Young Min's head. "You have advanced to berserker." The bespectacled man laid out some items on the table. "Now that you've promoted to your new profession, I suppose I should give you what you need. Choose this one, Young Min. The biggest item outside, only absorbs blood. A small red object in the middle, a tough lizard skin pouch, and a sword close to the front. A black sword." He puts his hand on his chin, contemplating the skill and thinking. The scarred man stood with his arms crossed, looking on with surprise as Young Min confidently and happily took the leather hide in his hand. "I didn't expect that. People usually choose weapons, but now the system screen also shows a confirmation. You now have the sturdy gecko skin." Young Min thought carefully when choosing this item. "I already have many weapons, but obtaining them is quite difficult." The system has confirmed the item. A sturdy gecko skin shield, RANKC. A tough shield to protect your shoulders. Made from the ultra-thick skin of a gecko, it can withstand a strong hit from a tree. Defense power 85. Durability 300 out of 300. It can be repaired and upgraded. Young Min read the information and felt a bit interested. It can still be repaired and upgraded. He walks over and sits at a nearby table, then quickly rummages through a drawer to show me the skill books for the second profession. All right, of course we'll take it out." Young Min tilted his head unhappily as soon as he saw it. His face fell when he opened his bag and found it empty. "What's with that sudden expression? Do you remember—" "Oh, right. I have no money left. I haven't received any of the proceeds from the items I auctioned off." My sharp gaze suddenly turned to the girl's table, making her startle. "I'm so terrible." Young Min quickly approached, crossed his arms, and said, "I want to borrow some money." The girl cautiously followed the procedure. "Yes, you've come to the right place." She carefully says what needs to be said. "We are Erang Bank, the bank that will always bring you happiness. Please let me know your registration number and your name as part of the procedure." But his exhausted face suddenly slammed down on the table as he replied, "Berserker. And my name is Roken." Seeing her trembling and frightened, what are they thinking? Why would you let a shy cat work at the Berserker Guild? She took out 3 shining gold coins and placed them on the table. "Because you reached level 2 in the skill, so you can borrow up to 3 gold coins." Young Min immediately nodded and said, "I will take all 3. She also agreed to your request. "All right, thank you for your visit." The system now displays a notification that your skill has been upgraded. The first blue skill fragment has been leveled up to level 2, allowing you to teleport up to 3 steps. Your agility increases by 120% when using a skill. Next is a red fragment. Strike level 2. Your next attack will deal more damage than usual. Your agility and strength will increase by 120% for your next hit. Then there is a red shard with a black shadow howling, a level 2 scream that makes the opponent tremble in fear through a furious shout. If the opponent is much weaker than the player, all of their stats will be reduced. If the opponent is significantly weaker, there is a chance to randomly stun them for a short period. If the opponent is stronger than the player, this skill will have no effect, reducing the strength of the skill's effect that the player is using. Then, another red fragment appears with a body bursting out, transforming into level 2. Relying on my rage to unleash a tremendous surge of power, all stats increase by 200%. All skills can be used without mana, resisting all psychological attacks. You won't die even when your health is almost gone because of the rage that makes it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. After the skill wears off, you will receive a maximum of 40% of your health damage at once. If your health is at 0 after the skill ends and you cannot increase it above 10% within 7 seconds, you will die. The first consequence is that all your stats will decrease by 40% over 10 minutes. The second is that all your stats will decrease by 20% over 20 minutes, lasting 10 minutes. Mr. Min pouts and crosses his arms, standing attentively as he watches the system screen and considers. All right, I've leveled up all my skills. The second thing is that the opponent learns a new skill, which is my new skill called Sodor Chute. This is an orange skill fragment. Sodor Chute level 1 deals significant damage when knocking down an opponent. Your power will increase by 130% on your next attack, with damage boosted based on how long the opponent has been on the ground. You deal damage across the field, bypassing part of the enemy's defense, a ranged skill for pursuit. Chute. It is also an orange skill fragment with a black silhouette jumping. Level 1. Leap Jump. Soar high into the air and crush an opponent in front of you. The minimum distance will depend on your strength. Your power will increase by 130% in the next attack. Your strength will increase based on the height of that jump. Falling while using the skill will not cause any damage. And the throwing skill that clan leader Oat showed me earlier. Bono adds a piece of a skill also in orange, with a hand on it. Throwing your weapon at the enemy will increase your strength and agility by 130% for your next attack. You need to stay away from the enemy because the damage dealt will be less. Young Min observes everything and then evaluates. I only have these 3, not much really. Young Min stands still, tapping his fingers on his chin. I think it's better to master a few skills rather than knowing a little of each, and China has many cases of successful players who only have one class. Although for my family it's not necessary to combine different classes, I will focus on upgrading this one. As a perfect berserker, I will defeat Kanta. A small glass container is a confirmed item by the system, containing the blood of a loved one. Young Min immediately felt a bit of joy. This is awesome. This translation is really on point. The screen already displayed the previous notification. You have completed Infinite Test 11. Matorian felt extremely excited when he received it. He needs my help with this too. Your next mission has been confirmed. Endless Trial 12. Matorian is looking for ingredients to upgrade his antidote after seeing the new transformed antidote sample from Sterorian. I gave him some fruits from wild monsters, and he needs to collect 10 of these fruits from the monsters. After completing 50 silver rewards and earning a large amount of experience points, Young Min was a bit annoyed when he saw his appearance, but decided to ignore it. The spectators didn't even bother to look back at me anymore. There are a total of 15 missions in this chain, and I still have 4 more to complete. I stare at the system screen, thinking this fruit probably is in the swamp area. The sun rises, shining on the forest with tall trees, and melee monsters hesitate to go through the swamp because their feet could get stuck in the mud. My melee class going to the swamp isn't a good idea either, especially since there are many monsters lurking everywhere, and he smirked slightly. Well, I'll see what happens first, but this is impossible. Yet now, every time Young Min immediately retreats, using the ancient language spell to reach this swamp. Young Min slung the giant axe over his shoulder and put on a lion mask. Then he was on his way. Before he could do anything, another figure appeared. Hey, that guy, a long-haired man along with 2 others blocking his path. Are those the guys the PC showed you in the movie city? Are they waiting for us outside or what? It seems like this battle is already unavoidable. He looked at his teasing expression and directly made a proposal. Wait a minute, we're not here to challenge. We're here to negotiate a deal. He looked directly at the issue with a piercing gaze and said straightforwardly, if you return the invisibility cloak you received, we'll let you go. Young Min just stood there with his axe, silent, his face darkening as he listened to everything he said. As for the other items you're hanging onto at the auction house, we'll just need to buy them back. He grinned widely, causing those guys to be startled by his loud, toothy smile. All of them were startled and angry when they heard the sarcastic words, yeah, I guess you bastards don't know how to negotiate at all. The long-haired guy pointed his finger at Young Min's face, clearly pretending to be innocent because he was confident in his skills. So think carefully again. We will hunt you down until you send the game. Don't expect to escape. His face suddenly darkened. His voice also took on a sharp tone. Hey! Young Min calmly carried his axe and decisively looked straight at those guys. You can only make a deal when both sides' benefits are equal. What you're doing is just threatening, not making a real deal. Through his actions, Young Min reveals a strange look and smile. And ma'am, the enhanced coat, your face looks provocative as you reach out and call over 10 of them. If you really want to take it back that badly, then you have to take it from me yourself. All right, under that water suddenly explode, don't run anymore. The huge arm holding the hammer is about to strike the monster in front of you. You're just like a scared little mouse. An explosion erupts, scattering everything, and the guys behind seem excited. Good job blocking it. The group of attackers rushes in with weapons, but Young Min stands still, his eyes glowing red as he takes a few deep breaths. He stands with his legs apart and releases streams of red energy from his face. War cry. The other's faces distort in pain, and Young Min, looking exhausted, strikes again and dashes forward. Taking advantage of Young Min's distraction, another guy jumped from outside to attack silently, rushing in to strike him. His mask couldn't react in time, and his eyes widened in shock. Then, someone outside saw the blinding explosion and heard the loud shouts, standing frozen in fear and amazement. What the hell is this? Young Min suddenly appears behind the smoke with his mask on, confusing everyone since they thought he was only level 32. A bearded man shouts and attacks, but something unexpected happens that the sword wielder doesn't notice in time. A young man with hair covering one eye, holding a weapon, was terrified when he saw Young Min approaching. What the hell? They were still wondering. Wasn't he at level 35 just a few days ago? Now his info appeared above his head. Level 50 Roken. And then he swiftly charged at them with a spear. He reached level 50 in just a few days. How is that possible? Young Min was going crazy over there when someone else appeared. He's too fast for us to catch. A girl with disheveled hair nervously turned and asked, "What should we do now?" If this keeps up, the man beside her won't pay attention and will shout out loud, "Shoot him!" A battlefield with magic circles constantly appearing in the sky around the area. We can't afford any more losses. Just open fire. Young Min, holding a weak prisoner, looks up attentively. They plan to use that dirty trick, and the captured man, panicking, shouts out, "Wait a minute, you crazy fools!" The guy with the earrings suddenly tensed his face and shouted an order to fire. Young Min managed to stay standing despite taking a barrage of attacks, not expecting to get hit so many times. The older brother with bloodshot eyes throws a stone at them, panting heavily. Another explosion erupts, blinding everyone, while the fools shoot at the king's level. Young Min stands with one hand on his spear and the other glaring ahead, contemplating. If they used higher-level magic, he'd be doomed, but he can still manage. His eyes suddenly flick to the back after catching a signal. An arrow volley is being shot toward him, raining down. He looked down and saw the corpses, their lives drained, while the archers and mages were really attacking him. At this moment, Young Min was surrounded, but he managed to throw something out, facing at least 100 enemies, and luckily, their entire group was here. He brandished his spear in front of him and carefully assessed the situation, which wasn't too difficult. But I don't have enough mana to fight 100 enemies. So far, I've only managed to take down 20 of them. There is still a long way ahead, and the others are about to attack again right in front of him, leading from one disaster to another. So, I will try to buy more time by minimizing the use of mana-consuming skills. And replenishing mana by leveling up isn't the right time for me to use skills yet. Young Min's eyes, barely the size of a pinprick, seem to flash red as they pass by, and the melee teams need to close in. Young Min firmly grips his large axe and observes the surrounding enemies. All of them simultaneously follow a command and prepare to attack, launching a fierce assault. One attacker immediately jumps from behind him with a weapon, using a death step shield and iron wall. His hair is blown back and his eyes glow red with a fierce red light. Oh, you can also use 2 skills at once. Young Min, with his masked face, looked seriously at him, while the one with glowing red eyes thought that using 2 skills simultaneously was useless. He also used 2 skills at the same time, slicing out a red streak. Dash, strike. A chain passing through his body caught Young Min's attention. Young Min was pulled tightly by those chains, making them look excited. Well done, you've caught him. He's fallen into the trap and finally been caught. Only now does he realize it's a hunter's trap. Young Min's sharp eyes watch the explanations wrapping tightly around his body. These chains are from a restraining shackles, probably because they couldn't attack me directly, so they switched to this game. All of them used the same skill simultaneously, forming a circle around him. Now it's our turn. He focused all his knowledge on him. This is the end for him. Young Min didn't look worried and even smiled with satisfaction. I am impressed by your efforts. A blazing fire erupts from above him. All right then, show me what you've got. Attack me with everything you have. The pressure of the great clash erupts in a cloud of white smoke like a blazing fire. The guys outside watching this got a bit excited. Finally, we got what we wanted. But one guy's eye suddenly froze when he saw something strange. The guy with 2 earrings froze as he saw the shattered shards. He used a skill and hovered in the air, leap attacking, leaving them all stunned. Huh? He's flying? The guy with the earring and mismatched eyes sneers arrogantly, "Don't make me laugh." Is he a superhero or what? Without hesitation, Youngmin strikes him with a full blow. His strike shattered the earth and rocks, sending them flying everywhere, as a young man in brown armor with a sword looked stunned. Youngmin wildly swung his axe to attack everyone around him, and your level increased. After stopping for a moment, he gently exhaled through his mouth, "Your level has increased." Youngmin stood tall like a statue and then sharply glanced at the crowd. "Incredible achievement. You have defeated 100 players and earned the BKKK title. You are the first to obtain this honor." On your system screen, it first shows BKK, the Carrot Monster Hunter, and then congratulates you with applause for winning over the hearts of the victims by defeating 100 carrot monsters. You are the first to earn this title, with a 15% increase in attack and defense when facing the golem. When fighting any opponent, attack and critical hit rate increase by 10%. Is this supposed to be a gift for the first person to achieve it? Youngmin looked at it calmly and then started to calculate. Isn't the attack boost only when fighting the golem, not against other players? The marketplace is destroyed when multiple skills hit at the same time. If I get this, my family will find it easier to defeat many enemies at once. Youngmin reached up and touched the mask on his face. Maybe this will help him kill 1,000 people. Then the voice gradually echoed, "I've come this far, hoping to someday earn the title of 1,000-kill assassin." Youngmin decisively removed the mask from his face and looked at a pile of fallen objects on the battlefield. But first, I should save this location in the ancient script control and return to the town. I haven't reached my destination yet, but I need to sell the items I collected earlier. The black system screen reappeared to confirm the successful auction registration. Youngmin chuckled happily and proceeded to access the homepage. Youngmin paused for a moment to think carefully. But now, I can't make the hunters afraid and back down. So, I'll tease them a little. They won't be able to find me. So, you uploaded a post saying that you're planning to eliminate the bloodthirsty hunters and take over as the main player in the main zone. Youngmin sneered as he remembered Phileg's face and the full-body cloak. I've cut off all ties with them, so they can only be furious. It's better if I don't return the invisibility cloak. Youngmin, feeling triumphant, glanced at the screen and smirked contemptuously. Do they really think they can take back the invisibility cloak from me? Keep dreaming. I'm not selling that cloak either, let alone buying it back, as I hold a shining gem in my palm. It seems a bit costly after all, but I have no other choice. And the system screen appears again. Safe zone. You can create a safe area for yourself by throwing it onto the ground when not fighting, which will generate a safe zone with a radius of 2 meters. He also considered its price. It even costs up to 30 silver coins. Youngmin, wearing a lion mask with a few people around, is laughing. It's a bit expensive, but it's worse if someone attacks me while I'm injured like this. The level of the monsters keeps increasing, and there are more enemies than ever before. Youngmin pulls out a book and flips through the blank pages. It might slow down the progress of completing the missions, but that's not really a problem. Youngmin stands excitedly, observing a blue energy source appearing before him, one hand in his pocket as he looks towards it. All right, now let's continue with the main mission. Violet here is grinding his teeth in anger and cursing. Those fools! He angrily waved his hand as he looked at the black screen. They failed again. What a useless bunch. Suhai stands beside him, holding a bow and shrinking back. My love. She looked at him nervously and hesitantly, whispering, "Why don't we just give up? If it's just because of that fancy dress, we can get it back later." But in the end, she ended up getting a harsh scolding from Violet. "Shut up. Don't get discouraged just because I'm just starting out." That black cloak appears. Do you know how much I paid for it? That is a rare cloak, and wearing it allows you to use invisibility skills. Many people are willing to pay a lot of money to get it. That robe is unbeatable. You can even defeat high-level players while wearing it. Violet clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his face. His eyes turned red with anger. "Just wait, you bastard! I will take it back from you. Nothing belongs to you." Youngmin just uploaded a new post, starting the Blood Hunt Society. Writer? Roken. I want to join the Blood Hunt team. There are secret groups around Chinsik. If you see them, let me know. Quickly, comments started to appear below the post. Jelpin. Is this some new way of hunting? Sound travel. Then Trung Society is just writing casually, huh? Smash the upper floor pot. That's probably the new way to commit suicide. Ciao Cheo, but I really hope it's true. Yesterday I was killed 5 times, but there are still mixed comments below. Silky. He's really crazy. Let's go to the auction house. Kim Soha. What does the auction house have to do with it? Silky. Many of the blood hunt items have been put up for sale, so he's really hunting them down. Iceland. Now I see. Youngmin is now facing a fake tree trunk. Clearly, many Pico have respawned. The spawn point is outside the city. I thought they died after killing the boss or something. Young Min is in the forest, excitedly launching attacks on it. They were really all killed off by someone named Roken. He uses a skill that shatters the wooden trunks. Soda attack. The more he fought, the more he enjoyed, laughing with full joy while gripping the axe tightly in his hand. All right. One more hit. A small golden object dangles from the tree trunk right above Young Min's head. Strike. He reached out his hand to grab that golden object. Young Min forcefully punches his strong arm toward it and manages to grab the shimmering yellow gem. But he looked a bit annoyed. This time he missed again. That's why I don't like forest monsters. They drop few items. They have a small number but keep wandering around all day. He picked up the axe and slung it over his shoulder. He looked around arrogantly. If he killed them all, he would probably get the items. Isn't the basic rule of this game to fight monsters randomly? I'll keep going until I get what I want. The red apple item has been confirmed by the system. You have obtained the forest monster's apple. Young Min walked away thoughtfully, gazing at the red apple in his hand. Finally done. Now it is time to find the second quest item. Young Min tapped his forehead, already thinking that gathering all the items first before submitting the quest would be more convenient. His face scrunched up as he muttered to himself, "What's next?" A clear blue lake under the dusk sky. Oh, right. It's a pure, light-filled lake. It's located in the middle of the wild forest, right? It is a very clean and clear lake. Others are all excited and eager to use the water from the lake. Drinking water from the lake temporarily grants you a stomach ache, so mages often come to fill bottles with water. Matorian's face should have a confident smile. Around him are rabbits and flowers. Anyway, my next target is the monsters that wander around the lake, the plants growing nearby, and the fish in the water. Matorian assigned me these tasks because he wants to test the purifying power of the lake's water. Young Min is standing in front of the lake now, looking quite unhappy. He casually walks through a long stretch in the dark forest. But why haven't the piker guys appeared anymore? Did I kill them all? If I had known, I would have gone easier on them. Suddenly, he realized something and paid attention to something on the other side. Idiot! Young Min quickly uses his invisibility cloak to hide behind the bushes and witness a conversation. You guys still can't even kill one person. I saw Violet's angry and annoyed face. That bastard, I've already recognized his face and he's smirking sarcastically. The one I just met, the leader of Megapixel, that bastard must be in a tough spot. He over there is furious and shouting. What are you planning to do about that post? The other side also insists they won't back down. If we just ignore it, it'll probably fade away on its own. Violet's face tensed with anger as he shouted maliciously in that direction. Don't you see how upset he already is? So many people have already seen it, and you still say that? Do you think other players are still afraid of Piker after seeing something like that? Young Min glanced at him and then looked away with a cold expression. I wondered why they were so silent. So it turns out they want to ignore everything, but the captain is a bit smarter. Small players will feel panicked when facing larger players. If players see that Piker is avoiding them, they will fear him less. In that case, they will become the targets to hunt, which was indeed my original goal, but the person talking to him has tried to reassure him. Violet, calm down, I will handle this. But Violet refused and even raised his voice to shout. Deal with it. How do you plan to handle this? Are you going to let him kill you again and take all your stuff or what? He clenched his fist tightly and lowered his face, then asked slowly, Are you sure he didn't hack? The black-haired person on the other side firmly confirmed. Yes, I've already been told by the customer support team. They could only confirm that he was not a hacker. The person immediately took a direct hit to the stomach and turned pale. Those useless kids, how could that guy be a normal player? The more Violet thinks, the angrier he gets, his clenched teeth grinding tightly together. Don't make me laugh. A major VR game company like this can't even catch an A hacker. So you're saying an ordinary player can fight against 100 people? Young Min, hiding behind the tree, saw his angry expression. Do you think I spent so much money on this game? He immediately felt a strange familiarity with his name. His name is Violet A. And Hellhop's expression was very judgmental, like what a crazy pervert. But Young Min's eyes suddenly widened as he realized then, I just need to make him a hacker. We just need to manipulate everyone into thinking he's a hacker. You feel surprised and didn't expect that. What? Violet over there lost his temper again and slapped the opponent in the face. You don't know that the catching hackers is enforcing justice? Use your head and think. Young Min, standing behind, heard everything and chuckled softly. Oh, I recognized the gentle face you had before and the angry expression you have now. Violet, so that's him. I finally remember. The guy dating Lim Sui. He said he has quite a position, so he's probably telling the truth. Young Min remembered picking up the invisibility cloak from a girl lying motionless. So the person who made it is very skilled at hiding. So it was Lim Sui? After learning the truth, he kept a wide, excited smile on his face. I didn't realize she would be so useful. Now I see that was really the beginning of everything. Young Min suddenly remembered the time sitting at the table watching Sui's antics, and how the guy in front of him started to act out just because of Lim Sui. The more he tried to attract attention, the more she engaged passionately in the game. I heard she really likes to show off, so I wanted to attract her attention in the game. But when I got beaten badly, she just stood there laughing with others. But she not only betrayed me right after that, but also ordered someone to kill me. I'm sure it was the Megapixel Club. Young Min's face under the round shirt is smiling mischievously, as if eagerly awaiting. If luck is on my side, I might meet them again, and I will return everything they did to me. On the Phi-led side, he is glaring with two fiery red eyes before ordering the opponent. And whenever some of our high-ranking members go to the Blood Hunt Guild, tell them I will help reduce casualties and level up. But he also said not to think about going back to Megapixel before they catch that poor guy. The person understood and obeyed the order, then left. Yes, he and the others are heading towards the blue gate. All right, let's keep hunting. He and a few others are getting ready to fight the monsters in the forest. This will be fun. They seem to be about 72 or so. The spider monsters with iron helmets are glaring at him to see how far he's gotten. A burst of fire appears from his black-gloved palm. Phi-led saw the situation and remained optimistic. Not bad. A young Min outside is still watching carefully and not missing a thing. Phi-led is not too bad, but his skills are nothing special for his level. After a while, he ignored them and turned to leave. Since there's a decent tiger, he gets to stand in front, but it won't last long. Continuing to watch is pointless. Let's just see the tiger. Young Min takes off his invisibility cloak and calmly ventures deeper into the forest. After a while, he stops in front of a huge tiger. Is anyone here? Luckily for me, I place my hand on my forehead to scan the area around the lake. Let's see. A giant bear has appeared in the forest. There are wolves at its feet, all of them fiercely targeting him. Oh, Blood King and Blood Wolf. Young Min is so excited that he quickly wipes his enthusiasm. This time, I really got lucky. The system has confirmed the hot, juicy thigh meat item. After the forest monsters attack, I need to get clean meat. Since the type of meat doesn't matter, if I'm lucky, I might complete the mission after hunting a rabbit. The huge bear, sensing the sharp teeth and roar, goes berserk. If unlucky, it will have to fight the Blood Hero and Blood Wolf, both above level 80. The aggressive wolves rushed towards him in a pack, probably about 10 of them. Young Min was already ready with the axe in hand. It doesn't really matter. Young Min lightly used a skill to cut off the big bear's arm. Strike. All of them were defeated and piled up behind him. If you're going to fight, you better do it with style, or you'll just die of boredom looking at the Megapixel gang. It's about time to give up. A young Min was startled when a deep voice suddenly sounded from behind. Who is the one polluting this lake? He quickly turned around and saw the rising water and cursed. Before him was a silver-colored knight body holding a sword. Young Min immediately recognized the look in his eyes and felt a bit of difficulty. Damn it, I always forget this guy's name. The face of that knight was covered by a solid armor, the knight who fell in love with the spirit of the lake. I swear to protect the lake even if I die. This is the lake's knight, the level 100 lake knight. At Y, I feel a sensitive concern about the punishment regarding his level, because his level is already 100. Those with level 99 still have to be afraid of those with level 100. His level is high enough, but the difference between level 99 and 100 is enormous. At level 100, combined skills are unlocked. The 3 fragments that haven't awakened their colors can be combined at the same time. You can merge skills obtained from the first and second jobs with other skills and movements to create a huge gap in power. Young Min felt a bit worried and clenched his teeth, indicating he had other plans. I should turn back now. Defeating a level 100 monster is a requirement to advance to the 3rd job, but I don't need to take risks right now. Young Min wielded a large spear to defeat the guy, but only got a small water bottle. Also, this one is considered the hardest level 100 monster near Chinsik, and it only drops the essence of the lake. But Young Min's eyes suddenly widened, as if his rational mind had paused to think. Then, he, in his zealot state, remembered Maturian's face. Maybe right now Young Min is still facing the knight, and no one has acted yet. If I bring the essence of the lake to the person researching its purification power, I might get something in return. So suddenly I smile excitedly. It's worth a try. Young Min tightly grips the spear in his hand, ready to fight with enthusiasm. Screw it, just do it, go straight ahead, damn OCD. Art Y also has both hands gripping his sword planted into the ground, creating a battlefield beneath his feet that causes his cloak to flutter. Water splashes onto his face and runs down, and Young Min becomes even more excited. DM, Art Y's eyes shine brightly, with a sharp, double-edged sword behind him, using a combined skill right from the start. Art Y unleashes his power, instantly blowing away the surrounding space. Young Min stood motionless against the raging storm, annoyed as he clicked his tongue. "This is the fox skill." He smiled cunningly, feeling excited inside. That is a basic third-level upgrade skill that boosts a person's attack power by channeling energy into their weapon, but it may not last long since he is only at level 100. Suddenly, Young Min shouted, but why did he use his ultimate ability right from the start? Art Y chuckled mockingly. "You fool, you will pay with your life." Immediately after, his skill icon flickered. Water slash, he swung his sword and decisively cut a blazing line straight at Young Min. A thunderous explosion tore through space, the ice and water surface shattered, and water splashed everywhere. Young Min stands amidst the earthquake. Lan Tuton speaks. "I think only one person has to pay the price." As soon as the words fall, his powerful energy erupts, flames burn fiercely around him, turning berserk, and the symbol icon for the Young Min skill he just used appears instantly. He stands in the blazing fire, laughing joyfully, the protector of this lake, and also the one destroying it. Soon after, the clash of weapons rings out loudly as Art Y's sharp sword gently cuts through the shield. He and YU launched a series of rapid attacks at each other. Art Y raised his sword and decisively swung down. Young Min reacted quickly and lightly, using the shield to block his attack, but his opponent's strength was too great, causing him to let out a muffled cry. Young Min's eyes turn bloodshot as he grits his teeth in frustration, leaping back to dodge the attack. He begins to calculate, his blood draining as the magic damage takes its toll. Young Min carefully observes Art Y's sword, then reassures himself. "But there's nothing to worry about. I can handle it. I just need to watch out for combo skills." Art Y's skill icon reappeared, water slash, and he swung fiercely. Meanwhile, Young Min spun around and ran, excitedly shouting as he looked for the opponent's weakness, the blind spot there. His skill icon immediately appeared. At that moment, Young Min rushed forward at super speed, shouting loudly, holding his ground. Seeing that, Art Y immediately took a defensive stance. In the very next moment, a stream of water rose up and enveloped him. Art Y's skill icon appears, a water shield. At the same time, Young Min charges straight into the sturdy shield he just created without hesitation. He shouted, pushing himself to break through the water. He thought to himself, "It's not just an ordinary barrier, because it causes damage upon contact, but now is his only chance. I need to attack now." In an instant, Young Min shatters the shield, shards of ice flying everywhere. Revealing Art Y standing still, he rushes forward, shouting with excitement, "Awesome!" Young Min's skill icon flashes as he grips the hilt tightly, delivering a powerful, deadly strike. Seeing this, Art Y immediately countered, and a magic circle suddenly lit up on his sword. The system voice rang out. As Young Min swung his sword down, Art Y's body turned into water, leaving him stunned. The water gently flowed past Young Min, and then slowly formed into a human shape. He cast a sharp glance at the enemy, carefully considering attack and defense skills, even combining practical survival skills. Young Min looked at Art Y standing behind him, unable to help but marvel. An level 100 monster as expected, but he is too powerful. Young Min carefully calculated, but that practical survival skill tends to recover quickly. "I'll be sure to understand it better next time." Then he reached out and grabbed the floating white smoke in front of him, issuing a warning to stay safe from now on. Then Young Min immediately charged forward, but Art Y also kept pace, effortlessly dodging all of his attacks. Young Min gritted his teeth and began to calculate, realizing it wasn't easy even with his transformation active during the assault. The image of other opponents being easily defeated flashes past his eyes, as if he attacked me while using Fox, which could completely disable my transformation effect. Young Min ponders deeply, and above all, braces himself to withstand Art Y's attack. He is on guard, full of thoughts. If that happens, his weapon will disintegrate. Young Min closes his eyes, frowning in contemplation. "I need to end this with a single strike." He silently thought to himself, "I will aim for the blind spot." Young Min coldly said, removing his gear. Then the mask slowly disappeared into the space. Art Y immediately retorted, "Who do you think you're fooling? Are you ready to die?" I laugh back. "Seems about right. I'm close to my limit now." Wai Ung-min rushes forward in a flash, nodding to himself. You're right. He shouted, I am ready to die. Art Wai immediately swung his sword and coldly declared, I will definitely kill you this time. The skill of the guy lit up again, water slash, and sharp, swift slashes shot straight toward Wai Ung-min. He did not hesitate. Stomping hard to make the ground crack open, Wai Ung-min used the momentum to leap into the air, easily dodging his opponent's sneaky attack. At the same time, his skill icon appeared, and Wai Ung-min swung his heavy axe forward, ready to cut through Art Wai's water shield. Mr. Dung said, I am quite disappointed because that half-hearted skill won't affect me, water shield. Young Min laughed, responded confidently, Who said I only use one skill? Think again. And as he finished speaking, the system immediately appeared. He tensed his muscles and threw the axe forcefully into the shield, the impact resounding loudly across the space, the sharp blade slicing into the barrier and leaving a hole. Young Min quickly landed, his eyes shining with determination, finally spotting a weakness. This is his last chance. He rushed forward in the blink of an eye, leaving a trail of smoke behind, as the system's alert sounded loudly, Hold your position. At the same time, Wai Ung-min forcefully charged straight into the hole he just created. Ak Go-ai stands inside the shield, struggling to hold his ground while speaking, praising the effort to find a weakness in my defenses, but there's nowhere for you to get close. Ing-min ignores what he just said and quietly smiles. At that moment, the system urgently alerts that your health has dropped below 14%. The masked man calmly speaks, equipped with the sealed Lion King's iron helmet. Ak Gwai was startled, but the system's voice announced that the epic and unwavering resolve effect was activating. Your health dropped below 5%, and all your skills increased by 50%. Young Min excitedly exclaimed, I just need to temporarily activate my tidal effect. Do you really think I'm so stupid that I'd come back without a reason, you idiot? He shouted out in joy, This is the end of the evil one. At that moment, the shield in front of Evil Guai began to crack. The sound of shattering echoed loudly as the axe smoothly fell into its owner's hand. Amidst the pouring ice rain, both of them charged forward without hesitation, launching attacks straight at their opponent. The icon frames flickered rapidly, blinked and struck, as Young Min's sharp axe blade drew a dazzling line, gently passing by Ak Guai like a breeze. In just a moment, amidst the whirlwind of the storm, he was split in two and fell heavily to the ground. Evil Guai let out a groan and gradually disappeared into the void. Young Min, after delivering a fatal blow, heaved a heavy sigh of relief, praying that it was finally over. At the same time the system voice sounded, the warrior's battle axe needed repair. He smiled faintly, quietly calculating. I think collecting all these titles was worth it. BKK. Blair ignored him and defeated the level 1 OTH leader, thanks to the influence of his titles. His critical hit rate increased by about 20%. Yes. Young Min breathes a sigh of relief. It's time to collect his belongings. Suddenly, he pauses when he sees Ak Goai struggling to drag his exhausted body toward the water tiger. Hey, right now if you get close enough, I'll press my sword against your neck and threaten you. Where do you think you're going? Ak Goai stammered upon seeing that. You bastard, you're dead. Young Min didn't reply, only thrust fiercely, causing him to cry out in pain. Immediately after, the system appears. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. The system continues to announce a great achievement. You have overcome your own limitations and defeated an opponent outside your tournament. You have earned the Comeback Warrior title. You are the first to earn this title. The announcement blared on without end. An incredible feat. You are the first to defeat a globally renowned character. You have earned the title of the first-named hunter. You are the first to achieve this title. At the same time, Wang Min escaped from his armor, exhausted and collapsing to the ground. Helplessly panting, his defenses became useless. He throws a blue gem calmly, creating a safe zone. A bright light immediately surrounds Wang Min. He nodded. Good, now I don't have to worry about the monster respawning. The system suddenly appeared. You have met a special condition, so your titles of Reverse Warrior and First Hunter are being combined. Young Min was a bit surprised to see that. Auntie, the combined title. The notification continues to sound. You have achieved the Limit Breaker title. Limit Breaking Legend. You, who defeated a character outside your tournament, are eligible for an absolutely unlimited being. You are the first to achieve this title. Effectively, all your abilities will increase by 10% when facing stronger opponents. The level of all your skills will increase by 1 when facing stronger opponents. The level disparity penalty will be reduced by 30% when facing stronger enemies. All your abilities will increase by 20% when facing a named monster. He stared intently at the system window, feeling amazed that he didn't even expect this. 2 titles of execution combined into a legendary ranking title, huh? He looked confused. And what are these effects? All your abilities will increase by 10% when facing stronger opponents. The level of all your skills will rise by 1 when facing stronger opponents. The level difference penalty will be reduced by 30% when facing stronger opponents. All your abilities will increase by 20% when facing a monster with a reputation. He doubts that all his skill levels will increase by 1 and that the level difference penalty will be reduced. Seems like he has realized something, and his eyes suddenly light up. So maturing doesn't need to give himself to me often, because he has given him the essence of the lake. So this is the answer. He strokes his chin and chuckles. Truly a devout gamer. That's why I'm addicted to it. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure secretly approaches Young-min and begins to chant. The skill icon slides up, Fireball. Young-min immediately turns around. A blazing fireball is hurtling straight towards him, but the magic wall blocked it. The flames split in 2. He rushed past Young-min and plunged straight into the lake. Amid the deafening explosion, his voice echoed loudly. What are you guys doing? 2 suspicious men hiding behind the bushes. They keep asking each other. Did you see it?
I'm sure I attacked it, but
But it only grazed his right side. The other person grumbled back. I knew it was arrogant. It's certain that he bribed the administrator. Young-min overheard that conversation. I just watched silently, able to guess what is happening. Honestly, I don't know when these opponents will give up. The 2 men immediately stood up and hurriedly ran away. I've seen videos like this before, so run, now. Let's see what those damn administrators have to say now. He smirked slightly. Stupid fools, he thought excitedly. All right, now it's time for the fools to go. Finally, I can collect the remaining quest items peacefully. At that moment, a golden light appeared before my eyes. The system voice echoes. You have collected the essence of the lake. Young-min lifts the jar and laughs happily. Matorian, that bastard. I was curious to see what his face would look like. Mr. Min raised his axe high. Shining brightly, like new, the system chimes. The repair is complete. The craftsman wipes sweat from his forehead. He nodded in approval. It must be as good as new. Young-min swung the axe to steady it and exclaimed in admiration. Really impressive. You can see the new blade is sharper. Feeling pleased inside. Perfect. The repairs are now complete, and all the items have been secured. Min heads toward the association building. Now I just need to go to the Wizards Guild. In the guild hall, the receptionist thanks you for using our services, while he casually takes a bottle of strange yellow liquid. Young-min quietly leaves, pondering to himself. I should meet Maturian for a bit because I haven't received the item from the final quest yet. The sun sets over the sea. He stares at the potion bottle in his hand. He ponders quietly, to be honest. Items with magical charms are very expensive, even though they are just consumables, but it costs 1 gold coin because it is an item with a magic curse. Young-min walks towards the stairs. I can buy so many because I sold the items I got from my opponents. He calmly spoke, using the magic book to purify Min Lake. Not long after, the entire lakeshore was stained with bright red blood. The corpses of monsters lay scattered before gradually vanishing into the air. Young-min stepped to the edge of the lake. A thunderous roar echoed. I have taken care of the reincarnated villains. This is probably a good place. He then smiled cunningly and threw away the yellow liquid bottle he just obtained. Young-min watched it fall straight into the calm lake below, his excitement rising inside. It was time to claim his money. He carefully considers. Usually I would use a fishing rod or a spear to learn fishing, but there's a much quicker and easier way. Suddenly, a faint mist of bones rises up, interrupting Young-min's thoughts. He reaches out and grabs the bone screen, and at that moment, the surface of the lake below seems to explode, with water jets shooting up to the sky. Young-min rubs his hands together and chuckles happily. That yellow gem is an item with a magic talisman inside, even though it's a consumable that can only be used 3 times. He immediately activated his power, sending wave after wave of electricity into the towering water column, then shouted loudly, shaking his spirit. Then Young-min gently flicked his hand, and the water column vanished in an instant, revealing hundreds of floating fish on the surface of the lake. His body still twitching from the aftershock of the electric shock, the scene shifts to a luxurious house. The system voice echoes in the space. You have completed the endless trial 15. Matorian excitedly examines his spoils, praising him. You're truly amazing. He leans toward Young-min, asking curiously how he managed to obtain these items. He frowned at that, feeling dissatisfied, because back then he was very proud of completing all the missions at once. But he wasn't even given a title. Matorian's voice sounded steady. and his next request was for him to pause briefly before calmly continuing. No, it's still too early for you. Come back when you've become stronger. Min heard that and immediately became furious, trembling with anger, enduring it because he knew that day was very troublesome. But honestly, he just wanted to punch that day. That day made him do all sorts of things, yet now they are kicking him out because his level isn't high enough. Suddenly, he faintly smiled, a sinister smile, plotting in his heart. Fine, I've been expecting this because this quest line is only for players level 100 and above. Then Min softly spoke. Please consider this, he thought to himself. What about this one then? Matorian turned around impatiently and replied, You're not leaving yet, I still have some experiments. Min lowered his voice. I happened to find it in the lake. Hearing that, he froze, a look of delight on his face. Min gently lifts the potion he obtained from Adwai and asks loudly, By the way, do you know anything about it? Matorian, seeing this, stammers and speaks. That is, he takes the potion, carefully observes it, and it is the essence of the lake. This is not something easy to obtain. Min simply smiled without replying, but inside he realized it. Matorian was suspicious, wondering how he could have gotten it. Memories of the battle with Adwai flashed through Min's mind as he calmly responded, I defeated the Lake Knight. Hearing that, he was stunned. Someone who defeated the Lake Knight must be stronger than they appear. Min frowned in anger. He silently cursed himself for just realizing it. Matorian sighed softly, his tone lowering, if that's true. He smiled cunningly and calmly asked, Can I request one more thing from the origin? Immediately after, a system window appeared right in front of Min's eyes. In a study on death to heal curses and diseases properly, Matorian believed he needed not only to understand life, but also death. Bring him an item containing the power of death. The missing investigator Harkonnen knew about an artifact imbued with the power of death. The success condition is to obtain a death token, with rewards including experience points, 3 gold coins, the investigator's ring, and the investigator title. He read the mission and smiled contentedly. Bingo. I can now bypass the mission's prerequisites. Min examined the investigator's ring among the rewards, a powerful and rare ring that he could use even after surpassing level 100. He was excited and believed he could become stronger by using it. Min immediately declared, Let me take this mission. Matorian nodded slightly, smiled, and praised him, seeming trustworthy, so he decided to entrust it to him. Not long after, Min left his house, opening the system window while calculating and searching for Harkonner's auction items and magazines. Min recalled Matorian's suggestion. Why not start by meeting Investigator Harkonner? He sighed softly. He thought I wasn't planning to do that. Min ponders the mission. An image of an ancient character suddenly appears in his mind, the task to find Harkonner. But I won't be able to find Harkonner no matter how thoroughly I search. Done, Min continued to think. To meet Harkonner, he needed to collect the 15 pages of his diary scattered across the monster field. He remembered struggling helplessly with the documents, learning from his mistakes, but because the pages were dropped in random order, he had difficulty finding the last page in his previous life. Not long after, Min held the stack of documents in his hand, sighed in relief, and silently marveled. Luckily, everyone thought they were just ordinary and useless items, so I was able to take 11 pages from the ancient auction. He muttered to himself that he only needed 4 more pages. Min stared intently at the system window, contemplating that he would receive the remaining parts from the auction since he had many other tasks besides the main mission. He imagines the scene at the auction, carefully planning his tasks. First, the real estate auction. I still have some time until the scheduled date, and I have quite a bit of money thanks to the blood hunters. Min nodded, so all I have left to do is eliminate them. Then he sternly ordered, Open the home page, check the comments on my post and my inbox. He sighs deeply. Let's see. The system screen immediately opens the messages. Help me, desperate man. They've accused me 4 times already. Reno Master, please pay attention to those damn troublemakers. Kaludin, they are slaughtering players at the Zan Beach. Min quickly skimmed through everything, feeling a bit surprised that he had received so many reports. They are still operating like this, he muttered to himself, commenting on their most recent location. But before he could finish, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Damn it, the enemy has appeared again in the Forest Spirit Village. Seeing that, Min pondered. The fairy village in the forest is a hunting ground for level 30 players, he then sneered mockingly. Those bastards are trying to slaughter low-level players because they lost to me. A fierce glint flashed in Wyong-min's eyes. I can catch them if I get there quickly enough. It's not too far. As the thought finished, he shouted loudly. Sell, at that very moment, Young-min's body vanished into thin air. He activates his ability, gliding past the crowd like a gust of wind, leaving puzzled looks and confusion as if something just flew by. Young-min listened and smiled, curious to see their reaction when they saw him use his invisibility skill. The scene shifts to the elf forest, where a fierce battle is raging. Screams echo through the woods. A proud group stands tall while others scatter, wondering what they want from us. This will be the 5th time I die before them. Seeing that, the man with two-tone hair chuckled mockingly. If you have a problem with it, just become an ordinary passerby. After all, BK is just part of the game. The blonde guy also joined in, threatening loudly, hand over the items if you want to survive. At that moment, Young-min was hiding among the leaves, quietly observing everything, pondering that they still hadn't learned their lesson. Young-min targeted the woman in pink, thinking to himself that they would be devastated to that extent. But they were still naive and vulnerable. They didn't notice his presence at all, giggling softly, not that I'm complaining, until the woman suddenly realized something and instinctively turned around in shock. At that moment, Young-min dropped his invisibility, swooping down from above and finishing her off in an instant, his voice tinged with delight. "Thank you for the meal." Young-min's skill symbol flashes. Lip attack. An enormous explosion immediately erupts, blending with the terrified screams that leave the group stunned. The blonde-haired man asks his companions in confusion, "What is that?" while the two-tailed-haired man, terrified, falls to the ground, overwhelmed by fear. He saw Young-min and quickly turned to run away, shouting, "That bastard, he wasn't joking when he said he'd eliminate us. Run now, we're doomed if he catches us." Young-min, like a beast watching its prey escape, with a cold voice like a blade. "What do you think you're running to?" Then he roared, a thunderous sound echoing through the air, his growl slow and menacing, causing the group to freeze and tremble all over. The two-banged-haired guy, desperate, saw Young-min rushing toward him, stammering as his body trembled. His desperate scream echoed as the people he and his group had oppressed looked at each other in confusion. The long-haired girl spoke up. He's the one who posted about eliminating blood hunters on the forum. They watched attentively as Young-min calmly dealt with the bad guys, speaking curiously. "Maybe he's just a user, it's just a matter of what level he's at." Another person replied calmly, "I don't think he's serious." At the same time, Young-min smoothly moved past and took down each person, their screams echoing loudly. "Someone, do something." Hearing this, he burst into a triumphant laugh, madness flashing in his eyes. "Everything you own is mine." The screams echoed through the peaceful forest. The two bun-haired guys shouted in despair, "You dog!" He knelt on the ground, his body trembling, crying out in a storm of hatred. "Why did you do this to us? We promised not to bother you anymore, now leave us alone." Young-min, hearing that, stepped forward angrily towards the two-haired guy, raising his axe and sneering, "Isn't it true that you keep killing people just for some reason?" Young-min acts decisively, his axe lightly slicing past his opponent's neck like cutting a piece of cake. He sneers and challenges, "If you think this is unfair, then become stronger." The bullied people, after witnessing that scene, immediately sighed in admiration, saying he single-handedly defeated all his opponents. With that weapon, he looks like a berserker, but he's not just some brute. The long-haired girl stepped closer to Young-min, hesitating before asking, "Are you Roken?" She lowered her voice and begged. "A friend of mine said he was standing still, attacked by a group of players just north of the river." Hearing that, you immediately understood and replied softly, "Really?" Young-min immediately flipped open the magic book, excitedly saying, "Okay, I got it." He listened carefully, then opened a portal to another dimension, casually stepping inside, waving goodbye and saying to her friend. He turned back, his voice firm, "I will come and take care of them within 5 minutes." Then Young-min disappeared, leaving the group still glaring fiercely. Unlike the shock on others' faces, the long-haired red girl softly exclaimed, "That's so cool." Returning to the familiar town scene, Young-min's calm voice echoes, "How strange, no one's reporting players anymore. I was just starting to have fun." Young-min reminisces about his cleanup battles against the bad guys, feeling proud. A few days after the announcement to sweep out the players, many reports were sent in, and he immediately rushed to take down the blood hunters. He sighed softly. Those were the glorious days. The magnificent days. Young-min's finger flicked across the system screen, his voice lowering. "But since yesterday, there have been no more reports. What are the bad guys doing? So boring." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Look at this." A series of notifications appeared one after another. VU. Talking. Is there really such a funny person? Texts Garrett. Blood hunters are desperately running away every time they hear Roken's name. Ha ha ha, Walter. Maybe the blood hunters are just bluffing. Everyone is being wiped out by just one person. What has caused the victims of the blood hunters to be chased all the way until now? Ben Hafar. Don't say that if you've never been attacked. Roken is just an extremely powerful person. How could anyone possibly fight against the number of blood hunters? Great Commander. I look forward to the chase of the blood hunters. 1 out of 10. OOP concept. Let's start. 2 out of 10. YUM. He eagerly read all those messages and recalled the arrogant attitude of the group he met in the forest, lost in thought. Until now, blood hunters have become the fear of ordinary players. Since they formed an association with relatively high-level players, ordinary players have no choice but to be killed. IUM continued to ponder, but since I single-handedly eliminated them, everyone's view of the blood hunters began to change. I leaned back in my chair and sighed out of boredom. That's not good news for me. Ever since they gave up direct confrontation with me, I had to go after them instead. YUM. I clenched my teeth, feeling anxious inside, and now they are more cautious when hunting others, making them harder to find. Truly a difficult task to locate them right now. YUM pouts and complains, seriously saying, young people these days give up too easily. He swung the chair like a swing, thoughtfully considering. I had hoped I could take out a few more. It's probably time to stop now. Suddenly, a noise echoed down from upstairs. IUM let out a soft sigh as he heard it. All right, it's time to go to the auction house. But then he hesitated, his voice uncertain. Home. The auction house. A bold idea suddenly came to YUM's mind, making him stand up excitedly. I can do that, he smiled slyly. If they start to hide, I just need to make them show their faces. The next day, the street suddenly became unusually crowded. A man seeing this became curious. Is there an event today? Why are there so many people? The person next to him looks a bit surprised. Haven't you heard anything? He watches the gathering of people intently and calmly explains that an auction house is about to open here. The man whispered softly, Is that so? The other person continued. I heard it's quite rare these days. A person quietly observes everyone around him, contemplating silently like the major guilds here. He glances at the splendid armor in front of him. I expect it to compete quietly, of course. Then that person recalled the lively scene in the real world and silently assessed that soon the popularity of the Lost Sam would reflect the player's real-life status. He clenched his fist tightly. That's why the strength of the guilds is incredibly important. Violet looks forward with determination. That's the problem. I need to make sure. Violet, Megapixel, the guild leader, and also the person behind the Blood Hunter Guild. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger inside, feeling that he could have managed his finances better if not for that foolish woman, when suddenly a deep yet spirited voice of a man rang out. Oh my, I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Young Min, disguised as a middle-aged man, confidently walks through the crowd and calls out to his esteemed guests. I hope your bags are filled with auction items. He smiled slyly, secretly dreaming of the pigs that would produce my money. At the same time, a system notification appeared, activating the unique title effect of stepping into darkness, enabling disguise identity. The alert sounded, your character's name and appearance have changed, and the effect will last for 1 hour. A brazen red-haired man points directly at Young Min's face, questioning him suspiciously. He is Griffson, the auction host afterward. You smile faintly and respond softly. Yes. He raises his hand, and the auction podium immediately appears beneath his feet, loudly inviting, Come on, I'm sure you're all waiting. Open the vault. Young Min shouted. The auction began, and the other participants secretly doubted, do auctions like this really happen? He revealed everything. Suddenly, an arm raised, accompanied by a hoarse voice. Wait a minute. Philette pointed at him, questioning suspiciously, something's not right. How can we be sure he's the real host or not? He frowned, pondering silently. According to the members of the guild, he should look like the person who sold us the hidden dungeon, but I heard he looks completely different. Young Min, facing the suspicion, calmly responded, You don't believe me? Violet immediately replied, That's right, at least I want to be sure. But in response to him, Young Min coldly said, You don't need to participate. Violet was momentarily stunned when he brushed his fake beard and put on a serious look. It's simple, if you don't believe me, then you don't have to join. It's that simple. Then Young Min ignored his tired expression, raising his voice confidently. All right, the first auction will begin if no one objects right now. He waved the wooden hammer in front of him excitedly. Those 2-story houses. Why not start at just 10 gold coins each month? Anyone can bid with only 10 gold coins. A player immediately raised their hand to bid. Here, 10 gold coins. Young Min acted like a professional auctioneer and quickly responded, "Well done. Does anyone bid higher?" Meanwhile, some women started to look at each other cautiously. The pink-haired woman called out 12 gold coins, but another man suddenly cut in with 14 gold coins. The purple-haired woman shouted next, then in the chaos, a strong hand raised with 20 gold coins. Young Min turned to the bidder and loudly declared, 20 gold, anyone else? If not, before his words finished, another person suddenly cut in. It's settled. He was eager to win, shouting and panting. 20 gold coins. Megapixel Club 22 gold coins. Young Min paused briefly, then slightly curled his lips into a satisfied smile. He pointed to the tall man and loudly declared, "If no one else bids, I will close the auction at 20 gold coins. What is the name of today's guild?" The man, looking fierce, stammered a short reply, "Steel Armor." Young Min excitedly hammered the gavel. "Okay, sold to Steel Armor Guild," and the tall man immediately cheered happily. Follett lost the auction, muttering angrily, "That idiot heard me and still ignored me on purpose." Young Min opened the system window, confidently confirmed, "So why don't we sign the contract right away? Open the warehouse." He then thought, "Thank you, I will use it well." A white-haired man looked on suspiciously, wondering if the contract was really being signed immediately. The red-haired man frowned slightly, regretfully saying, "I have no doubts I should have bid higher." As soon as the contract was handed over, the system lit up, displaying the contract and documents proving the agreement between the signatories, with the contents being unforgeable. Young Min saw this and chuckled softly, then gently reminded everyone, and he adjusted his bow tie, confidently announcing that we would exclude the Megapixel auction house from the next bidding session if they continued to break the rules. Follett immediately raised his voice, asking what was going on. Young Min lowered his voice and said, "Remember, you can only receive one warning." He couldn't argue, so he had to endure. Is he messing with me? Just wait until the auction ends. Young Min looked at Follett, trembling, and felt a strange sense of joy inside. Thinking to himself that he never expected him to be so angry, imagining himself crushing him like an ant and quietly promising that after this auction, "I will plan to throw those who oppose us into my guild, into the depths of hell." The lively auction scene continues. Young Min struck the wooden gavel on the table and announced loudly, "The fourth house sold for 25 gold coins." He handed the contract to the long-haired man with a broad smile, congratulating him. "The Jeggle Guild," he took the stack of papers, sighed softly, and "Thanked you very much." Follett quietly watched them, the frustration in his heart uncontainable. "I lost again." But he secretly planned that now that those powerful guilds have bought houses, he just needed to watch the others and buy the cheapest one possible. Young Min always quietly observed Follett, smiling with amusement as if watching a good play. He tapped the wooden hammer again, standing wide. "Now this is our final auction item." He was startled by that. "What?" "The last item, but Follett's will is starting to waver." Young Min saw that and quietly chuckled to himself. "You're probably panicking right now. As the leader of a guild, you should learn how to hide your emotions." He nodded and said, "Well, that's why I didn't reveal the number of houses sold." Then Young Min calmly stated that since this was the last one, the starting price would be 15 gold coins. Before he could finish speaking, Follett quickly bid 35 gold coins, shouting passionately, "Megapixel Guild 35 gold coins." "No, 40 gold coins. 40 gold coins. We will pay 40 gold coins. Is there anyone else?" The others started whispering and gossiping after hearing that. "He's crazy paying 40 gold coins every month. That's equivalent to $8,000 in cash. Isn't that a bit too much?" Young Min slammed the hammer on the table and declared loudly, 40 gold coins settled." He continued, "The Megapixel Guild had successfully bid on the last two-story house." He felt a sense of relief inside. Nice. Then he calmly opens the system window. Young Min continued, playfully joking, "This is the contract. Please make sure to pay on time." Follett felt insulted. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I swear I will find out your true identity and kill you." Immediately after, the contract appeared on the system screen. 2 pages of a long-term agreement. User, Follett agrees to rent house P05 in the inner city as a clubhouse and agrees to pay 40 gold coins per month to the administration office. The owner of the house will receive the rent minus the commission fee. The above conditions cannot be changed without mutual consent. If violated, the system will. He carefully held the paper in his hand, feeling as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. "Finally, we have the guild house, even if it will be a bit financially difficult for a while." Suddenly, Yi Ying Ming spoke up. "So now, you enthusiastically shout out. After a short break, we will start the auction with the 3-story house." Follett was stunned and touched his head. "What?" He points at Yi Ming, angrily shouting and cursing. "You just said this is the last one." I calmly replied upon hearing that. What I mean is the last two-story house. Yi Min asked with a question. I haven't posted it on the forum yet. At that moment, a notification appeared on the forum about the house sale transaction, led by Krypton. I own many 2- and 3-story houses and will auction their ownership rights to guilds through long-term leasing. And I plan to hold the auction within a week. Then he continued. I have a lot of 2- and 3-story houses. Yi Ming shrugged, pretending to be innocent. Perhaps you intend to participate in the 3-story house auction. If you have that much gold, I won't stop you. Filet listened to his explanation and immediately became furious, cursing in his heart, girl, damn bastard. Yi Min watched his resentful back leave and couldn't help but sneer. You idiot with milk on your breath. This will be enough to cause trouble for someone for a while. He couldn't help but laugh when thinking about the price. 40 gold coins a month, equivalent to $8,000 monthly. Yi Min remembers the face of Filet's guardian, quietly mocking. If someone destroys the guild for any reason, they will face that great deception. And as night falls, Filet's golden armor still shines brightly against the dark background, standing in front of an abandoned house, carefully looking around before entering. Immediately after, a cry of anger came from inside the building. Filet hesitated briefly before calling out, Are you there? A hand immediately reached out, grabbing Filet by the neck and hoisting him into the air. Everyone questioned aloud, blaming you for draining the society's funds over that dead house of yours. Are you crazy? Filet struggled to speak, his voice faint and trembling. Wait, the story is over. Everyone speaks in a cold voice. Don't tell me you've forgotten. He let him go. Each word sharp as a knife. We are only together because of mutual benefit. His eyes light up. Speak with a threatening tone. If you become useless to me, you will not be spared. Filet. He parted ways. He coldly ordered the declaration. Filet immediately held out the scroll, his voice trembling. Here. He examines the document carefully. Be sure about it. Keep it. We will transfer the ownership later. Kamban stands with his arms crossed, watching. He looks suspicious. Isn't it the Megapixel Guild that wants to buy a guild house first? Filet nodded slightly in response. That was the plan all along. But I've changed my mind now? He hesitated for a moment. His voice grew deeper. The more he thought about it, the more he realized. There is only one way for me to get everything back that belongs to me. Let grits her teeth. His voice chokes up. Roken. Everything will be settled if I catch that bastard, and I will spread that tape across all servers. He looks at the band. He gently asks for their opinion. If you leverage your resources, this could work out. He rolled up the piece of paper and let out a long sigh. I guess we have no other choice. I don't think we can just sit back and watch him cause trouble. They clenched the rolled-up paper and lowered their voice. I have to take action myself. The next morning, in a bedroom in the real world, Young Min rests her chin on her hand. He suddenly exclaimed, Is this a dream or real life? He looks at the system notification screen showing his total amount. 335 gold, 68 silver, 17 copper, and immediately put it on. I only had 335 Vang coins in my first month of renting, so I must be the richest person on the card now. His fingers quickly glide over the keyboard, voice full of excitement. Let's see. 1 Vang coin should be about this much. It's 200 dong. The computer screen immediately displays the information. Trading forum, selling 20 Vang coins. 400 coins each, the host. Rohan, please contact the Rohan player in the game. No negotiations allowed. He comfortably lies on the bench. He muttered to himself, as now all the guilds lack enough Vang. They will buy it even if the price is ridiculously high. YM. Thinking about those items, I should also put my bloodline items on the shelf at a higher price than in the market. So this is the privilege of the wealthy, just as I thought. He immediately got up and headed straight for the login pod. I should also put my items of bloodshedding rivals at a higher price on the shelf. In the blink of an eye, EM has appeared in the virtual world. He slung the axe over his shoulder, excitedly flipping through the translated martial arts books. You should check the bait you threw out earlier. He mutters to himself. That stupid bloodshot fool. They must be desperate for gold. IM enters a forest. Deep down, I keep thinking they must be farming on the sand dunes to make money. Inside the western area, stop the darkness. Inside the forest, the monster's screams echo painfully as it is defeated by someone. Buon Daojio immediately rushes to support his teammate and swings his heavy hammer, striking the monster's head forcefully. Meanwhile, Kaban quietly leans against a tree corner, watching them closely. After the monster was defeated, Buon Daojio lowered the heavy hammer to the ground and took a deep breath, then chuckled softly. Now I can almost kill those monsters in one shot here. Skull Addict Bloodshed Guild member, level 79 Buon Daojio. At the same time, Thrower stood beside him, a veteran and vice leader of the Bloodshed Guild. Javelin Thrower level 79, he twirled the spear in his hand. Frowning in annoyance, you sit there completely idle while I do all the work. Suddenly, Caban spoke up. Stop what you're doing. He glided past them, his voice low, saying, I heard someone say the target is in the north area. Is that bastard the one? Caban flipped through the ancient translation book and issued a stern order. Recall all blood-splattered members. The book immediately glowed, and he declared boldly, We will wipe out Roken right now. Caban, leader of the Blood Siblings Guild, a level 90 shadow assassin, the scene shifts to a quiet forest. There, a fierce battle is underway. A man fires an arrow forward, panicking and shouting, Get away from me! But he is met with Young Min's cold words. Oh my god, I thought we were close. Then he jumped into the air. Young Min swung his spear, ready to strike the opponent. He laughed loudly and shouted, Let's skip the unnecessary parts and get straight to the main issue. With those words, Young Min struck down forcefully, ending the opponent easily. Everyone around was stunned by the scene. Some were trembling, thinking he must be crazy, and she was probably saying he wasn't singing, so she must be right. At that moment, a confident voice of a man rang out, telling everyone not to panic. The system displayed information. A member of the Blood Hunt Guild waved his hand like a leader, constantly coordinating the fighters. The ranged damage archer kept attacking with hit engine tactics, while the melee warrior kept observing him and attacking whenever the opportunity arose. They follow the leader's command, all aiming their weapons at Young Min, ready to defeat him at any moment. But Young Min possesses extraordinary skills, using his axe as a shield to gently block all their attacks. Young Min's sharp gaze fixed on his opponents as he secretly calculated that among these guys there are some truly strong ones with bloodthirsty, fiery eyes. Young Min, while dodging the attack and pondering, wondered why they weren't attacking with full force or trying to escape, but just lingering around. Suddenly, he changed his mind, his legs stopping firmly, and he prepared to face them, mockingly saying it seemed like they wanted to drag things out. Don't tell me that. At that moment, a pillar of light descended to the ground, bringing a cold aura that appeared right behind him. Those guys cheered like children seeing their mother return, shouting with joy, They're here, we're saved. But then a sharp spear shot out. Young Min sensed it immediately and spun around quickly, raising his sword to block and deflect the spear away. It plunged straight into the ground, emanating an aura of magic energy, and Young Min hesitated for a moment. This is Javelin. At that moment, Thorough slowly spoke. You managed to block my shot, huh? He stroked his chin and sighed. He's really strong. Hearing that at the start of the hour made me more excited, so waiting to tease him will be even more fun. At the same time, Caban stepped forward gracefully, confidently saying, You must be Roken that everyone keeps talking about. He crossed his arms and spoke arrogantly. Surely you've always been a lively person, but unfortunately today will be your end. Caban, the leader of the Blood Society, Young Min watched them like watching a comedy, then burst out laughing, head tilted back, voice cracking with laughter. You bunch of fools always spouting nonsense like that. Truly a bunch of savages. I don't know which side has been stalling all this time, but the leader immediately shouted loudly, You bastard! Young Min spread his legs and shouted excitedly, Enough talk, charge now, you bastards! Caban saw that and immediately shouted, Blood Guild, attack now! The rallying cry echoed throughout the forest. All of his troops immediately charged forward together, aiming to cut off Young Min's escape. He calmly nodded, put on his own armor, and the mask gradually covered his face, with the helmet sealed and the crown of the War King already equipped. He quickly put on his armor and charged forward without hesitation, while those people were swiftly defeated before they could even strike once. Suddenly, Young Min paused briefly, staring in amazement at the hammer coming down. The hammer struck him, causing a tremor that shattered the ground and rocks. Boondogs burst into wild laughter. A berserker like you is surprisingly agile. A battle frenzy. A member of the Blood Hunt Guild. Level 76 Boondogger. This bastard is incredibly powerful. Young Min sat up from the rubble, silently assessing his opponent. This bastard is incredibly powerful. He can fight equally well with a hammer in both hands. He quietly observed them, unsure of how strong they truly were. Suddenly, a sharp spear plunged down from the sky, but with his keen senses, Young Min subtly tilted his body and dodged the deadly strike. The thrower nodded slightly, his senses also quite sharp. Sergeant. Blood Hunt Guild, level 97. Young Min just barely escaped death. He slightly furrowed his brow and swore. Those bastards. You observe all three enemies in front of you. From my own judgment, those three are probably the strongest members of the Blood Hunt Guild. They will definitely be different from the ones I fought earlier. Min glanced at the team that had used magic to draw strange symbols on the ground, especially that skull-shaped one, which seemed to belong to the guild leader, wondering what he had been up to all this time. He paused briefly, thinking he needed to deal with that guy first before things got worse. But to do that, he had to take care of the other two first. At the same time, the two-weapon wielder with the hammers charged fiercely towards Min. What are you looking at? The opponent is right in front of you, but you ignore him and keep thinking to yourself. It seems one of them is responsible for close-range attacks, while Min glances at the one wielding a spear, ready to throw, and the other is the one dealing damage from a distance. Damn, this combo is hard to handle. I sit down on the ground, ready to counterattack, but inside, I carefully consider. If I activate the enhancement mode, I might be able to take down those two quickly. But I can't act rashly in front of him. I still don't know what will happen next. Min takes a risk and charges forward, so I can only rely on one thing. The skill icon immediately glows brightly. Dash! Your speed instantly increases in an instant. Buondozer excitedly rushes forward, shouting insults, straining to lift his hammer, yelling angrily, "Do you think you can face me head-on?" Min saw that and quietly smiled. He swept past Buondozer like a gust of wind, soaring into the sky. Min uses his skill, leap attack. Charging fiercely straight at Thrower from behind, Buondozer panics and shouts, "Captain, watch out, he's aiming at you." Thrower clenched his spear tightly, anger flashing in his eyes as he said, "You miserable loser." He raised his weapon, his voice cold as ice. "Who do you think I am?" Min hesitated for a moment, glaring at his opponent. Thrower used his skill, forcefully launching his spear at him, breaking through his defenses. He looked up, sneered, and with the target now in the air, it was easier to aim. Thrower's strike exceeded the limit of endurance, and the cold spear pierced straight through Min's body. He was almost immobile, his consciousness gradually slipping into a hazy void. Thinking he had already defeated Min, Thrower widened his eyes in surprise when he heard him sigh and say, "Not bad, you're pretty strong too." He smiled excitedly from above, teasing him. "You almost pierced right through me." Thrower looked at Min's completely unfazed state and showed a puzzled expression, unable to understand. No way. I even used my precise skill on that move. How could he dodge and catch the spear again? As if reading his mind, Min spun the spear in his hand and spoke. "Here, before Thrower can react, I will throw the spear at him and finish it. I will pay you back." Standing in front of the spear aimed at him, he still smugly thought to himself, "Foolish idiot. Do you think I've never faced this before?" As expected from his calculations, Thrower, with that confident face, raised his hand and chanted, "Escape." He trusts basic skills, the ring of a cowardly mage, a magic, a cowardly mage who created this escape ring. You can use it once a day to retreat 3 meters. For the remaining uses, only once. And so, Thrower disappeared, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to fly everywhere. Having just been moved in a different direction, he smugly announced that he prepared this for bastards like you. Suddenly, a spear appeared and shot straight at his face because Min had used a throwing skill. He laughed excitedly and exclaimed, "Oh man, you shouldn't waste your escape skill like that." Hearing that, Thrower's face gradually hardened as he secretly realized that this bastard had suspected he would use that move from the start and was trying to lure him in. Suddenly, Ka-Ban appears after Thrower's defeat. Buondozer nearby, seeing this, looks worried and shouts loudly, Min, holding your weapon tightly, what should you do now? You're all alone. Stand firm there confidently and gesture with your hand, let's fight seriously. Feeling provoked, Buondozer clenched his weapon with trembling hands and gritted his teeth in anger. After taking a deep breath, he charged forward, shouting loudly, "I will kill you, you bastard!" As the scene of Buondozer rushing past dust, swirling wildly, blurred the view. Suddenly, Min appeared behind him, shrugging dismissively, and with a spear like that, even a fly could be knocked away, but luckily for him, he reacted quickly and turned around to block the attack with his hammer. That punch and touch made Buondozer step back to keep a safe distance from Min. The guy, trembling and struggling ahead, spoke hoarsely, "You bastard!" To which he responded with a smug smile, appearing confident in his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Min eagerly charged forward and shouted loudly, "Why not? Let's chase them a bit." Buondozer lowered his head, trembling as he tightly gripped his hammer, muttering, "Arrogant bastard." He then charged forward with fierce energy, shouting loudly, "My strength is 250. I am the strongest in the guild." As expected, a huge explosion erupted, causing the forest scene to shake violently. At the same time, Ban seems to be secretly doing something, surrounded by dark, ominous energy. Back to the previous battle, Buondaogio's jaw was slightly trembling. Suddenly, Jungmin from behind Buondaogio grabbed his head with both hands, smiled coldly, and gently finished him off. As if his task was done, he walked away lightly, then let out an excited laugh and marveled. Nice job, and at the same time a notification appears saying you have leveled up, Roken, level 61, before the human's profession. Strength 300, Agility 155, Endurance 151, Resilience 104, Intelligence 50, Dexterity 25. Tron An looks at Kaban in front of him and clicks his tongue. Jungmin lowered his stance and provocatively said, "Are you really just going to watch your subordinates die like that?" As he used his skill, he brushed his hand while criticizing, "What kind of club president are you?" Suddenly, K-Ban's hand lifted off the ground. He clenched his fist and muttered, "Complete, the most numerous." Then suddenly, Jungmin's eyes widened in surprise as a dark aura shot straight toward him, attacking directly and forcing him to block while wondering, "What is this?" That shadow. K-Ban slowly stood up and asked softly, "Do you really want to know why I let them die?" The reason is very simple. He looked at his hand, emanating absolute power, and affirmed that he was stronger fighting alone. When battling those weaker enemies, a notification appeared. The Guildmaster, the leader of the guild, Blood Hunter, level 90 Shadow Assassin, amidst the desolate scene caused by that dark aura. He said that, while you were fighting those bulls, I had already merged with all the spirits around here. He raised his hand again to confirm, in other words, this place is now completely under my control. Hearing that, he just smiled lightly, showing his approval. Well, a ghostly expert, huh? Truly lucky to have met someone like that. Jungmin furrowed his brow further, his eyes becoming more focused as he assessed the situation. The ghostly master is one of the hidden professions in the Shadow Realm, and obtaining this profession is very difficult. Even in his past life, it was rare to see, but the swirling energy around him made him think, maybe he remembered someone. Don't tell me it's him. Jungmin kept reminding himself of that. No, don't waste your time thinking about useless things right now. Then he chuckled softly and taunted. What does an hidden profession matter? As soon as Jungmin finished speaking and used his skill, he jumped up. Then he didn't forget to affirm his words, and in the end he was also taken down just like everyone else. Suddenly, a series of weapons emerged from the ground, rushing fiercely toward him in the air. Seeing this, Jungmin spun his weapons to create an invisible shield and shouted, "Get out of here, you disgusting monsters!" His eyes radiated deadly intent as he shouted, catching his opponent off guard below, while Jungmin charged down with overwhelming strength, revealing himself as the culprit. His body was gently split in two, and suddenly, the image of Kaban's body began to fade away. Standing there in shock, he couldn't help but stare in horror at this strange phenomenon. Huh? Suddenly, Jungmin's camera angle rises as he hears Kaban's voice from behind. "You're really stupid." Before he could react, he delivered a fatal blow to the person in front of him. Jungmin kneeled on one leg with a few drops of red blood appearing beneath him and a notification saying your blood level has dropped below 50%. Jungmin looked at his trembling hand and exclaimed, "This is it." Then a series of notifications appeared. You have been poisoned, paralyzed, and bleeding. Your blood will decrease by 30 every 10 seconds. K-Ban clenched his fist, causing rocks and dirt behind him to fly up into the air. He looked disdainful, thinking that with this they still dared to face us. "I'm really disappointed," Chadon replied, but suddenly Jungmin's voice rang out, "Don't be disappointed so quickly." Out of nowhere, something sliced through the air and he stood firm, declaring grandly, "It's only just begun." A notification appears, your poison resistance ability has been nullified by the poison. Then he points at the front Kaban and speaks, leader of the Blood Hunt Guild, or Jungmin smiles excitedly and continues, 8th rank of the Ranarok Guild, Kaban. He squinted one eye and said with a puzzled expression, "Sister, the beginning of Jungmin's memory is of Odin the All-Father, the Ranarok Guild, and him leading a group of crazed people playing the roles of Norse gods. I hate to admit it, but they are the strongest group around, but I also see some changes, yet they are fighting and doubting each other." Then Jungmin expressed that what I couldn't understand was that outside, there were still very talented players, yet they still joined and blindly followed him, abandoning their guilds and even spending a lot of money to change their names. He then briefly explained Kaban's background, including a rather troublesome one who controls darkness and poison, which is Kaban. Jungmin said that clearly it was the name of a world-eating dragon from Norse mythology, but I didn't really care about those role-playing games. Maybe they just made up the name for him. In the end, Young Min confirmed that what I was sure of was that the tree in front of me was the name Kaban had before joining Ragnarok. Kaban in front of him divided his weapons and questioned Young Min. Kaban Ragnarok, what nonsense are you spouting? Despite his curiosity, I continued with my thoughts. Now I realize this cannot be true. A killer who is also the Lord of Darkness. An hidden class. You can still use poison, huh? I didn't think anyone could understand everything I say. In his mind, Young Min secretly thought that from his expression, he didn't think he had anything to do with Odin. Young Min's gaze shifted slightly as he silently assessed his recent actions. He must have chosen the assassin profession first and then later switched to the Dark Lord class. His level is quite high, probably twice my stats since he's an assassin. After assessing the situation, he quickly activates the combat readiness mode, causing dust to rise around him, then makes his decision. I guess I have no choice but to use this. As he finished speaking, the ground beneath Young Min trembled violently and cracked under the pressure of his unleashed power. His strength erupted with overwhelming fury. And the information about the skill, Fury Level 2, Self-Immolation, burned away his own body. With the surge of rage to unleash immense power, all stats increase by 200%. All skills do not consume energy, and you become immune to all physical attacks. You cannot be defeated even when out of health, and in the frenzy after the skill ends, you won't be able to distinguish friend from foe. You will recover up to 40% of your lost health if your health drops to 0 when the skill ends. You must recover 10% of your health within 7 seconds, or you will die after the skill ends. The first side effect is that all stats will decrease by 40% for 10 minutes after the initial side effect ends. The second side effect will be a 20% reduction in stats for 20 minutes if you use the rage again, while still under the influence of the first side effect. Then the duration will double to 20 minutes. Standing there, Kaban witnesses Young Min's fiery display as he unleashes his skill. Zhang uses that move, which makes people temporarily stronger, but also has many side effects. Then he raises his arm to continue. However, his whole body emanates a strange darkness as he reaches out to An, believing that the difference between us is that a person cannot be stronger than me with just a single skill. That dark, ominous atmosphere continued to spread around Kevin. Young Min smiled excitedly, looking at him with a mischievous gaze. Quickly, he swung his sword toward Kaban, shouting loudly with great power, each strike piercing through his opponent's dark aura. Seeing that scene, he was a bit surprised. Young Min still crazily wielded his weapon, rushing forward and shouting, with each of your passing techniques like a huge explosion sending dirt and dust flying everywhere. Kaban stood below, unable to hide his amazement, and wondered, isn't this way too powerful? Moreover, the speed of the attack's movement was astonishing as it darted back and forth between the walls. Its speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye, and suddenly Kevin noticed something. Young Min stared intently at him and shouted, "Die!" Ansang once again passing through Kaban. He shrugged and glanced behind after hearing him merge and speak, just as I thought. Kaban smugly thought that anyone overthinking could defeat him. If all they did was boost their physical strength and attack blindly, they might as well give up. In that dark, oppressive scene, he reminded them, "Have you forgotten that I still control this entire area?" Kaban happily said, "As long as I remain synchronized with the darkness, I can detect every movement and teleport anywhere within my controlled area to dodge your attacks." Hearing that, he replied without hesitation, "Don't make me laugh. Do you think you're the main villain in those stories? It's really stupid to think you can dodge like that." Suddenly, Young Min's eyes flashed with hatred as he declared that everything would end here. Returning to the event a few minutes earlier, the ultimate skill, Rage Mode, would grant you immense power for a short period. But in return, you will have to suffer from significantly decreased stats after the skill ends, which is a double-edged sword. That convinced Kaban that the loser was already decided, especially since you were blind to use the ultimate rage so early. He clenched his teeth and shouted, then Young Min charged again, yelling, "Don't mess with me!" Kaban spread 2 fingers, causing a fog to appear around him, and he vanished right before his eyes. Seeing that, Young Min crazily rushed to slash at the fog while calmly searching for a way. I need to find a way to dispel the darkness here. That is his source of vapor. When the darkness is gone, it's my chance. Young Min turned around and shouted, "Where the hell did that bastard run off to?" Suddenly, a row of knives burst up from the ground, shocking him. But deep inside, he kept on thinking. At that moment, I could easily blow away the darkness with my powerful wide-area skill. It quickly surged up beneath Young Min's feet, making it difficult for him to dodge, and he silently thought, "It's not over yet." He calmly looked up at it and sighed, "Damn it, this is draining my energy. Time is running out." Young Min gasped for breath as the warning message appeared. 20 seconds left before the rage ends, and he sank to the ground, exhausted and panting. Suddenly, Kaban appeared and said that you only survived because of that skill and rage, but you'll die soon after that skill runs out. Young Min immediately raised his eyebrows and cut him off, saying, "I won't let that happen." He stepped in front of him, smug, saying, "I need the world to see how easily I can destroy everything." He lowered his face and muttered, "Damn it, this is so annoying. I never thought I would have to go this far in a one-on-one duel." With the shining weapon in his hand, Kaban added, "This is it, die with regret. A reminder that there are 10 seconds left before the combined rage ends." Young Min clenched his teeth and bit down on something, then continued, "I really don't want to recover from such exhausting things." The electric shock, dazzling before his eyes, surprised him, and he exclaimed, "What?" He sat there calmly and reached out his hand toward Kaban, the electric current attacking him. Surprised by the sudden attack, he wondered confusedly if it was magic. How could that be? Information indicates that the item Young Min used earlier was a consumable spell of rare level, Lightning Demon Magic, stored inside and still available for use. No more than 3 times, Young Min reminisces about the past after using it twice in previous missions. "I never thought I would use it for the last time like this, but this is the only way to extinguish the darkness, the main source of Han's power." With no target in front of him, Young Min quickly seized the opportunity and charged forward, thinking to himself that it was only a temporary plan. A notification reminded him that 5 seconds remained before the rage ended. Clenching his weapon tightly, Young Min activated his skill, slashing, and reminded himself that he only had one chance. Kaban stared in shock at the scene before him as Young Min soared up with a heroic aura, aiming directly at him. Young Min gathered all his strength into a single, spectacular strike to finish him off. As he delivered the final blow, he silently shouted that he would give it his all. Then the notification appeared saying the battle was over and you leveled up. Kaban fell to the ground in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be?" while his upper body slammed down, but he refused to accept defeat, thinking, "How could I lose to someone like him?" Young Min quickly turned and pretended to be cool, not knowing what else to do, just acting tough. So embarrassing. Standing before Kaban's fading body, he flicked his middle finger at him with a teasing smile. "Always ready to fight me any time, you damn bastard." His face gradually disappeared, but he still struggled to speak, waiting for the notification to appear, saying, "You have defeated the player Kaban and leveled up." As soon as he received the message, he collapsed onto the ground exhausted, breathing heavily, and muttered in despair that he was close to death. Young Min took the potion from his hand and signaled to recover, then drank it internally, secretly thinking to himself, "I'm not really confident I can win. After all, he is the strongest opponent I've faced since my return. I never thought that the leader of the Bloodhunt Guild would join Ragnarok, but thanks to the new title I earned, I was able to defeat him. The information on the screen indicates that first, breaking limits the legend, you have defeated someone much stronger than you and have been certified as a player who doesn't know what limits are. You are the first to receive this title, and with that information, especially the title Break the Limit, it is said that when facing a stronger opponent, all your abilities will increase by 10%. When facing a stronger opponent, the level of all skills will increase by 1, and the punishment will be reduced by 30%. When facing monsters, all abilities increase by 20%. And with those benefits, he believes that without this title, he would be doomed. Young Min calmly held up the shining silver ring and spoke, "But because of that, I was able to level up and get some pretty useful equipment, so I'll let him go." The information indicates that the mage's seed ring is of a certain level and rarity. A seed mage created this escape ring, which can be used once a day to retreat 3 meters, with the remaining use allowing a 0.1 meter retreat. Young Min kept his eyes fixed on the shining ring, a look of delight on his face as he thought to himself. Even though he can only use it once a day, it is very important for someone whose only skill is attack. I will make good use of it. Young Min looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression, only now realizing. Young Min suddenly remembered the past and realized that he had already defeated 2 future members of Ragnarok in the previous era. Does that mean the future can change? Like they might not join Ragnarok after all? Then he lowered his head again and shook it off. No. It's still not certain. I don't know how Odin recruits members. The image of Odin appears in my mind, making Young Min furrow his brow and wonder. Odin, I don't know what he's doing now. Maybe he started playing along with Lost too. Did he change his nickname before? Too many unanswered questions make him frown, shake his head, and mutter, "Damn it, that guy could be anyone. Forget it." After thinking and thinking, I couldn't solve anything. Then I remembered Filey biting his lip in anger, even June's whole body, and I thought to myself, Odin is indeed a problem, but right now, Filet is the biggest issue. He must have attacked me with all his strength, so he probably wants to catch me. Suddenly, Young Min smiled excitedly, then looked forward with anticipation and thought, whatever happens, since I'm here, I'll accept whatever comes. Tradon froze and looked down at his hands as if contemplating something. Under that clear blue sky, Young Min thought to himself, I'd better prepare in advance. In a bustling scene filled with people passing by, the first item to appear was the Edge How armor. Level? Rare. The Edge armor is engraved on the chest with a defense of 110. Durability, 300 out of 300, agility, +5, critical hit rate, +5%. Required level 60. Next is the Archer's Gauntlets, rare level, once worn by an archer. Just wearing it makes you feel confident, with a defense of 40. Durability of 250 out of 250. Bow shooting increased by 10%. Critical hit rate increased by 7%. Level requirement 60. Finally, Young Min is wearing a series of attractive accessories. Divine Lizard Pants, rare level, with the wildness of the Divine Lizard. Defense 80. Durability 400 out of 400. Agility +3. Critical hit rate +3%. Level requirement 60. Deadly back armor. Defense 40. Durability 200 out of 200. Critical hit rate +5%. Level requirement 60. Scout's armor. Rare level, once worn by a scout, reduces damage and decreases the chance of traps or terrain effects. Defense 70. Durability 300 out of 300. Health +2. Trap activation chance -10%. Terrain effect influence -10%. Critical hit rate +7%. With the current state and equipment on Young Min, he doesn't expect much from those flashy items in the auction. Just focus on increasing the critical hit rate first, then imagine the scene of lightly defeating the enemy pair thanks to the titles he has, which boost it by 20%. Adding these items brings it up to 40%, and with each hit being a critical strike. Young Min smirked as he looked at the item in front of him with a pleased expression. It was a rare-level magic-absorbing battle spear, a lethal spear for warriors. It absorbs magic to increase durability and attack power, with 150 attack and 500 durability out of 500. The required level is 70, and holding the spear tightly in his hand, he happily exclaimed, "Not bad, probably usable up to level 100. Young Min looks at the screen in front of him, silently calculating. It seems he spent about 30 gold to buy all this, leaving some money left. Suddenly, he remembers other tasks he needs to do and considers, with the main quest being that he only needs one more note from Harkener to complete it. Hiding behind the wall, someone was watching Young Min's back as he walked and muttered to himself, "All right, time to go farming. I need to take this chance to try out my new equipment." The person silently watched him from afar. Then the scene shifted to the waterfall in the forest. Suddenly, a wild boar charged wildly out of nowhere. Young Min smoothly glides past the boar, causing its body to split apart as he uses it. Critical hit, he stands tall, raising his axe high with excitement and says, "Not bad. A critical hit and a level 70 monster is gone." Another one is charging forward, but he still stands there exhausted, determined to stay until he reaches level 75. It charges straight at Young Min, who, seeing this, rushes forward excitedly to provoke it. "Come on, then." Suddenly, a barrage of arrows came flying from nowhere, piercing the wild boar and knocking it out before it could even fight back. Young Min turned around in confusion, wondering what kind of monster this was. Someone just approached him and showed an apologetic expression. "Sorry, I accidentally shot them. What should I do to make it up to you?" Young Min frowned and replied, "It's fine, but from now on, be more careful." Then he aimed at the two monsters in the distance, gripping his axe tightly, slowly raising it, and with full force he threw the axe straight at the two monsters ahead. Suddenly, in front of Young Min, where the two monsters were standing, a large explosion appeared caused by someone using the magic missile skill, and then a member of the Megapixel Guild appeared in front of him. Apologizing, "Oh no, sorry, I didn't see you attack at first." This scene is so familiar that Young Min couldn't be bothered to pay attention and continued to prepare for the attack. Sensing something, he quickly turned around. Just as a member of the Megapixel Guild drew his bow, he was suddenly pulled back by the deadly aura emanating from Young Min. He turned to him with a fake smile and said, "Oh my god, we just happened to be targeting the same goal," Young Min called out softly. "Guys," he continued, asking, "from the Megapixel Guild, right?" The guy jerked but kept his composure. "What are you talking about? Why are you saying that all of a sudden?" He just pointed at the member of the Megapixel Guild, implying that at least he should hide the guild's emblem. The guy instinctively stepped back and exclaimed, "Oh my god." Then the Megapixel Guild member loudly retorted, "So what if I do? What are you going to do? Hunting always involves mistakes." Young Min heard that and sighed. Then he looked directly at the person from the Megapixel Guild, causing him to look frightened, and warned, "I will give my final warning." Young Min's face, filled with deadly intent, pressed close to the Megapixel Guild member and warned, "If you keep following and stealing my monsters, I will consider it an act of rebellion against me." He coldly threatened, and not just him, but his entire guild always does the same. Hearing that, he shouted, "Do you want to fight?" Young Min turned and walked away, but didn't forget to show his attitude. "Go ahead and do whatever you want, just don't complain that I didn't warn you." His eyebrows furrowed in annoyance as the members of the Megapixel Guild smirked with scheming thoughts, thinking to themselves, just let him do it. But no matter what he does, it won't work. The people of the Megapixel Guild stood there watching Young Min's back, secretly thinking that everyone here was already ready to ruin his hunt. Members of the Megapixel Guild quietly follow him, watching him with an amused look, and thinking to themselves that unlike the Bloodhunt Guild, we are just ordinary players known for being polite and proper. Things would be different if you didn't know we come from the Megapixel Guild, but since you do, you won't be able to easily fight back against us. Young Min moved with an axe tightly in his hand, a mysterious and excited smile on his face. The people from Megapixel shouted out loud, "What?" He was extremely confused. "You want me to follow and bother him, that Ron guy?" Violet crossed his arms and glanced. "That's right. Of course, the person must not be discovered by other players." The member of the guild responded cautiously. "No, the issue isn't about being caught. He's worried. Do you really think he would let us do that? I heard he's a crazy, weird guy." Violet lowered his head. Sure, he wouldn't stay quiet, but that wasn't the point. The guild members wondered what, and Violet irritably explained, "We need to make him furious and then turn things around to make him look like the villain. If we can't do anything to him in the game, then we must leverage the power of the media, he thinks. Don't worry. Unlike those bloodshedding groups, our guild is famous for its upright and honorable conduct. He can't attack us easily. The guild members are still very worried. He definitely came to Young Min. The only reason he has so many supporters is because he only attacks blood-sucking enemies, a BK guild. Members of the Yang Palace from behind won't dare attack the Megapixel Guild because of our good reputation. But if we can provoke him and capture that moment," each Lao Vunvut grazed past Young Min's face, and a wild boar nearby was immediately frightened, squealing and running away. The person from the rear of the guild chuckled arrogantly. "Oh no, I just slipped up." He pretended to be composed. "Sorry about that." Before he could finish his words, Young Min had already leapt forward with his spear. The guild member froze for a moment. "What?" The spear flashed past swiftly, leaving a streak of bright red. Young Min smiled softly. "You're done now." The Megapixel Guild members witnessing this are all panicked. He attacked an outsider from the BK Guild. Young Min calmly stepped forward. "Why are you so surprised? I already warned you." She panicked. "Step aside." She fearfully unleashed her mana shield, but Young Min paid no mind to her feeble resistance and struck directly, shattering the magic shield with a critical hit, a dangerous smile spreading across Young Min's face. This was the perfect chance to test the set's critical feature. A man suddenly shouted, "You," he stands behind and questions, "you're making a big mistake. Do you think everyone will stay quiet if you keep playing like this?" Young Min calmly raises the wooden staff beside him. It's too noisy. He swung his club and shouted loudly, "If you don't like it, choke me and attack me." As screams of agony echoed around, the members of the Megapixel Guild lay on the ground, gradually fading away, and Young Min's pupils turned even redder. The analysis system shows your cruelty score has increased. If you die as a murderer, you're considered a killer. You will lose more experience points, and if you die while being a murderer, there's a high chance you'll drop an item. To lower your cruelty score, you need to wait for a while or only eliminate those with malicious behavior. If your cruelty score increases, you will face a greater punishment. Young Min furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue. Well, these terrible chaos situations. He thought to himself, I knew this would happen sooner or later, but I became a murderer too early. Young Min suddenly smiled dangerously, but it was just a minor disturbance, nothing more. He calculated that if he really wanted to chase them away, he only needed to go to a higher-level hunting area like the 90th mountain in the Dao Tak's bustling zone. Maybe it will be a bit harsh, but I can try hunting there. Young Min slung his shield over his shoulder and walked on, not avoiding any fights. That's my principle. He raised his voice. Now I will wait and relax while hunting to see what they will do. At the brightly lit apartment, Young Min lies in his room on the phone. Yes, that's the right address. Please make sure to choose the highest dose possible. I will pay by the end of today. Please deliver within 3 days. Young Min hung up. It's done for now. He turned around irritably and pressed his phone, pondering why they had been so quiet these days. expecting them to act at some point. Young Min guessed they were afraid because some members had been killed. No, that couldn't be. Suddenly, something caught his eye on the screen. Young Min sneered and looked at this bastard. The screen showed footage of his brutal fight that day with the title, "We have uncovered the double face of the player Roken." Revealing the false face of Roken, Young Min sighed. How adorable. Violet sat in front of the screen with a serious expression, greeting everyone in the community softly. "I am Violet, the leader of the Megapixel Guild, the Fairness Guild." He explained that if you've been active in the transit area recently, you might have heard of a player named Roken. Violet introduces him as a famous player for challenging the PK Guild and the Blood Hunt Guild. Many might think he is a fighter defending the weak, and that is what we, the Megapixel Guild, have believed all along. He suddenly condemned him, but he only did so because of the loot and experience points gained from hunting blood hunters, and he never truly helped ordinary players or beginners. Violet raised his hand, and of course he was not obliged to help others, just like the Megapixel Guild. However, the screen flashed with that scene, and we received an unexpected report from an anonymous source indicating that Roken was using illegal hacking software to cheat in the game. He analyzed that from the video we received. He was struck by a barrage of arrows and spells that went straight through him, along with other strange things. Another scene appeared, showing him killing a member of our guild who tried to send a request to verify this incident. Violet points and says, "This is why I am here, to condemn Roken, the player suspected of hacking." He concludes that the truth is up to you. "This is Violet, the leader of the Megapixel Guild, signing off." Young Min burst into laughter, wondering what he's secretly up to. "So it's this, huh?" He wiped away tears from laughing so much. Truly a funny person. No wonder Lim Su-hai tricked him. Young Min arrogantly thought, after all, since the leader of the Bloodborne Guild couldn't defeat him, they no longer dared to attack him in the game. His eyes lit up. What he was doing was both contemptible and suspicious, but it definitely worked. Young Min recalled and organized the events. In the game, I only focused on playing to get stronger. He's the leader of the top 5 guilds in Korea, and to maintain his reputation, he always has to pretend to be a charity guild. He laughs loudly. "What a pity, but this isn't the first time this has happened, so I know exactly what to do with this disastrous plan." Violet presses the phone. "I will teach you a good lesson." In the secret battle between Young Min and Violet, people are more wary of an innocent liar than a powerful bastard in the depths of the forest, the bandit hideout. The bandits angrily shouted, "How dare you come here alone? Do you know who we are?" Young Min calmly asked back, "What if I didn't know?" One of the bandits spat. "I will teach you a lesson before killing you." He shouted loudly, "We are—" Before he could finish, an axe from Young Min cut him off. He chuckled softly, just joking. "Of course I know who you are." Young Min now raises his axe. This is the place to grind experience points after all. He looked at these people thoughtfully. Usually bandits in the game are just for newbies to level up, but these guys are different. A bandit stomps his foot angrily. "Damn it, how dare you!" He suddenly stood up and shouted. Young Min looked at him and thought, they don't seem like it, but they're all above level 90. He assessed that their background involves attacking and looting numerous adventurers, so they have more equipment and strategies than ordinary monsters. Everyone shouted, "It's only him!" His counsel, Young Min didn't hesitate to take the hit. Even so, he became berserk. He sank into a sea of flames, smiling softly, still nothing compared to himself. Young Min fought wildly. "Just wait for the let fee. I will repay both the principal and the profit for you." The online comments are starting to heat up. Nondargo, has everyone seen the video of Roken yet? Frimchips, how come some haven't watched it? Magnus, I thought you were strong, but it turns out you're just a hacker. The comments are starting to shift, soldiers. Megapixel, that's right, Roken didn't do anything to us. DD, why did you switch sides so quickly? Woods, why switch sides? Roken only did it for himself. DD, who is the one calling Roken a saint? Everyone is tense before the verbal battle. Bali, but changing clothes can also be hacked. I've never heard of that before. People are immersed in the online world. Sparkler, Pewterfly, we shouldn't judge just based on that video. We need to hear both sides. Let's ask them to upload the original video. Woods is a chubby kid, and now there's another guy defending Roken. I heard he's well aware. Jeremy analyzes the video. Aside from the blood hunt incident, it's probably hacking. Otherwise, how could someone catch an arrow with their bare hands? Are we filming a movie? In tense moments, Phil Ed posts a video thanking everyone for their support. We are the Megapixel Society, working towards a healthier gaming environment. He pretends to be humble. Everything is not fully revealed yet. But if everyone continues to support us, the Megapixel Club will keep uncovering the secrets of the suspected hacker Roken. We thank everyone for their support. Phil-Ed smirked at the manipulated public opinion. These fools, he muttered to himself. Yeah, it was always going to be like this. Phil-Ed smirked inwardly. No matter how hard Roken tries, he's only alone. How can he possibly stay in Telos when everyone is against him like this? He looked at him with cruelty. You're doomed, Roken. Bow before the power of the collective. Phil-Ed clenched the phone in his hand, and when it disappears, I will continue working with the Blood Hunt Guild. A call coming in, what's going on? The person on the other end sounds urgent. The guild leader, the person reports. Roken just logged in, he's at the town square. Phil-Ed chuckled softly. I see, he probably wants to explain. He asked again, did you tell the wingmen about our plan and tell them to blend into the crowd? The other side hesitated. There seems to be a problem. Phil-Ed snapped. What? In the afternoon at Town Square, everyone passing by couldn't help but glance at Young Min. They whispered to each other, Hey, isn't that the famous Roken guy? The girl was surprised. Huh? That hacker? Is that him? She angrily turned around. How dare he walk around outside like that? Her teammate quickly stopped her. Stay calm. What if he plans to kill us all? The girl looked confused. Don't you know, if there's a murderer here, we just need to call the NPC guards and take him down? Her teammate hesitated. But she didn't care, and turned around loudly. Hey, you must be Roken. Let's have a talk. Young Min also turned her head without hesitation. What? The girl was startled. Huh? Young Min calmly looked around, wondering why so many people were staring at him, while the girl whispered to her teammate. Wait a minute, isn't he the murderer? Why do his eyes look so normal? And her teammate also seemed curious. He's lowered the number of people he's killed, Young Min sneered. They're surprised. He's satisfied with what he's done over the past few days. Reducing the cruelty index isn't easy. It will decrease on its own but takes weeks, and the fastest way is to kill other murderers. Young Min recalled that this was the fastest method known so far, but there are other ways most players don't know about, such as some monsters having high cruelty stats. He had participated in countless battles, which is why he spent the entire night hunting bandits. Of course, I also level up, but by killing the bandits who had murdered countless veteran explorers, I was able to reset my cruelty stat in just a few hours. This method will surely become popular as players level up, but the most important thing is, I won't be bothered by these anonymous guys anymore. Young Min couldn't believe it. The cruelty stat couldn't decrease in just a day. Young Min waved and turned away. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Her teammate also bowed their head and apologized for bothering your family, but someone else directly asked, You're an innocent bystander, right? He holds a notebook and a pen, smiling as he assesses Young Min. I am Danos, a reporter from Game Invent. May I interview you for a bit? Young Min glances away, thinking this is perfect timing. He recalls that he probably came here because of the bait he deliberately set up. Young Min smirked to himself, surprised that the person answering was Roken. I can't miss this exclusive interview opportunity. Young Min sneered and replied, Interview? Sure, but you just point. What if I want to choose the outdoor spot at that coffee shop? Danos was surprised. What the heck? He must be careful. Probably needs to interview somewhere private to get some hot news. Young Min boredly turns away, but Danos quickly pulls him back. No, it's fine. It's fine. He starts walking into the coffee shop, and everyone inside is staring at them. Are they being interviewed? What's going on? Danos clasped his hands together and said, Well, you probably already know about the recent events, so I'll be straightforward. He scribbled quickly. Someone suspects you used hacking software, and there's evidence that you've been PKing recklessly. What do you think about that? Young Min spoke up, so I will be direct. I swear I have never used hacking software, and the megapixel community deserves it for provoking me. Young Min tapped his hand on the table. From now on, I will gradually prove that. Danos chuckled softly, clearly confident, wondering how you plan to prove what you're saying. Young Min leaned back and replied, I've heard that a hacking software was created in the lot. Danos smiled. I've heard about that recently. Young Min dismissively scoffs. I watched the video yesterday, but do you think they recorded that clip just now? He analyzes if the people who recorded that video suspected I was using hack software, wouldn't they have already reported me? Danos hesitated. So what do you mean? He guessed that they reported you, but nothing happened. Young Min corrected himself, saying that they had concluded I wasn't using hacking software. He crossed his arms with a nonchalant expression, and moreover, I know how to play the game without any software. I have never used hacking software, and I don't even know where to get it. Young Min raised his hand. If you're still suspicious, you can report me right now. Danos was surprised. Are you sure? So, I'm reporting you now, Young Min said without hesitation. Go ahead and report. Danos touched the screen. I've finished reporting. Now we'll know for sure. He still seems confused. So are you saying that you just aimed the arrows and caught them with your bare hands using only your skills? Young Min sighs. What's all the fuss about? He frowned. Isn't this game designed to let strong players level up based on their rank, items, and skills? Young Min explained, I upgraded my berserker class, so with that power I could easily destroy an entire building. So catching an arrow isn't such a big deal? Danos shook his head. You have a point, he asked again. So what happens when that spell doesn't hit you? Young Min explained, it's an item called a safe zone. You can find it in the magic item shop. If you're still suspicious, you can try it yourself. Danos thought anxiously, I don't think he's lying or overdoing it. He asked, so why do you think the Megapixel Guild stole that video? And why didn't you immediately clear things up by explaining? Young Min crossed his arms and asked back, do I really need to respond to all those ridiculous accusations? He sneered and wondered if they were trying to bring me down to hide something. Danos was taken aback. Do they have something to hide? He whispered nervously, what are you talking about? Do the Megapixel Club really have something to hide? Danos hints, what do you know about them? Young Min replies, you'll find out tonight. He explained that they upload videos to give viewers the power to judge, so I was planning to do the same. Sorry for making you wait here, but please watch the video that will be uploaded tonight for more details. Danos was overwhelmed inside, but he still appeared calm on the outside. All right, I have one last question for you. Danos looked directly and asked, I heard you had a PvP match with a member of the Megapixel Guild, is that true? Young Min confidently replied, yes. That's right. Danos was surprised. Why are you admitting so easily? Young Min, just say it. I don't want to argue. They made me so angry that I'll just kill everyone. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up. And let me take this opportunity to say something. Young Min shot a dangerous look. If anyone tries to mess with me, they are risking everything, from items to their own lives. Over there, on the video screen, Filet chuckles softly, bragging quite a bit. Talk to me when you've beaten my people. Young Min, just hand over the mixed invisibility cloak and we'll let this go. Filet also threatened to send some of our elite members to Blood Hunter, telling them that we will support in reducing the number of murders and leveling up. The comments flooded the screen. Kun Hoa, Blood Hunter, operated by Megapixel. Surprised, huh? I know Roken is right. He's delivering justice to them, haha. They really are a bunch of villains. Jeremy, I heard the Blood Hunters are at risk of being disbanded. The Megapixel Guild must be in trouble too. Caben mockingly raised his hand, saying that the gap between me and you isn't something that just a skill can overcome. Everyone was impressed. Canadian, the leader of the Blood Hunt Society, is terrifying. Nachiel, oh my, if it were me, I would have probably committed suicide out of shame. Finally, the Megapixel members taunted Young Min. Oh my god, this time, my arrow just missed. Gosumi angrily comments, I want to punch him in the face, they probably deserve to be PK'd. Do you agree? Young Min scrolled through the comments. Seriously, these people, he chuckled softly, they switch sides so quickly. Is that Udyr or something? Young Min sighed, these stupid Megapixel bastards. Do you think only you record videos? Don't you realize I've already faced so many problems with one of my clips? I recall that in my previous life, while playing, many people tried to bring me down using dirty tricks. That's why I always keep my camera on during gameplay, even though it means I have to buy a new hard drive every month. Young Min chuckled happily, curious to see his expression right now. He recalled that in his previous life, when he was playing, that bastard Shui Diu was so gentle. He loved it. Calm down, Filet's face darkened. Do you really think you can stay calm? He's angry but also full of questions. Above all, how could that bastard be connected to our Blood Hunt Society? Only high-ranking members of our society would know. Filet hesitated. Don't tell me you just spread rumors, Shui hurriedly explained. No, I swear it wasn't me. Filet sat in a corner, repeating Roken. Roken, this damn bastard, what should I do now? Shui suddenly spoke up. Actually, I think I might know who Roken is. He looked genuinely surprised. What, the ex-boyfriend we saw last time, right? Filet nervously fidgeted. Damn it, what does that mean? Shui also found it hard to believe, but no matter how much I think about it, it's definitely him. She explained that he used the nickname Roken in all the games he played, and after watching the video, I realized that Roken's appearance and way of talking reminded me of him. Filet then remembered everything. Yes, last time he told me he also played the lot, damn it. Now that I think about it, he looks exactly the same. He's definitely that bastard, Filet said quietly, and Lim Shui was startled. She nodded. Filet's face contorted. You have his address, right at the apartment building where Young Min lives. The two men in black, faces hidden, climbed the stairs, their expressions filled with fear. Darling? She looked at Violet worriedly and asked, "Do we really should do this? I think this is going too far." Violet clenched her chin and said, "I don't care. Just call him out." He glanced at the apartment door thoughtfully, realizing that coming here himself only made things worse. Especially since I was being watched by someone living in your apartment. Can you believe how pathetic that is? The others muttered, "I'm different from you, you miserable bastard. Just watch these loyal henchmen do whatever I tell them." Someone is ringing the doorbell. In the game, you're also having fun. But this day next year will be your funeral day. P. Pro Con. A voice echoes from inside. "Who is it?" with a sweet voice. "It's me, Shui." Surprised, the person inside asks back, "Shui? I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong address." Shui chuckles softly. "You don't need to be like that." She pulls her shirt string. "So why don't we go inside and talk a bit?" The person inside, seeing Shui's appearance through the peephole, hesitates, and the door slowly opens. Violet rushes in, caught him. "Everyone, attack!" Two people in black immediately attack. The person inside is also shocked, panicking and pointing. "Are you guys robbers?" "Then you guys have broken into the wrong house," he shouted. "My father is the captain of this district's police department. You crazy guys are just about to sit in prison." Violet, hearing that, helplessly sighed and thought to himself, "Damn it, it's all over. Roken, you bastard." And at that moment, YUM, relaxing and lying down. Is someone talking behind my back? He lies on the sunbed, softly whispering, "No way." YUM tips his sunglasses up and gives a faint smile. "I'm lying on the rooftop of the building. How could there be someone as kind-hearted as me?" In fact, just a few days after YUM went home, he returned to the rooftop of the building. YUM. They posted the video and the Megapixel Club was basically disbanded. People publicly criticized the club leader hadn't logged into the game, and some members were criticized for being part of Megapixel, forcing them to leave the club. YUM stretched out on the couch, enjoying the moment. Megapixel, once a top guild, has now collapsed in helplessness. He finds it boring to evaluate. Damn, that ending was really disappointing. I thought for sure he would make one last stand. But after this, he probably didn't want to try anymore. As for Violet, he gets his ending after the assassin. It's true, he's really a boring bastard. It's still bland even at the end. YUM, getting up and returning to your side. That's basically a happy ending, except for a few small things. YUM. Remember, it's just a small matter. You mean your own interview. YUM emphasized that I only warned before anyone else came here to bother you, but it even made you more famous. And in the end, you had to deal with these annoying fans. Someone has sent a message to YUM and disturbed him. YUM opened the door. From what I hear, there are also online fans. Well, I don't really care much about that, he thought to himself. Truly a funny world. There's also something else that YUM finds more interesting. But the best part of all this is that after selling all the items collected from the Blood Hunt, he managed to earn a few thousand gold. The media reported this story extensively, and it quickly became a hot topic. So the real-world value of this pile of gold is even multiplied. YUM. He entered his new room, which allowed him to sell half of his gold and transfer the proceeds into this house. Even if it seems a bit wasteful, he already has plans for future items and for leveling up. YUM also bought another item. And he also needs a gaming desk with the highest specifications to enjoy the game better, so investing in it is necessary. YUM whispered to himself. In that tiny apartment, I don't have enough space to set up the latest gaming PC. He puts on his glasses. So, I guess I should give it a try. It's time to reach level 100, just as I've been hoping for. In a remote and deserted forest, the man struggles to sit on the ground. You're pretty capable too. He struggled to fight back, but just wait until our camp leader arrives, and you'll see. YUM didn't let him finish, and knocked him away from the beam. He just shrugged and walked away. Seriously. This is the problem with these humanoid monsters. Why do they have to talk so much? Just shut up and go. YUM. He slung the spear over his shoulder. Let's see. It's finally time for it to come out from deep inside the cave. A powerful voice echoes from afar. You dare to insult my land! Level 100 bandit camp leader YUM. He strode out boldly. Who dares to harm my territory? I am YUM. Will take on the responsibility of avenging her. YUM. Watching this scene, I can't hold back my tears. Zeratin is tall. What the hell? YUM. Waving his hand. Oh well, there's nothing to worry about. He chuckled softly. Anyway, I am quite busy. So why don't you hold your tongue and step back? Zeratin muttered. You arrogant fool. He immediately rushed forward. I will grant your wish, IUM. He took a deep breath in silence and shouted out in shock. The roar of the beast is cut off, the strength of another immediately diminishes significantly. IUM laughs evenly. Oh my god. Look what we have here. Deputy Packer level 95 Pankers immediately disappeared. Deputy. Why you? Zeratin is just as surprised. How does that bastard know about Panker's YUM? So I still quietly think to myself, of course I knew that. The bandit hideout is the starting point of a famous quest, also known as the King Longleaf mission. There are many special quest items and numerous bandit hideouts around the second city, and if someone defeats the bandit camp leader and collects the quest item, they will start a mission to defeat Lord Longleaf. Having led the entire band of bandits, the reward was quite good, and the prize for this mission was a high-level longleaf kite with unbelievable stats. It is considered one of the essential items for a raid, so in my previous life, I had no choice but to thoroughly investigate how to find the bandits' hideout. IUNN looked at Pankos. This guy is very troublesome, a sneaky ambusher who uses invisibility magic. Duwang Kao. I'm so glad to meet you. I hope I never see you again, YUNN thought to himself, but it won't do any good for me. Jiro quickly eats again. No. YUNN ignores that and strikes downward. System report. You have defeated Pankos, the bandit lieutenant, and leveled up. YUNN wonders if the lieutenant he defeated is the one who already died. Haha, he's just a bandit after all, nothing special. YUNN suddenly spun around and launched a series of attacks at Jiro, who had just rushed in from behind. He looked at YUNN, the most damnable person, in anger. He sneered, "Wow, so scared, but do you know who?" A blazing red flame erupts from the kite, engulfing Jiro Tin. YUNN grins maniacally. Does anyone have enough strength to do that? Turning berserk, the sword in Jiro Tin's hand is gradually forced down by the overwhelming weight. He could no longer endure it. YUNN delivered the final blow, sending Jiro Tin flying away. He tried to hold his step back. "You bastard!" Jiro Tin's eyes lit up. He used a special combo move, Fox and Steel Body. Jiro Tin was instantly empowered. He roared fiercely, combining skills and enhancements, and Jiro Tin sneered. "See that? Do you think you're the only one who can use support skills?" At the same time, YUNN rushed in to cut off Jiro Tin. The shield was shattered in two. An enhancement is a combination skill of the warrior class that not only boosts the body, but also the user's equipment, right? He jumps up, raising his spear high, ready to test how steady you are. Jiro Tin's face briefly shows a hint of fear as the desperate sounds echo around. After Jiro Tin's body turns green, the system updates. You have defeated the bandit leader Jiro Tin and leveled up. IUNN holds a piece of paper with a satisfied smile. All right, I'll need to keep this. System notification, you have received a letter from King Longla. He looks around the country, thinking that item might have dropped to be done too, but where could it be now? Suddenly, YUNN realized, oh, the system kept alerting, you have received the last page of Hawkener's magazine. YUNN smiled softly, finally. Warning system, combining items, you have received the Hawkener magazine. You now have access to the final main clue left by Investigator Hawkener. I'm satisfied. Great. I finally completed the mission of collecting these Death Party magazines. YUNN began to seriously flip through the book. Hawkener's magazine is basically like a treasure map, if you combine all the clues and information in it. The result is clear. It all points to a single location, where the skeleton and the deadly curse are sealed in a dense bone forest. YUNN sighs heavily, honestly. They hide it so well, as if someone is deliberately trying to find it. I'm tired. It seems like I can go in even without a mission here. I've noticed there have been quite a few strange cave explorations lately. A few strange noises sound. YUNN looks up in surprise. He smirks. It's been a while, hasn't it? The warning system alerts you. You have discovered the corpse of Investigator Hawkener. IUNN smiled, recalling, yes, this is the Investigator Hawkener, the owner of the magazine. His eyes lit up as he focused on the ring on the skull's hand. IUNN took it out. I'll borrow this. He waved and turned away. It should be useful for something around here. Finally, YUNN found it and placed the ring on the ice. It's here. The ring caused the ice to melt, creating a light that broke the seal of the deathly cave. YUNN smiled softly, knowing from his past life experience where to enter. but it was only feasible for certain missions. The task may be interrupted if you do not meet the level or fail to collect enough magazine fragments, as the soul of the bone department will rise to prevent you. Level 90. Roken enters the dungeon. YUNN smiles, thinking this isn't a place for low-level players, but his current level is more than enough for this mission. He kicks the icy wall, revealing a vast, wide trail, and a strange sound catches YUNN's attention as a strange creature's shoulder rises. The main mission is to stop the skeletal soldiers from invading the human world. These ones are weak level 95 skeletons. YUNN quickly attacks the first one, unleashing his immense power. Das, strike. A massive explosion erupts, sending the enemies flying, and one of them attacks YUNN from behind. He quickly reacts, dodging the strike, and the skeleton suffers a cracking blow. YUNN sighs in relief. It seems they are only slightly stronger than the fake demons. Not too bad, but there's one thing I notice. The skulls are still charging recklessly because they aren't afraid of dying. YUNN raises his axe, but he easily jumped up and cut them down, making everything even easier, causing the skeletons to shatter upon being struck. The others met the same fate, and YUNN stood amidst the circle, capturing them all. He stomps his foot down hard, causing the surrounding monsters to be blasted away. YUNN quickly spins around. His swift, precise cuts take down the monsters one after another, and YUNN enjoys the thrill of the battle. He breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, I didn't have to use magic to deal with them. It's a bit troublesome when they keep rushing in. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. A deep voice echoes, and finally a meteor cuts through, breaking the chains apart. NHNVCAPXG's chain keeps breaking apart, revealing a massive monster. The seal has been broken. This is the level 100 bone general boss of the dungeon. He roared loudly, "I will turn you into a dried corpse first, to spread the greatness of the Empire to the human world." YNN stomped his foot hard and leapt up, charging in without hesitation until the person was crushed. Lip attack! The blazing red flames strike down on the bone general's head, and he just chuckles softly at this arrogant little fool. YUN, seeing this attitude, thought to himself, "Good. I will make it impossible for him to revive those sorrowful spirits." He analyzed Qi Kang, and the biggest problem with this dungeon boss was the general. So YUNN devised a plan. If you give it enough space and time, it will summon a horde of skeleton soldiers, and its passive skill deadly aura will make them much stronger. So that's why you need to prevent it from summoning those skeletons. But in reality, of course, their strength can't be underestimated, even without the soldiers. It's not easy at all. Usually you need a team of 3 with strong classes to defeat it. YUNN observes, "The time is coming. The general of the skeleton army will use his ultimate move and bite through." IUNN raises the ring in his hand, and at that moment, a blazing magic circle appears. The Lich General sneers. "You lowly human, you really think you can stand against the 4 generals of the Empire?" But his eyes gradually change. "System warning, recall cancelled due to no target found," the Bone General leader shouted. "What? He's not here." He raised his hand high. "Don't make me laugh. The Bone General created a tornado. If you're still alive, you won't be able to escape from me." Deadly aura, nullifying the invisibility cloak. As Young Min's figure gradually becomes clear after the cloak, the skeletal general is stunned. What? Young Min just smiles softly. A red flame falls to the ground. He immediately attacks the skeletal general, who screams in agony from the surprise attack. Young Min takes the opportunity to get closer and closer. All right, one more hit. The eyes of the Bone General light up as he moves his fingers, while Young Min continues to attack without stopping. The general of the Bone Soldiers unleashes his power, roaring that no one can stop him. Soul transformation. This terrifying strength makes Young Min hesitate, thinking he probably can't hold back the second phase. Dark magic circles appear in the sky, summoned by the undead general, using the Soul Summoner skill to summon the undead. From these circles, a flying object emerges, using the Night skill to mount a horse, and finally a perfect monster bursts out with a hybrid skill, a Shadow Warhorse. The blazing blue flames from the source of fiery power force Young Min to quickly dodge the incoming dangers, while sudden attacks from behind reveal the dangerous gleam in the general's eyes. He jumps up, surrounded by blazing blue flames. The skeleton General Y sternly commands, kneeling before the Empire's might. Young Min leaps with all his strength to attack, two powerful forces clashing and creating a devastating shockwave. The weight of the opponent forces him to grit his teeth and endure. Young Min is knocked back and quickly lands, creating a large friction with the ground. Young Min angrily scolds, "It's just a Scotten. Why does it hurt like being run over by a truck, even though I haven't been run over before?" He quickly takes out medicine to boost his vitality, so his strength is a bit better. But if it comes to a one-on-one fight, he'll lose because it can cut hair. Young Min looked at the monster before him, pondering what to do next. Should I use the berserk form? He hesitated. No, I can't use it. Young Min weighs the pros and cons. If I use it, I could easily defeat him, but the problem is the punishment afterward. My super fast level-up plan will be ruined. He squints. The current issue is Young Min observes General Cot Bin's movements. That thing can move, if I can deal with that. System notification, you have changed weapons wielding the demon spear. Young Min's eyes flash with danger. One wrong move and it will crush him, but he has to try to know. He throws both spears simultaneously. General Cot Bin smirks lightly. Useless. He easily raises his hand to block the attack. Does anyone really think they can stop an Imperial general with just that? Young Min suddenly appeared to counterattack with a deadly strike. Of course, I didn't think such a foolish thing would happen. General Cot Bin was caught off guard. What the? He faced that attack head on. Too reckless. A loud clash echoes through the space as General Cot Bin, wounded, roars in fury at this pest. He immediately retaliates, but his vision is already limited. And Young Min is just waiting for that chance to strike again. General Cot Bin scolds. Then the guards appear, and the ground shatters into pieces. Young Min lifts his head, revealing a dangerous gaze. At that moment, General Cot Bin unleashes a suppressive wave of power, and Young Min smirks, "Yes, I am truly relentless." You jump close to General Cot Bin's body, thrust your weapon into him, and he screams in pain, "Damn you, the resurrection of the Empire." Young Min also mocks him, "Your people and your empire." You delivered a strike to General Cot Bin's shoulder, a retaliation for earlier, and he howled in pain. Young Min guessed that his soul transformation technique was still in its charging phase. You deliver the fatal blow, kill that skeleton, the explosive power destroys everything, a lethal strike. All that remains are shards of rock. General Cot Bin also vanishes. No way, I am the next Imperial General. The system appears, you have leveled up. A metal block emerges. The system announces that General Scotten has been defeated and the death essence has appeared. Young Min sneers, here it is. The reason for risking his life to protect this cave is that metal block, the death essence. Under its influence, the skeletons begin to awaken. The system warns, hurry up. The death essence has the power to awaken the dead. They slowly rise after the horrific battle. If you don't level up quickly, their vitality will keep awakening, and if you leave it there, living monsters will keep appearing. It is the god of death. Faced with the urgent situation, Young Min just pursed his lips and also couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to himself that this would help him level up super fast. The system kept warning, if you don't recognize it quickly, it will continue to awaken. Young Min retorted, "Are you crazy? Can't you see all those points?" The skeletons start rushing up, level 25 Scottern. Since these guys are unlikely to stop Young Min, he immediately charges forward to attack. A single light strike can easily destroy them to gain power. Young Min's eyes are filled with madness. All right, it's time to reach level 99. 4 days later, the skeleton hunt still hasn't ended. Young Min is immersed in the thrill of the battle. He frantically takes down all of them. The skeletons continue to charge recklessly, and Young Min systematically takes them down one by one. The system announced just in time that you leveled up and reached the maximum level 99. Young Min smirked quietly, finally. He recalls the recent battles. Honestly, this constant resurrection of monsters sometimes makes things difficult for me. But thanks to the various medicines, healing items, and the hiding spots I carry with me, I can recover and continue fighting. Young Min remembers the tattoo. Because of that, I was able to reach level 99 in just 4 days. I bet no one else has done that. Even if my past life could level up to 99 this quickly, I step forward. All right, now is not the time for this. Young Min grasped the death crystal. The system announced, you have completed the dungeon scenario, the Death Cave, an incredible achievement. You have conquered the undead and saved the world from chaos, though no one knows of your achievement right now. But someday, the whole world will recognize your sacrifice. You have earned the title of Deathbringer. You are the first to achieve this title, and its effect increases your damage against undead by 10%. You deal an additional 50% lethal damage to undead and gain a 10% increase in resistance to dark elemental attacks. Young Min smiles. This is truly amazing, he muttered to himself. This is even better than the passive abilities of the Light Priest class. I really look forward to fighting the undead now. The system once again issues a warning. Death is gnawing at you, be careful. If you don't act quickly, death will swallow you whole. Young Min replied boredly. I know. You don't need to react so dramatically. He looked around with a raised head. Everything here is done now. Young Min takes the loot and walks away. I have completed the mission and reached level 99. The time has finally come. He opens the book and uses the ancient tome to build up power. Always unleash your great power immediately. Send my sweet gift to the main guardian of the red magic. Elsewhere, inside the main building, Matorian couldn't believe his eyes. That is. Young Min smiles and presents it. It is a deadly crystal. I obtained it from the place described in Hakener's journal, Matorian exclaimed. Wait a moment. He is conducting a magical inspection. A warm light surrounds Young Min. Purification. Young Min asks again. Is everything finished now? Matorian turns away. Still not good enough. You must not underestimate the power held by the deadly crystal. He hands over a potion. All right, give it to me and drink this. Matorian explains that it is a rare medicine that can boost a person's vitality. Young Min drinks it all in one gulp, not thinking at all. Cut. This thing doesn't taste good at all. Alarm system activated. The vitality within your body has been stirred. The power of life is pushing back death. He strokes his chin as he looks at the progress chart. All right, this should be enough to prevent death. Young Min recalls that the next resurrection of the death. God's power is coming soon. Even now, I still can't forget it. Matorian's farewell. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. We have been able to escape this mess. He smiles confidently. Not only that, but also because of your incredible achievements so far. I have decided to let you become a member of our surveillance team. Matorian extends his hand for a handshake. I look forward to working with you from now on. The two of you shake hands. Matorian smiles. Keep protecting this continent for its peace and safety. Young Min also smiled. I am also very much looking forward to working with you. He is calculating in his mind. Of course I will join. I need to continue the main quest chain. The guild includes many races. From humanity, spirits, and dwarves to gnomes, the system congratulates you. An extraordinary achievement. You have become a member of the surveillance team, a network that maintains relationships between species. You have received the title of Overseer. You are the first to earn this title. Young Min looks satisfied as the system begins to explain. The first rare Overseer. You have become a member of the Oversight Team, a network created by humans, dwarves, elves, and goblins. Therefore, for the peace and safety of this continent, you will be respected equally by other species everywhere. You are the first to receive this title. With this effect, you will be able to complete the Overseer's missions. You will be respected equally by other species everywhere. Matorian presents an item. Take it. This is proof of your identity. Young Min also realizes, yes, this is the thing to complete it. In Matorian's hand is a ring, the system explains. The monitor's ring, a rare item, a ring that proves the status of the monitor. It holds a special power that can boost the user's vitality, allowing you to restore 3,000 health points once a day. Remaining recovery uses 1 out of 1. Cooldown time until next use, no hours. Young Min clenched the ring tightly, thinking to himself, yes, this is the essential item for berserkers. Because my maximum health now is 2,500, it basically means I have gained another life. Matorian waved his hand. Now it's time for you to leave. The world is waiting. He smiled encouragingly, regardless of your goals and ambitions. We will support you, brave human. Young Min also turned and walked away, and he looked at Matorian in thought. Honestly, this guy has made me work like a servant, and now he's trying to act kind, but I think I'll let it go for today. Right now I feel great, and that's because he walks up to another large house, the place where players choose their professions. And my third profession level has now increased. The door slowly opens, revealing an employee sitting bored inside the room, and Young Min approaches to greet him. I came here to level up my profession, and the staff looked surprised when they saw you. You're only just promoted to your second profession. Don't tell me you're already ready and have a new profession. Young Min smiled confidently, pointing to the level 99 achievement above his head. And stop talking nonsense, and let me level up to my third profession quickly. The staff member chuckled enthusiastically and said, Really? Is there really someone ready to advance to the third class here? Maybe you're the first on this continent. He asked, Will you continue to level up as a berserker too? Young Min replied confidently. Do I need to answer that? The staff member chuckled softly and said, Great, I will tell you what to do. It's really quite simple. All players go through the same thing. He explained you need to defeat a level 100 target. Whether it's a monster beast or guardian, just take down anyone with level 100. The system pops up. You have accepted a daring challenge to defeat a level 100 opponent yourself. Young Min just smirks mischievously. If I give you a hint, instead of just finding one person, the employee is surprised. Don't tell me it's... The system announces your victory over the level 100 Moonlight Swordsman, Adwai. Another notification appears confirming your win against the bandit chief of the Bandit Mountain, Ziratin. And finally, I confirmed the victory over the level 100 Forgotten Core opponent. The staff covered their heads, looking incredulous really, and you defeated all three of them. Young Min clenched his fist, finally feeling a fiery passion burning inside him. The system congratulated him on his incredible achievement, the first to reach the third class change, Berserkers. You have become a Berserker and fought alongside others for the first time after 3 class changes. You are the first to achieve this title. He smiles. I have grown strong from being a rookie. The system congratulates you on leveling up as a Berserkers. The staff is surprised. How is this possible? Who are you? Young Min reminds him not to be so surprised. There will be many more surprises to come. He turns away. What are you still looking at? Just give me my level up reward. The staff member remembers. Oh yeah, he brought 3 weapons, and the reward is one of these 3. Choose one. They include a magic staff sword, a magic staff spear, and a magic staff greatsword. The staff member smiles. These are all high-quality weapons. At your current level, it's hard to find better ones. Young Min picks up one to examine, and the staff member, showing understanding, knew immediately that he would choose the kite. Young Min also replied, "This is the one I am most familiar with." System introduction. The kite of the human, a type of magic, a kite crafted for humans. This is a powerful and durable weapon that can withstand the brutal style of humans. Attack power 250, durability 700 out of 700, strength plus 30, endurance plus 10. Young Min tried swinging the kite, feeling that it's been a long time. This isn't the highest grade item in the game, but it's quite good for now. Look around and show me the skill book as well, the staff reminded. You need to know what skills are available here first. There are a total of 5 skills. The blue badge, Divine Power Level 1, consumes mana to enhance your weapon, costing 2 mana per second. Yellow badge, Defense Level 1, blocks 1 attack from the enemy, can only be equipped on weapons, shields, and hands, increases defense by 200%, usable once, lasts 2 seconds. Green badge, Attack Level 1, strikes enemies with explosive power every 5 seconds. Movement speed is increased by 200%. Blue Wave Badge Level 1, Deadly Tornado, spins in place while swinging your weapon to attack or deal damage to surrounding enemies. Copper Badge Level 1 Passive Body Enhancement increases your strength and defense by 5%. Young Min points and says, "I will buy everything. Plus, a few more items." The staff member, surprised, says, "Don't tell me you already know all about the combination skills." Simply put, combination skills are a type of skill unlocked after reaching the 3rd job level. When you can combine multiple skills to create a new one, they become extremely powerful and important, but you are only allowed 3 moves. The friendly staff gently reminded you that you don't know, so you need to think carefully before acting. Skill books will disappear immediately after you use them to create a combination skill if you're careless during the process. You won't be able to create any effective skills. Young Min remains very confident. I will take a battle roar, power attack, Deadly Whirlwind, body enhancement, 2 speed boosts, and 3 divine powers. The clerk was stunned. All of it. Do you really hear what I'm saying? He's worried. You spent 21 gold coins and 80 silver. I'd love to give you a discount, but unfortunately these have to be sold at the regular price. The clerk places something on the table and says, "If you trade this, you'll get this in return. It's a rare level crimson quartz, a berserker's special item. You can use the berserk potion without an allergic reaction, just once." Young Min happily thought as he held it in his hand. I didn't think I would find this here. Usually I get more items this way as I progress. He smiled and replied, "Thanks. I'll turn it into something useful." Young Min threw up a large bag. "All right, here." The staff member was once again panicked, thinking that paying such a large sum at once was no small matter. He watched Young Min's back as he left, thinking he seems to know everything about class upgrades and skill combinations. Who exactly is he? The employee laughed. Honestly, I guess I just did business with a master from the future. The Grand Central Building, the Magic Society is discussing inside. I knew my eye for people was, right? You have the qualities to be an investigator. Starorian mentions the teacup. I'm quite impressed with your material crafting skills. Young Min sighed inwardly, feeling that being liked by an old man didn't really make him feel any better. Starorian asked, "So where do you want to go now?" "Crossroads, the 3rd city." Sterorian quickly scribbled on the paper. Ha ha ha, I worry this might be a bit difficult, but I guess if it's you, it shouldn't be a problem. He reminded me, well, I'm pretty sure you already know, but you will start to encounter other creatures when you go to Crossroads. Youngmin replied, I know, you remember that clearly, yes, the first city. 9 chains to the second city, and Crossroads to the third city, which is the city only level 100 characters can enter, home to humans and other mythical creatures like demons. The dwarves' place is for both NPCs and players, and Sterorian delivers the item. All right, take this to the western mine and you might meet someone named Kyram. He will guide you there. Youngmin asked again, so what about the remaining letter? Sterorian remembered there was a guard named Mankin here. Please send it to him. Youngmin slightly twitched his lips. He really is making the most of me until the very last moment, Sterorian reminded him. The path to get there might be very difficult. Are you really okay with that? Youngmin smiled, looking at the old man. You know I'm just a pawn. You don't need to do this. But then his face immediately shifted to Denket. Youngmin angrily pointed and asked, Are you joking with me? Why are you making me move with this? That person is calm and composed. You have to use it, young man. That's Kyram from Lim. He slaps his hand on the armored vehicle. This is the only way to get to Crossroad from Tung. Haven't you heard Sterorian say anything yet? Young Min casually waves his hand. Thinking about it carefully now, maybe taking the longer route is better? Karam smiled understandingly. Whatever you want, my friend. His next words made Young Min pause. But if you decide to take the longer route, it'll take several days to get there. Plus, there won't be many checkpoints or similar things on the way. Young Min convinced himself. The first to explore the third city. The first to earn a title. The first to receive important missions. The first to reach the best residence. The first to be awarded a title. And finally, he ran out of options. Damn it. Young Min hesitated. Are you sure it's safe? Karam thumbed up. I told you it's safe. I've never been bitten by it before. He pulled the lever. Of course, this is the first time I've ever driven someone. Young Min flinched. Hey, what did you just say? Kiram trusts us, so we will immediately launch forward, causing Young Min to scream in agony. On the other side of the door, Mankin was already waiting inside the cave, a beautiful-looking elf. She suddenly realized something. Young Min's figure startled Mankin. Hey, stop. You can only enter here with a permit. Young Min gently held his head and replied, I'm feeling dizzy, so could you please stop shouting in my face? My head is spinning right now. Mankin, draw your bow. If you can't reveal your identity, I will shoot you. Young Min felt a headache coming on, that damn little runt. I will remember his face. Mankin released the guy. I told you to stop right now. Arrows will fly everywhere. She was so surprised by the scene that she dodged the arrow shot directly at her. Young Min didn't know when he appeared again and punched. Mankin covered his head and turned away. Young Min warned, Hey, what are you doing? You told me to reveal my identity, right? I show you the ring on my hand. I am Roken, investigator. This is the entrance to Crossroads, isn't it? He muttered, annoyed. If it's not right, then I'll kill that little guy right away. They finally set foot in Crossroads. Young Min sighed. Wow, as expected, it's the third city. So huge. He smiled as he looked around. This is the real beginning. System, congratulations. Incredible achievement. You are the first to discover the new city and have earned the title of the first visitor of Crossroads. First visitor of Crossroads. Rare effect. You are the first visitor of Crossroads. All skill levels increase by 5% within the territory of Crossroads. Young Min sighed. Well, if it weren't for this damn first title reward, I guess it's not a big deal now that I've got it. The people around started whispering, I've never seen him here before. Is he human? Is he the first visitor here? He must have done a lot of terrible things to get this far. Warning system. Nothing is impossible. Your relationship effects with NPCs and neutral NPCs in the Alliance will become friendly. Your skill level up rate will increase by 30%. Young Min irritably rolls his eyes. I guess they'll still be hostile to me even if I'm friendly. Damn long-eared bastards. Always so difficult. He recalled his own class life. But in the end, it was still better than his own. I've been mocked and ignored so many times just because I'm human. System notification. You are logging out. Young Min sighs. Enough for today. He changed his clothes and left the game room, having leveled up his profession for the third time and earned his first title reward, so he must have done a lot. Young Min sat down to check his phone, wondering if there was anything interesting. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Hot news about a mysterious level 99 player, the appearance of a level 99 player, an exclusive interview with the level 99 player. Young Min remembered that if it was about the exclusive interview, it probably wasn't about him. I thought I was ahead of everyone, But before I knew it, a level 99 appeared. Stop right there, young men must remember. Don't say that name to me. A sweet girl introduces herself. Hello everyone, my name is Ruby, the host of Game Invent. Today, as previously announced, we will welcome a very special guest. A shadowy figure appears on the screen, probably the first person to reach level 99 in the game. His name is Ruby Chumoy. Do you want us to reveal this person's name and appearance? Sorry, we can't do that. She regained her enthusiasm, which is a pity because the condition for him to participate is that the program must keep his identity confidential. Odin also smiled and replied, I hope you understand I don't want to become famous. Ruby handed over the mug. I heard that fewer than 100 people have surpassed level 90, so how did you manage to reach level 99 so quickly? Odin calmly replied, There's nothing special about it. I analyzed the system and then learned the best way to farm. I have discovered the right dungeon for each level. Over on the screen, Yeonbin listens attentively. Ruby was worried. Now that I think about it, he's only just preparing to go to the third city. Odin smiled. That's right, I plan to go there as soon as I finish my third mission progress. Ruby smiled. Lucky me, I also want to see it. Odin suddenly mentioned, I feel guilty for not being able to reveal my identity. So I will tell you something. After settling in the third city, I plan to establish a guild. Odin lowered his gaze. Of course, not everyone can join to become a member of the guild, unless they at least complete the third mission's progress. Ruby awkwardly smiled. I see. Have you decided on a name for the guild yet? Odin chuckled softly. Ragnarok. On the other side of the screen, Yeonmin's face twisted in madness as the voice announced, Its name will be Ragnarok. Yeonmin growled with pleasure, clutching his fist until the veins bulged as he skillfully swung his sword. Lost in training and thought, honestly feeling quite worried. His eyes darkened, worried that after everything he had done to change the situation, he still wouldn't appear. However, Odin's figure that day finally revealed himself, even faster than the previous clone. Yeonmin's anger flared up. So it's over. He quickly swung his sword, a strange phenomenon of his regression. A powerful vortex surrounds Yeonmin, spinning with deadly force as he breathes heavily, connected to Odin and Thalot. Yeonmin recalls that, honestly, he wants to find and kill him immediately. Odin's face is distorted into a deep frown. He aims at the Dom clone, but now he's on a different continent, and most importantly, he's still far ahead of him, and that guy hasn't formed a guild yet, so what's the point of killing him now? The symbol of divine power, the wondrous light of strength, Yeonmin thought to himself, only worth doing when he had gathered his allies and was close to his limit. He swung his sword up, and just as you think he's reached the peak, he strikes down along the figure of Dom. Regarding Yeonmin's satisfaction, we will destroy you. He chuckled softly. That's my style. Now get stronger, Odin. Yeonmin waved his hand and walked away. This is enough to activate. Now I should combine the skills. He touched the progress board, created a combination skill, and the screen displayed. Please select a skill book or action replay segment you want to use for the combination. Yeonmin touches the two pieces, the first two with divine power and a roaring sound. They can be combined. The system displays a message. Please confirm this successful combination and press OK. If you want to try something different, change the options for the action replay. Yeonmin smiled. Very good, just as I expected. Confirm. The system requests you to name the combined skill, the shining response, and the frantic scream. In fact, the name of the combined skill is very important. Sometimes the name even determines the effectiveness of the skill. A new badge is formed. The insane scream combined with the cry of madness terrifies the opponent, and your voice is enhanced by magic that can influence the opponent's mind if they are weaker than you. All their abilities will be weakened if the opponent is much weaker than the user. They may be stunned for a short time. If the opponent is stronger than the user, the skill still has some effect. This also affects the user whether they are weakened or empowered. If the user is in a frenzy state, the effect of the mad cry is increased by 1.5 times. Young Min smiles contentedly, not much different from a roar of rage, but definitely more useful, especially when he is in a frenzy state. I was startled. What is this? There are 3 slots blocked on the screen. I still have 4 spots for combo skills. What's going on? I thought 3 was the limit. The system explains that the Berserker class changes for the 3rd time at the beginning. Unique. You are the first to do this. The effect is that you might want an extra slot for combined skills. Young Min smiled happily. So that's how it is? I didn't expect that. He happily thought to himself that having an extra place to support his combination skills was a big advantage. No matter what others said, the best way to become stronger in the lot was to keep achieving success. Young Min made up his mind. Good, let's keep going. Next is a beautiful building. This is the Crossroads Dwarf Miners Guild. The flag representing the dwarf people is raised, and the guild master looks surprised. You want to do it alone, huh? Are you just pretending? Young Min pleads. Of course not. Just leave it to me, secretly thinking this bastard is puffing smoke right in his face. The guildmaster looked Young Min up and down, then turned away and said, Well, I don't think you're very trustworthy, but one try wouldn't hurt. Young Min gritted his teeth. Damn it, you can't do it on your own. If you want to assign me a task, at least do it properly. Leaving the guild, I'm calculating in my mind. The first thing to do in Crossroads is to earn the respect of the other factions. Only then can I receive the main mission from their alliance, the Golden Lion territory. Young Min recalled that he planned to start with the dwarves because he didn't want to see the contempt in their eyes. But it seems like they are no different. You get angry and scold, damn these racists, in reality. There is a special mineral extraction inside the Orana Moon Mine to earn the respect of the dwarves. Currently, the operation of the Orana Moon Mine has been restricted by Kobol. They need your help to meet the monthly target, which is to collect 50 green minerals. Respect and admiration from the dwarves are based on work quality, which most people think means hard digging. If the task is to collect minerals, most players would see it that way. If you hire miners as subordinates and learn mining skills, wouldn't that make the task easier? But Young Min thinks differently. But that's just a trap. If you learn how to mine minerals, you'll get not only green minerals, but many other things as well. It takes a lot of time, and they target those who always look for easy ways to solve everything. When you step into the mine, then yes, that's definitely it. The shiny mineral deposits next to the mine entrance are being desperately mined by the Kobol. Young Min starts scolding them to hurry up. We need to dig as much as possible before the energy management machine arrives. Suddenly, a figure swooped past, and the Kobol looked up annoyed. Young Min raised his axe high and attacked the mine. He smiled dangerously. Why bother digging when I can just mix it up? And the Kobol were all very surprised. Young Min swung his axe into the ground, looked up, and laughed loudly. What are you all surprised about? I'll send you to follow it right now. Next is the ultimate quick transformation technique. He swings the axe around, creating a deadly tornado. A monster throws a spear at Young Min and dies. He immediately activates his shield, deflecting the spear away, then leaps forward to grab its head. He threw it down forcefully, the axe sweep making it hard for them to survive, and the Kobol monsters were knocked far away. Young Min laughed wildly, more critically than he had ever expected. I remember the first time I came here before the regression. I couldn't even take down one of them, but now I can handle them all alone. Young Min held up the crystal and thought to himself, this is the right way. I'm worried, but I can't just stop at 50 minerals. Young Min turns and walks away. If I only return with 50 minerals as the challenge requires, I will soon complete this task and receive another challenge called the Collapse of Kobol's Cave. I look at the Kobol, and in the end, what the humans want is to reclaim the mine in Kobol. Young Min clenched his spear, meaning he charged forward. Killing them would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Saving time. Kimothy's ear perked up. He turned around and asked, Did you hear anything? Kobol nodded. I don't think there's any sound. Kimothy turned away. Ignore it. Dig quickly. This is a level 115 dungeon overseer. Kimothy Young Min slowly stepped forward, using stealth, carefully observing the surroundings. I look at Kimothy's creature, and if I remember correctly, it's the leader. Looks like a dog, but actually a level 115 boss. Young Min imagines that even if I use all my powers, I probably can't handle them all rushing at once. He was worried and wondering what to do next when suddenly Young Min realized a plan. Cheka gradually moved forward. Kobol looked up and rolled off the wire to escape. Kimothy was also startled, shouting and pointing. Catch him or letting him escape would be a big mistake. Everyone rushed after the car, startling Kimothy. What's going on? Did I forget to lock the car? He snapped his fingers. A spark ignited to light a cigarette, Kimothy said. Truly a thorn in our side. We never know when the little people will storm in. He takes a breath. Kimothy pretends to be angry and tells the human to go outside. No matter how well you hide, you can't hide that disgusting smell of yours. Go outside. Young Min slowly approaches, as fierce as you'd expect from a dog. He appears after the invisibility cloak, with a keen nose. What I mean is, after all, it's a dog's nose. Kimothy rushes forward in anger, the intruder of humans slashing with sharp claws. I will kill him before the Kobol brains flood in here. Kimothy jumps high to attack Young Min with the Berserk combo skill. Young Min sneers, starting with a combo skill. You must be confident, so I should give you a proper reply. A combined attack from multiple sources: divine power, body enhancement, berserk assault, speed burst, frenzy, and the emblem shining. This is a coordinated skill. Young Min leaps high, unleashing distraction charge, a powerful punch, and a destructive combo that wipes out everything in its path. Increase movement speed, defense, and strength by 200% for a limited time. Power gradually increases over time unless the user cancels the skill or it is destroyed by an opponent. Thorn usually gains an advantage against the enemy's defenses. Kimothy is hit painfully, you bastard. Young Min continued to charge forward despite the claw attacks. The two of them faced each other directly. Young Min was pushed back, shattering the wall behind him. Kimothy also took a punch and was thrown back, crying out in agony. Blood spurted out, causing Kimothy intense pain. Young Min raises the axe directly in front. Strike. You're laughing like a madman, little pup. It ends here, Kimothy roared in despair. It's over. But he didn't have time to say anything. Young Min's axe strikes down powerfully. The system announces that you have defeated the mine supervisor, Kimothy. You just leveled up. Deep inside the mine where a double guard is blocking the door, the dwarf slams his hand against the guard. You damn bastards, he roared in anger. Hey, you damn stupid dogs. How much longer do you plan to keep us locked in here? The others also support us. These inhumane bastards. If you want to kill the dwarf, at least give us some food. Or else? Suddenly, a noise grew louder and closer. What is that? A female boss rushes forward and bites Songsat, causing the dwarf to panic. What the hell is that? It immediately weakened and fell down. Young Min gently stepped forward. I knew you would be here. You touched Songsat. Hey, you fake? Step back a little? The dwarf was surprised. What kind of monster are you? He was left wide-eyed by the next move. The twin swords were bent sharply to the sides, creating a passage. The dwarves are both scared and in awe. What kind of power is this? A human? An assassin or a mercenary? Young Min smiled. My name is Roken. I came here with a proposal from your guild. The dwarf waved his hand. We are very grateful for your help, but things are not that simple. He warned that these guys have been completely taken over by the kobold. There are hundreds of kobold led by the Kimothy scout, and thanks to your chaos, you're now their target. The dwarf suggests you should leave now if you can and call for backup from the guild. Young Min just chuckled softly. I thought you were worried about something. He bowed his head. Stop worrying uselessly and step outside. You're fake. You just pointed. In this mine, Young Min recounts his achievements. There probably aren't any kobolds left alive. The dwarves in the guild are all surprised. You're amazing, truly impressive. The guildmaster happily points and says, You really did it. It's truly my fault for not recognizing a talent like this. Young Min nodded to himself. Do you understand now? Then treat me like a talent. The club president smiles generously. Let's get along well. I have a feeling we'll meet again while in the future. The system simultaneously announced that you have achieved an incredible feat by Shah, earning the trust of the dwarf race. You have earned the title of the dwarf clan badge. You are the first to achieve this title. First, with the dwarf's badge, you are the first human to earn the trust of the dwarves. With the effect, you can request the dwarf craftsman to produce, repair, and enhance items when you make a request for a task from the dwarf blacksmith. You will receive a 5% discount. Young Min is surprised. What is this? I've already upgraded it? That's a shocking truth. In reinforcement, you only have 2 ways to upgrade your items. The first way is to use enhancement scrolls. There is another way, and the second method is to hire a PC or an enchanter to upgrade it for you. In reality, some methods are ineffective. However, enhancement scrolls can only be obtained as quest rewards starting from the 3rd city, so they are extremely rare. In other words, there are no scrolls on the current market, but it's not the end yet. As for the other method, things are not that simple either. Why? Players might find it difficult to ask a PC to do such a thing. The affinity between you and that PC must be above a certain level, and both success rate and prices fluctuate greatly. A player should choose a blacksmith as their second profession. However, because mastering this test is very difficult, it is considered one of the 3 most challenging skills. But on the other hand, of course, if you're willing to wait, high-level item production and enhancement will eventually happen. But that's a story for a very distant future. That means for now. The only person who can enhance items in the entire game is Young Min. He chuckled softly, which means a lot of money is involved. The smile gradually lost its humanity. I mean, a lot of money. In the days that followed, at Crossroads, Zem's Forge of the Loon People, the blacksmith looked up. A human. You must be the human, the guildmaster mentioned earlier. Young Min suggested, I want to entrust the item crafting. The blacksmith smiled. Of course, I can do that for you. Kiss, what do you want? An axe. Min pointed. Why bother with an axe? Please make me a long sword. The blacksmith nodded. A long sword, huh? It's easy, Min calculated. The reason I wanted to craft a longsword first is very simple. Because the longsword has no outstanding features, it has no obvious weaknesses, and is widely used by most players, meaning it will sell at a good price. He asked curiously, how much would it cost? The blacksmith was quite polite. Just give me 90 silver for each weapon. Min politely asked, so please make 50 of them for me. How long will it take? Thu. Oden chuckled and pointed, you want 50 blades? That's quite a lot, but it'll only take me about a day. Just leave the materials over there. Min poured the materials aside and thought. The only skill a professional blacksmith player can truly use is self-repair, so all the materials are sold at dirt-cheap prices. Thanks to that, I was able to buy them without spending much. Suddenly, I remembered and almost forgot. Min asked if he could engrave on them. He would pay extra. The lampmaker replied casually, it's just simple. After the product is finished, Min picks it up to examine it. Not bad. No wonder the items of the Min people are the best. The system explains. The Sword of the Abyss, magic. You have received the Sword of the Desolate Realm. He looks satisfied with the other touch. Other touches are short for the king. From now on, that will be my brand name. Min smiles evenly. Building the brand by selling items created by no PC. Is this what it feels like to be a con artist? You just point. I also want to enhance them. For now, can you give it 3 enhancements? The blacksmith may not understand anything, but he still responds. I see now. He begins his work. Another sword is forged. You have received the +3 Sword of the Abyss, magic rank, attack power, 100. Required level 90.0. Durability, 600.6. Min smiled contentedly, thinking that if she was only at level 3 enhancement, the success rate was still quite high and it didn't require any rare materials, so this item was truly perfect for selling. You go to Crossroads, the global marketplace. This is the trading hub of the city, so let's see how much this can sell for. Min opens the item list. The global market can be accessed starting from the 3rd city, and unlike the markets in other cities where you can only trade within the city, here you can buy and sell globally. In real time, he's calculating. It seems like I lost 3 gold here. Min touches to check. So I will start the auction at 6 gold and set the buy limit at 10 gold, then send. The system immediately reports that your delivered item has been sold. Min is using himself. What? It's only been 5 seconds. He sighed bitterly. They're really crazy. From that, the item is worth about 2 million troops in real life. So how does it still sell so quickly? Min carefully reconsidered. No, I need to think again now. It's not unreasonable at all. Only about 1 to 2% of all players are above level 90. I remember Odin. If there are too many people at the same level, finding good items becomes very difficult. And the interview footage of Odin released yesterday only made the market more competitive. Min laughed maniacally. You never thought you'd be grateful for this, but you shouldn't just let this opportunity pass by. He happily walks along the market to see how high he can raise the bid. This time 20 vong. Did Min keep raising the price and sell it right away? Then 30 vangs. Still, there are always buyers for them. From 35 to 40 after 30 minutes, he was already exhausted. This is really something. The system displays that all items have been sold. He received 458 gold, 98 and 32 coins, excluding transaction fees. Min couldn't help but be amazed. Did I just make nearly 100 million troops in 30 minutes? That's crazy. He frantically scrolls through the screen. Completing missions and leveling up is important, but not now. Min's eyes light up with money. I just need to buy all the materials for crafting items. I have to take full advantage of this opportunity. In a city headquarters, the Falcon building is the tallest. This is the headquarters of Lot Development Company. Falcon, the system interface is a complex circuit board. The system lights up, detecting an abnormal error, confirming exclusive enhancement of the item, confirming the player's name, Roken, 2 days later, in another city where the Golden Tower is located. Min frowned. What is this? System notification, area alert. The enhancement item has been modified. The remaining enhancement uses are limited to 100 times. I hope the player will use it wisely and carefully, Yen said. Is he really just reminding me to be moderate? There's no other choice, Min thought. After all, I don't think I'll be able to play this game for long. You have to be satisfied with what you've earned over the past 2 days. Luckily, other players didn't see this notification. This is a warning message sent to me, carefully calculated by him since I have already upgraded all my equipped gear to +5. And I made a lot of money, including trash dropped by the fortified human with +5 defense, 85 to 20, wearing +5 defense armor, 110 to 45, gloves +5 defense, 40 to 10, Belt, plus 5 defense 40 to 15. Deep Forest Divine Pants, plus 5 defense 80 to 32. Explorer's Iron Boots, plus 5 defense 70 to 26. Young Min holding the axe. And thanks to that, I was able to do this. The axe shining with a purple hue, or the Assassin's Axe, plus 5 rare level. The axe was crafted based on a serial killer who caused a series of brutal deaths to his enemies. Due to the killer's madness, the axe was infused with special power, with attack 320 to 150, durability 1000 to 1000, and thanks to the sacrificial ritual, the lower the strength, the higher the attack. His face is full of satisfaction. Extremely pleased, Min jumps around eagerly, wanting to test its features quickly, ready to proceed with the next mission. Elsewhere in Crossroads, Half-Elf Guildmaster Terrell turns arrogantly, facing away. A human. She asked curiously what he was doing here. Min smiled politely. I thought I might be able to help, so I came. I heard you've been troubled lately, so I came to listen. Terrell interrupted. Who said that? I don't know where those strange words came from, but that's enough. She added, it's not even a matter urgent enough to have to borrow the help of a weak human. Min couldn't accept it anymore. What weak? Why speak so rudely to someone here to help her? He swung his axe, thinking that because I treated him kindly, he didn't see me as a threat. Terrell was stunned. What just happened? Young Min repeated his action, smashing the table. Terrell panicked, daring anyone to do something. Min threatens her to see who is truly the weaker one, but all of it is just in his suppressed mind. On the surface, Terrell still refuses to accept. Can't hear you. Go back quickly, human. Young Min muttered to himself. I need to endure for the main mission. He reached out his hand. Come on, don't act like that. With the shining tools in Young Min's hand reminding me, I am an investigator recognized by the Guild of Craftsmen. I'm not as weak as you think, so just trust me with whatever you need. Terrell closed his eyes, seeming to misunderstand something here. We do not acknowledge those who rely on them, and we have no intention of associating with them. She emphasized, but if you're an investigator, you can't underestimate someone's abilities. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Young Min's deductions about June's shoes was quite accurate. The system update confirms the safety of the collection team. It's been days since we've heard from the young half-elves involved in the artifact retrieval in the Tekalona Forest. Find them, confirm that her safety, and bring them back to Crossroads safely. Terrell suggests that something has happened to the ancient artifact, thus to collection. Our team. You must ensure their safe return. She hands over an item, as the young elves are very wary of strangers. If you encounter them, show them this. The system has received proof from the Half-Elf Guild. Completion condition. Confirm that the Half-Elf Gathering members are alive and protect the Half-Elf Gathering. Failure condition. If the Half-Elf Gathering members are not confirmed alive, reward the completion certificate of the Half-Elf tribe. Additional rewards are given based on the completion rate. Young Min lowered his head and thought, as expected, this mission also has extra rewards. He chuckled to himself. Of course he knew what the mission was. Terrell, standing beside him, also looked worried. After all, this person was quite strange. Can he really trust him? Young Min begins his journey. The standard goal of this mission is to achieve the original purpose of the stake collection when they enter the Tekalona Forest. A creature approaches, riding the black horse, with a 150% increase in basic riding speed. You receive a summon horn which can summon the horse from anywhere when blown. Young Min calculates that traveling from the third city will take a longer route, and walking like before would be deadly. He rides the Hakma swiftly through the forest, having spent 100 gold to buy it, so I must make the most of it. Hurry up. A strange creature appears. The corrupted tree spirit in the forest is level 115. Young Min quickly rushes to attack it. Well, I didn't expect the tree monster to show up right when I wanted to test the performance of my spear. The contaminated soul charged at him, and Young Min quickly guessed its attack. A sharp swipe of the spear sliced through the tree, splitting it in two, and Young Min sighed, feeling sorry for it. The system announces that you have leveled up. Young Min considers that the monster is stronger than the kobob in the dungeon, but has no skills, only basic attacks. He smiles as he looks at his weapon, satisfied with this first upgrade, and walks softly, thinking it must be somewhere nearby. He observes that this is the place where the traces of the elves from the missing creatures gathering group are found. Young Min's eyes catch something. The system also detected it and found the elf's shoe in the collection team. He shouted, "We've got it!" According to the story, the gathering team encountered a monster, and during the escape, one member dropped their shoe. Now all that's needed is to follow the tracks and find them, but of course it's not as easy as it sounds. Young Min ponders that since elves are also elves, Their light physique makes it very difficult to find their footprints even when actively searching. If you want to find them, you need focus and extremely sharp eyes, not missing anything. Dust marks from someone passing by, broken branches. He looks around the forest. Strange, Young Min whispers. They are definitely nearby. Suddenly, something flew from behind without him knowing. Maybe he went the wrong way. A surprise attack aimed straight at Young Min's back. The forest echoed with sounds. He caught an arrow, and Young Min turned around and smiled as the broken arrow was in his hand, as expected. He looked towards this group of elves, found the right spot, and the girl quickly shouted, "Who are you and why are you searching for us?" Young Min explained, "I am adventurer Roken. Lord Tyrell lost contact with everyone, so he's worried and sent me here to find you." She was surprised, Lord Tyrell? The girl became cautious, but Lord Tyrell could never send a human. Young Min replied, Enough suspicion." He picks up the item and says, "If you still don't believe after seeing this, then stay here." The girl is surprised. "That's our guild's property." Young Min sighs. "Now you believe, right?" he thinks to himself. "If not, what should I do?" Young Min led them through the bushes, the girl worried, but knowing they wouldn't escape easily, as terrifying monsters they'd never seen before were invading the entire forest. He asked, "Are you talking about the corrupted spirits of the forest?" The girl asked back, "How so? Have you encountered them?" Young Min calmly replied, "I already took down a few when I entered the forest." The girl scoffed, calling him a liar, saying none of us are a match for a monster anymore. Suddenly, a terrifying noise echoed, frightening the girl, and the contaminated spirit appeared once more, charging at everyone. The group of elves huddled together. "What should we do now? We're surely doomed." Young Min smiled, just in time. He stood up first, eyes wide open to face the wind. Young Min slung the axe over his shoulder, ready to put on a top-tier chopping show, as the contaminated spirit raised its hand to attack. Young Min quickly leapt in front of it, taking the initiative, his eyes full of madness as he fought. The powerful strikes cut through the contaminated soul, causing it to scream in pain, and Young Min only laughs loudly. He jumps forward shouting, "Come on, get over here," and then leaps up to strike repeatedly. The elves below could only watch in shock. The girl lost her voice, unable to believe it, as she saw his strength. How could a human have such power? The attacks grew fiercer, and the strikes quickly defeated the corrupted soul. It was knocked back and fell. Young Min delivered the final blow with 2 cuts. The corrupted soul was barely clinging to life. He nodded. "That's enough proof, then." Young Min sheathed his sword, licking his lips. "That's why we shouldn't fear things like this fuel." The girl could only remain silent, finally kneeling to the ground, followed by the elves kneeling as well. Young Min muttered quietly. "What are you all doing?" the girl shouted, even though it was very shameless. "But thanks to you, we can't just go back like this." She recounts that not long ago, for some unknown reason, this forest became polluted. Before it was completely contaminated, we had to complete our mission. The girl's tears fall like rain. "For us, this matter is even more important than our lives. Before returning, can anyone help us?" The system confirms the determination of the young elf tribes. To gather in the Tekalona forest before returning to Crossroads, the young elf tribes asked you to take them to their desired destination. The completion condition is to reach the central area of Tekalona forest. The failure condition is to abandon the journey to the center of Tekalona forest and for the young elf hunters to die. The reward for completion, along with the bonus for the safety mission of the gathering team. Young Min smirked secretly, as expected. "All right, Young Min demands it. From now on, you must follow my instructions. If you don't do as I say, I will forcibly lead everyone out of here." The girl immediately nodded. "We will definitely follow." He stepped forward, inwardly thinking that it was indeed an elf trap. As soon as the topic involved that thing, it immediately became obedient. Young Min led them ahead, of course. It was worth it for them, because it was also an important existence connected to the main mission. Deep inside the forest, there is another corrupted soul creature. Young Min warned them to stay silent as they passed through. Young agreed. Every encounter with them reduces the efficiency of completing the mission. "My goal is to reach the destination as quickly as possible." They continue to move forward together. Of course, if someone is too annoying, you can just send them away. Suddenly, the girl realized, "Oh," she spoke up. "Roken, wait a moment." The girl crouched down and found it. "This time we came here to collect this. This is a sprout just beginning to grow. The seedling of the world." Young Min was confused. The girl replied, "This is the seedling of the world. Actually, this is a seedling capable of becoming a world tree. In this world, the world tree exists, symbol of the half-elf guild. For them, this is a greater existence than anything else. To revive this, the half-elves venture deeper into the forest. Their goal is to revive the elf kingdom. The girl is crying, but of course she's still not capable enough. But even a single seed that can grow into a world tree, from now on, we will start collecting them. But you, the guardian for us. Youngmin also lowered his head to think, based on his memory of the attack method. He reached for a bottle of water. Wait, stop. Youngmin pushed the girl away. Get out of the way. She was surprised. Wait a minute, what are you doing? The green liquid poured directly onto the seed, making the girl angry. No, what are you doing? The group began to rage. Truly unbelievable that humans could do this. Someone shouted, wait a moment. Her eyes started to flicker as the system detected that the seed of the world tree was growing rapidly by absorbing life force. The ability to grow into a higher-level world tree surprised them all. The world tree has grown. How is that possible? Elves are planting them. No way, how did this happen? Youngmin just glances disdainfully at them, thinking. These elves, because they worship the world tree so much, didn't even consider trying to do this. He hands over the life essence potion, and if it's in a place full of strength, the world tree can grow. Since we're here, we should let it grow as much as possible because this place still seems unpolluted. How is that possible? I said yes on the surface, but secretly added another dose of the red yolk onto the life tree. Youngmin warned, take it slow. Don't let it overflow. He looked at it thoughtfully. The speed is slower than I thought. Such a waste of money. Youngmin's eyes lit up. Wait a minute, do I really need medicine if it's for vitality? He handed over a different water. Just use this. The system explains that the water in the pond is in your mouth. It contains pure air, and just by drinking it, mana will be restored. The girl was curious. Youngmin just replied casually, just use it to water the plants. It should work too. The flowing water pours onto the tree of life. The second leaf begins to sprout, and the elf tribe can only gape in disbelief. No way. Youngmin thought to himself that this government's methods just need a little push to be effective. Luckily, I always carry a guy along just in case. His face hides ambition. With this level, he probably got the rest of the reward too. I don't know what the reward is. The girl looked pale again. Something big is happening. Youngmin asks, what's going on now? Isn't the world tree a good thing? The girl hesitated. Yes, of course we're very happy about this, but she tilted her head as if the one who spoke was right. Plants of life need to be nourished with vitality to grow. But if they grow this fast... Just then, the ground also began to shake. This means the vitality of the forests will be drained away. Everyone shouted, as expected. The monster rises. Lever 139, the guardian of the forest, has been corrupted. The boss of the forest. He roars in fury, an intruder. Who are you to steal the vitality of the forest? Youngmin could only tell himself that things were not as easy as they seemed. He can only smile and accept that the sealed Lion King's iron helmet has partially released its power. All right, if that's the case, I must use all my strength to fight. It suddenly transformed, huh? It revealed itself as the lion's head helmet, the sealed blue helmet of the Lion King. The level depends on the color pattern of the Lion Gao Khan used when he was alive, and the amount of power released varies according to the user's rank. Defense, 750. Durability, 4,000 out of 4,000. Strength, plus 70. Stamina, plus 50. Agility, plus 50 when used together with the lion's roar. Effect and range increased by 50%. Youngmin purses his lips, surprised. What is this? You examine it carefully, partially lifting the seal. I didn't expect this. Sealing it by rank. Still, it's a good thing. The shiny golden helmet in Youngmin's hand. The Lion King's iron helmet. No need for further discussion. Now, it is the strongest defensive gear I have. According to legend, if you have the full set, it can unlock all seals. At that moment, the power from my equipment would reach its peak. I must collect the full set. The girl beside me was worried now. Roken, what should we do? And what? Youngmin replied, don't panic. Just focus on moving the seedlings properly. He looked up at the approaching guardian. That huge figure carrying a bunch of powerful gear, along with her 5 battle shields, her warrior's shield. Just leave it to me. The girl shouted, no, you can't do that. She explained that it was the guardian of the Tekalona forest, like the supreme deity of this woods, and now it had become even more dangerous due to being contaminated by unknown filth. The warnings echoed around us. It is an existence that no individual can oppose. We must hope to run away. Youngmin asked, who set that rule? He glared, realizing that no individual could oppose it. Humans live and set their own limits as standards. And elves are the same. Youngmin charged forward, stared directly at the guardian. Today, I will break it and sing in everyone's mind. Everything happened too quickly. The forest guardian was corrupted. As its name suggests, it was the protector of the forest, but when the forest was polluted, it became a monster. It was originally destined to be an opponent in a different main quest related to the World Tree. It seems that the mission doesn't take place in this area, but the Guardian is a powerful individual, level 130, stronger than other bosses of its kind. Even though players have surpassed level 100 to attack, it's still very difficult to defeat him. His sharp eyes are full of hostility, but in fact, Young-min doesn't need to defeat him right now. In fact, while he was distracting the Guardian, the gathering team was collecting seedlings, and then just escaping successfully would complete the mission. But it really is strange. Young-min simply smiled in this situation, his instincts constantly screaming that rushing in alone wouldn't be enough. The Guardian was alert, and the intruder was system activated for elimination. A massive wave of power descended, and the Guardian's giant hand shattered everything. Young-min cursed himself. Damn it, what else can he do besides struggling a little? His eyes stared at him intently. Wait a minute, could that be something awakening beneath the forest? The monster slowly rises, truly awakening. Young-min hurriedly runs away from here. Damn it, so that's how it is. A tremendous surge of power tries to attack him, with devastating explosions erupting amid the clashes. Rocks flying everywhere and blinding light shining down as the girl also rushes to assist with a mana shield. Young-min takes the opportunity to rush in and attack, now causing chaos. As he tries to get closer to the protector's body, a bolt of red lightning strikes down. Don't be so hasty. The enormous power summoned from the spear. Disaster is imminent. A lightning bolt quickly cuts everything off because right now I will cut you into pieces. The Guardian is injured. His arm falls, he screams in pain, and the Guardian's hands flail wildly, grabbing at everything. Another bright red lightning bolt streaked down, the spear piercing through the darkness to attack the Guardian. Young-min moved swiftly like lightning to get closer to him. Once he had successfully approached, all that was left was to strike and destroy the protector. Young-min smiled, not as confident as I thought. The Guardian still struggles desperately, while Young-min, on the other hand, calculates carefully. All right, after cutting off your limbs and disabling you, the guy brings the blades closer to Young-min, and he quickly steps back. What is that, a tentacle? No, probably just a stick. The light power surrounds the Guardian's body. He's trying to regenerate his power. Young-min clicked his tongue in annoyance. He quietly observes the Guardian. The regenerative ability is too strong. Is resurrection the boss's ability in the forest? The harder it gets, the more Young-min smiles. Forget it. No matter how strong the regenerative ability is, it has its limits. Of course, there's the sound of someone shouting to destroy its magic core. The girl is exhausted. You're about to cut it until it can't grow back, right? Young-min scratches his head. How do you know? She scolds. Just by looking at your actions so far, I can tell, she explained. Anyway, doing that is not allowed. The forest spirit is the being connected to all life in the forest. As long as it absorbs the life force of the forest, it will regenerate infinitely and grow stronger over time. Then all the trees in the forest will die. Young-min is also tall. I know. Don't interfere anymore. That's enough. He asked, where is its core? She replied, right in the middle of its body. But what should we do now? Its body is so huge. Young-min just recovered the kite. Oh no. Auntie, why is there nothing special? He holds the kite and moves forward. Suddenly, the tendrils cling tightly to Young-min's body. The urgent situation leaves him no time to react. That powerful attack turned everything into ruins, with shattered rocks, thick dust, and a new strength breaking free from the ice. Young-min awakens to his terrifying power. Basically, all he has to do is cut the whole body off, turning berserk. A bolt of red fire lightning descends from the sky, bringing devastating destruction. The flames burn fiercely, as Young-min laughs maniacally. Well then, this time I'll help with everything. The Guardians are also enough to teach. He acts on his instinct to eliminate intruders. Young-min jumps up, a combined attack. The red lightning strikes shatter everything, and the badge glows with destructive power. The red flame pierces through the forest straight up into the sky, directly attacking the stone block in front of the Guardian. He immediately collapsed in pain. Young-min, wielding his immense power, continued to strike at the vital points. But the protector couldn't sit back and refused to give up. Young-min thought to himself, I want to confirm. He jumps high, right above the Guardian's head. The lion-shaped helmet glows with a bright red light. Right at this moment, with incredible speed, Young-min dodges the incoming attacks and runs straight to the center of the Guardian to strike. Let's see how powerful her full-force attack is. The girl standing below looks worried. How reckless can you be? The Guardian, under continuous attack, begins to unleash their countering power. His eyes flare with anger as his power continues to erupt more and more. Young-min jumps into the middle of the taunt. Is he planning to do that and then be reborn right away? He kicks off the ground and jumps high. Youngmin's eyes also turn red from the fight. He charges straight at the guard with an axe, shouting in anger. Two forces clash and fight against each other. Youngmin activates his ultimate move. A roar of defiance echoes as the system warns of an overwhelming pressure radiating outward. Reduce the visual effects because the opponent's level is too high. Youngmin still looks down on them. Is that so? Then what about this? He keeps combining different techniques. Divine power, a roaring battle cry, a combined skill. A terrifying move tears through the defender's defenses. A mad scream combined with a furious screech that terrifies the enemy. But the hidden power in the voice can also affect the mind. All stats decrease if the opponent's level is lower than the user. If the level is much lower than the user, random effects will occur briefly. If it is higher, some effects will be activated to weaken negative effects on the user. If in a berserk state, all effects and the power of the insane scream increase by 1.5 times. Youngmin jumps high to attack the guy. The opponent's defense decreases. A dazzling effect is triggered. Youngmin grits his teeth and says, "Now I will use my strongest strike. Combined power in a single blow. Divine power, sudden attack, blink, strike, combo skills." The badge glows brightly above the guardian's head. A large shard of water glass radiates outwards. The fragments of power falling from the sky trap the guardian. Youngmin jumps high, clutching his strongest combined weapon, with his hands gripping it tightly. It glows with a critical hit, and the protector's body is instantly destroyed. That light pierces the entire sky. A critical hit combined with a 250% increase in movement speed during its duration and a 300% boost in attack power for one strike. Increase the chance of a critical hit by 50% and deal 200% more damage with each critical strike. The Guardian's body could not be perfectly regenerated. The limit has been reached. He could only stare with wide eyes and cry out in agony. The Guardian's eyes darted around, failed to eliminate the intruder, resetting the mission. He falls to the ground along with the sound of the system, having defeated the boss of the polluted forest protector. Finally, the Guardian ended with a massive explosion. Level up. The elves just stood there stunned. Ridiculous. They looked at Youngmin's back in confusion. Did he really defeat it all by himself? He turns around with a smile. Come on, let's go get your reward. The members of the guild cheer and celebrate wildly. How is that possible? Taro couldn't hide his excitement. This really is the seed of the world tree. So what exactly happened? Youngmin asked with a sniff. There's no specific method either, so it's a bit hard to say. Just wait until they finish gathering the battlefield and you'll see. Taro takes his hand. Adventurer. Oh no, Roken. She smiles sincerely. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Youngmin remembers that our harp elf has already found hope. The arrogant and rude harp elf guild leader has changed so much. But what does the world tree mean to her? He clicks his tongue. Never mind. I just need to receive the reward. Youngmin smirked maliciously. You don't need to be so polite. I'm doing this not out of kindness or anything. You don't plan to let me down, right? Taro hurriedly responded. Of course. She brought out the weapon along with the system sound. An incredible achievement. Gained the trust of the harp elf. You have received the Friend of Harp Elf title. You are the first to earn this title. Taro closes his eyes and activates his power. The first friend of the harp elf. Unique. More than just an acknowledgement. You are the first human to earn the trust of the harp elf. Those who acknowledge you as a friend will help you with all their might, benefiting from the harp elf's blessing effect. All defensive attributes are increased by 10% with the harp elf's blessing effect. Basic HP and mana recovery rates are increased by 50%. Youngmin wondered in surprise. The blessing of the harp elf? Are you just going to enjoy your new power? Fine. Defense attributes are very important in the Great Magic Battle, but at high levels, it's hard to increase them much. Especially at my level, it's an essential stat. Youngmin turned his head. If this is the entire reward, I feel a bit disappointed, Terrell replied. Of course this isn't everything. Here, it's a big bag of gold coins. I don't know if this week's reward is small, but this is all the gold our guild can give out. Youngmin purses his lips. That's fine. I'll accept it for now. He looks serious and solemn, receives 150 gold. Wow, earning this much gold from the quest this week is really something. It's worth putting up with those crazy elves. Terrell sincerely bows his head to thank you. Once again, thank you. Roken, if you need help, just tell us any time. The girl bowed. Safe travels on your journey. Youngmin quickly leaves. All right, that's enough. Seeing you off, go home. In the end, he left amid the elf's farewell. This time I was lucky to resolve it, but I really don't like this situation. Maybe right now they see me as a savior, but Youngmin is also quite worried. But if they later think I am a threat to the world, they will turn against me in an instant. They won't hesitate to kill me. In this game, half-elves are set up that way. He glances. So, now there's one more mission, right? That's as easy as eating porridge. Young Min goes to another guild, the Dwarf God Guild. Someone responded, "Do you want to be recognized by our clan?" The boss hands over a repair tray. "We don't like clumsy guys. Here you go." System notification. Repairing the dangerous equipment of the dwarf. The dwarf is attracted to those who are skillful and clever. Neatly repair the equipment they give you and return it. Success criteria. Repair the dwarf god's equipment perfectly. Failure criteria. Damaging or improperly repairing the device will result in no reward after completion. Receiving recognition from the chief dwarf grants additional rewards based on performance. Young Min sighs with relief. The final task is to earn the recognition of the chief dwarf by repairing their equipment neatly and cleanly. He mutters, "So I'll probably be back quickly. I'll probably be..." He had no choice but to carry the pile of stuff and leave, still wondering why the task was so easy. Young Min clumsily put them together. He built a strange gun. Young Min was curious. Old-fashioned musket warning of a dilapidated antique firearm. Low level. A musket made from old discarded parts and dust. It is suspected that it cannot operate normally. If you want to use it, you need to clean, reassemble the armor securely, and oil it. Attack power 50, durability 3 out of 100, with a 70% chance of exploding during use. The tall guy observed that machine devices are like gods, but their durability is at rock bottom. Touching them is full of dust and rust, and it feels like just a small mistake could break them completely. Young Min sighed. At this point, it's not really meant to be functional, more like a curse removal tool. Young Min chuckled softly. But there's a flaw in this mission. Those stupid little dwarfs. The boss looked at the finished product in surprise, as there was already a complete gun on the table. A perfectly repaired old-fashioned musket. Level no MO. Attack power 50, durability 100 out of 100. Young Min smiles and loosens it. "Yes, I've fitted the armor neatly. What do you think?" The truth is revealed. That gap is, first, your unique dwarf friend, who is more than just recognized, is the first person to earn the trust of the dwarves. The effect is activated. You can entrust the dwarf to craft, repair, and upgrade, and when you do, the commission fee with the dwarf blacksmith is reduced by 5%. Young Min thought to himself that since it was still a piece of equipment, it would still be entrusted for repairs. He smirked because even if it was handed over to him for repairs, it was still a piece of equipment. "I don't need to worry about anything. Just leave it to the dwarf's blacksmith to fix." "Are you self-satisfied?" "Is there a problem?" The boss is worried. He didn't wait for me for a moment. He carefully brought the gun back, so quickly and perfectly repaired. This can't be right. Could it be that he didn't fix it and just brought a new gun here? But this kind of weapon isn't something you can find nearby. The boss couldn't believe it. No matter how he thought about it, he was sure he was being played. He asked, "Is there anything special about how you fixed it?" Young Min pretended to understand. "Oh, on the inside of the gun's casing, there's a pretty special drawing. A wheel shape. It seems that on the dead part, it also has that pattern, right?" The boss flinched. "Exactly." He sighed and thought to himself, "Well, you even know exactly which part I marked to prevent cheating. I have to admit it." Young Min sneered. "Of course you should know that because I completed this mission before the regression. The system reports that you achieved an incredible feat and gained the trust of the Dwarf God. You have received this title of Friend of the Dwarf God, and you are the first to earn this title. First, the Friend of the Dwarf God. You are unique in receiving the recognition of the Lun God and being the first to earn this title. Those who acknowledge you as their friend will support you wholeheartedly, with benefits including the ability to take on the auxiliary engineer role and a 50% discount on usage fees for equipment and vehicles operated by the Lun race." Young Min couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect much from such a simple task, but the reward is truly impressive. Vehicles like trains and airplanes managed by the Dwarf God are very expensive, so a half-price discount is great, but the best part is the secondary profession of airlock engineer. They have their own symbols, and if you become an airlock engineer, you can learn techniques related to machinery and special skills of the Dwarf God race." Young Min felt a surge of emotion. "So I can craft my own mechanical airship equipment. At first, I thought completing this task would only grant me the right to trade Loon Deity's airship and machine products, and some players are also famous for their airship technology." He remembers a person with the nickname Grat, full name Max Scientist Grat. Although he is a mage singer, he has countless inventions of strange machines and devices. Using them in combat angered many players, especially in Young Min's territory. He was known as a peculiar figure with a rare fighting style and eccentric personality. At that time, he became so popular that he even had a fandom, and thanks to his energetic activities, the mechanical engineering craze exploded. His main skills were mostly simple attacks, so this was a good opportunity to fill the gaps caused by them. Young-min puffs out his chest, saying he will learn about mechanical engineering. The shop owner smiles, very pleased that my wonderful friend has arrived with the perfect beauty of machinery. Warning system. You have collected the engineer profession. If you accumulate enough experience and proficiency, you can learn dwarf tribe techniques. Young-min suggests showing me the drawings and parts list. Sometimes I will practice them. The boss is very pleased. All right. I don't care how much you want to see. The system has compiled your equipment. You are now recognized by all races in the Golden Lion territory and are officially a member of Crossroads. An incredible achievement. Your first visit as a member of Crossroads has earned you the honorary resident title, making you the first honorary resident of Crossroads. Rarely, you are the first to receive recognition from all 3 races in the Golden Lion territory. As an honorary resident of Crossroads, you will be treated equally like other residents. You are the first to receive this title, along with its benefits, and will be protected by the Crossroads Guard team. You can build close relationships with all beings in the Golden Lion territory. Young-min watched them breathe and sing, as this cross-species mission finally came to an end. Tramgam was protected by the Crossroads Guard team. Young-min frowned. That's right, now that I think about it, Starorian asked me to send a letter to Mankin. Captain of the Guard, I have to go anyway. While I remember, I might as well leave now. It's about time. A building more majestic than even the guild halls, Crossroads is the main base of the Guard team, and Young-min looked at the structure of the Su-2 building, impressed. He assessed that compared to the Guard team's building, this place was quite magnificent. And actually, if you consider the city's scale. At that moment, a voice spoke up. Sorry to have kept you waiting, the person approached. I was busy dealing with something nearby. Sorry about that. He is even much larger than Young-min, smiling cheerfully. I am responsible for Sister An in the Crossroads area. Nice to meet you. This is the Crossroads Guard Captain, Mankin, Harp Elf, Young-min lazily thought. I always feel it when I meet them. But is this really the form of Harp Elf? What are you eating that makes you so big? He said, annoyed as he extended his hand. I am Roken. Mankin, on the other hand, smiled much more warmly, his figure very impressive. Just these people, huh? Young-min thought annoyed. No matter how he thought about it, it was very strange. He remembered, why is he acting so friendly? In my memory, Mankin is one of the harp elves who likes to show off the most. Mankin recounted, I've heard a lot about you from Taro. Our race is very grateful to you. Young-min understood then. So that's it. He seriously pondered, and just in time, if he maintained a good relationship with Mankin, everything would go more smoothly. After all, the charming gentleman in front of him was the strongest person in Crossroads and the true ruler of Crossroads, the level 200 captain of the Crossroads Guard team. Mankin, he suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Starorian sent me a letter. He's still well, Young-min thought to himself. Of course, just over level 200, that's all, but he still acts as usual. He is still well. This is the letter he asked me to give you, Mankin replied politely. I see. I'll read it right away, so wait a moment. He nodded. You're a new member of the investigation team. Why? Young-min replied, Yes, that's right. Mankin burst into loud laughter. What else is there to hide? I am also a member of the investigation team. From now on, let's try to work together for the peace of the continent. Young-min thought irritably. Of course, members of the investigation team have to do that. Is it really necessary to say it? Is this guy actually an idiot? Mankin's eyes flashed with danger. Compared to his level, I could sense his aura. A person recognized by all other races, even becoming a member of the investigation team, a very talented individual. But the most impressive thing is that Mankin remembered that from the very first encounter. He used invisibility magic to silently pressure him, yet he observed Young-min's calm expression, which hadn't changed at all. Normally one would feel pain, or at least discomfort. Mankin continued, It's been a pleasure to meet you, so now... But Young-min suddenly interrupted, so you came close and lowered your stance. Have you already got the test results? At that moment, Mankin froze as if struck by lightning. Did he realize it? Young-min stood up, but it seemed he still hadn't made the best judgment. He threatened loudly, What should we do? Let's settle this with a fight. But Mankin remained silent. Young-min has his own plans, of course that's very crazy. I'm only at level 1 now, but I can reach level 106. I can't beat Mankin at level 200 right now. But he also has experience from the past, and I know Mankin is a PC. Even though he's arrogant and proud, he loves strong and honest people. In addition, there are other minor factors, but the Hap Elf clan absolutely trusts in himself. So this crazy action will definitely not happen for real. Mankin suddenly burst out laughing, realizing that he had misread the warning system all along. His favorability towards you has increased, and Young-min breathes a sigh of relief. Smiling, Mankin replied, I was just trying to see what level you've reached. Sorry about that, I mean no harm to you. Young-min gritted his teeth, realizing it was the hidden reward. He pretended to turn away, but that alone didn't seem enough. Mankin was also very generous, of course. He had to compensate properly. He asked, so tell me, what do you want? Gold, or else it's the team's weapons or air armor. If not, then it's the highest level recovery item. Of course, as long as it's not something too extreme. Young-min shrugged, no, that's enough. I smile confidently and say, I want to join the Crossroads guard team. Mankin is surprised by this request. You, a guard team member. Young-min waved his hand. Of course, as an adventurer, I can't do missions all day. Please assign me a suitable task. Mankin nodded in approval. He agreed without hesitation, and you will get what you want. The system menu appears. Crossroads Guard Captain Mankin has offered you the chance to join the guard team. Do you agree? He suggested that if needed, I can lend you the Guardian team's equipment and specialized items. Whatever you want, I will talk to the manager about this. Young-min politely replied, thank you. Young-min was calculating in his mind that once his younger brothers completed the 3 missions, they would soon reach Crossroads. He wandered around the city, seeing them as rivals in the end. And they are equally strong or weak. If they knew and opposed like the Blood Sand Society, I would be very happy. But I can't defeat them by fighting BK one by one. We might have to resort to dirty tricks like Filet. Young-min remembered that name and thought that in the end, they all had to give up. Wow. In times like this, what you need most is a guard who has been waiting loyally. I came at the captain's request. You're Roken, right? He hands over a badge. This is the Guardian Team certification. Just show this to others and you can prove your membership in the Guardian Team without wearing a uniform. Young-min smirked confidently and replied, thank you. From now on, I will do my best with everyone to protect the peace of Crossroads. The system updates your progress. You have become a member of the Crossroads Guard Team. You can exercise certain minimum authority to maintain order for PC or players in Crossroads. If the conditions are met, even if you attack first, your cruelty stat won't increase. Young-min squints. With this, I can freely use my power legally against players who come to Crossroads. Young-min needs a badge to walk around the city. He ponders that the tasks for members of the Crossroads Guard team are very simple. Everyday tasks are not difficult, like defeating 20 monsters in the nearby area. He thought that in case of a special situation threatening Crossroads, he must support. That's the condition. But even though it's a bit troublesome, it's worth doing. Plus, there are other benefits, like being able to freely use the city's amenities. Young-min smiled, but all these benefits are just small perks. The real advantage of being a member of the guard team is something else. Assuming a situation where a player disrupts security and order, Young-min, a member of the guard team, can immediately punish that person on the spot without any penalty. And if the punishment is appropriate, he may receive additional rewards. In summary, he has the authority to enforce rules on other players with only a few minor details. Even if there are no restrictions or special penalties, he just needs to work carefully and then move on to the next area. Anyway, it's about time other players started arriving here and Young-min thought of his enemy. Since Odin is in a different area, they can't meet immediately, but it's not surprising that another level 100 player has appeared. Suddenly, Young-min frowned and grimaced. On the notification screen, a special player news report appeared stating that the first level 100 player in the world was a player from Korea. Young-min crossed his arms, realizing he needed to investigate further, logged out, and saw a profile picture of a player. The first level 100 player in the lot, belonging to the odd race, with the Demon Hunter Masterclass. Announcement from Invingame. Exclusive interview. The interviewer smiles and says it's a great honor to meet Thay, the first player in the world. As the first player to reach level 100 and arrive at the third city, how do you feel? He replied, I feel very honored. She asked again, your main profession is Demon Hunter Master, so your secondary profession must be Control, right? Young-min boredly watched the news. What's with this bald guy? He looked at that face with some boredom. Not Odin, but this useless guy who set the level 100. Young-min remembered that during the interview he had reached level 99. There was no reason for him to suddenly fall behind, and suddenly he realized it was indeed that thing. Everything was as expected. Odin, this evil name, had already reached level 100 earlier and seemed to be watching to see who his competitors resembled. Young-min smiled cruelly, as expected. Only by being cautious can you be my prey. The interview continued, asking, do you feel that level 100 is different in any way? The other player replied, "Of course it's the A combo skill. What's a combo skill?" Young Min sighed in relief, and everyone who deserves to know is just suspicious. Since the game doesn't specify the reward for being the first to achieve the milestone, they might not know who actually reached level 100 first. That's us, you fools. The screen continues with the interview. Recently, everyone has been very interested in the third city, and I wonder what they thinks about it. The player Oat responds, "I haven't completed the mission yet, so I'm still gathering information." He smiled proudly, but players around the world, stay tuned. The player Ott boldly announced, Thai, a first-generation player entering the third city, will openly share information with everyone. "Everyone stay calm. This is really exciting," Young Min sneers in disdain. "This idiot's gone too far. Ah gee, true Oat. Yes, just in time. It's time to upload a new video to the YouTube channel after such a long break." Young Min opens the software interface, the channel he created to upload the video where he scolded the Megapixel guild members last time. He recalls that the video has become the main topic of discussion among players both domestically and internationally. "My channel has fewer videos but 400,000 followers, so the income is quite good. But I've been worried because I haven't rented a new car for quite a while. Because the first player to reach level 100 has appeared, now it's very lively." Young Min stretches out his hand and whispers to himself, "What if the first player to reach level 100 also has a video revealing the third city?" Young Min sighs contentedly. Now's the time to showcase your editing skills. His eyes gleam with satisfaction. It must be exciting, but too bad for you, kid. Everything should be done in moderation. Immediately after, the video was uploaded, showing the earliest footage of the third city in the world. Everyone was commenting excitedly, "World Huracan, Zimmer, how do I get a spot here?" In the video, the scene inside the city is clearly shown. "Daz, is this really the third city?" "Really, Ryan, you're not joking, right?" "Kenya. This must be an undisclosed city. Could it really be the third city? And is there also a scene showing the monster inside the city? Like Nima's point, I'm going crazy. What is this? Is a giant monster appearing from the third city? Ons Lewis, did you manage to get this, or is it just a replay?" The comments are making odd players furious. "Soda is spilling. This number must be in the tens now. It probably took a few days at least. What's going on?" So the first level 100 is Roken A, Melbot. So the top rank is now A from the bottom. The watermelon war god. No hair, so no eyes to see. He punches the computer screen hard, his hand trembling with rage. Damn it, this damn dog. He can't hold back his fury. The video about the third city is spreading rapidly, and many people are criticizing that claiming to be the first player at level 100 is just a lie. Everyone is attacking Grenadic online, the first in the world probably, using foul language. The odd player grits his teeth, thinking about the ads and canceled programs. He growls, "Damn it," asking if I know anything. I saw nothing, so I thought I was the first. The blue veins bulge on the player's forehead as he uses this method to stab himself in the back. "Just wait and see, you little dog. Damn, Roken." Young Min watches the interaction logs excitedly. Oh look, he flips his phone. Only half a day since posting and he's already close to 20,000 likes. Probably making a lot of money from ads. Youngin is proud. Receiving many interview invitations and program offers, of course he'll accept them all. It's a truly new feeling. The game has gone beyond the concept of a VR game. This truth has affected many people, sparking a major controversy not only in Korea but worldwide, impacting society greatly. Richard Carrios's comment, "How to get there, make a more detailed tutorial video. ZT Katana, X Katana. Are you Korean? After all, this game is also Korean." Young Min thought to himself. After returning to himself, he didn't put everything into it. He pursed his lips in satisfaction. Such a strong reaction indeed. He lay down on the gaming chair. As a creator, he shouldn't reveal his face. Young Min thought to himself, "Then I have to meet everyone's expectations." A new mission involving an ancient dark tower. Someone knocked on the door, and the person inside looked out and asked, "Who is it?" Young Min replied, "I come from the Crossroads Guard team. I heard Lord Chuo needs assistance." Finally, I was led inside the large mansion where the butler announced, "Lord Chuo, this person is from the guard team." He said, "Come in quickly." This is Lord Chuo sitting in the middle, smiling warmly. I didn't expect the Crossroads Guard team to send someone directly. "That's right. Are you the one who will help me?" Young Min smiled and replied, "I am Roken from the Crossroads Guard team, sent by Captain Mankin, and I sincerely hope to help you." He smiled a standard smile, though inside he was screaming. Of course, receiving orders from Mankin was a lie. I knew about this mission, so I came here, but mentioning the name Mankin would make it more trustworthy. Chuo's hand gently stroked, explaining that the reason I am in such a remote place is to heal my sister for my daughter. He remembered his painful story. Because of it, he could do anything. But now his body was still very weak, and no matter what method he used, it was very difficult to heal her. Chuo tilted her head in worry, but the person who usually retrieved Chuo's blood often appeared in the cave of the primordial turtle. And if he could get her blood, my daughter might recover some of her health. The mission alert system indicates a recovery for Count Chuo's young daughter. To save her, Count Chuo has asked for your help. The completion condition is to collect 10 drops of blood from Chuo in the Ruo ancient turtle cave. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with gold. Youngmin smiled and replied, "Of course, I will go find it for you right away." He also felt satisfied inside. Good. I also have a related mission. Youngmin heads to the location to complete the mission, the life cave of the primordial turtle. I step forward and greet everyone. I am the god of war Roken. Then Youngmin slings his axe over his shoulder and marches on confidently. I will reveal images of one of the dungeons around Crossroads. Now, I will begin attacking the life cavern guarded by the primordial turtle. The night sky is strangely peaceful, and Youngmin immediately moved to this cold, remote land. The dungeon remains unaffected by the outside time. He frowned silently, observing his surroundings, which means even at night, monsters are no stronger. These basic facts need to be explained as well. Immediately afterward, Youngmin saw the massive, towering figure of Chuo. The special feature of this dungeon is that Chuo appears as a monster. This is the first time Chuo has appeared as a monster in the lion's domain. Youngmin quietly watched from afar and realized that it wasn't just Chuo. As soon as the first monster appeared, a stone monkey showed up, and witnessing its strength, Youngmin couldn't help but be amazed. Here, the stone monkey is the weakest monster, a slightly lower-level monkey than a human. It's muscular, with high attack, defense, and agility, so you could be in danger if you're not careful. The stone monkey then charged with immense force and a giant body, and a punch from it made Chuo grimace and break his teeth. With just that first punch, the stone monkey defeated Chuo so badly he was shattered. After knocking out Chuo, the stone monkey instinctively roared a thunderous cry. From afar, Youngmin's shadow accidentally caught its attention. Without hesitation, it charged forward aggressively towards him, but before it could do anything, the stone monkey suddenly froze, staring with disbelief. Youngmin decisively grabbed the rock ape's arm and sneered, "But if you think about it differently, since all the stats are equal, just focus on what you're good at, like speed or attack power." The rock ape was stunned when it saw Youngmin's hand getting closer, and in the next second, he used all his strength to force its head down. With just the first attack, Youngmin made the stone monkey taste the dirt. He slightly smirked in disdain. "How about that? Pretty easy, right?" He casually turned his back and walked away. There was really no special reason for them to appear in the dungeon with the Cho. At this moment, a few rock monkeys stepped out, and Youngmin stood there calmly, watching. They are just food for the Cho. Although they can be a significant threat when they travel in packs, to Che-Yo, they are just food. Youngmin gritted his teeth and almost shouted, Biden shouted, and just as he finished speaking, he unleashed a move called the Scream of Madness. Faced with Youngmin's attack, the stone monkey braced itself to endure, but the first stone monkey was quickly defeated by Youngmin's move. As the dozens of rock-throwing monkeys fell one after another, Youngmin, in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly realized something strange. From above, he saw a huge Cho appear. The one who just fled was falling from the sky, attacking him with bites or strikes. It's a bit troublesome because it has wings and can fly, but since it's still within the dungeon, it's not too difficult. He calmly approaches it without any fear. Now we are entering the Cho territory. He boldly advances with his weapon. In this dungeon, there are about 10 Cho, and if they team up, it will be quite difficult to handle. So take them down one by one. Youngmin still seems unaware that a giant shadow is watching him from behind. Walking on confidently and mockingly, Cho is a race that players can choose when registering for the game, but when it becomes a monster, we don't know what it will be like. The giant Cho behind him begins to spread its sharp claws, and Youngmin, with keen hearing, immediately turns his head to look back. Without hesitation, he swung his sword to deliver a dazzling yet powerful attack, causing Cho some pain as it clenched its teeth to endure. Youngmin looked at it and let out a sigh of relief. But the characteristic of Cho is their great strength and agility. They can easily surpass a human. But as Cho tightly grips the axe on its back, he remains standing there and continues speaking. The most characteristic trait being that it counterattacks fiercely and violently. A viscous fluid oozes from the wound on its shoulder, indicating its regenerative ability. After healing the wound, it becomes powerful again. Youngmin didn't hesitate and charged forward, but there's nothing to fear. Seeing his strength, the Cho frowned in fear, and soon Youngmin was right in front of the Cho. He chuckled slyly, thinking that if he kept attacking, it would eventually fall, easy as that. Cho was then struck back painfully, and after a moment, another Cho charged at him. Young Min, fearless, immediately took his stance, and then delivered a divine punch combined with a celestial kick towards the Cheo. Without hesitation, Young Min prepared to execute his final move. With a decisive move, he sent another Cho to the afterlife, and the remaining ones looked on with fear. Young Min subtly glanced at the others and issued a warning. Have you seen it? If Cho C appears again in the future, the chances of these turtle-possessed Cho's revival are only slightly higher. After the battle, Young Min wiped out the remaining Cho, so at this level, it's safe to say all the Cho in the underground maze have been dealt with. He presses a notification button on the system screen, so this video is over. I won't reveal the full mission details, of course it will be edited before posting. After setting everything up, Young Min put on a satisfied look and said, "Now it's time for the most enjoyable part." Collecting the items, the system suddenly displayed a series of notifications, and he began to pick up the Cho's blood vial with an arrogant tone. "All right, that's one done." Young Min looked up at the darkening sky and pondered. Then, after a moment of observation, he searched around his chest, seemingly somewhere nearby. The system continued to display notifications, and after reading them, Young Min chuckled mischievously. Just in time. He began to observe the herd of Cho gradually dispersing, and after waiting for a while, the system announced that it had collected the bones of the turtle essence beast. This is the reason why the Cheo here were turned into turtle essence. But of course, this didn't happen naturally. Someone used the primordial curse on an animal and threw it into this cave, turning it into prey for the monsters. Young Min looked at it for a moment, then a thought arose in his mind. He could roughly guess who that person was. The infected rats in the underground sewer and the contaminated chimpanzees in the Tecalona forest are likely caused by that same person who manipulates monsters and NPCs using the primordial words. In fact, they are no different from the enemies in the main quest. No player has identified them yet, and I've been steadily completing the main missions. But in the end, I got involved with Ragnarok on the way out. Young Min suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. His eyes suddenly sharp again. It might be a crazy hypothesis, but could it be that Ragnarok, the reason Odin attacked me, was to sabotage the main mission? Mankin was stunned in disbelief when he saw what Young Min brought back, holding it with a surprised expression. "Where did you find this?" He answered frankly that the habitat of the living creatures in the cave was affected by the primal force. Hearing that, Mankin looked at him seriously and said, "I am also investigating the mutation of monsters. I didn't expect the primal force to spread through this shared object." After the underground sewer and Tecalona forest, this time the intermediary site is set up in very hard-to-find locations. Young Min narrows his eyes with a confident look and asks if I have any information about those who spread this primordial seed, and if not, then what is their true purpose? Mankin sighed and shook his head. "Regrettably, I don't have any information yet. I've just started investigating the primordial curse." He emphasized that Roken, hand it over to me from now on, I will take charge of researching it. "Can you find other monsters also affected by the primordial curse?" After a moment of discussion, Young Min turned away with a thoughtful mind, realizing he had been too simple-minded about Odin bringing him to Crossroads. He recalled the past and thought that he was not a top-tier spy. He had initially believed it was to subjugate him, but if not, then collaborating with them through some deal. The real purpose was to prevent him from completing the main mission. It's all just guesswork. In the road, when carrying out the main mission, there's no reason for the player to team up with the villain NPC. After pondering for a while, Young Min chuckled softly with a sinister smile. Whatever happens. He burst out laughing maniacally, whether it's Ragnarok or them. After destroying it, just ask directly. Young Min looked at Cho's blood vial in his hand, unable to hide his excitement. Chuakam took the blood vial and was excited, believing that the real blood of Cho had been found, and indeed, only the guard team could be trusted. His face then became dejected, and he realized he still needed to find Q's hot blood. If he hunted down the devil, he might get it, because my poor girl must find it. Young Min hesitated for a moment before walking out of Chuakam's room, a sneering smile on his lips. What? That poor girl. Young Min looked up to the sky and suddenly realized, that's right, I was going to appear using that identity. First, I'll pretend I don't know anything and let it go. A massive creature appeared, breathing fiercely with a fierce roar. It was a huge devil gem, and Young Min just happened to arrive here. He looked at the devil gem below with excitement in his heart. So it's time to start the hunt. Then he gathered his strength and prepared to fight. A sudden leap by Young Min startled the devil gems. He soared into the air and landed gradually with high friction speed, quickly appearing in front of the devil gems. Your master can't do anything impressive, so they all burst out laughing. Young Min adjusts his wide mask with a mocking look. as expected, a herbivore, Nkyamin. He quickly teleports away and loudly claims that facing the top predator made his body freeze in fear, and he couldn't do anything. The Devil Gem still laughs in the face of danger, so Young Min decisively takes out a few to start the slaughter. During the fight, Young Min notices something. Look, seeing the strange attitude of the Devil Gem, he quickly braces himself, bristling his fur to block the axe. It charged forward to counterattack, knocking Young Min back. He quickly took advantage of his jumping ability. Young Min lands safely and perfectly, while on the Devil Gem's side, it stomps forcefully and charges with lightning-fast speed. Young Min dodged its attack. His mind briefly pondered, hesitant but knowing how to use a combination of skills. Seeing its strength, he paused to praise it. Not bad in terms of power, either. I'm holding this axe tightly and emphasizing it. I'm pretty strong, too. Young Min stepped forward, shouting at the top of his lungs. Let's see who's stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his axe directly at the Devil Gem with such force that the surrounding rocks shattered. Devil Gem falls to the ground bleeding. Seeing it defeated, Young Min sighs and slightly relaxes. Then he turned around and spoke to the person behind him. Where do you think you're going? I still have something to settle with you. His face faintly smiled with a sinister look. I only need your skin and blood. Just give me those and I will let you go. Young Min still asked in a gentle voice. So, how is it? The deal is good, right? Of course, without those things, you could still survive. And so that night the sky was silent and still, with not a sound. Time quietly passed until the next day. Young Min is returning to a state of power loss. I stayed up all night hunting for Devil Gems. As he was walking, he accidentally overheard shouting nearby. No, why wouldn't he sell it? Come on, sell it to me and I'll pay extra. Is something wrong? Young Min clearly shows his annoyance after overhearing a brief snippet. The other players have already started entering the third city. I thought it would take a few more days. A man appears with a proud look. These kids only have their appearance. Can't you stay silent? A woman who is skilled with snakes responds. No, why are you treating us like this? Did someone do something wrong? Maybe it's because they attacked the villagers. Young Min observes their attitude and silently judges. Because they are not recognized by other races, they cannot trade with NPCs. Frustrated and unable to endure the current situation, a man clenched his teeth and stepped closer. He stepped forward directly into the man's face. Why are only we being discriminated against? The man with the purple collar shouted in fear. Let go. In the midst of his anger, he heard a voice beside him say, Hey, calm down. Let's go to another store. How many times have we been kicked out already? Why is this happening? Young Min at this moment chuckled softly, with a sinister and mysterious smile. The man being grabbed by the collar kept shouting for help. Oh my God, someone call the police. Save me. Who's causing all this commotion? They cheered and turned around together, shouting, team of defenders. Young Min, disguised, approached and asked sharply, looking like someone from outside. What is he doing to the residents of Crossroads? The old man suddenly shouted out loud. Defense team, help me. He is accusing the group of young people surrounding him. They suddenly appeared to threaten and try to take my belongings. We had no intention of doing anything wrong when accused. What? The two girls accompanying him hurriedly explained, but it was all meaningless. They still were forced with electric shock. No, we have no such intention. Young Min really doesn't want to hear it. It's too noisy. He, dressed in the defense team uniform, approaches the group of young people. No matter what your intentions are, I will absolutely not forgive those who use violence. You've only just arrived in the city and you're already causing trouble. I don't want to hear any more. Young Min gave them no chance at all and used his authority as a member of the Crossroads defense team to expel the target from the city. He wants them to leave forever, immediately leave the city. His decision was so sudden they didn't have time to react. Wait a moment. The young man shows no sign of remorse. Still shouting in frustration. Is this the third city now? Damn it. The old man is very grateful for Young Min's chivalrous act. Oh my God, thank you. I thought something serious had happened. The system shows that the dwarf weapons merchant's favor towards you has increased. He sighed helplessly. Even as an NPC, basic manners should be maintained. If the situation is sudden, violence can be used. For the merchant, Young Min took off his hat and showed great sympathy towards the group of young people. It's not that I can't understand how they feel, but not knowing why they can't buy the item makes it really frustrating. I recall my past feeling extremely resentful, especially the discomfort of being looked down on by that race. Even now I still feel annoyed. Young Min walks through the crowded alleyways holding his hat, still thinking about it. After finally reaching level 100 and arriving at the third city, he had to endure a lot of frustration just to buy an item. Suddenly an idea came to his mind, and Young Min smiled with great satisfaction, having come up with a way to make a lot of money. The first step is to stamp some necessary documents. Then he heads to an abandoned building. Young Min looked up at the massive building in front of him, so this is the place. The building was incredibly grand, with glass windows offering a direct view of the outside scenery. That big building, there must be more than just one or two to renovate. I bought a 4-story building in a busy neighborhood with lots of foot traffic. The real estate investment plan in Crossroads is similar to what I did in Groton. The players in Groton, the second city, have an average level of 50 to 100. In the third city, Crossroads, most players are level 100 to 200. The value of this place will increase many times in the future. The problem with Crossroads is that it's a large city, making it difficult to dominate the real estate market like in Groton. Therefore, first, we should gain an advantage with a building in a prime location. Young Min pushed the door open and was amazed by the interior structure. The interior structure isn't bad either. Without hesitation, he immediately set to work on the tasks needed for his plan. Then from now on, make this place a supermarket. Players are not recognized by other races at Crossroads, so their trading is limited, meaning supply currently exceeds demand. In this situation, if I were running a shop for players, everyone would flock here. The first floor has hot items and essentials for hunting and selling. Things like traditional ceremonies or medicine will always have many buyers no matter how expensive they are. Items with high demand in the second city will be cheaper, but Young Min is sure that his supermarket can be strong because he understands people's psychology. Such a deception only happens once or twice. Who would be able to resist not buying it? The second floor sells common equipment and high-quality advanced gear. Floor 3 sells branded crafted items, including those I personally crafted under brand T. Finally, the 4th floor is the auction room. After some renovations and repairs to the abandoned building, everything is much more organized. Now it feels right. Before leaving, he instructed his staff, Roka's NPC Ben's assistant, to manage things well while he was away. Yes, sir. But the limitation here is that when players complete the race mission, if they can trade with NPCs, they won't buy items from this red land anymore. Young Min is still thinking about how to arrange the items to sell. Items in 2 and 4 must be rare and hard to find elsewhere. He felt a bit regretful, a little disappointed. But there was no way to increase the number of players using this place. In difficult times, he thought wisely, and Young Min came up with another idea. He snapped his fingers. That was the only way. The guard team has a department responsible for record keeping. It is a place created for tasks like fulfilling requests or reissuing wanted notices. Young Min came to find a certain spirit. He was surprised and stopped his ongoing work. "Do you want me to write something for you?" He was confused by the request. What am I supposed to write here? As if that's all he could do, he immediately took out the paper and handed it over. "I want many of these things." He looked at the messy paper in shock. "What is this? A bunch of rules and regulations?" "Everything is carefully detailed on the paper. First, if you catch the monster designated by Young Min, report it to the city. 2. If you keep hunting regularly, your reputation will grow and you can start receiving missions from the townspeople. 3. If you carry out the corresponding missions, you will be recognized by the residents and may become a citizen of the city. 4. This is a necessary process for using the city's main buildings." He hesitated after reading the regulations, wondering why he wrote this and who made the rules. Young Min is extremely proud of his wise decision to follow Captain Markin of the guard team. Becoming a member of the guard team is the smartest choice. Then he started to stick the paper along the roads he passed. Honestly, there's nothing really wrong with that. If you defeat a monster, your reputation will increase. NPCs will give quests to those with high reputation. The first designated monster is Riopon, which has high defense but low attack power and slow speed, making it easy to hunt. Ja and Mai can use it as materials to craft high-level equipment, but the catch is that it takes quite a bit of time to hunt it down. With low reputation, you have to hunt it. If your reputation increases very slowly, it will also take longer to gain recognition from the people. The longer players use their supermarket, the more they will sell Ja and Mai to shops. But since the quest isn't completed yet, all transactions at NPC shops will be rejected. In the end, the only place to buy their items is my supermarket. Young Min laughed uncontrollably. Dreaming of wealth in the near future, I will buy all the jaw and lungs at low prices, then craft equipment, enhance them, and put them up for auction. It's like printing money. Seeing that night was falling, Young Min knew it was time for the happy meeting, but it seemed too soon. He had to meet Marquis Chuo. Marquis Chuo was very surprised by his abilities. Really, he had truly found the goat's blood, didn't he? He was much more talented than I thought. Chuo appears extremely sincere this time. asking for help one last time. Now bring the collected materials to Chaitika and bring back the item made from them. Then return here. The system will update the quest and restore the young lady of Count Chuo. To save the young daughter, the Count requested you to draw blood from the turtle demon. Bring Q and Ja Q's hot blood to the witch Chaitika and receive an item. The completion condition is successfully delivering the item to Chaitika with a reward of 10 gold. Young Min bows respectfully and asks for permission to receive the order. I will do it immediately. He looked very pleased, relying on that person, when suddenly a loud noise from above drew his attention. Young Min looked up in surprise, wondering about what he just said. Chuo still wanted to hide the secret, dismissing it. Oh, never mind. He explained as the servant was rearranging the library and dropped something. We should leave soon. Chuo pretended to be a kind father who loves his daughter. If you help, my daughter can survive. Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. He looked confused and asked what was wrong, and Young Min pretended to explain that it was nothing. Just a sudden cough? He turned and walked away, and then I took the opportunity to reveal that I already knew all of his secrets, including his daughter. Wait, I was mistaken. Because from the very beginning, the Count had no child at all. Young Min can totally figure it out, especially since the Count only meets people at night, and the mission hints at that hidden detail, so why didn't I notice before? The true identity of Count Chuao is Makazong, a weak race under the sun that drinks blood from other races to boost their own strength. Indeed, there are children there, but they are not the Count's daughters. He has captured a child and pretended it was his daughter. High-quality blood can significantly enhance Makazong's power. 2 elves among the most noble elf bloodlines, if Makazong drinks their blood, it can gain enormous strength. But the blood of the 2 elves is too powerful and divine, so most Makazong cannot absorb it. If it were a Makazong, it would be fine, but Count Chuao is an ordinary Makazong, so when he drinks the blood of the 2 elves, his internal organs will melt away. Therefore, the Count thought of using a spell, believing that enhancing blood absorption with a magical item could allow him to drink the blood of the 2 elves. Now, alone in the dark, foggy forest valley, Young Min was walking, trying to find the wizard Chuo mentioned, so the wizard Chaitika that the Count spoke of must be somewhere nearby. He was annoyed by the thick fog ahead, feeling frustrated, but knowing he had to see through it to find the way forward. Why is this forest so vast, but I have to see ahead to find the way? Young Min kept walking, muttering to himself about how he was the one who got himself into this mess, thinking that anyone else would have given up long ago. Suddenly, behind him, the sound of footsteps echoed. An entire swarm of level 115 spirits emerged from the fog, glaring at him as if ready to devour him alive. Young Min turned back to look at the monsters behind, carefully assessing the situation. There are quite a few monsters, but he didn't want to waste more time and energy on them, so he immediately turned and ran. Just need to complete the mission. No need to spend more time dealing with them. Just run. They are right behind, determined not to let the prey escape. Behind Young Min is a pack of nearly 10 spirit demons chasing after him. He turned to look at them behind, becoming a bit more cautious. Slower than I thought. A few of them have already disappeared. Young Min planned to take them all out at once to save energy, but just as he was about to execute his plan, he slipped and fell off the mountain. All right, gather them all and clear the way. Damn fog. He swooped down, preparing to crash onto the hard ground. A loud bang echoed as dust and smoke billowed up when he descended. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Young Min landed safely, but he suddenly realized something. A whole swarm of spirits is slowly approaching, and I finally understand now. Seeing the spirits move like an army, Young Min retreats to keep his distance. So this is your nest, right? You deliberately kept your distance while chasing me to herd me into this spot. They are all driven by hunger and desperation after so long without food, so there's no choice but to fight to save themselves. Young Min drew his weapon, ready to battle. If it has come to this, then I have to fight. He lowers his sword at the ground just as I want to try this too. Young Min looks extremely excited. So big. Let's see how many monsters I can clear with my skills now. His eyes turn cold and deadly. I have to test it on you guys, but the main advantage of a hero's class is fighting many enemies at once. If it's a one-on-one fight, this class is stronger than any other, but there's no way to eliminate a large number of enemies in a single attack, so even if the enemies are weak, it's still very hard to win if they unite. Young Min proactively moves closer to the spirit orbs, but to compensate for that weakness, he has found a way to overcome it. By combining his skills and the warrior's abilities in the right way, he can deal massive damage over a wide area. With just one move, Young Min quickly made all the spirits explode and charged in to destroy them. After wiping out the nest, he happily turned around to admire his victory. All right, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to destroy 80 spirit orbs. I feel pretty confident. Even with area magic, mages can't be faster than me. The biggest weakness of the profession has been eliminated through the development of skill combinations. So whether one-on-one or many-on-one, he is no longer an easy opponent to defeat, but Young Min hesitated for a moment. He lowered his arm and thought to himself, no, it's still not enough. But this is only in comparison to regular players. Even if I went back to that time, these skills still wouldn't be enough to face Ragnarok's entire army. This time, the monsters had relatively low health, making it easier to win. But to confront Ragnarok, you need special traits to counter multiple enemies with high-level chaos skills, charging in from the start to cause destruction. Compared to the rage attack, it has much stronger offensive traits, moving in a straight line while using skills to deal damage to many enemies. Because I can't change direction if the enemies are scattered in many places, it's very difficult to use my skills effectively. Young Min is determined to become stronger, to defeat all of Odin's followers. If I beat those guys, I will definitely need the abyssal technique, especially to deal with Odin. I shout loudly, becoming extremely determined. Wait for it, Odin. No matter how long I live, I will create the highest level of abyssal technique to defeat you. Young Min suddenly remembered his main mission here, but first he had to complete the current task. He continued walking through the deserted forest, contemplating why he accepted this difficult mission. I took on this mission also because it relates to increasing the chances of winning when fighting many at once. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of him and spoke. Stop there, Chaitika, leaning on his cane, approached him. Did the monk send someone here? He is wearing a torn shirt that covers his face, with glowing red eyes, standing under the moonlight even more eerily. Introducing himself, I am the wizard Chaitika, so put down the materials you brought and step back. Young Min took out the box containing the requested items, surprisingly appearing here himself. Then, following his instructions, he raised both hands high and stepped back. Ready, take it. Chaitika uses his magical power, casting a spell that makes all the objects inside the box float in midair. The pieces of paper gradually come together perfectly. Then he held 2 glass test tubes in his hands and continued the spell, the black liquid inside the tubes rising up, forming words on the piece of paper. Young Min watched intently as Chaitika performed the ritual from start to finish, and everything the wizard did, along with his aura, was very strange. Is this a spell? After finishing his spell, he rolled up the paper and handed it back to you. It is completed. Take it and go. The system displays the blood letter, level, rare quest, with blood marks like tattoos on the body and containing a strong, blood-sucking aura. When activated, the blood letter Young Min takes the scroll and surprisingly realizes it is an item that enhances the blood-draining ability of Lord Chuo. If I use this, I might be able to withstand the blood-sucking of the 2 elves. The quest list appears. Heal Countess Chuohai's young daughter to save her life, as the Countess has begged for your help. Bring the blood of Cho from the turtle, Kyo's hot blood, and Kyo's skin to the witch Chaitika and receive an item. The condition is to successfully deliver the item to Chaitika, and the reward is 10 gold. Just give this to the Count and it will be fine. But he barely smiles. Actually, what I want isn't the reward from the quest, but this thing. Right in front of Chaitika, Young Min doesn't even bother to hide his true intention. He immediately uses the scroll. He shouts, trying to stop him, "What are you doing if you use that?" But it was already too late. The blood letter has been used. Young Min crushes the scroll in his hand, finally falling into my hands. The system keeps displaying notifications. Received absorbed life force when defeating them, 3%. The blood seal cannot be enhanced or erased, and the number of seals collected depends on each person's lineage. Currently, there is 1 out of 5 seals, and Young Min's power has increased significantly. He smirked with satisfaction as he achieved his goal, the most special and powerful. Mark when targeting multiple enemies is absorbing life force, causing Young Min's strength to surge wildly. He could clearly feel the new power flowing through his body. Yes, this is it. Young Min is very focused on increasing his strength, and dealing damage when taking multiple targets is also important, but if he wants to handle those enemies simultaneously, he needs healing ability. Seeing the blood mark spreading across his body, he knows he's become stronger. He can drain blood, this blood mark, and endure longer. The system displays an update notification. Blood seal draining 3% of damage dealt, draining 1% of damage dealt. In the future, the blood drain rate based on damage dealt through the blood seal will decrease, but for now. So the person with the blood seal can still maintain the original life steal rate. Young Min smiled smugly, and he was one of them. Suddenly, a fireball headed toward him, but this attack did nothing to Young Min. Tika shouted angrily, the thief who was guarding the treasure, that arrogant bastard. He no longer bothered to show respect. Directly provoking, his aunt felt restless. It seems that creating the blood seal has drained its energy. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Young Min dragged him out to test his new power. Anyway, I've been wanting to try the effectiveness of this thing, so I should thank the creator of this cooperative item, but he couldn't even fight back and was gone from this world forever. Young Min felt itchy, so he finished him off in one hit. His body quickly recovered, and Young Min discovered another interesting thing. The effect of killing completely restores health. He opened the system menu and collected Chaitika's head, along with a monster-shaped item. So this Chaitika is a demon spirit. Since the previous battle ended too quickly, Young Min still hasn't been able to fully test its power. By the way, I also want to test the effectiveness of the blood seal a little more. Young Min smiled. There's a place I must go. The Crossroads City, the Warrior Guild. Young Min went to meet the merchant and started buying the necessary items. I'm purchasing the skill books for Divine Power, Impact, Tough Body, and also Twisted Attacks. He wants to create new, more groundbreaking skills by combining Divine Power, Charge, Tough Body, and Twisted Attacks. Skill combination, Divine Power, Charge, starting the combination. When the skill combination is completed, the skill books will be deleted, and the combined skills, Steady Body, and Twisted Attacks will be automatically acquired. Young Min is extremely satisfied. Very good. Very good. The system displays a notification. Please perform the expected move of the combination skill and confirm after completion. You begin executing the technique you devised yourself. A series of coordinated strikes are performed beautifully, focusing power on one leg and spinning like a top. The axe swing confirmed the technique. After everything was settled in, the system prompted for a name, so I named the combo skill Tornado. The system acknowledged the command, and a series of details about this new skill, Tornado combo skill, were completed. The body spins at a dizzying speed while twirling the weapon, continuously dealing physical damage to those around, and the skill can be used repeatedly until mana runs out, allowing free movement and reorientation during its use. While using the skill, movement speed continuously increases, and when in berserk mode, the speed and power of the skill double. Young Min happily runs out of the guild. Roken is officially the first to be sacrificed. Gotta try it right away. The Cursed Life Cave. The hero rushes deep inside hoping to find monsters to train his new strength. Where did they all go? He becomes extremely excited, looking around for opponents to fight. You will be the first to be sacrificed beneath my tornado. A skill Theotos doesn't normally have, as it's inspired by other games and created by Young Min. Young Min is extremely pleased with his progress, something even Odin couldn't have imagined. Suddenly, he pauses as the first target appears, a pack of wolves with sharp claws. Great, the more the better. Young Min prepares to fight, showing great satisfaction with the pack of wolves that appeared. I was hoping for something stronger than those spirits, and now it's perfect. They all rush towards him, level 120 wolves. He welcomes their charge. Come on. Despite his body being torn apart by the pack of wolves, Young Min remained still, with some biting into his arms and others tearing at his calves, attacking him ferociously. But Young Min appears extremely excited, despite his serious injuries. Well done. The system warns that he has 20% health left and his body is severely damaged. Only then does he start to feel the pain and hold back the wolf pack from getting any closer. Good job. Young Min retaliates. Now it's my turn. He grips the giant hammer in his hand, eager to try out Roken's new skill. The tornado tore apart the pack of wolves, making them howl in pain. All of the wolves were thoroughly defeated by Young Min. His wounds quickly healed, fully recovered, and Young Min looked back at the victory he had achieved. The wolves lie scattered on the ground. Although the blood mark only absorbs 3% of the damage dealt, fighting many enemies at once results in enormous damage. And then, 3% is more than enough. I still have some doubts. I want to test it out as long as I can restore my mana well. I can go hunting without limits. Feeling the overwhelming power flowing through his body, Young Min smirked. This should be enough to deal with those Odin bastards. He put away his weapons, imagining how Chuo would freak out if he found out what happened. That should be enough for now, but I've already killed the witch and taken the mission items, so Chuo will probably punish me now. Young Min comes up with a new plan to maximize his benefits. Maybe eliminate the dragon demon, and then bring it to the two elves for a reward? Should I do that? At the Crossroads guard post, he brought Chaitika's severed head to the camp and reported to Mankin that it was Chaitika's head, a demon girl. He looked at the head in his hand with great anger, wondering if there were demon girls hiding around here. He immediately asked repeatedly, "The demon fox belongs to the Black Dragon Legion, the greatest enemy of the Golden Lion territory. Where was it found?" Young Min reports everything, including the involvement of Count Chuo, who is a dragon demon, and he is currently holding a two-elf child, which leaves Mankin in complete shock. Young Min recounted everything, reporting and slightly altering the story to benefit himself. In order to absorb the divine power from the two elves, he had conspired with this demon to perform dark magic. I have already identified and eliminated this demon before. You pretend to be very professional, and now the urgent situation has been temporarily resolved, but if we leave it, Lord Chuo will continue to harm the two elves. Mankin's anger grew stronger, and he spat out each word. You damn noble. He gritted his teeth, his eyes like bullets. I will absolutely not forgive anyone who harms the two elves in my territory. Then he immediately ordered his soldiers, all the guards to gather, and set out right away. But Young Min quickly stopped him. Captain, please wait and hear me out. You are giving very rational and wise advice, because fighting demons, dragons, and doing so at night is basically a suicide mission. Let's set out at dawn and catch him while he's still sleeping. Mankin held his head, realizing his impulsive action was due to my overexcitement. You're right. For now, we have to wait. Then Young Min left the camp. He has his own plan. I only said that, but I will go to Chuo's castle first. He smiled, feeling triumphant about his plan, even more than capturing him. Irahin was still asleep on the bed inside Lord Chuo's mansion. That's why she must rescue the two elves captured before the guards, so she can earn her reward. Her whole body trembled from the nightmare, and a sinister voice whispered in her ear, not for much longer now. Chaitika whispers to Irahin, gazing at her with longing. The divine power within her will soon fill my body in the Lord Chuo's castle. Min immediately headed straight to his castle. Probably Chuo is very excited about draining the blood of the two elves soon. I used an excuse to make Qin wait until morning because I have my own purpose. I want to test my strength by facing him when he's at his strongest. He slowly pries open the gaps in the brick wall to climb higher, his ambition enormous, and only by dealing with Chuo alone can he claim the reward from the two elves. When he reaches the top, he pushes the window open and gently jumps inside. From here he can see directly down to Chuo's seat, but he is not here. Chuo is nowhere to be seen. Based on the sound from earlier, he roughly guessed the location of Irahin's room. It seems the two elves are upstairs. Min opened the door as quietly as possible to avoid making noise. He peeked inside to observe the situation. What is this place? As expected, she's still not awake on the bed inside the room where he is. Min looked at Irahin with a feeling of joy, thinking how easily everything had been resolved. I shake her gently. Hey, two elves, but even when I shake harder, she still doesn't wake up. Hey. Min feels completely helpless in this situation, shaking her this much and still no response. Since elves are very sensitive to sound, they should have woken up as soon as I entered the room. Maybe they were given some kind of drug. I need to think carefully and find the best way to wake Irahin up. If I don't control my strength and keep trying to wake her up, I might hurt the elf, but I can't wake her without using force. Then suddenly Min thought of another way. There's a way. He took out a simple alarm clock from his item bag, made with the mechanical craftsmanship of the dwarf race, and began turning the dial, surprised that he was sitting here developing mechanical devices to improve his skills. Then he placed it right next to Irahin's hand and used it. The simple alarm clock with its loud ringing, so deafening that even Min standing nearby had to cover his ears, feeling like his eardrums would burst. In this state, she must be waking up. Irahin slightly moved due to discomfort, finally reacting to the loud noise. Stop it. That's all it takes. Min quickly grabbed the complicated watch. Oh, she's awake. While Irahin still covered her ears, clearly distressed, telling her to do something about that noise. The watch was quickly crushed in his palm. She gradually woke up, and Min anxiously asked Han if he was okay. What is your name? Irahin looked fiercely at the man standing beside her bed who had awakened her, and he bowed respectfully to introduce himself. Yes, I am Roken, a member of the Grosjean guard team. He has other plans in mind. The two elves are already of noble status. Min smiles, probably also a royal family member like Captain Makin, so I should also show proper respect. She nervously introduced herself, saying her name was Irahin, and thanking him for saving her. He reached out to help her stand, looking apologetic and saying sorry for using that method, but Irahin didn't mind and said it was okay. If you don't do that, I won't be able to escape that nightmare. She turned toward the door when she heard a noise, but it's okay since the sound was not too loud. Irahin's face turned pale as she pointed behind her to the door. Chuao was blocking the way out, his eyes blazing red with anger, his words full of fury, daring anyone to challenge him. Irahin woke up, clutching her arm in worry. What should I do now? But Min showed no sign of fear, as if he was also waiting for his appearance, unexpectedly hearing him, which was part of my plan after finding these two elves. Min immediately drew his weapon, ready to fight, but the one who had come forward on his own. So I must show my sincerity. Pagoda stepped closer to the two, determined not to forgive any traitor. I will not let them get away. He now reveals himself as a hideous Maka dragon, growling, daring to oppose my orders. Irahan couldn't help but feel worried. Does he really think he can defeat that Maka dragon? Young-min reassures her, "Stay here and wait for me a moment, it won't take long." He prepares to fight, and look, young master, you probably don't want the elf behind us to get hurt in our battle either. Like lightning, Young-min charges straight at Chuo, catching him off guard, so let's change the location. He punches him directly in the stomach. Irahin calls out, "Roken!" His body crashes into the wall behind him, breaking through it. Indeed, the two of them went outside to fight, and in midair, you kept attacking, punching Chuo in the stomach. His whole body was slammed down onto the cold ground, but he was still able to get up. Young-min also jumped down, landing neatly on the ground. Excited, he asked Chuo how it felt. What was it like to be hunted by a human? He begins to fight seriously, you arrogant bastard. His strength erupts fiercely. I will drain your blood until only skin and bones remain. Young-min channels his power into the weapon in his hand, very satisfied. Yes, you must give it your all, and his own strength is rapidly increasing. His face is full of excitement, because I also want to taste the vitality and energy of the person. Chuo is confused when he hears Young-min mention what life is. But he didn't answer, only taking advantage of his opponent's moment of distraction to launch a surprise attack, exposing a weakness. He combined his strength to make his speed and power of attack faster and stronger, executing a rapid and powerful assault. But Chuo quickly used his stone-hard hand to block the attack, like a sturdy shield protecting him. Surprising Young-min, his claws are as tough as a dragon's scale. Chuo's strength is not ordinary, which makes him suspect his true identity. It's a bit too much, but this. Are you really covered in dragon scales? At this moment, Chuo finally notices the bloodmark patterns running across Young-min's body. You with those bloodmark patterns, you casually reply, so now you notice it. Even raising your arm to show the bloodmark pattern as if teasing him. Provoking him, the bloodmark, like the one I just obtained. Hearing this, Chuo becomes furious. He's been after that from the start and has been pretending to listen to me. Finally, he is only now painfully realizing Young-min's true face. Yes, just now he also tried to steal my two elves. Everything was his plan. He becomes even more furious for being deceived by an ordinary person. How dare a human play with me? Chuo screams and rushes to tear him apart. I will never forgive you. His claws turn into sharp weapons, swiftly attacking him. His speed was so surprising that Young-min couldn't react in time and was scratched on the arms. Seeing Chuo's strength and speed, he was even more convinced of his suspicion that he was not an ordinary dragon demon. He tries to dodge all the attacks. Now he's trying to strike back, but neither side can determine the winner when looking at the attacks and speed. Their power is not ordinary. The system displays a warning with 20 blood remaining. Basic skills will be greatly enhanced. Young-min was a bit surprised by this. He had never heard that Chuo was the ancestor of the dragon demons. But if he truly was, then the blood seal would have no effect from the start. Chuo screams in pain. The more blood he loses, the faster Young-min recovers. The blood mark, he likes it, right? He tries to provoke him, just with Huang Fong, and he instantly restores this much blood. If a demon dragon uses it, the blood-sucking ability will be enhanced, and if a human uses it, they will gain the power of life absorption. Chuo's blood keeps flowing, but he is smiling. He laughed mockingly at Young-min. What do you believe in that makes you so confident? I suppose it's the ability to absorb life force. Chuo licked the blood flowing from his wounds. It seems you don't understand. He laughed loudly, full of pride, as absorbing life is a power inherent to our dragon demons. His eyes gradually turned crazed. Even if humans use the blood seal, they can't wield that power as perfectly as we do. Chuo's power erupts fiercely. Now I will show you the gap between us. His body also changes accordingly, becoming huge and withered like a tunneling creature. Young-min was a bit surprised, completely transformed into a monster, so this is not a dragon demon but a tunneling human. But he didn't care too much, remaining very calm in the face of Chuo's attack. Whatever, it's perfect for a test subject. He raised his enormous weapon, swung it, then Young-min struck him hard, driving him into a rage with bloodshot eyes. Chuo roared, charged forward, and counterattacked, slicing his arm. The deep slash wound keeps bleeding and can't fully heal like before, not recovering completely. Chuo sneers confidently. I haven't mentioned it yet. Humans using the blood seal, he becomes even more confident in winning, but that healing ability can't keep up with the speed of death. Young-min started to think, trying to find another way. Clearly, in his previous life, the blood seal's power was also weakened. Not sure if it had taken effect, but he was planning to take a risk. If the life absorption rate was reduced, he would find another way. Young-min charges forward with his weapon, just aiming to hit you as much as possible. Chuo couldn't understand his reckless mindset, the fool, and they fought fiercely. neither willing to back down. Neither of them stop bleeding, but Young-min fights more fiercely, recklessly charging forward. He repeatedly slashes at Chuo's body. The system warning shows only 10% health left, but he doesn't care. No, it's okay. Young-min charged forward again, aiming to cause as much damage as possible. Chuo screamed as he saw him risking everything, his face darkening. For the sake of his honor, he refused to admit defeat, and his entire line would not lose to a human like that. Young-min lost control, charging to his death, unleashing more ultimate moves, transforming into a beast, launching another attack. Wild wind, see? I am not an ordinary person. Finally, a combined attack with overwhelming power. Hoa Kung Kung Huang Feng, a skill combo. Chuo couldn't withstand it, and Young-min's smile gradually turned sinister. His body was torn to pieces. The final battle had come to an end, and he let out a sigh of relief as his body gradually recovered. In front of him was a large pool of Chuo's blood after being defeated. Only blood remained, and the system notified that all health had been restored. Young-min is extremely excited, as if this body is already covered in blood. Roken has fully learned how to use the blood seal, and Young-min feels very satisfied. Fully recovered, I've mastered the blood seal technique, and I feel more refreshed than I expected. Also, I'm eagerly awaiting something else. Now's the time to receive it. Something no amount of money can buy. The system displays a notification. You have achieved hidden success, completing the condition of rescuing the two elves and personally defeating Count Maka the dragon. Now that dawn has broken, outside the Count's mansion there is noise. All soldiers in shops from now on, the battle to eliminate Count Maka the dragon begins. Break down the door and attack him. Mangkin leads the army, instructing his soldiers that it doesn't matter if the evil dragon is killed, but the two elves must not be stained or harmed in any way, and to rescue them. He signals everyone to charge, and the entire army rushes to break down the door. But before they can do anything, a loud noise erupts from inside. The door is gradually being destroyed from the inside. A loud noise echoes, and the door is completely shattered. Huh? The outsider Mangkin can't believe it. What is this? Daytime is when the dragons are weakest, so why are they so strong? But it wasn't Chuo who appeared, but Young-min and Irahin. He spoke first, quite surprised. Sorry about that. Don't judge too quickly by appearances. He's a stranger. And upon hearing the familiar voice, Mangkin was even more surprised to see him and her come out from inside safely, Roken and the two elves all day. What's going on? Irahin reassured everyone. Everything's fine now. Everyone. Chuo, the male elf. She pointed at Young-min standing beside her, who had already been defeated by him with his own hands. This made Mangkin even more surprised, and he felt extremely suspicious. Roken, that kid, but Chuo's level is much higher than his. Young-min looked indifferent as if he didn't care. I was a bit worried, so I came here first and saw the two elf ladies about to be drained. How could I just stand by and let the elf's honor be tarnished by others? Another spirit exclaimed. Is that really true, Captain? I don't not believe in nothing, but I find it hard to believe a person could defeat Nam Thuok, and who knows, maybe he's trying to deceive us. He reminded us you're talking nonsense. Can't you see we have to believe it? She was stunned. What are you looking at? Mangkin understands this better than anyone. It's the elves' privilege. Irahin is making a vow with Young-min. The vow has already begun. Everyone is shocked and stunned. No, this can't be. He's making a vow with a human. She is absolutely certain about her decision. Yes, this is something no amount of money can buy. Something that cannot be valued with gold. Young-min is finally about to get what he desires. It. Irahin steps forward with the ring and makes her vow right here, before the one worthy of praise. The one who bravely protected the honor of the two elves. Right here, right now, I swear in my own name that the two elves, Irahin, will wholeheartedly support the ancestor Roken. System notification, legendary achievement of the two elves, Irahin's oath. You are the first to achieve this feat, a special love for the first achiever. At this moment, beyond trust, the relationship with Irahin has reached a new level. With unwavering trust and having reached the final step of friendship, Young-min places a kiss on her hand to show his respect. It is truly an honor, noble two elves. I am very pleased, and this achievement is quite unique. Although it doesn't increase my abilities, I now possess something special that money can't buy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can help you gain more connections and resources. Unlock and join the Two Elf Society. You can join the Two Elf Society through Irahin. The Two Elf Society is a close-knit noble council where power is concentrated. No race has succeeded in approaching it. The choice is yours, and you must pursue your own luck. But don't miss this rare opportunity. building close relationships if you can control the council. It will be very helpful in defeating Odin. Young Min looked at the other guards kneeling. Proudly, he had to immediately stop the guard's movement to be able to rescue the two elves alone. Mangen is no exception. He must acknowledge your ability, Roken. He is truly an extraordinary person. Yes, perhaps he will be the one to rewrite the history of the world. Done with my work, I just want to leave immediately, so I'll take my leave now. Irahin called after me. Wait a moment, please wait, I want to introduce you to the council. Why don't we rest for a bit and enjoy dinner together? Inconsistent inside and out, Young Min, though unwilling, forced a smile. This is trouble. I don't know what Odin is doing or where he is right now. I need to level up as quickly as possible. The system screen shows a new quest if I accept Irahin's invitation. Mankin's forgotten mission involves mutant monsters, searching for the creature that devoured the cursed energy beast and caused their mutation, but if the mutation worsens, who knows what might happen. The success condition is to confirm 3 mutated monsters, complete the reward, and get 90 silver. The Crossroads Guild's sweet reward, but he feels it's a waste of time. What's the point of having mutated monsters to level up there? In the end, Young Min still refused firmly, skillfully flattering him, so can we do it next time? Take care of yourself until then. Young Min immediately left, flying to a deserted island. Then he gently landed. This place is a very peaceful and beautiful island. He's arrived, the White Beach. Even though I've arrived here, I still haven't decided what to do next or where to go now. One of the mutated monsters is probably approaching. I smile as I sense the target getting closer, with a blade wing dance. A group of mutated monsters are behind me on the right. That's you guys. Young Min smiles contentedly. Knowing he has a new target to unleash his power, just lead them to me. Thanks a lot. He takes out his familiar weapon, ready to fight. Well then, let's level up to 1. Young Min boldly brandished his spear towards the mutated monsters, taunting them to come on. Another fierce battle erupted, smoke and dust billowing everywhere, scenes of chaos as he eagerly held a large gem in his hand. Oh, this is impressive. He praised Odin's extraordinary strength. You're really talented. That's a monster, and we still don't know its true power. How did you find its weakness? He stood by the tree, his voice sharp and straightforward, criticizing him harshly. So rude. Clearly, he was told not to ask me anything. Rotso shrank back, then admitted his mistake. I already know. I should just stay silent and level up, right? Odin remained silent, his gaze sharp as a star, lost in thought, sensing that something was slightly different, like an alien object stuck in the gears, a feeling that kept repeating itself. Falling beside the noise that never stops, the seal still hasn't opened. This is the first title I've earned. Who the hell is this? I will defeat you all to claim my first title. Odin advised him, there's no need to rush. Those who share the same fate will meet each other eventually, whether you want to or not. Young Min was furious, facing them across the river, ready for battle, ready to tear them apart. He just needed one slash to take down one of them, and they said they would surround him. What is this? But Young Min was not afraid. In fact, he was very excited. These trash mobs are too easy. The rest of you come on too. Immediately all the mutated monsters charged forward. He was satisfied. Yes, you should be the ones to attack first, so I can easily strike. He jumped high, ready to deliver a powerful blow to the monsters below, even faster now. Isn't that how you level up? Once again, Young Min uses his skills, sweeping through quickly to eliminate a group of mutated monsters. Their bodies are sliced into pieces and fall to the ground, and Young Min's power continues to grow stronger. The system kept notifying you that you leveled up. 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 And you successfully eliminated the mutated monsters. Young Min quickly defeated them all, much better than fighting in the nest. Next, another mutated monster approaches from afar, and just by looking at him, I can tell it's time for its appearance. The second mutated monster of the field. It roars and the light core in its chest shines even brighter. The plant demon with a sword, I've identified your weakness. It's in the middle of your chest. Even though he knew that, Young Min still didn't want to take risks, but attacking the weak point directly was very dangerous. To complete the mission, he had to be patient and wait. It means it has become stronger, level 130, the plant sword demon, the field boss. Only by destroying the fused body can the mission be completed. Young Min just wants to finish this mission quickly. Besides the mission, we have another thing to do. You're just a grassland boss in name only. Then he quickly moved, rushing toward the mutated monster, forcing it to release the rare item that only drops when defeating a merged being. There's always a way to solve problems. He thinks this confrontation isn't a big deal, a troublesome foe, but he knows how to attack it. He jumps up, dodging the punch like a sky-rending strike from the paper tree. Is that right? Then Eon Min raised his weapon high to strike, not allowing even a second of hesitation, giving no chance for a counterattack. A wave of red energy enveloped the tree, and he quickly seized the opportunity to deliver a critical blow, ending it with a single strike. A powerful strike caused both of them to be knocked back. Then Eon Min quickly launched another attack, using all his speed. Speed battle, rapid strikes, continuous speed battle. He just wants to finish the fight quickly. Fast and furious, the spear was struck so hard it couldn't even react, crying out in pain. Although its weakness was in a visible spot, it was still covered by a solid armor. Sorry for the trouble, but because of the armor, it's hard to target its weakness precisely. In that case, Eon Min decides to go all in. I'll smash your armor completely. A powerful strike aimed directly at the core from the front. System notification. Enemy hit, weapons break, and enters a state of chaos, destroying the armor of the demon soldier with a spear. The defense ability of the spear-headed demon drops by 50%. He smiles smugly. Well, if they think they can just stand there and take it, even if hit directly in the core. The spear-headed demon still smiles. Eon Min suddenly realized that perhaps it, to Tree, finally unleashed its ultimate move. The final attack. Stormblade, firing countless tiny blades all over its body after executing 25 consecutive hits on the enemy. He couldn't dodge at all. Where did this nonsense come from? It unleashed another move, an attack machine that can't be destroyed. While the defensive and speed boost skill lasts, Eon Min pushes the blade even deeper. Rest in peace. The core in front of his chest was completely destroyed, and the two was gradually vanishing. A massive explosion occurred, and the battle was over with Eon Min emerging victorious. Its core fragments shattered and fell. A spear shot toward him but stopped just before his eyes because the toe had been destroyed, so all the secret techniques had also ceased. It's over now. From its eye socket, the creature's tentacle emitted beams of light. Another explosion erupted, and Eon Min suddenly realized in panic. Damn it, I forgot its final move. An earth-shattering explosion, self-destruction, with an enormous impact that blew away everything around. Thick smoke billowed, and a figure slowly emerged from the fog. Eon Min. He survived the explosion despite being close, but the treacherous trap was a bit too slow for him.
The system displays its notification. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have defeated the second mutated monster. Black sharp stones appear, scattered on the ground. Luckily, I received a rare item, a fragment of the rare Tear Demon Blade. This is a shard of his blade containing the vengeful spirit of the Dagger Demon, capable of granting special power to blade weapons. When used to enhance a blade weapon, it causes a bleeding effect on the enemies struck. Young Min looked satisfied as he examined the item in his hand, knowing that the critical hit effect causes bleeding and deciding to try it immediately. He used the item to upgrade his weapon, successfully causing bleeding to enemies when he struck them. His weapon becomes more powerful and majestic after being fully upgraded. Seeing the calm water, Young Min decides to go to a place. Before defeating the final boss, he needs to stop by there for a while. There, at the bottom of the lake, are the giant clams that can produce the 5-colored pearls, the place where pearls are nurtured. Young Min gazes into the distance, hoping that all this diligent preparation will be worthwhile. The ship is gradually sinking. According to my memory, it was very powerful. The hull split in two, forever at the bottom of the ocean, the door wide open, deep inside. A creature with blazing red eyes appears, and Young Min uses his hands to open the lid of the giant creature. He sighed. Another failure, really. More mana pearls again. He complained about the time lost. This item was expensive, but now it was finally time for that pearl to appear. As expected, heaven does not disappoint. This time, Young Min successfully found what he was looking for. A bright, round, smooth pearl appeared. Finally, it has appeared. The 5-colored pearl. I have received the 5-colored pearl. He looked at the gem in his hand, feeling very satisfied, as nothing better than it to enhance his defense. Young Min felt even more motivated and eagerly continued opening the next giant purple crystal. So he quickly went to retrieve the next item. He separated another crystal, from which a light emanated, and suddenly the system interface displayed a mission. Search for the traces of the Lion King. The iron helmet sealed with some power has received the strength of its kind. Find its true form and reveal it. The success condition is to complete the reward. Young Min was stunned when he received the mission. What is the mission of the Lion King? He thought this might be what the system was hinting at. Looking back, items related to the Lion King attract each other. As he accepted the item, the Lion King's iron helmet in Young Min's hand suddenly started to glow, just as expected. He is eagerly looking forward to the item he will receive, so this mission must be to obtain another Lion King's armor. Young Min looks toward the ship in the vast Menmong Ocean.
The only place where armor might be found is on the ship surrounded by the fog. There, he thought the mission would be very easy and was very excited. After all, there were no mutated monsters, so he decided to give it a try. It was a perfect two birds, one stone situation. Immediately, young Min swam offshore towards the shipwreck, probably with a rainbow-colored triceratops too. Let's see. He jumped in without hesitation. Young Min tries to swim quickly to the bottom of the ocean, and the system displays a message that he can breathe underwater thanks to the effect of Mangmulak. Even at a depth that would be difficult for most to endure, he still feels normal, and the item's effect is truly remarkable. I feel really lucky to have completed the mission. Luckily, there are many manlock shells on the beach, so I could breathe easily underwater, even with just a disposable one, but I still sensed a presence. There was definitely something there, and sure enough, I found something. He has reached the door of the ship where the item he's searching for is kept. Found it. The boss's room at the end of the sea monster ship. Young Min begins to recover his weapon, preparing for the next battle. He deliberately provoked the boss. Come on, don't hide anymore. Come out now. Suddenly, part of the ship was destroyed, and the tentacle of the sea monster punched him hard in the stomach. That pressure caused Young Min's blood to spurt out. You finally show yourself now, Captain Moonluck. The ugly human level, 130, Captain Moonluck. Do you even know where you are to dare to come here? He was cut down and shouted in anger, asking what the intruder's purpose was. But he remained as usual, silent and confident in his abilities, knowing that the dying wouldn't know what to do. Young Min used his ultimate move to escape, Twister Tech, which can be easily seen with the naked eye, but his attack speed had slowed significantly, which is why I don't like naval battles. My body is too slow. Moonluck's hand was slashed with countless wounds. How dare a human do that? But in the blink of an eye, he couldn't find Young Min anywhere. Not at all, since when? He disappears and reappears suddenly, catching him off guard. After all, killing someone is not a big deal. Moonluck unleashes his ultimate move, summoning his crew. Following his command, a group of crew members appeared, and Young Min was annoyed. Does this guy use his subordinates as shields? While he was busy dealing with the henchmen, he secretly launched an attack. A powerful attack was coming down, but luckily, he dodged just in time. Moonluck laughed loudly. That confident attitude from earlier is gone. Young Min understood clearly that without his subordinates, this guy couldn't do anything to me. I have to find a way to completely eliminate his henchmen if I want to defeat him. The henchmen summoned by Captain Moonluck are very troublesome because they block most of his important attacks. Suddenly he smiles, lost in thought, and if they keep causing trouble like this, a wave of blood-red power will spread. It's a transformation. The system displays a notification that the helmet of the king's strategist has been destroyed. Young Min, excited, tears everything apart, saying, I will turn you all into sashimi Moonluck. Seeing the situation is unstable, his henchmen and he try to escape, but I won't let them get away easily, chasing after each one, taking them down one by one. Moonluck was also stunned by the speed. Too fast, Young Min charged at him but was blocked. The two weapons clashed with sparks flying, and the difference in power caused Moonluck's sword to shatter instantly. No way. My sword, the system reports that the enemy's weapons have been destroyed and are in an abnormal state. Their attack power is reduced by 10%, he roared, refusing to accept the truth. No, Young Min disappeared right in front of Moonluck again. What's going on? Where did he go? This time he appeared behind him. What are you looking at? This sudden appearance caught him off guard and was cut into countless pieces. Young Min's scream was successful. Sashimi Moonluck is done. Your level has increased threefold. You have defeated 3 mutated monsters and completed the mutated monster elimination mission. Hurry and find Mansion. Young Min quickly surfaces from the water. Phew, almost there. I like transforming, but it's hard to go back to normal. The effect of the item has just worn off now. Dispel Moonluck's curse effect. He holds the item he just received in his hand. After all, I took the thing that fell from Captain Moonluck. But isn't this the item from my previous life's collection? An ancient coin, rare, with an unknown origin and purpose. Because of the beautiful pattern, it can be used for super targeting. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind him. He was startled and turned around. What? What is that? Young Min immediately recognized that it was a lion statue, which was a clue for the Lion King quest. Oh, it has something in its mouth. He slowly touches the box. A box instead of a lock has a round groove. He inserts the collected item into the groove, using an old coin, a flower, so this really is just a lock. Young Min's lion helmet glows again. Oh, the iron helmet is shining. The box opens, revealing the same bright light, and when he lifts it to look inside, he freezes at what he sees. No way. Is there even this too? After defeating the enemy, the boat tilted and gradually sank into the sea. Young Min was engulfed by the light from inside the box. What is this round shape? The information display system shows an unidentified circular object with no determined rank. Rare, an unidentified, round object whose origin and purpose are unclear. It feels like it's filled with some kind of energy. He places his hand on the item, having never seen it before. Young Min's eyes widen in surprise as he picks it up. What? Why is it suddenly glowing? The system provides additional information. The certification of the Lion King's rank. According to the records, long ago, Monluk saved Zhao Kan, the Lion King, and the Lion King passed this certificate on to them. This object contains the power of the Lion King. Efficiency included, physical strength, add 100. Wisdom, add 100. He strains his eyes and breathes hard in shock. I'm going crazy, this is the Lion King's armor. Young Min paused to think. Wait a minute, according to my memory, none of the pieces of the Lion King's armor seem to be the Lion King's certification. But isn't this unsealed item also part of the Lion King's armor? He chuckled to himself with amusement. Moreover, it has additional effects. Just with this item, my stamina increased by 100 points. This is a skill that can only be acquired at level 40, Young Min said with excitement. This thing is pretty real. He sat down and looked inside the broken object as a golden light flashed. Why does it keep glowing like this? This thing isn't ordinary either. Young Min took out the item from inside the broken piece to examine a picture related to the Lion King. It was a drawing of the shape of a Lion King's breastplate. He cautiously stood up and looked around. Could it be that the breastplate of the Lion King is here? But it seems like they don't have that on their ship. Young Min suddenly thought, wait a minute. That's right. Come to think of it, the Mulak seem to have set up a system to steal treasures from the Pirate King. Could it be that the armor was also stolen back then? He quietly felt excited. Some kind of Pirate King, that's really cool. This is boss level 300. It appeared from a very distant place right from the start. It's hard to find armor now, too. Young Min lies down and sinks into the vast universe to think. He stands up and points to the horizon. That alone is enough to give us an advantage. I know where you are now. I'll go find you right away. Inactions speak louder than words. Young Min logs into the third city, Crossroads. He just put it down and let out a sigh of relief. Just use this to relieve stress. Your attention is drawn to the noisy crowd in front of you. Why is it so noisy? That is... Young Min muttered in confusion. What is going on? That's my inn. The crowd is bustling and fighting over it. Let go of my hand. I got here first. What are you talking about? I got here first, so I'm the owner. The teacher watches the crowd fighting over the goods, smiling to himself. As expected, it's the best. Now, earning money is just a matter of time. Then, Young Min goes to Crossroads. The guard at the building asks questions. The matter with the inn is settled. Now let's continue with the mission. Mankin was startled by his appearance. Oh, it's you. He stands up to greet him. Roken, it's been a while since we last met. Young Min nodded in response. It's been a while since I saw you, Mankin. I have defeated the 3 mutated monsters. Mankin was startled. 3 mutated monsters? You've improved so much already? He smiled happily upon hearing his compliment. Roken, you've worked hard. You've helped me a lot. But Young Min still remained humble. It's nothing. The echoing system in his ears had completed its mission to eliminate the mutated monster. He asked in a voice, I don't know if you've found the cause of this yet. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. He hesitates for a moment. It seems that some force has already interfered in this matter. It's still a bit early to say for sure. He sounds quite serious. If I find out anything, I will tell you. First, you need to focus on strengthening your power. With his current strength, if he encounters them, he absolutely cannot survive. The system quickly assigned Young Min a new mission. Training time. You are still too weak to uncover the secret. Nurture your strength so you can bear that secret. The condition for success. Reached level 150. Reward for completion granted. The trust of the Crossroads guard team captain as he left muttering to himself. Sure, it seems I really can't take on the quest because of the level cap. If I level up, I will definitely have to go to that dungeon. Then I need to prepare a bit. The system's voice echoes. The magic resistance scroll has been used on the equipped item. Magic resistance increased by 9. Young Min muttered with satisfaction the magic resistance scroll he bought earlier is now useful. Now let's head out, moving to the southwest of Crossroads. He used great force to cut down the 2 trees in front of him. He quickly cleared the entire forest. The system announces, 10 pieces of wood received. Young Min carries the bundle of wood and mutters to himself. The logs are ready. Now let's go. He startled and stopped when he heard a shout nearby. Hey! Young Min looked towards the source of the voice. What's going on, someone? This dungeon is still unknown to others. The big black-haired man shouted. Does he have any conscience? This brat. Where did he come from to steal from others? Maddie. Clever replied. Wait a minute, have you marked this arena already? Isn't the field supposed to be a free zone? He's furious. So, you little brat, you're blocking our way to the court. He glanced away. What's going on? Are you guys causing trouble at the court? Mitty jokingly pinched his own face and laughed. I thought you guys were just scratching an itch or sunbathing. It's because you're too weak, right? Then I apologize. Can I apologize now? Black-haired person angrily pulls out a weapon. He really is crazy. You can't talk to him with words. Spit out everything you've swallowed. You bastard! He shot an arrow. He reacted quickly and stepped back. The black-haired one also chased after him before the arrow hit the ground. His whole body tensed up in anger. Oh, damn it, I'm like a mouse, so it's a bit tricky. This time, I will definitely hit. He hid in the bushes watching. What's going on? That guy. I think it's Mitty resisting click twice. His front image is very famous. Young Min follows every step of Mitty. Still, he is a strange player who can dodge his opponent's attacks. By shrinking himself, he understood. That's why he's called Mitty the Click Resistor. He seized the opportunity to counterattack. Got you! His black hair gritted in anger as he was struck on the thigh. Almost there, you dirty thing. He roars in fury. I can't take it anymore. I will smash it directly. Black hair froze in surprise when he heard Young Min scream. Stop. Step back and hold him back. Your actions now are considered a PK against innocent players. He was shocked to see Young Min appear in the armor. What? What? Why change the guard? It's just a misunderstanding. The system echoing in his ears has used disguise to conceal his identity. His name and appearance have been randomly changed. The effect lasts for 1 hour. Young Min's wide hips are cold and silent, and the verdict is pronounced. The system displays a message according to your command. Judgment. The special authority of the Crossroads Guard team has confirmed that player 2F's attempted attack was mistakenly directed at Mitty earlier. The culprit and accomplices will be sent to prison. The black-haired person was panicked as they were pulled down. Impossible. Mitty struggled against Young Min's power. Oh my god, this is really something. Thanks to that day I survived. He roars in anger. The others are also warned. Get out of here quickly. He was scared and ran away. Yes. After everyone left, Young Min took off his disguise. It almost turned into a big problem. If they had just stood there, arguing even more. He lifts the giant sword, risking the secret entrance being exposed, and Young Min forcefully breaks through the wall in front of him. It quickly revealed the entrance. Young Min stepped inside to assess. I guess I have to hit the ancient tree for the dungeon entrance to open. Who came up with this idea? Wherever you walk, the light shines. The system keeps announcing that a secret dungeon of leftover magic has been detected. The reward for the first person to enter is a 30% increase in experience and item drops in the dungeon for 3 days. Young Min's voice rang out. Well done. Then let's get started. The system voice continues to announce. He crushed the 5-colored jewel trap and issued a broad command. First, we need to boost the defense. The mechanical voice keeps appearing. The 5-colored pearl leg set has been used. All attribute defense increases by 10% for 3 minutes. Young Min immediately retrieves the item. A piece of wood. He excitedly shouts, next. He spreads his legs to gain momentum. Young Min uses force to strike. Take this piece of wood and add to it. As soon as the wood hits the ground, a formation appears. Then a deafening explosion erupts. He eagerly continues to attack. Good, don't dawdle anymore. Mao clears this area first. The wooden pieces gradually spread into the ground formation. Young Min wipes his hands to clear away the dust and smoke. The last piece of wood. He sighed and thought to himself that the difference between the mage prison and ordinary dungeons is the overwhelming number of magic traps set up from the moment you enter. Young Min silently thought if I activated the trap, the player could be wiped out completely. But for me, it's just an above-average threat. And he also knows that since I don't know the exact location of the traps, I simply used wood to reduce the difficulty of this dungeon. Young Min gently smiles, but now that he's used all the wood he has, he places his hand on his back to make a decision. He has to use his body now, after all, he's already halfway there. With that, Young Min takes a run-up and lunges forward. He hesitated and dodged each attack, always retreating when the giant blade struck the ground. Young Min nervously runs past each trap in the basement, gasping for breath amidst the blazing fire. All right. Trying it out first is how you discover the secret. Now that that moment has arrived, Young Min turns around to face it. Suddenly, the entire basement was rocked by a massive explosion, with cars and a blinding flash of light. He stands in the midst of the smoke, panting. This is the round. Young Min was annoyed and about to leave just after saying that. He shouted provocatively, "Charge in!" That soul, Sparter's whole body billowing with smoke and fury. Young Min calmly retreats. Since Sparta has no physical form, no matter how strong the physical attack, it would be useless. So I decided I had prepared this because it was already used. The Flaming Scroll. Youngmin gathers his strength and charges forward to attack again. If it's this, then the system activates. Transform all physical attacks in the 10 moves into customizable attribute attacks. He shouted with determination that even the soul can be torn apart. Youngmin looked satisfied as he watched it struggle on the ground. That's right, struggle more, because this is the last time you fight me. Then immediately after, the entire basement was rocked by an even more intense explosion of smoke and dust. Your piercing voice announces that Sparta has been defeated. I'm tired and wiping the sweat. You probably annoyed me. Youngmin focused again on the new item to see what you dropped. The system immediately announced, I have received the Rocket Arrow Magic Scroll, the king exclaimed. What? Just magic paper scrolls? Youngmin sighed and clenched the scroll. I heard this dungeon has many good magical items. I was hoping that could be usable. You can't expect good items right after just entering. He frowned and thought, that's right. No need to rush. Keep reassuring yourself as you go on. There are still about 10 others left before we reach the boss. The other spade monsters were defeated by Youngmin with a single sword strike, and the rest were also taken down just as smoothly. Soon he finished. Youngmin sighed and assessed. So, are these guys really that easy to defeat? I was really looking forward to it because they were created by that mage, and at the same time, the system displayed a notification. The magic scroll has lost its effect. He stopped when a chest caught his attention. Then let's keep going. Could it be that thing? Youngmin, curious, approached to see what is an essential part of the dungeon. Isn't this the treasure vault? Finally got the reward I deserved. The hero humorously opens the vault. This is a rare treasure chest. Youngmin shouted and opened it, almost tricking me. It's open now. Did you think I would be fooled? He eagerly opened his eyes wide as he looked inside the dungeon. Sure enough, it was my mix. With such a twisted dungeon, there's no way any treasure chest would be intact. Youngmin decisively destroys it. Suck it up and hand it over, the system announces. My mix has been defeated. He nervously and cruelly looks at the item. Oh, I see. The system provides the information. The Cowardly Wizard's protective ring. A type of magic. A cowardly wizard created this protective ring. If you shout defense twice in one day, you can activate the shield. Charging status 2 out of 2. Recharge time 0 minutes 0 wireless. Simple energy recharge. A type of magic. A timid wizard created this energy charger. If you recharge it once a day, you'll get 150 uses of energy from the energy pearl, Youngmin muttered to himself. That's the one. This is exactly what I want. He happily looked at the ring on his hand. Incense. These items are just magic tools for escape. The wizard's ring I just received is the same. System, recompile the information. A type of magic. An unconfident wizard created this ring. Using a dagger in one day allows you to move 3 meters backward. Fully charged. Recharge time 0 minutes 0 wireless. Youngmin is quite pleased with this item. I actually quite like it. Compared to the moderate fire attack items, this one is better. I'm interested in other things again. But I'm so curious. Whatever else it was holding, Youngmin eagerly rushed forward. No matter what the demon is holding, there is a door ahead leading to another room. If you charge at it with enough force, it will still belong to me. Youngmin easily breaks through this door and laughs provocatively. Hey, you coward! Are you ready to die? The cowardly wizard was startled to see Youngmin come all the way here. How did you get here? He looked directly into its eyes and assessed. It is the boss of this dungeon and the one who created the ring functions. Youngmin, furious, raised his sword in anger. That is not your concern. He delivers a powerful strike at the timid mage. Go die. Ju is furious, but this attack does no harm to it. Youngmin quickly realized it was. He angrily stomped his foot on the ground, transforming the force of friction into nothingness. Damn it! Youngmin decides to launch a series of consecutive attacks. The entire basement trembled violently as chunks shattered from the force of his attack on it. The timid wizard's eyes lit up amidst the dark smoke as Youngmin jumped onto the roof and launched a direct attack at him. He grits his teeth in anger as his sword misses its mark, and he runs again. The timid wizard suddenly appears behind Youngmin. Don't be so scared. Shoot! He widened his eyes in shock. What? Guns suddenly appeared between the walls. Only then did Youngmin realize he had fallen into its trap when he looked down at the formation beneath his feet. Damn it. Could it be that the entire room started to fill with thick smoke when that formation was activated? The timid wizard is almost cornered. If you keep going like that, I have no choice but to kill you. It was surprised and amazed that he could escape from the sea of fire. Youngmin charges forward to attack. Are you done talking yet? He unleashes his fury and strikes. Stop messing around and just die. Young Min couldn't hide the surprise on his face when he saw his enemy's transformation. Oh. A system notification sounds. Level 130 Sparta has escaped disguise. Seeing its true form, he couldn't help but swear to himself. Damn it, cowardly bastard. Sparta is still messing around pretending to be Trang. That fancy outfit is just a disguise. Young Min irritably shouted, "Hey! What do you want now? Where did you run off to?" "Just sneaking away. Come out quickly." But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. On the ground, a water stream suddenly appeared, and from beneath it, a giant hand floated up. Young Min smiled with satisfaction when he saw it. "Truly, you're so full of energy." The thing that just appeared is actually Chokji's first-generation level 133 golem. Young Min observes his new opponent and mutters his thoughts. After waiting for the thing that was supposed to appear, this useless thing shows up instead. Both sides face each other, and he silently thinks to himself, "This annoying thing, it even summoned a few mini-golems too." Then Young Min seemed to see something else. That one. A magic circle appeared on the distant wall. A magic circle. It was clearly just a moment ago. Just by seeing it, Young Min understood the principle of this monster. Is that how it is? He eagerly charges forward with great momentum. That thing's only good at defense. "Are you trying to face me? Every step you take is so powerful." Young Min prepares a surprise attack. A deadly strike. He grins widely and challenges the monster to stop him. "Let's see if you can." He raised his hand to defend himself, but unexpectedly Young Min flew past him without even attacking. Young Min still wears a proud smile on his face as he declares, his strange actions leaving the golem in stunned silence. "You stubborn fool. Look around!" It turns out that what I was aiming at was the magic circle on the wall. From the very beginning, my target was that newly appeared magic circle. Young Min launched a powerful attack that shattered the wall, leaving only a pile of rubble behind. Young Min was proud of himself, thinking, bingo, I don't even need to see where that coward is standing. I already know. Just like how a giant tree blocks the entrance to a dungeon, the control room will have a magic barrier too, he said with satisfaction. Good. While the system announced, I entered Chokji's hidden room. Just after Young Min's face, a look of surprise appeared. When a large attack from somewhere aimed at him, he caught it with a missile, and an explosion was created. The attacker is none other than the level 140 mage who was afraid to fight Chokji. They haven't finished yet. This is my strongest skill. That's why I say, who dares to enter here on their own? However, Chokji's expression changed immediately afterward. Because Young Min was completely unharmed after the huge attack. On the contrary, he even helped him enter berserk mode. This bastard. A small mistake, and everything would be over. Chokji panicked and immediately signaled, and Golem quickly blocked him. Golem received the order and rushed to attack, but Young Min had already shot forward before the enemy's hand could strike, aiming at Chokji, who only managed to think. Quick so fast he struggled to hold on, but in the end was blown away. Chokji said as he landed, well, at least he blocked it. Blocking it was the right decision, especially after investing so much money into the armor. To everyone's surprise, Young Min suddenly burst out laughing, making his opponent feel quite annoyed. What is it? Why are you mocking me? Young Min explained ambiguously, not grateful, just laughed it off. Chokji asked back confusedly, What? Young Min again questioned with a sinister look, You idiot, you probably still don't realize how slow that armor makes you, a living punching bag. I will fight with all I've got. A promise he made to see how many hits that armor can take, and it was enough to make Chokji start to panic. What? He frantically ordered Golem SOS, forcing Young Min to step back and create distance from the Golem. First-generation Golem, a summoned beast created by Chokji, can regenerate from surrounding earth and stone even if destroyed, which is so frustrating. While dodging its attack, I'm thinking about how to deal with it. If I can just eliminate Chokji, it won't keep regenerating, so I don't necessarily have to fight it. Young Min, in a furious rage, rushes to attack, but he's been provoking me all this time, so I'll let you have a taste first. Raising his weapon high, he aims straight at the guy. The force of the attack is so powerful that it can't be broken, yet inside it's hollow. The more Young Min fights, the more reckless he becomes. It's your turn now, you trash. I turn around and summon a tornado to unleash my spell, Royal Guard. Young Min seems to be creating a deadly storm, heading towards his enemies, taking them all out in one go. A giant, red-tinged tornado is quickly formed, while Chokji can only helplessly watch the Golem being carefully prepared. Damn it, my Golem was easily defeated like that. He's really a monster, not a human, a real monster. Then suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the tornado, and Young Min moved again. The spot he aimed at was Chokji's position, now just the two of us left. He raises his weapon once more, challenging him. Let's see if you can dodge this move. Cowardly Chokji like a human-shaped punching bag, taking every attack, Youngmin frantically shouting with delight. It's over, die! As he swung his weapon down with a powerful strike, several system notifications kept ringing out, indicating the defeat of the cowardly mage, Chokji. Level up, level up, level up. After the fight was over, Youngmin finally started to complain. Oh no, I'm dead. He kept drinking potions and remembered Chokji's first powerful attack. We didn't notice and used the ointment. The after effects made me exhausted. Youngmin perked up again after the medicine took effect. Now my stamina is almost recovered. Let's check how that cowardly guy who fell over is doing. However, his expression changed again when he saw the items falling out in front of him. Oh, this one. Information about this item immediately appears. The Cowardly Mage's Escape Ring. A magic-level escape ring created by a timid mage, allowing one escape function per day to exit the dungeon. After escaping the dungeon, it automatically resets with a one-on-one recharge state and a cooldown time. No way. How many items does he have for escape? And it's a ring too? Along with that, a question arose from himself, making me even more curious. Who could this be? Youngmin couldn't hide the tension on his face as he pondered. The opponent has made Chokji avoid face-to-face to this extent. Youngmin waved his hand while pretending to ponder, and upon reflection, he realized that digging through his past life memories would surely give him a clue, and he quickly remembered a certain place. Yes, that's it, I got it. It's that place. Youngmin continued to speculate that clearing out the mage's dungeon would automatically open it. In an instant, he found himself in front of a secret room, the only light coming from flickering lamps, with a chaotic array of papers scattered across the table. That's also the common state of the room, and enough to make Youngmin marvel. Oh, it's so dirty. This room must be a storage room, and at this moment he notices something else. Inside the box in front of him was a glowing book. So what kind of book is this that it's so full? Youngmin happily reached out and picked it up, and then a message appeared that made him stop in surprise. Do you want to collect the Shield skill book, limited to the earliest entrants? You can pick up one of the skill books in this room. I found it. The skill book. Youngmin happily comments as he reads the words in front of him. This is the top reward of this dungeon, an item that can grant skills unrelated to class. Then he rushed to search inside the books and papers. As long as he had this item, he could create a new combination skill. Where is it? This skill must be here. Quickly, Youngmin found what he was looking for. Got it? Damage transformation. A system notification sounds, do you want to collect the damage transformation skill book? Limited to those who entered early, which allows you to learn one of the skill books in this room. Again mentioning damage transformation. It is a skill that can convert physical damage into magical damage and vice versa. But currently the player has no information about magical attack and defense. This skill is more useful than I imagined. Youngmin's eyes glow brightly as he begins to combine the skills. If I can turn my physical damage into magic damage, that would be amazing. A notification appeared saying the damage transformation skill has been collected. As a result, the other skill books disappeared, completing the collection and deactivating the other skill books. Youngmin looked surprised and couldn't hide his excitement, transforming automatically, revealing what that was still glowing. He carefully opened a book, Chokji's Diary, a common-level wizard's diary, which reveals what a wizard fears. Youngmin reached out and turned it over, his face falling into a contemplative expression. As the hidden story gradually unfolds, they ordered me to create those things from the ancient turtle. But doing so is wrong. It could lead this world to destruction. It's not just monsters that are corrupting. Finally, the owner of the demon diary revealed inside it that he couldn't escape. I would be killed if I tried to run away. I can't join them, but I will set a date when the time comes, because the gathering will leave this place for a while. That will be my moment to act. The diary continues to recount what happened. I escaped successfully, though I was chased and lost part of what I created. But I managed to save my life. The despair of this person is clearly shown in every word. No, they will come to catch me, to kill me. They no longer need me, but I know what they are doing. Along with that, there is an unspoken desire to hide it away somewhere deeper and unknown. But maybe this way they can't find me. Then I continued to examine the diary in my hand. If what I know and what is written here about the mutation are the same, then this is truly new information that I have never encountered before. The answer is clear now. The mutated monster is actually a deformed creature. Why? Ong. I kept pondering over it. I know there are mutated and deformed monster groups, but about Chokji and that force, this is the first time I realize humans are also involved, and I start to remember related organizations. Not only me, the Lion's Domain, the mutated monsters have caused problems for the Black Dragon Legion. At first I thought this was caused by another force. But in the end, he drew a conclusion that things might not be as simple as I thought. Why? Ong Mai, while putting away the diary, was calculating his next move, first returning to the investigation team. Maybe there would be new clues about the main mission, and he put the fragment into his pocket. He rubbed his chin and pondered, and it seems the requirement for the next mission is level 150, so I still need to level up 30 more times. Why Ong? Mai also understands that at this level, gaining 30 levels is not easy because it requires repeating hundreds of collection and exploration quests to level up. However, Why Ong Mai's face now broke into a smile. But I didn't. He continued muttering, "All right, enough already." He then stepped into the light as Why Ong Mai made a declaration. "I am fully prepared. Let's teleport to Crossroads." Seep moved the portal, sending a gust that blew the papers inside the room, and in the blink of an eye, Why Ong Mi was back in the Crossroads marketplace. He happily held the heavy bag of money, walking and commenting excitedly that the magic scrolls he obtained from the wizard's dungeon, useless to him, could be sold for a high price. It was true. Why Ong? I looked around left and right to find it. That's right. I can't see my shop anywhere. Was it crowded last time? Seeing that my business was still bustling, he was visibly pleased. Good, good. Still busy like this, has no worries anymore.
Bouncy.
Ong? Mai couldn't help but think a wicked thought. If things kept like this, all the money from Crossroads would flow into his pocket. But he quickly remembered what truly mattered. Crossroads, the Guild of United Battle. A status window appears in front of Why Ong Mai, forcing him to hesitate. He carefully selects the combination skill to delete. He confidently presses a button, and the Rush and Destruction combo skill is erased. After making his choice, Why Ong Mai began to think. The skill combination was very interesting, but a bit disappointing because it could only move straight ahead and other skills had similar effects. In the end, he smiled and made his decision. Though he was reluctant, he had to delete it. Besides, at this moment, the system prompts to assign an action for the Why Ong Mai skill combination. He crosses his arms and assures himself that he can create a better skill combination. So he begins to merge the skills together, even though Kwang Chien Bin's weak skill, although not worth combining to create a skill combo, is still considered. Why Ong Mai did not forget what he had obtained from that secret room, turning the accidental damage from the wizard's dungeon into a valuable variable that changed everything. Then he finalized the ultimate skill combination. Divine Power plus Speed Boost plus Armor plus Damage Transformation. The system displayed a notification as Why Ong Mai completed his combination, creating the skill set. When the light reappeared, signaling the completion of the skill combination, Why Ong Mai couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, this is it. He stared intently at the system screen, which kept emitting a red glow. This was what he had been hoping for. Another notification appears, and Why Ong Mai also makes a declaration. The name of the skill will be Critical Strike. Information about the skill is provided, a special skill that converts normal damage and physical damage into magic damage. Critical hit, its cooldown is 5 seconds, but one strong hit is enough. Ong Mai couldn't hold back a satisfied laugh at this skill, his face turning cunning and secretly thinking, now it's time to make use of it. A promise was thus made. Wait for it, Odin. Someday I will punch you in the face with this skill. Why Ong Mai continued planning his next move, prioritizing leveling up, and quickly arrived at the dwarf shop where weapons are sold. The shop owner greeted him with an invitation. "Come in, are you also here to look for weapons?" he replied casually as he stepped inside. "Yes?" Then he made a bold declaration that would blow the roof off the ceiling. "I will buy all the stone shields here." The shop owner was stunned and asked again. "All of them?" He quickly moved. "Wait for me a moment, let me check the inventory." Why Ong Mai waved his hand in response, bringing everything out here so I can take it all. While waiting, he was drawn in by the comments from the other side. "Isn't this tiger a bit expensive?" Why Ong Mai looked over curiously. On this side, 2 people were talking, and he saw that this was more expensive than the shop we just visited. But just looking at it, you can tell it's better. Why Ong Mai thought to himself, what is this, a player? He observed and started to evaluate them. If players can buy and sell here, it means they've completed the quest and been officially recognized, but they've even made it this far. Then he smiled knowingly, not in a hurry because there was still one more proof. The thing Why Ong Mai was referring to was the opposing faction, and in the road, this PvP content is extremely grand and attracts players, just like the main storyline. Because fighting against opposing players offers a completely different kind of fun compared to grinding, and many players just enjoy PvP without caring about leveling or the story. He remembered the old days and couldn't help but wear a wicked smile, recalling that he used to live like that too. Meanwhile, the shop owner excitedly placed all the items Wai Ong Mai had brought on the table, saying he had brought the stone axe, then happily took the bag, thanked him, and casually left the shop, with the owner calling after him, "Thank you. Come again next time." Then Wai Ong Mai arrived at the Iron Eagle camp, moving around and murmuring to himself, "Wow, it's been a long time. This feeling is so new. This is the Iron Eagle camp located at the front line of the conflict zone between the Black Dragon Legion and the Golden Lion. This place has relatively few monsters, but just a short walk will lead you to NPCs and players from the opposing faction, making it a battleground." Wai Ong May pushed aside a curtain to enter, originally planning to come here only after reaching level 150, but I have my reasons for coming earlier. The officer looked a bit confused when he saw him, registering as a freelance spirit mercenary, level 160, around 29 years old. Why? Ong Mai politely explained, "I want to register as a freelance spirit mercenary." He asked a few more questions out of formality. Anyone can register, but what level are you at? Level 120, and then he commented with a hint of sarcasm. "What's this? If you're low level, you should know your limits." "Fine. Do as you wish, Wai Ong." Mai forced a smile, but still tried to keep a polite appearance. "Thank you." Then a system message appears stating that you have become a free mercenary, and your rank will be awarded based on your achievements. Make a contribution, and you will be registered as a free mercenary spirit of the Golden Lion territory. Defeat enemies and make achievements to prove your strength and honor. When defeating opponents and earning achievements, the opposing faction receives credit, and the points awarded depend on the achievement. The rank is also based on the achievement, and Wai Ong Mai then leaves with a furious mood, huffing at the big-headed guy who only looks at levels, his steps changing. Wai Ong Mai crouched down, preparing to run, since the registration was done, just need to proceed quickly. He launched himself forward at incredible speed, using teleportation and burst speed. While moving, he pondered his destination, the deep gorge. His steps slowed as he reached his destination. Wai Ong Mai carefully moved through the forest. The heavy cloak gradually opened, accompanied by a notification revealing the deactivation of the invisibility cloak. Wai Ong Mai looked up at the scene before him. He had arrived at the deep gorge, and a wicked smile appeared on his face as he recalled what had just happened. It was a bit slow, but thanks to the invisibility cloak, he could arrive here safely. No matter the situation, facing an enemy level 150 is quite stressful. Wai Ong Mai carefully observes below, this mountain pass is a supply route for the Black Dragon army, heavily guarded around, and then he takes out some items to prepare for his infiltration. That's also the reason I came here. How could they have guessed I was hiding here? He carefully hammered a nail into the ground, then wrapped a rope around it, with the other end tightly tied around his body. Satisfied with the result, Wai Ong Mai commented, "Okay, everything is ready." He took a running start and then jumped down into the water gap, pulling out a hammer. "Now it's your turn." He raised it high and prepared to strike down, a powerful blow that would send dust flying everywhere. Wai Ong Mai smiled and commented, "Nice, a very good shot." He stopped in front of the entrance to a cave, a good spot, and began the basic procedures. First, mark this place. Save the location to run. Wai Ong Mai needs to move forward. Done. Now quickly take out the weapons, level up, weapons equipped, small shield remaining, 98 left. The guards are constantly moving inside this place. They are level 150 soldiers of the Black Dragon Legion. Everyone was surprised to see a surge of power appearing out of nowhere in the sky. Auntie. A group of people were just knocked away. Wai Ong Mai happily burst into laughter. So how does it feel? The taste of Bao Kich, the magic skill of Roken Day. Inside, he kept praising himself. Beautiful, too beautiful. Wai Ong Mai's plan is to create a hole in the middle of the cliff so the guards above can't stop him. With his ranged skills, he can take down many enemies at once. The guards quickly realize he's there, and someone is in the middle of the cliff. Wai Ong Mai kept mocking them, "Now you realize. But what can you do to me?" Equipped with small axes, remaining 97 of them. The weapons in his hand were raised high. Wai Ong Mai loudly declared, "Shut up and show some experience," and the skill used was a critical hit. The soldiers keep losing, and the system notifications keep popping up, saying they leveled up. Another one is sacrificed to Wai Ong Mai's power, who has leveled up. A series of similar notifications appeared, level up, level up. Wai Ong Mai happily commented, very satisfied. "You miscalculated when moving forward. At this rate, I'll reach level 150 straight away. Equipped with weapons, remaining small axe, 95. Wai Ong Mai touched his worn-out back and took a deep breath, then looked up at the battlefield he had just created and commented, "This boring singing task ends here." At this moment, the system notification also rings out, with the remaining number of handheld axes. None left. Level 150. How many days have I been grinding here anyway? I'm so bored I want to die. Wai Ong Mai mumbles to himself about the next steps. But anyway, now I can do the main quest. What are the others doing now? Then he used teleportation magic using Dunebook to the Iron Eagle camp. Soon, Wai Ong Mai was there. Did he really do that? The envoy looked confused and asked, "Did you really finish it all by yourself?" Wai Ong Mai directly pressured the opponent. "Well then, your level is a bit low." He hurriedly waved his hand to deny. "No, I just want to express the gratitude of this entire camp to a talented person like you." Then, while stamping the paper, he announced to Wai Ong Mai, "Congratulations on your promotion to soldier." The system notifications continue to appear, indicating that you have leveled up to soldier based on your achievements. You can advance by accumulating merits or contributing to the kingdoms. Current contribution points are 324. Wai Ong Mai commented satisfiedly, "Well done. It indeed starts from being a soldier." He continued, "Nothing can be done just with the soldier rank, but if promoted, you can take on war missions or command NPC soldiers to carry out tasks. Because the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward." Wai Ong Mai pondered further. "But the reason I use this ranking system isn't just that." His hand reached out to touch the screen in front of him, which is what he was aiming for. Contribution points. Currently, 324 contribution points, and it's said that accumulating contribution points can exchange for special items in the contribution shop. Wai Ong Mai muttered to himself, initially it's easy to accumulate contribution points, but too few to buy that item. And he quickly concluded that he must accumulate contribution points quickly and use the Dune book at Crossroads. A beam of light appeared in the Crossroads square, and Wai Ong Mai, upon arriving, felt as if an old friend had returned home. "It's been a while. Nice to see you. Who would have thought that your greeting would be a divine oath, damn it?" Wai Ong Mai turned around confused and overheard a conversation between two players. "These bastards! Gorilla is really here, and because of these bastards, I haven't been able to complete my mission for 3 days. Wai is Ong?" Mai couldn't hide the smile on his face. It's starting. Because those bastards, in their words, are actually players from the Black Dragon Legion. Currently, all over the Third City, the battle between the two opposing factions is fierce. Wai Ong My comments. This is an interesting truth. What is the reason for killing the enemies? Because the person doing wrong can explain, "Oh my god, because I can take the opponent's gear and also gain experience from their monsters, so in the end, the conclusion is that doing so is only natural." Wai Ong Mai continued to comment, saying that Mai's reasoning was reasonable, but in reality, it was for a different reason. Playing with and killing weaker opponents for a special thrill. He understood this was a gamer's instinct, making him understand better than anyone else. "Sorry, but where is that?" They were caught off guard and hesitated before responding to him. "Huh? Yeah, that's right. This guy started explaining that it's where the forest bandits live, but now they can't go there. You need to form a team of about 10 people to get there." Wai Ong Mai nodded satisfactorily and responded, "Yes, I see. Thank you for the information." He started to have his own plans. If it's their habitat, isn't it near the hunting grounds not far from Crossroads, and they've been pushed closer to the front line? And then he couldn't help but smile. He's already at the border. This encirclement looks quite thin. Wai Ong Mai blew loudly into the horn, causing those around him to startle, then quickly summoned the black steed, which appeared instantly. I muttered sarcastically and walked away, thinking you all expected me to follow your plans, then arrogantly sped off. "Just wait, I'm coming to slaughter you all." The two players here are starting to discuss, "Don't tell me he's planning to come here alone." Yeah, probably. And they all concluded that doing so now was just like rushing headlong into death. Soon, Wai Ong Mai arrived at the Wild Boar's residence, where the scene showed one player confronting a group of others. The girl at the front muttered irritably, "Damn it, what's going on with this? I told you to send more items already. Why is there nothing now?" Lee pretended to be from the 110th Golden Lion Territory faction. The people facing him sneered, "Why is that?" Laveau, 120, from the Black Dragon Legion, then launched a powerful attack, betting on defeating this girl while declaring that torturing those kids was very enjoyable. Her teammates worriedly asked if he was okay, while the group from the Black Dragon Legion was excited and preparing to eliminate them. Their luck had run out. Unexpectedly, Young Min was already dominating the scene with a fierce attack, and the enemy, stunned, turned around only to be greeted by a massive assault whose power made everyone gasp in awe. So, who is it? The attention of everyone quickly shifted to one side: the enemy. They loudly shouted to each other upon seeing Young Min running over with a smile and singing, "Someone was coming here alone," and they quickly dispersed to surround him. He is just enjoying this moment. Nothing special, just playing around for a bit. Are you ready to die? Young Min charges at the crowd. A reckless archer declares, "You fearless fool, take this," a swamp arrow. However, Young Min swung his weapon and directly attacked this enemy. "Moving too slowly, you elegant elf." His horse leapt into the air, almost hovering in midair. Young Min excitedly called out Ganda, then used the horse's body as a springboard to soar even higher. The stunned onlookers below watched in amazement as that crazy guy flew, while Young Min aimed at these enemies and declared, "Take this." What he used was a transformed damage attack, a powerful strike aimed directly at the leader, then creating a massive explosion. When the smoke clears, only Young Min's weapon remains. He slowly picks it up and boldly declares to the survivors, "Let's have some tea and play together." The Black Dragon Legion's men, wielding weapons like humans, daring enough to do so. They all aimed at Young Min to attack. "Go ahead, we will crush him." Meanwhile, he was very excited to welcome them, smashing something. And then Young Min swung his hand with an extremely powerful move. Before the opponents could understand what was happening, they were already under attack. He kept moving while continuously punching his enemies. You are the ones who will be crushed. When their entire momentum disappeared almost completely, the melee fighters with high defense capabilities were wiped out in just a moment. What? All those monsters too? Young Min quickly moved, jumped up, and targeted these two, finally realizing it. They can only cry and accept death. A scream of despair echoes out. The battle ended, and new notifications kept appearing. Roken defeated Ilig Giora, earning a contribution point. Roken defeated Hei Balls and received a contribution point. Roken defeated Jiang Dok Pyosung, earning a contribution point. Roken defeated Coco Rongpin, earning a contribution point. Roken defeated H.M. Pansooth, earning a Winterville Coldhover point. Roken defeated Beryl N, made Image Bokas Nakam. Rokan defeated G Supremacy. Rokan stood at the top and remarked that this was only the beginning. He looked at the notification board in front of him and muttered, "Indeed, the points gained are exactly the same as when defeating NPCs." Then he observed the defeated enemies, level 150 NPCs, and the lowest level player at 130. Just by looking, he knew which side had the advantage. A beam of light appears and transports Young Min back. All right, now it's time for the mutation wave. First, let's head to Crossroads. And quickly arrives at the Crossroads Temple, and the system notification sounds along with Young Min receiving a blessing. Having donated 3 bell coins, he received the priest's blessing, increasing all abilities by 1% for 6 hours and boosting defense and resistance for 6 hours. What he just did was the priest's blessing. Depending on the amount of donation to the temple, different types of corn can be received, lasting only a few hours but essential before any major hunt. Young Min reached out and prepared to select from the notification board. Next is the equipment setup, he muttered as he examined the items laid out before him, scrutinizing a critical hit gear, then 2 defensive gear, and finally 3 attribute resistance gear. Switching gear would freeze for 3 seconds, but the switch seemed quite efficient. Everything is ready. Young Min smiles with satisfaction. Now, all that's left is to lure the prey in. His hand moves skillfully as he executes his plan. Where could it be? Just throw the bait now. The system notification appears reporting the enemy faction Crossroads. Starting a wave of noise on social media, there's a new comment. Young Min reads and comments. Such a strong reaction. It seems everyone is quite troubled by this. His eyes specifically paused on a new comment. Whom? The person who wrote this is a malicious god. You're attracting attention again, old flame. What's going on with the army of the singing dragon eating Crossroads already? Warrior Renung, still gaming, huh? Last week when we attacked Crossroads, I only see Borrow to World War with Angelia below. They must have died somewhere. even if they were one of the first 10 to enter the third city.
Now those guys are about to be wiped out, Nachosa.
Yeah, next is Roba. Let my guild finish it. Wait a bit, Megapantome. There's no need to mobilize the whole guild. Just meet and take them down. They're all discussing the same person. Toragu, Roken, Solo. No, is your game. ID also. This similar. Let's do a match, Young Min Hailong commented. The Dragon Legion singers have already fallen for the trap. Everyone just proud of leveling up themselves. His smile gradually lost its humanity. Instead, I should thank them. If they get scared and run away, I'll have to search everywhere, and my fingers still rhythmically tap the keys. Wait a little longer. I will repay you all fully. The message says, "Thank you for the intelligence. I will start the live stream to hunt informant Roken." The viewers are skyrocketing. What? Oh, Roken, we're starting. Everyone was discussing as he moved, the soda dream. Wow, is he crazy? Live streaming all the time. What if he's surrounded? What should he do, risking everything? Even if he's surrounded, he doesn't care. Sasu, what's going on? You just started the live and now you're rushing off somewhere, you old relic. It seems like you've reached the intelligence area of everyone. Young Min stopped at a certain point. A whole army of super cute ones is in front of you. They've arrived, and they've probably stripped everything off. Must be hilarious. Everything will burst like bubbles, you old relic. See for yourself, and you'll know what to do. A thug rushes in to attack, and the other player struggles to defend himself. Miss Tan chuckles and declares, "If you obediently vomit out who sent you here, I'll spare you," but the opponent's stance doesn't waver at all. How funny, I never cared about life or death from the beginning. The guy burst out laughing after hearing this, said well done, and then pushed back the other player. Tan jumped up high, aiming to attack him. If so, then go die. His teammates exclaimed in fear, "It's too dangerous," and he had completely given up, ready to face death. Then Young Min suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for him. His teammate was surprised, and even Batan shouted out, "What?" Young Min continued to attack, then saw Batan being knocked away and vomiting blood. The system announced that Roken had defeated Batan and earned a point. Young Min happily smiles and declares that was a beautiful cut. Praise me quickly, then continues to stomp his foot hard to gain momentum and use his quick move skill. He even reminds his opponent, "Why are you just standing there? Fight back already." Then the system notification appeared again. Roken defeated Nemo and earned a contribution point. Every attack Young Min launched was followed by a system notification. Roken defeated Kodomo and Yerg earned a contribution point. The viewers are loudly discussing, one shot, one kill. Is this real? They were all killed in one hit. Hinux, the Black Dragon Legion, has already lost over 120. Can you believe this, Ruhai, that damn Dems Chim has been pretending for so long? Thanos is at least 140, or there's no way he can do this. Teammates of Batun also shouted to remind him, "Don't panic, we have the numbers, charge together." They all targeted Young Min to attack. He smirked and commented, "Too easy, their thinking is just like the others earlier. They've already been led." Young Min jumps high and begins his democratic display. "If you all charge forward, I should be grateful." He uses a combo skill, creating a storm of wind that continuously damages enemies. This move is called the Royal Wind. A giant tornado is created, making everyone marvel in awe. Ramanacopper. Wow, what the hell was that skill, even though it's tough and I'm playing the same game? Wingle. Roken is a Kwangchin Bin. Does anyone have information about Kwangchin Bin? Is Kwangchin Bin really that strong? Then there are some system notifications. Roken defeated Rahoy to earn a contribution point. Roken defeated Kokon Tung to earn a contribution point. Roken defeated the Sea Branch and earned a contribution point. Huang Fong, the system keeps announcing. Rokan defeated To Kim Book, earning a contribution point. Rokan defeated Sang Chung Lee, earning a contribution point. Eung Min, scratching his head, sighed bored and reached for the record button, then began to mock those players from the Hak Long army who had really disappointed. "Is that all you got?" Eung Min chuckled and continued, "What should I do now? Whether 10 or 20 people come, it doesn't matter. I even pull out a weapon because I will kill them all to prove my words with this. A Royal Knight's sword plus 10. The viewers are loudly discussing, Enjogasu is crazy. He's even offering his own head as a prize. And Jong-un Manji is crazy too. Look at that attack. You're the strongest right now, Jojo-da again. And killing him means you get that. Ramato, but what does Roken think? Provoking everyone to join in. Azuhun, everyone stay still. This belongs to me. Young Min is once again issuing a challenge. If you want this, come and kill me quickly. His expression was incredibly proud, as if daring anyone to kill him. Everyone was lively discussing Eung Min's action. Da-Ming, look at how confident he is. Chung-Yung, he's really pathetic. Balabin, a real man. Meeson Scott, from now on, I'm your fan. Jung-Min was satisfied with the result and thought to himself, this should be enough. Looks like stealing the weapon was a good move. He continued to comment just like before, as long as we take them all out, that's enough. Then he took out a horn and blew it. The familiar figure of the black horse appeared. Jung-Min mounted it and started to move, ready for the next move. He muttered as he checked the map. Let's see, the next location is Roe Plateau. Hungsh, we need to go a few miles north from here, then move quickly. All right, let's run at full speed now. Jung-Min's actions sparked a loud buzz of discussion on social media. Tord, have you watched Roken's live yet? That Then Longsworth cost nearly 800 in cash. Everyone has their own actions. Dinobang, get ready for the emergency meeting. Roken read 2 at 10. Everyone is frantically typing. Hey, you bastards! Roken belongs to our group. Mess with him and you'll all die. Dinobang, yeah, whoever copies him is theirs. Green Forehead, do you think you can? Master Sark, go check out the fight. Jung-Min smirks as he reads the words on the screen. So you want to catch me, huh? Then he issues a challenge. Don't just talk. Come find me now. The fighters are scattered across the ground, some even missing half their lower bodies. Jung-Min once again sits atop the peak and comments, it ended too quickly, really. Level 157 Roken, with 520 achievement points. This is the Wind Plateau. The Black Dragon Legion has been completely annihilated. The enemy legion of the Black Dragon Legion is worried when witnessing this scene. Damn it, wiped out entirely. Ba Min, Hak Long Army. He nervously reports to his superior. Big brother, there's a serious matter. Thay responds calmly. I already know. What is there to be afraid of? Ba Min is still very worried, yes. But still, the enemies on the plateau are just weaklings. I have already foreseen everything. He made a statement, don't worry. Our army is both large and strong, so there's no need to be concerned. Then he urged his subordinates to hurry up. We're almost at the highland. Ba Min still looked bewildered as he followed the man, commanding himself to stay alert. All right. Seeing the mighty army behind them, we can do this. Jung-Min seems to have spotted something over here. I feel grateful as I watch the army of the enemy slowly approach. Oh, look at them. Are you really determined to go? Jung-Min glanced around and then assessed. Around 30 to 40, no, maybe about 50, their level is quite high. A real challenge. Then the system notified that the equipment and armor on him had been changed. Lightning 2. Defense. Jung-Min quickly takes a stance to prepare for attack, just need to charge in. What are you doing? Hurry up and come here, you bastards. They didn't need to say it twice before they all ran towards him. Ba Min ordered everyone to scatter and surround him, but just after he did, they were caught off guard. Everyone's eyes are turned to the sky, watching the technique Jung-Min is performing, which is a trap. Carefully, the attacking squad tried to break their formation apart. What? Why are they aiming there? The screams echoed as everyone desperately tried to run, save themselves, and get out of the way. Ba Min observes the situation and mutters to himself. Wait a minute. Could that be his trick to lure us into the center? Jung-Min on this side is still constantly moving, using his jump skill. And then he arrogantly explains to him, yes, Jung-Min alone broke through the enemy's formation. Jung-Min scratches his throat. A beam of light suddenly appears and quickly surrounds the battlefield as the scream skill is executed. Ba Min holds his head and shouts, I can't move. What kind of move is this, damn it? Jung-Min immediately prepared for the next 9 FN attacks, damn it. It's still too early to panic. He used a combined skill to create an even more powerful whirlwind storm. All the enemies are drawn inside, and all that comes out are screams. Jung-Min fights even more fiercely. I will destroy all of you. Until a warning sounded, stop, Roken, that's enough. A strange shadow appeared in the sky, charging straight at him and forcing Jung-Min to raise his hand to defend. That guy's weapon clashes hard with your shield, and they both retreat. Jung-Min observes his opponent while questioning, not bad strength. Who is he? As a powerful spear points directly at him. Next is the explanation. I am Rong Ke of the Black Dragon Clan. Tai, from now on, this name will make you tremble. Remember it. Tai, a master swordsman. Jung-Min quickly remembered who he was. Tai, if you are Tai, you are not the first to reach level 100, and then a smile couldn't be hidden on your face. Rang Ke, a mocking tone rang out. You are the first to reach level 100. You are the bastard I humiliated. Tai is easily angered. Who are you talking to? He brandishes his weapon and prepares to fight. Arrogant as he is, if you obediently hand over the lost world, I would rather die than see you harmed. But today I will definitely teach you a lesson. But before I could finish my sentence, Min charged forward to show you what Rankai truly is. He approached him from behind, leaving Tai no chance to prepare. Next, he saw Min about to deliver a strike. I will show you what true Rankai really is. Min delivers a powerful strike to Tai, knocking him completely back with no chance to fight back. Tai rolls on the ground painfully as Min watches his movement. I couldn't help but smile. He's just a useless pig. Too slow. But then I immediately regretted it. What? Because Tai's figure had disappeared long ago? What the hell? Where did he run off to? Min looked around desperately to find him, running away so quickly. Not yet defeated and already fleeing. He couldn't hide his fury when he saw his opponent escaping. I'm still having fun here, Tai stopped and decided to join the fight. He smirked and sneered at Min after taking the recovery potion, already causing chaos. Fine, let's fight until heads roll and blood flows. Roken, these words only earned him a look of pure contempt from him. Tai roared in fury. Huh, what's with that attitude? Min spoke, and his words hit Tai right in the heart. Did he really get scared and take medicine after just one hit, making his face turn red with shame? What? Then he loudly cursed and caused a commotion. So what if I used my medicine? I calmly agreed. I didn't say anything wrong. Before I gently remind you, I'm coming, you probably haven't forgotten, right? There are currently 30,000 people watching your foolish actions. The viewers are loudly discussing Tai's character, and he's been caught. He's cursing like crazy. Indeed, he is a disgrace to the Black Dragon Corps. Claiming to be their backbone is just laughable. Big brother, maybe he should find a hole to hide in. After all, he's just a pawn of the Black Dragon Corps. He became even more embarrassed. What? His foolish actions, and then he was completely enraged. Tai raised his two swords and declared, Roken, you bastard, you've gone too far. I'll show you my strength. Get ready. Tai's foot stomped heavily on the ground. He charged forward, executing a sword and fist combo skill. Finally, Min smiled with excitement. This is more like it. A system notification appeared following his actions. Removing the battle axe, I will fight hand-to-hand with him. But to Tai, this looked like a joke. Abandoning his weapon, he was pathetic, destined to be defeated by this ultimate move. Early bloomers don't smell sweet. In just a blink, Tai was overwhelmed by Min. What's going on? His rough hand gripped his face, then Min easily threw him to the ground. A system notification appeared. Roken has defeated Tai and earned an attack point. He lazily got up and commented, not very interesting, the one who is the real threat. Inside, he unconsciously thought of Odin, the ones known later, who must have kept trying tirelessly. Unexpectedly, this only fueled Min's anger even more. Thinking of him only made my mood worse. The others standing behind were all terrified in unison. What should I do? He turned to look at them with a devilish face, but maybe you will lift my spirits. Then all that could be heard were desperate shouts. Save me. Everything was settled, and Min returned to Grotros, but the messages still kept coming. Roken defeated Koken and earned 1 attack point. Roken defeated Lao and earned 1 attack point. Roken defeated Hippo and earned a point of attack. Roken defeated Hauhu and earned a point of attack. Roken defeated Virus and earned 1 attack point. Roken defeated Ao and earned 1 attack point. Roken defeated Kadongs and earned a point. He irritably wondered, how long will this go on? It seems the notification was delayed. Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. Roken, I am a fan of yours. Min looked confused and turned his head. Huh? Then he saw an adventurer eagerly looking in his direction. Be careful, they are coming. There are up to 200 of them. You should avoid going there. Min quietly comments on the number, 200 people, and then responds to him with a sly smile. Thank you. And you, the opponent is honestly presenting. I just stepped out of the gray zone, and hearing this, Min's face turned sinister. The contribution points are accumulating. He requests the system to open the contribution shop. As he selected the items, Min carefully calculated. There's still time before they arrive. You have to buy the honor badge. The item he chose to purchase is the honor badge. Type of magic, honorary soldier badge. Those with this badge can increase their own honor, gaining additional contribution points and reputation stats based on their achievements. Min took the item in his hand and silently noted the honor badge. It costs up to 500 contribution points. Every time you defeat an enemy faction, you can gain more reputation. This also has value to invest in. He continued to ponder. Should I gather everything up or not, even though I have things to do? Anyway, I wave goodbye to the viewers. Let's stop the broadcast for now. I'll turn it back on later, so please wait. Some remain calm, while others can't help but feel regret. Goodbye. Hey, where are you going? It seems like you're heading to the square. Bye-bye. Please turn it back on quickly. The screen goes dark immediately. Returning to the Crossroads defense team, Mang greets Yeong Min with a smile. Oh, you're already this strong. Well done. You can be assured that you have tried your best. Captain Mang Kin. The system notification continues to appear. The main mission is complete. You have gained Mang Kin's trust. Crossroads defender Captain Yeong Min feels like he's seeing the light of heaven. Good job. You finally passed, and Mang Kin immediately assigns a new mission. All right, from now on, listen carefully. I've only just begun to investigate the variants, but what you've discovered is only the beginning. There are also those who have completely transformed. They are individuals with special powers and are much stronger than other variants. He presents with a serious face. We have decided to call them ugly monsters. Every detail has been listed specifically. Some have been captured alive and are under investigation. They cannot exist in this world. So in the future, if you encounter a hideous monster, kill it and bring back its eye because their eyes glow green. Yeong Min moves at a steady pace, and as he leaves, the notification appears. You now have information about the ugly monsters, can identify them, eliminate them, and bring evidence to the investigation team for a reward after gathering details on the ugly monsters. If you get more information about the ugly monster, there will be a reward. Besides the mission reward, you can also earn more money. Yeong Min smirked cruelly as he calculated. Besides, I can also take a little from inside, not falling out. These ugly monsters are better than usual, just distinguish a bit, and then kill. The mission information panel appears before you, tasking you to defeat an ugly monster to prove your ability. The success condition is to kill an ugly monster, and the reward includes additional information about the ugly monster. But Yeong Min still couldn't hide his annoyance. I've already reached level 150, and you still don't trust me. He took a deep breath before deciding all right, then catch one and come back. Still, all the gear that drops is mine. Yeong Min replied to Mankin. I understand. We will meet again after I complete my mission. He reluctantly called out, all right, be careful, Roken. However, after a few steps, Yeong Min suddenly stopped. Oh, right, I have something to tell you. I almost forgot, Mankin asked curiously. What is it? He leaned close to this person's ear and whispered, and the other couldn't hide their curiosity. Hung. After hearing this, Mankin's expression completely changed. What? Elsewhere at Crossroads Loudy, a group of people had already gathered in front of the gate. Roken, what are you hiding for? Come out quickly, man. Are you sure Roken is here? That guy is quick on his feet. The broadcast cuts out here. It can't be wrong. Their attention shifts to the door slowly opening. It's open. Who is it, Roken? I didn't expect the person to appear to be Mankin and his army, as the strength of those waiting immediately diminishes. What is that? Why is there a guard team here? I told you we haven't attacked the city yet. Mankin loudly declared, it's too noisy. Do you guys even know where this is and dare to step foot here? And without wasting any more words, he ordered his subordinates to go and deal with everyone, leaving no one alive. Those guys hurriedly drove away and ran for their lives. What's going on? How did it end up like this? Another voice of Yeong Min echoes. There's sound now. How do I turn on the screen? A presses the button and greets his viewers with a smile. It's done. We apologize for the delay in broadcasting. Let me step back a little and then proudly present. Where is this place, I wonder? Yeong Min points forward with an explanation. This is Astao, the third city of the Black Dragon King. The view from the cliff is really beautiful, isn't it? His mission begins, so let's take this chance while the host isn't here. Let's go in and steal it. Yeong Min jumps high to prepare for his attack. He lands and the enemies in front are immediately drawn in. Yeong Min's face turns serious. He observes the expressions of the two men in front and then quietly comments. As expected, just as he predicted. The strong ones all came to Crossroads to catch me, so now only the weaklings are left behind the house. Yeong Min smiled and then spoke. Although I'm not the type to fight the weak, now I have an important goal, so what can I do? My step changed as Yeong Min prepared to strike, and then easily passed through these two guys to move forward. Don't hold any resentment. The more Yeong Min moves around, the more excited he gets. Hurry up. Followed by a system message. Roken has defeated King Locke and earned 2 contribution points. Gut and defeated King Locke, earning 2 contribution points. Yeong Min is at the Black Dragon Legion, the grassland hunting ground. It's perfect. No one is here. He observes his surroundings and quietly comments. The Lion Kingdom may have mutated monsters, but catching these monsters takes a lot of time. Although it's a bit dangerous, hunting the mutated monsters on the Hoklong Army side is still better. Yeong Min kept moving while thinking to himself. I've already finished discussing with Mankin, so for now, I don't need to worry about the Crossroads. I also turned off the signal at the Astao entrance, so the Hoklong Legion will take quite a while to find me. His smile gradually lost its humanity, allowing me to focus and continue hunting. But now, in front of Young Min, there appears a level 140 gray fang wolf. It growled menacingly. Level 140 gray fang wolf. Young Min immediately became excited. Level 140, just as expected. Ordinary monsters are already a different standard. This is truly a hunting ground where mutated monsters reside. He raises his weapon and mutters to himself. Let's finish this quickly. No need to waste time on normal monsters. Before the gray fang wolf could be defeated, they heard the footsteps of an even more dangerous creature. The gray fang wolves were all caught off guard. This sound is from a huge eye appearing, followed by the enormous shadow of a monster. Its roar echoes throughout the forest. Level 181 mutated dinosaur pet of Zero Stealer. Young Min immediately turned his attention to the bigger monster. I really have to thank you for coming to me on your own, he muttered to himself, revealing its identity. A mutated monster. Stealer, Young Min excitedly comments. That's right. Who could have imagined? I never expected Zero's pet dinosaur, the captain of Astal's defense team, to be a mutated monster. Reflecting on the past, he continued to monologue to himself. Well, even if they invite you, you wouldn't go. If they hunt you, they'd have to clash with Zeros, so the Astal guys wouldn't dare to hunt. To the Dark Dragon Army's subordinates, Zeros is like a contemptible being from the Golden Lion territory. And then a sneer as he watched the gray-fanged wolf with its tail curled run away, fleeing for its life. Young Min quickly turned to look at Tiu Lo, his weapon ready in hand, prepared to attack. Who would be crazy enough to fight a monster like this? Young Min said to boost morale.
Is that wrong, you ugly reptile head? Charge forward quickly, I will make a dinosaur barbecue.
Tiu Lo roars forward, ready to devour him. Its roar echoes loudly. Young Min immediately noticed its movement, the tail. He quickly jumped up to dodge, but Young Min was caught off guard. As Tiu Lo opened its mouth wide and waited, he dodged just in time while making a comment. Turning around instantly, that was quick. Young Min is a bit struggling. This one tries to bite my leg. That monster keeps using its mouth and tail to press him down. Here! Young Min was pushed back and even slammed hard onto the ground. However, at this moment, Tiu Lo's expression changed. As he slowly stood up and declared, there was this sentence. Young Min enters a berserk state, his voice almost a growl. If he bites someone, they won't survive. He braced himself with his legs and leapt high to unleash his full power. Young Min reminded Tiu Lo to grit his teeth, because now he would cut the person's legs first. It spins around and prepares to use its tail to attack, clashing fiercely with Young Min's weapon. Yen Rang feels annoyed and quietly calculates. Damn it, it blocks the attack with its tail. How can it be so fast with that huge body? Tiu Lo seems to realize something. Young Min surprisingly manages to land a hit on it. He becomes even more furious as he charges again. Meanwhile, Tiu Lo is continuously attacked by Young Min. Finally, it was knocked away and landed heavily, so painfully that it opened its mouth wide. Young Min immediately leapt up. He jumps high to deliver another sweeping attack, a full-force strike. Young Min's face shows pure excitement as he taunts, stands up, and tries to bite back. Tiu Lo chooses this attack and roars loudly. Young Min is forced to keep his distance. Good, you're resisting well, Min. The two faces are facing each other, and Young Min mutters under his breath. Now, the real fight begins. Tiu Lo's entire body is covered in thick scales, and light begins to shine from it. From its head to its face, the outer shell starts to crack. Young Min stood still, excitedly watching his opponent transform, and only then did he make his remark. Honestly, even though I understand the level of power of the mutated monsters, this thing in front of me has grown several times larger than before. Zero's pet dinosaur. Tiu Lo has fully transformed, starting the second round, making Young Min also exclaim in amazement, truly crazy. Young Min's eyes sparkled as he glanced upward. Wow, I understand the power of mutated monsters to some extent, but an enormous dinosaur standing in front of me with a system notification. T-Rex Tiu Lo, Zero's pet, has fully mutated. He stands ready, transformed into a giant. Its mouth opens to growl at the notification. Starting page 2, a round eye pattern appears in the slime. The mutated monster's genetic power varies with each individual. Looking at Tiu Lo standing tall with its mouth open, Tiu Lo is giantized. The giant monster's ability to grow to enormous size isn't limited to Tiu Lo, but there's a crucial difference. Along with its raised tail, that tail is glowing as it approaches Young Min. Then it slammed down on him and shattered the ground he was flying over. Looking down at its tail on the ground, I thought, crazy, how could it have guessed I could avoid it? Then it unleashed a surge of power that nearly knocked Young-min off balance, and a huge explosion followed. Tu-lo, towering giant, is not just about having a big body. All his stats, including strength and agility, are increased. Young-min, lying on the ground with one leg raised, exclaims, "Oh, it hurts so much." He grimaces and struggles to stay conscious, almost turned into a pancake, just a flick of his tail causing this much damage. What kind of monster are you? I don't want to admit it, but maybe you're the first strong opponent I've acknowledged since my return. A beam of light from some object makes Young-min lie there suspicious. Then Tu-lo's tail curled up with the wind, smashing against the rocks here. It moved forcefully on the ground, then opened its mouth wide, with Young-min in a powerful lion's helmet. The awakened mutant monster's power has become more than 2 levels higher than its current level. Notification. The sealed iron helmet of the Lion King has been activated. He continued, "So if you're around level 200, I can easily defeat you." Tu-lo opened his mouth wide, with green energy rushing fiercely until his own power also surged forward, just in time. He already has a weapon in hand and is ready to try. Then his foot steps forward. Young-min flies straight up, pulling a wave of great power behind him. Now my strength has reached a new level. Those two energies gradually clash. He swings his sword and leaps up. "Tisk, you're too cute." If no matter what you can't create a gap, then suddenly he opens his mouth in surprise. He looked at the bleeding wound with a beam of light, which was the wound he had inflicted just before it turned giant. As the body grew larger, the wound also widened. Young-min steps down into a ready stance. Good, that's enough. His hand grips a new weapon with a blue glow as a notification appears. It has been summoned. He charges straight at it with the sword without a critical hit, and its body appears on the screen. Then the damage hits Tu-lo, making it roar loudly. It startles and opens its mouth wide, while its mud remains wide-eyed, watching as he stands far away. Young-min leaps to another place, pretending to be dead. Another strike directly into its body keeps the screams going. He stands down, looking up proudly. Don't pretend. This is just the beginning, and his feet continue to move forward. Then he leapt straight at it, suddenly turning around, his every move of power heading toward it. Young-min held his sword firmly as he charged. Die! His forceful strike directly hit Tu-lo, causing it to roar loudly. Then Young-min grabbed his sword and charged forward, suddenly lunging in a straight line away from it. Part of its body fell to the ground, and its screams grew even louder. He stands firmly on the ground, sneering, feeling the thrill, the coolness on his forehead, as strange things begin to appear and spread across its face, causing the screams to continue. Young-min stands afar watching. The waves of power still cling to him with many cries. Yes, let's end this boring fight here. He stands before it, struggling, as the gathered powers he absorbed swirl around him. Then he leaps forward with a deadly strike. Streams of power burst down like flames, striking directly into Tu-lo's body before Young-min unleashed a massive water jet attack straight upward. He flies far away as the power gradually consumes Tu-lo, and the notifications keep popping up. He leveled up. Defeated the mutated monster, received proof of the mutated monster, an unbelievable achievement. For the first time, the mutated monster has been defeated and received the title of the Defeater of Mutants. You are the first to earn this title, followed by a long notification. The first, the one who defeated the mutant. Rare, the power of mutation whose origin remains unclear, sends a message of praise to you for overcoming and conquering it. You are the first to earn this title, gaining an additional effect. A 10% reduction in damage taken from mutation powers. Young-min sat on the ground panting heavily. Then he picked up a vial containing a red liquid and drank it. He wiped his mouth and his body gradually recovered. Normally, you need to be level 200 to catch a mutated monster, but level 150 is really tough. He looked at the system screen in front of him, but the reward was well deserved. From now on, I will focus on the main mission, since I've already fought against the mutated monsters to the limit. Young-min raised his hand to rub his eyes and wondered what this question mark was about. Why is there no content, just a number? Do I need to catch 2 of them? The notifications in front of him indicate that Jellos, the captain of Ostau, has discovered the pet's death. Tyrannosaurus, be careful. Jellos will come here soon, and he looks a bit panicked. What? Jellos! A message appeared. Jellos's rage is targeting you. He grit his teeth in a frustration. Damn it, there's clearly a group coming. But with his current condition, a one-on-one fight is already tough enough, so then... His foot lifted, and Young-min sprinted forward recklessly, running wildly. As I run, I keep smiling through clenched teeth. All right, let's go toward the next target, where the big picture unfolds in the gloomy gray forest. As a footstep lands nearby, Young-min quietly observes each tree. This must be the place, damn it. It's been so long I only vaguely remember. From the small ghosts quietly walking with their glowing axes, it made him think that this place is a maximum level hunting ground for 110 players, actually hiding a great secret here. Young Min happily raised his shining axe. If his memory is correct, then this is definitely the place. The system is active, the notification is on, and the handheld axe is equipped. He struck once on the tree trunk, then a powerful blow again, and a final precise strike into the tree. He stood in front of the 3 trunks he had just cut, with flashes of light emanating from them. That's right. Gradually a light path appears, leading to a mountain with a glowing symbol, and finally it emerges. Young Min, excited, already has his shining axe in hand, and the rest is simple. A powerful strike shatters everything and charges forward. A brutal attack, he raises his hand and grits his teeth as he looks ahead. He stands in front of a square hole. It's been a long time. The system has now entered the legendary starting point of the hunter. Young Min slowly walks down the stairs, smiling to himself as he goes. If you want to find this place, you have to complete countless missions and gather everyone's efforts, but it doesn't have to be so hard, right? Remembering the trees and how he broke them, since I already knew the entry conditions, aiming precisely and increasing long-range attack power, and with courage, even breaking through it all. With his steps and strength, he reached this place, standing before the large arena with the symbol in the middle. He's here now. Young Min stands there, hands in his pockets, observing. This is one of the spaces designed to fulfill someone's desire, like the hero's trial. Unlike the hero's trial, or Gaukum, the Lion King's trial, the creator of this test made it so you have to survive to pass. He steps to the edge of the symbol here, arms crossed, and the creator is the living legend, Chokirus, the hunter. I remember a monster that once charged at soldiers long ago during the Great War, known as the racial conflict. And a legendary hunter from the Black Dragon Legion's vanguard made the enemy tremble in fear. Then he smiled as he drew his sword, surprisingly, not a hunter or archer. Even Chokirus, the first to arrive here, was a human warrior, so of course it was himself. At the same time, the system equipped a handheld axe. Young Min looked up with a cunning smile, just planning to clear this place out. The system has now started the first stage of the hunter's challenge. One shadowy figure is billowing smoke, and another is doing the same. Then he stood in the darkness with a message. The system now announced, "Find the light in the darkness." His hand holding the axe in front of him, smiling confidently. Well, it's not really a puzzle, but finding the light in the dark forest because the dungeon is a hostile world. He begins to walk, and behind him, a giant monster has appeared. He spun around and looked back with a smile. His powerful slashes began to be unleashed. Young Min's mouth still showing his smug expression. Swinging his sword as if defeating someone like me was as easy as eating porridge. More monsters appeared around where he was standing. He stepped back and prepared to attack. One tried to trap his leg, but he jumped up during the first hunter's challenge. He swung a powerful slash straight ahead. Enemies appeared from the shadows, all weak enough to be cut easily. Young Min swung his sword behind him loudly. Die! Then something made him widen his eyes, but he absolutely must not slash recklessly. His body suddenly trembled because Young Min was smiling and looking ahead. Wait, this is serious now. He's panicking. A fiery light shone ahead, and a goblin stood under the spotlight with a pitiful face, searching for light in the darkness, finding the tiny prey among the enemies. Then it smiled brightly. This is why I attack with the handheld shield with a narrow attack range. The system displayed a message. Stage 1 of the Hunter's Challenge, the Hunter's sharp eyes. It pointed to the side, making Young Min startled and look over. Wow, over there. The system displays a message. Holding the handheld shield, he still stands here. Could that be the way to the next challenge? He pats the wall back and forth. Where is it? Where is it? Then suddenly he feels something on the wall. Oh, found it. Suddenly, a rectangular pit appeared beneath his feet, and he jumped in panic, screaming. Then Young Min fell headfirst into another place. His legs trembled as he dragged himself along, staring at the system notifications on the screen in horror. What? So sudden. The notification appeared. Stage 2, the Hunter's Challenge begins. Please destroy it. He knelt on one knee, slightly bending his back. What, damn it, destroy what, according to memory? He gradually stood up, Then suddenly saw something that made his mouth drop open. That's right, I remember now. Young Min stands here and shouts, Phase 2 is Kairowa's stone golem. The notification also appears as these powers take over this place. All right. One hand holding a shining sword with the notification, equipped with a combat item, he continues, No. Why did he suddenly stand up? Be careful. The monsters with pinkish light on their bodies made him think. Kiros's stone golem, like all other golems, will keep regenerating unless its core is destroyed, and that stone is its core. He stepped down to the ground, and then Young Min charged forward at lightning speed with a leap attack. This shouldn't be too difficult. The red stone screams from within as he rushes forward, unleashing a frantic scream that sends beams of light shooting out, turning everything ahead into chaos, his mouth wide open, shattering everything. Along with that wave of energy, he flew quickly forward, and Young Min delivered a powerful slash right into it. The stone suddenly opened a glowing hole, and as he was climbing up, he looked up in surprise. "What are you doing? Planning to counterattack?" Looking at that crack of power, no, could it be? Damn it! The core is actually inside its head. Young Min cautiously stands before the monster, thinking, but now he only knows the location of the core, and destroying it is the only way. So this challenge is a test of destructive power. With one hand holding the axe and the other resting on his thigh, he looked out silently, not amused at all. The message was clear, a test of my destructive power, and he was equipped with a handheld axe. Are you checking my ability to destroy? He immediately charged with this overwhelming power, a fierce attack. I will show you everything you want to see. The look in that monster's eyes seemed crushed by destructive force. The stones here keep exploding with notifications. HASS, Deribadoan, Golem Zakiru. Young Min standing there watching. Really, you're not even my opponent. The smoke surrounding him proudly billows. Sorry, but I'm not a hunter. The system displays the second stage of the Hunter's Challenge, based on testing the hunter's strength. Remembering the monsters powered by the red stone that he thought of, the Hunter Challenge is different from the name. It has no class restrictions, but if the class is related to magic, it should be easier to pass the challenge. The system has already recovered the battle axe. Young Min stands there holding the axe with a smile. Nothing in front of him matters anymore. So, what's the next challenge? The Hunter's Challenge, Phase 3 begins. He looked at the system screen with surprise. Oh, could it be happening right here? He probably likes it because it happens quickly. A ghostly step approaches, and he frowns in confusion as the goblin slowly steps out from the darkness. Young Min stands a distance away, twisting his weapon and raising it in a ready stance. That kid, if I remember correctly, is the final challenge. The goblin lowered its head. Something made him furrow his brow in surprise. The goblin was pulled up by a black force from above. Then he unleashed a powerful beam of energy and leapt up, sword raised, ready to strike. What are you trying to do? A burst of power shot straight at it. Suddenly, his face turned pale, wearing a protective mask. It took a step back, then its source of power whirled and soared through the air, making him stand there in fear, swallowing his saliva. He clings to the wall, glances up, and slams his fist into the goblin and its source of power. In front of Young Min is a sphere of energy. I see that this is a notification that has already grasped Kairos' deadly intent. The surface of that sphere seems to bulge, and the system notification has confirmed Kairos' inner trial. A hand suddenly rises from there, causing the black liquids and system notifications to burst apart, revealing his true form. A foot steps out. A black moon is hanging above, trapping Kairos with his shaggy figure, and a message. Beat Kairos in his youth. He smiles wickedly with glowing eyes and a grinning jaw. Young Min laughs as he brandishes his weapon forward. Kanto struggles to catch a glimpse of his face. Your foot quickly lifts off the ground, then you rush forward like the wind. Isn't that right? His name is Nothing. He reaches out with his arm forward. Come here, my battle cry. A giant wolf rises up as if about to attack. He sees it and is terrified. What? The notification has appeared. Level 145. Wolf leader in combat mode. Kantos is engaged in a fierce battle with the strange things on its body roaring loudly. Kairos releases it to charge out and roar fiercely. Take him back here, Kantos. Young Min forces himself to bite down and block with his weapon. Is he really using such cheap tricks again? Even if you struggle? Take out a weapon. Come on, try it. Then he swung a straight line from the axe in front of it with all his might. Kairos on the other side watched in horror. He charges forward with the wolf dead on the spear and raises it to strike him down. Let me defeat both of them at once. A sword strike crashes down as if to explode the ground. Kairos steps back, unleashing power from his hand. Kantos! Young Min laughs painfully. Look, leaving the insignia behind. Are you running away alone? If it's that special, we should endure it together. This guy. It grits its teeth and pulls out a needle. Sharp and deadly. You will pay a heavy price for the sins you committed. He just smiled smugly. Stop here. He seems to have become an archer, pulling back his bowstring. Then they emit a blinding light, a judgment arrow. He stands there watching the area filled with lines of power and gazes upward in surprise. Then he ran away as the lines of energy shot down to the ground. Where are you shooting? He stomps faster in anger. Young Min raises his weapon behind him to strike. Now it's my turn. Then he thrust his weapon straight forward. I charged forward. Kiro stood with his head bowed. Damn it! He's so eager to hide his glorious youth that he acts so quickly. This position won't end it. He clenched his teeth and thought. As long as he uses that, he can catch him easily. No more overthinking. First, we must attack. Your foot keeps twitching. Youngmin, weapon ready, charges straight ahead. You must clear your mind right now. We need to attack immediately. He stands there with his strange power, watching. He charged at her again. His attack was too simple. It seems like he hasn't learned anything. Then he releases another strange power. Take it, cheers. His hand reaching back is also infused with this strange power, and Kiros bursts out laughing with his tongue sticking out. It looks so good. Now, is the target still alive or not? Suddenly, something startled him. What was it? His hand is caught by his power. He's doomed. Thanks. Just thinking about it and you already used it. He excitedly reaches out with the dark pink aura of power surrounding him. Finally caught. He looked up in fear as his arm was being pulled. Oh no. The rope. Then he suddenly yanks the hand holding the rope and screams loudly. Got it. You're stupid. He was dragged away in panic. No. The power Kiros once unleashed is now under his control. He laughs out loud, his eyes shining with light. Go to hell. Young Min just ran over with his incredible power, making the system keep alerting. You have defeated young Kiros. Level up. Level up. No more notifications appear. You have passed Kiros's challenge. And then he smiled with his arms slightly torn apart. Shutnyut suddenly looks worried. Suddenly, something seems to be rising from the other side. It is a large item that appeared with a system notification. A level 170 or higher monster's heart, with a dragon standing behind him, carrying a sword and smiling. The heart of a level 170 or higher monster appeared just as an item emerged with a dazzling light, a bag on its head. The system displays a notification. Tiulo's heart. Young Min excitedly raised his hand to catch Tiulo's heart. It took a lot of effort to catch that Tiulo monster, yet all he got were random items like a heart. So my mood is a bit off, but I guess this is how it's supposed to be. It's inside a bowl containing a boiling-looking liquid with a notification. Tiulo's heart has been confirmed, and Kairos's secret technique has been transmitted. The system has issued a new notification. The seal has been received. The soul-piercing power has increased. He looked confused and asked, Growth? Long notification lines appear. First, the soul-piercing power level is epic growth. Unlike other marks like the inscriptions on the body that contain the secret technique of the penetrating soul lethal power, when used, it activates the effect of the penetrating soul power. The chance of a critical hit increases by 10% and critical damage by 50%, which can grow by absorbing diminishing power. He was surprised. This. Young Min looked up at the screen, receiving the reward from the challenge and making Kairos's gift. The effect of the concealment. He stands there raising his arm because increasing critical damage will grant the appropriate talisman if the player is an archer. Even though I knew this from a previous life, I still look at the final lines about damage probability and growth. This is the first time I've seen this special growth effect. It's amazing that it can absorb decayed power and even grow stronger. He smiled brightly, his smile still lingering as the swirling powers around him danced. Good. With this, I can become several levels stronger. Just wait and see, Odini. In a place illuminated by a radiant glow, the Crossroads Guard team stands passionately shouting, having completed the task of eliminating the mutated star monster. You're amazing, Roken. You've exceeded my expectations. Young Min stands facing me with his hands behind his back. You're too kind. And he stood facing me with his hand raised. I have to share the information as I promised. He immediately thought of other kinds of power and lowered his head in deep thought. Listen carefully. Roken, some force is secretly creating mutated monsters. He stood there listening to him with some surprise. Mutant monsters are not only here, and even though the center has been discovered, do you realize how dangerous the situation is? He also thought. The center. Young Min remembers the view of a city by the sea. If it's the center, it probably refers to the central continent. The location of the fourth city is gradually being revealed. He still stands there listening to mankins sitting in this place, along with some of them. Not only do they act aggressively towards other races, but they also attack cities, or commit even crazier acts. I remember the moment when the giant dinosaur chased everyone in fear. Our investigation team is looking into those responsible for that incident. The cause and solution are still unknown. Roken, Young Min, standing with his hands behind his back, listens. You could also become one of them. Hopefully, you can work with them to gather information about the mutated monsters. He smiled and replied, of course. Mankin hands him something. Sure enough. It's you. This is just to encourage you. He reached out his hand to take it. That! He's holding a piece of paper with a system notification. The personal mission authority has been granted. He also mentioned it. When hunting mutated monsters, you'll need it. Young-min happily takes it and thinks, what is this? That's a great deal. It is an item that allows you to receive missions about mutated monsters even without directly finding their habitats, meaning it helps save time by reducing travel time. Then he turned and gave him a thumbs up. Thank you. I'll be bringing good news again soon. Mancon replied. Good luck, Roken. He stepped outside happily. Ha, good. I now have my personal mission authority. He walks away laughing slowly. Let's go there. Why? Ong Min stands in front of a quiet, large house with the Crossroads System announcement, the Human Union Guild. He said, this must be the place. Looking at the symbol painting hanging on the wall, the Human Union also exists here at Crossroads. Then he opened the door, but sorry for the intrusion. His face distorted in surprise as he stepped inside. Everything here is falling apart, startling him. It's just like a haunted house. The guild manager also seems very arrogant, and just like the words of races that look down on humans, suddenly a foot stepped out. Who was that? Harbin, leaning on his cane, stepped forward. What do you want? Are you daring to take risks? Why did you move forward on your own and cause chaos? The system is also suspicious. The old man is suspicious. Why? Ong Min stared with wide eyes and a clenched jaw, looking at the bright gold emblem on his chest as he thought. This old man, at a glance he seems just a healthy old man with nothing special, but that badge is a symbol of the parliament members. Remember the scene where the team with that emblem on them was fighting? The details of what happens later will come, but the parliament is an organization established by the central continent for the prosperity of humanity. He raised his hand in front of him, but still kept thinking. If you consider what lies ahead, it's better to maintain proper etiquette. Then he raised his voice. Hello, sir. I am Roken, a level 151 soldier Y Ong Min, raising my hand in a respectful salute. I came here because I want to earn the honor of lending a hand for those struggling for human glory. Besides that, he has no other purpose. Harbin laughs. He truly is a rare young man. Then he raised his hand to stroke his beard. Yes, that's right. To contribute to the glory of mankind. What should I do now? His mouth opens with dots. Yes, that's good. A system notification appears again. Clear the steel turtle shells, sand the armored turtles blocking the ship's movement, and bring their corpses to Haruban. The completion condition is to bring back 10 turtle shells. The reward for completion is 10 silver coins. Youngmin smiled warmly to himself, watching him. Blocking the ship's movement, huh? He looked at him. Anyone looking at him would know that the old man is craving some nourishing food. He said loudly, those armored turtles are good, annoying. We must deal with them. Roken. His heart is still pondering. Anyway, now I must accumulate contributions for the parliament. Then he turned away. Yes, just trust me. He picks up the fork and sticks out his tongue. All right, go quickly and come back quickly. Young Min steps out to take a deep breath. Facing this old man is exhausting. He quietly walks away with his hands in his pockets. Anyway, I might as well endure a little longer. Although this mission isn't special right now, if I keep enduring and proceed step by step. A smile returned to him as he thought of the others. That's also why he came there. One of the main features of this game is unlocking cross-species missions. He thinks of this place and a surge of power rising up, so he takes it slow, using the Dunbook to reach the eastern coast. Near the eastern coast, Dang Island is uninhabited, with birds soaring freely in the sky. Below is the ocean scene with lush green pineapple trees. Young Min charged straight at the turtle below, making it scream out, "Die!" He stands in front of the corpse, looking exhausted. This level should be enough. The system also sent the notification. The steel-armored turtle corpse is now 20 to 10. Then he strolled along the beach, lost in thought. It's good that the previous team had thoroughly researched the mission of the clone race. Thanks to that, I can easily hunt the armored turtle. Suddenly, he stops and places his hands on his hips. Moreover, let's try digging. He knelt down and used his hands to dig and toss the sand. It would be great if I could get it in one shot, but please, just appear already. Suddenly, something appears and throws a wrench into the plan. The bucket is full. The eggs beneath the sand emerge. Lucky number, huh? The system is displaying. The steel-armored turtle egg is used to craft rare magic, has an excellent flavor, and sells for a high price. Young Min excitedly but carefully picks up an egg, thinking, I might also find something special here. Steel-encased turtle eggs, very good. That's enough preparation. Soon a fire will be blazing here. He approaches holding something on a skewer with a message. The armored turtle meat has been prepared. Then it was placed on the fire pit. He blew into it with all his might, lost in thought. Someone here is the strongest around. since they don't belong to any faction. If I had to make them angry, I could get beaten to the point of breaking bones. A faint light shines on something. Actually, it's not fear, but caution, because you might not get that thing. Far away, some creature is hiding and watching him from the beach. The sound it makes causes Young Min to glance over and think, it's here. It's here. A bird's foot steps forward. A pair of wings touches his shoulder. You. He turned around, a bit scared that it was a giant Taemin. Who dares to enter here? Suddenly, a scent wafted over, causing the tiny Min to halt. Wait a moment. This unique smell. From the source of the scent, the blazing fire reveals a large piece of meat, and he immediately shouts out, it's a turtle shell meat. Ironclad turtle meat. Young Min was speechless as he listened to him ramble on with a look of longing. This precious meat. That's right. It really is iron turtle shell meat. You have to eat it without tasting any spices. Even if you don't know who the person is, they are definitely a connoisseur. Taemin was drooling and marveling. How amazing. Meanwhile, he kept thinking about the super race. Taemin. This is the special being I was talking about. After seeing his reaction, Young Min immediately smiled smugly. I was supposed to coax it, but sometimes meat speaks louder than words in front of them. The flames flickered, making the turtle meat look even more appetizing. Taemin kept staring intently at that piece of meat. My saliva kept flowing uncontrollably, as if I couldn't bear it anymore. He curiously asked Young Min about that. Are you not going to say anything to me? His only response was a haughty silence that immediately made Young Min flinch. He kept circling around Young Min and kept asking, no. If you've come this far, you probably have something to say to me. That's right. I was right, wasn't I? Young Min said nonchalantly. He twitched his nose and said, let's see. I have nothing to say to you. These words hit Young Min like a lightning bolt, leaving him speechless with shock. Young Min approaches the spot where the turtle meat is being grilled, thinking to himself with satisfaction. That's right, just a little more. The rest of the mission will depend on how we handle things now, but I just can't resist the temptation of the meat in front of me. He keeps trying to coax and lure him. Don't do that. You don't want to ask for my help? I hold this island in my hands, so if you need, I will help you. Otherwise, I will help you return to the mainland. It seems like that's all it takes. Young Min's lips immediately curled up as he silently thought. Got it, sky ticket. Immediately. Young Min's words left Taemin in constant shock. What? Immediately. He proposed with a look like he had just found a treasure. Give me a ticket to the sky. Then I will give all the meat to Lord Taemin. Taemin immediately understood your intention. He angrily scolds, you wicked person. As expected, that was their goal. Seeing his reaction like that, Young Min immediately turned back to build the fire. He stretched it out wide. If you don't like it, just leave. Taemin immediately rolled up when he saw that. Wait a moment, if you add more firewood, the meat will burn. Young Min ignored YSN, looked at him, and happily thought to himself, easy going. Take it easy, we'll finish soon. Then he took out a bag and said, come to think of it, there's this too. Right. As soon as he saw the turtle shell egg in Young Min's hand, Taemin immediately wanted to rush over. That. Turtle shell egg. Young Min keeps tempting him. That's right. The taste of the yolk when paired with the rich armored turtle meat. Young Min must know very well. He quickly got caught up. Of course he knows. Seeing his interest, he opened his bag full of eggs and made a condition. This is not a good idea. It's not a request, but a transaction. This school has enough for a deal. Anyway, even with a sky ticket, there's nothing it can do. As soon as he saw Young Min's bag, Taemin couldn't hide his surprise. Turtle shell eggs. What should I do? It seems afraid of being attracted by those eggs. He holds his head and keeps muttering. I can't let this happen. If that's the case? No. Finally, Taemin still couldn't resist and agreed with Young Min. All right, it's not impossible to let you have it either. I will give you a ticket to the sky as soon as I finish speaking. His arm had already bent, and he quickly took a strand of his own hair afterward. Taemin throws it to Young Min. Here, take it. He paused and asked again sternly, what the heck is this feather? Before he could regain his composure, he had already quickly grabbed the piece of meat and his bag of eggs. Young Min flew up into the sky, shouting loudly. After all, humans are just mortal beings. Never see him again. Young Min happily waves the bird feather in his hand to say goodbye. Yes, see you again. Noble bird, looking at the seemingly ordinary feather in his hand. Young Min smiled happily again. Very well. Finally, I got it. The ticket to the Sky Island. Feathers of the super species. Young Min looked up at the blinding light in the sky. He thought to himself. He didn't know about everything else, but the Sky Island was a place you couldn't ignore. The Sky Island is the very place that causes those who ascend to fall back down. Just a little more. I will definitely go there and wipe out that place. Then, at the crossroads, the Human Alliance Guild, someone will shout in amazement. This is the one who truly caught it. Harbin's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the turtle before him. It's even been caught and brought back in such perfect condition? The flavor of this is... Then he spread his legs again. No, the person who has helped the council a lot. The more Young Min looked at him, the more disappointed he became. This old man. After some thought, Harbin hugged the turtle shell and made his decision. All right, I will assign you a different task now. A notification about the current mission appears. Collect butterfly flowers. You have been entrusted by the council to study death and reincarnation. Go and collect the butterfly flowers on the land of rebirth. The completion condition is to collect 5 butterfly flowers, with a reward of 5 gold experience points. As soon as he saw it, Young Min was stunned. This mission. Mysterious shadows appear in Young Min's mind. He silently thought there's no way he could be wrong. It doesn't look special, but the racial mission has already begun. The racial missions. Different races carry out tasks with different objectives. High elves are reviving the world tree. Dwarves are forging the strongest weapons. Dwarves are rebuilding the ancient city and gradually carrying out their tasks from low to high levels to reach their ultimate goal, but humans' mission is different from other races. To revive the Emperor and the Holy Army. Humans aim to resurrect the Emperor and his army at their strongest to relive past glory, while Harbin leisurely drags the turtle away, and Young Min continues to ponder. What, it's nothing more than eating? To revive the Emperor, you have to go against righteousness. Young Min's lips curl up. His mind keeps repeating. The Emperor is reborn. His eyes are filled with anticipation. Young Min silently resolves. As expected, humans are very interesting. This time, I have to complete the human race's mission first. Young Min muttered to himself as he left the guild. Just take it slow. Suddenly, another notification caught his attention. The land of rebirth. Imagining that distant continent, Young Min thought to himself. A place very far from crossroads. Furthermore, this place isn't on the map, so it's very hard to find. The place I need to go is a special greenhouse where 2 elves cultivate spiritual herbs, simply calling it a greenhouse. That place is quite large. After some deep thought, a difficult problem emerged. The problem is how to get in there. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind, leaving Young Min staring blankly. He shouted with joy, "Yes, that girl might be able to help." A shadow appeared in his mind. Young Min thought to himself. Terrell, the leader of the 2 elf guilds, thought about her appearance. Young Min grit his teeth and trusted. Well, sometimes she's actually useful. Everything will go smoothly. He clenched his fist and shouted himself. All right. Young Min stretched and told herself to handle everything calmly. You're overdoing it. With a swift motion, Young Min jumps up off the ground. He keeps rushing forward with a voice full of excitement. Let's enjoy this to the fullest. Wait for me a little longer. The land of wealth. At the 2 elf village, gentle warm light bathes the blue rooftops. Young Min looked at the instructions on the system and sighed. Finally, we're here. High Elf Village is not on the map. This is a land of opportunity. As he was about to enter, 2 weapons suddenly blocked his way. Someone shouted, "Stop!" The 2 guards questioned him with serious expressions. This is High Elf territory. Clarify your identity. This does not scare Young Min at all. He smiled and then thought, all right, now is the time to use that effectively. Immediately after, he remembered the system notification. First, a friend of the 2 elves. You are the first to be recognized and trusted by the 2 elves. The person they recognize as a friend will receive their help. He quickly patted his chest and introduced himself. I am Roken, a human warrior and a friend of the 2 elves. I have come here to seek your help. After hearing that, the attitude of the 2 guards completely changed. They spoke to Young Min with admiration. Are you the one collecting the world tree saplings? I've always wanted to meet you. Now it's fine. Having brought you here, Young Min enjoyed their admiration while quietly catching his breath. As expected, right after that, the 2 guards enthusiastically asked him, Yes, what do you need help with? If you want, even if there's nothing, we would come to help. But right now we're dealing with something and could use some extra help. In just a moment during their conversation, the system assigned Young Min a new task. Eliminate the pests or provide nutrients to the sick plants in the 2 elves' greenhouse. The success condition is to eliminate pests and diseases, with rewards based on the results. Upon seeing the notification, Young Min immediately felt happy and thought to himself, okay, I remember the title, and immediately took on the greenhouse mission. Sure enough, everything went smoothly. He happily thought to himself, Thank you, Taro. Immediately, her fake expression suddenly turned stiff with fear, while Young Min was happily chatting with the guard.
All right, let me take you to the greenhouse. Okay, let's go.
Then, at the secret greenhouse of the two elves, young Min stood before the giant tree, unable to help but marvel. As expected, behind the glass, young Min's expression also seemed to soften completely. He muttered to himself, "A greenhouse always makes me marvel." High Elf's greenhouse is a place where magical herbs are cultivated for use in magic, but it is also a research room for creating the world the race desires. While observing the giant creatures around him, young Min thought that the flora and fauna here were unusually large. He looked up at the sky above and marveled. Truly, it felt like he had become smaller. Suddenly, a noise in the distant grass made him stop. Immediately, his expression turned serious. What was that just now? A giant praying mantis appeared behind him, extending its front legs past young Min's sight, making him doubt and mutter what just flashed by. No one knows what happened. The smell of bloody death wafted up. Blood dripped onto Young Min's head, staining his face red. Young Min angrily shouted, "Damn it!" He clenched his weapon tightly and muttered to himself. That's why I didn't want to face the bugs and let him keep complaining. That mantis kept spraying a stream of slime onto him. Young Min shouted in discomfort. My clothes are all dirty now. It seems like this anger has fueled me. Young Min charges forward with his weapon. Die. With a single slash of his sword, Young Min cut the praying mantis in half before his eyes. At the same time, the system pops up a notification. The completion conditions have been met. Go back to the entrance and claim your reward. If you eliminate more bugs or add more nutrients to the plants, you can earn additional rewards. Seeing the notification pop up at this moment, Young Min was a bit surprised. The task is complete. He glances at the monster lying on the ground. It took a while before I realized. This one. It seems to be the monster from the extermination quest. Soon after, Young Min's fierce eye but it's still too early to return because this mission has additional conditions. It is the reward based on your achievements. Every time you kill 100 bugs, you can receive a designated reward. Young Min clenched his weapon again and started analyzing the newcomers to this place, thinking he would need to catch 100 of them, but just as Young Min was concentrating, a pair of red eyes silently watched him. Moments later, the two sharp claws of the monster rose up. It slammed down on the ground with a deafening sound while nearby a scorpion quietly approached. Young Min struggles to fight them off while shouting. There are so many bugs here. With a single swing of his sword, the surrounding space seemed to turn crimson. Young Min leaps into the air. Before striking down, he excitedly shouted, "Come on, source of protein!" The bugs tried to resist, but in an instant they were chopped into pieces. Then, as the warm light bathed the petals, someone tiredly sighed that it was too far and couldn't last much longer. Young Min struggled to fend off the giant beetle while urging himself on. Hurry up a bit. A boy holding a bow nearby immediately shouted, "Shut up, you're too noisy for me to concentrate." Immediately after, the men beside him also chimed in. What, is this guy done talking yet? If he lets it escape, we're doomed. Suddenly, a girl nearby shouted, "Hey guys!" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone there looked back in surprise. While Iron cheerfully encouraged them from behind, "Don't argue, keep going, Iron is rooting for you too." The two men immediately blushed in embarrassment. What are they arguing about? Someone thought to themselves. All right, I'll show Aaron how cool I am now. The boy with the bow immediately raised his bow and said loudly, "The stupid monster makes our Aaron sad. Wake up and realize the truth." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful arrow shot straight into the monster, piercing through it. A guy with a shield nearby saw him acting like that and got angry, thinking that guy was just pretending to be cool all by himself. Then he also shouted, "Feel my power." After saying that, he charged at the monster with all his might. The blue shield and powerful beams of light moved toward the Dragon King, enraging it with the attack from these humans. The monster roared to charge back, and immediately, two large wings grew on its back, boosting its power. Along with the Trung Vuong's combined assault skill, it charged forward fiercely. The two men shouted in tension, "It's coming!" Just with one attack from the Trung Vuong, that creature was knocked into the air. Then it started targeting other targets. Erin was so scared she screamed, "Why would she rush over to me?" She closed her eyes and prayed. "Someone, please protect me. Someone do something." Suddenly a voice rings out, jumping in, and the pain feels just as imagined, but it doesn't come. Erin opened her eyes in amazement. In front of her, the monster had been pushed back by Young Min with just one attack. Immediately, the monster's attack made Yerin's face light up with admiration. Then, a sly smile curled on her lips again. Meanwhile, the person in front is fiercely fighting the Centipede King. Young Min pays no attention to what's happening behind and only looks at the corpse of the monster, feeling satisfied. This one is almost 70, not many left. Just then, the worried voices of those around rang out. "Yeren, the The two men are now injured but still worriedly searching for her. Where is Yeren?
It's okay, just answer quickly.
Yeren, and suddenly they saw something that made both men have to hide their eyes. They seemed unable to believe it and asked in disbelief, "You the one? Our Yeren?" After hearing that, Young Min pretended not to understand and asked again, "Aunt, who is Yeren?" At this moment, Yeren stepped closer, hugged him, and whispered, "Hey, I love you," then wrapped her arms around his waist and said thank you, because thanks to you, I am still alive. It made Young Min feel scared and uncomfortable, thinking to himself, what the hell is this angry girl? When the two men ran over, Yeren was still hugging Young Min's waist and calling out. They were so surprised they couldn't speak Yeren. Meanwhile, Young Min's mind was overwhelmed with frustration, thinking, how could that girl cause trouble here? The three of them, the two men, were now trying to approach Young Min. They try to persuade her, Yeren, we still have many things to hunt if we stop cooperating now. But she doesn't care at all, and sneaks behind Young Min pretending not to know him.
Who's a that? This statement, like thunder in clear sky, surprises both men. Yeren, a young man holding her slender hand tightly, then whispers to himself, I thought you were different from the others, but Young Min immediately thought to himself, I get the gist of it. He glanced at the girl next to him and thought to himself, she is the Lord. If she's a girl, men would rush to her like moths to a flame. She would cling to them without doing anything and still get what she wants. This reminds him of the unusual things here in Theros, where changing appearance often leads to such incidents. Because there are few players choosing to be priests, they can switch to playing as priests to receive special treatment. Young Min clenched his hand tightly as Yeren held it. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Damn it, what should we do with these guys now? This is so troublesome. If PK had it, I would have just gone along with it. Suddenly, this thought made Young Min flinch. Wait a minute, PK immediately. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. That's right, there's a way to do that. In just a moment, Yeren was stunned as Young Min suddenly responded to her. How could that be? He took her hand and gently asked Hun. She. How can someone as beautiful as you be here? Are you hurt anywhere? Yeren shyly responded, yes. Young Min raised his hand in a backward salute with a polite gesture. I am Soldier Roken. If you don't mind forming a team with me, I promise to give you a fight you've never seen before. Immediately, Yeren rushed to hug him tightly and happily agreed. I am honored. Roken, I am really looking forward to it. Young Min awkwardly smiled and replied, all right, let's go right now. As soon as they saw this scene, the two men who came to find Yeren immediately froze in place. They stammered, why us? Even in the game, why are we so unlucky? Ignoring their complaints, Yeren happily left with Young Min, but when he wasn't paying attention, her less friendly gaze slowly swept past. Yeren watched him carefully while quietly calculating. Great, I will drain you dry. For now, I've got a hold of a three-hearted fool. I must cling on tight to the end. Thinking that, Yeren happily smiled without realizing she had fallen into Young Min's sight. Dung glanced at her from the corner of his eye, while Young Min, unaware of it, wore an even more sinister smile. Then they moved to another place where the flowers were blooming wildly, unaware of what they were seeing. Yeren stood frozen there, her whole body extremely tense. Young Min raised his weapon, the chains tightening around the blade. With a single strike, the monster before him disintegrated into dust. Young Min spun around quickly, his eyes swiftly searching for his next target. Beside him, a giant praying mantis was Dung, eager to attack him. As soon as he saw it, Young Min crouched and leapt off the ground with a running start. With another slash, the praying mantis immediately shattered into 100 pieces. After watching the fight and witnessing Young Min's strength, Yeren became even more excited. She thought to herself, oh my god, he's way stronger than I thought. If I miss out on this perfect opportunity, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I have to show something, this time too. Immediately after, Young Min turned around in shock as her voice rang out. You're amazing. She approached him and started rambling. She's so talented. Roken is really strong. Is there anything Yeren can do to help him? Yeren also wants to help him. Seeing her like that, Young Min became even angrier and clenched his fists. He forced himself to reply, help her. Even though he still smiled on the outside, deep down he didn't know how many times he had cursed at her. Damn it, every time she mentions Yeren, Yeren really wants to die. Then he looks at her creepy eyes and thinks, well, since the queen bee is so obsessed, showing her my hunting look has worked, and it's almost complete. Take it easy, just throwing out the bait. Then Young Min stared intently at Yeren and asked, actually, I have something to ask of you, Yeren.
Oh, Roken, just tell me. His large hand on Yaren's shoulder made her freeze. Youngmin's face soon became serious. He suggested that to catch the big boss of this greenhouse, they would need the help of Yaren. She asked suspiciously, "Boss?" Youngmin leaned in and said to her, "That's right. This matter is extremely important, and only you, Yaren, can handle it. Please, help me." Yaren glanced at him and silently pondered in her mind before suddenly mentioning the boss. Even though she was a bit scared, she couldn't afford to upset him over this. Thinking that, she immediately responded cheerfully to Youngmin. "Of course, I will help, Roken." Hearing that, he eagerly wanted to get started right away. "It's definitely Yaren. Let's act now." A moment later, they arrived in front of the giant tree, with light pink rose petals covering Yaren's face. She muttered to herself, "Nonsense. The most important thing is to act." She held a large apple above her head and then angrily shouted, "Is this a lure?" She remembered what Youngmin told her. While she drew the big bird's attention with this apple, I would attack it from behind. Yaren angrily thought to herself. It's easier said than done. Yaren stands among the giant grass holding an apple, regretful thoughts filling her mind. Why should I have to endure this humiliation? I never expected him to outsmart me. She doesn't notice the monster watching her from afar, only angrily thinking to herself, I will make you submit to me like a servant. Meanwhile, the giant bird's eyes had become more dangerous than ever. Yaren's hands trembled as she held the dirty apple high. She was still complaining. My legs hurt like hell. So, when exactly? Before she could finish speaking, she had to stop because something enormous was approaching from behind. Now, Yaren was even more alert and agile. She looked back in fear just as a heartbreaking cry echoed out because the level 80 giant bird had swooped in on her. Yaren was pushed back. She clutched the apple tightly while continuously reassuring herself. Stay calm, Yaren. It's not like Roken will secretly attack it first. She hugs the apple and runs quickly away from the pursuit of the big bird. The more we go, the more scared I get. That bird is chasing us because of this apple. If I attract all its attention, I will be saved as soon as Roken appears. An attack from the bird causes the ground to shake violently. Yaren was immediately frightened out of her wits as they kept chasing and running. The large bird's blazing red eyes never left Yaren as she cried and ran away. The shadow of the bird behind her, like death itself, is closing in. Yaren grows more and more desperate. She was panicking desperately. No, why don't you appear soon? Youngmin sat on a distant branch watching casually as she ran in panic, calling for him, Roken. Not stopping there, he reached down and grabbed a handful of popcorn. Youngmin picks up a popcorn and puts it in his mouth, eating and smiling. This scene is truly wonderful. Youngmin adjusted his glasses, satisfied as he watched this scene and said, It's right. Just like the ones you commanded. Like the workers. Run freely. Yaren just hugged the apple and ran away. She is becoming more and more afraid. The big bird hasn't started attacking yet. And at this moment, the giant bird also becomes even more furious. Its eyes glow red, and the large bird flaps its wings to attack. She was pushed away by the attack. Yaren let go of the apple and collapsed onto the ground. She fell flat on the ground, looking tiny and helpless. Just then, the monster's huge claws reached out nearby. It let out a scream, its eyes looking at Yaren like a tasty prey. Surrounded entirely by the shadow of the monster, Yaren screamed in fear. No, the fear of being eaten makes Yaren's tears well up. She is almost hopeless. Save her. But after a period of silence, the pain she feared never came. Worried to find out what had happened, Yaren slowly opened her eyes. In front of her, the giant claw of the large bird gently lifts the apple, while Yaren, still frightened, watches as it calmly enjoys the delicious treat before her. She slowly looked up, as if she couldn't believe it. So, the real purpose was the star. Seeing everything unfolding as he wished, Youngmin burst into loud laughter, sitting on the tree observing and clutching his stomach as he chuckled. Ha ha ha! Our lord is such a coward. Seeing the calm face of the big bird again, Youngmin couldn't help but judge that he has never been hunting before and doesn't really know what the true murderous intent of the monster looks like. The more he thought about Yaren's stupidity, the more he laughed happily, because he had been completely fooled and would probably not mess with the boss for now. Suddenly, for some reason, Youngmin paused, as if Yaren had done something to surprise him. So, that's it. After seeing Yaren stand boldly in front of the monster, Youngmin became even more suspicious. Hey, what is she doing just standing there? After experiencing fear to the bone, Yaren bit her lip and scolded herself for just wanting to gain some advantage but not expecting that strange guy would use her as bait. She clenched the stone so tightly that her hands turned white, while he was nowhere to be seen. I rarely bother that much, but why Aaron suddenly threw the stone at the big bird and shouted, "Damn it, I'm so pissed off." Seeing this, Yeong Min immediately rushed forward to stop her. "Hey, she's crazy. If it's an attack, then no." But before he could strike again, the stone flew straight at the big bird's face. Instantly, the bird's attitude changed completely, its eyes blazing with rage. The large bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, its feathers glowing like a phoenix as it let out a cry and charged forward, seemingly aiming to attack Aaron. If you don't provoke the big bird first, it is very gentle, but once it gets angry, someone has to die for it to stop. Meanwhile, the large bird spreads its wings again, and with a single attack, it snatched Aaron away along with her painful scream. Young Min also didn't expect things to turn out this way. He felt helpless and frustrated. I thought she would leave out of anger, but why did she provoke it instead? It's like she's asking for her own death. At this point, Aaron had been beaten so badly by the giant bird that she could only gasp out Roken. Hearing her call, Young Min pursed his lips in tense concentration, finally letting out a sigh and telling himself, "All right, it's time to act." The gentle sunlight shone on his back and the shining blade, and Young Min thought to himself that he was also easily softened. Once again, the large bird's eyes turned red with murderous intent as it circled in the air before attacking the spot where Aaron was holding on. At the moment Young Min's sturdy hand quickly raised the spear, he rushed behind the giant bird, the spear ready to strike down. As Young Min's attack was unleashed, the giant bird let out a pained cry. Young Min fights harder and gets more excited. Looking around like that, "This bird, you're fighting me." Just as the big bird leans back, he quickly clings to its back and shouts, "Hold still." The big bird was struck with a powerful punch that brought tears to its eyes. Then suddenly, it soared into the sky with Young Min clinging to its feathers, facing the gusts of wind as their course unexpectedly changed, making Young Min suspicious. A large tree suddenly appeared in the bird's flight path, making him tense up. Damn it, is he trying to crash into the tree? Then Young Min clenched its feathers tightly and muttered to himself. That's how Jia is. In just a moment, his full strength erupts. He pushes the bird away and shouts loudly, "You can't do this!" He uses his remaining arm to recover his weapon, holding the axe, and as he speaks, an axe quickly appears. Suddenly, Young Min became more and more excited, swinging the axe and shouting loudly, unleashing a fierce attack. A flash of light flickered as the blade swung past, and the large bird, just catching sight of it, let out a terrified cry. At this moment, Yeren finally managed to get up, muttering in confusion, and as she looked up, she was stunned to see the storm battle in the sky. In front of her, just as the storm ended, the giant bird fell. Suddenly, something approached it, making it cry out in fear. As that thing drew near, the bird could only turn its eyes away in terror, its face filled with panic. Up in the sky, a series of relentless attacks are hitting, Young Min clutching its wing while shouting, "What is that? It's not over yet." Finally, the giant bird could no longer endure, let out a cry and unleashed its move, its feathers turning fierce. Instantly, the feathers on its body transformed into powerful weapons to fight back against Young Min. His eyes flashed with excitement. Young Min shouted loudly, "You idiot, you're so brutal, we're a perfect match." At the same time, he tightly held the giant spear to strike down, using a lethal move while shouting, "Die!" As the spear's blade swung close, the big bird could only endure in despair. With a single slash, the big bird was split in two by the young Yeongmin. At the same time, the system announced that the big bird had been defeated and the level increased. Yeren's eyes widened as she looked at what just happened and said in disbelief, "Finally, Rosal saved me." Yeren clasped her hands behind her back and whispered to herself, "My heart is pounding so much, I want to get stronger too." She looked up at the sunlight and silently made a resolve, just like Rosal, while Yeongmin, who had just fought the big bird, was still very excited. After the surrounding space around Yenbin returned, a quick footstep landed near the tree. Yeongmin approached a fairly large nest and muttered, "Now it's time to pick up the spoils." Yeongmin picked up a large egg as tall as himself and exclaimed, "Okay, this bird has good stuff." Immediately, the system also sent a notification that the egg of the big bird had been received. If the eggs are kept in the bag for a certain period and hatch, Yeongmin excitedly thought, as long as I incubate the eggs until they hatch and tame the chicks, it will become a very effective flight ticket. Then the first piece of information related to the sky will also be mine. Hearing that, he immediately let out a hearty laugh with one arrow hitting two targets. In the loot, Yeongmin finally landed on the ground feeling satisfied and wondered if Yi Yeren or someone else had already gotten up or was still lying there. After landing, he saw no sign of her, only a lonely letter on the ground, and asked suspiciously, "What is this? Has she disappeared? What is this?" He picked up the letter, his eyes widening with surprise. Did she leave this behind? As he unfolded it, Yi Yaren's messages to Roken appeared. Thanks to you, I've realized many things now. I will fight on my own. Yi Yeren Yi Youngmin read more and more confused. He muttered in doubt. Getting beaten up must have really messed with your head, but the suspicion was just a passing thing. And soon a familiar smile appeared on his face. Yi Youngmin tore up the letter while muttering. Anyway, he put away his axe and left. As she walked and talked, she's not entirely a fool either, thanks to the Lord. Then, at crossroads, a beam of light shone straight down from the sky, and Yi Youngmin stood in the middle of that light, feeling very satisfied as he muttered to himself. I've received the new mission too. I need to get everything in order before we set out. Meanwhile, in Losendorf, plumes of smoke hovered in the air as Zen the craftsman stroked his long beard and sighed. Here it is. This time, a pretty decent guy appeared. Yi Youngmin stared at the shining armor and kept praising it. Oh, this looks promising. The more Yi Youngmin admires the armor, the more hopeful he becomes for the upcoming battle. If Duof considers it decent, it must be at least at the magic level. This is our gang and the armor I like the most, along with the image of the armor imported into the system. Its information also quickly appears, a rare level red armor for warriors that disrupts the enemy's formation, increases intimidation, and fear effects on foes, and gains new power depending on the number of enemies it cuts down. Defense, 630, durability, 700 strength, plus 50 agility, plus 47 stamina, plus 49 threat and intimidation. Effect against enemies, increased by 30%. Attack and defense power, increase with continuous enemy kills. Mana, alloy gauntlet. Rare grade mana alloy gauntlet with good conductivity. Using divine power reduces mana consumption significantly. Defense 300, durability 500, strength 47, stamina 48. Mana consumption decreases by 30% when divine power is activated. All attacks using divine power deal 15% more damage after reading these lines. Youngmin thought humorously. Even though his defense is already good, the accompanying stats are also perfect. Thinking about the dangerous battles ahead, he secretly felt lucky, especially since each continuous enemy defeated increased his defense and attack power, making it very effective when facing multiple foes alone. Then, the image and advice from Harbin appeared in his mind, making Youngmin even more cheerful. If the next mission that the old man gives me is similar to this, that would be great. Well done. Do you want to become my disciple? He thought to himself under the setting sun. The next main task and my plan will go much more smoothly. All right, then let's move on to the next mission now. At the same time, the system's new mission notification also appeared. The Bone Research Test. Kingston Council has entrusted you to study death and rebirth. After using it to regenerate flesh, look for research materials on bones, which can be found in the Lich's laboratory. Complete the task to receive a research document on bones, with a reward of 10 gold and standard experience points. Then, in the dark and silent space, Youngmin's footsteps echo loudly. He paused for a moment, taking in the surroundings before sighing in relief, finally arriving. The lightning strikes made the village even more gloomy. Youngmin whispered, "This is the undead village. A place of the dead." The main character of this mission is the Lich, a wizard fighting against death. An eccentric wizard who uses mechanical devices and can resurrect no matter how many times he dies. His notorious reputation comes from hiding in the Cradle of Death, a very complex place that even level 190 players find difficult to approach. Youngmin slung the heavy axe over his shoulder and silently observed the Hoklong Legion guarding the village gate. After a moment of analysis, he quickly realized that it meant they had to enter the village with a horde of undead-like skeletons appearing in Youngmin's mind. He thought to himself that if he remembered correctly, a player had to face 50 undead soldiers. Seeing the current situation, Youngmin's expression gradually grew tense. 50 level 150 to 190 undead are manageable, but mana regeneration is the real issue. No matter how good the gear, it's still very disadvantageous. Thinking of this, a cunning smile crept onto his lips. Right after, a special notification appeared on the system, indicating that Roken had started a live broadcast. Leon, fighting alone in the war. The Cradle of the Dead, commanding the Black Dragon Legion. As soon as the announcement was made, the number of viewers skyrocketed, along with a flood of comments. Roka, what's going on? Roka is live streaming. Where is it? Which place is it? How long has it been since Roken last lied? Why is he lying all of a sudden? What? Where is the lie located? At the same time, the Hoklong Army's people saw the announcement and whispered among themselves. Roken lied, really, that guy, betting a bunch of items. As they were still wondering, a powerful voice rang out. I am, along with a series of the latest equipment, Young Min forcefully drove the sword into the ground to demonstrate his strength. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, Young Min loudly introduced himself alongside warrior Roken, holding a large axe in one hand and pointing to the sword he just stuck into the ground before declaring, "Now I will change the betting conditions. Even if you can't defeat me, whoever pulls out this sword will become its owner." The goblins were stunned by this. What, just pulling out that sword will do? You don't have to fight either. Not only the elves, but the others watching the live stream are also very surprised. No way. Did I really just hear that, hey, this time it might actually work? Hurry up and join the guild. As the Hoklong Legion rushed in, the viewers' excitement grew even more intense. If this is the cradle of the dead, it's right in front of us. Let's go quickly. I'm nearby. If you're a member of the Black Dragon Legion, come immediately. A goblin looked at the screen and smiled eerily, and new comments quickly appeared in the live chat. No, just pulling out is enough. It's not like he has to ambush everyone. It really is a brilliant scheme. Seeing the public opinion successfully steered by us, Young Min feels extremely satisfied. That's right, this is how it should be. The fish has bitten the hook. Seeing more and more players gathering below, Young Min felt excited and confident. Ready. Among them, a representative of the Black Dragon Legion declared that even if Roken entered their territory, they would still hold the upper hand. Idiots! With a thunderous roar, the crowd charged at Young Min like hunters after a fat prey. His eyes turned deep. He raised his spear high and shouted loudly. A powerful strike. With just one move, the tornado created by Young Min was incredibly fierce. A group of people was swept into the tornado and could only scream in pain as they had no way to resist. In just a few seconds, the notifications kept ringing, continuously defeating, attacking, and raising defenses tenfold. This effect can only be used up to 20 times. As soon as Young Min saw these notifications, he couldn't help but laugh. Good, just as I expected. Even if it's only temporary, it's better than I hoped for. Suddenly, his laughter stopped when someone shouted, "Don't stop!" That guy just pointed at Young Min and ordered them not to give him a moment to rest, attack, and charge forward. The group from the Dragon Singing Legion followed the order and advanced, like headless wolves rushing into swords. This only makes Young Min more excited. He shouts loudly, showing off his strength. If that's the case, his eyes turned red in an unusual way, and immediately after, a piercing scream rang out. With a single slash from Young Min, those preparing to charge are pushed back. Not stopping there, a massive wave of mana rushes forward like a storm, and Young Min continues to attack and declare, "I won't give you any time to rest either," he just finished saying. The system has been continuously reporting victories, constantly defeating enemies, attacking and increasing defense by 10. Continuously defeating, attacking, and defending increased by 10. A figure approached Than Kiem, and distant screams for help echoed. Immediately after, a cunning demon with a pointed hat approached Than Kiem, saying slyly, "You fools thought it was a direct attack, but thanks to you, it will be mine," as he finished speaking. A powerful wave of mana shot straight into the ground. Seeing the small figure beside Than Kiem, Young Min quickly grabbed his axe and charged forward. His face twisted with madness more than ever. He shouted loudly, "Where did this mouse come from? He is injured and stable. That damn bastard can only scream in despair." A single axe blow cuts down, unleashing a surge of mana that seems to tear the sky apart. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, a small but resilient foot continues to step forward after a fierce battle. Finally, the system announced that the maximum effect had been reached. With attack and defense both at 200, Young Min couldn't help but smile happily. Finally, the mission is complete. He grips the axe in his hand, his eyes growing more bloodthirsty. The civilians begin to retreat. At this moment, among the members of the Black Dragon Legion who were defeated, one of them struggled to stand up and muttered, "Roken, I didn't expect you to be this strong." Suddenly, something appeared that made his blood-covered face turn extremely terrified. After seeing the familiar tornado, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it's that destructive skill again. Seeing the direction of Young Min's attack, he exclaimed in horror, "What attack on the village could that be? Could he be fighting there elsewhere?" A magic circle lit up along with a warning message sensing the enemy's assault on the stronghold to defend the village. Reinforcements were summoned. Just as the announcement was made, a series of ghostly hands emerged from the magic circle, accompanied by strange sounds, and the undead guard soldiers numbered 150 to 190 floated up simultaneously. The man from earlier cursed as he saw this, then relaxed and said, all right, Roken, that fool, along with a group of undead guards, headed toward Young Min." His voice grew more excited, even one-on-one against the undead soldiers he could never win. "Today, you will surely die." But with just a flash of lightning, Young Min raised his spear, ready to fight. Amidst the dark, stormy clouds, flashes of lightning flickered faintly, and within moments, a massive surge of mana lit up the entire sky. Young Min raised his scythe to absorb this immense source of power. Feeling the immense power surrounding him, Young Min hummed with satisfaction. With a single attack, he annihilated a whole squad of undead guards. The man who just laughed in front of Young Min's situation now couldn't believe it anymore. Crazy. No way. How could he capture the undead soldiers? This is impossible. Blocking the attack makes Young Min more excited than ever. He quickly responds, "You fool. Nothing is impossible." With his next strike, Young Min reveals his plan. "Thanks to your voluntary sacrifice, that's how I can do it." Then, the live broadcast image appeared on his face. "Viewers, look carefully. The real battle is about to begin now." As he finished speaking, an undead guard suddenly charged at him without warning. Immediately after, a group of undead guards also charged towards Young Min. He pressed his foot against the ground for a moment, then took a running start and jumped up, swinging his sword at a guard while muttering to himself, from left to right. His eyes gradually became more determined, and the techniques engraved in his mind kept replaying. Then he swung his sword to the red side. He observed the guards for a while and gradually felt relieved because even if they were undead guards, they were ultimately artificial intelligence, and once the fighting style was figured out, counterattacking was as easy as pie. Young Min lightly swings his sword at the guard and shouts with excitement. Discovering how to fight undead makes him more confident than ever. Cut through their defenses, and we will eliminate them in no time. Immediately afterward, a massive surge of mana was unleashed, and Young Min charged forward, fighting relentlessly. As he broke through the final barrier, a member of the Black Dragon Legion couldn't hold back his fear. That crazy man dared to enter the village. Seeing the situation getting out of control, he hurriedly ordered, "What are the guards still standing there for? Do something now." The magic circle lit up again. Summoning the undead guard, a skeleton with glowing red eyes appeared. This is an undead guard level 150 to 190. After observing this scene, Young Min was not afraid but became even more excited. He shouted, "Useless," and then a surge of mana erupted fiercely. Young Min leapt into the air, gathering his strength to strike down with a single blow, successfully taking out 2 of the guards. As he approached with his spear, the man from the Black Dragon Legion couldn't hold back his cry. Young Min clenched his spear tightly, his voice like death, as he realized the mice were hiding and scurrying away. He couldn't take it anymore and could only scream and worry. The guards. The more frightened they became, the more excited Young Min was. As he approached, laughing loudly, "A bunch of fools," he raised his axe high like a bloodthirsty killer. "I just cut down 50 of them earlier. There are still too many." As the blade of the spear touched his face, those eyes were completely filled with despair. After a while, the sound of a sword being drawn echoes throughout the village. When the battle ends, only the lonely figure of Young Min quietly approaches the sword, and with a sharp sound, the blade is gently pulled out. Young Min gazes at the precious sword in his hand for a moment, and then mutters to himself, "After so many battles, I still haven't found an opponent who meets my standards. I had such high hopes." Suddenly, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, causing him to recoil. Then, Young Min smiled again with excitement. "Oh, there's still one guy who can stand on equal footing with me." As I think this, a picture of a young man quickly appears. Odin. Young Min's eyes grew even more excited. He muttered to himself, "Wait there. Someday I will tear you apart." In another space, a pair of legs has stepped into the blazing red land. Young Min quietly admires this beauty for a moment before speaking. The flower field in the undead village, both past and present, is a truly noble passion. Looking at the mysterious scene before him, he quietly thought this was the only place with life in the undead village. The entrance to Licht's research room was cleared of the undead so we could enter easily. Young Min's sharp hands moved constantly with excitement. He muttered to himself, "All right then, let's go in." He flicked his hand and the sharp blade sliced through, causing blood to start dripping. Young Min seemed unaffected by the pain, allowing the fresh blood to flow freely as it gradually dripped down and soaked into the vibrant red flowers on the ground. Immediately after, the system notification appeared. The reborn garden recognized the power of life and activated the gate entrance. Seeing this, Young Min immediately looked satisfied and said, "That's right." In just a few seconds, the surrounding space changed dramatically. A path leading down to the underground quickly appeared before Young Min, opening up. Along with the blazing red light, Young Min stepped into the hidden place of history, muttering to himself. Although underground, the glowing objects made it not dark. He paused to observe his surroundings for a moment, then looked surprised. Yes, one of those glowing objects. Young Min didn't linger too long out of curiosity and focused on his main goal. No, this is boring. But since he just needed to get his stuff back, he had to finish quickly. As he wasn't paying attention, a glowing sphere suddenly changed, and Young Min's steps suddenly stopped. He quickly assessed the vast space ahead and guessed this was likely Licht's research room. As he was momentarily stunned, a strange voice suddenly echoed, just as Level 171, undead researcher Licht Salonian appears with a cold voice. Humans dare to enter here. It seems you want to become my test subject before he even finishes speaking. Young Min suddenly launched an attack, ambushing, which stunned Licht. In just a short moment, the surrounding space became chaotic as a massive creature charged like it wanted to break through the mysterious door. Young Min swung his sword up and shouted loudly, "Damn it, shut up and hand over the item." But amidst the thick dust in front of him, a purple glow flashed. As Young Min charged, Licht quickly raised his shield to block. This scene leaves Young Min in shock, as at this moment, he also mocks him, retreating, "You low-level fool." Before Young Min can react, a fierce attack strikes directly at him. Along with the deep-seated power within him, Young Min could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. Licht sat leisurely in the distance, watching, then burst into loud laughter when he saw Young Min weaken, showing off how effective his mechanical defenses are. Immediately after, a series of magic circles appeared again. He raised his hand and waved, then commanded, "Come out, my subordinates." Seeing the undead guards staggering to their feet, Licht shouted loudly again, "Wake up quickly! Stop that foolish intruder!" While Young Min was still struggling with his wounds, a group of guards approached him. Young Min's battered face looked exhausted, and he felt deep regret and anger, blaming himself for being too careless, only intending to punch someone unconscious and take their item. Despite the pain, Young Min still managed to rise from the rubble. He lifted his battered body, seemingly ready for the next battle, his hand tightly gripping his weapon. Young Min's face turned more brutal than ever as he declared, "Then let me send you off a little further." With swift jumps like the wind, almost impossible to see with the naked eye, Young Min charged forward, aiming to cut with his axe and the red sphere ahead. The red sphere was shattered quickly by Young Min's strike, breaking into many pieces. Young Min smirked with a dangerous grin, pretending to be disappointed, and muttered, "Lost again." Lich was furious seeing Young Min acting so arrogantly. That damn bastard. Such a despicable traitor. He watched Young Min's figure disappearing into the distance, shouting curses and insults, fleeing while fighting. "Aren't you supposed to be a warrior?" Young Min didn't care. He laughed happily and gave Lich the middle finger. Who would be stupid enough to fall for that provocation? Young Min observes the red orbs hanging on the other side, and analyzes quietly. The reason this Lich is so excited is because the life force containing the Lich's true soul is hidden among numerous glowing objects. Young Min rushed forward and shattered all those glowing red orbs, because he knew that even if the Lich died a few times now, it would still revive. But as long as the soul container was destroyed, it couldn't come back. Young Min forced a casual tone and said, "What is this? It's full again." Young Min pauses for a moment, then screams like a madman, "It's okay if we take them all out at once. The house will be full of ghosts." The Lich behind him is so furious, he roars, "You useless fool! How dare you challenge me?" A purple light emanates from the shield the Lich raises. The Lich forcefully thrusts the shield into the ground, feeling a powerful surge as it activates its attack mechanism, unleashing fierce bolts of lightning. The shield keeps sinking deeper, its immense power causing the surrounding ground to tremble and crack. The lightning bolts aim directly at Young Min, but he quickly realized something was wrong and turned back to check the situation as the Lich unleashed terrifying lightning from his shield. He wants to completely eliminate Young Min, but I will reveal who the true owner of this place is. Young Min sneers with a sinister smile. "So you think you can show off your skills?" Young Min releases the axe in his hand, transforming it into a new, more powerful weapon, replacing the shield with a handheld axe. His doubled axe in hand, Young Min, excited, charges into a solo fight against the Lich. "Come on, give it a try." A pointed metal wire with lightning from somewhere suddenly strikes, and the large metal wires attack repeatedly, trying to take down Young Min. But he's not a novice relying on his speed. Young Min managed to dodge all of Lich's attacks. The Lich is truly furious, boosting his power into the sigil on his hand before warning Young Min, "You coward, enough already." A metal wire with lightning is surging up from the ground, looking even more formidable than the previous wires. The wires accelerate to catch up with Young Min, but he is too fast, dodging them all in just a few quick moves. The tip of the metal wire bends sharply, aiming precisely at its target, ready to deliver a deadly strike. It rushes forward like it wants to tear through space itself, heading straight for Young Min's danger zone. He quickly leans back to dodge the attack. Youngmin's speed is lightning fast, easily avoiding the assaults of those metal wires. Youngmin, holding the glowing spear, leaps into the air with a running start, performing a somersault and then strikes with a powerful blow, sending the spear flying at incredible speed. The spear with incredible speed swings through the air, causing the red spheres to shatter wherever it goes, while the metal wires wriggle and twist ceaselessly. Youngmin takes a running start, lifts his heels, and prepares to jump again. Youngmin still tightly grips his spear in his hand as he bends his body and leaps up to avoid the attack of the metal wires. After that last strike, Youngmin didn't stop. He charged down the corridor in a zigzag pattern. Youngmin swung his spear with full force to cut the red sphere in front of him. As he was about to land, Youngmin sensed something strange. When he looked up, he was surprised to realize something unusual. Youngmin's sword strikes the red orb with great force, but it remains unharmed. So powerful that only this one isn't broken. Carefully observing the red sphere, Youngmin realizes it's what he needs: the Lich's life force. He skids on the ground, pushed back, then quickly breaks. All that's left is to smash it. Youngmin aims precisely at the red sphere, swinging his spear to unleash the previous attack, a powerful strike. Lich's metal wire also rushes forward, aiming to stop Youngmin's target and seize the sphere. That metal wire quickly blocks the red orb, causing Youngmin's sword to collide and create a small shockwave. Youngmin reaches out, seeing his target almost within grasp, but suddenly stopped right before his eyes. Lich seems dangerous because he has anticipated Youngmin. Are you the one looking for that? Lich concentrates his power, soaring into the swirling wind that reveals the mechanical frame outside his armor. Don't think about leaving here alive. A mechanical metal wire is taking everything from that red sphere. Lich is absorbing the red sphere, reaching out to embrace it. The black bandage-like cords wrapped around Lich's bony hand, and Lich Silhouanian had absorbed his own life force. That dark band also covered his thigh, and through it, Lich regained his original power. A faint purple light surrounds Lich as he returns to his original form and gains absolute power. Lich stretches, gradually adapting to his new body, level 180, Silhouanian in his golden age, his voice slow and deep. I have awakened. Lich reached out his hand, roaring so loudly that the surrounding space trembled violently. Youngmin had already circled behind Lich, and with a swift strike using the shield he was holding, he aimed to finish him off quickly. Lich turned his head in surprise at Youngmin's incredible speed. What? Since when? Before he could react further, Youngmin threw his shield forcefully at Lich, hitting the ground with such force that it caused a massive shockwave and cracked the earth. Youngmin lands safely, disdainfully smirking at Lich. You fool, I let you absorb it because I knew, and you don't understand why I'm not fighting you but only seeking that thing. Right now, Youngmin is no different from a demon crawling up from hell. Just smash that and kill him. You don't need to waste any effort. Level 183, Youngmin. The Lich crawls out of the rubble, pushes away the shield, blocking him. Impossible, I am the strongest after absorbing the life essence. The Lich bends his knees, ready to leap up, with flashes of lightning flickering around him. With his massive body and incredible strength, the Lich charges straight at Youngmin, intending to deliver a crushing punch. Feel it. It seems everything is going exactly as Youngmin predicted, and he smiles contentedly. Lich uses all his strength for the punch, roaring loudly as he charges at Youngmin, but halfway he pauses, his pupils constricting. Youngmin, though smaller, is not to be underestimated, rushing forward like an axe splitting a person in two. Everything happened so quickly that the Lich didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Youngmin landed with a long slide, sharply braking after his high jump. Youngmin sneers happily, I told you so. Youngmin turns his back on Lich's body split in two, smiling smugly. You're just wasting your time. The life bridge breaks free from the cage trapping Lich, falling freely and shattering into pieces. Lich's entire body explodes on the spot, leaving only a thick cloud of purple smoke behind, having destroyed Silonian from the Golden Age and leveled up. The thick dust gradually dispersed. Youngmin slowly stepped out, carrying the hot load in his hand, leaning heavily, and shot a contemptuous glance. Idiot, I just need to have you absorb it, and then killing the person will be much easier. Youngmin seems interested in the next task, all right? Now let's see which little one is next. A glowing blue book stands out the most among the scattered books. The time for the happy grind has come. Youngmin tightly examines a glowing, slightly torn corner of a scroll in his hand, received the research materials on the rice plant, completed the investigation, and eagerly stared at the scroll. Okay. Mission accomplished. Silonian's laboratory. Youngmin looked around carefully, searching for something like an intruder. Just like at the beginning, There might be an extra reward somewhere. After a long glance, Young Min finally spots something. On the table, a stack of books emitting blue light. It's it, the skill book. Young Min kept throwing each skill book away. None of them seemed useful to him. Do you want to collect the Skoten Rice skill book? Gya. Do you want to collect the Curse Weakening skill book? Gak Rui. Another book was thrown away by Young Min. Young Min almost went crazy. Do you want to collect the Turtle Curse skill book? He angrily slammed the book in his hand. Gak Rui. Young Min frantically rummaged through the book. No, there must be something else. Young Min, seeing something, locks onto the target. Having collected the third-hand skill book, Young Min raises the book in his hand excitedly, finally having found something useful. This must be a very rare treasure because it only requires enough energy and intense concentration to use. The third hand is a skill that creates another hand using mana when focusing mentally. With enough mana and mental strength, several hands can be generated. Young Min happily holds the book in his hand and smiles. This is really interesting. If it's this skill, a different level of battle could happen. While Young Min was muttering to himself, someone's footsteps quietly appeared behind him. The important thing is how to use it. Young Min is stroking his chin, thinking about how to use the book wisely. First I need to preserve it, then I have to carefully consider how to use it. A shadowy figure suddenly appears behind Young Min. The deep, hollow eyes of the intruder flashed with a strange purple light as he growled fiercely. The skeleton screamed and swung his weapon to strike the intruder. Young Min quickly turns around, grabbing its head and pushing it away. Without hesitation, he uses force to try to crush the skeleton's skull. Young Min slowly lifts the skeleton up, his eyes radiating deadly intent. It's time. I've been waiting all this time. X from Young Min's finger pierced through the tough armor of the skeleton. It made it suffer intense pain, and Young Min showed no mercy as he increased his strength, causing the skeleton to explode with a bang. Young Min looked at the skeleton falling and smiled in a very strange way. Foolish. You should have ambushed unexpectedly. As Young Min was laughing with delight, something from afar caught his attention. The eerie, sinister skeleton army is approaching, groaning. Young Min feels even more delighted at the sight. He couldn't help but laugh up to the sky, leading all his friends over. But what should he do now? You're dead! Young Min raises his hand to withdraw his weapon. He trusts them, but it's not a big deal. Anyway, don't be sad. You're about to meet again. With that, Young Min grabbed his massive scythe and charged straight into the skeleton army to fight. Young Min glided like he was flying through the skeleton army, warning them in advance to prepare to lose their heads. Young Min's spear kept swinging wildly, and with a quick strike, he took down another one. The bones of the skeleton army scattered, but Young Min ignored it and charged straight into the remaining enemies again. Young Min swings his sword with the intention of taking out all the skeletons below in one strike. A single blow from Young Min is so terrifying that it can blow away half of the skeleton army if he ignores Lieber's corpse. A thick purple liquid is flowing out from the Lich's life sphere earlier. Thelos Goten is cursed by the primordial turtle. These 160 monsters of Lieber will keep being created. The fully armed skeletons are crawling out of the purple liquid, as the mana of death pollutes the surroundings and turns the area into a land cursed by the primordial turtle, until all the death mana is exhausted. So if you know what to do, you would quickly deal with Lieber's corpse, but Young Min just grinned like a lunatic, saying that's only suitable for fools. Young Min moved swiftly while supporting himself, quickly taking care of the risen Skoten. This is a great opportunity that the level-up tree can't miss. The Skoten with the turtle curse has been defeated. Skoten has been defeated by the turtle shell. You have leveled up. Young Min immediately raised his hand in celebration because he had achieved his level-up goal. Combo, defense, and attack each increased by 10. Young Min keeps receiving rewards and useful items, and his attributes and skills continue to increase. Let's keep going. Let out a big burst of energy. Young Min has almost wiped out all the Skoten from this ancient turtle. A few skeletons are scattered on the ground, their skulls shattered and none intact. A few skeletons mixed in with the rubble and dust, with smoke billowing everywhere. Young Min still seems to be lingering in the aftermath of the battle. The corpse aura on the man hasn't completely dispersed yet. Young Min still stands there, watching the Skoten vanish. A series of notifications appeared one after another, indicating all the Skoten had been completely destroyed. The stacking effect has reached its limit. Attack increased by 200. Defense increased by 200. Young Min gazes at the armor on his body and sighs. Just in time, the armor's effectiveness also reached its limit. I hesitated whether to turn back, but now, with this state, I guess I can do it. In a desolate, gloomy, and deserted village, Piles of debris are stacked high with a few lightning streaks across the sky, while in the place of the dead, someone still lingers uncertainly on the dirt road. Oh my God! Goguba is stunned by the desolate scene before him, seeing the heavy ruins and a guy sitting with his head down in front of Goguba. Terrified. How could Young Min have completely burned down the village and the players? That guy really is a monster. Goguba rewinds to the memories of the brutal battle he experienced. It's a shame I missed the livestream, but just imagining myself in that battle is scary enough. As I was lost in thought, the big demon spoke up. Hey, over here! Do you still have the healing potion? Goguba was a bit startled and slow to react. Goguba just pulled out the healing potion from his shirt and casually joined in. Here's the healing potion. So what exactly happened? The big demon beast reached out his hand to take it. He waved his hand. Thank you, don't mention it, just as his name suggests, a disaster. Mrs. Tan opened the medicine bottle, her face pale. That Young Min guy stormed into the village, the guards, the players, killing everyone without waiting for anyone because there was no one left to kill, then disappeared. Goguba was both shocked and confused. What, no, why did he suddenly go berserk? Mrs. Tan also couldn't understand the reason. He gave a flimsy excuse. I don't know. He's famous for being crazy. Goguba's face turned pale like a banana leaf. He was uneasy. No, this is strange. Even though he's crazy, he clearly has a purpose. Young Min has started a live stream. The notification appears, making Goguba freeze in shock and stammer. What? Young Min is live again, and Baton, who was still pouring medicine, has to stop. His eyes looked terrified, as if he wanted to tear his own skin off, and Baton squinted at the live stream screen, muttering to herself. Wait a minute. The one live streaming. As soon as the two of them learned the content of the live stream, Young Min suddenly appeared from behind with his bloody axe, attacking to seize the village of the dead. The screams echoed throughout the corner of the village, startling the crows into a frantic flight. Two other lovers appear armed but still anxious. Hey, he's crazy. Could it be that the madman has come back? Young Min's axe is soaked in dark blood, dripping little by little over the sharp blade. Young Min stands amidst the pile of bodies, radiating a fierce aura that terrifies them all, you trash. Young Min sneered like a madman. Do you really think it's over? The comments reacting to him are suddenly surprised. What is this? Where are you going? Attacking the village? Does the system have something to do with this? Everything has been destroyed. Is it still there? Young Min raises his hand to recall the formation. Countless Skoten, released by the turtle, alert and detect enemy attacks on the camp to defend the village and recall the guards. A Skoten wielding a sword, fearless, roars and charges forward, and with a loud bang, an explosion shakes the space. Young Min, excited, swings his axe wildly, knocking back the Skotens. The two demon lovers are trembling with Young Min's skills and strength, going crazy. Just like last time. Does this make sense? How could he kill all the guards in one strike? He's really powerful. After dealing with those minor soldiers, Young Min turned to the others, his expression still cold and fierce. The demon suddenly shivered and turned pale. Young Min stood there, warning the demons. Fools just like those. How many times have I told you not to believe, and still insist on seeking death? Young Min chuckled maniacally like a madman. At times like this, I just need to use my own persuasion methods. Young Min upgraded his equipment and skills, equipping the sealed Lion King's helmet, and clenched his axe tightly as he announced to the onlookers. Among everyone, there are also those who don't believe, right? Sorcerer Pato still has people who don't trust him. Tongkung because it's quite hard to believe, a bit of a challenge. Because it really is a scam, Young Min spins around to get familiar with his new equipment. But none of it matters. Why? Because the new equipment makes Young Min more confident than he claimed. Whether you believe it or not, everyone here will have to die. 3 people are wandering on the cliff edge but still holding the flag firmly, claiming the territory. If they drive the enemies out of the village or eliminate them, this is considered a large-scale battle, and the village is considered captured. A group of fully equipped soldiers in armor and weapons are advancing with great momentum, but players who stay behind can set up a respawn point and will receive 50 guards. Basically, each occupation is equivalent to the smallest unit, a clan, and in an open space of the village, 2 warriors are dueling. Swords clashing and sparks flying. The Green Goblin is barely holding on, making you wonder how he managed to get in there. Normally, you'd need to create a clan first before entering. Young Min pushes his spear harder, aiming to defeat the Green Elf. He fights with both force and psychological tactics. I alone am enough for those guys. Why should I share the reward with others? Young Min swings his spear to knock away the Green Demon's sword. Young Min quickly takes advantage of the moment when the other is unsteady. He swings his spear into the opponent's vulnerable spot, Young-min's eyes, behind his helmet, reveal a sharp coldness. Standing in the circle surrounded by demons, outnumbered 10-1, Young-min shows no sign of backing down, no matter how normal things are. Young-min activates his fingers, preparing for the upcoming battle. A huge explosion erupts, blinding light fills the sky. They rush to trap Young-min, surrounding him with their weapons as the group of demons charges at him, overwhelmed by his brute strength. Young-min still only had one dark, fierce emotion like at the beginning, even more intense in this situation. Just a theory. The spear in his hand shot swiftly to one side, the blade slicing the demon in half so quickly that the demon hadn't even had time to change its expression. After the first demon, the second also met the same fate of being split in two, and the third was much worse. His head cut in half by Young-min with a swift strike. Young-min's speed was so fast it created streaks of light with every step he took. A small goblin hiding behind the wall trembles in fear, completely panicked. Everyone else has already died. And this goblin was quite strong just a moment ago. The naive goblin, terrified, closes his eyes tightly, and his words start to lose control. It's over. The guards won't wake up for a while yet. More than half of the players have been killed. Is this place just going to be taken over by a mad player like this? And suddenly a foot appeared at the corner of the wall. Young-min's fierce lion paw swung freely as he looked at the two guys with a cold voice. That's right. Young-min's mouth curled into a wide smile, his eyes radiating deadly intent like a lion leading the pride. And since he guessed correctly, I will reward him generously. The two goblins, seeing Young-min raise his spear, trembled in fear, clutching each other tightly and trembling uncontrollably, a piercing, tragic scream echoing through the silent space. Another moment passes, and a ray of light begins to appear in the sky, piercing through the dark clouds, illuminating the ruined village and the defeated demons lying scattered on the road. Some are upside down in the well, or on piles of straw, with pools of syrupy residue still remaining on the ground. Young-min gently tightened his spear, having taken over the cradle of the dead. The Haklong Legion's territory. Players belonging to the Haklong Legion cannot choose the Cradle of the Dead as a respawn point within 3 hours. Young-min's sturdy figure with flowing hair, his clothes slightly torn but not diminishing his imposing presence. Alone, he has taken over the enemy's village. His massive body radiates fierce aura, as if a demon from hell has risen, earning him the title of Berserker, the first to obtain this title. Young-min carefully looked at the notification table, then smirked to himself. As the first and sole owner of this title, the effect must be extraordinary. The detailed message appeared, praising the Overlord for your overwhelming strength in capturing a large stronghold, with effects that effectively dismantle the enemy camp's legion around you. When inside the enemy camp, all stats increase by 15%, and the defense and attack capabilities against NPCs in the enemy camp also increase by 15%, with maximum increases of up to 50%, depending on the number of enemies in the enemy camp. The viewers' reactions are nothing special. If you upload the video to YouTube, you'll make quite a bit of money. Young-min observed the situation and calculated for a while before reaching a conclusion, just as he expected. Young-min opened the comments section and only saw very positive reactions from viewers. Young-min is going to wipe them all out alone. The Longsong Legion is really pathetic. I can't believe it. Instead of talking, just do it. Young-min seems a bit excited, shrugging and chatting with fans. All right. The village is now occupied. Let's go back and rest a bit. The main task, the broken calculator, sent a notification reminding Young-min. Mage Pado. Young-min is in front. In front? Why? Young-min furrows his brow and narrows his eyes, still not understanding the NPC's point. In front. A figure with a yellow aura, holding a heavy mace, rushes towards Young-min's hand, aiming to ambush him. Young-min can't dodge in time and is hit directly by the attack, causing him to spit out blood. One of his maces sent Young-min flying several meters, piercing through multiple walls. As the dust settled, only Young-min was seen slumped with his head down, his spear lying right beside him, and he was coughing up blood. Young-min looks a bit weaker and lifts his eyes. What's going on? Are all those Black Dragon Legions dead then? That guy twirls his golden mace in his hand. Oh my. His figure appears faintly behind the thick dust, slowly approaching. I have waited for this day and sharpened my spear to exact revenge, but I didn't expect you to be only this strong. Our Tulo up in the sky must be crying so much. The dust settles and his face is fully revealed, echoing loudly. Isn't that right, humans? As that person approached closer, it turned out he was Killian Jiroz, the level 200 captain of the guard. Young-min clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth, furious. Why did Jiroz appear here? Could it be because of Tiolo that he came looking for me? Young Min struggled to stand up. Damn it, why now? Maybe I should just run away like last time. But he hesitated because many people were watching. Everyone in the comments is panicking over Young Min's disappearance. Where did he go? What's going on? Why did he suddenly vanish? Young Min quietly made a decision, but not entirely. Since this battle is pointless, maybe it's better to just run away. Young Min gently brushed his hand over his wounded abdomen, hesitating slightly. Even though he was ambushed, this was the best they could do with a single strike. Level 199 and level 200 are worlds apart. Jiro stands holding a heavy hammer, his whole body radiating a golden aura. Clearly, Jiro's is stronger than me. As expected, he is the captain of the Astao guard team, of the same rank as Mankin. Young Min comments that he is like a lion baring its fangs and biting a rabbit, no doubt about it. The highest position. Young Min recalls an old image. The highest position. Another figure appears in Young Min's memory, the highest position. In the deep memories of Young Min, a man with a face covered in armor appears. The highest position. The man's face is very handsome, but his expression is very gloomy as he looks to one side. The predator. Young Min's thoughts come to a halt, unsure of what he's thinking right now. He lets out a sigh. Hey, you hold your spear and manage to stand up. Young Min, regaining his composure, asked faintly, You're the strongest person here, right? Jiroz was a bit surprised he didn't expect you to ask that. What? Jiroz thought Young Min was so scared that he was talking nonsense. Afraid of you suddenly start talking nonsense. Young Min cuts him off before he can finish. Too deaf to hear. Young Min raises his spear and points it directly at Jiroz. Say something. Young Min issues a challenge to Kilian Jiroz with a condition. If I die, I will be the one in charge here, right? Jiroz's killing intent flared up when he heard that. Jiroz chuckled happily and continued speaking. An interesting person. The leader. Jiroz narrows his eyes and shouts with great determination. That's right, the speaker is correct. If I die before crossing the continent, I will be the strongest. Jiroz declared loudly. Captain of the Astao guard team, Jiroz guarantees that. Young Min confidently circles his foot above the ground. If that's the case, then it's fine. Young Min took a running start, swung his axe, and charged straight at Jiroz to fight face to face. Take this, you bastard, touching the arena. Young Min stands face to face with Jiroz in an unbearably tense atmosphere. Young Min generally does not fight pointless battles because he understands that courage and wisdom are what truly matter. Those two things are very different. A deep, shadowy figure appears in Young Min's eyes. So, what is it? Odin's image appears on the arena floor between them, with a calm expression. Even Odin cannot fully understand or precisely identify Young Min's strange power, the one that drove Roken to madness. The battle begins. Young Min changes his upper armor to increase critical damage. A red energy enveloped his entire body. The next moment, Young Min stepped out through a thick cloud of deathly aura. His fierce gaze overpowered his opponent while Zero sneered with a mocking grin. His golden pupils flash brightly. Against an enemy with such powerful damage, half-hearted defense is meaningless. Young Min did not respond. He ignored Zeros' words. Activate the Lion King's helmet mode, a face full of determination. Now let's finish this in one go. Both of them step forward. The online room's atmosphere almost exploded when they realized who Young Min was facing. A master account was panic-stricken. Wait a minute, that's Zeros. Someone else comments. So why is Roken fighting Zeros? Zeros is level 200. Could this be a new way of committing suicide? That's reasonable. Even Roken is facing the captain of the Astao defense team. Observing Young Min's readiness, one account speculates. Could it be that Roken is so skilled he's gone crazy? Fei-Young-Ho Zero sneers dismissively, while also giving him a lesson. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shone down from above like a destiny's halo, illuminating Young Min's lion mask with a cold, metallic gleam. Both of them clash head-on, with combat energy enveloping their bodies and forming two opposing auras. A flurry of rapid attacks is unleashed. Young Min shouts loudly, his smile behind the mask turning into madness, a complete unleashing of primal instinct. Fearless, red energy beams burst out violently from Young Min's body, shooting straight at Zeros like missiles. Soon, both of them moved closer to each other again. Face to face, a sky-shaking explosion rocked the entire arena. Fong quickly shut down a fan frenzy with a series of enthusiastic comments. Crazy. Is it real? No way. It's me. It's me. It's really me. Playing another game alone? You're really crazy. Am I really watching this right now, about to wipe out a village? Excuse me. What is the score of the Roken Cup? Zeros' staff was halted mid-air by Wai-Ung-min's hammer, with metallic clangs and a deafening golden chime echoing across the arena. That situation excites Zeros. He grins faintly. That's a beautiful red. Come on, kid. Young-min clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with murderous red intent. His voice is ice-cold. Is that so? Let me turn you all red. After speaking, he mustered all his strength and pushed the blade in his hand forward, creating a force that knocked Zeros' staff away. As he was trying to wipe toward the tree staff, Young-min observed him with terrifying power, and the subsequent attacks he unleashed came so quickly that Zeros couldn't keep up. The mysterious energy source takes over Young-min more and more fiercely, causing a deafening explosion. Dust and smoke obscure the view as Zeros takes the opportunity to descend from above with a surprise punch attack. But unexpectedly, Young-min managed to block the attack just in time. The counterattack sent him flying several meters away again. Young-min's power continues to surge like a volcano, preventing his opponent from regaining balance. He threw 2 ropes toward Zeros, those ropes tightly wrapped around his body like a white snake. Zeros' punch suddenly veers off course. At that moment, Young-min delivers a straight punch to Zeros' face, making him bleed from his nose. His body was flung backward as Young-min spun around and delivered a lightning-fast kick. The kick created a whirlwind, charging straight at the opponent. As the smoke gradually clears, Zeros struggles to sit up amidst the debris. But right there, a flash of red suddenly appears before his eyes. From above, Young-min with a sharp blade descends angrily towards Zeros. Die. He shouted loudly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Strike! Immediately, a thunderous explosion engulfed the space, shattering the arena into countless fragments. A thick cloud of smoke billows everywhere, obscuring the view. From within the smoke, a light flickers on. Zeros is still alive. He jumped onto a nearby rock ledge. His right side had a large chunk of flesh missing from a deadly cut by Young-min. Zeros' golden pupils flickered with a contemplative look, as if pondering something profound. On this side, Young-min slowly approached his opponent. He breathes a sigh of excitement, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body. Indeed, it seems a bit overwhelming, but worth a try. He recalls the benefits he received before. It was they who opened the door to his primal powers. Thanks to the title of the Blood King he received not long ago. Suddenly, the unified shouts from behind caught Young-min's attention. Captain, about a dozen green-clad guards from the Astal escort team with spears are rushing toward us. We're here. Zeros, Captain. They hurriedly helped Zeros. With a worried tone, are you all right? Captain, it's because you were in such a hurry that you left us behind and went ahead. Seeing the scene before him, Young-min clenched his teeth and called out to the guard captain. The Astal guard team also arrived with urgency. He couldn't help but feel exhausted inside when thinking about the disparity in troop numbers between him and Fadik. Jialahan was excited to take revenge, so he ran ahead alone. Zeros is already overwhelmed. Now the others are coming too. A dedicated guard is arranging things eagerly. You should treat your wounds first. We'll handle the rest later. But Zeros suddenly cut in with a deep, rough voice. Hey. Han slams his hand on his forehead, growling softly. Then Zeros suddenly stands up with a crazed look in his eyes and murderous intent radiating from his body. Don't interfere in this battle. Young-min's pupils constrict, and his face shows a hint of panic. Zeros stands tall on the ruins, radiating a fierce and deadly aura. You must have heard of Mankin before. He is the captain of the Crossroads Guard team, and in an instant, Zeros' 2 fangs slowly grew longer. It's strange that I sensed him not long ago. Mankin is one of the few strong fighters I acknowledge. Immediately after, Young-min heard the system notification in his ear that Zeros, the captain of the escort team, had acknowledged you. This situation confused him as he shouted out, "Damn it!" The glowing patches of skin on Zeros' body look like he's shedding his skin. Zeros' acknowledgement means he will face you in his true form, unleashing all his power, with a blinding golden energy spreading through the arena like a second sun rising. Zeros roared like a beast awakened, and from the blazing light burning fiercely, a massive foot stepped out with a slow, commanding stride. A powerful and commanding voice echoes, "I am the captain of the Astal Guard team." Young-min's heart seemed to skip a beat as his facial expression froze when that person's name echoed in his ears. Killian Zeros. Zeros' skin has evolved. A mysterious purple hue cloaks his already powerful muscular body, making his presence even more intimidating. And the aura surrounding him feels oppressive 100 times over. Zeros points at Young-min with a blazing look. "Oh, humanity, tell me your name." Warrior Lever 210 Zeros. Zero's questions and extraordinary resurrection ability leave Eon Min speechless. His teeth clenched tightly. A sneer appeared on Eon Min's face. He shouted his name without hesitation, Roken. The berserk Roken. Zero's sighs and shakes his head. Roken, that's a really interesting name. He said that, and then charged forward with his spear. With contempt, I will remember your name, Roken. Zero's words made Eon Min feel uneasy. What are you saying? Suddenly his pupils turned bright red as if he had discovered something dangerous. Zero stopped right in front of him, not moving. But the next day, he suddenly vanished into the sky as if he never existed. Eon Min couldn't hide his amazement. He disappeared. Before he could understand what was happening, a strange object fell from the sky. A wooden house suddenly rushes straight toward Eon Min. He quickly steps back. Turtle meaning, huh? Damn it. There's no time to dodge anymore. Next wire. The wooden house kept falling straight down where he stood. Eon Min used his hands to try to stop it, but the weight of the house made him unable to stand firm, and his steps gradually faltered. Eon Min braces himself to hold up the house, blood spraying out like a stream. The groans of pain suddenly turn into screams as Zero's from the air kicks straight down onto the building. The destructive force creates a lightning bolt that strikes down on Eon Min. This attack immediately leaves Eon Min seriously wounded, coughing up blood. Seizing the opportunity, Zero swiftly cuts through the thin rocks like a gust of wind. A thunderous explosion echoes through the sky. Bright red liquid sprays into the air. Eon Min struggles with his remaining strength as he falls freely, barely able to open his eyes to observe. However, now his vision is covered in blood. His sight is obscured. Zero's charges forward aggressively. A loud explosion tears through the silent space. Eon Min gasped for breath as mocking words echoed beside him. You're truly weak. He saw Eon Min freeze as he remembered Odin's words. His words cut like a blade straight into his heart, not even worth dirtying his hands to kill. At the same time, Zero's face appeared in his mind with a mocking smile, stirring a strange green aura of contempt within Eon Min. He clenched his jaw and then let out a scream, rage blazing in his sky-blue eyes as sparks of electricity shot out. Holding his breath, Zero's also just landed nearby. He couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the light spreading from the other person. A blazing red streak rushing forward like a warning of an impending attack. Immediately after, Eon Min charged from somewhere close to Zero's, swinging his sword directly at him with lightning speed. The clash rang out loudly and painfully. Zero's managed to block his attack with the giant hammer in his hand, standing firm on the stone floor without a hint of movement. He laughed joyfully as if playing with Eon Min. Blood boiling, it was truly a crazy fight. Zero's condescending attitude only fuels Eon Min's rage, and he roars wildly. Then the two of them charged at each other again, with bursts of energy erupting from their bodies. Zero's face showed a clear expression of excitement. He suddenly spoke, but Zero's hand raised the hammer high in the air. Then he forcefully descended toward Eon Min with a strike powerful enough to crush mountains, but luckily Eon Min managed to dodge just in time. The ground beneath him shattered into pieces. Eon Min quietly prepared himself. This damn bastard's weapon is too powerful. Without giving Eon Min a moment to think, Zero's leapt forward. He uses a skill to break through and rush towards Eon Min. He quickly adjusts his stance, surprised. At that moment, before he could even react, Zero's like a moving mountain crashed straight into Eon Min, and his punch left Eon Min's whole body paralyzed. In a moment, the system's interference images flicker. Eon Min's breath grows weaker and weaker. Memories gradually blurred before his eyes. At that moment, Zero's delivered another powerful punch straight into Eon Min's face. Scenes from the journey unfold, the people Eon Min met gradually fading into illusions. The sky above him darkened, and thick black clouds gathered rapidly. At that moment, Eon Min could no longer see clearly anything, and then the pouring rain fell on the desolate land. The memories in him gradually blurred and disappeared as the punch hit Eon Min squarely. His voice is full of triumph. This is the difference in our strength, Roken. At the moment of death, Eon Min saw Roken's body gradually vanish. He reached out his hand as if trying to wake himself from the drowsy sensation approaching, like images reduced to shattered fragments. He desperately reaches out for Roken's fading figure before his eyes, but cannot touch him. Zero's remains triumphant. He repeated his words like a declaration, the imbalance of power unbridgeable. But he suddenly paused, sensing something strange. He looked at his opponent with confusion as Eon Min in front of him was transforming his spear into a separate object that was gradually disappearing. At that moment, Eon Min roared loudly, unleashing a fierce surge of energy from deep within him, a violent attack. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. Then a deafening explosion shattered the silence, sending a white cloud of smoke across the sky. From within the smoke, a light suddenly shot up into the sky. Zeros, with his two bloodied arms, cursed angrily. "This is hopeless. Using a brutal attack right in front of me. Are you trying to self-destruct?" Eonihimin picks up the dagger blade, clenches it tightly in his palm, and with all his might charges toward Zero. His fierce fighting spirit, like a blazing fire, makes Zeros momentarily feel a surge of terror. Eonmin's eyes blaze with raging red electric flames. He growls, "I must kill him no matter what." His madness fuels Zeros's fighting spirit, and he lunges forward without hesitation. Zero's golden pupils suddenly flashed as he roared in utter fury. "You're quite skilled, Roken." Zero stomped hard on the ground into a defensive stance, causing rocks to shatter into tiny pieces. He swung his arm forward with a powerful motion, creating an invisible tornado to face a worthy opponent. Immediately, a dark purple sphere appeared in Zeros's palm. Zeros used his ultimate death move. The entire space is quickly enveloped by a faint light with dense fists like demons blocking every escape route as Eonmin raises his blade into the air to spin it around. Using a critical strike technique, he unleashes a fierce destructive force. Eonmin's smile twists into a grotesque expression like a man losing his mind. Zeros also roared in fury, both shouting loudly, "Go die! Go die!" One side destroys the entire realm, the other charges with a fatal strike as two meteors collide. Then a deafening explosion tears through the sky and a blinding light floods the space. Eonmin roared out loud. His sword's blade directly clashed with Zeros's thunderous fist. The blazing shockwaves spread out, shaking the entire ground as Zeros gasped in his final breath. "Well done, Roxanne." Eonmin steps forward, leaving behind the figure of Zeros torn into two separate pieces. The broadcast ends in silence. At that moment, in a distant land, a few people were also watching the match. Seeing the final result displayed on the screen, they were horrified and couldn't believe their eyes. Her voice trembled. "No, this can't be real. They actually defeated Zeros. Is this real? Can NPC really be defeated?" A figure quietly steps forward, calling out the other's name with calm resolve. Fell, she was momentarily startled. "Huh?" Odin stepped forward. His eyes flashed with a cold glare. What was the name of that person just now? The beam of light is shifting and shining down on the intersection. Eonmin lands safely, holding a healing potion in his hand. Eonmin almost collapsed to the ground, drinking the medicine and contemplating. Huang is too dangerous. What if Zeros shows up? He looked up at the video icon in front and smiled with satisfaction. Luckily, thanks to that, we managed to recover our capital. A video of a monster battle that caused a shock has been uploaded, from pre-roll ads to Dionor ATE earnings. Let's see how much we can get. But Eonmin's face suddenly looked more unpleasant. "Huh?" He slowly got up while reading the system notification. The after effects of the root's influence have disappeared. This forehead punishment is also over. Eonmin is full of energy and muttering to himself. Now let's move on to the next mission. Still at the intersection, the Human Union. Harbin greets him with a bright smile. "You're here, huh? It's already taken care of. I really do have good judgment." A system notification appears after Eonmin hands him the item, confirming the completion of the mission to investigate the remains. "Thanks to him, I now have more information about the bones and flesh," Harbin muttered as he assessed the situation of the person in front of him. "The next mission is still a bit early. Anyway, if it were you, it would be resolved quickly. Since there's no time limit, just find me whenever you want. Don't worry, old man." Detailed information about the mission appears. About blood and magic. You are tasked with investigating death and rebirth at Kingston Council, building on research documents about herbs and bone dust that can extract rebirth back into flesh. Find clues about blood and magic. Condition for completion. Collect 44 monster blood samples. The task is complete. A thank you from the Kingston Council. 10 gold coins. Experience points. Why? Mr. Min couldn't hide the look of pleasure that appeared on his face. Finally, it's here. The last racial quest available in the third city. He carefully reads each line and makes an assessment. It looks simple at first glance, but it hides a deadly trap. Complete the task by collecting 44 blood samples from unique monster species. Why? Mr. Min carefully considers the requirements of this mission. The monster blood here is from monsters level 160 or higher with no duplicate species. In my previous life, I suffered so much because of this, but this trap isn't something you can easily solve just by knowing about it. I am beginning to grasp the scale and the number involved. Each area only has 20 types of monsters at level 160 or higher, which means even combined, the two areas are missing 4 species. The area keeps expanding, and I need to include the Hack-Long Legion types, except for special NPCs like Jiros and Karos. I must catch Oth, Cho, Goblin, Undead, Y. Ong Min grimaces. You're underestimating this, damn it. This is a tough problem. I'm sleepy, so I'm leaving, but since it's a quest, it's okay to hunt down some players too. The problem is that no players are above level 160. Just some memories come to mind. We can't keep waiting like this. Should we just attack that village, or maybe not, since the guard NPCs might not drop monster blood? And then suddenly he shouted as if he had an idea. Yes, that's the only way. And as time passed to the next day, at the northeast intersection, blind stop Y, Mr. Min appeared and began slaughtering the little boars here. The workers were determined and hard-working. His face clearly showed exhaustion. And Y Ong Min only stopped after seeing the notification that he had finally obtained the blood of the stone centipede. He looked at the carcasses of the centipedes fading away before him and silently remarked that he knew very well how rare the headless bat was. The progress of the quest showing only 1 out of 44 blood and blood magic of the monster makes Y Ong Min feel discouraged. After a whole day of hunting, he only has 1 blood sample. He begins to ponder while tightly gripping the blood vial in his hand, realizing that although this method is slow, it is the only effective way. And then once again, I accelerate forward. There's no time to think. I have to keep going quickly. Speaking of which, during that time, I spent the mornings desperately searching for monster blood. Bye. Mr. Min works harder than ever at night to mobilize the Black Dragon Legion so they can quickly reach level 160, revealing information about the semi-urban area near Axtao while simultaneously completing other interconnected racial missions and skill experience boost tasks. And then a few days passed since finishing that busy schedule. Mr. Min stepped out of his sleepiness, a smile on his face. Finally, he made a declaration, and that was it. He couldn't help but feel resentful when thinking about the past. The Hack-Long Legion just caught a black rhinoceros, no longer an ordinary creature. That rhinoceros has a high defense ability, so it's very hard to take it down. Why? Mr. Min immediately craved the smell of food and beer. All right, now only the 4-race Hack-Long Legion remains. Today, let's have some chicken and beer. He slowly walks over to his chair, placing the chicken down while eating and searching for videos on YouTube, his hand skillfully maneuvering the mouse. His expression shows surprise. Mr. Min looks astonished. Oh, this is... When the screen shows a challenge, Roken, get up and go. The Black Dragon Legion has reached level 160. Oh, finally some players have hit level 160. He couldn't hide his excitement after reading it. Truly worth the effort we put in more. Thanks to that, they level up together, making everything easier. Another issue is still being considered. So now, how do I make them bite the bait? I muttered to myself as I recalled the habits of the monsters. Waiting for them at the hunting area is fine too. But if the rumor spreads, the place I occupy will become the #1 safe zone after taking down Jiro. All the users are avoiding me. Why? Mr. Min glances at something. The post you're paying attention to is, oh, how to make a scarecrow. Why? Ong Min's lips curl into a knowing smile. A dummy. Your smile is losing its humanity. That's right. If they avoid me, I won't let them realize they're just fooling themselves. Time passes to the next day, at the Black Dragon Legion camp in the Blood Moon Forest. Why? Mr. Min looks around cautiously. Good. As expected, there's no one here. This remote place will do. Then he used the summoning scroll to call the supplier, summoning an NPC item vendor by his command. Hello, adventurer. But before he could finish introducing himself, Mr. Min directly threw an item at his face. We provide products. Mr. Min was just refurbishing the NPC vendor while talking to himself. First, I will change my appearance so they won't suspect anything. After removing the race-based sales restrictions, I am modifying the NPC supplier's settings. A system message appears. The NPC vendor has registered products for sale. Why? Mr. Min observes it and mutters to himself. Just need to fill it with magical and rare equipment. The NPC sales clerk quickly appears with a completely new look. There. Not bad at all when you look it over. Why? Mr. Min smirked maliciously and whispered to himself if he had to trade with the NPC to get those amazing gear falling from the sky. The older sister is calculating, so the preparations are done. The only thing left is for Ong Min to set the trap. Everything else has been arranged. Meanwhile, over at Astao, look, there are 2 people talking to each other. Hey, do you know that guy who's been sharing secret tips lately? The bride is sighing. Of course, thanks to him, our group has already been granted 160. The glasses wearer added, he just posted a new update. They look at the notification screen and start calculating. It seems there's a secret shop outside the arena area. Really? Where is it? The chosen location is at Blood Moon Stop. NPC, the shopkeeper sent by Mr. Min to carry out the mission, is cautiously hiding behind a tree. Mr. Min's face is a wicked smile. Come here quickly, you fools. A gloomy space unfolds before them as two adventurers converse. Hey, anyway, the atmosphere here feels a bit strange. Let's gather some more members. If there's nothing different, what is over there? Let's go over first to check. The man with glasses suddenly seems to realize something. He quickly pulls his friend along as he speaks. Hey, run away, hurry up. The person next to you doesn't understand what's happening and can only follow. What's going on? What's wrong? The guy with glasses keeps explaining. Spray it. Look ahead. Ahead. They are looking towards Mr. Min and NPC. Then I assessed. I went crazy. Isn't that Roken? I'm telling you, what is that monster who killed all the zeros doing here? That guy with the beard is completely terrified. I don't know about that either. He disappeared. They continue to focus their attention on the NPC. Behind us. What is that? Come closer and see for yourself. When they get closer, only then do they realize what it is. What is it? It's NPC. Could it be the special merchant mentioned on the homepage? There's a notification about a trade when you get close. Be careful just in case. The person wearing glasses suddenly realizes something. What is this? He looks at the pile of items in front of him and exclaims, with all these features on Zoe's, that Roken guy, this is why he's so strong, because he's the only one using equipment from this merchant. But he couldn't help but think about his own money. It's too expensive, so he can only buy one item and call everyone in the guild to buy everything out. Young Min hid behind a tree, unable to stop laughing at how smoothly the plan was going, so easy like eating porridge, hurry and call everyone. The guy wearing glasses quickly led a group of others over, while he conversed with his friend on this side. We're here, still keeping an eye on him, right? He quickly responded, yeah, no one else is around. The other players also arrived and found the same thing. Wow, this is real. It's the first time I've seen something this good. That's impressive. The person wearing glasses tests the new item in their hand while commenting, now we can strengthen our energy. Unexpectedly, not long after, he was startled by a noise from behind and opened his mouth in shock, and the others quickly took their place. First, gather the gold. How much do you have? Just take it all out here. One of them asked, how much do you have? And he quickly realized something was wrong. Damn it, why aren't they responding? His eyes widened in surprise and shock as he saw his comrades behind him already sent to the afterlife. What's going on? Why? Mr. Min appears behind them with an explanation. What do you mean? You didn't even give them a chance before rushing in to attack. If it smells good, then the fish must be big, you fools. He swung the weapon in his hand down, then all you could hear were screams of panic. Mr. Min is the only survivor. The system notification keeps appearing. Having received the blood of the demon spirit, the blood of the oat, the blood of Cho, and the blood of the undead, he happily raised them all high, getting a bunch at once. Then he looked at his system panel and assessed it. After all, he had to defeat the player. The bat drop rate is still better, huh? Why? Mr. Min continues to handle the NPC in front of him. You've had a tough time, too. Now you can go. The quest with the partner has been completed. The registered item has been returned to the bag. When he was left alone, he began to mutter to himself. Well, the item has also been received. Now it's time to go to the old man's place. Why? Mr. Min quickly arrived at Crossroads, the Human Alliance Guild. Harbin greeted him with a warmer smile than ever before. You're truly impressive. Thanks to you, my status in the council has risen significantly, and I have completed my understanding of blood and magic. He personally handed over the item for the mission. Here, take this. It's a thank you letter from the Kingston Council. Mr. Min took it happily. Thank you. Warning. A notification from the system sounds, indicating that the thank you letter from Kingston Parliament has been received. This is the final reward. Your face begins to show signs of losing humanity. This piece of paper doesn't improve any stats, but there will be times when I need it. So for now, I'll just keep it. Harbin forgot to remind me and took it with him when Mr. Min left. If you go to the center, give it one more push for the Kingston Council, because to regain the glory of our humanity... Yes, if I have time, I will take a deep breath after completing the series of missions. As Mr. Min walks away, he keeps pondering. All the racial missions in the third city are done, now just crossing the fourth city and the central area remains. He mentally listed the problems. The problem is the level limit to reach the center. Just thinking about it makes me tired. Next is figuring out how to handle each issue one by one. To reach the center, you must cross the sea, where monsters live at the bottom of the ocean. They are as terrifying as their name suggests.
After calculating everything, he cheerfully said, "All right, being fully prepared is not a bad thing. First, no need to rush. Let's go back to that place." Peace.
His footsteps leisurely pressed onto the green grass as why Mr. Min is currently south of Crossroads Zedek. He looked ahead while pondering. Many had come here to play before, but now no one even bothers to look at this place because there are no special items here. A completely new place awaits discovery, but here there is a secret no one knows about. He suddenly looked over when he heard the voice of the person beside him. "This is the destination afterward." The two new companions are just as excited, but we will switch to alert mode. Lever 180.
Guard Dwarf Goji. I will check the surroundings and report back.
Level 180. Guide Soldier, Dwarf Mizuji. Yes, Mr. Min politely responded to both of them. All right, I'll leave it to you two. They are NPCs from the Dragon Legion I recruited. As I just entered inside and thought to myself, I had to form a team to attack the relic, spending a lot of money to recruit powerful NPCs. The smile gradually lost its humanity, but even though it was expensive, it was still much cheaper than sharing the rewards with other players. Because Mr. Min and your companion are at a fork in the road, all right. There are 3 paths. Goji, Mizuji. Listen carefully. He begins assigning tasks, Goji on the right, Mizuji on the left. Then he continued to give detailed instructions, saying that if both of them reached the end, they would find a small tiled room and even explained what to do once inside. If you look closely at the tiles, you'll see one with a pattern. A simple command is given to them. Stand on that tile until I call both of your names, and no matter what happens, do not lift your foot off it. Understood? Both members replied in unison. Yes, Mr. Min remained in place, waiting. A little while later, dawn should be coming too. As he finished speaking, the ground began to change, and Mr. Min sensed it with a look of delight. Oh, it's here, Hailong said while his teammates were already in their positions. Seems like they found the right place. A system notification appears. The secret of the relic has been uncovered. The gatekeeper will block your way. It's your turn now. A golem hand rises from the ground, reaching out to attack, and the key to open the new door has appeared. But right now, Mr. Min is facing a bunch of gatekeeper golems. Quite a crowd, so take down the gatekeeper and get the key. He quickly gets into position to attack, no need to hold back, and his face shows he's enjoying this more than ever. Because I will kill you all. The gatekeeper golems rush towards Wyong Min to attack. Level 165 gatekeeper golem, he also charges forward without hesitation to confront it. Wyong Min spins in midair to dodge these attacks, even managing to cut off one of the guard golem's arms. These angry golems are roaring, but to Mr. Min, they're just something to make him laugh. They are no match for him now. Too easy. Wyong Min moved while quietly reflecting. Although collecting monster blood was terrifying, he couldn't deny that it helped him grow stronger. He continued to feel his strength, his body, even the shield felt lighter, and then he entered a berserk state. It felt really good. Level 190, Roken Berserker. Wyong Min took long strides, weapons firmly in hand as he counterattacked. The golems keep shattering one after another. Wyong Min calmly steps down to the ground. Behind him, there was a pile of debris and thick smoke. At this moment, Goji had also returned to Mizuji. They stopped in front of him and announced that they had returned by order. Nothing unusual inside. However, at this moment, Mizuji couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Oh, because in front of her was a pile of debris and a black sphere appeared. Mr. Min reached out and took the sphere. Then he turned to look at them with a sinister smile. Oh, the little dwarf friends. It's finally here. He holds the golem's parts to prepare to open the door. Don't just stand there watching. Hurry up and step back so I can open the door. The system notification appears. The gatekeeper's password has been verified. The gate slowly opens. They stand still as the next notification appears, revealing the true entrance to GTJK. Then Mr. Min slowly stepped inside, moving forward while pondering, as he considered that the hidden difficulty level of the GTIC area was around 170 and also thought about his new teammates. Although the dungeon is filled with complex traps and monsters, these guys are level 180, so they should be capable of completing it. After some thought, he reached the bottom of the stairs and Mr. Min made a comment. All right, now the real challenge begins. He observes the space ahead, filled with monsters everywhere and traps scattered throughout. Then he signaled to his two teammates, Goji and Mizuji. Wyong Min's task was simple. Now it's time to show your worth, so go ahead and demonstrate your strength. Mizuji and Goji quickly cast combat magic and raised their weapons, confirming and switching to reconnaissance mode, then readying themselves for battle. The formation in front of Mizuji glows brighter than ever, covering the entire room and clearly revealing the locations of all the traps. She announced and confirmed most of the traps, saying she would lead the way to find a safe path. The two of them then started moving together, with Mizuji quickly leading the way in this direction. Mr. Y just followed behind them and listened to each instruction, this time going straight. The three of his team crossed the Mekong easily, turning left and right. Not much longer now, it's this way. But at this moment, she suddenly stopped. Oh, because in front of them was a gate. They found it. It was the exit. The three of them approached and examined it, and when Goji reached out to touch it, he was struck by lightning, as expected. He turned to report to him that it was a barrier, likely designed by someone quite powerful, and it would take quite some time to dispel. Young Min simply asked, roughly how long? About 10 minutes, Young Min listened and smiled. 10 minutes, huh? He turned to look at the monsters and replied, Don't worry about those, just do your part. Goji, ready to fight on the other side to protect Mizuji. Thank you, I'll leave it to you. What appeared before them was a level 162 ancient, venomous, slender creature. Mr. Min didn't waste any more words and directly charged to attack, so don't bother arguing, just get out of here. The sword in Goji's hand glows as he unleashes a powerful combined skill, a sweeping slash that turns the mist into a cloud of destruction, causing the monsters to explode like fireworks on New Year's. And only then does Goji finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then a madman's voice echoed again. I was originally looking for someone, but unexpectedly they came to me on their own. The mutant mage glared at them, shouting fiercely, I will show you the fear of facing my power. Level 175 Dark Magic Sorcerer, wielding ominous magical power. Young Min looked ahead while silently assessing, that is the boss of this dungeon. He observed the mutant mage, then pondered, a second most mutated creature after Tulo, with chaotic powers. The opponent then spoke, you must be very strong to have come this far. His staff began to glow. It emits strange, dark energies as the demon mage loudly declares, but this will be your grave. Dark clouds suddenly swirl across the arena, even lightning strikes down, and the demon mage laughs loudly while giving orders. Come out here, my loyal followers, wipe them all out. The shapes of the monsters begin to appear, and the door opens to reveal dozens of eyes. Like Tiolo, who has the ability to grow gigantically, each mutated monster has its own unique power. The truth is, the sorcerer's ability is to control the mind, which allows him to dominate and command other monsters as his subordinates. Level 150 mutated sharks suddenly coordinated as Young Min saw them, and signaled his teammates Gouji and Mizuji to their positions, while the other two members prepared. The system notification sounded as the mutated sharks targeted them and charged in, marking the start of the first wave of monsters. It was a threatening growl, but it was quickly taken down by Young Min. Where is it? His eyes flicked to the side at the sound, and another mutated shark was opening its mouth to eat him. Young Min quickly moved, controlling the weapon in his hand. To unleash those sweet slicing moves, Twister Tech, they only managed to cry out in pain before being cut into pieces. Young Min fully enjoyed this one-sided fight. Those fools are no match at all, that crazy bastard. This is the end for all of them. When the monstrous mage's aura suddenly vanished, what the hell, you arrogant bastard? Young Min had already seen him as a joke, trembling all over. He looked at the monstrous mage and then pondered. He wanted to deal with him immediately, like the other monsters, but unfortunately he couldn't. He observes the surrounding situation. Because it is protected by a layer of mutated power, he must weaken its strength before he can attack it directly. Luckily, it cannot attack him until then, though luck is on his side. And then he quickly determines the next plan, so he has to fight until all the waves of monsters are over. Goji and Mizuji, are you already tired? Goji and Mizuji continue rushing to attack and punch the monsters. They turn to look at him and reply one after another, unharmed and still relaxed. This answer makes Young Min very satisfied. All right, 4 more waves of monsters to go. Hang in there a little longer. The corpses of the monsters keep piling up on the ground, level 161. The cowardly and rage-induced mutants are all under control. They have all been wiped out. Level 162, the hunger degradation mutants are under control. And a final message appears, indicating all monsters have been defeated and the 3rd wave is gone. Young Min excitedly looks at his body. The more monsters there are, the more effective the blood seal becomes. The more injuries, the thicker the blood. Then he muttered sarcastically, only 2 waves left, starting to worry, huh? Ugly monsters. And the mad wizard grew more concerned as he witnessed Young Min's power. Yet the overseer, he decided to attack with magic. Shut that disgusting mouth of yours right now, as powerful lightning strikes down, shaking the entire space, while the mad wizard shouts out, come here, my little puppets. The figures controlled by him appear. Let them feel the despair. Both of them exude a fierce aura. Level 171, 2 mutated elves are controlled. Level 172, mutated monsters are controlled. Young-min sneers and mutters to himself. Hey, 2 types at once, they must be really pissed off. He proposed a simple plan. 2 elves for each of them, and the rest are under our control. Understood? Goji replied succinctly. Understood? Mizuji continued. Yes, as the mutant wizard launches the final attack. Die now. The 4th and 5th monsters begin. The 3 members of Youngmin's team immediately move, and the 2 controlled ones on this side quickly rush forward. Goji and Mizuji face off against 2 elves, while Youngmin fights the mutated Otyug one-on-one. He fully enjoys the battle, and even subtly counters his opponents. It's a shame, his body is bigger. As he spoke, he launched a combo at this mutant, but he became weaker. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he immediately changed direction to deliver another strike. The next attack was strike. A system notification appeared indicating that the controlled mutated beast had been defeated. He gently turns his face toward his teammates. Hung, how are you doing? Their battle is not over yet, but both of them have begun to use their strongest move, the combined technique. Goji decides to use Frost, while Mizuji supports with Flames. The 2 opposing forces strike the 2 mutated elves simultaneously, and all that can be heard are their screams. When the 2 sources of energy collided and caused an explosion, the final system message appeared, confirming the destruction of the 2 controlled mutant elves and all the monster waves. The rogue mage's shield also vanished, and the protective barrier of mutated power disappeared. Youngmin wasted no time and immediately charged forward. He aimed at the enemy and shouted loudly, "This is the moment!" wielding his weapon fiercely. "Die! Go insane!" However, the rogue mage has not given up. He begins muttering a spell, a destructive light. A look of surprise flashes across his face. Damn it, I forgot! When he realizes the deadly move he is about to unleash at the end of the monster waves. A white mass covered the space after the explosion, and the rogue mage decided to pour all his strength into his final attack. He almost roared out, watching Goji use his strength to withstand the force of the blast. At this moment, he is using the combined skill Tai San Feng Bich, while Youngmin is completely surprised by this action. He turns to look at him and explains, "My stamina and mana are limited, and I can't hold on any longer." Goji moved almost instantly, leaping higher than the sorcerer's reach, then slashed a fiery sword across his back before the cursed creature could react, forcing the sorcerer to drop his old staff. The space fell into silence. Only the sound of Goji's heavy breathing could be heard. But the strange mage was not defeated yet, huh? Such a hateful brat. He easily struck down a kid who had run out of mana and strength, then disappeared. His hand quickly grabbed the staff, and the monster mage took the opportunity to strike. But he was not destroyed yet. Goji's entire body transformed as the mage's attack descended, leaving him completely stunned. They can withstand my attack, the system notification sounds, and Goji and Mizuji return to the mercenary guild. When the mercenaries come back, they will not return to the battlefield. Youngmin quietly comments, "Goji, Mizuji, you've worked hard. I now have my weapon ready for the final battle against the rogue mage. Thanks to you, I will break this cycle. Leave the rest to me." Goji gradually disappears and returns to the guild. Mizuji smiles and continues. The teleportation light has brought them back. Good luck, Roken. Goji and Mizuji return to the mercenary guild. This scene shows the mage so satisfied that he bursts into laughter. "You fools, now only you remain." The staff in his hand transforms once more into a heavy-headed weapon, "and I will smash you to pieces like a bug." He struck Youngmin forcefully, but then hesitated because he was stopped by him. What is this feeling? This sensation? In front of the strange wizard, it was no longer just a person, but a wall. How could his aura evoke such an oppressive feeling? Youngmin finally speaks up now. "Hey, old man," you smile and start explaining. "I want what you're holding. That's why I caused trouble with you." Then he uttered a gentle voice. "Do you trust me enough to cooperate?" To which the freak mage roared in shame. "How ridiculous. My body was chosen by distant power. You are the one who suffers." I quickly stepped back to prepare my counterattack, noticing he's very confident in his physical attacks, gathering power on his staff to create a sphere of energy, an unactivated despair gem. What about this one? Youngmin also drew out his suitable weapon, the warrior's liberation spear, and a large-scale explosion was triggered. The freakish wizard, having already defeated him, burst into laughter, but too much joy too soon would only turn him into dust. However, right after, he was suddenly glued in place because Youngmin appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. His hand clenched into a fist, and then the strange wizard looked back. What? Only to be hit by a punch from him, pushed back several meters, and Youngmin immediately followed closely behind. He is about to deliver another blow to this crazy wizard, a strike meant for Goji and Mizuji. He moves like a moving punching bag. Youngmin keeps hitting and cursing, pretending to be tough as he goes, trying this and that. His opponent keeps taking hits without being able to do anything else. The face of the strange wizard gradually gets beaten to the point of bone showing. He couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, no way I got beaten, and then could only helplessly curse inside. Damn it, no matter what I will. The strange magician decides to use the self-destruct technique to take the arrogant heir of the family down with him. Young Min is fully prepared to face it. Fine. An explosion has been created. Leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke, Young Min slowly steps out from behind it. Satisfied with the final result, it's finally over. The madness has been destroyed. When the time runs out, the invincibility effect will end. Then he kept walking, while muttering to himself. When the time runs out, the immortality effect will end. Let's see, are you going to blow yourself up again? Young Min smirked confidently. That thing will definitely appear. Then he raised the item to be collected, found it, and now he has the orb of power of the Oni. Young Min examined the sphere and assessed that the secret equipment can only be obtained from a strange mage, the orb of power of the Oni. The truth is that if I kill him directly, the gem will break. I have to let him explode himself to get the complete gem. Young Min is satisfied and uses teleportation to leave. Now that he has the item, he just needs to climb up and use the holy book to reach Crossroads. He returned to Crossroads and immediately met with the head of security, Mankin, who was stunned by the appearance of that item, this thing. Mankin looked at him suspiciously and asked where he got this from. Young Min smiled brightly and explained, I dealt with the distant monster, so I have it. I think everything turned bad because of this. He suddenly ran outside, a great discovery indeed. Wait for me. If there's any news, I'll reward you handsomely. Young Min replied, satisfied, Yes, I will wait. When he was alone, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. What kind of reward? Just waiting to see how the world unfolds. But Young Min's expression changed almost immediately, and he pointed at the notification screen. What? This is really suspicious. The display shows that Thay Lot, the fourth city, is across the sea. Jiashiwan was the first to head toward the central continent, and its members are now approaching it. Around 3 p.m. yesterday, Jiashiwan's members set out towards the central continent. Young Min read this news as if struck by lightning. They left for the central continent before us. Young Min looked at the screen with a displeased expression. These guys definitely know the latest titles well. He reasoned logically, estimating their level to be around 160 to 170. Who would dare to risk challenging the latest news on the screen? The journey on the first sea to the fourth continent. Then Young Min leaned back and continued analyzing. Their success rate is 2%, a low probability but not impossible. He stares intently at the photo, thinking that with this level of promotion, more teams might have already set out or are about to leave. The more he thinks, the more he goes crazy with frustration. If one of them arrives and succeeds, the title we cherish most will be stolen. Young Min even considered the outcome of this. We can't do anything with the ship on the sea or stop them. And even if we set out now, it's hard to reach the central continent. He was so worried he was biting his nails. Could that be the only place where if we get there, we can lead? However, the harsh truth makes Young Min sigh deeply, but in reality we cannot. Even I in my previous life after reaching the central continent couldn't conquer it easily, and the success rate in both places is extremely low. You seem to be panicking over this. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Just then someone called your name in the game, Roken. You've been waiting for a while, huh? Young Min was surprised to see Mankin appear. He turned around, then calmly approached and said, What you brought back is very effective. Mankin, holding a sphere in his hand, said, Indeed, all the power of decline is within this. I have prepared a reward for you. At that moment, the system sound rang out, an unbelievable achievement. You are the first to discover the cause of the decline that no one else has uncovered. Hearing that, he couldn't help but marvel and let out a sound of amazement. Oh, the system continues to announce that the title of the Conqueror of the Decline has become the Destroyer of the Decline. You are the first to achieve this title, and in front of Young Min is a detailed latest information panel, the Destroyer of the Decline, Rare Plus. The power of decay is an unexplored, mysterious force. Not only do you conquer it, but you also tame it. You have succeeded in discovering its origin and controlling it. Decay is nothing compared to you. You are the first to achieve this title. The effect of possession, the destructive power, reduces damage by 20%. The ability to sense destructive power is enhanced, 2 out of 3, he happily praises after reading. Not bad, the available skill enhancement looks promising, and Young Min becomes more excited as he looks at the last row. Moreover, there's an unopened effect, and his face now shows a wicked smile, not knowing what it is. Truly something to look forward to. Suddenly, Young Min looked at his arm, and the system seemed to understand his intention, appearing immediately. The latest soul destruction power, epic level, is inscribed on his body with symbols resembling tattoos, hiding the mysterious power of soul destruction. You have gained the heart of the fallen monster, adding a special power that increases the critical hit rate by 11% when using soul destruction, with damage increased by 60%, and can boost your strength by absorbing fallen power. Young Min nodded in satisfaction after listening. That's right. He's very optimistic about this change. Whether it's a 1% or 10% increase, it's still an increase. It may not be much now, but there's potential for growth in the future. Mankin waited for him to accept the reward, then continued. Thanks to you, our tracking and research on them seem to have sped up. Thank you, this is my final reward. Then he immediately handed over an item and said, Take it, this equipment suits you very well. Young Min looked puzzled as he took it and asked, What is this? Mankin explained in more detail that it was a special skill book he received from someone very suitable for you, so take it. Just as he was about to explain its function, the system clearly detailed what the book was. 2 hearts, skills, create a second heart containing magical power within the user's body. Adding the magical heart to the body significantly increases vitality and endurance, as well as strength, agility, and intelligence. After reading it, I liked it even more. It's amazing, the best sword I've ever seen. Mankin suddenly asked about his impression, So how do you like it? Young Min immediately replied confidently, I like it very much. Hearing that, he felt more at ease. Good, it will help in the journey to the center of the person. He was surprised when Mankin received that news. Then he responded to Young Min with a burst of laughter. Mankin calmly asked back, Isn't that the destination a strong explorer like you would aim for? Suddenly, a commanding aura radiated from him. Roken, who was already very powerful, was even stronger than me. Mankin briefly recalled and then spoke. The event of the Cradle of the Dead proved that. Then he suddenly mentioned, This skill book, consider it my respect for that person. Suddenly, Mankin unexpectedly parted ways, sincerely offering his blessings. Though brief, I am glad to have traveled with you and wish you success on your future journey. Replacing Young Min, he gently smiled and shook hands with Mankin, saying, I am honored. Time passes. And at crossroads where he trains alone, Young Min is now warming up his whole body. As expected, the personal training area remains comfortable. He quickly tests out his new skill, the second heart, holding the book in his hand with a sense of awe. I roughly know what the skill is, but I need to get used to it myself first. So I act, raising it high and shouting loudly, gathering the second heart, and suddenly a surge of aura emerges from the book. It quickly transformed, astonishing Young Min, as an arrow gradually took shape. He prepared himself cautiously, and then the arrow was released, piercing straight into Young Min's right chest. The intense pain made him scream, but the arrow hadn't fully disappeared yet, only finally fading after a while. Young Min placed his hand on his chest to feel it. The pain from earlier was very different from anything he'd experienced before. Suddenly, his expression changed completely. Wait a moment. At this point, Young Min has realized and felt it. Another heartbeat. The system screen suddenly appeared, showing his current status, 2 hearts. Passive. The power of the magic heart will increase physical strength, endurance by 100%. Stamina increases by 300%, with strength, agility, and intelligence also rising. The series of stat increases made Young Min incredibly excited. So cool. He looked at that and already thought of many combination methods, with strength stats rising significantly. Temporarily awakening combat speed by using the Blood of Madness, and combining with other skills would boost effectiveness. Finally, Young Min understood what the question mark meant, the ultimate purpose. After thinking for a moment, he excitedly exclaimed, If it's this, then we can go there to attack. The scene quickly changed, and Young Min was now in the Morin village. He looked at the stunning view before him and laughed loudly. We've prepared a stash of gear. Let's go. Young Min was walking, while recalling that there are 2 ways to reach the central area. His footsteps gradually stopped. One is to take the train to the central area, and the second is Young Min's choice is to move through that place. As I step in, I recall that passing through that place would be twice as fast as taking the train due to the high difficulty and limited number of people. In front, no one below level 200 has ever succeeded. But now Young Min arrogantly declares that he can do it, so he quickly presses himself against the wall, knowing that every action he takes has a purpose, to gather clues and find this place. After a quick check, he exclaimed happily, I found it! Young Min easily spotted the place because we already knew, so it wasn't so hard. Using the secret passage, he quickly jumped down. Come on, Young Min landed safely on the ground in no time. He follows the bright light with a clear goal, determined to conquer a place no one has stepped into before. The blinding glow makes Young Min raise his hand to shield his eyes. Behind the door is a familiar place to him, still as beautiful as before. An unexpected location. The underwater tunnel. Suddenly, a grumbling sound echoes. Who is it? Young Min quickly turns around in panic to look. Behind him, a feared man was questioning him. Why did you come here? Young Min reacted quickly, raising one hand to his chest. He politely introduced himself, saying, I am the true berserker Roken. I want to go through the underwater tunnel, hoping for a trial. The man was surprised by Young Min's identity. A human. It's been a long time since a human came here. He is the manager of the underwater path, and he quickly agrees. All right, about the underwater route, let me think. Just follow me for now. Then he turns and signals the village is in this direction, and Young Min quietly breathes a sigh of relief for the approval. Maybe it's going to work. The system's machine voice announced that the underwater village had been discovered, a great achievement, and that you had found a forgotten area. Its sound continued to echo steadily, and you earned the Explorer title, prompting him to marvel at the achievement. Oh, the system quickly provided a detailed list, Explorer, Rare. This is a title given to those who discover forgotten or unclaimed areas. Your relentless challenge is impressive, ownership efficiency, and the neutral NPCs you meet in the exploration area have increased their favor. It also emphasizes that with the legendary title, nothing is impossible. Your reputation among the villagers at the bottom of the sea has grown, making Young Min feel very good as this title earned their goodwill and allowed the first mission to be completed. However, he remained vigilant about this, but it was still too early to relax because there were many doors to pass through the tunnel. So the two of them continued walking along the village road when suddenly Young Min sensed something and turned around. He only saw that he was blindly judging the villagers' expressions. Since it had been a long time since outsiders came, they looked at us like we were lost, thinking we were celebrities. Suddenly, AZ asked a question. Why do you want to go to the central area? And Young Min was startled by that question. He quietly thought worriedly, already on the second mission, but Young Min still calmly replied, I'm a member of the exploration team. He skillfully spun a story saying we detected a major anomaly in the world. So we are heading to the central area to investigate and report the information we have gathered so far. He listened and then nodded, saying, Oh, Explorer team member, to add more authenticity. Young Min even raised his hand. This is proof of being an Explorer team member, but deep down he was actually calculating. Exploration team is a very meaningful phrase for those at the bottom of the sea. Young Min quietly recalls the past. From long ago until now, the people at the bottom of the sea have been responsible for managing the underwater tunnels. But magic and maritime technology have advanced, and fewer people are seeking the underwater tunnel. Until no one on the surface remembers those beneath the sea, he suddenly speaks with sympathy, acknowledging the hardships he has endured. Young Min suddenly bowed 90 degrees, and, as a member of the exploration team, I admit I haven't paid enough attention to everyone and want to offer a formal apology. He raised his voice to speak to everyone, and I hope you understand that we will never forget your noble sacrifices. Young Min's words moved the villagers, but they couldn't truly feel the pain you endured during that long period. In his heart, he was actually pleased. It worked. Young Min continued to pretend to feel guilty, still falling short compared to your hardships. Immediately after he ended this moment of reflection, the apology speech had touched everyone's hearts. Now it was time to give the reward, bribe, and with that thought, Young Min spoke up and opened the warehouse. Aja was stunned by his action. What, because in front of them was the supplies Young Min had taken out. It's been a long time since they received supplies, so it must have been very difficult for you, right? All of this is for you. A villager with tears in his eyes looks at the item. Gold and silver. This can save Irina. Another person also tearfully speaks up. This is an antidote that works quickly. If only we had it earlier. Aja promptly tells the others to stop talking nonsense. We'll check the supplies later. No need to waste time. He suddenly changed the subject to Young Min. You said you are Roken, right? He clapped his hands and answered that question. Yes. Aja is very grateful but impartial. I understand your good intentions and the exploration team's efforts, and I will make good use of the items you brought. But don't forget the qualification test. Seeing that Young Min did not object, he signaled, so the integrity test begins. Step onto the podium. Both Aja and all the people watched closely, and he knelt down in accordance with the protocol.
Immediately after, he raised his voice and declared, "I am Aja's underwater route manager and will announce the results of Berserker Roken's qualification test." Aja read each word seriously. "First, prove your worth. Demonstrate that you can surpass the central area."
His voice rang out steadily, and through the way the exploration team members helped him prove it, young Min could only reply with one word, yes, though deep down he was feeling proud. It's fine. Soon, Aja moved on to the next part, the second, proving honor, to show that he was not a bad person, through. He slowly added the reason behind it. This is an unnecessary test for those who have already gained reputation. As a member of the protection team who sacrifices for others, no further examination is needed. But young Min felt a bit embarrassed. This is a little awkward, and the next part is what he has shown. Third, demonstrating respect, you sincerely contributed to maintaining and strengthening it, and honored the spirits of those who sacrificed to build the underwater tunnel. Aja loudly exclaimed two words. Through that, young Min was extremely excited. Yes, he suddenly stopped and expressed gratitude. "The goods you sent will be very helpful, on behalf of everyone. Thank you." Meanwhile, he still modestly smiled and replied, "It's nothing." But in young Min's mind, he had a bad feeling that this was too easy, making him uneasy because there was still a part of the test left, and the most important part was the fourth section.
As expected, he just suddenly shouted and tore the paper apart before loudly declaring that the fourth part was a test to determine whether you are qualified to protect the underwater tunnel. "Now, go to the bottom of the sea and hunt the mermaids," young Min responds clearly. Yes, and he is also looking forward to it. When the moment comes, he instinctively recalls a few features of that creature, the mermaid, which is different from the female mermaid. This creature specializes in close combat, characterized by its fast speed underwater compared to humans' sluggishness. Meanwhile, young Min is also moving underwater, using a method to lure and eliminate them on land. If he leaves the test area, the exam will restart. Confident, he heads into the deep sea, with no other choice but to surface, and he also equips a rainstorm artifact that allows him to breathe underwater. He even anticipated this in advance. Without underwater skills, it would be tough. But with this equipment, it's different. Suddenly, young Min pulls out a shell, which functions as a conch to summon the mermaids, indicating their rank and magic. This is a communication device among the mermaids, but it was stolen by someone at the bottom of the sea. Seeing that, he took a deep breath and blew into it, and from afar, a monster heard it. Young Min eagerly said, "Come on!" A whirlpool of water quickly headed towards him. The creature immediately closed in on young Min, but he wasn't afraid, and even taunted him. "You're here, you little fish!" The level 195 mermaid is furious at that remark, unafraid of death, daring to call me out. Both of them quickly moved apart, and he suddenly left, confusing young Min, revealing that the mermaid had surrounded him. Young Min looked at his attitude with a rather displeased face, confident in his speed underwater. In that moment, a whirlpool suddenly appeared, and in front of him was the mermaid rushing straight at him. Young Min seized this precious opportunity. It's time. He quickly activates his skill. The furious sound waves continuously attack, causing him to suffer. Damn it, my body. Seizing the opportunity, young Min charges with a spear. Die. Suddenly, the fishman's eyes flash brightly. He managed to dodge just in time, catching him off guard, while the fishman sneered mockingly at young Min. The foolish human, still unaware of the trap, as a water net appeared with his words. In this cold, deep sea, the sharp trident rushes up. The fishman dodges and uses it against him. No one can defeat me. That trident pierces through young Min, turning the seawater cloudy. The trident was quickly pulled out of young Min's body. The malicious mermaid stared intently at his condition, looking quite impressive. The cunning human smiled evenly and declared, "Well then, it's over." The mermaid calmly assesses young Min's life. Even though the arrow went straight through his heart, he still seems to have a little breath left. Without hesitation, he lunges forward to deliver the final blow. End it now. When suddenly, his second heart beats fiercely. Young Min managed to counter his attack just in time, his quick reaction surprising the mermaid. He grabbed his neck with one arm, forcing the mermaid backward, and he kept dodging, lucky to avoid many strikes. He spoke cruelly, finally capturing the person, this little guy. Young Min's strange condition puzzled the mermaid. No way. I clearly stabbed straight through his heart. Hearing that, he laughed and told him that he needed to confirm exactly how many hearts I have. Poor fishman, not knowing young Min has 2 hearts. Once a heart is destroyed, it won't kill me. So he quickly switched to another weapon, throwing an axe. Immediately afterward, young Min was about to use it. Before attacking, he bid farewell to the mermaid, saying, "Go well, you sneaky fish." He hurriedly begged for mercy, but it was too late. In a moment,
Water splashed everywhere. A moment later, water still dripped from Youngmin's legs, and he quickly took medicine to restore his strength. Reflecting on the battle, Youngmin sighed silently, realizing that in the end, to defeat him, he had also lost one of his hearts. Losing the effect of a resurrection once is a pity, but if I go to the central continent, I can get treatment. In my memory, it's a place where if you donate enough to the temple of the central continent, any wound, whether a severed arm or destroyed internal organs, can be healed. While Youngmin was feeling heartbroken, there was applause, though it was a bit costly. Hearing the sound, he turned around in confusion. Oh, Youngmin is very happy to see you again. Manager. And AG. Then continued to applaud him, proving his strength in protecting the tunnel. Now you can use the underwater tunnel to the central continent. The system also confirmed it. You are now qualified to use the underwater tunnel, and in the future you can pay to use it whenever you want. Everything is settled, and Youngmin is very happy. Well done. Everything went smoothly. Suddenly his attitude changed completely, but there was a problem. That statement made him suspicious. Isn't it finished yet? A G quickly gets to the main point. Recently, the underwater tunnel hasn't been cleaned properly, so it seems to be blocked lately. It would be great if you could clear a path and clean it up. The system has issued a new mission. Clean up the underwater tunnel. The entrance to the underwater tunnel has been blocked for a long time due to lack of cleaning. Please clear it and ensure the path is accessible. Complete the underwater tunnel cleaning to receive your reward. Visiting the underwater tunnel express train. Seeing Youngmin's reward feels uneasy. The express train. Something feels off. Still, he accepts the request. First of all, thank you. I will do it. AG. Hearing that, he happily shook hands again. Good luck, Roken. Once again, Youngmin's foot lands on a new spot. He slings his axe over his shoulder and speaks with confidence. So, this is what you call cleaning up? In front of Youngmin, there are a bunch of large sea creatures. It seems the monsters around have clogged the tunnel, looking like a seafood market. Right now, they are quite harmless to him. Although these monsters look quite threatening underwater, right now they can only breathe and have very little fighting spirit. That means Youngmin quickly jumps away from his position. He quickly carried out the harvesting actions. They are essentially the chunk of experience, points to be exploited. Leap attack. A big fish has been taken down. Youngmin, feeling energized, eagerly harvests. So, who's next? Mr. Roken's Sashimi Omaka's shop will be opening soon. Another starfish gets criticized for its pair, then a super meaty, super firm crab follows. Youngmin continues to showcase his top seafood skills. After struggling for a while, he stopped. Youngmin was very satisfied with his achievement. The assorted sashimi is ready. At the same time, the system sound rang out, completing the cleanup of the underwater tunnel. Opening the underwater tunnel train tour. You have leveled up. A sneaky smile now appears on his face. All that remains now is to claim the title of first to reach the central continent. It's as easy as pie. But after a while, the sound of screams echoed everywhere. That terrified voice belongs to Youngmin. Damn it, right now he's experiencing the Oceanic Superspeed train version. Using this makes Youngmin think of someone. I've heard that the high-speed train is quite suspicious. There's no doubt this is the work of that damn spoiled race. It's just unfortunate that he has to play with this. Youngmin's destination is quickly in the air, and then he lands on the ground head first. Youngmin struggled to break free, and all his efforts were finally rewarded. I'm alive. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in amazement. Oh, in front of Youngmin is a vast fortress. We've finally arrived. I finally arrived. The system displayed the name of this place. Central Continent. Hearing that, he could only utter a sigh of amazement.
Oh!
Youngmin looked at the screen in front of him and could only exclaim. An unbelievable achievement. He slowly read those lines. There was one line in particular that caught Youngmin's eye. The reputation of the PC Alliance and neutral factions in the Central Continent has increased by 1 level. He is very pleased with this reward. Great, truly a crazy effect. Especially with this reputation ranking, we can start a very friendly phase with everyone right from the beginning. Suddenly, Youngmin noticed something else. Huang. It turns out it was because the system kept displaying it. The first explorer. You are the first person to reach the Central Continent. So many rewards have been added for you. Sich. Increase underwater movement speed by 50% and damage to underwater monsters by 30%. You have earned the title of Pioneer. Find the traces of the Wind Spirit. The traces of the Wind God who once swept across the world have been found. Find the remaining traces and continue to uphold the Wind God. Advanced training and class transfer completed through the earliest underwater tunnel. Completed. Nothing is impossible. You are the first to defeat the legendary monster that is very difficult to handle deep underwater. This is very difficult to achieve. The reward effect has been added. The reputation of the PC Alliance and neutral PCs on the central continent is overwhelming for you. Is the first title really that many? Ung's eyes narrow slightly as he focuses on something. Wait, here. I'm really curious about this notification. What exactly is it? That is a mission full of unanswered questions. Find the traces of the wind spirit. The traces of Tongfang, who swept the world long ago, have been found. Find the remaining traces and continue to maintain Tongfang. Advanced training and first-class transfer completed. Through the underwater tunnel as soon as possible. Completed. You now have the friendly reputation method added? Looking back, Jung finally remembered. After the advanced training course, I didn't gain much, so I completely forgot about it. My face looks a bit contemplative right now. I see. As expected. But right after that, Ung Min showed a suspicious look. Whatever. He is very optimistic and cheerful, believing that the effort he puts in will be rewarded accordingly, so whatever happens, he's fine with it. In Aung Min's heart, only one goal matters, the Central Continent mission. He quickly identified where he needed to go. If the first and second cities are guidance areas, and the third city is for beginners, so the main system will officially start here in the fourth city. Therefore, the first thing Jung Min needs to do is, first I should change my class, but there's a requirement for that. To do that, the essential thing is 300 royal tokens. His familiar footsteps once again began to move, which meant, in the distance, a giant monster appears, an off-level 199 creature approaching Jung Min. He looks at him with caution, knowing he has to catch these 300 giants soon. Ung Min is excited to face him. Let's go all out. In Ung Min's mind, he pondered that no matter how many titles he has or what they are, he quickly realized that in the Central Continent, without being above level 20, there's not much you can do. And the text above Ung Min proves that. Level 190, his steps gradually move forward. Anyway, I still have time to change classes. Then Jung Ming leaps forward to prepare for the attack. Just enjoy your leveling up time. The system will assign the tasks. Fourth class transfer. Eliminate the odd and collect the Emperor's seals to prove your qualification. The success condition is to collect 300 Imperial seals. That odd's name quickly grabbed a piece of wood to block the attack, grinding his teeth as he resisted that force. Even so, Ung Min's shield was sharper than a piece of wood and immediately shattered into many splinters. Odd is utterly stunned by this scene. In front of him is the image of Jung Min preparing to strike the next blow. He sneered and read the name of the move, the fatal strike. Suddenly, Jung Min's staff in his hand transforms into a giant axe. He uses it to split the monster in two. In the end, he was left with only 2 pieces of his body. A piece of equipment dropped after defeating the odd. A giant magic spear of odd level with a medal beside it. The royal insignia of rare grade. Ung Ming quickly and thoughtfully notices the surrounding disturbances. You can already smell the blood of your kind. Quickly, he retracts the insignia. There are 299 left. The system confirms simultaneously. The Emperor's seal number 1 out of 300. Then Jung Min turned around to face the odd group. Get up already. You're totally clueless. The endless battle begins with a slash that cuts the ground, dividing the 2 sides. He was knocked back by the aftershock, but laughed as he commented, A dim-witted brute only relies on muscle. Then Jung Min quickly jumps away from there. He quickly swung across the odd's body, resulting in a loud crash behind Jung Min. Suddenly, an odd guy jumps up from behind him, but Jung Min seems to have anticipated it. I will end it. Another unlucky one leaves this world with this token. After a struggle, Ung Min has finished the battle. At last, he is extremely happy with the final seal. That's all 300 of them. The system appears again to confirm that the Emperor's seal is now over 300 out of 300, and the text above Jung Min also changes. Level 200 Roken. The level increase makes me very pleased. I've reached the target level. Jung Ming stands amidst a sea of scattered oddities and declares, even if called the king of the forest, for me, you are just as easy to deal with as a chomp. He is now contemplating his next move. I still have plenty of time. Where should I go to level up? Suddenly, a strange noise excites Jung Min. Are there still any big guys around? You're full of energy, so get ready to fight. Anyway, I still want to keep going. But Jung Min's expression was completely different from before. He hurriedly looked for a hiding spot. Damn it. Jung Min stealthily observes the newcomer. Just at this moment, that guy appears again. A nearby ore was forcefully slammed onto the ground. He quickly identified the creature's identity. 2 heads. His imposing stance makes Jung Min cautious. Although he's just a big guy with 2 heads, at this moment a little deer steps out from the bushes. Its eyes looked at the monster with innocence, but in return, it received a strike from him. But only during the battle did I realize its true nature. Jung Min watched the massacre coldly. It is also a brave warrior like us, but of a higher level. He gently comments that, with the trait of being a berserker, it can definitely use a strengthening skill like ours. Jungmin now has his own plan. Fighting it now would be very dangerous and a waste of time. Retreating is also a tactic. I secretly vow to come back after completing my 4th mission and fight it then. The scene quickly changes at the Enlightenment Hall. Inside, Jungmin with a cold face demands that I want to change my class. These are the 300 seals of the Emperor. The class transfer officer, unable to believe it, asked again. You've collected enough already. He sat up and praised Jungmin. That was impressive. The man looked at him with eyes full of disbelief. This is the first time I've met someone as talented as you. Jungmin feels a bit awkward about this admiration. Thank you. My heart keeps urging me constantly. What the hell is this? If you're praising me, then give me my reward. The career change employee slipped and called out, wait a moment. Myung quietly marvels at those words. Oh, you're a gemstone. An incredible achievement. You are the first to become a gemstone expert. The system displays a series of notifications. You have obtained the title of Ghost Crystal Expert. You are the first to earn this title. Its sound echoes non-stop. Master of Spirit Stones. First and foremost, this is an honor reserved for the first person to become a Spirit Stone expert. The effect has been achieved. You have gained a new skill. Hearing that, Jungmin clenched the stone tighter. Very good. In his mind, he silently thought that a Ghost Crystal Expert meant the user had reached level 200. Jungmin could easily feel the change throughout his body, meaning he had become a highly skilled professional expert with his own secret techniques. After reading that, I realized something new. That creative skill is... After passing by the Stone Mage Master, Jungmin realized that only the expert has this skill, and his future actions will be simpler when combining skills. He quietly considered it. Listening to it briefly, it doesn't seem special, but combining skills makes each move more effective. Although he is very proud of his mana, it will create an extremely powerful critical hit. At this moment, Jungmin quietly calculates in front of the system screen.
If I add the creative skill, I will have 4 combination skills and 4 creative skills, the staff member said, as he noticed him pondering.
You need the skill book. Let me see. Someone who can learn to enhance skills will be very strong. Then he rummaged through his chest and said, maybe you already understand the basic knowledge too well. That statement made Jungmin feel very proud, all thanks to my hard-earned experience accumulation. After a while, the employee switched professions and took out a stack of books with 12 enhancement skills costing 60 gold coins. New skills: enhanced cardiovascular system, steel muscles, boosted morale, chaos dance, mana control, weapon destruction, shield breaking. He handed all of them to Jungmin, totaling 7 for 70 gold coins. He immediately took out a bag of money and said it was 130 gold coins. That employee was very happy to get a big customer. Okay. Jungmin also looked quite pleased as he took out a book to check. Let me look closely. I was overwhelmed by the pile of introductions. There are many, and the system describes each skill in turn. Chaos Weapon Level 1. Attack the opponent 10 times in a short period, launching 10 consecutive attacks in 2 seconds. Control Mana Level 1. Passive. Learn to use mana. Reduce mana consumption. The mana cost for all skills decreases by 30%, destroys level 1 weapons, and damages the opponent's weapons. However, my own weapon also gets damaged. Destroy the level 1 shield, attack and break the opponent's shield. However, my own shield also took damage as Jung kept tapping on the system screen. Only these 4 can be used directly. Yeah, combining them should be enough, so it requests to proceed. Please assign actions to the skill combination in the skill book and allocate some skills accordingly. Divine Power, Dash Attack. Berserk Combat, Steel Body, Increased Morale, Action Command, Chaos Dance. The system loudly announces that combination is possible. Then it continued to remind him to check the expected usage status of the combination skill and press the complete button. The system continues to prompt. Once the combination is complete, the skill book will disappear and automatically absorb the new skill. Meanwhile, Jungmin is frantically testing his new ability with a pile of monsters falling beneath his blade as he completes the fusion. At this moment, the system displays a notification. Name your first creative skill in the combination. Hearing this, Jungmin simply smiles and states the skill's name. A surge of energy radiates from him as he utters 2 words: Berserk Slaughter. At this moment, Jungmin is in a forest full of Otui. Facing an opponent, he silently thought that the creative skill had been registered. The enemy also realized Jungmin was there. Jungmin reappeared and dodged the attack, then used the momentum to kick a tree and strike back. Jungmin jumps high, shouting the move's name. Unyielding in battle. He is full of murderous intent as he prepares to swing his spear for a deadly strike. A blurry figure appears behind him. That guy still doesn't understand why he was defeated. Thus, Youngmin completed his test. He slowly opened the system screen, and the creative skill had been registered. Counterattack. There was also a line of text displayed above, indicating that the creative skill has been registered. Then the system provided a more detailed explanation, indicating that the creative skill had been registered, including counterattack, creativity, and evading enemy attacks. Increase the critical hit chance, but only avoid the opponent's attack once. Immediately counterattack with 1.5 times the damage after dodging. If you use a mental attack, your power will increase by 50%. Youngmin looked on, unsure of what to do. Have you registered everything? Suddenly, a letter arrived for you, sent from 2 Matters of the Future. Actually, I've been waiting for an electric mage like you for a long time. I've sent a small gift, hoping it will be helpful to you, and I hope you will accept it. The system also quickly sends the reward. You can register for an additional creative skill. Youngmin casually throws away the paper, thinking it's just another compliment gift every day. Slightly annoyed, but since it's a free skill, I'll make good use of it. Now he only cares about one thing. Now, Youngmin's foot stomps hard on the ground. He eagerly faces off against another Tennis. Let's end this. His eyes are full of excitement as he makes his move. We have to go meet that guy. Then the system announced that all creative skills had been registered. In another place, under a clear blue sky with the sound of birds, Youngmin quickly reunites with an old acquaintance and is excited to face him. Finally done, Youngmin was excited to fight, ready to take down that guy, and that guy was Oth Haidu. He was fearless and even taunted with a raised hand. Come on! Oth Haidu grits his teeth in frustration and roars, causing rocks and dust to fly everywhere. Immediately afterward, Oth quickly wiped toward Youngmin. He managed to jump away just in time, and whether it was because his main weapons were those 2 scythes or not, attacking from both sides was quite challenging. Suddenly, Youngmin's eyes spark with interest. That's the only way. Half of Youngmin's face shifts to a different expression as a drop of red liquid splits in 2. Counterattack. He gently slips past Oth Haidu. He still has a smile on his face, and he doesn't even know why he's hurt. Oth Haidu was furious now that only 1 spearhead remained. Youngmin looked at his furious expression and thought to himself, luckily we fought together. He gently dodged all of his attacks as if to say that no one can surpass me when it comes to anger. The 2 spears clashed fiercely, and the aftershock pushed Youngmin back. Oth Haidu is about to use his remaining spear to attack. He immediately realizes the opportunity has come. Right now, a magic circle appears behind Youngmin, destroying the weapon. At this moment, the scene is incredibly majestic and divine. Then his remaining weapon was split into 3 pieces. He smiled disdainfully and told him that even if the user is angry, destroying the weapon won't do anything. The move Youngmin just used to destroy the weapon. Creative, war cry, dust, wine wen, strike, weapon break. Cost him another head and an extra axe, making Oth Haidu furious. He angrily swung his spear down, but Youngmin cheerfully asked him a question. Looking, where? I'm right behind you. Can't you see me? Youngmin's arrogance comes from his skills. He dodges, creates, uses backstop, war cry, guard, dust, dismisses enemy attacks, and evades easily. Youngmin sneered and said, "Are you really an electric mage?" That made Oth Haidu furious and scream, his face full of contempt. "Why are you so slow?" Youngmin even jumped down below. The light mage looked truly humiliated. His hand suddenly formed a gesture, trying to catch Youngmin, who was still smiling, until a red glow flickered from his eyes. Youngmin, full of madness, unleashed his attack, causing a series of fierce gunfire to explode across the ground, rushing wildly, creating chaos. Fox, war cry, berserker, guard, dust, strike, wild wind, protecting himself in fury, sweeping everything away with chaos. Immediately afterward, he gently lands on the ground, feeling proud, probably because my skills are too fast, but surprisingly he's still alive, which amazes Youngmin. But even so, I did not show mercy. When I spared him, I acknowledged his relentless fighting spirit. Chidu, the familiar figure, appeared behind Youngmin, his eyes now very serious, both of them being electric domain masters. Youngmin coldly unleashed his final move, observing as the opponent was quickly split into many parts, and the 2-headed beast was defeated. After a fierce battle, Youngmin quickly changes his equipment, probably also fixed that name. Now it's time to return to the electric grid. He calmly pulls out a book, uses the return to the electric grid skill, and the scene quickly shifts to the center of the electric grid. Youngmin looked at his status and was very frustrated. His mana was drained too much, so he definitely couldn't use creative skills frequently. But he remained optimistic. After all, the item dropped after the battle was a rare two-headed Ots combat skill. The two-headed beast's attack power is strong, but if the wielder doesn't have high-level strength, they can't handle it. Attack power, 1,200 at 1,000 out of 1,000, with the user having over 600 strength, increases attack by 20% against opponents with lower strength stats thanks to the dominance effect. After reading all that, young Min was extremely excited. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What is real, he wondered, confused by the commotion. Why is it so noisy? A man was telling his friend. Màu đèn dội nhanh lên, ngồi do giang ở giang kia. Dung Minh doan ruột dịu vô và thầm nghĩ, ngồi do, anh cố vẻ rất kinh ngạc khi nhìn thấy là một người phụ nữ vỡ cũng tốn quy dừng ở hướng nhìn của Dung Minh. The saintess has come because of our prayer. Hearing the cheers of everyone, he suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Young Min, with his scheming smile, is plotting against her. She will get that, in front of the temple, the saintly maiden prays reverently. Healing the sick with holy light. May the gods hear our prayer. Follow us, and a mysterious beam of light suddenly appears. The crowd was amazed as the divine light healed the wounds. They were convinced and exclaimed, Indeed, she is the saintess. Suddenly someone steps forward. Now it's my turn. So it's young Min. You smirked and asked suspiciously. Are you the saintess from Taimura village in the central continent? Young Min introduced himself proactively. I am Roken, a member of the Crossroads Guard team. I am investigating some incidents and exploring this central continent. The saintess, surprised, stood up and asked what brings you here. At that moment, her face showed clear confusion as young Min took out a small bag. He confidently asserts that this is the offering for the temple. Young Min's heart suddenly brightens. You keep talking. Instead, you should treat my heart. Please prioritize healing me first. After a moment, a familiar voice echoes in the temple. Well done, young Min said loudly, satisfied. This is the feeling, he thought to himself with satisfaction. The results after proper treatment are indeed very good. I didn't expect that with just a little money, the saintess would treat directly on the spot. Young Min suddenly snapped his fingers. He made up his mind. Before other guilds arrive at the central continent, I need to make some preparations. First, officially register for citizenship in Taimura City. Since I am the first to visit the central continent, it's as easy as pie. Young Min proudly looked at the paper in his hand and thought to himself. Second, quickly sell and confirm the commercial real estate around the residence. But for now, I haven't decided to buy or sell anything. The situation needs to be resolved. Young Min unconsciously licks his lips. But I have decided to choose the best building for business so that the money will automatically go into my pocket. Next, as expected, I have to use what I gained from the fight with the Oth guys. The blacksmith wondered. He wants me to craft the equipment as requested, he asked with a frown. Do you have the right materials? Young Min replied briefly. Yes. In the very next moment, the blacksmith exclaimed in horror. How can this be? This isn't Othai's double-headed battle axe. Young Min arrogantly admits. Yes, I want him to forge all the defensive gear with many effects. Except for the helmet. With this thing, he happily laughed out loud. It seems you have a lot of money, he thought smugly. With such a good item, how could he refuse it? Of course, the reason I chose this forge out of the 5 here is because their equipment forging ability is the best. Young Min slightly pained, licking his lips. I'm a bit disappointed with my current gear. Then I won't be able to fully unleash my power. The equipment made by the dwarves here will have many additional effects I need. The blacksmith asked carefully which one you want to add, and young Min replied with a big smile. Increase the critical hit rate. He carefully took notes. Neck, shoulders, arms, chest, pants, shoes. A total of 6 items. The blacksmith added, I only make 5 items a day. Come back the day after tomorrow. The door closed, and young Min couldn't help but feel annoyed as he left. Yeah, at Crossroads, as long as you have money, you can do as much as you want. However, it seems these blacksmiths have set a new limit. No problem. In the meantime, I can do something else. The final preparation is still the most important. After a while, in front of the entrance to the Tower of Proof, 2 guards blocked him, asking for his name. Young Min bowed and introduced Tarakan, a true berserker, and said he wanted to challenge the Tower of Proof. The guard nodded and announced that you are eligible. The participation fee is 5 gold coins, with no additional charges. If you don't die here, you will prove your strength. Starting the first level challenge, the Proof Tower is a test of honor and a way for players to demonstrate their strength. The higher the floor, the stronger the monsters. You must kill all monsters to advance to the next level. Although no items were dropped, it was well deserved because every month the tower rewards the top 100 players. Returning to the present, young Min gazed thoughtfully at the scene before him, where a wicked level 1 squirrel caught his attention. Young Min looked confused and wondered, are you the first challenge, huh? Without hesitation, he gripped his weapon tightly, as expected. It's that appearance that makes people feel guilty. In the blink of an eye, the little squirrels were instantly wiped out. The first level challenge was completed. Young Min looked at the system panel, hesitating for a moment before deciding to restart the first level challenge. Young Min thought to himself that normally, people would move on to the second level. But I still have 999 more kills to get that item, and I can repeat this method to obtain it. Only I know this secret. Before long, he completed Challenge 23, then quickly finished Challenge 384, and later Challenge 618 as well. Finally, Young Min completed the first floor challenge a total of 1,000 times. He paused for a moment. A great achievement was accomplished. Young Min had defeated the beast 1,000 times in a row and earned the one-hit kill title, becoming the first to attain this honor. A one-hit kill with a special effect that causes the opponent to die with a single strike if their health drops below 20%. His reputation drops by 500, and Young Min unconsciously displays a sinister expression. That's it. A power that can kill the weak instantly. This title is perfect for slaughter. I just need to defeat the Black Dragon Legion to regain my reputation. Thus, the first level of the Bright Egg Tower was easily completed with the highest record. The current rank, number 1, at level 1, the Bright Egg Tower ranking has lasted for a month, with higher ranks earning greater rewards. Young Min proudly thinks to himself, of course I am rank 1 because I was the first to challenge it. An ordinary level 200 user wouldn't be able to break this first floor record in such a short time. The task is done, now it's time to climb the tower at lightning speed, he exclaimed excitedly. Next level, the system notification rang out. Young Min had completed level 54 of the Minerva Egg Tower. He achieved the highest record, and the results will be updated soon. Young Min carefully operates the system interface. Current rank is 1, 54 floors, 29 days left until the Egg Tower erases its history. Young Min quickly teleports out of the tower, exhausted and sighing because he used too much energy, now needing to rest. Let's see what the reward is. Young Min was a bit disappointed. Nothing special. Xylot smiled. After all, I also have the hidden title, the newest title, Rare Sword Fighter in the Arena, with a rare dodge expert effect, combined with Sixth Sense. Young Min stretched with satisfaction. The Sixth Sense has no level because I've perfected this skill already. Of course, I have to wait a whole month to receive the first place reward from the Min Egg Tower. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should quickly prepare a new plan. And a moment later, the scene shifted to the Taimura Central Arena where Young Min suddenly appeared alone, facing a group of people. Seeing him, a tall, muscular man approached to ask around. Oh, a newcomer, another nearby sneered, and yet another weakling has arrived. Young Min calmly stopped in front of the counter and said, I want to register for the arena competition. The opponent chuckled and asked, What level are you? He confidently replied, Soldier level. The other confirmed, Soldier level. He took out a coin and held it out to him, saying, The one who can step into the arena when it's their turn. Do you want to fight now? Of course, there are no penalties in the arena. What's better is that Young Min put on a smug face, and each match is reset. What could be better than that? Oh, a loud noise suddenly sounded. He took out a coin, excitedly thinking to himself, finally it's my turn, because this match only involves NPCs, so the connection is very quick. Young Min guesses that the highest level NPC is 190. So he can relax a bit more compared to fighting other players. He immediately uses a teleportation spell, and in the blink of an eye, he appears in the arena, curious to see who his opponent is. Ma Shimu, the swordsman who has slain 10 enemies at level 150, approaches. Young Min is curious. With a soldier level, is this NPC the highest? The opponent speaks up proactively. This is the first match for the elite. Don't worry too much. Anyway, that person will become my 11th victim, but as soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Young Min still stood still. After winning 10 consecutive matches, it's worth fighting him. As soon as the swordsman Masumi appeared, he swiftly struck him down with a blow. Young Min secretly chuckled to himself because each victory earned him an extra point. But right after, the smile on his face disappeared because the victory was too easy. Young Min earned 10 arena points amid enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding spectators. A person exclaimed in amazement after defeating the demon with a single strike, while the person next to him eagerly added, The god appeared suddenly. Young Min frowned slightly in frustration, earning 10 points. It's a bit low, but I have no choice but to aim for the consecutive prize money. Thinking that, he quickly regained his resolve and spoke loudly, Oh well. Next, in the blink of an eye, the next opponent was also defeated. Young Min suddenly appeared like a shadow, easily taking down his opponent with a single deadly strike. Thus, Young Min's abilities have been recognized for his continuous victories. He chuckled, realizing that every time he wins a match, his opponent levels up. The system panel just shut down, and the opponent suddenly rushed at him. Facing him is Dove, known for his steel-strong attack. Young Min arrogantly thought to himself, as long as he kept fighting like this, it would be fine. The audience in the stands cheered louder and louder. Below the arena, Young Min defeated his opponent once again, splitting him into two parts in an instant. Soon, his arena score reached 30,276. Young Min calmly sat among the wreckage, observing his 300 consecutive wins. Although the system only records up to 50 consecutive wins, which I don't really like, having the title to use is still good. He carefully operates the system panel. Let's see. Young Min opens the rare soldier's honor. He clicks his tongue in frustration. If it weren't for those squirrels ruining his reputation, my arena points wouldn't be so low. Young Min was a bit hopeful. With these stats, winning first place in the first season should be no problem. Then, he quickly left the arena. Young Min kept looking around. Taimura's first city is quite large, but after all, I will leave here once I finish the challenge. A building suddenly caught his attention. That's where he decided to stop, at the Swordsman's Hall. He quietly stepped through the door and told the guard without hesitation that he wanted to level up tonight. The guard replied, "Let's see." Then after some thought, he announced that the condition for promotion had been met and handed him a piece of paper saying, "Pledge here." Young Min quietly signs his name, deciding to become a free knight. The guard kindly reminds him that a knight serves a lord and hopes he will find a master to whom he can present his sword. "Have you chosen a lord to serve yet? You are the first squire here. If you can't find anyone, I can introduce you to a good one." Young Min coldly thought to himself, "This is why I only become a half-hearted squire. To become a true knight, I must find a lord to offer my sword and swear the knight's oath, which is why my title has not appeared yet." He looks disappointed and refuses, which is a pity. "I have found the lord I want to serve." The guard nodded and said, "All right. Good luck to you." Young Min left coldly. Being a servant to the high nobility is fine, but it's easy to be exploited. Especially if you're only half-hearted like the Viscount or the Count, then you'll face much stricter restrictions. Even if the player meets the requirements to obtain a noble title, ambitious NPCs will block your path as a knight. High-ranking nobles will try to suppress you, and those seeking higher positions than me, do they think I will let them go? Young Min shook his head firmly. After all, I can't be a free knight forever to go check the situation. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, then suddenly remembered, but first I have to do something. Young Min decided that since he was here, he might as well complete the racial mission. The scene shifts to a tall tower, where a commanding voice announces that, having reached the knight level, he will skip the minor quests. The stubborn nobles asked, "Harbin sent you?" Young Min honestly replied. "He said if you go to the central continent, you need to find a healer for help." Oh. He casually threw the letter away, but our guild already has many skilled doctors to handle the mission. Young Min confidently replied, "Well then, quickly take out a small pouch." Young Min deliberately places it down. "This is my gift for the healer who has taken the time for me. This is also a request from Harbin to you." The indifferent Bond turns away, useless. I'm not someone easily fooled, but right after that, he was overwhelmed. This is Young Min shamelessly speaking again. Because the gold coin is quite heavy, I replaced it with a gemstone. The nobles immediately became visibly frightened. "This item is worth 2 or 3 times as much as a gold coin." He looked embarrassed and stammered. "It seems I have a task that requires someone to do it." Young Min stands to the side smiling. Immediately after, the Bond cross their arms and press for answers. "You've heard of the legend of the pyramid, right?" Young Min replied, casually. "I know," he thought to himself. "Of course, I was there a long time ago." He continued, "I heard that inside that pyramid there are cursed creatures that are still alive. Investigate that for me." Young Min respectfully bows to receive the order. "I am happy to serve you. An immediate mission has been assigned." He hesitated as he looked at the system panel, deciding based on the progress. "All right, this mission isn't just about checking it off the list. If we find them, a battle will definitely happen. Bringing back the blood crystal means the challenge is successful, but if I go now, it's too much for me." Young Min secretly glances at the others, guessing. As I remember, their level is 240 because I bribed him, so the difficulty of the mission has increased significantly. From level 200 onward, the gap between levels is very large. The stat increase per level is 10, twice the usual, and monsters also have titles and special effects when attacking. Other players are definitely heading here too, but I should focus on what I can do first. He thought for a moment, and then immediately headed back to the Taimura Central Arena. Here, Young Min upgraded the tournament to the knight level. If he wins, he will earn many competition points. The more points you have, the more equipment you can buy. The knight level combat tournament will attract the attention of the nobles. If you win, you'll gain fame. The shopkeeper pressed, "Do you want to participate in the match now or not?" He hesitated and replied, "She still hasn't." Young Min thought to himself, "I want to accumulate more points, but if the nobles notice, it will be troublesome. Just focus on passing the trial first." He slowly approached a tall fortress. The two guards suddenly stop him. "Who do you think you are?" Young Min calmly introduces himself. "I am Logan from the Crossroads Guard team," the other side cautiously responds. Identity confirmed. He felt a sudden surge of irritation. These soldiers are terrifying. Mankin's muscles still look the best. Young Min proactively stops at the information desk, wanting to find out more about the evil monster. The other side immediately tenses up upon seeing him. "So it was you. I knew you'd come to take on the mission. Do you have a map?" Young Min quickly pulls out a small piece of paper. Here it is. The shopkeeper immediately gets to work. He handed Young Min a piece of paper, saying that catching just 3 would earn him good information. He couldn't help but be surprised and curious. "Oh, they're already giving me this important challenge. It seems I've earned quite a few points for uncovering the evidence of these monsters from the ancient turtle." Young Min takes the paper and happily leaves. "All right, let's agree on that." The shopkeeper happily waves goodbye, wishing you a safe journey. Young Min walks away deep in thought, starting with the small tasks first. Now he will proceed with the mission at lightning speed. He quickened his pace and approached a potion seller. Young Min quickly and skillfully sells medicine to a merchant, then immediately runs off in a panic as if chased by a ghost. Young Min suddenly sighed and stretched. Now it's time to officially use that. Taimura's Pride, the instant transmission magic. I wonder if other players find this magic expensive, but for me it's worth it. The manager asked seriously the destination, and Young Min confidently suggested, "Take me to Remington." This surprised the other party, asking about Remington Estate. "Really?" Young Min nodded slightly, and he understood immediately, "I see." The manager loudly announced the teleportation spell, heading to Remington. Soon after, Young Min appeared at the Remington territory. "I'm tired and stretching, oh my body, but I'm still annoyed because this isn't the final destination." Young Min thought to himself, "My real goal isn't here. The true destination is the outskirts without instant teleportation connection. There is only one way to get there, so we both found a good mode of transportation." Young Min quickly mounted a horse. "Let's go together." Soon after, he rode alone into the Lini territory. Half of the territory is mountains, but the most valuable thing is a black copper mine, which is unexploited due to many monsters. That is the Lini domain, my true target. Young Min calmly replied, "I came here to become a knight of the territory." He was startled. "A knight?" The guard hurried to report. "Wait for me a moment." Young Min watched his back with a puzzled look. Still a guard, but not yet level 2. Soon, a man hurried out, asking to become a knight. Young Min helplessly thought, "The Lord is even worse. But after all, that's also why I chose him. The first reason I chose this territory is because its weak and feeble noble establishment makes them easy to control, and the second reason is the potential of this territory. The soon-to-be-absorbed Remington territory will become a hub of trade. Young Min decides, I will not miss this opportunity. I will take the initiative to recruit you. I want to become a knight of the Lini territory." The other party quickly agrees. "Oh, let's talk inside first." Sitting in a simple room, he speaks up. "Since there are only the two of us, I will be honest, our territory cannot afford to give you any rewards." Young Min calmly shook his head. "It's okay. I don't want any benefits," Lini asked, confused. "Then what are your conditions?" he confidently replied instead. "Just give me some land." He asked in surprise. "Land?" Young Min continued. "I won't take much, and time also has an expiration date, not forever. While I serve as a knight, just grant me ownership of a part of that mountain." A 1-year contract. He quietly chuckled to himself. 1 year is enough for my plan. Lini widened her eyes and asked again, "You mean a contract with a military lord?" Young Min replied, "I also need time to find out if you are a trustworthy lord or not. Let me tell you up front that there will be no demands for minerals or titles. If a mine is found in that area, I will return it to the lord and take a different piece of land. Young Min requested that you grant him the right to hunt all the monsters there." Lini quickly understood. "So that's the case. I agree. But when you go to hunt monsters, 3 soldiers must accompany you." Young Min happily agreed and obeyed, thinking to himself, as expected of the noble. Young Min chuckled to himself, "Of course, I have to try to win your favor." After the negotiation, he respectfully bowed and thanked the Lord for his support. Lini immediately stood up and announced, "I, Emperor Kanvon Lini, appoint Knight Logan as my squire." Thus, Young Min became the knight of the Lini domain, smirking cunningly because soon this land would turn into my golden territory. Young Min smirked confidently and asked calmly, "Can I meet the soldiers or the VA room?" Linny was surprised and stepped back. "Now," Young Min continued, "if you are busy, I can go alone," he hurriedly added. "Fine, just in time, I have something to deal with." Linne reminded him to be careful. Young Min bowed respectfully and said he would gather the soldiers, so please rest assured. He secretly thought excitedly he let the newly freed knight go, but in other territories, does this happen? That's right, since I am the only knight here, he doesn't even care. Young Min carefully observes the surroundings and assesses that the monsters wandering in the territory are at most level 240, not high but still advantageous for us. He confidently issues orders to a soldier. "From now on, we will eliminate monsters near the city and the mine, summoning all soldiers except some to stay and defend the town and city." He was startled and responded, obeying the order. After a moment, standing before a large number of soldiers, Young Min asked insistently, "Everyone is here, right?" They all replied in unison. "Yes," he sternly ordered, "concise and clear. Do you understand?" They immediately responded. "Lo," Young Min turned to the chieftain and proposed, "I request permission to deal with the monsters and protect the mine." He kept rambling on, making things difficult for everyone. He quickly led the group forward, thinking to himself that everything we are doing now is just a performance to gain the Lord's trust. I led the soldiers here to surround the monsters. Then Young Min suddenly signaled for everyone to stop. We all looked at each other and wondered, what is this? A high-level monster, a large number of level 213 soldiers appeared very quickly. Young Min calmly took a deep breath and suddenly shouted loudly to show his authority to them. The monsters were immediately frightened by the roar. Young Min seized the opportunity to approach, daring to cause chaos. On my land, as soon as those words were spoken, he leapt into the air and struck with a decisive, deadly blow. The value of this land is your lives. A monster suddenly appears, and Young Min quickly threatens. So you also risk your lives in return. Soon, he launched a series of powerful attacks one after another, causing a massive explosion on the mountain cliff. After a while, Lin A in the territory looked on in amazement, wondering if it was a single person. "Catching all the monsters near the city, huh?" He hesitated and praised me. "Well done. I didn't expect the results to be so good." Young Min chuckled to himself. It seems he still doesn't trust me. Lin E continued, "If we sell the items dropped by monsters, the finances of the territory will improve." He quickly understood the idea, thinking I would take the loot from the monsters. Young Min generously said immediately, "I will donate to the territory." He skeptically asked, "Really?" he thought. "Of course, I have already prepared the loot from the monsters for you, and the main thing is I have gained my experience points." Lin E added, "If we distribute it to the people, they will be very happy." Young Min nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right, I understand." He quietly calculated that all these actions would serve as a springboard for him to gather more trust and start working on his plans. On the high hillside, Young Min loudly declares that the safety of the people always comes first. He decisively orders to stop the fleeing enemies in that direction. The soldiers obediently followed the orders. Looking at the monster in front of him, Young Min let out a sigh of relief. Feeling he had handled it quite well, Young Min solemnly advised, "Place this thing where the monsters pass, but be careful not to overuse it." A soldier curiously asked, "What is this, sir?" Young Min explained that this is something used to prevent monsters from invading, created by mages by mimicking the scent of the target. He chuckled to himself. If it were to be named, it would be the target's feces, even though it's not real feces. If we use this, the land for farming can be expanded, and in a few more days we could open up another mine. The soldiers whispered curiously, "Isn't this smell quite strange? Just focus on your work and stop questioning." Young Min quietly calculated that when I start mining, the attention of the Lord and the people will focus on that. Then I will carry out my plan on my land, but first, I must prepare. He quickly enters a dungeon, the public prison, where the cave is silent. Young Min carefully opens the door, silently thinking reward, for the first to step inside. Even if I don't go mining, I can't ignore this. If I don't take it, others will benefit. Young Min decided, I will clear all the dungeons around Taimura until this ancient script catches fire. Very quickly afterward, he launched a series of attacks with Young Min continuously infiltrating other dungeons. He clearly asserted his authority over the soldiers, gradually eliminating a large number of monsters, as the pages of the glowing book were opened one after another. Linus smiled satisfactorily and said, "Roken, everything is thanks to you today. We started mining the second site. I replied. Then we will temporarily strengthen the protection of the city and the mining area. He smugly continued, Indeed, you understand me well. Young Min thought to himself, The Lord will be busy with the mining operations since I have gained his trust. Now I will go find my land. After thinking, he respectfully bowed and said, I will go on patrol around the area then. Linus nodded with a smile and said, All right, thank you for your effort. That night, young Min arrived at a strange piece of land. This is the land I received. Let's see what I bought in Taimura. He quickly took out a large blueprint, found it. The house design. In just a moment, young Min happily exclaimed, My secret hideout. He smugly thought that whatever he did would go unnoticed. Young Min looked around and wondered to himself, Is it here? I need to find the right spot carefully. Immediately afterward, he suddenly kicked hard, causing the ground to explode and a burst of bright light to flash. Young Min's eyes widened in surprise. He looked happily at the water stain on the floor, realizing it was the secret underground tunnel opening. Young Min hoisted the giant axe on his shoulder. Finally, he made a daring decision. Just smash it open, and a strange shard appeared right afterward, making Young Min can't help but laugh. A deep black hole gradually appears before his eyes. Young Min smiles with satisfaction. It's over. He excitedly sighs with relief. As expected, the entrance remains unchanged, and he can still use it 2,999 more times. Young Min carried the large axe on his shoulder, eager to enter, and decided to enjoy himself a little. Young Min excitedly entered the secret dungeon, the mysterious cave, and the generous rewards appeared one after another. He thought to himself that the reason he was searching for the secret dungeon was because this territory was a place where enhancement stones could drop. Enhancement stones are divided into regular and high grade. The success rate for normal enhancement stones is 6 levels, while for high-grade stones, it is 8 levels. Monsters above level 200 always drop enhancement stones, with a 5% chance for normal stones and a 5% chance for high-grade stones. But this place has at least a 10% chance. No, I think maybe 20%. But this is a secret location with limited completion attempts, so enchanted stones have become rare items and are bought and sold at high prices. Young Min believes that players are gradually paying more attention to the enhancement system, and it's time for him to upgrade his equipment too. He firmly decides to wipe them out, and a moment later, in the dark dungeon, the mysterious level 213 stone spirit slowly appears. Young Min thought to himself that the monsters in this dungeon were all spirit stones of fire, water, and wind, making them very difficult to deal with because they attack stealthily and cause elemental damage. Of course, that was the story of others. Thinking quickly, he launched a surprise attack without hesitation. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, instantly destroying everything. Young Min sighed in relief. All right. He then stomped forcefully onto the ground. Young Min, serious, struck out. If he didn't break the demon core, it would regenerate. With a single blow, the monster suffered a fatal wound. He lands happily, already has the item. Picking up the item, Young Min asks in surprise, Is this the reward for the first to step in? Good job. If luck is against you, this mysterious shard will become useless. The sparkling gem suddenly appears, making him gasp. Oh, it's my first time turning into a stone and transforming already. Young Min chuckled proudly. I am indeed very lucky with these things. Let's keep searching. A large amount of mysterious fire spirits, level 215, suddenly appeared. Young Min excitedly jumps forward. This time it's you. A big explosion immediately occurs. He laughs excitedly and says, Let's see who I take down first. In the very next moment, Young Min clenched his weapon tightly and decisively shattered everything as the mysterious level 209 water spirit sensed the danger and rushed over. Young Min, satisfied, charged forward. Yes, I shouldn't have rewarded the first person to explore this dungeon. Thank you for understanding that. Then, he excitedly slashed through the surrounding monsters. Young Min relentlessly unleashes a flurry of attacks, laughing joyfully. Soon after, the dungeon was cleared and Young Min sighed in relief. Was it over already? The mysterious level 234 ancient spirit stone fairy suddenly appears. Curious, he asks. This time it's the Za whip. Young Min looked into the deep, dark shadows, wondering if it was a strengthening spirit of the stone. He involuntarily smirked sinisterly as a giant hand suddenly reached out. Young Min narrowly escapes death in the nick of time as a series of swift slashes are unleashed. The monster was instantly subdued and let out a deafening cry of pain. The monster risked everything to observe and immediately launched a series of mysterious beams to attack Young Min. He sneered and said, It's just a piece of trash. Young Min drew out his ultimate weapon. He arrogantly challenged, thinking he could stop me. Instantly, he was struck down. He sighed in disappointment because this stone could shatter. so I couldn't break it myself. Young Min temporarily hoped as he looked at the stone. Lucky rewards drop 100% enhancement stones. He silently thought that if a lord discovered this place, he would make a lot of money from dungeon entrance tickets. Selling high-level enhancement stones would earn more money than entry tickets, but the PC character can't do that. Young Min thought, but if I discover this, everything will be different. Even if I go as long as I defeat the boss, I can at least gather 300 high-grade stones. He chuckled strangely. I can control the price of enhancement stones in the central continent for a long time. This is the power of enhancement stones. Thinking it over, Young Min decisively chooses to use the ancient teleportation scroll to return to Taimura, and the scene immediately shifts to the Taimura forge, with hammer and anvil. Here, he carefully calculated that to maximize the reward as the first to do so, he should start by using this enhancement stone and the mysterious fragment. But immediately after, Young Min was so annoyed his face darkened. What the heck, he wondered desperately. What the hell is this? Just use it. After a while, Young Min looked at the pile of stones with satisfaction and said with a smile, but the blacksmith was amazed and exclaimed, "Why are there so many enhancement stones?" He calmly replied, "To upgrade to +7. Young Min silently thought, forging to +7 is fine. No matter how many failures, money isn't an issue. Just upgrade all equipment to +7. Soon after, the blacksmith announced it was all done, and Young Min happily said, "I'll do it again." He quickly took out a small bag and said, "This time it's high-grade enhancement stones." Young Min thought to himself that from +8 level onwards, high-grade stones are necessary. If he uses regular enhancement stones, the equipment will break. From +9 level, even with high-grade stones, there's still a chance of failure that could ruin the gear. Young Min suddenly darkened. Damn it, as expected, men can really do it. The blacksmith asked unexpectedly, "Everything is done, right?" He quickly stopped him. "Wait a moment, stop!" He snapped angrily. "Stop then! Why are you holding your head so high? Take the weapon and go." Young Min blushed deeply as he accepted, still holding his head high. It's just the instinct of a player facing powerful gear. He immediately closed his eyes, equipped his gear, and in the next second, Young Min exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, that's nice." He furrowed his brow but decided to turn off the gear effects, thinking carefully. Beautiful but easily detectable by enemies as a powerful item, so he was cautious. He quickly took out a notebook and said excitedly, "I've finished enhancing it, now let's wipe out those monsters, using the teleportation book to the mining site." The system notification for the reward for the first person to enter the secret dungeon, the mysterious cave, has ended. Young Min sighed, having been hunting for 3 days straight, which exhausted me. He opened his holographic screen to check if any information had been posted during that time. That made Young Min startle and exclaim. Then he said, "These guys." The messages on the screen appeared, showing the first guild to enter the central continent, the Hellhound Guild. Young Min recalled the past. In his previous life, we called them Hellhounds. They would do anything as long as it benefited them. He recalls another moment, where apart from encountering me once, they wouldn't do anything to harm themselves. The main issue was that at that time, my level and equipment had decreased, and I was defeated multiple times. Those sand dogs didn't miss the chance to appear before me. They bit my neck and caused me to fall. But as I remember, Ragnarok was the first guild to enter the central continent. What tricks could these sand dogs be up to? Back to the present, Young Min's face shows a cruel expression. So what kind of punishment is this? I will speak on behalf of Ragnarok and ask you all. He gazed into the distance. If they took the ship, there would only be one port. The next morning outside the apartment complex where Young Min lives. He sat in front of the computer, typing rapidly. "Before we meet, I need to upload a few videos." Young Min was pleased. I saved the introduction video because I was afraid those troublemakers would come. The title displayed on the video, first announcing the city is located on the central continent, the 4th city, he continued, but now it no longer matters. Young Min suddenly remembered, oh, but it will matter to a guild, the one that introduced the city and the one who just left the dock. Whoever arrives first, you don't even need to watch to know. At the dock, Godhawk's loud voice rang out, "Is everyone ready to face the monsters here?" Everyone responded in unison. "All right," he continued. "Luckily I learned some key spots to watch out for when passing through here. This is the Hellhound Guild leader, Godhawk. Godhawk leads a powerful army. I know this is the central continent, but why are there such mismatched levels? Even at level 190, I feel about 20% stronger than those in the 3rd city." He turned to his companions and said, "Be careful, all of you. If you get defeated before reaching the next city, it's over. This is an undisclosed route, so stay alert and cautious." Godhawk frowned. "No matter what, you must keep your position as the leader of the Hellhound Guild." A few moments later, they arrived at a gloomy mountain pass. He shouted, "Everyone stand still here!" The blond man turned around, looking worried. "The fog is too thick," Godhawk immediately ordered. "Light a fire quickly." He shouted loudly. The mage cast a spell. All soldiers took their ready positions. Understood. Immediately, yellow lights appeared like a tornado pointing straight up into the sky. But the light was quickly obscured as the fog recovered and gathered too fast. One of them guesses that this setup is meant to block someone. Godhawk orders the mages to retreat. He then asks grimly, "Fog," and continues to command, "Priests, move forward quickly." The priests nod and obey. The footsteps gradually emerge from behind the fog, and just by hearing the sounds from the monsters, it's enough to tell. Godhawk reveals their identities. They are not low-level undead. From behind the fog, the resentful zombies slowly step out. He quickly ordered a swift attack immediately, with dazzling beams of light targeting it, a radiant sphere. Godhawk assessed that their level is quite high, so be careful with mana management when casting spells. He looked at the situation ahead. If he kept up the attack, he could wipe them all out. But contrary to Godhawk's expectations, the hating zombies kept coming. What? There are too many of them. He was furious. From now on, this would be a long battle. Command would be handed over to each squad leader. The beams of light kept hitting it, but they still didn't reduce the number of vengeful zombies. Godhawk gradually realized that the battle was not going well and wondered how long they could keep appearing. He was already starting to tire. How come they regenerate so quickly? How can we get through this place like this? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. What is that? This sound is different from before. This time, it's something else. Everyone became alert. Someone looks into the distance. Is that a human? Others are also suspicious. PCU, the rescue event at Trang. He shouts, "He's approaching. Quickly get out of the way." The person sitting on the horse runs past them and calls out, "Leave it to me." That person is Yanbin, these guys. It's only just beginning today. Let's have some fun and train a bit. He quickly used invisibility magic to hide, and seeing the scene, the scarred face was very surprised. Clearly there was someone, so why did they disappear? He looked around. Where did he go? A person standing nearby shouted in panic, "Wait a moment," next to him. Not letting them notice the resentful zombie attacked those two people, but another person shouted, and the zombies charged forward to attack. The screams of pain grew louder and louder. Godhawk was furious and furious. How dare those bastards show their faces? A storm of wind rose, dust and smoke obscuring the view. Yanbin sat in a corner smirking, faster than I expected. He started executing his plan. If he continued, their strength would weaken gradually. Indeed, chasing after someone unprepared would only lead to consequences. "Let me see their expressions when facing the monsters here, down below." Godhawk continued to give orders. "Hurry up, prepare before they revive." He shouted loudly, "Hurry and run to the gate, damn it! How can I keep respawning after being killed by monsters 5 times? Facetron realized something, Captain. Look at this. Godhawk snapped, "I'm busy, just say it." He quickly replied, "Roken's video." He glanced at his watch. "Do we still have time to watch this?" he urged. "Just watch, look at the screen." Godhawk exclaimed in surprise. "That Roken is here." He stared at it intently. "Here, this is where we were wiped out." He pointed all over the screen. "Not just here, but here and here. Everywhere is where we were all destroyed." Godhawk gradually realized that those zombies were caused by him. His eyes flashed with anger whenever we encountered trouble somewhere. Godhawk said grimly, "And the reason we were wiped out." Seeing his mages still fighting, every time we crossed a canyon, that bastard would appear to block us. He clenched his weapon, all members of the Hellhound Society. Godhawk's face now twisted with rage as he roared, "Catch that Roken guy quickly! Get in front of me!" Godhawk paced back and forth angrily. "That damn Roken dares to mess with us? We've been through the 3rd city and haven't seen him once." He stepped forward, clearly blocking our way because we arrived at the central continent first, and, fearing we are stronger, he tried to stop us from exploring this place. A dark aura emanated around Godhawk, and it was obvious he wasn't on the ship. How did he get here? Suddenly, he remembered something. Hawk widened his eyes and pointed at the blonde-haired guy, and he asked in confusion, "Yes, he made a hypothesis. He has a way to cross the valley safely." He continued, "That's right. If we do like Roken led the monsters, we just need to move quickly on horseback to deal with those beasts." The blonde-haired guy suddenly paused, but Godhawk crossed his arms and asked, "Is there a problem?" He pointed out the issue. "1 horse costs 100 gold coins. If all of us ride, he obviously wouldn't agree." "Are you joking with me? Do you have enough money for that?" Godhawk said coldly, "Ignore the army and be weak." That statement hit the blonde like a thunderbolt. The army is weak. The soldiers heard this and started to panic. "So the captains ride ahead on horseback, huh?" "No way. I've fought hard to get here, and now I'm being left behind." Others looked scared, and then someone pointed upward and said, "Look over there, that's young Min in front of us, greeting you guys. Do you remember me?" Everyone immediately started to panic. Roken, the team leader, that's Roken, God Hawk quickly returned to a defensive stance. Finally, you appeared. What do you really want from us? You don't need to know. Young Min boldly challenges, just charge at me. He also drew his weapon. Oh, he doesn't want to ask me questions, but wants to face this thing instead. Roken ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and the person beside him spoke up. Clairvoyance. But that person was quickly overwhelmed. Damn it, his notification board was blocked. What? The clairvoyance spell was also blocked. He secretly feels pleased, of course. The clairvoyance skill only requires spending a few coins on items. The system explains that the fog curtain blocks the clairvoyance and hides the notification panel for 7 days, equivalent to 100 use. He muttered each word through clenched teeth. You bastard, prepare the linked formation, the golden lights appearing one after another. Let's see how long the cheater can last. The Hellhound Guild sets up a formation using the power of linkage. Young Min quietly observes them, realizing they are effectively using team formations to attack him. The chance to trigger this skill when fighting monsters is very low, so they must be quite lucky. Godhawk growled, "You will pay for that arrogance." He sneered, "The leader usually stands behind to protect, and Dorn fights last. He seems very confident stepping directly into the battle." A loud explosion behind him, Godhawk quickly rushed forward, defending himself properly. Young Min also began to draw his weapon, but his confident attitude will lead him to lose this battle. Dorn, ambush. A long water trail appears on the ground, heading toward him. Godhawk quickly defends and urges everyone to hold on. He is starting to breathe heavily. If we get distracted, the enhanced defense will disappear. Wait for the right moment to attack him. Young Min gritted his teeth and shouted, "You fools, so you've been waiting for death." His eyes burned red as he unleashed a move, a scream of rage and fury, causing everyone to falter. What is that? Young Min dodged in confusion. Then from above, he prepared to leap down, precisely kicking him in the face before quickly launching an attack. Godhawk scolds him. "You bastard!" He asks where he is. Immediately, he appears in front of him and strikes at Godhawk's body. He hurriedly ordered them to spread out. We can't attack him with our formation so close together. Young Min coldly replied, "Then die," as he moved like a gust of wind, defeating the captains one by one and breaking through the defenses. The more he fought, the more furious Young Min became, and he kept flying to the regular soldiers, quickly taking down each one. Young Min twisted the head of a spear-wielding soldier, and finally he punched him so hard that he was sent flying several miles away. Those who haven't been attacked run away in fear. How is he moving so fast? He is using berserk mode, but there's no berserk effect, just normal attack power. We should help him. A tall, muscular guy, the captain. If this continues, we will lose. We should retreat. Godhawk was knocked away, his armor shattered. Damn it, how could I let him go? He looked furious. If I don't kill him now. But before he could finish, the tall guy was struck down in one blow. Now he was both terrified and enraged. Godhawk quickly found a hiding spot, not using any special skills, but capable of breaking our formation. Damn it, I made a mistake. Now, Young Min stands proudly among the bodies he just defeated, his shadow cast over him, and I have a word of advice for you. Young Min looks down from above and says, from now on, any hellhound that appears, I will eliminate. If you want to live, disband the guild and stay stuck in this third city until I move to another one. Young Min's face is now filled with cruelty. I gave you a chance to live, understand? Godhawk asked unwillingly, why are you doing this to us? He sneered. Why? Young Min pressed the sword against his face. Is that really important? Do you also feel that facing me is possible in your previous life? Godhawk gritted his teeth in anger, then quickly let go of his weapon. I understand now, so I will leave. But Young Min immediately threw his sword at Godhawk, causing his head to be severed from his body. The survivors watching this scene were terrified. The bespectacled man shouted, "What is he doing?" The blonde-haired man said with a trembling voice that he would rather die than leave. You remember I told you so, don't you? Whoever appears before me, I will end their life. Young Min grinned like a demon. Then who is it now? As night falls, he returns to the castle. Young Min sighed. It's been a while since the fighting. I didn't expect to feel this happy. Thanks to those hounds, my mood is better. The guard saw his shadow and ran over. Lord Roken is back, Young Min wondered. Huh? He raised his hand in greeting. The Lord wishes to see you. Why are asked again. The Lord. Young Min squinted slightly. I will go now, secretly annoyed that it's already time. He stepped inside and bowed to Lena, who spoke up. The person has arrived. Young Min wondered, you called for me? Lena nodded and stood up. He handed over a letter. I called someone because I might need to discuss this matter with them. He squints, and with this letter, Min lowers his face. Anyone who looks at it can tell who sent it. The only one who could send a letter directly to Lord Rin. A figure appears in his mind. Lord Remington, who, like Lord Rin, is also a baron. He owns a vast territory and has an insatiable greed. Standing before him is the one who seized Rini's land. Min calmly opens the letter, but time now is slightly faster than then. Let's see. The lines in the letter appear, stating that I have heard you are developing your territory. I sincerely congratulate you on your progress as neighbors. We seem to lack communication, so I propose we exchange personnel to help each other grow. So I will send suitable talents to Lord Vinay of Remington. After reading, he quietly marveled, sending people to exchange favors. Min almost whispered to himself. This arrogant guy, openly claiming to send spies, huh? Rini asked. Roken, do you think this is a good thing? He replied indifferently, just answer now. Min's whole body was filled with excitement. I will go there, he sneered inwardly. Since they have left the game, I will respond accordingly. He thought to himself, unlike me, he will save the miners and managers. Their goal is to monitor the development of Renee's territory rather than to socialize. Min's thoughts continued to surface. I roughly showed the Lord how to handle things, but I still worry. He silently resolved that he had to deal with this quickly and then return. Hansen appeared and blocked their path. Are you from the Rin territory? He points the way. Go this direction. That person is an ordinary guard from Remington. Hansen is level 200. Min bites his lip. His rank as a general is fine, but he's just an ordinary guard. They want to discourage me. On the contrary, it's better this way. The two people beside him secretly sighed. Look at that armor, so jealous. I think this look will make them let their guard down. Min sneered. So I brought along Rinna soldiers. Lord Remington appeared to greet us. So you are the one mentioned. He politely extends his hand to shake hands with him, Berserker Roken. Lord Remington also greets back. Lord Remington. Sakingkun von Remington. Min thought to himself, he's more friendly than I expected. Could this be how the Lord wins people over? He smiled warmly. You all look tired. Now rest and we will talk at dinner. You whisper, tired and close up, even so close. Min bowed respectfully, thanking him for his kindness. But I am here on a mission. If possible, I would like to tour the estate. Lord Remington laughed heartily. You truly are a loyal knight, just as I have heard. It's up to you. After you speak, he signals to Hansen. He immediately responds with a slight nod. During the tour, Hansen asked where to start first, the village, the farm. Min hesitated for a moment. First, he mentions a place no one expects. I want to see the dungeon. He was surprised. Huh? The underground prison is superior. The soldier beside him whispers into Hansen's ear. Hansen, quickly report to the Lord. He agreed immediately. Understood. Min sneered. Like the mysterious cave in Renai, the Remington domain also has a special dungeon with limited access. Items found there make up a large part of the territory's assets. They block all information about this dungeon from getting out. A while later, Hansen hurriedly runs over. The Lord has given permission, he smirked. Thanks. I secretly think to myself that Lord Remington truly treats me differently. He probably intends to flatter me for some purpose. Nearby, a hill close to the Remington estate. On the way, Min silently marvels. This place is closer than I thought. He remembers a local specialty. The special honey here is a delicacy of Remington. It is considered a miracle cure for recovery. When they reached a large tree, Hansen announced, We have arrived. This dungeon requires a fairly high level, so we need to prepare carefully. He continued to introduce, even though it's just an ordinary old tree. If you look over there, you'll see a large hive. You need to shoot accurately. Min watched as they divided their roles. I couldn't tell if they were just joking around or if they were really careless, revealing too much detail. A soldier from the Sun team aiming precisely. The wasp quickly charged toward the hive, causing it to fall to the ground. As soon as it landed, the hive erupted violently. Everyone together stepped into the hive that was swelling and glowing. Thanks to you, I was able to get the honey because it's very hard to find a level 230 dungeon in Rinai territory. He quickly knelt down, used the ancient language book to mark the location, added the map position, and will enjoy it gradually. After marking it, Min slowly entered, and the system notification sounded. Sweet Death Dungeon detected. The reward for the first to enter is increased experience, and a 30% boost in item drop rates for 3 days. The Pioneer title, the first reward for entering will increase by 10%. He secretly feels pleased. Lucky for me to be the first. I will make the most of this reward. Hansen speaks and advises Roken that before starting the attack on the monster, he will explain more about the dungeon. He continues. The mission is simple. Kill the assassin and destroy his nest. Then defeat the boss to complete it. Hansen asked, "Do you want to try?" Jung-min scratched his head and smiled. "No need, I'm just tripping the soldiers. But inside, I think differently. What the hell am I doing? Those bugs I could take out with my eyes closed, but I shouldn't show myself right now." Jung-min looks at them. The more the Remingtons underestimate me, the easier my move will be. Hansen turned away. "So we will do it." One soldier asked. "We agreed not to fight." He asked again, "Are you afraid?" Hearing that, he shivered. The Lord then looked down on that guy. 4 hours later, the stone still glows as they walk out safely. Jung-min praised him, truly admirable. Hansen modestly replied, "It's just an everyday matter for He laughs loudly, hoping one day to be like them. Suddenly, he calls Jung-min back, "Lord Roken." Hansen relays the message that the Lord invites you to dinner. "Let's go. I will lead the way." In the dining room, Jung-min and Lord Remington sit at opposite ends of the table. He spoke first, "So how was the inspection?" Lord Remington gently cut his steak, wishing you could feel something. He cheerfully replied that the Remington estate's techniques are more advanced than those of the Renai estate. He cut in, "I'm not asking about that." Lord Remington's ear still focused on cutting his meat. "You know, the Renai territory has no future. What will happen if nothing is found in the mined area? The land and rights you receive will become meaningless. Isn't that right?" Finally, he revealed his true purpose. "Join my side, Roken. If you come to me, you will receive 3 times the territory. No, I will give you 5 times. Jung-min smiled coldly and slightly lowered his head. "As expected, Lord Remington, you understand the situation here too well." Jung-min still spoke indifferently, claiming to be greedy in appearance. But Lord Remington continued to speak, but he drove the spear straight into the piece of meat. 10 times, hearing that, he froze stiff. Jung-min took a big bite of the meat and said, "If you multiply it by 10, I will consider helping you." Then the space suddenly fell into silence. After finishing his meal, Jung-min sat there in silence. He suddenly remembered Lord Remington's words not long ago. He's not a petty man. "I really like it? Fine, I promise to give you 10 times the territory." At this moment, Jung-min let out a faint sneer. 10 times is perfect. He suddenly smiled in a very strange way, as if no one knew his old man's true intentions. Time continues to pass. Outside the building, everything remains very peaceful. Jung-min is carefully examining the weapons on the table, satisfied as he picks up an item and mumbles to himself, "I can carry this." Jung-min quietly calculates to himself that first he will accomplish his initial goal for coming here. He recalls his original plan, to make them think I am an inept knight, only interested in money, so they let their guard down against me and reignite. The more Jung-min thinks deeply, the more he smiles with excitement, knowing they will be overconfident that the recent changes in reignite territory are just luck. Your ultimate goal is for them to stop focusing on me. Meanwhile, outside, a knight wonders. "We don't need to follow Reignite's scout." His teammate immediately responded, "No need. Wait until he goes outside to consider it." Jung-min is still very excitedly making plans, so I can freely gather items in the dungeon. Then he couldn't help but mutter to himself, drooling immediately. A second later, Jung-min suddenly activated his martial arts technique, using the ancient language spell to teleport. He quickly transported to a new land. Now Jung-min is secretly calculating that even if he marks a return point within the domain, it will still be outside Remington's range, so instant teleportation isn't possible. I will stay in Remington for 3 days. Everything is beyond his initial expectations, which is quite unfortunate, but Lord Remington will no longer pay attention to this area. As if nothing had happened, I can only be happier. I, Jung-min, decisively swung something forward. Still, I can harvest comfortably for 3 days. A giant beehive form gradually appears, and I walk into it without a hint of fear. Jung-min entered inside and couldn't help but exclaim. The inside of the dungeon was still as bright as 3 days ago. The system immediately updated the information, revealing that you have entered the secret dungeon, Sweet Death. The reward for the first to enter includes increased experience and a 30% higher item drop rate for 3 days. Many eyes are glaring at him, each carrying deadly poison stingers, their wings working at full capacity. In the next second, it updates the latest data. The monster begins to attack. Level 231, Assassin Wasp. The assassin was charging fiercely at Jung-min, who also didn't hold back and leapt off the ground. Jung-min fearlessly moved towards it. At the same time, he raised his hand and used a martial technique, instantly splitting a killer bee in half. In an instant, Jung-min had moved to the hive. He's there now. He's quietly calculating in his mind that if the hive explodes, he'll switch to attacking the swarm. But he'll wait and see what happens first. Then Young Min clenched his fist tightly and kept punching the hive fiercely. The entire hive trembled violently under the impact. The assassin bee, seeing this, grew even angrier and warned that you had threatened the hive, and the assassin bees would swarm out more. Sure enough, they kept coming out in greater numbers, and Young Min calmly released something, smiling. Next is this, the water bomb system's latest display, which releases the water bomb. He bravely throws the water bomb at the assassin bee. The bomb was about to reach its target when water started to pour out, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the entire world. The assassin bee's attack is blocked by the water and it gets swept away. Young Min was very satisfied watching this scene, feeling so cool and refreshed. After a while, he finally stepped down to the ground, looked at the current situation, and guessed that this was enough time to harvest. He quickly finished gathering the items, and now Young Min is laughing happily, feeling great. He exclaimed in disbelief that although the drop rate was usually very low, using this method would increase the chances. At the same time, the system suddenly updated information that the venom of the assassin bee contained highly potent toxins. Maybe because of the expensive store prices, Young Min takes out an axe and steals himself. Now only one hive remains. Then he launches a deadly attack, a lightning strike, and as the thick smoke clears, a pair of blazing red eyes gradually appear. Level 239 Queen Bee now appears, immediately pointing her venomous needle at Young Min, who easily dodges the danger and mutters in relief. Young Min glances at the distant Queen Bee and says, "This is Queen Wu. Even I would be dying if I got stung by her." He suddenly smiled in a very sinister way, but then Young Min suddenly leapt off the ground. He ran toward it and straightforwardly commented, "Too slow." The distance between Young Min and the Queen Bee is very close. He launched an attack, slicing into its body, each of Young Min's moves dealing immense damage. He continued using the axe to cleave the Queen Bee's body, splitting it into small pieces. And Young Min lands after his victory, and the sweet honey falls straight onto him. At the same time, the system keeps updating with the latest information. You have completed the secret dungeon of the Sweet Nest. Your experience has increased. You have collected venom from the deadly bee and honey. Young Min, eating honey, marvels at it. Time passes, and a few days later, in the Renai territory, a jar filled with honey is placed on the table. Lin Yi looked at what was in front of him with great surprise. "What is this?" He saw him reply very calmly. Nothing special or impressive. Then Young Min introduced what he had just brought, saying it was just a specialty from the Remington territory, hoping the Lord would like it. He listened, smiled, and responded, "Thank you. You've worked hard. Rest well now." Young Min immediately bowed his head and obeyed Lin Yi's command. Then his room's door slowly opened, and Young Min excitedly looked at the security system screen to see what was happening on the forum. He couldn't help but marvel when he saw the words, "Hellhound has died." Hellhound. Young Min suddenly remembered the past, when everything was already over because of what happened before. Well done. He stares intently at the screen, analyzing to see if there's anything worth reading, until suddenly, Young Min spots something and shouts out. He sees the words about the Longsong Legion heading to the continent and wonders who they are, how they could arrive so quickly. Young Min, upon reading the information about the alliance between the guilds, sighed in amazement. "Oh, an alliance. They're better than I thought." Then he continued dressing up and said, "Anyway, this is necessary for the plan." "All right." Young Min suddenly becomes excited, smiling strangely. "I need to prepare a really spectacular show." The scene shifts to the central continent of the Sunset Valley, where he strides confidently into the area. Young Min glances from the side and suddenly feels nostalgic. It's been a long time since he last returned. At this moment, he recalled the map and silently analyzed it. This is the only route the Dragon Song Legion must take to reach the fourth city. Young Min walked straight to a cave, and he couldn't help but whisper, "This is where it is." Young Min's eyes lit up when he saw what was in front of him. "I found it." The system immediately updates the important information, revealing that someone inside the Golden Lion commando base is speaking, asking what, wanting to join the commando team. Seeing him straightforwardly confirm the information. "Yes, I have a combat plan I want to discuss with you." He still remains very skeptical and asks if I think I have enough ability to join. Commander of the Special Forces, Charon Lever 280 reminds him, "I know you are confident." Young Min saw his reaction and asked, "What should I do to prove myself to you?" Charon glanced in another direction and then gave instructions. "Of course, there is a way to prove it." "Maran, come here." Maran, upon hearing that, immediately accepted the request to respond, "The commando." "Maran Lever 250, go ahead and call me." "Go ahead." He pointed at you and ordered the fighter to go, and he was very surprised to hear that request, wanting me to fight him. At this moment, young Min, fearless, spoke up, saying, "I will remove my protective gear," and Moran was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "The system displayed the latest information, removed the equipment effects," and he confidently chuckled and asked, "What do you think?" He was seething with jealousy, grinding his teeth, wondering how a lower-level bastard like him could have such gear. Garen then silently watched young Min's current state. Then, in the middle of the arena, the referee announced that both sides would not use weapons, and the one who falls first would lose. Then Garen waved his hand as a signal to the two, ready to start, and Marin immediately charged at him to attack. Inside, he was secretly devising the perfect plan, to break that arrogant arrow. Meanwhile, young Min remains calm and still, then casually raises his hand to block Maron's attack. Surprised and unable to believe what he sees, Marin glares at young Min, and his weapon is knocked back and flung aside. Kurobi, seeing this scene, was displeased and reminded them, "What are you doing? Stop joking and finish it quickly." He gets annoyed and protests after being knocked down. "It's too noisy." Moran can't believe what just happened, damn it, what just occurred. He didn't even flinch from that one strike. He still hasn't given up and is trying to muster his strength. Fine, I will show everyone what the difference in rank really means. Then Moran charged forward again, launching a surprise attack from behind in an attempt to catch you off guard. Moran seized the opportunity to punch from behind, convinced he would win. Got him. Who would have thought Eon Min would dodge instantly, leaving Moran in disbelief? What? He also hurriedly stopped to check the situation, not knowing when Eon Min appeared behind Marin to counterattack. He showed no respect for his opponent's flying ability, moving so slowly. Then a loud sound echoed across the arena. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, and Moran was so shocked he couldn't believe what had just happened because Eon Min's fist was being blocked by someone, and that person was none other than Garan. At this moment, he glanced at him and commented, "Your strength seems solid." Garan stopped Eon Min and carefully warned him to stop, and only then did Eon Min step back and cease his attack. Then he politely bowed and smiled. "Tough luck for you!" While Marin exclaimed in horror, Garan said fine. He accepted Eon Min's previous request, who now has the qualification to join. After hearing that, I wasn't surprised at all and just thought it was obvious. As for him, he stood up and couldn't help but sneer. Damn it. Eon Min glanced at Marin's back and sneered, "If you want to beat me, go home and practice the special technique 100 times. Garan closed his eyes and got straight to the main point. "It's my turn to fulfill my promise." He smiled excitedly when he heard him ask what the plan was. Then Eon Min quickly approached and whispered in Garan's ear, "It's no big deal." "Really?" He quickly explained his plan to him. Garen was stunned after learning about the plan. Then the scene shifts to Hellhound Port, where everyone has gathered. It is quite noisy and bustling here, and all the players arriving at Hellhound Port are undead. Their strength makes everyone cautious. The only reason those ordinary undead achieve any success is because of a player from the undead race. Ancient stories gradually come into focus, and during the search for content, he discovered that the players of the Black Dragon Legion were very discouraged. When they reached the ship, they found it hard to cross the ocean to the other continent. The turning point began with a single detail. Suddenly, he approached the Haklong representative and claimed he could reach the foggy ship on the other side of the continent alone. Everything was not smooth at that time, and of course his statement was dismissed by everyone. Time kept flowing quickly like a rushing stream, and Mr. ES always sought out unique content. After all his futile efforts, he finally strapped 2 iron balls to his legs and chose the craziest action, jumping into the sea. Han's efforts finally paid off, with the unique ability of the undead to breathe underwater, allowing him to descend into the sea. From then on, a legend was born, and with that special undead ability, Han continued to move forward. Mr. ES was so excited that he slammed his hand on the table. It was amazing, and the reason for his action was that Han had discovered a way to reach the ship. Everything ended with a happy ending, which was the wonderful content Han had been searching for all along. Time continues to pass quickly as other undead players used that method to cross the sea, with guilds forming alliances to reach the new continent and chase after the locals. He recalls the scene he witnessed. Strange that anyone who arrives is soaked, but that was their plan. Garand looked at Eong Min with suspicion, wondering if he truly wanted to join, then saw him smile and confirm the information. Yes, perhaps they will maintain the alliance in the central continent. Eong Min confidently predicts that the upcoming situation will be tough for them when they face the special forces at this port, but he is willing to step in and support you in their mission. Now Eong Min suddenly smiled strangely, but that won't affect your army. After hearing this, he hesitated, raised his hand to stroke his beard, and said, "All right." Seeing Garon's reaction, I found it strange, so there's nothing to worry about. Then he grabbed Young-min's hand and questioned him. Starting right now, I glanced at everyone around and spoke up, just in time because everyone was here. Young-min, excited, urges them to go. We need to welcome the Black Dragon Corps. The scene shifts to the Black Dragon Corps at the deadly foggy dock where everyone is discussing. Luckily, I didn't drown beneath the sea, so we've arrived at the dock. I thought I was dead. They hurriedly surfaced from the water and marveled, realizing Mr. E.S.'s discovery was indeed a major breakthrough, allowing us to form alliances with other groups and reach this dock. At this moment, the undead are reminding each other to rest first, then continue forward later. Then suddenly, they realized something was wrong. Wait, look over there, where is it? Undead gazed blankly at the distant shadow as someone coming. Could it be another? Undead? Then they sensed something strange. Wait carefully. Look closer. Now Undead can see clearly that Young-min is approaching. He is the slaughterer of the Black Dragon Legion, Young-min, that damn bastard. He glances at them with contempt and scoffs. You bunch of boneheads. Young-min turns his gaze to Undead and mocks him. You must be exhausted to have come this far. His voice made them extremely terrified. I think you are very excited to be at the top of the guild rankings, so you prepared a gift. Then Young-min slightly raised his hand to signal his comrades to prepare for battle immediately after his teammates quickly advanced. At this moment, Young-min wears a savage smile. My name is Young-min. I am here. He eagerly raises his axe high to claim this land. Now the undead, panicked, glances around, trapped and helpless, unable to hold back their curses, while he still carries his PC. Undead suddenly realized something was wrong, but why aren't they attacking? It seems they've figured something out. Could it be that he's trying to handle us alone? You look down on us that much? Young-min sneers at the undead in his mind. A bunch of fools fighting us is even more dangerous than fighting the Special Forces team. Right now, I am secretly judging in my heart that those who are unrelated and only see benefits to form alliances are truly foolish. Young-min doesn't think like them, and in this situation, a strategy is even more necessary, so he glances at them and then speaks. Listen carefully, you stupid undead. Stupid or nana, Young-min doesn't care about their reactions. I declare that you stand there and shout loudly for everyone to hear that I will defeat you on this ship. At the same time, the system displays the latest information, starting the occupation of the ship. Young-min laughs loudly, then shouts to his comrades and begins to move. It continues to update important data. Equip the flag for the person declaring the occupation of the ship. Eliminate all enemies or plant the flag at the designated location to complete the occupation. Seeing that information, he couldn't help but sigh, and then the system prompted, Occupy the foggy death ship of the Black Dragon Legion, success condition. The flag of the occupying forces is planted at the designated location. Mission accomplished. Awarded with a Medal of Honor, military merit, and the title of the earliest conqueror. Seeing these words, he wasn't too surprised. As expected, the reward was quite good. However, Young-min was still not entirely satisfied and was lost in thought, but the mission board was too dull. At this moment, Andad was feeling extremely confused. If so, then the other Hak Long Corps wouldn't be able to dock if their ship was occupied. The system updates based on the situation. If the ship is occupied or destroyed, it will cease operation, just as Garand approaches and grabs his shoulder. Hey, he immediately expressed his wish. Teach those Hak Long troops a lesson. Good luck. Young-min glanced at Garand and confidently said, Don't worry. Then he stepped forward to fight. Seeing this, Andad sensed something was wrong and warned each other. Things are not looking good. Quickly call the guards. Very quickly, the system displayed the information. Andad's guard post, Andad's guard post, Andad's guard post, Andad's guard post. Young-min showed no fear as he watched their actions. Let's see how far you can block. At the same time, he updated the latest data in 8 fighter title, increasing effectiveness by 5%. Critical strike ability. The man's title. 1 versus 171 increases defense by 10%. Then countless notifications appear on the system screen. The Arena King title increases attack and critical hit chance by 10%. The Berserker title reduces all enemy stats, including attack and defense, by 15%, and can increase up to 20% depending on the number of foes. He was very pleased to see this information. With such a powerful title effect, even a hand-to-hand fight would be a win. Young-min's confident smirk grows wider. All right. He charges forward fiercely to fight, and the battle officially begins. Under the night sky, the scene at the dock looks even more eerie. Young Min is still charging forward fiercely. In an instant, he easily defeated an Ondad, then Young Min launched an attack to take down more Ondad guards. I just finished taking them out while saying, "Go back to the bushes, you foggy fools." Now the system displays the latest information activating the effect of the rare title. The Warrior's Punch. Normal. If they attack when the health stat drops below 20%, they will die immediately. Young Min couldn't help but marvel. Is this effect real? He applied that information to the current situation, which was very suitable for dealing with these Finfolk. Meanwhile, level 192 Pavidat followed the advice. What the hell is going on? I guess Andad was extremely panicked when he saw this scene. Damn it, that monster. Can he really be that strong on his own? They all look at Garen's group with suspicion. Moreover, those people just stand and watch. What are they plotting? While Aong Min suddenly jumps off the ground, preparing to strike from above. Young Min was displeased with Andad's attitude, looking around aimlessly. What's going on? They are terrified and screaming because of your actions. A strike from Aong Min is incredibly powerful, a furious slash. Just then, someone behind him spoke. The horrifying words made Young Min freeze in shock, but he quickly reacted to dodge an attack and activated his unyielding fighting spirit. To counter the mental effects. Andad was so shocked he let out a cry of disbelief. You bastard! How could you? After their line was delivered, Young Min struck the final blow. Now he looked down on Ondad with contempt. Is that all you've got? How foolish. That won't defeat me. Young Min fearlessly urged them on, charging forward. Ondad united their strength and quickly ran ahead. They rush in from all directions to attack him. Young Min remains calm as he spreads his feet apart. He was already prepared for battle. Young Min's voice was cold and composed. His hand gradually clenched the weapon, then a fierce storm with overwhelming pressure and a whirlwind appeared. In an instant, Andad was nearly destroyed, screams of agony echoing everywhere. Young Min was very satisfied to see this scene. Weaklings who only rely on tricks can't compare to me. Then he suddenly leapt off the ground, causing a massive shockwave. Young Min bravely charged toward the glowing object. Then I guess I'll take control of this place myself. Just then, someone suddenly shouted angrily, "Nonsense." He was a bit surprised to hear that voice. Suddenly, a hammer appeared out of nowhere, delivering a powerful counterattack against Young Min's assault. The opponent's strength makes him unable to help but sigh in admiration. Then Young Min cautiously steps back a few paces. The captain of the guard transforms the deadly fog ship. Level 240 orders sternly. And unexpectedly, there's someone daring to attack the ship. He only responds with a faint smile and a rebuttal. I see. Young Min fearlessly charges forward. If you want to fight, then come on, big fog dog, with two powerful weapons clashing. The battle between him and the guy is evenly matched. Young Min hesitated slightly before the captain's actions. He seems more agile than he looks. You said you just need to create an opening to attack, so Young Min directly provoked the guy. That huge cloud of smoke is nothing, and it still makes him the captain. So adorable. Sure enough, the guard captain has been angered by him. What did you say? The arrogant bastard is about to die. Then he poured all his strength into his own truncheon, swinging it forward with force. What about this one? The protective truncheon? The guard captain and I quickly realized the opening here. Young Min seized the opportunity and dodged to the side. He easily dodged a powerful blow from the guy, and the guard captain was so surprised he shouted out loud, "What?" Young Min's eyes are blazing with the fire of determination. Divine power surges through his blood. The spear in his hand is undergoing a strange transformation. Near the blue, it also flared up on Young Min's arm. With a bloodthirsty look, he charged forward fiercely, and Young Min delivered a strike that sent the guy flying into the sky. The captain of the guards in midair is in pain and unable to communicate. Diu, the arena, removes his equipment. The rocks by the ship suddenly shattered, shards flying out from that side. His hand gradually clenched around the support. Young Min is now determined to scream. Finish it. The captain of the guards couldn't believe it and quickly begged for mercy. Wait a moment. But he bravely delivered the final blow to the guy. The guard captain couldn't hold back and spat blood. After a catastrophic explosion that shook the heavens and earth, the undead were utterly stunned by what they saw. Young Min then smiled eerily, making everyone feel afraid. He steps on the corpse and confidently speaks. Too easy. The system also updated the latest data. Young Min has successfully taken over the foggy death port. A powerful horse strike is charging forward. Garen, the leader, is moving quickly. At this moment, a subordinate behind softly calls out, "General." Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment before speaking his mind. Are you planning to follow his advice? Even if the commander-in-chief acknowledges him, the plan is too reckless. Garan couldn't help but smirk. How foolish. Wasn't it the person who saw the previous battle? He closed his eyes and recalled the scene earlier. He is a clone. He will eliminate all obstacles in front of him. Someone like him. Garan can predict his next move. No matter what tricks we use, we will succeed. We don't need to worry. Now the system displays the latest information. The Deadly Mist Shipyard. All the guards who protected the Misty Deadly Dock will return to the city. It is updating extremely important data. All users near the Death Fog Pier are forcibly moved out of the border. The undead couldn't hold back and started cursing, damn it. How can this be? He is still trying to salvage the current situation. No way. Why? Mr. Min is extremely satisfied, laughing loudly. Look at those bugs flying around. The system is still updating the latest information. Then 2 can't believe it. You have taken over the first base. You have earned the title of First Occupying Army. He stared at the screen in awe. Oh, this is the effect of the A title. Just as I expected, although the defense has its limits. The system display shows the words. Effect Ownership. Stamina increases 10-fold during the defense, with all abilities boosted by 20%. Attack and defense grow proportionally to the disparity in numbers on the attacking side. Mr. Min immediately reviewed the information and assessed it. Quite interesting. Right now I feel incredibly excited, Bao. Even though it's brief, I can still sense it. It didn't stop there when it announced that you had successfully taken over the Foggy Death Dock. Then the system gives Mr. Min 2 choices. Maintain or destroy. Please decide how to handle the occupied area. It also shows the results of these choices if you choose to maintain the defense mission. Retaking will begin if destroyed. The Haklong Legion players will not be able to use the Deadly Fog Dock for 7 days. You look at the choices of maintain and destroy, hesitating. Picking one of these is correct, right? Mr. Min couldn't help but smile strangely. Why should I have to think about it? The scene shifts to the desolate and abandoned Canstein base, where 2 undead sit up and start talking. This is our base, don't worry. This is our stronghold. Then he carefully explained the safety of this land. This place is not far from the dock. After the occupation ended, everyone was brought back here. The undead are still rambling about what happened. That monster really took over the dock. We can't use that place for 7 days. Just then, the system display board showed the relevant information. Urgent mission. Reclaim the Deadly Foggy Port before the mission begins. 59 minutes. He couldn't believe what he saw and exclaimed, "What?" If the undead learned that information, I am extremely surprised. Mr. Min, could that bastard really be him? He said in panic, voicing his suspicion. You want to fight a revenge match. Right now, Mr. Min is pressing something on the screen. Then a mass rose up from the water surface. Ung Dung stood there staring intently at what just appeared. Mr. Min became more excited the more he looked at it. Time kept passing until 50 minutes later. The area near the Deadly Dock. Finally, you have set foot on this land. Many flags of different organizations are hung around, and everyone is fully immersed in the spirit of battle. The undead suddenly turned to ask his teammate how many of us have gathered, and he immediately reported back. There are about 100 players and over 500 NPCs. He felt extremely distressed when he learned that information. They're going crazy. Do they want a war to break out? Only 1 or 2 of us were attacked by Mr. Min was just fighting, but unexpectedly, all the players around gathered together. The undead are mocking us with all their might. That bastard Mr. Min is doomed. I don't know what he's been waiting for. I didn't expect him to dare to open a defensive battle. He recalls their previous situation. We weren't ready at the time, so he looked down on the defensive battle. And then the undead couldn't help but laugh out loud. But now what? We've called all the NPCs in the 4th city here. Even Mr. Min is no match for that monster. At this moment, he wears a strange smile. I.e., Mr. Min, come out now. I will make you pay. The army continues to march bravely forward. At last, they have reached a new land. The person the army is facing is from the Deadly Fog ship. The undead leader points forward and questions. Mr. Min, come out quickly. Pay the price for the crimes you committed against the Singing Army. At this moment, the wall in front of him slowly opens, and he stares in amazement and shock at the scene. Something emitting strange light is coming from the top of the city wall. They are stunned to see this scene with their own eyes. That is the defensive wall. Mr. Min comes out from inside to give his opinion. That's enough. Brave and mighty, he stands before the city wall and speaks. Are you satisfied now? I have completely renovated it. Undead, after hearing that, couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, What? He has surrounded the ship with walls. They are stunned by Y's crazy actions. Mr. Min. It would cost at least a few hundred gold coins. Someone so foolish, huh? An undead suddenly feels something is strange and opens its mouth. The person sees nothing, is him. He was just stunned and turned to look at him, asking what. The undead also immediately pointed out the abnormalities. Normally, shouldn't they set up turrets or ballistas to defend? He looked around and quickly realized what was happening, but he only built a fortification, just leaving a narrow entrance. Undead, based on that information, to make his own judgment. This isn't a conquest battle. At this point, he has realized his true goal, which is a hunting trap. The system is also updating the latest data. The defense mission to reclaim the deadly fog ship will begin. It didn't stop there as it continued to issue notifications. The time limit is 1 hour. During the defense and reclaiming, achievements and reputation double. In the end, the system displays a countdown and a reminder. The battle begins, and the undead immediately give orders to their subordinates. The soldiers throw their spears and fire. Then countless mops were thrown straight ahead. Young Min still stood there motionless, unafraid. A huge explosion just happened behind them, and the undead were stunned to see this scene. What is it? Even after the thick smoke clears, he still stands there firmly. The system, based on the current situation, reminds me that initiate chivalry based on the rare title. The first knight to carry out a defensive battle. All ability stats will increase by 10%. Young Min stood there panting, then suddenly exclaimed, "It's over!" His hand gradually clenched into a fist. I had anticipated it, but not to this extent. It keeps updating important data. Activate the title effect. First, occupying force. All ability stats will increase by 20%. A notification appears, reminding Young Min that attack and defense power increase proportionally to the disparity in numbers on the attacking side. He shouted with determination, "We will destroy everything." He looked at Young Min's current situation in shock. What? No damage at all? Could there be a bug? It didn't stop there when it issued the notification. The market was holding the hand of the spear. He chuckled as he held the spear in his hand. Is this a game glitch? Young Min was ready for battle, mentally prepared to fight off the bugs. It will hurt a lot. Young Min suddenly remembered the useful information he had learned. There is a simple and clear way to prove your strength that all gamers can relate to and aim for. He recalls the moments when he fought fiercely, dealing maximum damage. After the battle, Young Min drinks an energy drink. It doesn't really mean much, but he still has to try. He then recalls the battles he has fought before, the strongest strike he can deliver, to enjoy that incredible feeling. Returning to reality as Young Min silently resolves in his mind that right here and now, he must accomplish many things. He remembers his recent actions, and isn't it clear why he built the wall without cannons at that time? Just then, the system displays important information activating the effect of the first conquest title. The attack and defense power increase proportionally to the numerical advantage of the attacking side, and Young Min is secretly calculating that to deal the maximum damage, he will try his best. Now, he is bravely moving forward. Young Min concentrates his strength in his arm to prepare for a strike. The weapon in his hand suddenly appeared and caught him off guard. Then, Young Min quickly unleashed a deadly strike and counterattack. Andad watched the attack and was stunned. It's here, and he immediately orders his subordinates to deploy the protective magic net. A shield is quickly erected, covering all of them. Your attack collided forcefully with the magic shield, and Andad let out a sigh of relief as he was still safe, having blocked it. However, the shield gradually shattered, and in the end, they could no longer withstand the tremendous pressure. They are holding each other tightly, screaming in agony. The next moment, Andad is thrown far and wide. He silently watched his comrades being slaughtered, and just then, Young Min approached and sighed in admiration. That's a pity. The area around you is filled with dense aura, and your valuable stats have decreased significantly as most of the enemies have been defeated. Following Young Min's words, he silently analyzes that it's strange he can feel a sense of satisfaction, almost disbelief as he reflects on the damage he inflicted on them. Andad was in utter shock witnessing this scene. What the hell is going on? The protective net was destroyed in one direction, and they were terrified out of their minds. I won't fight anymore. Get back now. Return to the base. Then Andad realizes a very serious problem. What? Not prioritized. Seeing their reactions, he couldn't help but mock and laugh. It's too late. Finally, a new flag was raised at the dock, and the system updated with the latest data. The Golden Lion commando team had occupied and destroyed Castel Base. Everyone was glaring hatefully at the system screen. Damn it! They took the chance while we weren't there to destroy the house. It's the same on our side. Young Min subtly moves his finger and sneers. You understand the situation now, right? He is emanating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Now go down to hell. The middle-aged man screamed in fear. I don't want to. How can we fight back against him? He quickly turned around and used all his strength to run away. If he can't go back, he should run quickly. Seeing this, Aong Min prepared to draw his sword and easily defeated the middle-aged man. His body also gradually collapsed to the ground. Aong Min stood there coldly and spoke. Anyone who leaves the battlefield will be executed immediately. If you are a warrior of the Crane Dragon Lord, fight and die with honor. Everyone hears him threaten with utter fear. He's gone crazy. There's no way to escape anymore. Young Min is very satisfied, laughing with great pleasure. The samurai spirit is truly admirable. If you're afraid, why bother playing the game? Then he suddenly smiled a sinister smile. Thank you for drawing me out. I feel the thrill of battle. At this moment, someone approached out of curiosity and asked, His name is Young Min. I must commend your bravery in daring to face this alone. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath and said, but the level 3 warrior of the Heron Dragon Corby army coldly said, This sword will avenge what you have done to the Heron Dragon army. I will take his head. Young Min, unafraid, even marvels inwardly. You want to fight one-on-one? I'm not too surprised by his reaction. Anyway, I can understand. He felt that the previous attack put him at a disadvantage against his opponent. Young Min could predict Kurobi's move, so he nodded his head, leaving the others behind to support. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't help but laugh. It was a very smart decision, but he chose the wrong opponent. Currently, Young Min is ready to fight. As long as my title remains effective, those behind me are not allies but a weight to bear. Then Corby stepped forward to gain momentum. He did the same as him. Both sides are preparing to fight. Young Min and Kurobi glare fiercely at each other just as the ship suddenly tilts violently, with towering waves creating a terrifying scene. He also quickly jumped off the ground. I was a bit surprised to see this scene. Young Min watched Kurobi's move and marveled at how fast it was. Then he tried to land a deadly attack. Kurobi's strength was so great that it pushed him backward. Young Min couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Then he countered his attack. Right now, Young Min is quietly assessing his opponent. This guy is pretty tough. Without his title effect, it would be tough to handle him. At that moment, Kurobi alertly jumped back, still watching every move of him. Seeing Kurobi beckoning with his fingers, Aong Min understood and smiled thoughtfully. All right. He stares intently at him and quietly calculates. Since you're already here, let's have a proper fight. Kurobi then swung his sword forward. But Young Min easily dodged that attack, and his axe, carrying a strong force, charged forward. Young Min somersaulted, taking the initiative to fight back fiercely. Both fought fiercely, evenly matched. After a while, he suddenly stopped, and then Kurobi unexpectedly leapt off the ground. His eyes blazing with murderous intent, he uses his first sword technique, with deadly projectiles surrounding Kurobi's body. He gently swings his sword to unleash a deadly move, tearing through the sky as Yen Jiang shouts out while defending against Kurobi's attack. Then suddenly, Young Min jumps off the ground, flips in midair to dodge the danger, then retreats to keep his distance and launches a deadly attack. Currently, Young Min is in midair, staring intently at Kurobi. He highly regards his opponent's strength. He's a decent fighter, but what about this? Then Young Min suddenly grabs the spear tightly, catching Kurobi off guard as he begins to spin it around. Then Young Min quickly unleashes Chaos Dance. He is terrified to see this action of his, the split body. But soon Kurobi notices something strange. No, that's just a residual image. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Damn it, I knew where to block from, but in the end, Kurobi couldn't withstand the deadly attack. His weapon also shattered under the pressure. Too fast, and then Kurobi had to endure countless attacks. He was so angered that his eyes burned with fury. How ridiculous! Kurobi couldn't believe Aong Min's strength. A human with such power, and he couldn't withstand the desperate screams. No! Kurobi countered his move with force. Then he just threw Young Min far away. Kurobi's hand also gradually clenched the sword's hilt. On the third move, he used his strength to launch a deadly attack. The spear thrust. I was also a bit surprised by Kurobi's action. Young Min quickly stepped back to avoid danger, seized the opportunity to cast a spell, then swung his axe straight ahead. He also immediately raised his hand to grasp the banana sword. Kurobi swung his arm to dodge an attack. His eyes are filled with rage while he remains suspended in midair. Young Min once again pushes his strength against Kurobi. He continues to fight back fiercely, even after a massive explosion occurred behind him. He looked at this scene and couldn't help but marvel. He's gone crazy. I can't keep up with their speed. At this rate, I won't be able to support the attack. Suddenly, one of his teammates spoke up, but there was something very strange. He listened with great surprise, turned to what is it? Immediately, the skinny guy straightforwardly pointed out the current problem. Just think about it. No matter how weak we become, this number of troops would still worry him. He pointed out the strange thing he noticed, but all this time he only focused on the battle. The skinny guy concentrated on analyzing the current situation. He only needs to throw a few punches like this to knock us away. Why would he spare us? In the end, he concluded that he kept us alive because it benefited him. The skinny guy believed in his own stance. That's right. Then it can also explain why he's so powerful. The fat guy still doesn't understand and asks again, "What do you mean?" He immediately announced his decision. "Run now. Run fast over there. Young Min is still fighting fiercely." Only now do I realize something strange. After that, my heavy attack was faster than before, but my speed has slowed down. Now Young Min shouted in terror because there was no one left behind him. Damn it, where did the enemy soldiers go? I couldn't help but scold them. Cowards, all my efforts to gather my stats are basically wasted. Kurobi remained silent as he watched this scene, while Young Min was still very annoyed and muttering to himself. I wanted to see if these titles had anything interesting. I didn't expect them to run away when there were so many enemies left. Fighting one-on-one seems completely useless now since the effect is gone. Then he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, if that's the case then. While Young Min was distracted, he suddenly jumped off the ground. Kurobi seized the opportunity and rushed in to attack. I have to face this monster without hesitation, with my top stats. I immediately raise my shield to protect myself. Seeing this, he couldn't help but mockingly laugh. As expected, humans are so weak. Without tricks, they're just at this level. Kurobi unleashes a cunning move, while Young Min struggles to withstand all of his attacks. Kurobi's strikes become more aggressive and relentless. So boring, just go die. The next moment, a deafening explosion occurs at the dock, leaving behind traces on the ground from the intense battle. On the shield side, water stains also began to appear. Kurobi still stood there stunned after the intense battle. He sheaths his sword without hesitation, wasting no time. I don't know what he's up to, but it's useless. Kurobi was extremely satisfied after winning, as the battle was over in the blink of an eye. Then he looked at the flag in his hand, and I must quickly regain the victory. I need to report to Sogen. Kurobi immediately left and silently calculated in his mind. The Golden King camp didn't expect such brave warriors to arrive. Today I will personally deal with those crawling cowards. He still strides forward bravely. At this moment, Kurobi finally notices something strange and gasps in surprise, staring intently ahead. What is that? That annoying guy sang? Master Young Min still returns safely and sound. His eyes are like a blazing fire that cannot be contained. The anger seemed ready to explode everywhere. A strange light emanated from the water's crevice, and Kurobi was terrified as he witnessed this scene. What? Meanwhile, deadly darts envelop Young Min's entire body, and the pressure emanating from him makes everyone fear. Young Min couldn't hold back and roared loudly, then he pushed all his strength into his feet. Then Young Min used his strength to jump off the ground. He was holding a sword, ready to fight. Kurobi struggles to defend against his attack as Young Min is now blazing with uncontrollable fury. Who gave you the right to end it on your own? He's so scared by your aura that he's trembling. The person, after a big explosion at the dock, flips through the air and prepares to strike again. Kurobi remained silent, observing Young Min's every move as he watched him standing opposite and made his assessment. It's a pity. Few in the Dragon Song army are as talented as you. Lin saw Kurobi proactively make an offer. Join us. Sogen needs talented people like him. He kept talking nonstop along that path. The ambition of that day was to surpass the continent and conquer the entire world. Someone was definitely involved in that plan. Kurobi hadn't finished speaking when Young Min cut him off, telling him to be quiet. He straightforwardly expressed his own opinion. Even if I die, I will not join a disgusting army like yours. Stay silent and fight, you bastard. He had no idea that Young Min would react like that. Then Kurobi gathered his strength to prepare a new move. If he's already said that, he's decided not to let you go either. Then go to hell. Young Min couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Then suddenly he leapt off the ground. Young Min quickly charges at Kurobi to counterattack, currently holding the upper hand in the battle. He also quickly raised his sword, but Young Min easily dodged that move. He counterattacked, causing Kurobi to cry out in pain, but he still refused to give up, gripping his sword tightly. Kurobi once again gathers his strength and launches an attack, causing Young Min to finally stop and hold his position. Then he swung his fist with force and shouted out. Young Min quickly ducked and delivered a punch to his face. Kurobi couldn't defend in time and was knocked into the air, his body smashing against the wall. Young Min didn't stop there and continued to charge forward. In a dangerous moment, he immediately activated his sixth technique. A mysterious aura of deadly energy appeared. A giant monster summoned by Kurobi, you still bravely charge forward to fight Kurobi. In a split second, his sharp claws were about to touch Young Min's face. He immediately powered up to dodge the danger. Meanwhile, Kurobi is still controlling the giant sharp hand, hoping to quickly finish off Young Min. After a while of dodging, he was finally caught. Seeing this, Kurobi became even more excited, having caught his target. But Young Min suddenly escaped from his grasp. Kurobi couldn't believe it and exclaimed, disappeared, then suddenly appeared behind him. Young Min now confidently smiles in a strange way and counterattacks. Kurobi is caught off guard and screams loudly. How could this be? Then he was terrified as the spear blade was right in front of his eyes, and finally a huge explosion occurred right at the dock. Young Min knocked the enemy down below. He still tried to counterattack, but I closed in, so Kurobi had no chance. Young Min is extremely excited, smiling, saying I did it. Damn samurai. After everything, he quickly activates clairvoyance and dies. The dock returns to peace after the great battle. At this moment, Young Min's body gradually becomes visible. After a while, his body is fully revealed. Young Min is sitting on the shore, exhausted and panting. Damn, this battle wasn't supposed to be this tiring. You can't help but speak up and blame them. It's all because those cowards ran away. They ran away, and all the effort I put into gathering my strength disappeared. The fat guy in the distance suddenly panicked and stammered. My ears are itchy too. The skinny guy feels the same as him. Me too. Currently, Young Min is very satisfied and smiling softly. It's over. At the same time, the system screen displays the information. Time's up. The foggy death dock concludes the defensive battle. He slowly stood up as the announcement was made, the winner. At this moment, the system begins to shut down. Golden Lion Envoy Jinjiang. Then numerous notifications appeared on the screen. Decide how to handle the occupied area. Maintain, destroy. Young Min looked at that information and felt excited. If we win, then nothing else matters. Forget about what has passed and let's move on to the next scene. Then he presses his hand on the screen to select something. The next second, the occupied area collapsed, and he was terrified to witness the scene. Is that the way to the port? Did he protect it and then destroy it? The system screen is displaying that the Misty Death port has been occupied and destroyed, restricting its use for 7 days. Confirmed. He stared intently at those lines, speculating. It seems so. The dock can't be used for 7 days. So the skinny guy was extremely disappointed when he realized that was the only dock to the central continent. He couldn't help but exclaim after hearing it. Oh no, he's muttering in despair. The Black Dragon Legion can't pass through the center for a whole week. The skinny guy pointed out a very serious problem. Moreover, all the surrounding bases are occupied. So now, he proposed the most feasible plan based on the current situation. We have to return to the third city or wander around here for a week. He couldn't believe what he heard and asked again, while the skinny guy continued to ask numerous questions eagerly. Why is he causing so much trouble for us? What does he gain from it? The skinny guy stood there analyzing the situation carefully before sharing his own hypothesis. Could it be his achievements and reputation? He was surprised by this reasoning from the skinny guy. If that Jin Y-Ang fights, the fat guy hadn't even finished speaking before he cut him off. That's right, destroy the dock. He will take over the nearby base, clearly earning a lot of credit and fame. The skinny guy's analysis only makes him seem more suspicious. What the hell is that bastard really planning? Meanwhile, Young Min happily smiles at his own plan as the scene shifts to the war zone of the Palace of Honor. The blonde girl was startled when she saw him appear and then politely asked him a question. Welcome, sir. How can I assist you? Adventurers Guild. Young Min immediately states his request. Yes, I came to upgrade my rank. The blonde girl quickly absorbed the information. Leveling up. Please wait a moment. At this moment, she stared blankly at him, her eyes fixed. The blonde girl followed Young Min's information. Level 235. Young Min. Rank. Rinaj. Territory Knight. She couldn't believe it and asked again. House. An adventurer's house. I wonder if you are really a knight. You were so stunned by that question too. So what? The blonde-haired girl suddenly slammed her hand down on the table, visibly furious as she shouted her question. What do you mean? Are you joking with me? Young Min was also frightened by the attitude of the blonde girl. What if I want to level up? At this moment, she suddenly extended her slender hand, and the passionate blonde girl spoke passionately. The Honor Hall, as its name suggests, is a place for those with honor. That is a place reserved for warriors seeking to elevate their Golden Lion honor after a long period of fighting. She pointed directly at his face and bluntly criticized that it must be at least level 280. He is only level 235, and as a knight from a fallen territory, he cannot possibly set foot there. The blonde girl still stands there talking nonstop. The Knight's Honor Hall on the left greets you, so please go ahead on his behalf. Young Min suddenly spoke up, refusing to give up. Wait a moment, He glared at her and gritted his teeth before saying, "Can you check the achievements and reputation below?" The blonde girl was so intimidated by Young Min's aura that she let out a frightened gasp. At this moment, she contemptuously thought to herself, "This arrogant guy. Let's see how much he has accumulated." Then the blonde girl, not very happy, spoke up. "Let me see the combat and reputation scores." She trembled uncontrollably as she saw the data in front of her, the system screen displaying the information. The combat achievement score is 8,032 points, and the reputation score is 10,231 points. The blonde girl couldn't believe her eyes. "Oh my God, these terrifying numbers!" Her face is already turning pale. Level 235, and she managed to gather those points. Impressive. Meanwhile, Young Min impatiently urged, "Hurry up, I'm busy." Now the entire body of the blonde girl, June Lazy. With that size, she's at least a noble title. Did I get scolded for what I said earlier, or suddenly she stood up straight, surprising him? She immediately changed her attitude to flattery. "Oh, noble knight, I'll help you level up your noble honor." Young Min saw her reaction and thought, "She's quite shameless." Then he quickly signed the document. She still happily waved goodbye. "Please come back if you have the chance." Young Min, still in a state of frustration, complains about finally leveling up successfully. "Incredible achievement, you have earned the noble title as the first visitor. You are the first to hold this title. Most recently, you are the first and only visitor to become a noble. Many people praise and admire your achievement. The benefits include owning a territory and increased influence in the parliament and noble society." Gaining noble privileges, he couldn't help but exclaim upon learning that information. Young Min, pleased with this information, "Don't be angry with me, it's all for my plan. Now, with this power in hand, I can become even stronger." Young Min also secretly plans for the future. "I must return to the territory to prepare for summoning the teleportation book." Returning to Renai territory, Lin Yi, who is working, looks up in surprise. "He saw you appear and sighed softly. So it's you, Young Min." Young Min entered the room politely, inquiring, "Long time no see," then he couldn't help but speak up. "Lord, Young Min observes that Lin Yi's current condition has become much more frail during their time apart." Although he was trembling, he still forced himself to say that there was no need to worry too much. Lin Yi, thinking about her own benefits, felt encouraged because of the second mine project. There was more to do, better than having nothing to do at all. And yet, as he continued to speak, Lin Yi voiced her own worries. "Lord Remington has been sending people one after another since the last encounter. Facing them is not an easy task." Knowing that, he smiled and spoke. "You've worked hard enough." Young Min wasn't too surprised by what was happening. As expected, he's targeting the Renai territory. I have nothing more to say, so I will take my leave. He also has no reason to keep Young Min here anymore. All right, the passerby is careful, and he's quietly calculating in his mind. That plan will be carried out soon. Then, Young Min opened the door to Lin Yi's room. He stepped outside, stretched lightly, and sighed. "I still have time, or should I go grind stones to strengthen my gear?" But Young Min thought that wasn't a good idea. "No, I've taken everything I wanted. I need to change the field now." Right now, he's leisurely walking forward. As for the rest, Young Min stopped speaking and couldn't help but laugh. He clenched his fists tightly and silently made up his mind. "All right, let's go there." The scene shifts to a land bathed in sunlight, illuminating every corner. A clan develops harmoniously. His prosperity flourishes here. Young Min, riding a camel here, couldn't help but complain. "It's too hot. Why would there be a mission in a place like this?" He went deeper into the area and pondered. The purpose of coming to the desert is the mission. Young Min is here only because of work. It is the main important mission. Many others have tried before, but all failed due to the difficulty of the task. He just entered inside, quietly pondering. Among them, what discourages players the most is, at this moment, Young Min notices something. He yells behind him in a terrifyingly hateful way. He was so scared that he immediately urged the camel to run away. The fever has already set in. Azar Khan can no longer hold back and follows Thao, "Water, water." He is now in great agony, screaming desperately, "Water, give me water." At the same time, the system displays information showing the thirsty villagers appearing. It continues to deliver an important message. An unexpected mission. The thirsty villagers are asking you to provide water. Do you intend to help them? Young Min immediately realized this and smiled strangely. "Well done, making me think of the living dead." An unexpected task, you stare intently at Azar Khan trembling. This is the kind of task that discourages many users, whether to give water or not, even if it seems simple. Young Min glanced around and commented, But as soon as I give water to this person, a crowd like living corpses will appear to take the water. You can predict the situation you'll have to face. If you don't satisfy them, this will be another trap mission that damages your reputation. But Young Min showed no concern as he took out the water bottle. This would do more harm than good. I could ignore it and not do anything, but then he simply opened the water bottle cap, and a stream of fresh water appeared before Azar Khan's eyes. He was stunned by the scene. Then Azar Khan excitedly whispered out loud. The others couldn't hold back and shouted water. Then they quickly rushed toward Young Min shouting water. You only see him standing there calmly, snapping his fingers. Then an enormous water jar appears. That's the problem with those who lack power.
Based on the current situation, the water basin is a special type. Everyone was so happy discussing it,
saying it's so big that the whole village can drink from it. Young Min continued to take out water bombs and excitedly declared, this was the final act. He forcefully threw it towards the water barrel, and he didn't stop there as Young Min also pulled out a spear. Then he threw it into the air while shouting loudly, ambushing, and in midair a big explosion occurred. Tears fell onto this land, and everyone was incredibly happy as they exclaimed in awe. It's raining. How long has it been since I last saw rain? So refreshing. I'm alive. The system screen immediately displays information. You have quenched everyone's thirst and completed the unexpected mission. Your reputation in the village is absolute trust. Young Min was extremely excited when he saw these words. Good. Then everyone in the village moved toward the giant water basin. At this moment, Chief Azad Khan expressed his deep gratitude, thanking the traveler for saving them, saying he didn't know how to repay you. Lian saw him standing there politely replying, as an explorer I only do what I should. I want to ask what exactly happened. He heard that and softly exclaimed, this matter. Azad Khan explained the deeper cause of everything. Actually, this has only happened recently. Although the water supply is still abundant, the village has a private well, so it's not a problem. But the water ran out a week ago. Difficulties suddenly struck his village. Communication with nearby villages was suddenly cut off, and those searching for water went silent, leading to this situation. Then Azad Khan looked at Young Min with a pleading gaze. Dear kind traveler, I know this is a request that may be too much, but please clarify the cause of this situation. I beg you. At the same time, the system updated the latest information about the cause of the water shortage. Investigate the incident in the village, the success conditions, and resolve the cause of the water scarcity. The division has completed, earning 100 gold coins and the hero rescue title. You can refuse this mission. When he saw those words, he immediately spoke up. Didn't I already say so? Young Min pointed at himself and enthusiastically declared, as an explorer, I only do what I should, and it also updates with the latest information. You have accepted this mission, and the scene shifts to the desert village of Concoy Well, where he quickly arrives in this land. Young Min is heavily equipped with gear, a reflective helmet, a shining sun armor, and desert boots. Now he confidently speaks, glad to be alive, thanks to the heat-resistant gear he bought at the village shop. Young Min stares intently at the well in front of him, which is also a crucial piece of equipment for this mission. Inside the well, strange noises can be heard, and he grips the rope to descend and investigate the situation. Young Min quickly descended further and landed safely. Then he looked around and noted that the well was truly dry but wider than he had expected. Then he suddenly sensed something strange. Young Min was drawn to a distant path with a cave, probably that way. He couldn't resist and immediately headed in that direction, feeling that something was off. This was an update system providing him with important data. You have entered the blazing fire dungeon? Now Young Min realizes the core issue. That's the reason the well is dry. Deep inside the blazing flames, the fiery spirit is happily playing around. I can't hold back anymore and jump off the ground, feeling unbearably hot. Young Min wiped his face desperately, trying to dispel the flames before him. Then he launched a powerful strike, but the flames did not disappear. It quickly returned to its original form. After a fierce burst of flame, Young Min saw the danger and hurriedly dodged. He looked at the scene behind him and exclaimed, "These are much tougher than the spirits in Renai. We have to use that." Immediately, Young Min summoned a weapon, a scroll of paper with a price, and the system screen instantly displayed information, including the limited time. He dared not delay and quickly pulled it out, equipped the axe, and added a speed attack with the board, with 10 minutes remaining. Young Min excitedly grabs the scroll and wipes with it. This thing is expensive. Only used once, so it's running out. Bang Jia immediately approaches the raging fire, layers of paper tearing apart their faces. The flames are gradually disappearing under the dominance of the sword. He is still fully focused on performing martial skills. Chaotic dance. Young Min was quite pleased with what he saw. Not bad. But then he suddenly jerked and looked ahead. A burst of flames erupted unexpectedly, making Young Min tremble. What the hell is going on? And then a sinister voice suddenly echoed, "You are level 263. The soul of the distant flame is too cold. I told you to get out of here." Young Min pointed his weapon directly at the distant fire spirit, a mischievous smile on his face, and finally, the cause of everything has appeared. The distant fire spirit let out a deafening scream of pain, clutching his head and grinding his teeth, overwhelmed by the pain. Despite the agony, he raised his hand to counterattack Young Min. What is this? He slams his hand down, causing the ground to split apart, while Young Min quickly dodges to the side. A large piece of rock flying close and landing nearby. His eyes flash coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, it's a distant fragment monster. Its destructive power is no joke. The distant fire soul didn't stop there, raising its hand to launch another attack, returning to dust, creating a fireball in its palm. Its heat was terrifying, like a missile heading straight for Young Min, blazing with fury. Young Min immediately became alert, taking a defensive stance as the fireball drew closer, twisting like a spear aimed straight at him. In an instant, Young Min vanished, as if passing through the fireball. Young Min truly overcame it, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The one who should return to dust is you. Young Min split into multiple clones, all attacking back against the fiery soul. Chaos dance. He saw that and didn't show any sign of fear. Don't even think about it. The fallen fire soul used both hands to create a fire tornado. He leaned back, spreading his arms to launch the tornado forward, unleashing a fierce burst of flames. Young Min was overwhelmed by the raging flames and couldn't react in time. Yanjiang tried to dodge. What happened? His clones were injured by the fire and all were pushed back. Meanwhile, a surge of fiery energy shot up, seemingly aimed directly at Young Min. It was like a spear piercing into his core being, the power of the flames wounding him, and a sharp cry escaped through clenched teeth. Young Min tries to escape, jumping back and landing on the ground nearby. His outer coat is burned, and he clenches his weapon tightly, muttering to himself, fighting head-on like this is exhausting. He raised his hand and took out a sphere. Then Young Min threw it forcefully toward the corrupted fire spirit. The guy widened his eyes in surprise as the sphere flew toward him, and immediately after, it split into two, with something shooting out from inside. That thing is water. It has weakened the fire soul. He was caught off guard and became extremely furious, once again resorting to treacherous tricks. The fiery soul refused to be defeated and poured all its strength into a loud scream. "I will vaporize everything." Firestorm. But just as water was about to pour down on him, a huge explosion erupted, and white smoke billowed out from that direction. Young Min calmly stands and watches, his hands still clenched, a slight smile on his lips, and suddenly, amidst the white smoke, a pair of shining eyes appear. "The distant fire soul has changed form, foolish one. Do you think you can defeat me with that water bomb?" Suddenly, it seems as if he just realized something. The thick smoke in front of him made it impossible to see clearly. Damn it, the water vapor ahead, the fiery soul of the fallen, didn't notice a shadow quietly approaching from behind. Could it be that he was scheming all along? Seizing the opportunity, Young Min quickly charged forward. As the fire spirit of corruption realized, he stabbed a copy of Young Min with his hand, while the real one used a spear to cut off his remaining arm. The fire spirit of corruption slowly understood he had been misled and immediately turned around to counterattack. However, he didn't attack them. The white smoke and steam disoriented him. Damn it, where is he? Seeing this, Young Min raised both middle fingers and sneered at him. "Slowpoke, where are you attacking?" As the laughter subsided, he stomped hard on a stone slab, then used the momentum to rebound. And in an instant, Young Min punched through a large hole in the shoulder of the corrupted fire spirit. The surrounding space had changed, sharp ice chunks appeared out of nowhere, and Young Min narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smile forming in his mind. Good, the power is increasing as I expected. You had already anticipated this situation, using the steam not only to obscure his view, but also coating your blade with a layer of sharp ice and crystallizing the moisture in the air to strengthen your attack. The fallen fire soul begins to rage, gritting his teeth as he mutters, "Damn it, humans are only cowards who rely on tricks." He raises a finger, ready to create something, but the fallen fire soul conjures a massive tornado, a hellish vortex, and in front of this power, he is nothing but an ant. Young Min, standing on the ground, was startled when the fallen fire spirit pointed downwards. His tornado plunged straight at his position, tearing up the earth beneath him. The power of the tornado is seeping underground, chasing after Young Min as he hurriedly runs away. He tries to dodge them, but from all sides he is surrounded, and the force of the tornado is gradually overwhelming Young Min. Damn it, I can't dodge in time. Rocks fly everywhere, and young Min is trying to hold on, as if he's right in the middle of the tornado. The fallen soul of fire is delighted to see his miserable state. How about that? He hasn't stopped yet. The guy adds another blow, purgatory flames of punishment. He is extremely confident and proud of his power. This fire will never go out until the person dies. I will see how long you can endure. Young Min doesn't seem panicked or afraid at all. Nonsense! He clasped his hands together, his eyes flashing with a bizarre excitement. A violent storm, another tornado, was created, sweeping away the blue flames of the fallen fire spirit. In just a few seconds, it overpowered the fiery soul tornado, and the rocks were flung back toward him. What? Young Min's swift sword tip touches the ground. I originally didn't want to use it because of the lingering effects. He laughed loudly, pressing his face forward with a reckless and joyful expression. But let's see which fire will prevail, the fire within me or yours. The warning alert from the system rings in Young Min's ear. Your fire is cooling down, your vitality fading until it disappears. My eyes are blazing with a crazed smile on my face. I knew it. Young Min rushes toward the corrupted fire spirit like an arrow shot. But I will destroy the dead. Before that could happen, he looked at him and shouted back nonsense. He braced himself and unleashed his firepower. Wait another 100 years. His firepower splits into sharp spears shooting straight ahead. Seeing that, Young Min was not at all frightened. He tightly gripped the handle of his spear with both hands. He raised his shield, cutting through the fiery spears, then looked up and laughed loudly. In an instant, Young Min sliced off one side of the fiery soul's face, and the corner of its mouth twisted into a strange smile. At that moment, he was startled and looked back over his shoulder. A large flame shot out by the fallen fire spirit was rushing straight toward him. Suddenly, another flame rose up from the ground unexpectedly, twisting like a tornado. Young Min couldn't react in time and was swept inside. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. In a dangerous situation, he tightly grips the handle of the spear, ready to counterattack. Young Min raises his hand, and the icy blade pushes away the flames. He prepares to counterattack the corrupted fire soul, shouting with his spear as the spreading water stain now forms an ADN pattern beneath the fire soul's feet. That spear creates a sharp ice block, pinning the fire soul. The cold gradually envelops him, slowly freezing him in place. Seizing the opportunity, Young Min charged forward without hesitation. He sliced through the ice block, which instantly appeared right in front of the corrupted fire soul. Young Min clenched the spear handle tighter, now resembling someone controlling a block of freezing cold ice. The power of the spear reaches its maximum, delivering a deadly strike. Young Min's pupils turn blood red, a triumphant smile on his face. Die now. The distant fire soul stands frozen in place, its face filled with rage and shock. He seemed unable to move, so Young Min decisively cut across him, splitting him into two parts. The soul was also torn in half, and after destroying the fiery soul, the space became eerily silent. Young Min muttered to himself alone, quite amused, kneeling on the ground. The pain had vanished. The corrupted fire soul was destroyed. Now he had returned to his normal human form. He sighed in relief, exhausted beyond measure. The system notification just appeared in front of him. A great achievement. You are the earliest high-level soul hunter. You have earned the title of Boundary Cutter, Young Min exclaimed in surprise after reading it. The Boundary Cutter, it's been a while since I saw one. The notification has changed its content. The first one, the Boundary Cutter Eunuchs. You are a great warrior who cuts through souls regardless of their kind. In the future, you will no longer be limited by enemies of different species. You are the first to earn this title. The effect grants 100% damage to spirit-type enemies. Seeing that, Young Min smiled again as if his fatigue had completely disappeared. This is the main effect of this mission and can be used in different situations. As he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled. The entire cave is shaking non-stop. Young Min was startled and shouted in panic, "What's going on?" Why all of a sudden? The system now warns him that the cursed flames of the arid desert village have been dispersed. Beware. Water from the desert will surge forth. Water from the hole in the cave is flooding in like a flood, and as Young Min watches the rushing water in front of him, he screams loudly. His face is full of frustration. After the fire, is this an ocean? What kind of damn game is this? Then he turned around to run outside. We must leave here quickly. But at that moment, his body started to have problems, the remnants of the past beginning. Young Min's whole body turned to stone on the spot. Your strength is gradually decreasing. The water rushed in immediately after, and while Young Min was still standing there, the flood behind him made him scream out in panic. No! He couldn't let this happen. In an instant, Young Min was submerged, struggling to breathe and desperately trying to save himself, but it was no use. At this moment outside, The weather is still very hot, and suddenly the ground begins to shake violently, causing the villagers to fall and panic. What's happening? The earth near the surface seems to be pushed up by some force from below. Water erupts from that spot, shooting up several meters, with young men struggling on the surface. The villagers were overjoyed to see the water, gathering together to cheer. The underground water, long live the heavens. Underground water, we are saved. Meanwhile, young Min was thrown into the water and fell right onto a cluster of cacti. Azakan looked carefully at him, hurriedly ran over with a worried expression. "My lord, you did it. I trust you." When he arrived, he stopped, "Huh?" Seeing young Min, who was usually full of energy now lying flat on the cactus patch, he asked in confusion, "My lord, are you okay?" I struggled to reply, "I'm fine. My mind is spinning. My eyes are white. No, I'm about to die." Then young Min was taken back to the village schoolhouse. He entered the room where young Min was lying, carrying a large water jar in his hand. I thought it was a big deal, if he had died for being a hero saving the villagers. Young Min had recovered quite a bit, sitting on the bed with a gentle smile. "Don't worry." Azakan then smiled gently and declared loudly, "To thank you once again for your heroism in saving the village. We will never forget." A system notification rang out. The drought mission was completed. You leveled up and earned the Hero of the Desert Rescue title, with all stats increased by 20. Receiving full cooperation from the desert village, fire attribute magic defense increased by 10%. Azakan raised his hand toward the various bags beside him. "This is a small gift from the villagers. Please accept it happily." Then he personally handed a mysterious wooden box to you and said, "Please accept this gift." Young Min's face showed surprise as Azakan opened the box to reveal a shining badge, a hero certificate for a unique level mission. He briefly explained to young Min that this is a family heirloom passed down through generations of our family, and that legend says it should be handed over to the hero who saved this village. His eyes slightly lowered as he watched young Min reach out and take the badge. "We've met many travelers, but I believe the hesitant one is the legendary hero traveler." Young Min held the badge in his hand, secretly feeling excited. This is the key to the next gate. His eyes immediately sharpened as he silently calculated in his mind. That's right, the things in the desert village are just a guide compared to the upcoming journey. Young Min seems eager to set out immediately because the people there are not like those we've met so far. The next day, young Min quietly left the desert village. His face broke out in sweat as he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Damn this damn thing. Why is it so hot like this? I'll probably die before reaching the dungeon," he thought to himself. "Even though I have the hero certificate, I still can't use it. I need to find a place where I can activate it." Young Min raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight. "If I had memories of my past life, it would be lucky. I could find the dungeon right away without having to search through these strange clues." Suddenly, his face changed to surprise as he hurried over to a strange ancient stone in the middle of the desert, eyes sparkling with excitement, almost missing it. He brushed off the dust on the stone to reveal the badge Azakan gave him. "Well done, I found it." Young Min didn't hesitate for a second and quickly placed the badge there if the certificate was to be placed here. The very next moment, the stone emitted a bright golden light and a smile crept up his lips. "It's done." The ground suddenly shook as if something beneath was about to surface. A large foot emerged from the scorching desert sand, casting a huge shadow that completely covered Young Min's shadow. It turned out to be the Sphinx, its eyes shining as it stared intently at him, and it exclaimed in amazement. Surprisingly, it seemed quite shocked to see Young Min, the one who awakened me, is none other than a small human. The Sphinx raised its face to the sky with a confident tone. "Of course, no exceptions. You must pass the challenge to enter." As soon as it finished speaking, Young Min raised his hand and confidently replied, even before the Sphinx asked a question. The Sphinx looked at him puzzled and asked, "What are you talking about?" Young Min's face clearly showed impatience. "Isn't this supposed to be normal?" The Sphinx started to get annoyed and snapped, "What nonsense are you talking about?" It raised its hand to clear its throat and spread its legs confidently. "This is an important matter for your future journey, so I ask you to be serious." It took out a red crystal and asked Young Min seriously, "Do you know what this is?" Without waiting for his answer, it explained itself. "This is a crystal humans can receive after dealing with the monster there, and it is the thing that contains its power and life." The Sphinx held out the crystal in front of Young Min. If he absorbed it, he would recover all his strength. But if he was infected with blood poison, his power would be gone. He reached out to take it, his face looking quite serious. It is called the blood crystal. After holding the blood crystal in his hand for a moment, Young Min looked up and asked the Sphinx, "So this is a test?" And it replied, "Break the fake stones I have created." It briefly explained to him that the blood crystal contains the strength of a monster and is extremely hard, so although it is fake, it is very difficult to destroy. At this point, the Sphinx smugly sneered with a look of contempt for humans, knowing you couldn't do it, so I allowed the use of special weapons. While it was proud of its own abilities, a loud bang suddenly struck. Hurry. Turning it to stone forever. Young Min quickly shattered the blood crystal into many pieces, then threw the fragments to the ground, while the Sphinx stood stiff as if watching him. After a moment, it finally smiled and said, "You really are annoying." The Sphinx followed the rules and loudly announced, "Open the door." A long staircase descending into the underground appears, revealing the legendary mysterious pyramid dungeon has been opened. Before Young Min steps down, the kindly Sphinx leans close to his ear to remind him, "I know your strength well, but they are extremely dangerous." Young Min calmly waved his hand and replied, "Don't worry." Suddenly the Sphinx remembered something. I almost forgot it used its claw to point at the badge Young Min had placed on the joint of the stone. The Sphinx took it out and threw it back to Young Min. Surely he would need it on the way. He was a bit surprised, but still reached out to catch it, wondering in his mind, "Are you returning the certificate to me? This isn't like the previous life." He looked at the Sphinx, thinking about the test earlier. Anyway, if his abilities exceeded a certain standard, something would change. As Young Min stepped down the stairs leading underground, he thought to himself that experiencing it firsthand would make it clear. After walking down that long staircase, Young Min stepped into an unfamiliar place. In front of him stood a large pillar, emitting a bright golden light. It could speak, saying, "O brave warrior from a distant land, the once radiant pyramid is now shrouded in darkness." It makes a dangerous promise. "If you can purge the evil spirits and help me regain my past glory, I promise to reward you with honor and riches." The light around it shone even brighter. "Go find our lost glory." That blinding light made Young Min cover his eyes, and a few seconds later, when he opened them, everything had changed. In front of him stood the famous pyramid architecture. "You have entered the mysterious pyramid dungeon from legend." Young Min stood there, observing for a moment, then muttered to himself with a smile, "This is the legendary pyramid of the A dynasty. Korea Empire ruled by King Scorpion. Young Min has read the history of this land and still remembers it quite clearly. King Scorpion quickly built and ruled his own world, driven by greed after being consumed by darkness for some reason. He caused Korea to fall into chaos, and that corruption fueled his desire to expand beyond his world. He recalls the one who fought him in Azakan village, the first sacrifice being the Sangha fire spirit in Samark village with a contemplative expression, the dark power of Sangha and the soul of King Scorpion swallowed. Suddenly, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be that the Sangha enemies who were defeated by the Scorpion King cast a curse upon him? He slowly moved forward, his eyes fixed on the target, as in his previous life he didn't carry out this mission and therefore didn't know the details. This time, I need to investigate thoroughly. Suddenly, he stopped, a look of surprise on his face. Not far from where he was standing, someone was lying on the sand. What is that? That person turned out to be a girl, seemingly asleep. Young Min approached quietly, smiling and muttering to himself. "A living corpse," he said. And as he finished, the girl suddenly woke up, sitting upright with an extremely angry tone. "Who is the murderer, huh?" Young Min was a bit startled by her reaction. "So you're alive, huh?" After a while, the two of them got to know each other. The girl's name is Rofi, and Young Min kindly gave her water and some food, making her very happy. She's alive. Young Min sat in a corner watching Rofi and sighing, thinking she's no different from a little bug. "You finished my food and seem unconcerned with what I said, so is there anything else to drink?" Young Min, hearing that, angrily poked her on the head. "I just saved your life, so you better have the decency to thank me. Do you understand?" Rofi asked with a shrug, then confidently thanked before proudly laughing and boasting, "I am a high-level mage serving King Scorpion, a noble of the Karya Empire. Call me Rofi. Hitting aristocrats like this isn't a great honor or reward for someone like you." Hearing that, Young Min furrowed his brows and pointed at her suspiciously, asking, "Wait a minute, a high-level mage and a noble? You are the monster," Rofi said with a smug look on her face, licking her lips as she stared at Young Min with blazing eyes. "You're right, human." Young Min, aggressive and arrogant, points his finger directly at Rofi's forehead, who just finished drinking. "I saved your life. If you have any sense, you should be grateful. Understand?" She can only be speechless and helpless. "Thank you for your courage." Rofi takes the opportunity to be confident under the sunlight. "I am a high-level mage serving King Scorpion, noble of the Karya Empire. Call me Rofi. Beating nobles like this is not a great honor or reward for someone like you." He froze completely, his his smile vanishing into utter panic as her true identity was revealed. Wait a minute. A high-level mage, a noble assassin, you are actually a monster. Rofi's eyes flash with fire and a deadly smile. You're right, human. Just go straight to the point like Haifeng, making her feel restless. If you're a monster, then just get to the point. The brute decided to go on a killing spree. Strike. Rofi was so scared that his eyes nearly popped out. Stop. Please stop. A terrible explosion occurred, creating a huge column of smoke and dust and causing the ground to crack with a deafening sound. Rofi coughs violently. Speak first. She returns to the unfamiliar outfit interface with her eyes completely white. Rofi suddenly realizes, what the hell is that? How is he any different from a monster? Where does he get the nerve to grab her head and lean in close? What do you want to say, you little bug? She trembled as she turned away. He completely strips away his human disguise, revealing a bloodthirsty monster with glowing red eyes and a grin that stretches from ear to ear. Our conversation would be more meaningful with what people have. Rofi's face turned pale. You damn crazy bastard. She retorts, I didn't want to fight. I haven't finished speaking. I no longer serve the king. Yang reminds her again. No longer serving the king, huh? Rofi was so shy that he kept sweating constantly. The air was filled with a terrible magic aura, and the shockwave from the attack made the heavens and earth seem as if they were about to tear apart. She only responded with a stubborn, innocent expression full of guilt. He threw Rofi without hesitation to face this power. Transforming, the dark energy rushes forward like a giant arrow. The power gradually dissipates. She looked up in surprise as Horace's chicken legs stomped powerfully on the sandy ground. It's a shame. I really wanted to kill both of you. It's been a while since I saw Rofi, level 250 Horace. His beak is beautiful but mocking. She exudes arrogance and menace, a traitor to the king and allied with the weak humans. As expected, you did not disappoint me. Rofi grits his teeth and endures.
Horace,
She bravely shouted.
I am not betraying the king.
I just want to persuade him. Horace raises his hand, channeling his power, and declares fiercely, going against his wishes is a betrayal. His fate will surely be death. Rofi also refused to give up. She lowered her hand and gathered her strength again. What the hell about fate? Then just go for it. Her eyes widened to the fullest, her face covered in sweat, showing utter shock. While he was still fiercely resisting the dark sphere, Eon Min jumped from behind to assassinate, and Horace, startled, turned around, but it was already too late. He successfully ambushed from behind, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Eon Min's face turned terrifyingly insane with satisfaction. Wild chicken, watch out behind you. Horace just glanced over. You dare! He spreads his wings to chase you away. Horace clenched his fist and summoned dark power to seek revenge, launching a terrifying attack that pushed him into a deadly situation, causing blood to spill out. Eon Min grit his teeth, enduring, damn it, so fast. He counterattacked to stop him, but unfortunately Horace used his wings to fly away from the attack. He flies up very high. Horace's cold gaze from above looks down, showing a mix of shock and righteous fury of the superior being, the arrogant human, the one who dares to challenge me. I now want to go to the continent immediately. Eon Min angrily, helplessly, come down here, you chicken. He smugly glances away. Rofi is still full of energy, creating a glowing circle that makes Horace hesitate, but it seems he still needs to reconsider. He turns and flies away. Take care, Rofi. See you again someday. In the vast desert, I shouted in helplessness and fury as I watched Horace cowardly flap his wings and flee into the sky. You coward, come back here quickly. Her lips tremble, and she lets out a relieved sigh. Something serious is about to happen. Rofi startles as Eon Min approaches. Her godly aura trembled once more. Damn it, he asked seriously. Is there nothing you want to say to me? Rofi was extremely panicked. What should I say? What should I say? She secretly swallowed her saliva. Rofi looked straight at Eon Min's dusty, pointed chin. Then she glanced down at that perfect six-pack. Rofi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She bowed her head awkwardly but sincerely, thanking him, while he made a silly face to tease her. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Speak louder. Rofi, furious, pinched Eon Min's face. That bastard. You're a man, but so petty. Even in pain, you still have to fight back. Why are you still acting like that towards me? Who do you think I am that I would be killed for no reason? Eon Min pinched back. Am I right? You two keep arguing. Let go. You bastard, you go ahead first. That annoying pest. Under the clear blue sky, the majestic pyramid-shaped architecture rises proudly and magnificently. Horace walks gently in the afternoon sun, his steps heavy with gloom. I rarely bother to criticize. She looks truly ugly. Horace, did any battle just happen? Horus falls silent, contemplating, then calls out her name loudly. I have little to smile about, comforting in a deadly way, oh so sad. So you came to meet the king. I am not much at level 251. Could it be that little Rolfie did it? Horus summarized briefly. That's right, that girl is with a crazy human. He is a dangerous person, you shouldn't get close. She pretended to be surprised. A crazy guy. What happened? He told the story but is pretending to hide it. I'm not free to explain myself to you, I'm just warning you. I'm too weak, hey! She tilted her head in disappointment. Horus approached King Scorpion. He kneels on one knee and bows his head respectfully. Horus, the god of wisdom and virtue. I have something to report to you. He looked surprised and eager to listen. Is there something wrong? Mao, speak up. I really want to hear it. Level 270, King Scorpion. Young Min stared in shock, pointing at his face and asking with suspicion. He only uses one eye. Are you saying the name of the king is now just his eye? He is dead, or is it some kind of mark or seal? Rofi helplessly waved her hand. Hey! I didn't even say I would explain. Her face was serious and her eyes cold, revealing a shocking truth. The king has lived longer than you thought. He is also the founder of the current empire. Living that long. He has lost his original strength and can no longer maintain his body. He interrupted because he was too surprised. Wait. He founded the empire and has helped sustain it for a long time. Rofi replied, I don't know. I only know he existed a long time ago. Young Min is powerless to do anything. You don't know. You're just an ancient mummy, right? She must have been alive for a very long time. She pouted and held up her hand to count. No way. I just started. She's only about 18. He was stunned to realize Rofi was younger than he had imagined. Is she still a kid? Young Min looked at the person in confusion. His eyes filled with shock as he realized everything was happening completely opposite to what he had understood. Damn it! What the hell is going on? This is completely different from what I know. In my previous life, I carried out missions for a different species, so I only read online guides about human tasks. It shouldn't have deceived like this. I kept pressing until I got the truth. What were those things the chicken-headed guy just said about? She gently bows her head. Chicken-head. Oh, you mean Horosa? Young Min's eyes are cold and sharp, full of scheming and tears. He is suspicious. Yeah, he definitely said that. She betrayed the king. Rofi stood stunned. That thing. She glanced away quickly because she didn't know how to explain it. Meanwhile, in Korea, a bustling crowd moves under the bright golden sun as a man stands with his arms crossed in front of a stall, quietly observing the neatly arranged goods. The two boys excitedly run bouncing across the dusty road, their faces full of energy and cheerful laughter. Amidst the busy market, Arima in a white shirt smiles peacefully as he walks among the crowd. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shone down, causing her to look up. Horos's wings spread wide. He lands right in front of Arima, blocking the road with a cool attitude. She calls out in awe as if meeting a hero. Lord Horos. Everyone was surprised by his appearance. God Horos. It is the god Horos. Everyone bowed as a sign of respect. Lord Horos. He was upset about the chaos, but immediately dismissed it and gave an order. Why is there such a commotion? It's nothing, just keep going. Horos immediately turned back toward Arima. Arima. I'm here to ask you a few things. She was sweating and pointing at me. You are asking me, sir? He asked if you know where Rofi is. Arima hesitantly replied, our little glutton. I mean, Miss Rofi. Come to think of it, I haven't seen that kid in a long time. That kid used to come to our village every day. Horos continues the investigation. I see. Recently, no one has seen her. She replied, yes. The girl is always curious about everything. I think she's just somewhere safe. He flaps his wings to create a gentle breeze. I know that the person who can't see her is enough. And if you see a strange man in the village, report it to me immediately. He's a strange person, very easy to recognize. Horos rushes off quickly. Remember that. He runs over and pulls Arima's shirt. They both eagerly want to see Rofi. Mom, is something wrong with Rofi? I want to see Rofi. She can't answer these questions, because I don't even know where she is myself. Horos with its large wings soars down from the sky at a blazing speed, tearing through the wind with a mighty presence. He decides to soar upward. Horos lands with great power. He exudes an aura of mystery and menace as he gazes down into the dark, abyssal chasm. Horos's sharp claws scratch the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he spreads his large wings wide, loud down from above at a speed that tears through the tense red sky. Jiakun was startled by Horos's appearance. He turned around to ask, Oh, Lord Horos, is something the matter? He didn't hesitate and stepped forward. Are you looking for Rofi's whereabouts? Jiakune tries to reassure him. Don't worry. I have increased the number of city guards. They won't interfere with the plan. Level 240 Wolf Dog. Horos immediately rushes forward. Not enough. His Majesty orders Rofi must be captured before the plan begins. He hesitated slightly, but Rofi isn't that dangerous. He narrowed his eyes and explained. Yes, alone, that's one thing, but the important thing is the human guy accompanying her. Giacune pouted. Are they human? Horos responded when he heard a loud noise. I went outside to check and saw Rofi with a stranger. It was just a brief encounter, but I can be sure he is a threat. He is indeed very strong. I don't know how or why someone like him came here, but surely he is a threat to the plan. Your Majesty thinks so too. That's why he ordered us to catch him that day. He has understood the problem. I understand completely. He flinched when he saw what was in front of him. Is that? Giacune continued. Yes, it is. It will fulfill the king's wish. This device is the key to the plan. The blood vessel condenser. Horos keeps his eyes fixed on it. It's so beautiful. In another turn of events, Young Min's evil plans are completely overturned. Blood crystal condenser. What are you planning to do with it? Rofi's expression grew serious. Just as its name always suggests. It condenses blood crystals to create stronger ones. The king plans to use it to regain his power. He wants to reforge his weakened blood crystal. He places his hand on his chin, pondering. Well, I can picture everything now, but to regain the king's level of strength, you need more than just a few blood crystals. That's right. Is there anywhere here with so many monsters? She gently bows her head. The problem lies there. Blood crystals are containers of life and the crystallization of energy. Monsters are not the only ones who possess blood crystals. Young Min's face turned pale. Could it be? Rofi explained in detail. The people living here have been with us for a very long time, every single one of them. They all carry a blood crystal. Now do you understand? The king is planning to sacrifice all the people to revive his power. I didn't expect this situation. Why? That guy is even crazier than I thought. Suddenly, Ming's voice rang out. Crazy? Who are you talking about? Young Min thought Rofi was someone else, so he responded casually. Who else could it be? That Scorpion King's name or something, I just realized. Huh? When did she arrive here and start stroking Young Min's chin? Hello, sweetheart. I immediately showed a look of utter horror. With a stunned look, her jaw dropping as if her soul had left her body from shock. Who's next? A powerful downward attack knocks Young Min and Rofi off their feet. He frantically retreats, dodging the strike and cursing out loud for the surprise ambush. Damn it! These guys only do ambushes. From the fog of darkness, Ming Yi Lian appears with a cold expression and laments with regret. So regretful. I was about to kill someone with that move. She confidently steps out, wearing a dangerous smile. Horace is right. You're not an ordinary human. Level 251. I am weak. Young Min's calmness is clearly visible on his face, covered with sweat. When that sharp gaze caught a shocking reality unfolding, the snake, now changed in form, her clear voice suddenly rang out. That's terrifying. Be careful. That person is very dangerous. He quickly asked about Rofi when he saw her burning with rage. Are you okay? My giant purple tail strikes through space at wind-cutting speed. The giant tail swung with such force that it created a devastating shockwave, causing the ground to crack and throwing the two of them into chaos. Unfortunately, the tail has trapped her. She sharply lifts Rofi high with her massive tail, then issues a dangerous warning. Can you pay a little attention? I really hate being ignored like that. Min tightly grips Rofi's face with one hand, her cold and deadly gaze filled with hostility. You little brat! Do you dare to speak ill of the king? Betraying the king. The one who called for help when there was nowhere else to go. I should have killed him from the start. Young Min's swift escape is clearly imprinted on the sand. Anne arrived just in time. He cut off Min's escape to save her. She looked at her with contempt. Rofi crashes onto the sand, her body racked with pain. Rofi struggles to stand up. Damn it. Young Min with glowing eyes charges fiercely with a giant sword through the chaotic purple energy. This attack sparks a fire, but he is still completely powerless to cut off Min's tail. Young Min is helpless, truly insane. After that tail, she is even more formidable with her fierce, deadly eyes. Gong Min gathers two dark energy streams in his hands, ready to strike back. It throws her divine staff toward him. Take this! Young Min blocks one of her legs and successfully avoids her divine spear. But sometimes you have to face the hard truth. Young Min looked up. Her furious tail was flicking above his head. Rofi was like a god. She screamed, unleashing her power to help Young Min with one hand. A golden fever. Min has lived this long and has never seen such a strange situation before. With just a rebound from Rofi's position, a wave of bugs rushes forward fiercely. A blazing wave of golden creatures surges into the battlefield, fueling Young Min's decisive attack to take her down. Even he is somewhat stunned. Young Min is surprised by her determination. Rofi. Min has been angered by those bugs. She immediately switches to a berserk mode. That bastard. I will take lives. Rofi descends into the center of the formation with a commanding presence. Releasing a power that shakes the entire space, the stone pillars slowly rise up. She shouted the spell as a series of giant stone pillars engraved with ancient runes rose steaming from the ground. Tekenu. But with her agility, she and her snaketail gracefully slipped past the stone columns. Rofi was covered in sweat. She dodged everything. Min-It, surprised, grabbed her in mid-air and triumphantly declared, "I got her." Rofi was struck with a powerful blow, her mouth spewing blood as she took a devastating dark energy attack. She sharply reminded him to lift her higher. Min-It tightened his grip even more, causing Rofi to struggle in helplessness. Her face twisted in anger as she pointed upward. "Break her into pieces." Min-It glanced over upon hearing a strange noise. It turned out young Min seized the opportunity to ambush from above. She chuckled with her teeth showing, thinking dark thoughts. Min quickly turned invisible, leaving Rofi alone and overwhelmed by his own fear. Once again, she fell heavily onto the sand. Rofi lay paralyzed, unable to utter a word. Young Min looked around in confusion. Damn it, she's gone. Where did she hide? She appeared suddenly out of nowhere. The voice echoes like the underworld, so adorable. Do you think you can use it again? Guang remains completely still, his hands trembling slightly after Min's spell, and his weapon drops onto the sand. Damn it, the debuff skill. My body isn't responding. My resistance stat can't be this low. This is some crazy skill die. Min lightly stroked her chin with a mocking smile, exuding a seductive, arrogant, and condescending aura, like a superior, enjoying watching and judging him as a pleasing toy. Upon closer look, her human face was not so bad. Young Min shouted in despair as she transformed back into her human form. Jia is the way for her to disappear in the blink of an eye. He asks directly, "Why don't you finish me? What is your purpose?" Min turned away simply. "I like you now, humanity." Young Min is furious. Why? She likes me. She sneers with a smile. Yes. It's been a long time since someone made me happy. For hundreds of years, I have lived in the desolate world created by the Emperor, and my loyalty to him remains. But I can't help feeling bored. Helping His Majesty revive was a small joy, but it turned out to be dull and tedious. Sacrificing humans as offerings is so easy. It makes your blood boil just hearing about it. Min said little more, but then something interesting happened. Horus returns with wounds. It's been a while since I last saw him injured. He only warned me about you and then left as if nothing happened. But when he looked cold, contemptuous, and full of murderous intent, his sharp gaze radiated a deadly threat. Min rarely laughs, but I was so excited that I immediately went to find him, and with my keen senses, it was not difficult to track him. And after what just happened, I'm sure. Humankind, I will make you mine. You will form a pact with me. Young Min's eyes widened in shock, his face showing disbelief at what he just heard. A contract? Is this girl serious? Thorath has a contract system. Usually, contracts only appear when players buy or sell equipment. Occasionally, special contracts are recorded, which are contracts with monsters. The reason this contract is special is because it doesn't target material things like money or equipment, but grants power that can only be obtained from monsters. However, since monsters oppose humans and don't fully understand the contract, only lucky users have a chance. If this girl is telling the truth, then she's lucky. Why, Ong Min endured, thinking about what he truly wanted from the contract, lessening his sinister smile, revealing a triumphant, arrogant, and sinister expression. The one who will become my subordinate, fight for the king, and personally kill that girl. Why? Mr. Min stood frozen, his face blank and overwhelmed with panic at the shocking news. Yen clenched his jaw tightly, Mr. Min trying to suppress his rage or extreme pain, but then he still forced a wild, triumphant, and sinister smile. Bye. Mr. Min agreed to the invitation. All right, let's sign the contract. She looks happy. The beast is very simple. His voice echoes on the sandy ground as why Mr. Min stands tall before Luffy's immobility. My eyes become vacant. Yes, after all, I am a monster. The reason I entered the abandoned mine is for the blood crystal to complete my mission. If I can get stronger quickly, if I can avenge that kid monster, she suddenly muttered. Ah, right, save humanity. Luffy's vow has awakened why. Mr. Min wakes up. He realizes his mistake. Damn it, why? Mr. Min raises his weapon. Why am I playing this game if I want to be stronger, if I want to take revenge for him? The thrill of fighting and exploring this fascinating world has been destroyed by that bastard. Because of revenge against him, that joy is gone. He shouted loudly, releasing all the pent-up emotions inside. Damn it! A mix of ecstasy and doubt appeared on her distant face. Aye! Mr. Min grabs her shirt tightly and shouts directly into her face to motivate her. Wake up now. How long do you plan to stay unconscious? It's not the person speaking who will save the you person. Luffy closes his eyes tightly, fighting his inner thoughts. She decides to open her eyes. Luffy's head feels a bit hazy. Humans, what is he saying? Why? Mr. Min still frowns and shouts loudly to awaken her determination. Getting knocked out so easily, just hide your shame from afar. Luffy's pride was hurt, so he fought back. What? Hey, arrogant guy. You won't give up either, am I wrong to think so? The large shadow of Ming Yi appears, extinguishing the quarrel between the two. The giant tail's fiery strike crashes down, creating a shockwave that sends the two flying into the sky amid screams of despair. Why? Mr. Min quickly lands successfully, while she takes another painful fall. He chuckles, so that girl transformed again. It seems that the hypnosis only works when in human form. Luffy was very surprised, the person under hypnosis, but they can escape it. Why? Mr. Min was so startled, he broke into a sweat. That really scared him. Could I be experiencing déjà vu? She explained in detail about herself. Ming Yi has two forms, human and snake. Her hypnotic ability is very frightening, but as the speaker says, she can only use it in her human form, which makes her very vulnerable to attack. Unlike the snake form, although it cannot attack mentally like hypnosis, its offensive and defensive abilities are both very high. Ming Yi said something that left everyone stunned, making me feel ashamed. Not only did you reveal the king's information, but even I dare to say it, Luffy. I will definitely kill you. And you too, arrogant human. You look around in confusion and then point at yourself. Huh? Who? Me? She shouted in a fit of rage, her eyes blazing with a sinister light, full of fury. Why do you refuse the contract? Why choose the difficult path just because that damn Luffy kid is dead when I've already cleared the way for you? He laughed more than the king, his face darkening because that was more interesting. Instead of making a contract with him and quickly becoming stronger, defeating this same bug of a person was much more satisfying. After clearing out his subordinates and accomplices, I will carve up the king and swallow the common people. Wouldn't it be more interesting if Luffy turned to stone immediately? He's gone mad. Young Min has activated her combat mode to the highest level, ready to fight with her axe. He prepared for battle, Young Min thought to himself. Just enjoy the game, no need to rush. I will help her and take revenge on him. She lowered her voice in disappointment. I was mistaken about him. He's just as crazy as Luffy. Whatever, I will kill both of them. She only saw her own face a little, then her limbs started to tremble wildly. I understood and warned her. Luffy, don't overdo it. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. You want to stop the king's plan, right? Then I will help you, but I won't persuade the king. I will kill him. What do you think? Luffy's hand trembles a bit. Then she clenches her fist with determination to see this through. Luffy's eyes burn red like raging fire. All right, a young man said softly with a smile. He and Luffy have already ignited the place with their energy, so let's get ready to start hunting this snake first. Menthit stands from afar facing Ayoung Min and Luffy, raising her long, sharp weapons. She lunges forward on the ground with astonishing speed, hissing like a snake. Young Min's face hardens as he blocks an attack from Menthit with his iron axe, his eyes radiating a fierce aura. He raised it to strike Menthit, but she dodged too slowly. Menthit raised her huge tail, wrapping it tightly around Young Min's arm, holding the axe. He was stunned and wide-eyed as she, with a crazed expression, attacked his face with her claws. And his face, full of fierce intent, shot a sharp glance at Menthit. Young Min angrily drives the spear deep into her snake-like body. Menthit screams in pain, truly brutal. Run now! Suddenly she felt something was wrong. The magic pillars pierced into Menthit's back. Rofi cheered happily. Well done. That was a hit. Young Min, exhausted, scolded. That brat was told to support from behind, but dared to use me as bait. Suddenly he stopped, shouting, Hey, behind you, right now. Rofi still doesn't realize she's been scratched by Menthit from behind. Her tail slammed down onto a surface, but luckily, Rofi managed to block it in time. She trembled as she supported the weight of the giant snake's tail, and suddenly the wall of defense Rofi had created began to show signs of cracking. Menthit tries to take advantage of this moment to attack her, die, as a spear flies rapidly toward her. Ayoung Min saved her from an immediate defeat, catching her off guard. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed toward her with the flying axe. Ayoung Min prepared to attack. He threw with great force, sending the axe flying like a gust of wind, and the clash kicked up dust and smoke. Menthit quickly covered her eyes, unable to see anything, as Young Min charged forward with the spear at an incredible speed. I'm very sensitive to these things. Her snake tail pierced through, passing through Young Min, making his body appear transparent. Menthit was amazed. It went through, and the sound of heavy footsteps stomped on the sandy ground. Young Min's other forms rushed wildly to attack her, striking fiercely and swiftly across Menthit's skin, causing her to scream in pain. Menthit's hair was also cut into sections, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. She tried to lift her tail, but she had truly become furious, tearing all her skin off. Young Min is captured and brought before the human crowd. Menthit glances angrily, having caught him. Her sharp tail is raised, then it precisely pierces through his shoulder as she tightly coils around Young Min. Menthit shouted angrily, "You stupid human, you'll regret refusing my offer." He boldly replied, "The punishment isn't over yet, and it seems you've forgotten something." She was stunned and forgot. Just then, Rolfi appeared, reversing the spell on the sharp pillars, shouting loudly. Then the sharp pole pierced deeply into Menthit's back, causing her to bleed intensely. The pole knocked Menthit away. Young Min is excited. "Great. Go ahead and shoot me too." Rolfi is amazed. "Really, you too? I don't care what happens." He replied confidently. "Don't worry." She shouted loudly, "Let's go!" Young Min soared up, and he was so excited that Menthit was knocked high into the air. She couldn't believe Young Min was here, and he was holding a spear, ready to attack. What's going on now? With one hand, he held the spear, which had grown several times larger than his body. Young Min went berserk. "Your death." Menthit was terrified. "Wait!" Before she could finish her sentence, Young Min ruthlessly swung his spear, cutting her half-human, half-beast body into 3 parts. He shouted, "Die?" Rolfi recounted the story of the early chaotic days on the desert, when monsters caused destruction and pain to the people. The times forge heroes, and one day, that person appeared. Scorpion. That person defeated monsters to protect the desert, accompanied by a brave Diuhao and a Mangsa. In the end, they finally ended the chaos and brought peace to the desert. The desert people worshipped and followed that person. They created their own world, separate from the others, building the Karya Empire. With the support of the Scorpion and the Serpent and the people's worship, Scorpion became the king and ruled his empire for a long time. Young Min, confused, spoke up. A once desert hero now sacrifices people, becoming a senile old man. Rolfi replied, "The hero and emperor stories are all I've heard before, and my first encounter with the emperor was just like now. Perhaps to sustain this world and kingdom for a long time, he has exhausted his strength and is even no longer conscious." Horus and Menthit also fought to protect everyone. "Hey, look over there. What is that?" she asked. "Who are you, really?" Young Min pointed to himself. "I swear," Rolfi pointed his finger at him, "no matter how much I support you. It's hard to believe you defeated Menthit. What was your last move? I've never seen anything so powerful and terrifying. Are you an outside spy trying to take advantage of this chaos to swallow the Karya Empire?" "I should have realized sooner. Tell me the truth now." Young Min shouted in anger. "Are you crazy? Think carefully. If I were a spy, why would I save you?" Rolfi suddenly realized. "Yeah, that makes sense," he explained seriously. "I'm just an explorer, traveling the world to become stronger." She interrupted. "Why do you want to become stronger?" As expected, the King's Cut warriors have come all the way to such a remote place. It seems the desert is no longer safe anywhere. Young Min dismissively asks, "What are they?" "You look too weak. Why not just kill them all?" she explains seriously. "They are the Cut warriors created by the king. Even if we can destroy them, they will share the information. So our position will be quickly exposed. Whether it's us or them, it's hard to deal with dozens of Cut warriors. We have no choice but to go there." Young Min's face is full of a sinister smile. When we get there, she looks him straight in the face, trying to hide the fact that she has to go to the forest. "Let's head to the Empire." "I haven't thought about that yet." The ancient desert city wall of Icap appears, and Young Min and Rolfi hide from afar, watching. "You look confused. Kid, you're here all this way without any plan?" She replied, "No, because I always pass through this place normally, so I forgot." Young Min slowly glanced over at Rolfi. He shouted in anger, "What the hell are you talking about?" She knew she was right, so she replied calmly, "Oh, I just forgot about this temporarily." Young Min angrily grits his teeth. "Damn it, I can't go back now. How do I get in there?" "Usually they let someone pass through." Rolfi thought for a moment and then replied, "People who catch snakes are hunters." He quickly calculated. "All right, let's do that. Listen carefully. If someone wants to go in there," she was stunned. "Are you serious?" A warrior notices 2 figures in the distance and speaks up. "You two over there, quickly tell us your names." Young Min takes off his hood. "I am just a hunter. So what if I am a soldier of the king?" the warrior cut in. You are truly suspicious. Take him away. Rofi takes on the role. Old man, stop talking. Why are you so angry at innocent soldiers? Yang Min replied arrogantly. What? I didn't say anything. They looked at each other. Rofi spoke up. Soldiers, please listen to me for a moment. That old man, he is helpless. Just like that. I understand. Hurry home and keep arguing. Go quickly. The city gate is closed again. Rofi's face is covered in sweat. He almost got caught. Yang Min is confident. I'm used to this kind of thing. The scene before him made him pause in awe as Yang Min stood at the city gate, marveling at the bustling scene before him. Yang Min exclaimed in surprise. This city is bigger than I thought. Rofi urged him. Come on, don't dawdle anymore. Hurry up and follow me. Yang Min hesitated. Where are you planning to go? She replied. Go meet the one who will help us. Dust and sand swirl across the desert. A strange object. Menthit's tail appears. Horus angrily picked it up as the sand warrior approached and reported. My lord Horus, I have found an object. It was found in the sand pit. Horus recognized it. This is Junfi's cloth. Sure enough, you went with him. Menthit, I warned you. Where is Menthit's blood challenge? I really couldn't find you, the sand warrior replied. Yes. It seems the ones who killed you, Menthit, took it away. He clenched his fists in anger. Horus raised his hand and ordered. Whether in the city or outside the city, it doesn't matter. We must find them. The sand warrior shouted in fear. Understood. Horus's eyes are filled with murderous intent. Those traitors. I will definitely kill you all. Rofi takes Yang Min to a small 2-story house. You doubt it? You're definitely not here. She glared angrily. I told you he's really strange. I'm not that trustworthy, you? Yang Min affirms. And yet, Rofi blocked his way. It's too noisy. This is the person I personally took care of, so you can rest assured. Arima steps out. Who is this? Isn't that little darling Ung Min suspicious when he sees this strange aura? Sweetheart, she excitedly hugs him. Tightly. The child disappeared without saying a word, making everyone very worried, you know? The kids have been searching for her all this time. Rofi was being hugged so tightly, she could barely breathe. Arima. Wait a moment, you're laughing and teasing. Sweetheart, she's shy and blushing. Don't laugh, come inside. Sunlight filtering through the curtains makes the surroundings feel warm. Arima pours water while teasing with a smile. He suddenly disappeared. I didn't expect him to bring his friend home. Rofi protests. You are the best. He is my subordinate. Yang Min hesitated to speak. Who is Nuiha's subordinate? She smiles kindly. Anyway, I am very happy. I am Arima. Nice to meet you. He responded. I am Roken. I was on an exploration trip when I met this kid. Arima was surprised. Odie went on an exploration. How did Arima get to know this kid? Yang Min pinching Rofi's ear. This kid is so proud, yet she smiles and responds. That is also part of Rofi's charm. About 12 years ago, I returned home after a mission. At that moment, Arima was stunned. The house was a complete mess. What happened? The kitchen. A child suddenly appeared inside. She exclaimed in surprise. Rofi was about to take a bite of her bread and turned around immediately after hearing the noise. Arima, pregnant and exhausted, and a dirty little kid just stared at each other. Rofi innocently held up the bread in her hand in front of her. It's not to invite you to eat or do anything. She spoke up. There's no such thing as a spicy strawberry. Young Min sneers contemptuously at Rofi after hearing that story. Who cares for whom? They've been arrogant since birth. She helplessly spoke up. Arima, please don't go into such details. She's gentle. It's okay. Meeting for the first time was a bit surprising. But the closer we get, the more I feel that Rofi is a very obedient child. She helps me with the housework. After I had my child, she even helped me take care of my younger sibling. Young Mun speaks carefully. So Mrs. Arima knows what this kid is like. She responds casually. Monster, I know. Horus always shows up when he's looking for something. He speaks up. Damn bastard. I know you're here. Arima continued to tell the story. I thought I would never see Rofi again. He was flying and scolding at the same time. I told you not to get involved with humans. She was helpless, but the next day this little kid came back to eat again. Just like when they first met, Rofi saw her walk in and lift up a piece of bread. No level of patience, huh? Because you keep hiding. After a month, Horus also gave up. Oh, right. Horus came here looking for you, that's what he said. If a strange man comes to the village, you must inform him. What's going on? Rofi tried to hide in the village. Oh no, he didn't. Since we disagree, we should argue with him. So could you let us hide here? Arima was surprised. Huh, here. Then stay here. The kids will be back soon. She was startled. What? All those kids too. Before she could finish her sentence, several children's voices rang out. Rofi's sister. The two boys are standing in front of the door. Rofi was terrified. The two of them spoke up. I miss you so much, Rofi. Then suddenly, they all started clinging to her one after another. Rofi hurriedly wanted to escape.
Wait a moment, it's up. Mouth is up.
Arima leaves the kitchen. I'll go prepare dinner. The kids are relying on you. She's getting excited. Arima. Young-min teases with a smile. That must be tough for you, huh? One of the two kids approached and clung to him. Hello, big brother. Your body is really strong. Let's play 500 rounds of hide-and-seek together. Roken felt everything in front of him blur as Horus stood before a giant door. The door gradually opens. Han kneels on one knee. High above is a monster with the shape of an eye. That is King Scorpion. He spoke, truly useless. Menthit, have you already hidden Rofi's trail? Han respectfully replied, Your Majesty, forgive my mistake. The gods will find her quickly. King Scorpion orders, You must keep her alive and bring her here. The man accompanying her can be killed at will. Horus reports, Your Majesty, Rofi betrayed you and killed Menthit, yet you still insist on capturing him alive? Why are you so biased? A sudden aura of pressure burst out from his body. This made Horus tremble in fear. The Scorpion King warned him, Horus, you're starting to talk too much. Ma go now. The door closes after those words. Horus stands outside the door, looking seemingly unwilling to accept it. His face darkened and became clear. Evening at Arima's house. It seems Rofi and the two mischievous kids have caused enough trouble, so they go to sleep. Young-min leans back in his chair. I can clearly see Buffer's face. I feel like something's not right. What kind of dungeon is this anyway? Fine, I'll go. I'm just trying to gather some information. Lockout. Young-min is stunned as he keeps entering commands. Lockout, huh? Lockout, lockout. What? It can't be lockout. The sun has reached its peak. Rofi and the three kids just woke up. Step out of the room, Arima. Is breakfast ready yet, huh? She looked at Young-min sitting on the chair like a lost soul. His whole body seemed to be covered in a white hue. Cannot lock out. Rune corpses are also unusable. Rofi hesitated and approached cautiously. Hey, are you okay? Young-min replied listlessly. Nothing. He silently pondered. Something's not right. This dungeon doesn't seem like the one I know. They didn't even let me lock out. I can't even use the rune corpse. Could it be that this game suspects me? Because I abused the memories of my past life. I have been using those memories to increase my strength. Getting stronger quickly is the shortest way to take revenge. I tried to live stream to prove I didn't use a nuclear weapon. Damn it, that's still not enough. If what is happening there leads to the change of the dungeon to test my strength, fine. I accept the challenge as Young-min continues to think intently. Rofi quickly blocks his meat. If you don't want to eat, let me eat. Young-min grabbed her a clever arm while thinking, but that would be breaking the rules. Rofi cried out desperately, My sword! Arima, I'm leaving now. I feel a bit awkward. Hey, we should just enjoy this treatment. Shouldn't we tell them the truth? Rofi hesitates and says something, then responds seriously. The fact that the king wants to use them as sacrifices shouldn't be revealed to them. Rofi responds very rationally. That would cause chaos. There is nowhere to escape in the land created by the king. Unless the king changes his mind, there is no way to defeat that day. Young-min asked, So what do you plan to do now? She replied, Do what? If you want to catch the tiger, you have to crawl into its den. Let's go. Arriving at the pyramid, he marveled in awe. Truly magnificent, Rofi replied. Of course, this is the residence of the nobility. He replied with suspicion, a noble. She spoke. All monsters that use magic are nobles. Here, the basic elemental magic essential for life is very precious. Of course I am also a noble. Young-min retorted. What's the use of chasing someone away? Rofi pretends to be nonchalant. Just wait and see. I know all the secret passages here. He sighs. He admits it. It seems the only option is to trust Rofi. She is confident. From now on, just trust me and follow my lead. Young-min said confidently. A genius of the secret passageway. Korea noble. Trendy mage? Rofi sniffs the air. Come on. She accidentally stepped on a secret chamber. Both of them froze. He raised his voice and shouted. I'm so stupid for trusting you, Rofi shouted. It's too noisy. And so both of them experienced the sensation of freefall. Rofi suddenly noticed a familiar figure. She was taken away before Young-min could understand what was happening. Rofi shouted loudly. He reached out his hand, trying to call her over. Rofi. She was dropped without mercy. Young-min also landed at that moment. He was ready to attack at any time. Looking down from above, Horus stands proudly, gazing down from his high perch. You really have the courage to walk right into the trap. Humans? Rofi. Junjun. Damn it. How do you know the secret path? He answered calmly. Could it be that there's something you know that I don't know about? She has a point. That's right, Horus is choking Rofi. He lifts her body into the air. That damn brat. I really want to smash your head right now. A stream of black electricity erupts from his hand. It was transferred into Rofi's head. After a while, she could no longer resist. He commands the Sand Warriors, quickly take them to His Majesty. They responded, obey the order. Young Min quietly stood there, watching everything unfold without saying a word, but his eyes were enough to express it. Looking up, he saw the cold, fierce gaze emanating from Horus. Jakun stepped forward to report to Horus. Yes, Lord Horus. The ritual is ready, he replied. I know, he sneers and glances sideways. Don't worry about that guy. He's the only one left, so it should be easy to handle him. Horus protests. No. You must not kill him. You need to buy more time. Jakun hesitated. Yes, but why? Horus left a sentence behind and then left. I will be the one to end him with my own hands. He unwillingly glances away and thinks to himself. How arrogant. Jakun steps forward a few paces. He looked down below. Stupid humans. I don't know how strong you are. Did you hear what I just said? Young Min just sneered dismissively. Huh. Now it's your turn. Could this be the animal kingdom? Jakun looks down on you. Let's see how long you can keep your arrogance. Open the door. The iron gate slowly lifts up. The leg of a beast appeared, and Ung Min's entire body was only as tall as its paw. Jakun arrogantly ordered, Quickly, run him down! The next scene shocks him. His axe is soaked in blood. Ung Min proudly sits on the back of the beast, just released. He speaks arrogantly. Gauden, bring out the other monster. Jakun is too big to escape. Hold them back. Then other giant monsters were released one after another. Ung Min clenched his axe tightly. He is excited. He must be. That's how it is. Huang, go crazy. Now that's real fighting a fierce beast with sharp fangs charging forward first. Ung Min only needs one move to defeat it. He glances back. At some point, a golem appeared right behind and slammed down onto the ground. It seems like Ung Min was hit, but no. A series of cuts appear on the golem's stone surface, followed by an explosion. The large rock shattered, and it let out a cry of pain. Ung Min's silhouette flickered like a fleeting shadow as he swiftly moved to strike the golem's chin with his fist. A lion sees the opportunity to run back to the ground. Ung Min remains unfazed. He reacts back, excited. That strike knocked the lion to the ground, and it started to go berserk. He dodged its attack. Ung Min suddenly realized something. The lion's attack can't hit us. Let's retreat. Ung Min falls into a frenzy. Look at that beast wherever you want. Attack. A moment of carelessness. The giant scorpion's pincers rush forward, ready to clamp across his body. It looks like it was hit, but it wasn't. Ung Min gradually appears through the faint mist. That's all? How can you kill me when the scorpion is thrown off by your crazy, arrogant attitude? It hesitated and let out a cry. Its claws had been blocked. Because of Ung Min's pure strength, he disappeared into the thick fog again. Familiar strokes from the staff clearly appear along its tail, forming distinct segments. It cried out in pain. Ung Min landed safely. But a purple cobra suddenly appeared right in front of him, its mouth wide open as if ready to swallow him whole. Ung Min only needs a few cuts to separate that much snake meat. Jakun is heavy. Oh my god. Horus was right. How could he move like that? If it were that day, then maybe it could really happen. The scene shifts to Rofi's detention area, where King Scorpion is also present. She slowly regained consciousness. Rofi was amazed. She looked around in surprise. Where is this? King Scorpion suddenly spoke. Are you fully awake now? It's been a while, Rofi. She was terrified. King. He continued to speak. My resurrection is about to happen. I will announce the carrier proposal to the entire world. Rofi objects. It's ridiculous. Using the sacrifices of the people to revive them, what's the point of it all? King Scorpion responded as if it were obvious. This world belongs to me. The people inside also belong to me. Nothing strange about that. I'm just reclaiming what I once gave away. Rofi, and you will realize that it's just worthless feelings. Be honest with yourself. Your compassion only extends to Arima and her child, doesn't it? You don't care about other humans. You only care about the safety of your loved ones. Is that right? The shackles binding Rofi gradually loosened, and she fell straight down to the ground. A deep red crystal appears after the magic circle is summoned. It gradually floats toward Rofi's face. King Scorpion explains that this is a gem infused with powerful primal energy. If you stab it into your heart, you will die instantly. Rofi, the preparations are complete. The rest is up to Horus. You have no chance to win, but it certainly won't be painful. I'll give you a chance. You want to save Arima and her family, right? Use this to kill that man. Ung Min reluctantly lowered his sword, scanning the surroundings carefully only after defeating the last monster. Is it over? A young min remembered and looked up, calling out, "Hey, you dog!" But there was no one left there to make him angry. "Where did you go? You damn rabbit." Young Min looks at the closed door, wondering what to do now that he's trapped inside. Damn it, how am I supposed to get out of here? The drain cover in the room suddenly makes a noise that catches his attention. A bandaged hand pushes the cover aside. Following that, a round head also wrapped in bandages emerged, causing Young Min to be startled. Then Osiris stands upright, his entire body wrapped in white bandages. The two of them fall into a brief silence, staring at each other. Then he quickly crawled back into the drain to close the lid. Not here. Luckily, Young Min rushed over to stop him. "Hey, stop. So you're hesitant then, old man?" Osiris looked at him with a weary expression. "Don't you know who I am? I am the mummified corpse." Young Min only then realized and admitted that it seemed to be a mummy. He inquires, "Are you also like us? You seem confused. Speak openly. This is the quarantine zone for out-of-control monsters. I don't know who you are, but you'd better leave here soon. There are many dangerous people." Young Min doesn't seem to believe just the giant lion behind him. "You are the danger, is it him?" He looked surprised at that, and Osiris kept grabbing his collar tightly, making Young Min cry out, Hey, wait a minute." Before he could understand what was happening, he was dragged straight down the drain. Young Min fell to the ground in pain. He looked up at the sewer opening above and asked where this was. Osiris, excited, grabs Young Min's hand. "I suspected this, and sure enough, you are the troublemaker causing chaos in Korea with Rofi. You don't seem to like this way of calling me and questioning me. What do you mean by that thing? Who is he to dare take me?" He didn't answer my question and hurriedly turned around to lead Young Min away to push him forward. "Time is tight. Let's walk and talk. Let's go." You're still dazed and asking, "Where are you going?" Osiris leads the way, talking to himself nonstop. "It's not too late yet, just a little more." Young Min, hearing this, couldn't understand and had to shout, "What is the old man muttering about? Speak up." He suddenly turned around and looked at you. "Roken, you're not the only ones trying to stop the Emperor." Young Min suddenly remembered the issue and became happy. "Oh, right, Rofi is also a mummy." "We are brothers," Osiris immediately retorted. "Nonsense. Rofi is not a mummy." Hearing that, he couldn't help but look stunned. "Huh? About 4 years ago, I suddenly saw her wrapping cloth around herself. At that time, Rofi was 14 years old. She was standing in front of the mirror, laughing loudly as she wrapped bandages around herself and declared herself. Osiris sealed my right arm. Luckily, Osiris just happened to see this scene. I was curious, so I asked. He then approached Rofi and asked her about it. Someone so healthy, why bother wrapping up? She was startled, blushed, and quickly pulled the bandage around her head down. "It turns out I am a mummy. Do you have any comments?" Then I declared myself as a mummy. Osiris was very proud to show off his body. "Can't you see it? How can it look like a mummy? It has to be like this to be called a mummy." You, the observer, quickly realize and deny. The mummy now looks a bit different. He also didn't bother to rush forward. Anyway, it's not just you who wants to oppose the Emperor, but Senza Rofi doesn't realize that. He chases after Osiris out of curiosity. Then maybe we can join forces. But he didn't see it that way. That child is too emotional and can't hide his thoughts. A few months ago, when Horus informed the nobles of Carissa, including me, about the king's plan, Horus was standing above and giving orders to the people. You understand now that the king will be resurrected, and the era of glory will begin again. With Osiris witnessing everything among the crowd, I was shocked to learn that he would be resurrected using human blood crystals, even though they are a lowly race. But we have lived together for hundreds of years, and back then, Rofi boldly stepped forward alone to stop it, which was not allowed. She seemed very upset with this idea, criticizing and exploiting those who trusted the king to turn them into sacrifices. What are you even talking about? Horus saw that Rofi didn't seem very surprised. Rofi, you're speaking disrespectfully of the king, and does anyone else share this ungrateful thought? All the people there were so scared that no one dared to make a sound. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Well done." Then she was thrown harshly headfirst into the wide sandpit. Young Min finally understood, so that's why she turned into a dried squid in the desert. Osiris recalled that this was the fate of anyone who disobeyed the king. Thanks to their focus on Rofi, we and the dissenters could act secretly. At that time, Horus was too focused on the Scorpion King, giving us plenty of time to carry out our plan. Hearing that, he felt excited and asked if the old man had found a way to stop the plan. He denied it. Regrettably, I still don't know. Osiris looked almost surreal when mentioning this, how he collected blood crystals from humans back then. Even if he wanted to investigate, he couldn't because of the strict guards. He continued leading Young Min along, as we had built a secret space beneath Korea. We concluded that evacuating as many people as possible was the best plan while searching for a suitable location. Osiris's foot touched the clear water and stopped, then he turned back to inform you and discovered this place. Youngmin examines this place with suspicion as Osiris continues to lead him forward, this way. He conjures a flame from his palm, illuminating the surrounding area and making Youngmin startle. In front of him on the wall are drawings with different meanings. This is the king, just as Rafi said. Youngmin carefully approaches and looks closely. Osiris confirms, yes, at first I thought someone was just drawing the king's life, but look closely. He focused the light on a painting on the wall. It is a shape resembling an eye with 3 branches spreading out around the central symbol of the king, with 3 paths leading away. Youngmin had to observe carefully again, recalling that the symbol of the king seemed familiar, like something he had seen before. Osiris explains that desire is a circle with a vertical line in the center, representing the physical body, depicted as a very common human figure at that time. He then looks elsewhere, at faith, where waterstone marks make it impossible to see what faith looked like. Osiris deduces that the king not only collapsed physically, but was also divided into 3 parts. And Youngmin finally understood that only desire remained, so the split occurred. He placed his hand where the symbol of faith once was, but the place where faith was has also been destroyed, making it impossible to know what it looked like before. Maybe faith has truly been destroyed. Osiris looked a bit regretful at this moment, and suddenly the ground beneath them trembled violently. Youngmin, confused, quickly asked what was happening, an earthquake or something, and he quickly realized the situation was not an earthquake, it was caused by. Somewhere else, Horus is using his power to carry out his plan, his eyes shining with evil intent as the plan begins to unfold. Osiris quickly warns Youngmin that the ritual has started and they must evacuate the people immediately. Get out now. He hasn't even had time to understand the situation and calls him back. Wait. Youngmin felt like he understood perfectly and wondered, so what if I activate it? Isn't killing the king enough to solve everything? He's the main culprit after all. Osiris was taken aback upon hearing this, quickly turning around to deny the idea, saying it couldn't be done because he had never met the king and didn't know. Osiris himself believes this is impossible. Even if his power weakens, the king remains the king, an existence ordinary people cannot confront. Youngmin suddenly boasts, "Hey," he points at himself, "the king has never met me. I am very strong." Osiris seemed to be at a loss for how Youngmin could be so confident and boastful, falling silent as if lost in thought. He finally reminded him, "Go to the tomb. You still don't seem to understand the tomb." He explained that it is a massive secret chamber where the nobles are in a deep sleep, currently sealed off and guarded by soldiers, likely the altar preparing for the resurrection happening there. There are only 2 entrances. One is a tunnel directly connected from the top of the pyramid, and at the foot of the pyramid, there are 3 different doors leading to the tomb. Osiris also showed Yeonmin the remaining path and the giant door underground, which is always sealed and heavily guarded. He doesn't hold out hope for a warning. Every route is guarded by soldiers, and no one should dream of fighting the king one-on-one. You weren't surprised either. I expected as much. Osiris suddenly wrote something on a bandage wrapped around him. I'll draw a simple map for you. You'll find the way quickly. Yeonmin stared blankly in thought. So that's how it can be used. After drawing it, he handed the bandage to you. Take it. Yeonmin took it and replied, "Thank you, sir." Osiris didn't stay long and turned to run away, still praying for luck. There's really no more time now. Good luck. Roken waves goodbye to him. The fake also got lucky. Now Yeonmin glances back at the wall behind him, then looks again at the painting of the king he just observed. Yeonmin gazed at the cracked wall, his expression contemplative, then suddenly noticed that the painting depicted 3 people standing together. Could it be them? But he didn't stop for long and ran away immediately. I don't know. I have to go put out the fire first, in the area outside where the people live. A girl asked it anxiously, what happened just now? That person doesn't seem much different from her. An earthquake. Suddenly a splash of water appeared beneath their feet. A giant stone pillar shot up from the ground, forcing everyone to quickly move away. The girl looked up curiously at it, the obelisk, Osiris in a round cloak appearing at the end of a nearby alley. He looked surprised as the unexpected sound of a call came from behind. An old man, Naus, approaching Osiris to report. The situation is worse than I thought. He seems confused and asks Naus what that means. He recounts, I don't know what their plan is, not only here but also in places where civilians live. A stone pillar rises up. A local boatman on the sea also saw it right in the water and scattered throughout the city. The stone pillar appears everywhere, even in the ruined and desolate areas. Osiris listened intently and couldn't help but startle. A curious man reached out to touch the stone pillar, but a blast of ice shot out quickly, rushing toward him, pulling him back violently. Osiris suddenly appears in the city square and orders people to step back and stay away from the pillar. He then signals Nos to evacuate the people underground. He immediately followed the order. I understand now. Osiris frowned silently. Roken, I didn't expect that person to be the last hope, and in his eyes, Min back looked very proud and resilient. On the other side, Min has also reached his destination. He smiles with interest. It seems I've found it. The guys are waiting for me here, huh? In front of Min is a dense line of soldiers standing guard at the gate. A sand warrior warned to stop and not cross, but he ignored it and punched the guy right in the stomach. He fell to the ground before his comrades could react. Min smirked and said, "One down." A nearby sand warrior quickly raised his spear and shouted, You also start to surrender your weapons." The 2 weapons in Min's hands allowed him to easily deal with the 2 men standing right next to him. He stepped back to gain momentum and swung his sword, aiming at another approaching sand warrior. He seemed to realize something and lowered his head to look, but before the sand warrior could act, Min had already severed his head from his body. He glances warily at a group of soldiers approaching aggressively, and without hesitation, he wipes toward them. He throws his weapon aiming at a sand warrior, then the weapon reappears in Min's hand. He swung a wide arc, splitting the enemies surrounding Min into 2 halves. His fighting spirit surged within him, urging him to kill. Then suddenly a column of stone emerged from the ground, ready to rise. Min quickly sensed that something was wrong, and managed to dodge just in time before it pierced through him. What the hell? Min had to step back to avoid that attack. He couldn't help but startle when he realized something. From the smoke, a shadowy figure appeared, and Rofi stood coldly among the soldiers, looking directly at Min. Osiris is desperately trying to evacuate the civilians from the neighborhood. Hurry and run to the basement before it's too late, but he suddenly notices a tall figure hidden among the crowd. Zakun desperately tried to escape with that group of people. Him, he muttered in annoyance, truly shameful. I never thought Zakun would have to run with such a cowardly crowd. But Zakun hadn't had a chance to act before a band of ice tightly wrapped around him. Osiris dragged him to the front. Just as I thought, Zakun is furious. What the hell are you doing? Do you know who I am? He replied with a look of clear hatred. Of course I know who you are, Zakun the technical advisor. I have many questions I want to ask him. He grits his teeth upon realizing he's been exposed, but he can't do anything. In an empty house, Zakun's furious voice echoes, You traitors! He is tightly bound to a chair, angrily shouting, You dare to oppose His Majesty's sacred decree? Go help the humans you think you can do so safely and peacefully. Osiris sneered, The one fleeing among ordinary people has no right to say that. Zakun seems unwilling to continue talking with his friends. I have said everything I need to say. I have completed the blood crystal that condenses the core as your majesty desired. He doesn't even bother to ask about other matters. How can someone so skilled run away? Zakun hesitated before replying. When Osiris heard that answer, he was taken aback. Ga recalled the image of Min and couldn't help but angrily scold him. The crazy Rofi brought him here. He has killed all my monsters, including Min yet. He remembered his smug look when they first met. Roken, Zakun quickly defended himself. Of course, I trust His Majesty completely, but I just took a temporary refuge to be cautious. In the worst case, there will definitely be someone staying behind to serve the Emperor. Osiris stared intently at him, seeming to doubt this answer. He suddenly asked, Do you also think Roken is a threat, right? Zakun was very surprised by how natural he was, because he knew him. Osiris proudly pointed at himself, boasting that he was the one who released him. Hearing that, Ga was even more surprised. What? A sharp claw suddenly pressed close to Zakun's neck. Naos seemed ready to cut his throat at any moment. This made Zakun extremely terrified. The person. Osiris gets straight to the point. Zakun, I won't ask again. What are the obelisks that appear in the city? Are they related to the blood crystal condensation core? Tell me the plan. If you don't speak, I'll tie you to an obelix. Gao reluctantly let out a sound of surprise upon hearing that. Zakun lowered his head as if pondering something. In the end, he decided to reveal the whole truth. Once the blood crystal is crystallized, it cannot fuse with anything else. Even after dozens or hundreds of experiments with the villagers, the results were always the same. Osiris opened his eyes wide in shock. At that time, Zakun discovered another mural depicting the Wallmaster. During the search for a method, we uncovered the frescoes in the underground ruins. Those are the things we don't know about the outside world. Many interesting truths are written into it. There is a method to condense many lives into a single blood crystal. The drawings beneath each person's feet show a red conduit flowing in one direction. A device that can make that a reality. The design of the blood crystal condenser, the thing that suddenly appeared on the ground, is the stone pillar. Zakyun frantically insists that the obelisk will serve as the core for condensation. They are brought to the surface by Horus's power, absorbing human lives and channeling them into the underground condensation core. At the base of each stone pillar, there is a red conduit flowing and gathering where Horus is standing. Osiris, seemingly unable to believe his own actions, asked again. The one who just spoke has tested humanity dozens, hundreds of times, and feels this is nothing special. What's the big deal? Since Horus began the ritual, he cannot stop. He is the one who initiated these cruel actions. Han is currently underground absorbing the sources of OADV power. Even with efforts to lead humanity to safety, only a few hundred people can be saved. All the people in the city you cannot save will die, and in the middle of that room are 2 blazing red monastones. Hey, kid, why are you here? But Rofi answered coldly as if she didn't know or have any connection to him. This matter has never involved an outsider like you from the beginning. If you don't want to die, quickly go back to dear Roken. She glanced at him with a dangerous, wary look. Ion Min, winking, was no longer in his original position, and in an instant he appeared right in front of Rofi. He angrily punched her in the face and scolded her harshly. Rofi collapsed to the ground, and he vented his anger in frustration. Who made me suffer like this, the one who still keeps pushing me away? She grits her teeth and tries to sit up. I told you to go back, so go back. She just swung her hand and a pillar of stone shot up aimed at Ion Min. He seemed surprised that Rofi would attack him. Ion Min carefully observes her face full of rage right now. That girl. He looks suspicious. Could she have been erased? But Rofi cuts him off immediately. No, it's not Tay now. No matter what, Ion Min doesn't care anymore. No, I will save the person right now. Rofi. He starts moving his arm to treat the damage caused by the chaos. Is physical therapy an extremely effective method? She appears helpless, the person. Rofi knew she couldn't stop him, and could only watch as Ion Min stared her down. The two of them stood silently facing each other. Ion Min slightly crouched to gain momentum. He said nothing and immediately charged at Rofi, who was still motionless. She awkwardly tilted her body to dodge Ion Min's first attack, but before she could react, he grabbed her face. Ion Min sinisterly grins and bends her fingers back, then sharply flicks her finger against her forehead. Rofi fell backward to the ground, crying out in pain. She held her head and ordered the soldiers behind her. What are you still standing there for? Get up quickly. They immediately follow the orders. Forward march. All the soldiers surrounded Ion Min, pointing their sharp spears at him. One spear quickly lunged forward. He slightly leans to hold the spear tightly, and Ion Min easily snaps it in half with a gentle flick of his hand. He then spun around and snatched a spear from another soldier, and Ion Min immediately struck him squarely in the head with it. He leaned back to avoid an attack from another approaching soldier, a spear aimed at piercing his head, but he managed to dodge just in time. Ion Min casually gives this one a punch to the face. Rofi stands watching, eyes fixed on him, taking down each soldier. The last enemy fell into the ground. Ion Min single-handedly defeated the entire squad in an instant. Now he finally looks at her still standing there. Ion Min slowly walks towards Rofi step by step. His massive shadow envelops her stiffened body as Ion Min raises his fist into the air. Following that blow, a strong gust of wind swept through, causing the door to slowly open. Rofi appears from behind it. Right in the center of the large room are 2 glowing red magic stones. She still maintains a cold expression as she looks inside. Horus continues to supply energy to the devices. Han noticed Rofi's gaze, then looked up. At the same time, King Scorpion was also present there. It seems it's over. He questions, Rofi, you already killed him, right? She said nothing, only raised her hand to signal. Ion Min then gradually appeared. He lies unconscious, supported by stone pillars, with a red magic crystal floating above his chest. King Scorpion stared intently, and Ion Min still asked, You've handled the blocking stone, right? Rofi didn't confirm but brought up a different issue. Yes, that's enough. Now release Arima and the children. He honestly replied that if it were us, we would have prepared the quarantine room until the ceremony was over, and you would have to stay there with us. She seems to have obtained the necessary information. In the quarantine room, she glanced at Ion Min still unconscious. Rofi hesitated no longer and turned to run away. King Scorpion saw it and had no intention of stopping. A red streak suddenly appeared in his wide eyes. He stared intently, trying to observe Ion Min carefully. The Scorpion King wondered, It's strange. How did he get in here? If he is strong enough to kill Min yet, they might have sent assassins. The stone seems to grow from the middle of his back. Then he brushed off at the issue and turned away, but that effort was ultimately in vain. If I regain my strength, no one will dare to face me. King Scorpion didn't look. so he didn't notice Ion Min was about to move and touch the stone in front of him. He gently stepped toward King Scorpion. He was still thinking to himself. As soon as possible, Ion Min raised the stone, ready to stab it down. Now King Scorpion finally feels the sudden pain. He forcefully drives the stone all the way down. "Who do you think failed, you blind fool?" This was beyond his expectations. "What?" Clearly I cursed death immediately onto the stones. King Scorpion is covered in blood from head to toe. Ion Min seems very excited and wants to strike again. He should have checked if they were really dead. He rushed to the isolation room. She focused on running, unable to think about what just happened. At that moment, outside the room, Ion Min asked Rofi for the reason. His 5 punches punched through the head of a soldier behind her. Ion Min questions. The person is already deaf. Why do something even more stupid? Rofi avoided eye contact and refused to clarify. That matter. He stepped back a few paces and straightforwardly exposed. Is it because of Arima? Ion Min's face clearly shows disgust. How could you abandon the tens of thousands of others? The one who doesn't want to save everyone is only worried about Arima and his family. She was outraged when she heard that. What's wrong with that? Who wouldn't be like that? He immediately denied. I don't know about others, but you can't be like that. You, Rofi cut in angrily. And what about me, a noble of Korea? A high-level mage. What are all those things anyway? Those things are useless. Ion Min knows she's not wrong, so he can't argue. He tried to ask with a serious face. Who? You really don't know anything, do you? Rofi looked confused. I don't know anything. Ion Min helplessly covers his face. Forget it. He suddenly asked about something else. If the king says to kill me, then he will release Arima. She becomes even more confused about what the person means. Ion Min doesn't answer the question, but gives an order. Shut up and do as I say.
Please take Arima and the children outside, Your Majesty.
I will kill him. This China Oath plan is your decision. So now Rofi is gritting her teeth, trying to run to the quarantine room, speeding through a long corridor. Ion Min is still fighting with King Scorpion, drawing a long line on his body with a stone that causes blood to splatter everywhere. Ion Min smugly scolds. You idiot. King Scorpion keeps struggling. Get away from him. Horus has now stopped supplying magic to the devices and is focusing on the Scorpion King, both of them having to halt their actions. He swiftly spreads his wings and rushes toward Ion Min. Horus easily grabs Ion Min's face and pushes him back. The dust billows out thickly behind and touches everything. He couldn't react in time as he was grabbed tightly by the neck and the stone fell to the ground. The Scorpion King is no longer under attack and gradually regains his original form. I know you tried very hard, but unfortunately, the curse on the stone can only be broken once. The person approaching is squeezing Ion Min's neck so hard he can't move. A black shadow appears beneath his body, with a symbol resembling the one on the door shining brightly. The King Scorpion approaches the symbol, and his body gradually makes contact with the light. Half of the Scorpion King's body disappeared as he sank into that pool. Ion Min watched from start to finish, stunned to realize he had gone underground. As soon as he was released, Horus quickly tightened his grip on Ion Min's neck, then decisively threw him far away, landing powerfully on the ground. He announced that everything was complete. Ion Min struggled to stand up and asked confusedly, Completed. What are you saying? Horus replies, I have already supplied enough power to the device. Now it can't be turned back anymore. The 2 stones in the center of the room now radiate a powerful energy, while the stone pillars on the ground also glow with a red light. Osiris turned around in surprise as the resurrection ritual began, the chamber doors slowly opening behind him. And Rofi anxiously called out, Ari! But before she could finish her words, she had to stop. The isolated room was completely empty, with no one there. Now she realizes she has been deceived. Could it be, but at this moment, a soldier appears behind Rofi, raising his sword high. He easily struck her on the back of the head, causing Rofi to stumble, her vision gradually becoming blurry. Rofi couldn't resist and fell down. Across the street, stone pillars now appeared close to the eyes, and the surrounding people were all stunned. Their shapes changed, and suddenly a blue light emerged from the eyes of the stone pillars. Immediately after, green branch-like tendrils extend from this spot toward the villagers, rushing at the closest man, piercing through his body. He was unaware and shouted in panic, What is this? As his hand suddenly withered. His whole body seemed drained of vitality and withered away. The nearby villagers saw this and hurriedly shouted to each other to run away. But those branches did not give up and chased after all of them. In an instant, many people were pierced through and turned into a skeleton wrapped in flesh. Those branches then flow back into the eye on the stone pillar. The entire city is flooded with branches and desperate screams. No, hurry and save the people. The blue liquid drips down the magic stone, forming a droplet gradually. It drops a small droplet onto the stone below, and the liquid quickly envelops the gem. Young Min watched from afar as the top of the stone turned blue, startled and suspicious. That is Horus explaining that the source of life the king bestowed upon humanity is the origin of the power he must reclaim. He is about to restore his glorious form. Young Min mockingly drew back his weapon. Glory, do you want to add another eye? He steps back to gain momentum and prepares to attack. Young Min raises his weapon and leaps toward the two magic stones in the middle of the room. So what if I destroy this first? What will you do then? Horus no longer stood still, but spread his leathery wings and charged forward, using them to block your attack. Young Min let out a small sigh, but still smiled happily. This time, it was Horus's turn to throw a punch in retaliation. Young Min just needs to lean back to easily avoid it. He gives him a sharp look. Horus turns his body and uses his wings to attack Young Min again, quickly retrieving the weapon in his hand. Young Min strikes down with his axe on the wings, blocking his chest, causing Horus to flap his wings and make Young Min jump back. He knelt down and lowered himself to the ground. Young Min silently calculated, it's still too early to use the combined rage. Use this first. Suddenly, the eyes beneath his mask light up, and the ground where he just stood collapses. He sat down, and tears appeared on his face. Young Min quickly continued rushing toward Horus. He forcefully raised his weapon, causing all the surrounding dirt and rocks to be blown away. He was still trying to regain his composure and shield himself. At that moment, Horus sensed Young Min's presence right in front of him. He swings a horizontal slash across his body. Young Min still has no intention to stop and raises his weapon again. But this time, Horus no longer let him fight freely. He began to summon and gather power in his fist. As Young Min approaches Horus, he suddenly swings his fist directly into his stomach, catching Young Min off guard and knocking him back. He grit his teeth, holding back the blood in his mouth. Damn it, Young Min isn't giving up yet. He's summoning more weapons. He threw it, causing it to spin towards him. Horus mocked, as simple as that attack was. He just needed to tilt his body to easily dodge that attack. But then Horus suddenly realized something was wrong. Young Min sneered triumphantly as his weapon struck the demon crystal behind him, sending a cloud of dust and smoke into the air. Damn it! Young Min carefully stepped back to minimize the impact of the previous attack. He slung his weapon over his shoulder and sneered, so it should have been him taking the hit. Are you going to keep avoiding? The dust gradually clears, allowing everything to become visible again. That demon crystal doesn't seem to be affected at all. No watermarks appear. Young Min was stunned and widened his eyes. That's it. Young Min, after witnessing that, angrily scolds. Those bastards. Do they still dare to hide that thing? Horus seems to have realized what you intend to do. He quickly climbs up to stop you. Stop! Horus drops B9 to the ground and then throws him away with force. Young Min struggled to sit up from the ground, his face full of anger. Damn it, he didn't have time to defend himself. Young Min quickly got back on his feet. He didn't hesitate to charge straight at Horus. Fine. He hadn't even had time to react when he was hit with a punch to the face. Young Min kicked straight at Horus's face. You haven't stopped yet and continue swinging your weapon. That strike cut across his chest. Horus, wounded, spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Min thought to himself, feel free to go ahead. His king has not fully risen yet. In that case, his image in his eyes gradually becomes blurry. Horus no longer stands still but uses his strength. His fist, surrounded by a purple light, aimed directly at Young Min, and both of them exchanged piercing stares. Horus stomps hard on the ground to steady himself. Both of them step back simultaneously to gather momentum for their attack. Horus quickly strikes first. I have to make him retreat from here. Just this one strike was enough to send Young Min flying into the air. He quickly followed after him. Horus is still hovering towards him, while his sharp claws try to grab one of Young Min's legs. Horus flies toward the top of the pyramid. Before he can react, he hurriedly shouts, "Let go of me!" He ignored what Young Min said and continued flying away. The two of them rushed out of the pyramid together. Horus only lets go now, causing him to fall from above. Young Min still seems to be too confused to understand what's happening. Huh? Only when he realized he was falling freely did he get angry and question. Hey, you crazy guy, what are you doing interrupting a fight like that? Horus replies from above, I must revive the king's sorcerer. You can do yours later. Young Min suddenly jumped down to the ground as a cloud of dust rose up when he landed. He struggled to sit up from the rubble and cursed. The coward, it hurts so much. Suddenly, a voice called out from nearby. Lord Roken, only then did he glance over there. Young Min stared at Arima in shock. Arima, what are you doing here? She said she was protecting the children, and then responded. That matter. This is my house. The house built with brick walls now has cracks and holes. He looks up and sees a new hole in the ceiling caused by his recent fall. Min always asks curiously. I thought she was staying with Rofi. Arima looked confused. Rofi still hasn't come back after going out with you. Hearing that, I couldn't help but be startled. What? Min frowned, recalling Rofi's hurried appearance. That girl is too arrogant. He just opened his mouth and then disappeared. Where did he run off to? She seems curious. I can hear quite a bit of noise outside. Something is happening. The window of the building suddenly glows with a blue light. Min was startled and turned back in that direction. He quickly gave an order. Ma'am, run away quickly. Arima hugs the two children and agrees. Yes. Through the hole in the house, he saw the branches outside. Min clenched a stick in his hand as a weapon, wondering to himself. Damn it, those annoying tentacles. Could they all be connected to that resurrected soul? Min thought anxiously. This looks just like evil energy. Min carefully watches outside the window, assessing the situation. A branch extends into the house. He quickly steps back to dodge its attack. The branch reaches toward the dining table in the room and brushes past a loaf of bread. That piece of bread suddenly turned soft, and Min was stunned to witness it. He exclaimed in amazement, "That is the Tree of Life." The Tree of Life was created through forbidden magic by ancient elves. It absorbs energy from the earth through its enormous roots to create the seed of the world tree. The top of the roots is a red magic crystal, and the tree branch extends deep into the ground. Yen grits his teeth in confusion. It was only ever part of legend. I didn't even know of its existence in my past life. If it really exists, then why does it appear? The branch over there has already absorbed half of the bread. Min was startled and remembered inside the pyramid waiting for the stone. They plant the trees upside down. The tree easily grows back up from the ground, while the magic stone remains buried underground. After learning this truth, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He used his chi. Could it be that they have altered the structure of the tree to condense the life force of all things? If so, what I see, the blue liquid flowing between the two stones, reminds Min of that substance. His body almost froze stiff. Min quickly regained his composure and moved. He hurriedly ran toward the house's hole, where a fierce red light was emanating from. Min stops to observe outside, appearing completely silent and still. The green branches extending from the stone pillar spread throughout the city. Min was momentarily speechless. He clenched his teeth, showing clear resentment as Horus gradually descended to the ground on this side. Min stepped toward the demon crystal. Horus seemed unable to endure any longer and collapsed. He lifted his head and looked ahead. Beneath that magic stone is the body of King Scorpion. Horus whispers, "It's over. Now there is no one left to prevent His Majesty's rebirth." That magic stone still gleams without a scratch. He writhes and reaches out to touch his rebellious wound. Horus wondered to himself, "Am I not strong enough? I have little strength." He said that and collapsed to the ground unconscious. At the same time, the body of King Scorpion seemed to move. He gradually opened his eyes. Horus seems to wake up suddenly after a deep sleep, surrounded by a purple aura. On the other side, the stone pillar continues to extend its branches everywhere, glancing around as if searching for something. Arima and the two children are hiding behind the ruined stone wall. She carefully glances outside. They are gone. Min suddenly approached and placed a hand on Arima's shoulder. "He reminds you to stay here." She looked at Min and then called Roken. Min, unconcerned, continued to advise with a clearly visible look of boredom and disappointment. No matter what, the kids must not see it from the outside. She is the same, Arima. He trembled as he looked down at his hands, blaming himself. "It's my fault. It's because I failed." Min heavy-heartedly presses his face into his palms. This feeling of helplessness, just like back then. That was the moment he was defeated, but couldn't do anything. Min grits his teeth in silent frustration. "Damn it!" Suddenly a hand reached out and embraced him. Arima stands up and hugs. Min is not at his waist. "Arima!" he called out in surprise. She was so moved that she started crying, but still softly comforted him. "Thank you for saving him. Without you, Roken." So now Min was stunned to hear that. He slowly reached out his hand to play this clever game. "What do you ultimately want from me?" Min also embraces Arima as if to respond. He closed his eyes to regain his composure, and when he opened them, Min's determined and resolute gaze appeared. He didn't hesitate anymore and quickly moved. Min pushed himself to run as fast as he could, silently telling himself to keep going. "Yes, everything is not over yet. If that thing gets out, I will stop it at all costs." Min is currently rushing towards the pyramid at full speed. Inside the pyramid, a powerful foot stomps down on the ground. The trembling hand slowly begins to regain its senses as King Scorpion opens his mouth and exhales a stream of smoke. He slowly rises from the ground. The earth then begins to tremble. The surrounding rocks and soil were dripping with moisture. King Scorpion reached out and pushed himself up to his feet. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from there, leaving only a deep hole on the other side of the tunnel where some displaced villagers were temporarily taking refuge. Osiris was also there, watching over them, silently thinking that he had saved them in their moment of desperation. Yet only about 6 people. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind, startling Osiris and making him turn around. He looked toward the dark, deep tunnel and wondered what it was, as 3 red points of light appeared from the shadows with something inside approaching. The giant body of King Scorpion suddenly appeared right in front of Osiris. He quickly shouted, "Everyone run away!" But then Osiris was crushed by a punch from him. King Scorpio roared, causing the villagers to panic and run away screaming for help. He angrily scolds the ungrateful ones. "How dare you challenge me and hide in this corner?" His voice echoing with unclear, muffled sounds. Everyone rushed to climb out at the same time, pouring out immediately. Young Min just happened to be there and witnessed this scene. All the villagers run towards him as powerful tremors shake the ground beneath. Young Min tries to stand firm in place as patches of damp earth cause rocks and soil to rise up. King Scorpion destroys the ground from beneath and bursts up. He roars with excitement, truly sweetly. "I will crush everything and usher in a new era. You surrender your weapon and laugh mockingly." "A new era? You're just a guy with a head full of greed." The hat on Young Min's head begins to change shape as he stomps hard on the ground. Young Min seems ready to fight and still manages to mock. "The only thing that can open that deep skull of yours is yourself." King Scorpion angrily raised both hands and forcefully struck the ground, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. A kick from King Scorpion is enough to make the ground cave in as he fiercely charges toward Young Min. King Scorpion swung his powerful arm. The attack caused the ground to be heavily destroyed, but luckily Young Min managed to jump away in time. He also begins to train with weapons. King Scorpion raises his weapon, clashing with the weapon in his hand. He jumps back towards the wall to gain momentum, then uses his strength to propel himself forward, causing the wall to cave in deeply. He swings his weapon to strike King Scorpion, who blocks the attack with one hand. The scene shows their weapons scraping against each other so fiercely that sparks fly, and King Scorpion pushes his hand away, forcing him to step back. They both stare at each other with cold, hateful eyes as he throws King Scorpion and uses his remaining hand. The giant hand presses down on Young Min, forcing him to the ground. Young Min was thrown back so forcefully by King Scorpion that he was sent flying and had to plant his weapon into the ground to steady himself. Young Min frowns seriously, trying to suppress the pain as King Scorpion continues to attack from above. His punch causes the earth and rocks to explode outward, and Vua Scorpion quickly takes advantage and extends his other hand. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time, or else he would have been caught, forcing King Scorpion to retreat far away to maintain a safe distance. King Scorpion seemed to have gone mad and roared. He raises his arm again, swinging it high. Scorpion King's punch comes down, but Young Min uses his weapon to deflect it. He once again withdrew his weapon as he continued to attack. The attacks come in relentless, overwhelming waves with incredible power. Each punch from King Scorpio forces Young Min to retreat and rearm. He kept doing that over and over again, he thought to himself. Faster. Even faster. He has to be as strong as possible. King Scorpion's arm suddenly slowed down. Young Min quickly realized. Here it is. He steps back to gain momentum for the attack. Young Min forced his strength into this attack and successfully cut it off as his arm came down, causing blood to spurt out. King Scorpion cried out in pain, suffering deeply. Young Min sneered, hitting the right spot, but then his words suddenly had to stop. Young Min saw a purple light emanating from around him as King Scorpion spoke coldly. The Guardian, disappear. He tilted his head back, gathering energy around his eyes, but before King Scorpio could act, I had to quickly dodge away. Immediately after, a destructive beam of light shot out from his eyes. Young Min dodged, but the attack damaged the house behind him. That building instantly exploded. He was stunned beyond belief before he could even escape. A laser from his eyes. That thing is completely overwhelming. King Scorpion still didn't stop and took the opportunity to rush forward quickly. He used all his strength to throw a punch along with a fierce roar. Die now. That fierce attack has shattered the ground. King Scorpion remains in place, awaiting the outcome. Fortunately, Young Min managed to dodge just in time, and now he appears behind him. He quietly raises his sword, reflecting the surprised face of King Scorpion. Young Min darted through the air like lightning, unleashing a series of dense slashes all around him. King Scorpion was so wounded he was coughing up blood and flesh. Blood drips down his leg onto the ground as they stand silently among the smoke and debris, watching each other. Young Min calmly slung his weapon over his shoulder and sneered, still standing tall. So this is what it means to become an emperor? King Scorpion gasped heavily and said each word. I admit I underestimated you. Wizards from outside are always the weakest. You suddenly grasped the key point. The mage. He did not answer this question and continued. Those arrogant fools think they can control me. I planned to kill them all after the deal, but they quickly escaped. Human, what is your purpose for coming here? This question from King Scorpion only makes young Min more confused. The purpose. The arrogant one is showing off and provoking him. You need a reason to kill monsters too. King Scorpio simply replied calmly. I understand. From now on I will use all my strength. He started gathering lasers around his eyes again. King Scorpion fired the laser, but this time young Min still managed to dodge it. But then he suddenly realized something was wrong. When young Min saw him jump to another place, he shouted in anger. Where are you running off to? I suddenly realized something. Young Min almost understood the purpose of King Scorpion. Rofi, who is unconscious right now, is lying beside a bed of white flowers. Young Min saw the King Scorpion rushing away and shouted in anger. Where are you running, you bastard? But then he immediately guessed it. Does he want to go to Rofi? So Young Min quickly chased after him, determined to stop him and prevent his crime, soaring into the air with the King of Scorpions. Young Min sensed something was wrong and slightly turned his head back. The sand soldiers were chasing right behind him. They are not just a few people, but an entire army moving densely towards us. Young Min didn't have time to deal with them, so he decided too much trouble, let them be. But just then, he saw something. At a corner of the wall, a mother and her child were hugging each other tightly, hiding there. Humans, you can't escape. Young Min grits his teeth in silent fury. Damn it. He no longer hesitated and quickly rushed toward the army of sand soldiers. Young Min angrily grabs the head of a turtle-like guy. Go to hell. Long ago, in a room with no proper roof, grains of sand flowed down and up the hand of a young girl. Rolfi only slowly opened her eyes at this moment. She was still very young, sitting alone there, unaware of anything. Rolfi looked around the room. Around her were jagged rocks sticking out, with not a single person in sight. At this moment, the door suddenly opens, and Horace stands silently in the doorway, looking into the room as if searching. The two of them suddenly fell silent, facing each other. After returning to the pyramid, someone asked out of curiosity, Did you just bring back something interesting? Don't tell me you don't even know who it belongs to? I slowly moved closer to Rolfi. She seemed very interested in her, so I made a suggestion.
I'll take it. I want to use it as a toy.
When Rolfi walks by and overhears them talking, no way. The order is to monitor it and make sure it doesn't die. Oh no, the Emperor is dead. I guess I still don't want to give up my plan. So when it dies, hand it over to me. She clearly heard, but just turned around and walked away without caring. Rolfi went outside the pyramid. On that street, the villagers are going about their daily shopping, and children are gathered together, playing ball happily. She only dares to stand quietly from afar and observe. Rolfi's stomach growls fiercely from hunger. She saw a bright red apple cart on the opposite side. Soon after, someone appeared and took an apple. Rolfi remained silently watching everything. It seems Arima went shopping and bought that apple. She then left while she kept watching Arima's back. Where did she go? Rolfi quietly followed her all the way there. After Arima returned to her house while she was still happily chatting with the neighbor, she started wandering around the house. Then, while everyone was not paying attention, Rolfi took the opportunity to sneak inside. Everything went very smoothly, without anyone noticing. Inside the house, breadcrumbs are scattered all over the room. After learning that she sneaked into his house, Arima was not angry but instead worried and asked with concern, Where did you come from, little one? Where are your parents? Rolfi asked casually while munching on a big piece of bread. Ham knew she looked a bit sad and asked about it. What is your name? She remained silent and then answered the same way as before. Ham has a name. She hides her face, looking even more sad. She wrapped her arms around Rolfi's neck. Arima held her tightly in an embrace. She whispered, If there was nowhere else to go, would you like to stay here with me? Rolfi was surprised to hear that, and of course she didn't refuse. All right. Now, Rolfi is gradually opening her eyes and slowly waking up. She sleepily calls out Arima. The Scorpion King now aggressively charged forward to face Rolfi, while Young Min on this side was also speeding up to catch up with him. He kept calling out as he ran. Where is she? Answer me. Young Min suddenly turned his head to the side and stopped. Now he is looking at a door leading to a deep, dark abyss. Young Min slowly steps closer to the door. He carefully looks inside to observe. Young Min remains silent for a moment, unsure of what he's thinking. Inside that room, King Scorpion doesn't know what he's about to do. He tilts his head and puts something into his mouth. King Scorpion's eyes suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth, trying to swallow what he had just eaten into his stomach. In King Skoption's mouth, Rolfie's arm is still waiting to be swallowed completely. Then he suddenly closes his mouth shut. King Skoption has completely swallowed Rolfie before Young Min's eyes, and bubbles are rising to the surface on his face after swallowing Rolfie. He let out a breath as if gaining more vitality, and immediately 2 more eyes appeared on King Skoption's face. He roared loudly as the magic stone in front of him glowed brighter. His power seems to have increased to a new level as a very strong beam of light shines from the top of the pyramid. But then the top of the pyramid shattered, releasing a terrifying light that spread across the city. The people around there all witnessed this scene as dust and smoke billowed up thickly. A giant symbol appeared in the sky from within the pyramid. Jia-kun saw it and couldn't help but be amazed. The king has been resurrected. Arima, who is protecting the 2 children, has also seen the symbol. She looked worried and stunned, softly calling out. Rolfie and Young Min on this side are gradually figuring out the situation. After seeing everything clearly, he widened his eyes in surprise as the giant foot of King Skoption stepped onto the ground. He is slowly approaching Young Min. The appearance of King Skoption has completely changed, now with 2 blazing pairs of eyes on his face. King Skoption stood silently and motionless there. The crown on his head gradually disappeared. Young Min is trying to endure the heat from the recent explosion, cursing. Damn it. That bastard is burned. Rolfie. He suddenly stopped speaking when he realized something, as the King of Skopjon rushed straight in front of Young Min in the blink of an eye. He couldn't dodge in time and took a punch from him. That punch was so powerful it seemed to affect Young Min's internal organs. He was knocked back by the Skopjon king, flying far away. Young Min shot straight from the top of the pyramid towards the residential area. Every place he passes through looks like it has just been ravaged, with the road carved out by a tremendous force leaving a long trail behind. Young Min lowers his head against a broken wall, as if recalling something, and suddenly opens his eyes wide. A voice suddenly shifted in front of him, truly disappointing. Roken. It was the system voice that had appeared out of nowhere, with an arrogant attitude like someone who knew everything outside. It's looking for an escape route for Young Min. Now you can log out and get out of here. You don't seem very surprised, do you? As expected, you're testing me. The system ignores this message and repeats the request. I will inform you of the details after you leave. Just log out now. The king has fully been resurrected, the one who cannot defeat him. King Scorpion remained silently watching everything from afar, but he didn't think so. Impossible. I'm not dead yet. The system briefly went silent before reminding Young Min. This is not the path that the knowledgeable would take. I cannot reveal the details to you. If you die here, it will be very frustrating. He was a little surprised to hear that. Young Min's body is covered with wounds. He keeps trying to persuade him. Right now, you're a wounded person. The arrogant attitude you once proud of has come to an end. It will only leave scars. Your chance to defeat the Demon King is gone. Just give up. The system has been constantly preventing Young Min from continuing to fight. An Ian expressed his displeasure. Young Min tried to stand up and question him.
You are the one who voluntarily withdrew. What do you want now?
Damn it. Your attitude has changed to one of contempt and disdain. Young Min didn't hesitate to recall his weapon. The system sensed something was wrong and kept asking, wait a minute, what do you want to do? He didn't bother to answer and cut the system panel in half, causing interference, making the load slower and more time-consuming. A fool. Young Min is now able to stand up straight and make a declaration. My position is determined by myself. He glances coldly at the pyramid. That is where King Scorpion is still standing. He seems to be watching Young Min's every move. He step by step approaches that direction. Young Min's strides are growing wider. Then he no longer walked, but started to run. Young Min's speed kept increasing. He is heading towards the pyramid. Behind Young Min, a shadowy area also appears. Oh my god, he's lost his mind. Are you scared now? The computer screen is tracking every moment of him.
Young Min kicks off of the ground and jumps up, soaring down towards King Scorpion below.
Young Min roared. His body had undergone changes. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light appeared where Young Min was standing. He swung his axe fiercely to strike King Scorpion, but he simply raised his hand gently. King Scorpion easily blocks Young Min's attack with his shield and comments. You're weaker than before. Are you using all your strength to fight? He didn't bother to pay attention and scolded him. Shut your mouth. Four-eyed demon, King Scorpion growled in anger. How rude. His hand holding the dagger slowly clenched tighter. Suddenly, droplets appeared on it. Everyone from Arima, Zakun, Naus, the villagers, and even the girl sitting in front of the screen were on the edge of their seats, watching the match. Rofi's body inside the Scorpion King seems to have unleashed its power, and the spear blade was crushed to pieces before Young Min's astonished eyes. The weapon was shattered into thousands of pieces by the Scorpion King in the blink of an eye. He tiptoed and launched an attack.
He has no intention of stopping and quickly rushes forward. The Scorpion King drives his knee forcefully into Young Min's stomach.
He was so hurt he spat blood. Still, Young Min maintained his resolve and drew his weapon. He was fighting when suddenly he realized something. He used both blades to hook onto his leg to hold his body back. King Scorpion raised his hand and threw a punch. It shot through like a flash, but luckily Young Min managed to let go in time to dodge. He tiptoed, ready to attack again. The Scorpion King immediately charged straight at him.
Symbols on his body suddenly lit up, and at the same time small water stains appeared on the ground. Immediately after, a wall made of stone columns rose up behind Young Min to block his retreat.
He looked in surprise at what had just appeared. It was. King Scorpion now stepped forward and punched Young Min in the face before he could react. The force was so strong that he was thrown through the wall, creating a large hole between the stone pillars, and Young Min was knocked far away, blood on his face and his eyes gradually becoming hazy. But then Young Min quickly regains his composure, his face returning to a cautious expression. He shifts his stance and turns to land safely. Young Min decisively wipes the blood off his face. He can see King Scorpion through the hole in the wall.
Damn it, if we keep attacking half-heartedly, we'll lose. The countdown I triggered is only 5 minutes left. I will put everything into this last attempt.
Young Min stands up and quietly plans his next move as the enemy on the other side breaks through the wall and advances. He thought for a moment, then clenched his weapon tightly in his hand. Young Min didn't hesitate anymore and kicked forward. In an instant, he boldly swung directly at King Scorpion, who quickly took notice of Young Min's action. He now appeared very close in front of King Scorpion. Seeing this, he threw a punch, but it only hit the air. It was only then that Vua Scorpion realized too late. The after-images. And just then, a series of images of Young Min appeared around him. The Scorpion King seemed to be pondering something, as he raised his hand to use a technique. The stone pillars rise from the ground, destroying each illusion one by one. In the end, all the illusions created by Young Min are completely destroyed, and only then does he quietly reveal himself. Young Min quietly approaches King Scorpion from behind, raising his axe and starting to run forward. He seems to have realized and turned his head back just in time. An axe blade shot towards him, but the Scorpion King managed to dodge by tilting his body. Young Min tightly grips his weapon and charges forward to cut across his opponent. Young Min disappeared in the blink of an eye, then launched a relentless attack on the Scorpion King from multiple directions. Those slashes cut right in front of him, but the Scorpion King still maintained his defensive stance. Dark streams of energy from all directions of the city converge toward the pyramid. Arima has been watching the battle from afar all along. She anxiously prays for everything to go smoothly, while Young Min on this side is still fighting fiercely. His last strike successfully wounded the Scorpion King. Young Min glanced briefly and muttered to himself. Good, just a little more. Quickly stop and change your attack direction. The countdown for his power is less than a second. Young Min leaps forward, aiming to strike down. He quickly realized and turned his head back. He raised his fist powerfully, but for a moment he was momentarily stunned. In that brief moment of confusion, Young Min aimed for that punch again and was once more knocked away by him. Young Min heavily falls straight to the ground, grinding his teeth and cursing. Damn it! Young Min struggled to lift his hand, telling himself to keep going.
I have to get up. I can keep fighting.
His eyes gradually became unfocused and distant, and in the end, Young Min could only weakly call out, Bo-suk. The girl sitting outside the screen watching the fight exclaimed, Bo-suk has finished. She doesn't seem very surprised by this outcome. That's the price of abusing it too much. He's lying unconscious on the ground. The rocks and dirt beneath the ground gradually emit a glow. Farewell. Roken, the king of Skopje, raises his hand to control the power. A stone pillar suddenly rises and flings Young Min far away. The battle at the pyramid is still fierce. NS watches from afar, almost unable to keep up, wondering to himself, what's going on? Arima is still closely watching the fight. She looked worried and silently prayed. Young Min suddenly flew in from afar.
Her entire body is now seriously injured. Young Min flies straight over Arima's head and crashes onto the ground behind her.
Arima was startled and quickly turned around. She hurriedly ran over to him. Could it be that after seeing Young Min's condition, Arima couldn't help but cover his mouth in shock? She hurriedly called out, Lord Roken, your arm is severed. A large wound also appeared on his stomach. Despite his bloodied face, Young Min paid no mind and only blamed himself. This is really bad. How many times has this happened now? Arima hurriedly approached him, worried. Lord Roken? Your body. Oh my God. Young Min heard her voice and asked, Arima, how are the children? Arima responds, They are protected by the nobles. The children are being held and guarded by an animal person. He advises her, so you should stay there too. Why did you come out here? She hesitated before answering. It's because I want to see Rofi. Young Min couldn't argue anymore after hearing that. Arima recounted what he knew, and I listened to what was happening. I don't know why Rofi got involved in this, but I know that Lord Roken is helping Rofi. She turns her tearful eyes toward the city now engulfed in smoke and flames. Arima clenched his fists and placed them in his lap, so I also wanted to help and step outside. But I couldn't do anything, only able to stand helplessly and watch. The ruined city is engulfed in flames everywhere. Tears streaming down her face as she seems about to collapse. It's always like this. The only thing I can do for the beautiful child, because it was within his punishment. Young Min was momentarily stunned by Arima's confession. He slowly ponders and curses inwardly. Damn it, something's not right. This is no longer part of the game. Young Min's eyes immediately turned sharp and terrifying. King Skopje now leapt to their location and landed right in front of Arima. She slowly turned her head in fear, and King Skopje smiled with satisfaction. Jia is the one here. I've been looking for you for quite a while. Humankind? He looked back at Young Min behind him in amazement, even in that condition, still alive. Truly resilient vitality. King Skopje suddenly stopped speaking when he saw something. Arima was trying to drag Young Min's body away. You don't seem to have expected this either, stopped Tan quickly. Arima, what are you doing? Run now. But she absolutely refuses to follow. No, I've watched enough. King Skopje stood to the side, observing and mocking. So, touching. Then let me send you both off. He spread his legs and prepared to attack. King Skopje threw a giant punch toward the two of them. Goodbye. Arima closed his eyes and took a deep breath. No, the tilapia inside him seems to have awakened. King Skopje's arm suddenly trembled and couldn't be lowered. This makes him very surprised and curious. So, why is my body like this? King Skopje paused as if he remembered something. He suddenly understood that the cause was you, the Phiro. Rofi inside King Skopje's body is struggling to break free from the thick fibers, her arms being squeezed so tightly she can't move. He asked, confused, why you are still resisting. You are also a part of me. The one who is about to rule the world is being stopped by a mere mortal. Rofi struggles to move toward the light source ahead to escape. She immediately responds to what she hears. No, I'm not part of them. She is still struggling to drag her body and walk. Rofi shouted emotionally, I don't care about your stupid plan. I will live with Arima. Before the Skopje king's rebellion, a faint light appeared. The light source immediately intensified to a blinding brightness. She struggled to reach out with one hand. Then Rofi's body also gradually appeared. She hurriedly shouted, Arima. Arima also quickly called out when she saw Rofi. Rofi. King Skopje obviously would not agree to this interference. Fine, I accept you, Rofi. Don't resist. From inside his body, a series of other tendrils extend outward. She was being forcefully pulled back inside by it. Her body gradually sank back to its original position. Only Rofi's hand remains, playing in midair, but then Arima reached out and grasped it tightly. She shrinks her body into King Skopje to hold on to her. Arima grimaces and uses all her strength. This action of hers momentarily stunned Rofi, but soon Arima's arm also began to swell. Her hand gradually moved away from her hand. Just then, another arm reached in and tightly grabbed Rofi's wrist. Young Min looks excited as he watches her. You finally gave in. You brat. I kick SL's body with my foot to get a running start and pull Rofi out. In the end, both of them successfully rescued Rofi from King Skopje's body. Rofi managed to escape from King Skopje's body. Her face briefly showed surprise mixed with panic as Rofi's hand gently touched Arima's. She reached out and clasped her hand tightly. Arima, even with her eyes closed, still showed a peaceful and relaxed expression. Young Min, due to using too much force, slammed his back into the wall behind him. Yendong quickly pulled her aside, enduring the pain to observe the situation. King Skopje seemed unable to believe that Rofi could escape, and was so furious he couldn't even speak. The person. He roars in anger, and the magic stone in front of him also begins to glow. Rofi gently lifts Arima, who is unconscious from exhaustion, and places her in the most comfortable spot. Rofi quietly looked at Arima. She stood up and turned to look behind her. The Skopje king is still lost in madness after losing his source of power. Rofi suddenly calls out. Roken, Young Min, hearing the faint sound, opened his eyes, still in a playful mood. What are you calling? Get lost. She didn't hold back even when she approached. She also has a guy with her, and she's sharp-eyed. You're still doing well, huh? Rofi lowered his head and asked loudly. Why, someone like you who's an outsider has nothing to do with this? What are you fighting for? Young Min couldn't understand why he was laughing, that second question. Why? You just calmly explain. I can't stand to see those annoyances. It makes me just want to defeat them, especially since I'm naturally irritable. If I don't vent my anger, I can't enjoy my meal. That's why I ended up like this. It seems I've met my match. Young Min's words sound somewhat satisfying. You have stopped mocking me, you pathetic fool. In the end, it's always been one outcome. So this is how it all ends. At least you and Arima. But, Rofi suddenly interrupted. It's not over yet. Young Min opened his eyes wide in shock upon hearing that. She confidently placed her hand on her back. You saved me. The king withdraws his claw. On this side, yes, side. The wound on the king scorpion's chest is gradually closing. His face continued to change shape. Now only a single eye remained in the center of the scorpion king's forehead. Rofi places his hand on the person channeling magic to Young Min, surprised to see a magic circle appear above him. This is it, she explains. This is the best I can do. Call it atonement for not saving my people. I have succumbed to temptation, but your faith is stronger than mine. Rofi confirmed one thing for sure. She declared that through this oath, she would give you her power. Roken, Young Min still seems to be in disbelief, but I have nothing left to give. King Scorpion said nothing, and the other King Scorpion quickly took Dalao away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original position. The Scorpion King raised his arm to attack her from behind. Now, Rofi answers that question quite casually. I already took it. Hearing the object, he was so moved that he trembled, and the symbol seemed to awaken, appearing in his eyes. A huge explosion with blinding light erupted, blasting the surrounding rocks into the air. King Scorpion had no choice but to quickly retreat before launching his attack. He was so terrified he couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible. The girl sitting outside suddenly stood up from her seat, staring intently at the screen and involuntarily gasping. Are you joking? The spectators watching the match from the beginning are just as stunned, their mouths agape, unable to understand what's happening. Young Min is wearing a gold bracelet on his ankle, and glowing symbols appear on his arm. Another gold ring is floating above Young Min's head. The girl outside the screen quickly presses her phone. She quickly got connected and reported, "It's me." The girl smiles with great delight. Found it. Second place, Young Min's appearance has completely changed. The missing body parts have been restored. Just then, Arima slowly wakes up. She was so surprised to see Young Min that she sat up immediately while he stood in front of Arima, shielding her. Young Min, knowing she had woken up, only turned his head slightly to look back, while King Scorpion, in disbelief, desperately denied it. Stop making me laugh. This is my primal power. Take it, he said, then shot a laser from his eyes again. Young Min continued to watch coldly. He didn't move, only gently raised his hand. A wall made of closely stacked stone columns immediately rose up from the ground. The laser beams are blocked by the wall and scatter in all directions. Young Min slowly reaches out and touches the reflective stone surface. Immediately after, a giant pair of hands holding a hammer appeared behind him, unleashing immense power toward King Scorpion. He opened his eyes wide in shock before the body was blown away, losing half of it. That sweeping attack was so devastating that it left his body incomplete. Young Min just launched a strike with incredible destructive power. Half of King Scorpion's body was blown away, but he gradually regenerated. King Scorpion rose to his feet amidst the sea of flames. He roars in anger. Attack! He pushes off with his legs, jumping towards King Scorpion. Young Min raises his double golden swords to attack him. King Scorpion instinctively reached his wing back while his other hand grabbed his sword. Young Min tilted aside to dodge his counterattack. He sits down, controlling his body to deliver a direct strike at King Scorpion, spilling blood. Seizing the opportunity, Young Min stands up and strikes. The entire body of King Scorpion stiffens and freezes, his hands clenched tightly. Inside Young Min's pupils, a golden cross-shaped light shines as he crouches down while he continues to launch another attack. Young Min rushes quickly towards King Scorpion. He controls his clone to deliver a powerful strike to his chin. Another of its arms raised a sword high. The entity launched an attack that sent King Scorpion flying back into the sea of fire. King Scorpion charged after him but then gently landed back on the ground. He clenched his fists tightly, and a huge wall rose from the ground, blocking Young Min from him. As if it couldn't hinder his fighting spirit at all, Young Min's eyes flashed with fury. He launched an attack that gradually tore the wall apart. Young Min quickly shattered that huge wall. His eye lit up as he let out a scream. Got you! Then King Scorpion shot out a beam of light to destroy him completely. He widened his eyes in shock as he saw each of Young Min's golden swords, the Guardian. He then quickly turned his head away. In front of King Skopje, he sees an image of himself rushing towards him, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek that distorts his face. Min continues to strike King Skopje on the arm. He spins around and lands on the ground head first. King Skopje grits his teeth in pain. He pushes all his strength into his legs and jumps into the air. Min and his true form emit a blinding golden light. That light radiates from its strong arm under his control. Min holds his face firmly as a target. Suddenly, a pillar sprouts from the ground, lifting the King of Skopje into the sky. He grits his teeth in pain. He leans his head down to the ground to gain momentum. Min controls his body to throw another punch. He and it work together to strike and pin King Skopje down. The pillar pushing him up also shattered because of that. Min swung his golden sword to deliver the final blow to King Skopje. He lies in the middle of the sea of fire, his dirty hand trembling as he pushes up. King Skopje roars in fury. This body of mine, his pupils are filled with intense rage. Everything is not over yet. King Skopje unleashed a vertical streak of pink. It just grazed past you. He continues to attack. Die. The human form of King Skopje reveals itself, carrying rage. Die color. His attack exploded in midair. He looked up at the attack. Min soared into the air and stood there, watching King Skopje lying below. His facial muscles relax as he looks down below. Min recalls his old smile. He smiles and clasps his hands together. The two arms of his true form also join and emit a shimmering golden light. Min unleashes a technique with immense power, a move that encompasses the entire universe. Min clenched his hand and charged at him. Min carries his fury. He draws his dot, the one-eyed monster. King Skopje stares wide-eyed, waiting to be defeated. His 5 punches and his true form fall before him. A faint smile curves Min's lips as his cross-shaped pupils glow. The invisible pressure emanating from him causes the surrounding air to thicken and solidify. Min's hand glows. Golden sparks swirl around each fingertip. This attack of his makes the bones of King Skopje crack apart like breaking into pieces. He jumps down and presses his head to the ground. As he applies force, the immense pressure causes the space to explode violently. The surrounding flames seem to be compressed, and the space freezes in an atmosphere of extreme tension. Min walks on the scorching ground and stops right in front of King Skopje, his body distorted beyond recognition. King Skopje remained silent as he saw Rofi standing before him. When she stepped forward, he stammered, "You, King Skopje," uttered words full of regret. "Why, you and I will—" Rofi interrupted. "Didn't I already say that?" She straightforwardly reminded him, "I'm not interested." "That," he replied absent-mindedly. "Is that so?" The voice of King Skopje blends with the sound of breaking ice. "I don't know," he continued with a sad tone. "I never expected you to be enchanted by a cold stranger from afar." The voice of King Skopje gradually faded. Only cowards either doubt or worship. It was only his agonized scream as he left this world and the regretful words of King Skopje, "What did I do this for?" Then he transformed into a green-colored stone. The green exterior of Feidi reveals a red stone inside. Min touches the giant red stone. Rofi also steps forward to touch the enormous red stone. His outer mask also disappeared because of that. She curled her lips into a smile and looked at Min. The two people stand facing each other, their fingertips touching the blazing red stone, surrounded by a sea of flames that obscure the sky and earth. Rofi speaks with gratitude. "I am grateful to you." He humbly replied, "I am the one who is right," she continued to express. "After becoming one with him, I finally realized that I am also part of the Emperor." Min listened intently as Rofi poured out his thoughts. "You know, Roken," she recalls her past self. "When I stood in front of you and blocked your way, didn't you ask me if I truly didn't know anything about you?" He burst out laughing and said, "Isn't that a familiar motif? Someone as foolish as you becoming the Emperor's belief is only natural." Rofi couldn't help but laugh. The speaker says something confusing. Min just nods and says, "That's right. Wait a moment. I have something to give you." He takes out the insignia and hands it to her. "Here." Rofi coldly accepts it. It is the Queen's seal she holds up high. Rofi, moved, recounts how, long ago when I saved those people, they created it as a symbol of their gratitude towards me. She thinks that before coming here, he probably gave it to a child. Min spoke up to reveal that I received it from a village chief somewhere. "He told me to come visit," Rofi said with a voice full of understanding. "So that's how it is." She turned back to look at the wreckage behind her. The whole place was a sea of flames, with houses and debris destroyed. Rofi feels a bit sad. The Emperor is truly pitiful. She angrily clenched the seal in her hand, but Rofi's eyes flashed with determination. clearly saying she wouldn't become the worst person. She threw it to Eon Min and said, "Let's go," and he, confused, caught it with both hands. "Why are you giving this back to me?"
Rofi laughed and said, "Give it back to that little kid." I'm speechless with her. Hey, kid.
Then Rofi took the redstone and left. Her whole body and it were surrounded by the red light, and a stream of energy behind her pulled Rofi away. Her feet lift off the ground as Eon Min looks up and watches Rofi fly away. Huang hurriedly asks, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" She looked down and sneered, "That's the best I can do." Rofi turned away. "Goodbye, Roken," Eon Min shouted in shock.
Hey, you said you'd live with our mama? Where are you going?
The power from the redstone radiates and clings to her arms, gradually spreading across Rofi's body, causing her to vanish and transform into a floating illusion in midair. Rofi opens her eyes and looks down, seeing a girl lying unconscious on the ground. She closes her eyes tightly again, deciding to perform some kind of technique. Then Rofi disappeared into the air, leaving a red sphere in the world below. It quickly began to evaporate, and the power of the red sphere spread everywhere. An opened his mouth in amazement, staring at the red sky before him. Some who received power from it gradually regained consciousness, while others moved their hands slightly. That man slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Young Min looked around. The others looked relieved, and suddenly his feet froze. Young Min was terrified as her whole body froze and gradually disappeared. What the hell is going on? He quickly turned his head to look around, his vision blurred, and in front of him was her image amidst the rubble. Young Min gradually disappeared along with the notification sound.
You have completed the legendary Pyramid Secret Dungeon. Here you go, congratulations.
The hatch of the pod opens, and Young Min slowly opens his eyes as the outside light shines in. He sat up holding his head, and there was a foot resting on the edge of the pod. Young Min looked confused when he heard Meyer's voice. He suddenly snapped out of it, his face draining of color and sweating profusely.
Huh?
She looked down and ordered,
There's a mountain of work to do.
"Rohan, or rather," Meyer emphasizes each word carefully, "Kim Young Min." Not only she came, but also a few others who are breathing heavily. Young Min blankly looks around. She sat down and handed him a business card. "Calm down, take a look at this." Young Min cautiously takes it. "A business card, huh? You should check it out now."
Falcon, the founder of Therlot. Meyer nodded and explained,
Yes, the name below is mine." Young Min quickly frowned and looked away.
You said you talked to me before, right? You haven't forgotten, have you?
Young Min grimaced in anger as she tore up the business card, then paused. Wait, that voice, that blurry system window, that was her.
You're so arrogant to block Dad from logging out. Dad's suing all of you.
Meyer chuckled teasingly. "Oh my, suing." She turned hostile immediately. "It seems you don't understand the current situation. We are the ones suing here." Without another word, Meyer ordered a technician to turn on the computer. Young Min broke out in sweat and fear as she showed the computer screen with a reproachful voice. "This is a record of all your activities." "Rohan, I was so shocked I almost glued myself to the chair. I couldn't believe it." She frowned and warned about the treasure room, secret chambers, and hidden titles, and also that you can easily find the hard-to-reach parts. Meyer continued speaking, not to mention the shortcuts and market exclusivity. "Do you think we're fools?" She keeps judging. "This house must be earning money from the lot, right? If we decide to act, A's whereabouts will only be a matter of time. Stay calm and keep challenging us."
"So you came to stick the red paper on my door with a bunch of girls shouting," Meyer coldly replied. "Don't misunderstand.
"We're not interested in this stinky apartment." These words make Young Min grit his teeth in anger. "What the hell?" She spoke up to reveal, "Just testing you." "Rokan, you spray glue cluelessly, trying me." Meyer smiled, blushing. "Usually we would delete your achievements in the lot, but you're different." Mir continued explaining that whether it's cheating or scamming, those who make money illegally in the game always end up drowning in luxury or decadence. She was more serious, but he wasn't. Myra recalls the things Young Min did, investing all the coins he earned into the game, weapons and tools. As long as it made him stronger, he poured his money into it. She honestly assesses it as a suspicious obsession. Mir leans in and asks, "Are you planning to start a war alone?" She continued to question whether it was revenge or not, and he was so tense and sweating but couldn't say a word. Mir suddenly burst out laughing. "That's not important," Young Min said, annoyed. "What do you want me to do?" She threw a set of clothes at him, and importantly, "You've passed the test." Roken, confused, took the clothes and asked, "What's going on? Why are these my clothes?" Moir led the way and called out, "Let's go. I'll show you something fun." She took Young Min inside the car, and the vehicle sped down the street. He asked cautiously, Where are we going? You're not planning to corner me, are you? Meyer chuckled teasingly. So funny. What do I get if I catch you? Young Min's attention was drawn from outside, where a black car was running alongside at the same speed. Not just one, but 3 other cars were surrounding their white vehicle. He turned back inside and asked if the people following were escorting us. She nodded in confirmation.
Yes, that's right, Young Min anxiously said. I know that, but you are very important.
Mir sighed and said, You're not wrong. She turned to look at him and continued, But I am not the one being escorted. Young Min looked confused and exclaimed, What? Myri looked out the window and said, Oh, we're here. It turns out the place she mentioned is the Game Tie Lot Company building.
The white car drove alone into the underground parking lot, stopping at the elevator door where Meyer went ahead and he followed closely behind. As the doors opened, they entered immediately.
She handed Young Min her employee card and said, We're through. Keep going. He took the card, okay?
Young Min now looked at it, a high school photo of himself. Is it okay if they see it?
Mir carefully reminds him that of course he can't reveal what he sees here to the outside.
She glances at him, not everyone would believe, and if he does, he turns pale and sweats when he sees Meyer's extremely intimidating attitude.
The elevator stops on the 7th floor, the doors slowly open, and in front of Young Min is an incredibly vast space. He looks up at the ceiling. So huge. Could a place like this really exist? She narrated 23 years ago, a water stain was discovered in Antarctica. Meyer spoke as she walked, about 10 centimeters in size, but enough to cause an epidemic. Mir looked at her phone screen, the light flickering on, and Young Min stared in shock at the scene before him. His face paled in horror. What is this? Why is it here? She asked. Oh, Roken, you've hunted one of these before, right? Meyer continues explaining, the 2-headed demon. It is the first monster to escape from the waterhole. Meyer leads Young Min into the elevator to go down to the basement. It quickly hit the ground and the elevator door opened. He tensed up as he faced the 2-headed demon once again. Young Min looked tiny standing in front of it, confused and wondering. So this is the monster from the game, right? She firmly denied it. No. Meyer looked up and said, The replacement isn't a man or anything. She continued to reveal that if anything, it was more like a simulation. Young Min coldly repeated, Simulation. Mireille nodded and explained that a parallel world is created to serve as a trap, with another world ahead being a simulation to produce saviors. He gradually absorbed this information in confusion. The savior, she recounted loudly. 23 years ago, the magic circle appeared right in the middle of the 2-headed demon's horn. After that attack, it was left unconscious. A hero appeared and pointed at the 2-headed demon. He launched an attack on its shoulder. 3 explorers witnessed the scene. One who returned told of what emerged from the water stain. The image of that hero still lingers in his mind. Not just the monsters, Meyer continued recounting, as the first sender did. She kept talking non-stop about a person so powerful that with just a gesture, the fairy was torn in half. Mireille proudly continued, and yet the watermark had remained still for a while. But we couldn't just leave it there. We established a special organization to invest in investigating the water portal. She just revealed that the watermark is a gateway to another world. Young Min listened intently to Myra's story. A world beyond the laws we know. Another world. She predicts that the 2-headed elf is just the beginning. If we don't control it, other monsters could pass through. Meyer worries that there are no guarantees another water portal won't appear. And what if one shows up in a big city? She couldn't hide her fear in her voice. Can the sender help us once again? So Meyer decided that we couldn't rely on such an uncertain ability. We need something certain. He was surprised and wondered what was certain. She then revealed the plan. A person suitable for the sender. Young Min was stunned by Mireille's plan, someone we created ourselves, and we decided to make a rescue. She continued, saying it wouldn't be easy and had to be done in complete secrecy. Even Meyer herself knows, and few people are willing to risk their lives for such a dangerous task. Very few can do it. She continued explaining, meanwhile, we uncovered new information about Vet News. Meyer explained in detail it not only connects 2 worlds but also transmits information from that world. He suddenly realized, wait a minute, could it be... She nodded in response. What we created based on that information is... Meyer continued saying a game played worldwide, and she looked at Young Min and a program that creates rescue missions. Hearing that, he angrily questioned, what do you mean, have you all called the electric people? Isn't it basically the same as a secret recruitment? Myri responded calmly, in such an urgent situation. There's no need to argue about that. She looked at Young Min and said, don't worry too much. The replacement world is just a virtual parallel world to the world on Vet News. There's no injury to worry about. He asked hesitantly, if it's all just a simulation, then what's the point?
and we definitely can't use game skills in the real world.
Meyer smirked and asked again. Roken, right, that the replacement world is not just an ordinary game. She continued explaining. It not only reflects the mind, but also the physical condition of the player. Meyer revealed that even reverse is correct, that the combat skills and mana control skills you train in the virtual world can be transferred accurately to reality. She continued explaining that, in our world, physical limits are set and there is no concept of mana, so we cannot use it. But in the world on Vet News, it is a different story.
Young Min asked nervously, "So you mean you can use game skills in that world? How can you be so sure about that?" Meyer replied seriously, "Actually, we only know it in theory."
Her eyes were cold and sharp, but recently someone proved it. He spoke sharply. Who has more reckless courage than common sense? Young Min's spray glue loses its color as she realizes who Meyer mentioned. She nods when he points to himself and asks, "Me?" Young Min clenched his fists in anger and shouted when he heard Meyer's response, "You idiot, showing your face." "Huh? Always looking for trouble." She stepped closer and smiled. "Sorry, I can't tell you in advance, but Roken, you're not the type to get angry here. You stop your evil plans and step back, huh?" Meyer reminds him. "I told you, this is a type of simulation created for humans." Her attitude was extremely serious. Everything about the system was operated in secret. So how did you know everything about it? As she finished speaking, Mireille raised her weapon towards Young Min. A gun with a laser beam appeared, and he, frightened, raised both hands trembling. "No!" Young Min shouted loudly. "Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't hurt me?" She burst out laughing mockingly. "Hurt me? You probably only got a few holes." Meyer changed her tone to threaten, "Of course, if you answer honestly, you'll just freeze up." He remained tense and silent as she asked, "Roken?" "No. Kim Young Min." She posed the first question. He responded with a threat, and she continued to ask, "How do you know all those things?" Mir's eyes grew more menacing as she asked the third question. "Are you from above the tear?" She almost ordered. "Answer!" Young Min's lips curled into a faint smile. He looked defiant. "I don't like to talk about it." Mir frowned in anger as she saw Young Min's attitude. She pointed her finger like a gun at him, then a loud gunshot echoed through the space, the bullet hitting right at Young Min's feet. Anh ấy dừng chết lặng vì sợ hãi trước canh ca hình của Mir. Young Min giờ mở hỏi nhu tâm. Cô ấy thật sự bận sao? Cô ấy cũng giật mình vì chỉ dọa mà thuộc hạ lại bắn thật. Mire giận dữ quay dầu lại canh cao bọn họ. Her two henchmen hurriedly explained it was him who did it. "No, am I not allowed to shoot?" He sweat nervously. Meyer annoyed, crossing her arms and sighing. "Whatever. Just tell the truth. Reveal your identity. Next time it won't just be a warning shot." Young Min clenched his teeth in anger. "Damn it!" He tightly clenched his fists, thinking to himself that he couldn't say anything. Sweating nervously, his return was because he lost a game and he couldn't speak about it. His hands clenched tightly as Young Min was startled and asked, "Wait, the game, what did she just say?" "I can prove. I can use skills above the watermark," Meyer responded indifferently. "So what?" Young Min asked cautiously. "So Rofi, the Emperor, and everyone in Korea really exist above the water stain?" He recalled everything that had happened, all of it true, and scoffed, "You really are abnormal, blaming us for thinking you're an intruder from above the water stain." Meyer continued to mock, saying you develop quickly and ensure others can't catch up, as if once you've climbed up, you've already thrown the ladder behind you. She revealed her plan, saying they considered the possibility that you might be a monster trying to cause chaos, so they sent you above the water stain to see how you would react. I was stunned and scared when I heard Meyer's words, while also testing your abilities. She rambled on about unlocking a pseudo-divine mode through a contract with a monster, even though it's not complete yet. You plan to hunt the chapter apex, and she knows that conquering it alone is very unusual. Young Min lost his temper and took off, so isn't that enough? I have already proven what you wanted, Mir continued to reply. Actually, more accurately, she pointed at him because he had demonstrated his strength, and we need to learn much more. He hesitated a bit when Mireille warned that the blade might turn against us. Young Min lowered his head in tension, holding up his employee ID card, which has my picture on it. You understand, right? Young Min bluntly accused her of illegally breaking into my house and causing chaos. And he also knew that if she went this far, her investigation into me was probably already over. Curious, Young Min asked if she found anything, Dad, and since she didn't find anything, she resorted to threats. He stepped closer to her, but Young Min firmly refused. I am not that damn monster. He pointed at her forehead and challenged, if you don't believe it, investigate and verify for yourself. Mir widened her eyes at Young Min. He also refused to give up and stared intently at her. Mirai lowered her head and sighed, feeling exhausted.
She can only remind you that, as a fierce Roken, you affected the watermark, so remember, you're no longer an ordinary gamer.
Mirai handed him the Queen's Seal, which young Min also recognized. She explained that it was the hero badge Rofi gave him, sent along with him. Meyer took the lollipop out of her mouth and continued, "You protected those people. Only you can save them." Finally, she expressed her own wish to become a Vanker. "Mir has great hopes for you. Please become a Vanker." A heavy rain pours down the vast forest as a shadow appears amidst the thunder. The sword is buried in the ground, and that person is Young Min, with a blazing red glow in his pupils beneath his cloak. Deep inside the forest, the two-headed demon was gnawing on its prey when it suddenly sniffed the air as a rolled-up paper was thrown at the back of the chomper's head. It held its head in confusion, looking around, with Young Min standing behind the two-headed demon. Seeing the prey come right to its place, it roars in anger and grabs a stick from the ground. Its roar merges with the thunderclap, and his pupils widen as he stares at the two-headed demon beast. Young Min pushes off with his legs, surprising the two-headed demon as he leaps into the air. The two-headed demon gapes in panic, and Young Min continues to jump higher. He lands on its arm and quickly wipes toward its face, then raises his sharp sword high in his hand. He launched a swift attack on the two-headed demon's body, which let out a scream of pain as its arm was cut. Young Min paused in midair and looked down below, his eyes shining amidst the lightning. Young Min remembered asking Miri, "Do I have to go straight into the abyss if I become Ranke?" She shook her head and said no. That doesn't mean you'll immediately gain Ranke skills. He was tense as he listened to Meyer explain. Roken, what he showed in Korea, was indeed beyond imagination, but it still wasn't enough. She continued to tempt him. Keep playing the game, become stronger, and eventually become a true Ranke. Young Min silently reflected on Meyer's words. As she handed him the seal, he gently landed and stood before the giant two-headed demon. Young Min grits his teeth and smiles. "All right, I will become the strongest," clutching his black shirt. Young Min shouts excitedly as he throws the shirt away. Ranke is the strongest. It roars in anger and then throws a powerful punch toward him. Young Min was pushed back by its roar as he swung his sword across the two-headed demon beast's arm. It leapt up in pain, blood spraying everywhere, causing the two-headed demon to lose its balance and fall heavily to the ground. Young Min tightly grips his sword, leaping into the air and swinging it down at the creature. A red glow emanates from his entire body as a scream echoes out. He strikes. The two-headed demon beast instinctively raises its hand to shield itself. He drives the sword straight into its body. Young Min shouts excitedly, splitting it in half. The armor of the two-headed demon beast also shattered because of that. Both of its arms were split into two parts. The two mouths of the two-headed demon roared in pain as he was kicked into the air by its foot. The two-headed demon beast angrily sits up, its feet firmly planted on the ground. The two heads growl together. Young Min stands tall, looking at it with a large sword on his shoulder. It angrily swings its arm to physically attack him, but Young Min swiftly spins to dodge the punch of the two-headed demon. Unable to attack him, it roars in anger. This time, the two-headed demon decides to crush Young Min with its foot. Its foot stomps hard on the ground. The two-headed demon is stunned to see a light emanating from beneath its foot. It couldn't crush you, so it stepped on something Young Min left behind. That foot lifted up glowing lines of light. Seizing the opportunity, he circled around to attack it from behind. The fate of that foot was the same as its two arms, cut off from the ground. That's why the two-headed demon beast lost its balance and fell backward, suffering in pain and lying unconscious on the ground. He still hasn't forgiven the two-headed demon beast. Young Min brandished his giant sword and charged down to eliminate him completely. His pupils flashed with a red hue, carrying a fierce determination to pursue and destroy. Young Min smirks and loudly recites the move name, Fatal Strike, as it screams in pain when his sword pierces through its body. Young Min lands softly after defeating the two-headed demon spirit, then straightens up and slings his sword over his shoulder. Under the sparkling rain, Young Min eagerly gazes into the distance to see what lies ahead. Timora Continent Center. Young Min is looking at the system panel. All right, first, I will continue with the race mission.
I need to get a weapon that I can use as quickly as possible, so this mission is the best fit. I already have the Bloodstone, so there shouldn't be any problems ahead.
Only now does he truly start to pay attention to his surroundings, looking around and marveling at how many players are here. It's definitely the time for them to arrive. Young Min takes a deep, refreshing breath. All right, it's time to continue. Switching scenes to my house, Roken, where he searches through an old trunk. I must have left it around here. Found it, the king's letter. Oh, look at all this dust. Anyway, this does look quite ancient. Is that the leader of the Gulothai bandit gang? Did I get this item after killing him? If I report this to the council under specific conditions, the Royal Chaos mission will officially begin, and its reward is an important weapon for the king's violence. Wow, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Dongmin's smile disappeared. Wait a minute. The usage has run out? What the hell is going on? At this point, he also looks upset and frowns. Well, I guess it's been quite a while. Maybe it's telling me to do this again. That means I have to go back to the second city and find the item. It's so annoying. It's like discovering something interesting, and Dongmin's face becomes extremely sinister. No way. This could actually be quite fun. Going to a different place, the hideout of the tax sect near the second city, I always have one thought in my mind while playing the game. Have I truly become stronger? During PGS hours, the stronger a person is, the more likely they are to encounter tough monsters. The only things that change are skills and rankings. But since the battles themselves don't change much, players find it hard to feel their growth. But here, there is an advanced way to experience growth, which is to enter low-level dungeons. Yes, Roken can develop differently from other players. But even for you, these shortcuts bring a little joy. Plus, I also have a small excuse for doing this. Zeratin radiates a terrifying power. He roars in anger. You bastard! Do you even know where you are? Leader of the level 100 Zeratin Tark. He immediately leapt into the air and charged at Dongmin with that massive body. I will make you regret this. He just swung his sword to slash his shoulder without even dodging, but it made Zeratin's eyes widen in surprise. What? Dongmin asked with a sneering smile. Is there a problem? Can't you use your sword? Level 265. His eyes showed contempt. Now it's my turn. Zeratin just flicked his finger lightly, sending him flying hundreds of meters away and causing him to vanish on the spot. Seeing his body gradually disappear makes Dongmin's face look even more excited and cunning. I didn't think it would be this easy. It feels like cutting a piece of tofu. A blank sheet of paper on the ground. You received a letter from the prince. He said, it's really easy. Suddenly, something made him hesitate and think for a moment. But then he turned around and walked away as expected. These battles would be more exciting if they were tougher. Scene shifts tonight. The Taimura Council. The Bond members are feverish with excitement upon seeing the Bloodstone. This is, without a doubt, the Bloodstone. Bond Council member, Noah is not just a legend. He has made a great contribution. This will be very helpful for the human empire. Dongbean felt pleased and smug as he smiled. You're just flattering me. His mind is now filled with anticipation. Look, with this, I have laid the foundation for the race mission. Dongbean ended his thoughts and spoke up. Bon, I don't ask for a reward, but can I meet with His Majesty in person? I have something to discuss with him. His face became mysterious. Your Majesty, oh, you're quite bold. Young man, that is not impossible, but the council is currently facing a headache of a problem that needs to be solved. Dongbean smiled slyly as if he could read his mind. You mean the issue with the Crown Prince, right? The Bond brothers were stunned and asked how you knew about that secret. Dongbean confidently pounded his chest and replied, trust this to me. At another location, the chief investigator enters holding a piece of paper and slams it down on the table. I have an urgent report. What is it that made someone who saw the contents of the paper scream? King Kwang has sent a letter to the Daotak king. Dongbean said seriously, it seems like King Kwang is gathering his forces. He then holds his head and admits with regret. Yes, many Dao thieves may have already received this message. We should have paid attention from the moment he closed the training gate. A person who possesses such power. We also need to prepare. Seeing him getting ready to fight back, I immediately raised my hand to stop him. Don't worry about that. I have a plan, he asked happily. Do you? Actually, at this moment, Dongbean is feeling resentful and thinking about how to maximize her benefits. If we bring too many people along, the rewards will decrease. That's impossible. He may trust me, but he also warned me seriously. He knows his skills, but this will be very difficult to handle alone. He's not alone. Those cultists have probably gathered at his base already. You know how strong each of them is, right? He remembers the scene when Devo fought Jiroten, who was so easily defeated with just a flick of his finger that he couldn't help but despise him secretly. I know very well, right? They're a bunch of cowards. Wait, I don't need to do this alone. Dongmin now tells him that if that's what he wants, he has another way. Scene transition to the hidden sanctuary of the Komeo mountain cult. Assessing the former king who recently gained absolute power and caused chaos, he has demonstrated his ambition through a letter. Stop him before he attacks the nearby towns and cities to prevent chaos.
The time limit is 239 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds.
The success conditions are the death of the king. The rewards after completion include a large amount of reputation, 100 gold, and a unique accessory box. Dongmin looked at the massive army preparing for battle and couldn't help but marvel. 300 knights from the Knight Council, including 10 level 250 knights like me. I can even freely arrange my forces. This is a great support. Thanks to this, 200 of the 300 elite troops are mages, which makes everything even better. His face gradually loses its humanity, and I can claim all the rewards for myself. If another player joins in, consider it a waste of effort. The reason why the reward for that mission is so high is very clear. It's very difficult to succeed. The threat of the bandits is not just Vandalo's problem. He has called in hundreds of bandits, and I must defeat Vandalo's brother, King Thuong. This is an optional quest. Vandalo, although a humanoid monster, has absorbed the power of wrath and surpassed his limits to gain control. He was treated like a worm among powerful players, and above all, he knew how to exploit the mountain terrain to evade the bandits and infiltrate the king's stronghold. Some players try to log in but only receive a message from the system. Login failed. Please complete the prerequisite mission. The system restricts the status, with no fixed location, and login is impossible. Vandalo will hear their desperate cries and stop his training. While defeating countless monsters and parasites, the players will exhaust their strength, and in that state, they will have to face the bandit leader. King Vandalo, his mere presence alone. That has already crushed the will of the players, but such an expanded mission won't appear just from the gathering of bandits. Bandits and many groups of monsters will emerge. The problem lies in their purpose, more precisely in Vandalo's goal when gathering the bandits. Controlling just a small mountain on the outskirts of the city isn't enough to satisfy Vandalo, who is consumed by power. What he aims for is a whole country. To reverse the world and its system, and to become a king of the new world, is not something a monster or a bandit could even imagine. A desire deeply rooted in his heart, just that alone could plunge the entire world into danger. That is why the Human Council has tried everything to eliminate him, and why they sent armies after him. Seeing the soldiers standing solemnly but unable to hide their anxiety, bringing human troops to kill a monster is not an easy task, but that doesn't matter. I can handle them myself, when suddenly a soldier pointed behind Dungbin and said over there. Seeing the large, fierce boar-shaped monsters, they shouted that they were monsters. There are monsters at the foot of the mountain already, so he immediately shouted loudly to keep his soldiers calm. Don't panic. Follow my orders, everyone shouted in unison. Yes. Immediately the soldiers cheered and charged forward, beginning their attack. All the mages raised their staffs and shouted firestorm, led by the commander with the mages behind, holding their formation tightly as their magic formed a giant fireball in the sky. Now he raises his sword high and unleashes a gust of wind, immediately causing the monsters to scream and scatter in panic. Seeing this spectacular scene, Dongmin couldn't help but praise. Nice. I think I'll grind here at the shooting range for a while. The reason why the army gathered here instead of heading straight to Mount Kameo is to secure the area at the foot of the mountain. His face once again turned menacing and petty. Standing in the shooting range would be a waste if I used all these troops for just one mission. Suddenly, a group of boastful players appeared out of nowhere and shoulder-checked Dongmin's soldiers. What the hell is that? Get out of the way. He pushed aside those nearby as he walked and looked like he was eyeing prey. Don't block the way. Get out of here, player. Sword Prophet. Why are these NPCs in the shooting area? The person next to him saw this and grabbed his arm to stop him. Stop it. They are knight NPCs. Player Ham Human. He still looked very annoyed and said, let me go. There are no guards outside the city walls. Dongmin wouldn't let anyone just come in easily and cause trouble. Oh, you attacked these knights? I was just passing by the shooting range. Is something wrong? If not. He opened the immediate mission board for him to see. He had attacked the knight, carrying out the Human Council's orders to eliminate the traitor. This could be considered treason. You know that, right? Hearing that, he also felt a bit nervous because it didn't sound like a joke at all. What? It's really ridiculous. Before that guy could say another word, I already gave him a ticket out of the game. Silence. The traitor must be executed on the spot. He, unwilling, pointed at Dongmin and tried to speak again. I am the one in this shooting range area. Huh? Seeing his teammates disappear and not having time to react, his companions could only gape in shock. You keep talking calmly like that. Only people like you need to leave. Is there anyone else? The people around looked very scared and quickly ran away. No, you keep going. Dongmin sneered and waved his hand. Fine. Fine. Go away. He looked at his soldiers with an extremely smug expression. Now that the trouble is gone, shall we continue? The soldiers also laugh in a threatening way. Yes, he's thinking of a strategy if we can keep this fire burning to encircle the mountain. At this moment, loud screams echoed across the mountain, and Dongmin had anticipated this. That's the scream I've been waiting for. The bandits are wounded and running in all directions because of the fire. It's on fire. Someone bring water here. The soldiers, seeing them fleeing chaotically, had everything prepared. The bandits. Increase the firepower. A technician witnessing the brutal scene of the rebels says, "We can't let them." There is an opportunity to counterattack. Amidst the fierce fighting from both sides, a loud roar suddenly erupts. "You bastard! Who dares?" The king suddenly appears and strikes the ground with a powerful blow, causing everything to shake and invading the territory of the evil lord. He looks very fierce and mighty. Level 2, 160 King Spear Attack. The soldiers, upon seeing him appear, still try to fight despite feeling a bit worried and pressured by this hellish situation. Seeing how terrifying the king and the level 260 lord are, Dongmin feels even more excited. "Don't back down." He looked fragile, like someone who had no part to eat, and immediately he charged forward with his large, sharp spear at a swift pace. Seeing this, the traitors were also terrified and wanted to run away. That is the enemy. The emperor's crown prince angrily said, "The emperor's dog." The one who doesn't know their place. Dongmin leaps from above with a powerful strike, but he uses his strength to block it. He secretly looks down on him and thinks, "How dare you challenge me with force, king? I will make you understand your place." Feeling underestimated by him, I realize I am at a disadvantage as Dongmin's spear is forcing me to retreat, making me wonder if I am losing. I see he's not skilled enough. I don't have time to waste on these petty opponents anymore. He flexed his arm and said, "Get out of the way." Immediately, the king was knocked back several meters and collapsed heavily onto the ground, breathing heavily. The other cultists couldn't stand seeing the prince being beaten like that. "Damn it, that bastard, don't expect to leave here alive." At this moment, the king sat up and shouted at those guys, "Stop causing trouble. The elder brother is training now. Go take care of the emperor's dogs. As for the one who will silence him, it will be me." Hearing that, he just smirked challengingly. The fight between Dongmin and the king continues. Although he has all the strategies, the surrounding flames make him a bit cautious. But with his high fire resistance, this won't affect him at all. But enduring this fire with bare hands, he's truly a monster in resilience. Seeing him rushing toward with his spear, I silently think that facing him head-on with strength isn't advantageous for me. Just as the spear lunged at him, he dodged, and the attack sent water splashing all over the ground. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, Dongmin leapt from the air with his powerful weapon. Dongmin smiled confidently, thinking that as long as he didn't rush in recklessly, he would be fine. A powerful strike to the ground caused an explosion with dust billowing everywhere, but the great king's spear managed to dodge. He looked at that and also praised him a bit, saying, "You have some decent moves, but this is our territory." He charged forward at incredible speed and said, "Do you think you can keep avoiding forever?" When the great king thought he had attacked them, it turned into a black void. Dongmin suddenly appeared from nowhere behind him, speaking calmly but with a savage edge. "Don't worry, right now the only thing I care about is slaughtering people." He just smiled and struck a powerful blow that sent the guy flying away. He was severely wounded and bleeding heavily. Seeing him like that, the remaining bandits are now even more frightened and hesitant. Even the great king of wounds. Who is that guy really? Seeing Dongmin approaching, the bandits are terrified and gradually retreat, no longer wanting to fight. "Quickly call the rescue. He's right in front of us." On this side, the remaining bandits are still drunkenly chasing after your allies, targeting the weak and those outside the knight's circle, breaking the encirclement. Dongmin looks at them with a very humorous expression, but it's all in vain. One of your strikes was so powerful that the terrorists didn't even realize their heads had been cut off. The survivors ran away screaming, "What kind of monster is that?" The leader of the swordsmanship squadron stood up and said, "They're just criminals. Show them the strength of the swordsman." Everyone shouted together, "That's it!" Firestorm. The bandits are now injured but still running away to survive. Forget the flames. Go back to the mountain. Cut down the trees, crush them. Extinguish the fire immediately. Don't let it spread further. Some are trying to resist by kicking large burning logs towards the soldiers. The soldiers charged forward. The logs over there. Everyone, run quickly, immediately. Then the strong knights rushed in and cut the logs into many pieces. The soldiers stood in formation, looking truly majestic and noble, and one person stood up and said, "We fight for our country to protect our families. Don't be afraid of these filthy beasts. If you have something to protect, spread the majesty of our great emperor and make them kneel."
The king's wound, though his strength is nearly gone, still tries to stand. Foolish fools, do you think you can stop our grand cause with just this? He uses his last bit of strength to launch a final attack. Just a little more, and our great mission will be accomplished. Soon he will strike, with Dongmin standing silently behind, delivering a swift and powerful blow that radiates red energy. He is gradually lowering the great king's spear while Dung holds it steady, attacking while they keep blabbering. These damn mountain bandits never stop talking, so he jumps high to unleash a final decisive strike and let the steel spear lead the way. The spear and Dongmin radiate immense power with purple lightning like sparks and a surrounding blue-green aura. He strikes with a mighty blow more furious than ever, calling himself Zandalodi, and as the attack lands, he also lands on the ground. At this moment, as the smoke from that power nearly dissipates, Dongmin clenched his teeth in frustration at how the great king's spear was still so resilient, still barely alive. Now, he was no longer as alert as before, feeling as if possessed by a demon, with his eyes completely turned black. His whole body seems more fierce, with the spear covered in a dark blue, ominous power. He said angrily, "How dare you insultingly call my name and the Rage King casually? They can only pay with their lives." Seeing that abnormal power attacking him, he himself became suspicious, and wondered if it was the power of corruption, but the power of corruption, it should only belong to Randalo, and the bright aura of that power shone so brilliantly that everything around appeared blurry. Dongmin managed to dodge that attack in time, but the terrifying power burned the tree behind him, and several people were also killed by the lingering dark energy from that attack. He dodged but couldn't help but marvel and think that he couldn't avoid that blow. It was certain that the power of the healing was also passed down through the great king. But why it should only be Randalo who can wield the power of the great cause? Is this the influence of what is called the great cause? That guy shouldn't interfere this deeply. His weakness remains the only difference, as he has accepted the power of healing. Has someone intervened in this matter? The great king raises his spear along with a strength that seems to be controlled by him in a more refined way. Look at this. The king's followers are nothing. No one can stop our will. This is the power of the great primal cause. He thrust the spear into the ground, and its influence on the surroundings was immense. Wait patiently. When that day comes, soon our era will arrive. The power from the sword earlier gradually seeps into the ground and flows into the bodies of the remaining demons, increasing their strength. The era of power is coming. Do not back down. That day is approaching us. Over here, the soldiers' momentum is no less. You are just a bunch of lowly soldiers with rude mouths, and in the end, you are only a bunch of demons. Your Majesty is watching us. In your name, the battle between the two sides escalates. Eliminate these filthy monsters. At this moment, the only thing visible is the flames and that radiant blue energy. Dongbin is over here also busy dealing with the great king of spears. He glances coldly and says, "Impressive." Although he has great strength, his hand holding the spear is trembling now, even if you beg now. Dongbin swung a strike that sent him flying away, as he saw all his efforts shattering into nothingness. He cried out in frustration, "No, I also have to praise him, but with sarcasm. For those weaklings, those moves are pretty good." He unleashes a spear strike again, the powerful surge of energy rushing toward him, but contrary to his expectation of Dongbin's death, he thinks I will be hit twice and then shot down. The powers are divided into many small arrows heading towards the great king of spears, and he struggles to defend against them. That means I, the great king of spears, am still here, and you cannot surpass me. The guy rushes forward, gives up, and dies. He stabbed, but it felt like he had stabbed us all. I can feel it now. This time you have definitely been crushed completely upon closer inspection. The injured is not you, but a thief from our side. He laughed extremely maliciously and cunningly from behind him, which meant I only needed to eliminate him. The guy turned around. Damn it. Dongbin used a move to destroy the weapon, smashing it to pieces. All he managed to grab was just a hollow tube. He trembled, unable to believe the color of the ash. Why? My pain. You have become more and more insane. Everything is heating up. It's over. Dongbin used a powerful slash to break through his armor and strike him deeply, causing him to fall backward. He continued to use his smashing move, causing the body to break apart beyond repair. The great king of blades shed tears of regret before he died. No, that day was chasing after us. Now a notification appears. You have defeated the king's fierce attack. A message was sent to Randalo and the Rage King, who were hiding and training. Randalo and the Rage King became furious. Immediately, a colossal and savage source of power appeared. Randalo and the Rage King showed up. Randalo roared so loudly that he was indistinguishable from a beast. A battle cry. The soldiers affected by its power are also staggering mentally. What is happening now?
Dungbin chuckled happily. Oh ho! He immediately responded with a battle cry. Now that they face each other, he says, "Are you the one daring to challenge me?" He replies, "Can't you see?" Randallo finds it amusing, truly interesting. Someone who even dares to wound the king just to interrupt our main cause. The king's messengers and a descendant of the violent king, he laughed wildly with delight. Seeing this, he quickly fought to gain the upper hand. He only swung one blow, causing the surrounding soldiers to be knocked far away. They were terrified. Damn it, is that thing even human? Immediately, Randallo struck the soldiers hard, making Dungbin worried. He despised them, these miserable bastards. Don't think about surviving and leaving here, Randallo, in a mocking stance, taunted him. Don't think you can survive and leave here. He smirked arrogantly, adopting a teasing and provocative stance. An invisible slash is unleashed so fast that no one has time to see how he did it, moving so quickly that only after a moment do the scene of the horizontal strike reveal those at the front taking the hit. No one can withstand being torn apart. Young Min watched in shock. A drop of sweat trickled down. Even the luckier comrades standing farther away were shaken and hesitant. "Close your eyes," Randallo roared fiercely, raising the morale. "Brothers, listen up. Tonight our great cause will be fulfilled. We will unleash chaos until we kill our own brothers. Are we going to back down here? Raise your weapons high. No one can stop the true king of this mountain. Do not let the deaths of our fallen brothers be in vain." He grins maniacally, raising his weapon high. And with that blow, the ground shattered into pieces like a brittle cookie. Randallo confidently declared, "After tonight, this land will belong to us." The henchmen raised their weapons high and shouted excitedly, roaring in fury and dominance. They, like savage brutes with bulging muscles, followed orders with overwhelming momentum, driven by their rage. Their morale temporarily puts the opponents in a psychological disadvantage, and everyone looks extremely tense. He raises his weapon and swings it down with a wide arc, carrying deadly intent, settling the debt of brothers. Another strike follows with explosive force. Randallo leapt into the air, causing those below to stare up in horror, only to see a flash of sparks like blades clashing. One person down there was already prepared to face death, waiting for a moment without feeling anything, then half-opened an eye in confusion. A smaller figure, but with strength that rivals anyone. A sturdy knight who blocks that terrible blow, making him stare in amazement. He arrogantly taunted the Mountain King, pretending to be eloquent, but forget it. "My opponent is him," he roared as he swung his sword. "Where did this bug come from? It doesn't matter. I just need to kill him." Then Randallo swung his sword down, but Young Min effortlessly leapt away, avoiding it perfectly. He smirked, challenging him to do better, followed by a strike carrying a cutting aura towards him. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent as he sneered, "Only good for talking." Let's see how long he can keep up his bravado, as veins on Randallo's arms bulged, muscles swelling like a mutated gorilla tearing through its outer layer. Carrying the power of the level up, a massive duel strike crashes down from the ground like an atomic explosion, with only a cloud of green smoke and destruction visible outside, while the one behind it all wears a look of disbelief. Why? Mr. Bin, who took that blow without a scratch, still charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Impressive. You should get a better weapon for Lance. His words hit right at his pain, and his face instantly tensed with veins bulging and teeth clenched. A hand clenched tightly around the weapon, gathering inner strength. Who dares to speak that dirty mouth of yours when mentioning his name? Randallo, like a beast out of control, swung his weapon wildly, hundreds of slash lines forming a dense web that he moved through like a nimble eel, impossible to touch even a corner of his clothing. But eventually, his luck runs out. As he hovered in midair, 2 strikes from his own swings came crashing down, ending his life. The close distance made Mr. Bin unable to dodge, clenched his teeth and raised his weapon to defend himself. Despite trying to hold on, he was still knocked down by that overwhelming force, reminding him of the danger. His opponent's strength was at a level where just one strike could end his life. When Randallo approached with murderous intent, he prepared to leap up perfectly to dodge. He fought fiercely like an arrow, declaring a death sentence for Bin, dodging those 2 strikes. But today, his stubborn life is finally over. Once again, a flurry of slashes came at him, but this time with even more overwhelming momentum, making him feel an unavoidable pressure. Damn it, was he too reckless in provoking him? This time, Mr. Bin couldn't afford to be passive and had to fight back with full force, overcoming all difficulties. Each drop of sweat pouring down like rain shows that he is beginning to struggle and waver, truly a monster's strength. Just like Lance, Randallo develops at an astonishing speed, And if this continues, that guy is extremely reckless. Originally, the only one trying to rebel using chaos was Randalo. His followers were just insignificant minnows. But if just one Randalo can make me struggle like this, something's not right. His desire to rebel has become so strong in such a short time that it even affects those around him. Why is that? In a brief moment of distraction, Bin was suddenly cornered by him. How dare he look away while fighting me? He's quite stubborn, huh? Once again, taking a hit and flying back quite a distance, gasping for breath. Randalo sneered and lowered his hand. You idiot, do you really think you can stop the main cause of our trouble? As long as the land that he promised still exists, and his words and gestures keep him on high alert, his eyes widen. However, Wisebody, wounded and quick as Randalo, still manages to strike back. Mr. Bin lands another blow. We won't back down. From his words, I could pick up some information. He, from the past, Lance also mentioned that person. The image before he fell still murmuring. No, he is watching us. Aren't you going to talk about Randalo? This is completely different from the previous mission. Does the route change depending on the strategy used? I'm not quite sure. But one thing is clear. Someone is pulling the strings behind this. While he was analyzing in his mind and dodging, he lost patience and unleashed his full might, his aura like a true deity, wielding an axe like a war god. Randalo spins his sword in the air a few times to defend himself before unleashing his attack. Sure enough, a gust of wind like a raging storm sweeps through, and his wind slash tears through everything, destroying all cover and blinding visibility. Young Min struggles to see clearly, eyes cold and clutching his sword tightly. If I destroy everything, the truth will come to light. He aimed precisely as he appeared, striking with a decisive blow. Randalo roared with full strength, dismissive and furious in the face of contempt. The longer the wait, the more he heats up, gathering his power into a dense sphere like a black hole, crushing everything it touches. He remains silent like a statue. Focusing all his strength into this attack, his face now became eerily calm. With his eyes shining with a blue hue, the battlefield atmosphere reached a tense climax, and Young Min clenched his sword tightly, ready for the impending destructive strike. Amidst the smoky battlefield and blinding flashes of power, a suffocating and chaotic feeling takes hold. Sweat drips down his face like rain, and his vigilance intensifies. Randalo raised 2 shields and swung them in a fierce attack. Half of his face seemed to be enveloped by a surge of power, forming a new, more fierce expression. The fierce mouth opens, I will kill 1,000 times, and Randalo's whole body radiates intense fighting spirit. Facing Young Min in a defensive stance, the battlefield changes in an instant, with a deadly strike like a super-fast gear crushing everything in its path. That terrifying blow reflected in his calm, emotionless eyes just a centimeter from his eyelashes, a suffocating pressure. Fortunately, everything still remained under Young Min's control as he straightened up, lifting his chin, perfectly exploiting the gap to remain safe. Taking advantage of the shattered ground, he swiftly escapes like a leopard several meters away from his opponent. However, despite trying to create distance, he is still surrounded by countless spears from all directions. A deadly combo. A continuous slash like a shining wave, but hidden within is a destructive force crashing down. He seemed to see Young Min's fate as he screamed, blame the arrogance of the one going, growling in his throat with eyes flashing red, biting his teeth and dodging away. Seeing the perverted Jiang Dalo in front of him, he secretly cursed himself. Damn it, his depraved power has grown stronger, and now he can even use Bosak. This fight is harder than I thought. He cackled maniacally, watching Young Min's panicked escape with satisfaction. So, you've finally faced your reckoning. The fatigue gradually shows on his face, but his eyes remain sharp. Huh, what a mistake. The steel shrimp have been dealt with by the soldiers, but I forgot the biggest problem. This bastard's attack power exceeds my expectations. I don't know how it ended up like this. At this point, the soldiers behind me will soon be wiped out. Young Min, completely outmatched and only able to defend passively, finally couldn't withstand and was thrown aside, his body like a cannonball crashing into a wall of dirt and rocks, utterly tragic. Randalo slowly approached like a beast inspecting its dying prey, ready to let it escape. Now, even if you give up, at least I will show mercy and kill you in the most painful way, just like my younger brother. You have become extremely exhausted, panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, while in your mind you think. Yes, enough! Hun sneered triumphantly, raising his spear high in victory. I will hang your head on the castle gate. Young Min, Fulner, and Randall muttered nonsense as their legs trembled and they stood up. It's time to end this. A sudden sense of unease flashes through Han's mind as he roars out the order.
All soldiers, fall back. Everyone fighting below is stunned and incredulous. What's going on, General?
They are all eager to show their will. General, we can't do this. We will fight to the end. A foolish one runs over. All we need is you. Young Min's eyes darkened as he questioned.
What are you rambling about?
His foot stomps down forcefully on the ground. Only Young Min is seen in a state where his whole body turns bright red like a demon, with 8 bloody mouths rising. Warning. Backing away, the great Tao city has been shattered into pieces with countless watermarks still intact, pulled up by him. As Young Min's aura also rises to a higher level, becoming more powerful, it reassures people to stay calm. I will be down there soon, too. Randalo seemed to be driven mad by his actions, almost shouting every word. You bastard! Even at this point. Are you still resisting? He suddenly teleported and struck with a punch. That blow really destroyed something, but it wasn't the target Randalo was aiming for. His eyes narrowed in confusion. Young Min somehow managed to circle around behind Randalo and swing his axe. What are you looking at? He was not alert and had already sensed his presence, turning around. Young Min's attack, as if to cut through the sky and earth, was successfully blocked by Randalo on the ground. His legs also buckled under the weight, revealing just how terrifying it was. Both of their faces now wore identical smiles of battle, strangely similar. Strangely, a series of shields appear in the sky surrounding the target. After the collision ends, they are forced apart, and simultaneously, the continuous slash attack begins. When he looked again, Young Min somehow stomped on Randalo's mocking face, a contemptible expression, and his hand from the air seized a weapon. Young Min used his face as a stepping stone to jump up. The damage was not much, but the humiliation was extremely high, showing his teeth. Are there any other moves? His hand somehow produced countless weapons and began a frenzied attack. The strikes are quite similar to Randalo's continuous slash technique, aren't they? A series of moves dazzles the viewers, making it hard to see the opponent's form, only fragments of irregular shapes flying chaotically. Young Min, like a demon, spins through the air with stunning, frantic, yet meaningful strikes. He also refused to stand still and take the hits, crossing his arms tightly around his axes to unleash his power. With a super-fast burst, Randalo vanished from his original position, and in an instant, the two closed the distance and roared. Die now. Your eyes are like a sharp eagle observing every move, while he only swings wildly, but each strike targets a vital point. In that instant, as if witnessing countless deaths, Young Min focused intensely, because this was a confrontation between two beginners, so it was even simpler. Except for the neck and heart, I would let him strike freely, while I looked for an opening, even if I had to cut his throat or pierce his heart. With countless clean cuts unlike before, this time accompanied by streams of bright red blood spraying from the skin, it was both their blood and a feeling of triumph as his lips curled in satisfaction, with time running out. Randalo suddenly launched a furious barrage of attacks, but Young Min's thoughts remained focused on judging that he would die. The strike narrowly missed his face, slicing off a few strands of hair, and only then did Randalo realize something. He, like a dead man facing a terrified face sinking deep, Young Min, like a war god with cold eyes, looked down at the arrogant challenger. His figure looked down from above in an immensely majestic way. Now their roles had reversed, and he was the fallen hunter. Seizing the opportunity, Young Min didn't hesitate and swiftly swung his hair forward, his face dark with only his glowing red eyes showing a hint of sorrow, the sword in his hand ready to take a life. The shield was pressed firmly against his neck without resistance, and the entire scene was bathed in a fierce crimson, leaving only Randalo's large eyes visible. With a deadly technique, thousands of slashes shattered the prey into pieces like crispy cookies. Before losing consciousness completely, he muttered like a fanatic believer, "Lord, Lord, he will find you." The battle is now over. The notification appears, indicating that the furious Lord Randalo has been defeated. You have received the corrupted certificate. A surge of power surrounds Young Min's body, leveling up. As if waiting for that moment, the humans still cast bloodthirsty glances elsewhere. Looking over, Randalo's subordinates have fallen into despair. Has the furious king been defeated? That thing is a monster. Not sure what he's thinking. He suddenly strokes his chin with a puzzled look. But ignoring the panic of those little guys, Young Min is lost in his own world. Is the story over now that Randalo is dead, so he was just one of his subordinates after all? But that doesn't matter. Everything just becomes experience points anyway. The sound echoes throughout the mountains and forests. Now, the entire forest is just bare trunks turned into fuel for the raging fire that consumes everything. Over by the camp, a keen-eyed scout quickly spotted Young Min and shouted, "Get down! Look over there!" General Bean An has returned, and with his carefree attitude, he casually said he'd just wander around a bit, his eyes sparkling like a fan meeting their idol. We were really shocked just now. We didn't even realize it was the day the general was worried about us. Young Min waved dismissively, saying, you guys have worked hard. Handle the rest yourselves. He looked like a thug. Well, actually, he is a thug. And then plopped down in a corner, looking dazed. Who was he talking about back then? We detained all those vagrants out of suspicion, but still couldn't find any clues. Is there a next task? While sitting, Young Min suddenly notices the box beside him and starts shouting. Are they just some vagrants? When he opened the lid, Young Min's face looked like he saw a strange creature. A big question mark appeared, and he looked at the two kids who were as tall as his waist. Puzzled children. Why are children appearing here just as a woman runs over in panic, shouting, Lily Beach, and the three of them hug each other tightly as if they had been separated for years. At this moment, the scene resembles a case involving children and the suspect, none other than Young Min, who cut into our story. Everyone in the village is holding pigs, sickles, and basket lids to defend themselves. Even you and I are exhausted from worrying, what is this all about? At night, people sit around the fire chatting, and someone asks in surprise, You really wiped out the bandits? Young Min replied casually. You saw it too, right? Village Chief Kokomoro explained why he looked so surprised. When Mount Komeo suddenly erupted, we thought the bandits were attacking again. I never imagined that knights would come all the way here. He glanced over the items and deduced that the bandits had been causing trouble for quite some time. The man nodded in agreement. Yes, their numbers suddenly increased over the past few weeks. Occasionally travelers chase them away, but it's no longer feasible because they sprout up like mushrooms. It's all thanks to you. Knight, on behalf of the entire village, thank you. The middle-aged man in the village expresses his gratitude to the village chief. Thank you very much, Knight. The young men also added that, now we can live peacefully. The village chief politely held out a lantern and invited Young Min, we don't have much to repay you, but please stay here for the night. At least we can prepare a place for you to sleep. Black's subordinate nearby asks for his opinion. General, the soldiers are exhausted. Should we stay overnight? But it seems he sensed something and stopped. Wait a minute. Young Min carefully considers in silence. Something doesn't add up. They said the bandits attacked them multiple times. So why do the villagers look so clean, with no serious injuries, and they seem too healthy for a place like this? What if they are hiding something? Isn't the secret route still not fully open? We still need to stay alert. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts, asking if the knights defeated the bandits are here. The blonde girl with the halo behind her hurriedly asked if anyone was injured, and when someone quickly responded, Young Min immediately became alert, confused about her identity. Holy Maiden! Holy Maiden nervously scratched her head and explained, I went to check on the illegal logging case, so I ended up returning exhausted. You're still staring blankly. What's going on? The village chief personally came out to greet them. Oh, Holy Maiden, these are the knights who chased away the bandits. They are from the Empire. She clasped her hands together, tears of joy streaming down her face as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. I was worried we wouldn't hold out any longer. The villagers, seeing the holy lady in tears, hurriedly comforted her, begging her not to cry. Everything is safe now. She clasped her hands and bowed her head before Young Min. We don't know how to repay you. The guest politely said, It's not necessary, it's nothing, we just did what needed to be done. The village chief also agreed with Young Min and suggested that we should measure the saintess now that everyone is safe. But what about helping the knights? The saintess then looked up again and repeated, Helping the knights? He explained his meaning so she would understand. They must be exhausted from fighting. Can she use her power to heal them? Then the village chief turned to Mr. Rich first. Don't worry, the Holy Maiden's power is real. He then began recounting a story from the past a few weeks ago when bandits started pouring into the village, and a villager was thrown far away in pain. The thief stomped on his leg and sneered. This is really troublesome. His teammate turned back with a heavy bag in hand. Hey, we've taken everything here, let's go. The guy who was kicked earlier quickly grabbed the thief's leg. Wait, if you took everything, how are we supposed to survive? Give it back. The guy angrily kicks him again. Is this damn thief crazy? Did anyone bother to take everything and return it? A girl runs over to help the young man, tears of worry in her eyes. Husband? He screams in despair and helpless tears. You took it all the day before. The children are starving. But the thief would never understand that. He laughed joyfully. Really, the young woman appeared from behind the door. That's truly sad. The thieves turned around and looked at her in confusion, asking who this girl was. She raised her staff to confront them. Everyone must have struggled hard. Their children are hungry. How could you do this?
The thief confidently holds a large knife in his hand, sarcastically mocking, "You funny woman, you have no idea what real life is like. Looks like you're from the upper class. If you're crazy, you should stay home. Don't provoke us to get mad." The young lady brandishes her staff to knock down the thief. She stood confidently, preaching about morality after defeating the bandits, saying life was already hard enough and we should support each other, taking what belongs to others is wrong. The village chief's voice summed up the story of meeting her. That was when everything began, when she started living in our village. The young woman rolled up her sleeves to protect our village, but the pirates kept growing stronger just to hurt her. They attacked her directly or waited until she was not around to help us, and each time we told her to leave this village behind. This village has already been devastated too many times. Even the villagers can't bear it. And one by one they left. We had to find ways to survive on our own. He is reassuring her as Thi Than Nu places her hand over Tran An's, begging the village chief not to say that. This land and this village are what everyone has built. I will find a way to deal with those 10 bandits. In difficult times like these, we should endure together. It was very moving, and from that moment on, we decided to protect Kokomoro village. We came up with our own ways to cope, building barriers and even arming ourselves. The bandits retreated for a short while thanks to Than Nu's treatment. No one was seriously injured, but life here remains very difficult. The village chief immediately regained his cheerful and spirited attitude. The knights from the Empire are here now, and we feel very reassured. Starting tomorrow, we will rebuild the village. Then he took Young Min's hand and begged, "Though it's not much, we hope you stay and celebrate with us tonight." The young lady also happily helped out. "I will treat the wounds, and the villagers are also glad and grateful. Thank you very much." She gently declined the thanks despite her hesitation because of the help. "It's nothing. I'll do what I can. Now that there's nothing left for me to do in Kokomoro village, I would be happy to help if I can. The fire has been put out, so please rest a bit. A boy brings out a basket of bread to invite your team. Knight, please have some bread. The pastry is sweet and mild this time." Young Min keeps begging, "Stay with us tonight. The young lady is also staying with us. You may not want to, but at this point you've accepted, so I have no choice but to agree." The young lady exclaimed, "Oh my, it seems you've been quite badly injured. Knight, may I take a look?" Young Min immediately refused her kindness and suggested, "I'm just passing by. You should tend to the soldiers first." She froze in hesitation at his blunt refusal. He sensed that something was happening and turned around to look, but couldn't figure out what it was. Young Min hadn't had time to think before the village chief took him by the arm. "Fine, go ahead this way then, all right." The knights sit happily eating and playing around the flickering fire, with some even joking around with the children in the village. Then the general quickly left, and as the sky darkened, everyone went home to rest. Young Min lay in his room under the moonlight, blaming himself. "That village chief keeps telling me to rest when I've already said I don't need to. Doesn't he know what a traveler is? Maybe he is really plotting something." The door swings open, revealing the bare skin of a girl standing outside. "Knight, are you still awake?" He opened his eyes in shock, staring blankly at the person before him. The saintess, dressed differently from usual, appeared with a friendly demeanor. "Sorry to bother you at this hour. I need to talk to you about a few things." Young Min draped her coat over her shoulders and let out a long sigh. So basically, doing everything alone was too difficult, so she wanted me to help her. "Is that correct?" "Holy Maiden," the Holy Maiden confirms once more cautiously. "Yes, that's right." He looked at her hesitantly, glancing down at the ground and thinking to himself. So the mission has changed because of this person. I've never encountered a situation like this before. Young Min casually asked out of curiosity, as if to join in. "It seems she's not from this village. Why are you helping so enthusiastically?" The saintess still covered her ears with her hands and explained. "Actually, as I mentioned before, I'm not from here, but I can't stand by and watch innocent villagers be oppressed. At first I thought I could handle those pirates myself, but I wasn't strong enough." Suddenly something bright caught his attention. Young Min looked at the notification board below his eye level in amazement. "This is strange. Why did it suddenly appear?" The notification displays the words, "You have encountered a player. Do you want to check their information?" "Really? No?" He sweat secretly, gazing at her in confusion. "The Holy Maiden is a player, huh?" The saintess turned around innocently and asked, "Oh, what's wrong?" Knight Young Min was sweating more and more, silently thinking about something and checking information. But immediately, his expression changed. Young Min's face shows shock and horror. He finally calms down and sits to collect himself. She found it strange and asked, "Where are you going?" "Knight." Young Min slowly walks toward the main door without turning around and asks directly, "I just have one question. What were you doing at your old place?" The saintess also gently answered his question. If she works with priests healing the injured, Feel free to ask if you have any questions about me. Young Min closed the door and prepared to face the main issue. Oh, really? So I have one more question. How did you know I would come here? Saintess, no, I should call her the Ragnarok Society. Odin's minion. Where is Hyla, your boss? The Saintess was startled, as if she had just heard shocking news. She remained silent for a long time, sweat running down her face. Then Hyla smiled faintly and knelt down as if returning to her true nature. She laughed like a madwoman, praising herself. Not bad. Are you asking where Lord Odin is? It would be more satisfying if you found out for yourself. Hyla transforms back to her original form, a stark contrast to her previous innocence, and gently opens her golden eyes, glancing at her shadow as she softly asks, "You don't think so, do you, Roken?" "No, maybe I should call you Kim Il-mins." He was stunned and on high alert when he heard his real name. How does she know my true name? Hyla rushes forward to attack immediately, giving Il-mins no time to rest, seeking her own answer. He is also ready to fight back with his weapon in hand, both preparing to clash in battle. Il-mins, calling her by her real name, Hyla. Under the beautiful bright moonlight and the seemingly peaceful scene of the house from outside, Il-mins runs to chase after Hyla. Behind her, the explosion just went off. She brandished her sword to intimidate the troops. You don't understand the current situation, do you, Roken? The shining sword extends long and straight, but luckily he tilts his head to avoid it. The sword then strikes from the other side, leaving Il-mins no time to dodge. My demon boy was slashed and blood was pouring out of the wound. Hyla once again strikes, leaving Il-mins no chance to react and causing him to fall flat on the ground. Seeing this, she stands tall above, mocking him. What is this? You don't resemble what Lord Odin described at all. Have you just been fooling around all this time? Get your spirit back, land safely and steadily. Hyla stands facing Il-mins with a scorched and desolate landscape burning behind her. Keep criticizing. Is this the power of the #1 solo player? I'm so disappointed. If that's all you've got, it seems Lord Odin overestimated you. You wipe the syrup off your cheek with your hand and ask what your goal is. Hyla, I wonder, what are you plotting? To the point of breaking Thalot's entire system. The villagers of Kam-Kwuk seem ready to fight, their eyes vacant, with purple diamond-shaped symbols above their heads as if controlled. The villagers gather into an army standing behind Hyla. She smirks cunningly, even if you find out it won't matter. If I say it's because of the scratch, you probably understand too. Il-mins hesitated, confused, then quickly deduced. A scar. Could it be that the Jack Narok gang is connected to the bite mark? Hyla pointed her sword forward, agreeing with this sharp deduction. That's why he personally told us to keep people here inside Thalot world. Standing coolly in front of the blazing fire, he calmly asked, "Does Odin know about me?" How? But as soon as he finished speaking, Il-mins suddenly remembered something that made him panic. Il-mins quietly deduces the answer to the problem. Their target is not just Thalot, that's just a guess, but their goal is something even more dangerous. So I grip my sword tightly, prepare to strike, and warn that I won't let you have your way. First, get past Sarokan, as the notification sounds amid the overwhelming momentum. Skills and barriers are activated. The one-hit attack begins charging. Current charge 33%, current charge 66%. Il-mins silently analyzes the situation. Hyla now is weaker than before, but even so, her speed is still faster than mine. If this continues, I will lose. The system notification sounds almost complete. Current energy at 99%. He raises the shattered stone, filled with hope and confidence. In that case, I will end it with one strike. The final notification sounded, activating the skill. With the current energy at 100%, the one-hit kill skill ready. A blinding explosion erupted as Il-mins sprinted at full speed towards his only target, Hyla. A faint purple light suddenly appeared. He is still drunkenly attacking, but the space seems to be distorted. Hyla's body breaking into pixel blocks until her shape becomes unrecognizable, calling out Il-mins Roken. Until he wakes up from the dream, the space continues to fragment into pixels like an old faulty TV. Only now does he realize things are getting worse as another big explosion erupts, standing stunned before the blazing fire. Il-mins sits dazed amidst the surrounding flames, remaining silent for a long time. Il-mins silently felt helpless, stunned as if he couldn't believe it. Completely defeated, she disappeared before he could strike. Not only Hyla vanished, but all the villagers who were here just now also disappeared, followed by a hissing sound, and the sound of breaking water came from somewhere, making him alert and look around, his hand ready to fight. Suddenly, Il-mins widened his eyes in amazement as he realized something. What is this? It's reality. A pink hole with his image appeared in the real alleyway, and the peaceful scene of reality with green trees and bustling streets reappeared after a long time. Il-mins returns to the game,
stunned by the shattered watermarks, wondering what just happened, and before he can collect himself, the system screen reappears, leaving him bewildered again. The message on the screen says that due to an error, forced logout will be initiated. Il-mins was stunned by this, as forced logout occurred. All the other players also appeared on the system screen with their logout coordinates falling from the street. While the other players are logging out at the first city and the countdown approaches 3, he slowly walks through the door. Halfway there, Il-mins turns back as the countdown reaches 2 and he begins to feel his body start to change. Il-mins looked up at the fragments of time and space dissolving, when suddenly a monster appeared before him as the countdown ended. The system notification rang out again, stating that the lot system had forced you to log out and transfer your player data to the lot system project. The player data transfer progress, Roken. Can is at 1%. Il-mins suddenly wakes up, breathing rapidly and sweating all over. He looks up at the unfamiliar room he's in and mutters confusedly, clearly inside the lot. So why? Why did I get logged out? Il-mins' head felt uncomfortable, like the lingering echo of the battle in his mind. Suddenly logging out? This has never happened before. Is it because of those damn Ragnarok bastards? Damn it, what the hell is going on in this chaos? A sound drew his attention. A ringing phone with a restricted IAD. Il-mins glanced over in confusion. This call was strange, but in the end he still picked up the phone and spoke. Hello? As soon as the call connected, I heard Mirei's warning scream. Kim Il-mins ran out immediately. No, we are on our way. Try to hold on. Do you hear me, Kim Il-mins? This is urgent. Il-mins put the phone away and looked confused, asking, Huh? Why did it suddenly get wet? What on earth made her panic like that? Everything's peaceful here. How could there be anything dangerous? Meyer shouted in panic. No, don't open the curtain. Wait a little longer. Don't look outside. Kim Il-mins. But it was too late. Behind the glass, a huge eye stared intently at him, like spotting prey, and the monster immediately threw a punch. It charged forward with a fierce face and a powerful punch. Il-mins was terrified, overwhelmed by the surprise. It delivers a blow that shatters the building, sending debris flying everywhere. In reality, the sun is gentle and the sky is clear, just like any normal day in the city. But in another corner, chaos erupts, destroying the peaceful scene. Smoke still billows from the collapsed building. Debris scatters across the ground and the dust begins to settle. Il-min, with an unhealed wound on his mouth, trembling on the wreckage, wondered to himself how he was still alive. Or was he dreaming? He struggles to sit up, leaning on the ash stone and sighs, if only it were rain that would be so good. This is. The loudspeaker in the neighborhood warns the residents with a deafening cry as the syrup-hungry monsters swarm relentlessly. They destroy the city, kill innocent civilians, and leave no life untouched. Il-mins was stunned to realize the smell of blood and this pain were all real, nothing fake about it. He watched the people desperately run away. Run away. The end of the world has come, and it's painfully undeniable that this place is real. Can I really do anything? Is it true? Am I truly powerless now? They rush towards these innocent people, while on the other side, they joyfully point their swords at others' fears. A little girl, witnessing this brutal scene, trembles with tears in her eyes as the monstrous creature towering over her with a terrifying gaze stands before her in the shadows. It grabbed the sword that could instantly take a life, and the monster swung its sword toward the girl with a savage look. The girl was so scared that she could only accept her fate, tears streaming down her face in fear and despair. The image of the girl appearing in Il-min's sight makes him afraid. Il-min suddenly snaps out of his trance. She instinctively grabs the nearby object, then he quickly runs to save her. Il-min blocks the monster's attack with his sword, and the girl, overwhelmed with tears, looks up at him with gratitude, thanking him. Il-min can only offer a comforting word before urging her to run quickly. The little girl holding her teddy bear innocently asked, "But we have to run together." He tightly gripped the sword and explained, "It's not that we're saving the kid, it's just that If you sit still and take the hit, you won't survive, so let's continue this date, you trash." Il-min's eyes light up as if ready to face any monster. He keeps hitting them at vital points. Then Il-min made the other head horse learn serious, swinging his weapon to destroy one monster after another without rest. Il-min was full of determination, encouraging himself, feeling somehow more agile than usual, thinking, "I can handle this." Suddenly, a giant monster lifted its leg to stomp right where he was, and Il-min seemed to realize it. But right at that moment, a powerful shockwave shattered the ground, and a legion of giants marched through the sea of fire like the Titan army of the Iranian leader.
Each creature was full of fierce energy and a look of deadly determination, with a faint heat surrounding them like a giant titan. The army of giants advanced toward the exhausted man as if they wanted to wipe out all of humanity.
Ilmeans lowered his head to the ground, fists clenched in anger. He trembled with helplessness and regret. Maybe running away would have been better. Suddenly, a hand reached out offering to help Ilmins while he was bowed in pain and despair. Ilmins suddenly lifts his head in wonder as if realizing something, while the girl is holding his hand, pulling with all her might. Ilmins shouted in worry, "What is this kid still doing here?" "Even if you help me, I can't protect the kid." The monster horde is still slowly approaching them, but the girl remains determined. He kept getting more worried and shouted loudly, running further away, "Hurry up! Do you want to die or what? If I knew I wouldn't have saved you." The girl, clutching her teddy bear, struggled to pull Ilmins while replying. She was about to run too, but since you saved me first, I will help you too. He gently lifts her spirits and softly strokes her head.
That sentence just now. Simple, but not bad either.
Suddenly I start overthinking, which is so unlike me. If I have to die, I'll take as many of them down with me as I can. That's more like my style. The monster saw him and immediately raised a huge sword. A drop of syrup slides down one side of his face, but Ilmins remains alert and fighting. He remembers that at first his role was just holding a sword in the game. Ilmins recalls the knowledge he gained, studying skills with one hand while fighting, and the moment he received his armor after months of hard training. Ilmins recalls the moment he confidently countered the enemy's attack, remembering the sweat-drenched victory smile he rewarded himself after the battle. At that moment, he let out a tired but triumphant smile. Ilmins' spirit lifted even higher. He activates his skill, Mirror Strike. Ilmins just activated and broke through the enemy's defenses. His midday red light caused a shockwave that swept away the monsters. Everyone there was terrified by the situation unfolding before their eyes. Even the girl holding the teddy bear was wide-eyed. They were stunned, speechless. Myri also let out a relieved sigh at that moment. All right, just in time. The screen in front of her showed Young Min's data transfer progress reaching its maximum, and the system notification announced that the Roken player's data transfer was complete. He returned with the same smug smile as before, now in the spotlight as the main character. And now, probably starting with the one who just threw me earlier, the remaining monster hurriedly roared to show off. As if it hadn't been able to last long before Young Min's attack surrounded it, he swiftly circled around the monster a few times to finish it off. Young Min coolly runs off with a triumphant smile, looking at the defeated monsters sprawled on the ground and sighs. It seems it's over now. Just then the system notification sounds. All the monsters have been defeated. Young Min quickly checked the system information panel and then opened his heart. The monsters had truly appeared and I had awakened, so I don't know whether to be happy or not. Without that little girl's chatter, I probably wouldn't know what's going on right now. So I guess I owe her a thank you. Suddenly, he realizes something and turns around. Young Min looks down from above at everyone struggling below after the disaster, some helping their girlfriends up while worriedly asking, and a wife crying desperately in front of her husband who has fallen. I saw all those scenes and felt heartbroken, blaming myself for not waking up sooner, even just a little, so I could save a few more people. I still don't understand those events just now. Right now my head feels like a mess, and the girl holding the teddy bear suddenly appeared calling Young Min uncle. He looked dazedly over in the direction of the voice, wondering if the kid was still here, and the girl happily thanked him, saying thank you for saving her. Young Min saw that she was okay and advised her not to worry. She was not hurt anywhere. That's right. Then hurry to the adults, but the girl had a purpose before coming here. She came to say that everyone is waiting for you. I was stunned, thinking I must have heard wrong, and asked again who is waiting for me, as the girl quickly took Young Min's hand. She pulled him along, coaxing him, promising he would be very happy to see.
Follow me! Young Min has no idea what's going on or where to go. Who could want to see me? The girl said happily, acting secretive and telling him not to say anything. Just follow her and you'll find out. Everyone come out here. I've brought that person back, the one who helped us. The refugees, hearing the call, stepped out from under the tent, and as soon as they recognized who it was, a bright smile appeared on their faces.
And they all went outside singing and expressing their gratitude. Not knowing who you are, but thank you so much. You saved our lives? Truly thank you. Those words made him momentarily stunned, but Young Min finally regained his composure and smiled. He basked in the sunlight and the praise of everyone, feeling triumphant. This isn't so bad. As he was lost in the feeling of victory, a voice suddenly called out, "Look, isn't that our hero?" Don't fall asleep on your victory. Roken, because the real beginning has just started. Young Min hesitated as he realized the person was getting closer, and as soon as he knew who it was,
He responded with a few classic teasing remarks. Too early, huh? Why not wait until I fall asleep and then come? Meyer gracefully approached with a lollipop in hand, looking like a boss, but you're still alive. My team's going to handle the cleanup, so you can rest now, and Kay beside you also praises you. Fighting is impressive, human. Youngmin didn't continue with the duel, but changed the subject, shifting his attention to the creature following her. I wonder what that winged frog is. I've never seen one before. And Ka, annoyed, responded, You frog-headed idiot! How dare you insult the great legacy of the Yu lineage? I didn't fly here from Thalot to listen to your nonsense. She just explained a few words and then moved on to the main topic. This is my partner. He comes from Thalot's data. Wait, I'll explain later. Let's go. He immediately panicked when he heard the news. Huh? Planning to break in again like last time or what? Mir jumps down from above to explain, not used to teasing properly. What valuable thing does your house have for anyone to take? No one is allowed in. There's only one place I want to go. The headquarters will handle this mess, just to remind you, happily. The base, just go to the base, because Falcon's headquarters is vast and has a unique structure. Mir stands on the stage with a presentation board ready to go. He will only explain once, so listen carefully. Young Min sits below, frowning in reproach, just finished fighting recklessly and still not allowed to rest. Is that how they treat heroes? All right, speak quickly. What kind of devilish thing did that bastard Odin do? She sighed in relief, realizing how serious this was, then quickly got to work. All right, I'll start now. You must listen carefully and not miss a single word. I already explained this during our first meeting. Remember? Thalot is an artificial simulation connecting our reality to another dimension. At first, Thalot was created to prepare for possible incidents involving another dimension. But then, the servers suddenly were destroyed by an external force, and now reality has begun to connect with another dimension. And more than anyone, you should understand how dangerous that is. Of course we didn't sit still. We transferred the profiles of selected players into reality to deal with the problem, and you are the one leading those players. The top player in Thalot, Roken, Eon Min, struggled to process this confusing information. Why did you bring Thalot's profiles into reality? If the cause comes from outside, it's definitely the work of Ragnarok. But how could they interfere? Mireille quickly answered the question and also proposed a plan. We still don't know who is behind this, but thinking in a different direction, our goal has become simpler, he asked again with confusion. Simpler. She then explained each option one by one. First, when the water stain appears, patch it up before it grows too large. Second, monitor Ragnarok as you just mentioned and expose who they really are. If either of these two fails, Roken, not only us but everyone will die. Everyone will. Do you understand? Young Min, hearing that, broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes vacant with fear as he sighed, It seems we still have a lot to do. The crescent moon shines brightly surrounded by clouds, creating a stunning scene. Sahwa City with its tall buildings still lit up in the dark night. Among the crowd, a young guy is chatting with his friend. Hey, have you seen? Sehun now looks like a battlefield. That guy isn't really interested. Do you really believe that? It's all just edited footage. But the young man insists it's true. My cousin said many people have actually died. People say those monsters look like in the game the lot, but your friend keeps finding reasons to dismiss this conspiracy theory. Oh well, maybe it's just a game advertisement. Amidst the crowd on the street, a cloaked figure slips through, Odin's gaze sharp and cold as if nothing matters. His footsteps halt as he reaches the tipping point. Odin stops in front of a deserted alley to prepare for action. He extends his hand to summon a surge of power, causing the magic gate to reveal its true form amid the waves of energy. Odin stepped closer to the portal he had summoned, his cloak fluttering like wings. His armor was fully equipped, claws attached and ready at any moment. He appears with a cold demeanor and sturdy armor, the light from the massive door shining brightly. Odin steps through the door in a majestic manner, exuding the presence of a king who fears no one. Hela immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing him. The Lord has returned, and Odin's close allies also began to appear one after another. First is Thor, Vice President of Ragnarok, and the Fury Priest. Then come members like Skadi, Judgment Priest, Helios, Desire Priest, Adamus, Atonement Priest, and Horde, Sin Priest. Nihok, the Eternal Priest, Hela, the Destroyer Priest, and finally, their leader, Odin, the head of Ragnarok. All the members of the council sat respectfully in the hall, welcoming the savior back. Hela begins the meeting. All right. In the end, just as we feared, Roken has awakened. So what are you planning to do now? Come on, tell me, after all this silence, someone finally spoke up. First, Miss Hyla, Scotty, the priestess judge, seems to be trying to cover for Eonmin, so why should we pay so much attention to that Roken? We can just give the order before the water gate fully opens, then we can immediately move in and wipe out these humans.
But as she passionately discussed her plan, someone suddenly interrupted loudly. Have you forgotten our purpose?
Scotty, Thor, the deputy leader and priest then explained their reasons and reiterated their goal.
Humankind in this world is the source of energy we are seeking, yet you want to discard that precious nourishment.
Think carefully before speaking. Scotty was stunned into silence. What, he continues with his plan after manipulating others, and until we find that thing, we cannot recklessly destroy this world.
So you, Thor, the vice chairman who always calculates, weren't you the one who ordered to assist the troops in the gods' battle?
He was just as angry after that interrogation. That remark was not good, priestesses. Do you have a problem with my decision back then? The fire within her raged even more fiercely, of course. If we weren't bound to this world under Odin's leadership, we would have surely won.
One person represents the guild, the other wields the power of fire, and they are causing an endless conflict during the meeting. Now Odin, usually reserved, finally loses patience and speaks out. Strange, since when do you have the right to speak up without my permission? He just spoke while trying to impose punishment on those two, and Scuddy immediately foamed at the mouth. Thor also suffered just as much. Odin asserted his dominance for a moment, but made Hela tremble in fear. She quickly turned to flattery, softly pleading with him, Lord Odin, they are just pitiful beings, please stay calm.
If you keep being angry, you will frighten Hyla into losing her divine power. But a few sweet words of persuasion from her really work. That's enough. I will overlook this matter. More surprisingly, after that statement, Thor and Scuddy, who are like water and fire, suddenly share the same thought.
Hela, you poor girl. Odin still has his hand on his cheek with a vacant, cold stare. Just as he was feeling discouraged, someone volunteered for the front lines. Please let me take action, Lord Odin. After seeing the one who volunteered, Odin faintly opened his mouth.
Ah, that's right, you're still here.
The one who wants to stop Roken more than anyone else. The priest of death. Nihok. He recalls the terrifying image of Nihok from the past, the man standing before him now. He is Nihok before joining Ragnarok. Nihok analyzes the harm of letting young men live too long. Failing to stop Roken was truly our mistake. From now on, he will definitely stand in our way. So instead of dealing with Roken, whom we can't confront right now, shouldn't we act first before the other awakened ones grow stronger and connect with him? Odin voiced his contemplative thoughts aloud, and he agreed with this idea before asking, Yes, that would be wiser. Can you leave immediately to find the awakened ones? Nihok bowed obediently to the boss.
Yes, I understand. I will do it.
He said and did it. He immediately stood up and entered the door that had already been opened. Hela stands nearby, a bit worried, hesitant about Odin, wondering if this is the right course of action. The god worries that letting Nihok act now might not be the best choice. Because of him, but before he could finish speaking, Odin raised his hand to silence him and said, There's no need to worry unnecessarily, at least for now. At least, although I don't know who he really is or who is controlling him, he is filled with hatred when he becomes a loyal member of Ragnarok. Over there, Young-min and Mire sit together in an unusually quiet silence. He hesitates, then Young-min speaks first. So, what do you mean? Are you telling me I have to do everything alone? Hearing that, she suddenly felt guilty, turned away and forced a nervous smile. I don't mean to do everything alone. With Kai by your side and us too, we'll always help so you can fight more easily. Kai also added his voice, sharing his trust. That's right. With me by your side, you will be invincible. He brushed past her with a doubtful look. Young-min suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, if it's you guys, wouldn't I die soon? Damn it, I haven't even married yet. But still, he willingly joined them with a sigh. All right, I get it. So what's next? Mirai jumps off the table. Cheerful and kind, I will quickly summarize for you. Roken, if you keep getting stronger, do you think you can win alone against an entire army? Young-min sighed as if what was asked was obvious. Do you really have to ask that? I am Roken, of course I can. Of course I do. The memories of the past when I was defeated, helpless, and disappointed flood back. I remember the moments when I was powerless, only able to stand and watch. Then he thought of the scene where Odin passed by, worshipped by the monsters. He stepped forward, preparing for Young-min, which he couldn't do anything about. Odin's cold, soulless gaze appears in his mind as Young-min gradually dissolves. He only just realized his own potential. How could Young-min possibly stand up to that? Meyer forced a corporate smile and hesitated, but she remained optimistic as she devised another plan. All right, our task now is to find the other awakened people and bring them here.
Hearing this, Young Min curiously asked, "Oh, so there are other women besides me?" Mir acknowledged and added to the plan's progress. "Yes, and there is someone we must find first. She is the first person to receive all the titles in the tournament. She is the one who first shared the strategy with other players. Remember this well, no matter what, meet that awakened person and become allies with them. Got it? Feeling the thrill yet?" He watched her enthusiastically encourage him to complete the mission like a top star, but he felt helpless. Roken, frozen in this state, has become an SSS solo player. Young Min stops her evil questioning, and she wants me to do what? The cloudy sky is pouring heavy rain over the city, with each person holding an umbrella to stay dry. A creature steps into a puddle, splashing water everywhere while the cat retreats, hissing and warning loudly. Within the body of fear, there is a resilient gaze of a creature cornered and battered. A group of people holding sticks stare intently at the kitten with unfriendly eyes, while the tired young man glances down. The reason the customer didn't come to our store is because of this one. The girl also looked at it with a bitter glare. She probably didn't even want to touch that filthy thing. I just wish it would die and disappear from here. A girl from the alley steps in after the group leaves, and Hei Ion, holding a transparent umbrella, approaches the cat. She is dressed very fashionably and stylishly, observing the cat for a while before standing and watching the situation. Then Hei Ion sighs. The rain kept pouring relentlessly, and after a while of tense alertness, the black cat gradually lost its strength and collapsed, letting the pouring rain wash over it. The black cat keeps its eyes closed, seemingly unable to endure the freezing cold, and softly meows. It opens its eyes when it hears a person's voice. "Are the clouds okay?" The kitten, or Ion, crouched down to shield the little cat from the cold, but due to the harsh environment, it immediately stood up and let out a loud cry. She gently explains. She looks injured. "And you're all soaked too." "Oh, I didn't mean to hurt you. Please don't misunderstand. Just stay still for a moment, and I will make it stop hurting." Hei Ion activates her unique healing skill to treat the cat. A jade green light surrounds her, but her expression looks rather sad. The blue light envelops the kitten, and then the system chime sounds, indicating the healing is complete. The rain stops and the dark clouds gradually give way to sunlight. The kitten still has a faint glow of the healing light on it, and happily looks at the light on Hei Ion's hand while responding to her question. "You're not in pain anymore, right?" She gently stroked the cat's head and gave it a warning. "Don't go near humans anymore. After all, no one will help you," Meyer carefully warned Ion Min. "Remember this, no matter what, meet that awakened person and—" I just stand here listening with a resigned expression. She might even be more positive than Ion Min, becoming a teammate. What do you think? You're excited, aren't you? I haven't said a word as I watch Meyer still full of enthusiasm. Ion Min froze like stone. Roken, an SSS-RANK player, solo. He wondered in confusion. And what does she want me to do? On Bushin Street, a busy road with people passing by, Ion Min and Kai walk boldly through the city. Everyone passing by couldn't help but glance at them with curiosity. Is this cosplay? You don't care, muttering to yourself alone. Roken, the violent king. Roken, the emperor of the lone player. Ion Min seems to be in a bad mood, talking to himself. A man who has overcome all adversity alone, but someone like me. I feel so discouraged, and now you're telling me I have to find teammates. Not only that, but also with a useless winged frog. Ion Min glanced at Kai beside him. She was surprised and exclaimed when she realized he was referring to her. Tisk! Kai felt very angry and scolded. Do you really think you can complete the mission alone while ignoring me? The notification appears. Name, Kai. Race, lineage, level, unclear. Once regarded as the king of his kind within the clan. She seems more than happy to remind you if you keep acting like that. In the future, even if you beg, I won't withdraw. So, respect me and follow my instructions. But Ion Min ignored and walked ahead, making Kai annoyed and shout. Hey, are you listening to me, human? The note on the paper says, Lee Hyon, Aris, Bukian City. He stares at the paper, wondering how to find someone he's never even seen before. You don't know anything, Frog? She's not much different from me either. That's all I know. She is a human from the real world, and in the game, she is a healing support. Kai's response made him involuntarily smile. I heard it too. Useless parasite. Maybe I should just sell it now. Meanwhile, she was still complaining. I'm so hungry. The two of them turned their attention to a crowd gathering over there. Why are so many people gathering here? He looked up and saw the news broadcast on TV. The screen displayed a news alert. Breaking news. Monsters are attacking outside Ocean with a reporter reading the details.
Recently, the area outside Ocheon has been heavily devastated, with many casualties caused by unidentified creatures. The government has issued an official statement regarding this matter. According to officials, this is not an act of terrorism by any organization, but an attack by what is called a monster. They warn that no one can predict when or where they will appear again. The screen cuts to images of monsters attacking relentlessly. The reporter gives a final warning, announcing a nationwide state of emergency and advising people to evacuate immediately upon seeing the monsters. Next comes the news report. The people who just heard the news looked terrified and worried. What is this thing? Could all the rumors be true? Mom, where are you right now? What should we do now? Everyone's faces show worry and panic. Only Young Min remains standing still, assessing the chaos around him. Even I, knowing the truth, find it hard to accept. So how hopeless must those who know nothing be? Right now, there are two people beside him arguing with each other. Young Min clenched his fists with determination. If this situation isn't resolved soon, more people will die. He didn't hesitate anymore and set out immediately to find this awakened person quickly, then wipe his nose. Young Min angrily shouted, "I'm not a bug!" Young Min didn't bother to ask again. Then what should I call him? And then I mourn, but she hears it and gets even more annoyed. I am Kai. The name given by the ancestors. You lose your temper and try to kick Kai Quad. Stay silent or I will throw you into that pot. In a small alley, a man is trying to cause trouble, damn it, spilling coffee and expecting her to pay. Isn't that what you agreed to? Or is Eon leaning against the wall trying to find a way to mediate? Sorry, I was just standing still. You are the ones who are at fault. He didn't even bother to pay attention and stepped closer, cutting her off. Then this guy pushed hard against the wall behind her, frightening her. The blonde hair pressed close to her to question her, implying she didn't want to pay anything. A young thug beside him encouraged, "Boss, give her a beating," and the other one agreed. "That's right. Take it easy." Haeyeon quickly realized their intention. They clearly wanted to start trouble, so she immediately objected. Still, I cannot accept this. Haeyeon's face briefly turned pale as the three thugs stared at her with wicked smiles. That image in her eyes turned into three masked faces. Haeyeon bowed her head trembling and begged for forgiveness. "Please forgive me this time." The blonde-haired guy eyes Haeyeon with a clearly malicious intent. "So why don't we sit down and talk about how she will make amends?" The blonde-haired guy slowly reaches out his hand towards her, still intending to continue his seduction. Slowly, but before he can do anything, he gets punched in the face. Youngmin punched the blonde guy directly in the face with such force that he was knocked far away. The blonde guy's eyes rolled back as he lay motionless on the ground, and Eon turned around in shock. The two henchmen are so scared their faces turn pale. What's going on? Luckily, someone is standing proudly at the alley entrance. You and Kai look really cool standing there. Young Min finally speaks up. "Hey girl, so you just got knocked away by me. He's not dead, right? I won't go to jail over this, will I?" His body trembles, stiff as stone. She can't guarantee anything either. She just said not to use violence against civilians. If she finds out, I'm done for. The two henchmen took the opportunity to run away. Young Min saw them and could only call out but not chase after them. "Hey, where are you going?" He let out a breath of mockery. Truly, they have no loyalty at all. Young Min finally noticed Haeyeon sitting dejectedly with her head down. He cares and asks if she's okay, but Haeyeon suddenly shouts, "Don't come near me," which startles Young Min into not daring to do anything else. She lowers her head trembling, thinking just because he's strong he can hit others, but what if helping someone only brings trouble to himself? Haeyeon's tears fall to the ground, helping others, but in the end, he won't get anything. She lifts her tear-streaked face, and Young Min hesitates, unsure how to react. She didn't say anything else and tried to stand up and walk away, but he was still worried and wanted to stop her. "Hey, don't overexert yourself." Only after Haeyeon had completely left did Young Min complain with a puzzled look. Truly a strange child, even when helped, they still beg each other, and Kai seems to agree. And the person who always complains, even when someone helps them, suddenly the system message appeared. He didn't know why it showed up at this moment. The message said that a player nearby could check information upon contact. Young Min couldn't help but be startled. "Auntie, is there a player here? So could the woman just now be Reese? It seems you have realized Haeyeon's true identity." You quickly rush out to the street where Haeyeon just left. Young Min keeps searching everywhere. What is it? She has disappeared. Now everyone around him is a stranger. Haeyeon enters the code on the door, and the door opens silently as she steps into the house. It's pitch dark in the room, but Haeyeon still speaks. He's back. Although no one was here at first, Haeyeon's face clearly shows sadness and despair. In the eerily silent room, she no longer cares and walks into another room. "I should go change first." The photo on the cabinet is of a happy family of 3. Hayan starts changing clothes. Her old clothes are left lying on the floor. Hayan turns on the shower and steps into the bathroom to relax. After finishing her shower, Hayan let out a deep, relieved sigh. Her mood seems to have changed, and she sighed in wonder. Today feels especially long. Player information. Arrives at Aris Kim Hayan, professional. Bishop. Level. Connection. Number accept 157. The 3 of them are still gathered by the stairs, with the blonde rubbing her face in pain. It's still burning. Those bastards are nowhere to be found. A subordinate asks how you're doing. Boss, are you okay? Another one pretends to be heroic. We're planning to avenge you. But damn it, they ran away in the middle of the field. Hearing that, he got angry and scolded. What kind of revenge? As if I don't know you guys abandoned me and ran away. Those 2 didn't argue or deny and just admitted their mistake. We're sorry. Golden-haired sighs. Anyway, we must find them at all costs. The underling follows along. Yes, understood. Boss, we have a clear view of their faces. We'll send the others to track them down soon. We will find them right away. A sinister smile crosses his face as images of Hayan and Yongmin flash through his mind. All right, then find those 2 today and make them bleed just like they did to me. Suddenly, someone appears and calls out. Hey, you there. Behind you seems like there's a shadowy area following. His eyes lit up as he asked. Have you seen the one with a scar on his face, or the girl with strange powers and hair tied on both sides? The blonde-haired girl just glanced at him without showing any fear. I can't believe it. Is that my aunt? What? Are you cosplaying? Nihawk still kept staring at him silently without answering that question. The 2 underlings, seeing he said nothing more, stepped forward aggressively, showing off. Our boss is extremely angry today. You know, it's really bad luck to cross us. The hare didn't even try to stop and ran away. He just sighed and reminded them to beat him up and then let him go. Lately, the police have been cracking down too hard. Don't go overboard. As he was speaking, suddenly a streak of blood shot out from nowhere, staining the ground and splattering onto his blonde hair and shoes. Now he finally feels fear as he slowly looks at Nihawk, still repeating that same question. A scarred man or a girl with strange powers and hair tied on both sides. The 2 henchmen behind were attacked by darkness to the point of tragedy. Nihawk sighed when the blonde didn't answer. He's starting to lose his patience. I hope this will be the last time. Hearing that, he turned pale with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he cried out in pain. Nihawk stands observing the city from a tall building, appearing thoughtful. It took longer to find them than I thought. I must find Roka first. It will take quite a lot of effort, but I have to use this method. Nihawk begins to harness his dark power. He releases the hounds into the darkness. Nihawk orders, go, and they immediately charge forward wildly. He uses a skill from his eyes. All right, let's bet on who will find the awakened person first. Roken, after all, tonight will be very long, unusually long. Nihawk saw Eon Min and Kai still searching for something. In the dark room, Hayan sat by the edge of the bed, looking a bit tired. I just can't sleep tonight. Hayan buried her face in her arms, quietly thinking maybe it's because she keeps thinking about the person she met today. In her mind, she pictured Eon Min at that moment looking gruff but making her feel warm. Hayan lowered her head, wondering if he even knew. Her eyes slowly closed, her gaze dreamy, thinking that no matter how much he helps others or sacrifices, in the end, he never gets anything in return. In her memory, Hayan, wearing her new uniform, hurriedly changed her shoes and sighed. Mom, why didn't you wake me up? I'm going to be late on my first day of school. This is Kim Hayan, a first-year high school student, and Hayan's mother, who stepped out of the room in disbelief. What? She just came out of the kitchen looking angry. I've woken you up 100 times already, and you're already in 3rd grade. How long do you plan to make me wake you up for? Hayan's mother silently sighed in frustration. What's the point of being smart if I can't even wake up on my own? I don't know who she inherited that from. Just then, Hayan's father appeared, still looking half asleep. Good grief, so noisy. It's early morning, but it feels like a market. She glanced at him. So you just woke up now? Hayan suddenly remembered and looked at the photo on the shelf. Are Mom and Dad not going to work today? He usually goes to work very early, including a photo of the 2 of them in firefighter uniforms. Hayan's father reacted with boredom upon hearing this. Don't mention it anymore. Today both Mom and Dad have to work overtime. Hayan, your mom is scarier than fire. Hayan's mother angrily turned to scold him. What do you mean you don't want to stay with me? Hayan's father intervened. My love, I didn't mean that. Hayan watched them from afar, quietly smiling happily. She cheerfully called out, I'm going to school now, a family where everyone loves and cherishes each other. I always grew up in a family where both parents are firefighters who help others. Even though I'm not very outgoing, I always try to live to help those around me. Inside her mind, there was a family photo of the three of them looking very happy. On her way to school, she kept telling herself she couldn't believe she was already in high school, feeling so nervous. The reason isn't anything special. I just like seeing people's smiles. Hyeon couldn't hide her excitement, wondering what kind of friends she would meet. In high school, there was always someone approaching me first, asking about this and that, and I really liked that. This time I want to take the initiative to reach out to others first and become friends. Hyeon was so excited to tell herself that those were the innocent days when she still harbored big hopes, all in a short period of time. A month later, the desk was covered with a water balloon explosion and crumpled paper balls scattered everywhere. Because I helped a bullied friend, Hyeon was worried and brought a first aid kit to the injured person. It was only then that she realized those friends had been mocking her and looking at Hyeon with contempt. In the end, I became the one being bullied, just like how the reason I wanted to help others was nothing special. Hurting them meant nothing special to them. Those people started to avoid and isolate her. At first, I tried to ask those around me for help. I even begged them to stop. And in the end, all I could do was cry and plead, but none of the people I had helped before ever reached out to help me. Hyeon could only cry silently alone, comforting herself. Still, I endured for my parents. That's right, that's all there is to it. And then one day, she stood among the witnesses as the fierce flames erupted. It burned down the high-rise building, causing chaos all around. Hyeon turned around quickly when he heard the conversation behind him. Did you hear that, Yuri? Here, some firefighters went into the fire but haven't come out yet. The other person asked in surprise. Really? He continued. She didn't catch all the details but heard that some middle school students were messing around at the construction site and caused the fire. It seems to be a group of rebellious students smoking and playing with fire nearby. Because of their recklessness, the fire raged fiercely and the firefighters rushed in to save them. Consumed by the flames, the picture of the happy family of three seemed to have been burned away as well. Hyeon was stunned by the news, as if she had lost her soul. That day, the reason I endured hell itself disappeared along with the ashes and flames. She dreamily wakes up from her bored sleep, again that same dream. Did I fall asleep while reading that article? The phone screen is still on. There is a series of information about the game Hyeon is involved in. She picks it up to review what she found, licks her lips, and suddenly the service is shut down. What's going on? Hyeon suddenly lifted her head and looked in a certain direction. Even though it's just a game, Thoet Lot is the only place I can cause a commotion. Could it be that in the game, I can forget reality? At first I was just playing casually, but then I completely got immersed in it. And on the wall hung an advertisement for this game. Later, Hyeon discovered something strange, and a few days ago, after being forcibly logged out, I couldn't log back in. And at the same time, something I couldn't understand began to happen to me. A healing symbol appeared on her hand. Hyeon silently thought that how she used this power was entirely her choice. Someone is ringing the doorbell outside, and a cold voice says, "Delivery, please open the door." Hyeon seems suspicious but still stands up. "Delivery at this hour." The voice outside repeats the request. "Delivery person, we need to confirm the recipient." She doesn't think further and approaches the door. "Ah yes, please wait a moment." Hyeon wondered, as she opened the door, if it was the daily necessities she ordered. She was still worried. "So young, I'll check quickly." "Please," her words suddenly stopped in the middle. Outside the door is not the delivery person but Nihop himself, and his voice makes her face suddenly turn pale. "Finally, I can kill someone." "Right." Nihop's eyes gleamed with a terrifying and dangerous look. Nihop desperately tried to emphasize, "You're afraid, right?" He kept closing in on her. Death. Hyeon wakes up. Who is this person? My mind is screaming to run away. She slowly stepped back, but her body couldn't move at all. Nihop gathered a surge of power in his hand. Just one intervention was enough. He doesn't hesitate to attack Hyeon, so let him die here. She just stands there. "Please, anyone. Please help." Hyeon closes her eyes. "Save me." Suddenly, Nihop felt someone approaching from behind. He turned around to look. Nihop saw Aong Min rushing towards him. It seems the intervener appeared faster than I thought. "It's been a while since we last met." He repeats your name, Roken. Nihop seems unwilling to dodge the attack. He took a punch from Aong Min and was immediately knocked back onto the beam. Hyeon saw someone appear, him, and it seemed like she recognized him, maybe the same person from before. Aong Min whispered softly, "Well, I arrived just in time. I was about to introduce myself, but never mind. My name is, that's right, Lai Hyeon. Details will be explained later."
For now, run to a safe place. A young min orders Kai to retreat.
Kai, she quickly flew out.
You call, I order Kai to protect Lai Hayan.
She didn't hesitate and accepted the mission. Nihop crawled out of the rubble, looking stronger than before Roken. He sneered and said, "But that alone is not enough." Young Min faced him directly, so it turns out he is Nihop. He recalls the encounter and fight with him in the past. Nihop is much stronger than in the card. Nihop steadily advances towards him, waiting for Odin to descend into this world. He still doesn't forget to show off his strength. Today will be the end of his arrogance. Aong Min remains very alert. He's really talkative. You take the offensive, and the two of us fight like last time, with Aong Min directly facing Nihop. You land many hits on him, but Aong Min's attacks don't seem to affect Nihop, damn it. He's as slippery as a snake. He just dodged a burst of his power. Nihop is no less formidable. It's best to use all your strength now, Roken. He squints, or else Nihop will threaten Aong Min that tonight will be his last night alive. But he shows no fear, standing his ground and shouting back. He kept provoking Aong Min with words because tonight would be his last night. Hei Eon hurriedly ran down the emergency stairs, but why didn't she dare look back while running? How could someone like her help at all? Hei Eon reached the Monstreet and wondered to herself why he was fighting for someone like her. And once again, saw Aong Min, the person in front of her, was the chaos between him and Nihop. Kai sighed. She frowned and said, "You really are a difficult person." Hei Eon now remembered Kai's existence. Who is Kai Ngaungia, the leader of the gang? You wonder why Roken helps others, right? I'll tell you, helping others is never easy, but sometimes sacrifices for others go unrewarded. Yet, thinking of Aong Min right away, there are still fools who push their limits to help others, and sometimes we call them heroes. She uses two words to describe hero. The boss scans Hei Eon from head to toe, and based on what we see, the right to be a hero. What is that human girl's name again? But she didn't let Hei Eon answer. That's right, she used her eyes to analyze. So Hei Eon, you also have that. Hei Eon couldn't help but be surprised. I also have the right to become a hero. She immediately imagined herself as a hero would be, while Aong Min was fighting desperately. He slid across the ground to dodge Nihop's attack, and they kept a certain distance from each other. Aong Min secretly glanced behind him. Damn it, I can still feel the people around me haven't fully unleashed their power. I need to finish evacuating before I can increase my strength. Seeing Hei Eon right behind him, he was panic-stricken. Why is she still here? I told her to run, didn't I? Aong Min's voice sounded helpless. Damn it, if she stays, I can't help her either. I have no idea what Odin feeds him. I recognize Nihop's strength, but this guy is on a completely different level from those I've faced before. He slid and spoke, not surprised that Odin saw him as an obstacle, so it's time. Nihop continued the fight, using all his strength and leading people to kill. His eyes emit a blue light, and with each step, Nihop releases deadly aura. Aong Min smirks. Today won't be easy, as a dark wolf-like power rushes toward him. Not just one, but they split into many wolves, circling around Aong Min. Seeing his distraction, they attacked, and he hurriedly said, "Hey, I'm running out of strength too, so hurry up." As soon as he finished speaking, Aong Min widened his eyes in shock as Nihop suddenly changed direction to attack. His target was Hayan, and he saw a light getting closer and closer to her. Aong Min immediately used his body to shield Hayan, blood pouring from his mouth, while Nihop remained silent, and Aong Min collapsed. "There are no wounds on your body, damn it," Aong Min managed to say before collapsing. "I've been hit." Hayan was stunned, feeling that her efforts to protect someone had gone unrewarded, just like before when someone else would. Memories of the previous explosion flash through her mind, filled with terror. She quickly flies to Roken, who is sitting beside Aong Min, with Hayan sitting on the ground nearby. I don't understand what Nihop's words mean, but, well, this is really unexpected. He raises his sword, and in the end, Roken is the one who causes his own death. Nihop muttered quietly, "That noble life of yours doesn't realize the power I hold, only held back by fear. He seemed to criticize you, throwing it away for an useless woman." She clings tightly to Aong Min's wound. Hayeon's tears fall like rain. No, her whole body trembles uncontrollably. It's her fault. It's all because of her that he died. Hayeon whispers in despair, "I told you, helping others ultimately leaves nothing behind, but why? Why you?" Hayeon is full of sorrow, sacrificing herself like that to protect something. Why are there people in this world who go so far away? She suddenly stopped, hesitating to protect everything. Hayeon looked towards the source of light. Everything. Roken protects this world, sacrificing everything he has even if it brings death closer. She looks up at Hyeon confidently. Roken still moves forward. Hyeon muttered in despair. Even though she knew, she looked down at Min, despite knowing the tragic truth about him. Hyeon realized that she still kept moving forward each time, tears falling uncontrollably. Hyeon remembers the graduation, even though she tried to be brave. She looks at the photos on the shelf, thinking those memories only bring more pain. Then Hyeon covers her face and collapses, because in the end everyone will leave her, but he. She leans on Min, still moving forward despite knowing everything Roken. Hyeon keeps thinking about him, wondering if he is someone like that, if he sacrifices himself for everyone. Hyeon rises amidst a beam of light, and this time it's my turn. I know I was right. I told you everyone has it too. She looks at the power wrapping around Hyeon, that right Nighthawk still triumphant. After everything, what more do you plan to do? He looked contemptuous, planning revenge. But someone like you, Nighthawk, intends to finish off Hyeon too. The meddling dogs of Odin are enough, they disappear. Those strange purple lights are once again heading toward her, Hyeon holding the staff in her hand. I never wanted this. She points her staff at him, Hyeon full of determination, losing no one else. The announcement rings out. Ares, the only bishop of the Lord, with his unique bishop skill. She used her limitless power, the swirling circles created by Hyeon, followed by the appearance of a special symbol. Many powerful forces burst out simultaneously from the center of the circles, all targeting Nighthawk. He couldn't react in time. That power surrounded Nighthawk. It made him scream in pain, so much so that he was even surprised. That is a terrifying strength. Hyeon quickly creates a barrier, a holy shield that deploys a special barrier to heal all living creatures within its range. The curious one asks, have we defeated him yet? Hyeon's eyes spark with light. No, he hasn't fallen yet. Nighthawk covers his face. Is my mask broken? No, my face has been fully exposed. My mask. He keeps muttering to himself. All of this. Nighthawk looks at Hyeon with a horrifying face. It's because of you. Even he was surprised. Is that Nighthawk's true form? He is furious. I will wipe out everything. Nighthawk stretched out his long arm, and from his hand appeared the head of a strange creature. It is lunging aggressively at them. She is also amazed by its overwhelming energy. Hyeon remains very brave, but this time I will face it without running away. She thought to herself, so Hyeon is standing bravely at the front. You should go back quickly. Her words are meant for Min, who is being treated by Roken. Oh. He only heard many notifications. You have died. The special condition has activated to unlock the hidden phase. Min sat up straight. This is my head. The remaining memories appeared in him, it seems. Min looked around and realized I really died at Nighthawk's hands. He decided to explore this place and should have protected Lee Hyeon until she fully awakened, so Kai is probably fighting on his own. Fine. Min also doesn't worry too much. Everything is still going according to his plan. He looks excited. Thanks to Nighthawk, he finally made it here. Since turning back time, he's been waiting for this moment. He's really looking forward to it. Min nodded and said, just as I expected, not only have the player data surpassed that of the Lord of Day 1, so let's go. The only thing no one has ever had in the Lord of Day 1. He leisurely stepped through the open large door to claim the hidden title, entering the hidden title phase. The one walking the ancient immortal path leans Min against the wall. He looks around along the way, a place he never reached in his previous life. Then Min stops and turns to look back. The reason is due to two special conditions. First, achieving the SSS solo player title, and second, after obtaining the SSS-1 solo player rank, sacrificing in team PvP to save others. He reflected on the past before his regression. He had fulfilled the first condition, the SSS solo player step 1, the Immortal King. Stage 2, but because I am a solo player, I will never meet the second condition. Min scratched his head. Back then I truly lived very selfishly. I stopped before a place, but now I am no longer the person I used to be. Min looked very excited. This energy was too strong. A notification sounded, indicating he had entered the main stage of the Immortal King's breath. The strong winds kept blowing against him, cutting a long scratch across Min's face. He raised his hand to block and tried to move forward, but the strong wind was like blades, making it very difficult to continue. After a while, Min finally approached the item. I'm getting more and more excited before I regress because I had already received the SSS solo player title, so no one had been here before. Finally, I met someone. Min looked at the shining crown on the table, the highest stat title in the game. An introduction line appears. The Immortal King effect is unlocked automatically. You have stepped onto the throne of bearing everyone's burdens. Do you want to accept this title?
You must be kidding, carrying the weight of everyone. This pressure is really intense. Young Min laughed loudly and confidently said, "But the pressure." Young Min quickly grabbed the crown. "I will bear it all." As he put it on, the wound on his face instantly healed, disappearing without a trace. Another notification has been received, granting the title of Immortal King, and Young Min receives a summary of the title. The Immortal King passive effect greatly increases all stats, enhances one owned skill, and temporarily boosts the nearby allies' stats. From now on, we can fight together, using the Berserk skill without any conditions. Hold your fist tight and feel the power. All right, let's start again. Young Min confidently leaves. It's time for the revenge match. The system appears, indicating departure from the area due to the special effect of the Immortal King Rebirth Flame. Nihawk is still raging and attacking without any sign of stopping. Nihawk unleashes a strange purple flame, and Haiyan fights back with her staff. She creates a holy shield to protect herself. Haiyan and Kai have been lucky so far, and Haiyan is gasping for breath. She feels like she can't hold on much longer. I've used almost all my strength to create a shield for this giant city. Roken needs to wake up now. Kai reminds Haiyan, "This isn't the time to be dazed, Aris." That thing is back again. Nihawk gritted his teeth, his voice full of fury, thinking he could harm my body and still survive. Nihawk screams, disappear along with the dead Roken. Haiyan whispers to herself. Roken was like he said, protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect him. He created a giant energy sphere, then Nihawk threw them at them and disappeared. Haiyan didn't have time to react when Eon Min suddenly appeared. He launched an attack to block those spheres, causing a huge explosion. Kai and Haiyan couldn't hide their joy, both shouting Roken. Young Min laughed. Looking at that form, I remember who she is. The only ranking guide in the tutorial for players in the lot. Aris is her, right? She was so emotional, Roken. You're back safe. I'm so happy, he gently replied. Aris, from now on, everything will be much harder. Young Min pulled out the words, but can you stand with me? Haiyan hesitated. Images of a family of 3 appeared in her mind, then followed by scenes of her, Kai, and him walking together. After a while, Haiyan finally replied, if I am with you, I will move forward. I will not be afraid anymore. Young Min seemed satisfied. With a companion by his side, Kai and Haiyan both look determined. He praises. Not bad at all. Maybe we will grow closer in the future. Young Min quickly returns to his main task. Now let's start by illuminating this dark sky. Nihawk chuckled mockingly, so Zika wants to be a hero now, Roken. But in the end, it's just another meaningless defeat. He unleashes a surge of power. Let's end everything here, Roken. Nihawk's power forms a giant circle in the sky from which enormous hands emerge, while he calmly observes his actions. Young Min sneered, you want to wipe out this entire city, don't you? He leapt into the air, but Nihawk knew. Haiyan focused her power while listening to Young Min, even though it was just a tiny spark. He grasped the giant sword tightly, and in the deep darkness it still shone so brightly that it was impossible to look directly at it. Young Min clings to a shard of rock, then pushes off to leap away, skillfully dodging Nihawk's monstrous arms, and then charges forward with his sword, pouring all his strength into the strike. This is our last chance, Roken. Haiyan's power is growing stronger, a sound echoes, and all stats are doubled thanks to the special effect of the Immortal King title. Young Min confidently replied, don't worry, one strike is enough. They combine their strength, blessing, and holy judgment in a single blow. A jade-green sword descends from the sky toward the ground, and he follows it with his gaze, accompanied by Nihawk Roken's agonized scream. A dazzling flash of light exploded in the sky. Kai and Haiyan shielded themselves to avoid falling. Suddenly, that light shone brightly again on the ground, and Haiyan woke up amidst the rubble. What just happened? Her eyes looked momentarily stunned as Haiyan saw Young Min standing firm amidst the ruins. You're safe now, Roken. I told you so, didn't I? That blue light radiates danger onto Young Min, blending with his voice. Even a tiny beam can be blindingly intense, while warm golden rays sneak through the dark clouds. After the terrifying shock, the space suddenly falls into a frightening silence. Amidst the piles of debris, it's not the breath of destruction, but a reborn vitality quietly blossoming. The people quickly gathered to observe the situation, looking at the wreckage in front of them. All of them unable to hide their confusion. They exclaimed, what on earth could have happened in just one night? Do you know about the thing on the news lately? It tried to destroy the entire city. What, but no one was hurt. I think someone must have saved us, they confidently said. Not far away, Young Min strode out from the rubble, exhaling a satisfied breath and excitedly said, finally able to breathe freely. Recalling the fight, Young Min hesitated for a moment. But that knee hop, he didn't seem like someone from another world.
He looked just like an ordinary person with no aura of life. Beneath him, Nihop's now heavy muscular body lay motionless on the ground, unresponsive, with his mask shattered, revealing a cold, expressionless face. At that moment, Hei Eon and Kai from afar called out loudly, "Roken!" with a clearly joyful tone. Seeing Young Min, she hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" "I was so worried. Luckily, you're safe." And Kai beside her also sighed in relief, saying, "I'm glad you're still safe." He casually smiled at their excited expressions and said reassuringly, "Looks like both of them are still in good shape. No need to worry anymore." Young Min carefully approached to ask Han about their condition. "How are they doing?" Or Eon quickly responded, "I think they're fine now." Even now, Young Min still feels like teasing, "Really? Hey, that outfit looks great on her, and her face also looks much brighter." Receiving his compliment, she blushed slightly and stammered, "Really, is that so? I still feel a bit shy." Eon looked at Young Min with a gentle, affectionate gaze. In that moment, she barely found a rare sense of trust, a strange feeling of security. Unconsciously, Eon softly called his name in his mind, Roken, while on this side, Young Min and Kai continued their endless quarrel like cats and dogs. He sneered and asked, "So you're still alive?" And hearing that, she immediately looked furious. "Ha, you think I'm dead, Kuruk?" Watching this rare, peaceful scene, Eon couldn't help but feel grateful inside. "It's all thanks to you." Kai still raised his voice to blame. "Do you know how hard I suffered when you were gone, Kuruk? Only to be met with suspicion from Young Min, really?" Hearing that, Kai haughtily tilted his chin and said, "Without me, Iris wouldn't have awakened and everyone else would have died. Of course, before it got to that point, I wiped them out in the blink of an eye. Kuruk." Seeing the smug expression on the opponent's face, Young Min couldn't help but feel worried and wondered why Kim Miri would agree to take this guy back. Thinking of that, he suddenly burst into laughter, muttering to himself, "Oh well, even though I think that way, I've actually long accepted Kai." Young Min looked at the two lively people in front of him and suddenly felt that as long as they were happy, that was enough. Right at that moment, a disgustingly firm voice suddenly broke the cheerful atmosphere of the three of them. "You're so excited, Roken. You've now got a teammate far beyond your previous life." As soon as he heard it, Young Min shivered involuntarily, a cold wave of dread washing over him. He turned around in shock to verify, his voice trembling as he spoke, and Kai immediately leapt forward to block the way. He spoke in a serious, commanding tone, warning everyone to stay alert. She hurriedly warned that he is on a completely different level from Nihok. Hearing that, Hei Ion also immediately heightened his guard. Young Min's mind spun wildly, a barrage of frantic doubts and suspicions flooding his thoughts. Making him feel uneasy, he thought this heavy, cold voice belonged to someone who knew him before his return. No mistake. Only one person. Young Min immediately clenched his sword tightly, his eyes burning red, revealing killing intent. He softly whispered, "Long time no see." Odin, not far away in the midst of the ruins, a figure slowly stumbles to his feet, unsteady. Around him, a terrifying energy envelops the space, tearing it apart, with fierce winds swirling into small tornadoes. As soon as he woke up, he mocked and threatened, but hearing his voice, I could tell I was always the preferred, which is truly an honor for me. On this side, Odin leisurely enjoyed his meal and praised, honestly, "That was just a puppet I infused with a bit of my power, but I didn't expect you to defeat it so quickly. You're now much stronger than in your previous life." With that, he sharply looked around the room before faintly saying, "If I were you, I would kill you and your comrades right now, but unfortunately I am not yet complete." Odin spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of regret as he paused briefly, then softly issued a challenge to Young Min, saying he would continue to watch his heroic display a little longer before the sharp warning from the opponent. "You showed no pressure and even responded fiercely. I am always ready. Odin can come at any time." Seeing Young Min's agitated reaction, Odin couldn't help but feel amused and chuckled, saying, "Don't rush just yet, it will fall soon, and the two of us will decide the fate of all lives in this world." At the same time, Odin's doppelganger also spurted out dark red blood, crying out in pain, and with a fierce kick, he didn't stop there, he even left a taunting challenge. "So until we meet again, I hope you become stronger and more capable." With those words, the doppelganger collapsed onto the cold ground, blood spreading into a large pool, abandoning the facade he wore earlier when facing Odin. Young Min clenched his teeth in frustration. He resigned himself to killing him word by word. Odin truly knew he had returned, so damn him, he treats human lives like toys. Still, Young Min had no intention of giving up the confrontation with Odin. In that very moment, his determination burned hotter than ever, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve. He gazed into the empty space, as if silently declaring war on Odin. But the day we meet again, I will crush both him and Ragnarok with my own hands. Seeing Odin's arrogant demeanor above, Young Min's hot blood seemed ready to burst, and he angrily shouted each word. Odin, wake up to reality at the Falcon Corporation headquarters. Right now, Miri is summarizing the casualties and damages from the battle for all three of them. Many buildings in the city center were destroyed, and even the new roads were affected. While passionately speaking, she suddenly froze when mentioning the long number, with repair costs reaching 300 billion military units. Her voice suddenly faltered, her face pale as if her soul had left her body, showing clear regret and pain as if she had just witnessed her assets vanish before her eyes. Myri held her head, her tone helpless as she said, "If we don't explain everything clearly to the government, chaos will surely ensue." Still, this time there were no civilian casualties, and we achieved our goal. With that, she suddenly praised everyone enthusiastically, saying they did very well. Heroes, hearing the forced praise, all three quickly looked away and changed the subject, saying that maturity comes from battle. Rook and Young Min nodded quickly, defending themselves by saying that a few buildings exploding is just part of the job. Despite the trembling attitude of all three, Meyer reluctantly said, "Well, the villagers seem to admire you for your actions. After all, you've heard everything on the way here, right?" Suddenly she called out loudly, "Iris!" And Aeon was startled, hurriedly replying, "Yes." Roken and Kai explained everything on the way, so now I understand clearly. Hearing that, Myre nodded slightly in satisfaction and said, "Well, that's enough?" Then turned back to ask about the main matter, Roken. Ion Min slowly reported the situation. "I died once because of Nihawk, but I protected Iris and claimed the title of Immortal King, so the outcome isn't bad. The only thing I worry about is..." At this point, his mood suddenly turned angry. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Yeon Min said with a resentful tone that it was, as he had said before, behind everything was Odin, and just recalling the arrogant look of the other side made Ion Min's hatred flare up again. Mir also seemed to sense the concern he mentioned and replied cautiously, "Yes. This time we confirmed Jack Narok and Odin are involved. Everything will become even more complicated from now on." After a while, Myri led the three of them upstairs while walking. They took the opportunity to discuss Myri proactively. Said, "Odin is very dangerous." She slowly explained the current difficulties, which will continue to hinder our efforts to stop their invasions. Then suddenly Meyer turned to look at the three of them and proposed, "Let me introduce the person overseeing all of this." Hearing that, Ion Min was a bit surprised and asked, I thought you were the one responsible." Hearing this, she burst into laughter and replied, "Ha ha, I am just one of the people supporting that person." Ion Min couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "So who is that person?" Mireille shyly replied, "Someone whom you will closely cooperate with from now on, the head of the leading Falcon Corporation in the country." Hearing this, the cells in Ion Min's body seemed to awaken, and he was so shocked he couldn't speak. Meyer happily continued and also revealed that he is the creator of Tylot, Chairman Lai Jong Yang. The name that just escaped their lips crashed into their minds like a raging wave. It is not just a name, but a great symbol, an absolute power that everyone in the industry must admire. Then Ion looked up and couldn't help but be amazed at the magnificent scene before her, quietly exclaiming, "Tylot." Even Ion Min, usually unshaken by any image, couldn't contain his astonishment and said, "The creator of that game? Huh." In his mind, he quickly pictured a leader with an arrogant, unyielding aura. This is power. Falcon's chairman Lai Jong-yang at the top of South Korea's business world. His achievements are undeniable by anyone living in Korea. A scientific genius who has won every award in the field. A businessman who led the development of the entire national economy. And the man who single-handedly designed the entire Tylot system. Thinking of this, Ion Min couldn't help but feel excited. This was the first time he met him in person, as the elevator doors just opened. "Meyer has announced that I have gathered the heroes you mentioned." She stepped forward, gently called out, "Mr. Chairman," and then fell silent. The interior space remained silent and still, the unspoken silence stretching on without any sound or signal. Xiaonian sits motionless in his chair, seemingly unwilling to respond to Meire's announcement. Seeing that the opponent remained silent, she repeated, "Roken, Eris, Kai, and I are all here, Mr. Chairman." "Mr. President." Over here, Ion Min was just as tense. Sweating profusely, he snorted softly, then kept his eyes fixed, waiting. Right now, Shion Ion is staring at the paper in his hand, muttering to himself, unconcerned with the presence of others. So you also see things from that perspective, but in the end, you will still be the loser. Mir's eyes flashed with anger as she clenched her teeth. trying to contain her fury.
What must come will come, and Mirai's rage finally exploded as she shouted out loud, "We are here, old man, can you hear us?"
Sion jolted in surprise, quickly regaining his composure after the shock. Wow, I almost lost my hearing. Who would dare to yell at the chairman like that? Remembering the main matter, he softly said, "Anyway, it seems everyone has arrived enough. Welcome. I am Eon, the founder of the lot. From this moment on, I will reveal to everyone what they have never known, the truth about another world." And after Chairman Ion's shocking introduction, the surrounding space suddenly fell silent. Everyone stunned and speechless. After a long pause, Ion Min finally shifted and spoke, pointing towards Ion with a mocking expression.
"So, you mean that guy sitting there looking like a crazy doctor is actually Lai Xion Eon, the creator of the lot?" Ion Min's voice clearly shows his astonishment, yet he confidently points at himself and introduces once more, "I am indeed Li Xion Ion, the one and only, subtly assessing Ion Min and Hey Ion."
Ion couldn't hold back his excitement, repeatedly slammed the table, then burst out laughing, saying, "You look even more trustworthy in real life." Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Hey Ion, and Syme slowly said, "Especially Aris, that outfit suits you perfectly," making her hurriedly cover herself and nervously deny, "What do you mean?" Seeing that Hey Ion looked scared, Ion smiled kindly, but his eyes still lingered softly on her. "Maybe just joking. Enjoy your meal, miss." Hey Ion nodded politely and replied, "Yes," even as she continued her conversation. Instead, Ion chuckled happily, praising her. Even when shy, she's still so adorable. He casually compared her, ignoring Mirai's presence right in front of him, quite different from the sharp-tongued Meyer. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm so used to this perverted side of the chairman." She simply sneered and uttered her judgment. "Disgusting." Ion Min stepped forward and called out angrily, "Meyer, come here for a moment." She startled and quickly asked again, "What's going on? Do you have something to ask?" And the two of them slowly moved to the corner of the room. As soon as they stopped, Ion Min reached his hand around Meyer's neck and said sincerely, "Just tell the truth." He was furious and interrogated the other person. "How could that perverted bastard be Li Xion Yong? She's lying to us, right?" Meyer replied hesitantly. "Ha ha ha, well, it looks a bit strange, but don't worry. He really is Chairman Lai Xion Yong." Hearing her directly confirm, Ion Min temporarily set aside his doubts but still worriedly asked, "Are you sure you can trust him?" Meyer quickly replied, "President," but he simply calmly said, "What's the point of calling me? I'm happy now." Unable to hold back, she slammed her hand down on the table in anger, Mirai's whole body blazing with fury. Standing stiffly in front of Eon Wayang, she loudly ordered him to stop joking around, saying that we are here because he has something to say. Isn't that right? He just realized everything and forced a smile. "Ha ha ha, that's right, I almost forgot." Eon Wayang regained his composure and softly said, "Ahem. Anyway, thank you all for being here. I have something to say to everyone." Seeing the untrustworthy appearance of the opponent, Ion Min sighed softly, secretly thinking, "What is this old goat doing, standing up to give a speech? Can we really trust Odin Yu?" Just as trust was about to vanish, Eon Wayang's voice rang out, with Ragnarok and Odin striking directly into Eon Min's mind. After a moment, he continued, "This involves them," and he couldn't help but stammer in shock. "He knows about Odin and Ragnarok," seeing Eon Min's panic. Xion Wayang asked, also curious, right? About who Ragnarok and Odin really are and their true purpose. As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions immediately changed, and seriousness was evident on each face. Xion Wayang slowly continued, telling them about where they were headed, and just as he spoke, he subtly nodded to everyone. Xion Quanthai stepped forward, as if commanding, "Follow my lead," and at the same time, the information board displayed detailed background and identity of him, revealing the true stature of this chairman. Following Xion Yong, everyone quickly entered the elevator, which shot down through the floors, taking them to the deepest part of the building, level 99. He softly explained that Mireille had just left to handle the aftermath at the scene, and from now on, "Let me explain everything." "Don't worry," Xion Yong gently reminded. "That's right. Everyone be careful below your feet. Even the second person to wake up would cry in pain if they fell from here." Hearing the warning, Hei Waion suddenly jerked, terrified as he looked down below. Below them is a deep, swirling void with no bottom in sight, filled with countless crisscrossing staircases connecting the floors, and as they look down into the pitch-black abyss, a chilling sensation runs down their spine. A sudden gust of wind blows up, carrying a cold, icy air that makes Wyon shiver in fear. All young men bravely stepped forward and then took each step down. Everyone quickly followed behind. After a long while, exhausted, he complained, "What are you hiding down here that it has to be so deep?" Really complicated. Hearing that, Wyon Oyong burst out laughing loudly, haha, then quickly said, "Sorry, I'm just someone with many secrets." And to this day, Young Min still has many questions. He took on Wyon Wyong's role, and Thuong asked, "Hey, Chairman, do you really know about Odin and Ragnarok?" He simply replied casually, "I don't know everything you say, but it's enough to satisfy your curiosity." Seeing that you seem dismissive, Wyon Young then said, "Let's start from the day I first met Odin, and you'll be amazed." He slowly stepped forward, quietly recalling that day and softly recounting it. That day was one I would never forget, the day my entire life was turned upside down. Wyon Young began to feel excited. It was 23 years ago when we detected unusual energy signals in the Arctic, and I led a skilled team to investigate. The welcome scene was a giant crack, and from that moment on, from this very second, his voice began to tremble as a series of unbelievable events unfolded. Wyon Young's team faced an avalanche and a monstrous beast hundreds of meters long. Still, they tried to withstand the harshness to the end, but until a team member suddenly turned pale upon witnessing an extremely horrifying event, he was left speechless. It seemed like the suffering had reached its limit, but encountering Odin was the most terrifying thing of all. Wyon Young bitterly declared that we approached the crack where the monster and Odin appeared, but he attacked the entire team and vanished in an instant. When I woke up, he was forced to face the horrifying truth that all my comrades had been slaughtered by Odin. At that moment, Wyon Wyong could only sit alone among the bodies of his comrades, his voice flatly recounting that though it was unclear how much time had passed while we were still mourning those who fell, a clue appeared before us. A very important clue, a flicker of hope amid the depths of despair, helped Wyon Wyong to move forward confidently. Wyon Wyong widened his eyes and stared intently at the precious item before him, and that day, the clue revealed a truth. So, Wyon immediately asked excitedly, a being from another world, even Wyon Min couldn't hide his curiosity and leaned forward. "So you mean aliens or something else?" Wyon Wyongji chuckled at both of their overreactions and calmly replied, "Yes, almost like that, not aliens, but another world. More precisely, they come from the same dimension as Kai." As he spoke, he glanced at the flying creature, understanding its origin. She was somewhat surprised and said, "So those creatures are from my homeland." After years of research, Wyon Wyong boldly made a guess. "I guess they all came here to find something they can't have in their world, and have crossed into this one. It seems like we've arrived." Seeing Wyon Min remain silent, he asked cautiously, "I guess you're also wondering after hearing all this." Before he could speak, Wyon Wyong stepped ahead and said, "Why didn't they invade this world from the start but stayed hidden for so long, as if they were secretly searching for something?" Suddenly, he turned back to look at Wyon Min and subtly asked, "Do you still remember me talking about a clue?" Roken, startled, stammered, "That thing you mentioned is what helps us track Odin." The chairman smiled slyly and praised him. "Ha ha ha, that's right, about that clue, on the day that cursed Odin killed all my comrades." Bringing everyone right in front of that strange artifact from that day, Wyon proudly recounted, "I have obtained something they were desperately searching for, something that can connect the virtual world of Tylot, our world and theirs, a being with immense vitality and superior power. The sphere inside the glass case is a container of energy carefully preserved by Xian Weian. Surrounding it, a strong blue light radiates, both dazzling and mesmerizing. Currently, it is being studied intensively by Falcon's scientists to unravel the mysteries within." Looking at the sphere before him, Xian Weian's eyes gleamed with pride and satisfaction. He confidently explained that he simply turned the energy in the world of the sphere into data, then designed a system to find those who awakened to face Odin. That is the Tylot project. During that conversation with Mireille, Xian Weian proposed the idea. "We secretly monitor all the players, hoping that even just a few can carry our fate." After a brief pause, Xian Weian turned around, pointed excitedly at both of them, and exclaimed, "That's right." The steadfast and resilient Xian thought of Wyon Min and couldn't help but smile happily when he heard him praise, ready to act foolishly for others. His straightforward pointing was like a recognition for both of them, and Wyon Min eagerly chimed in, the old scientist grinning mischievously. "Turns out he's quite good at reading people." He sneered with a smirk, his face showing a strong determination. At the same time, A terrifyingly powerful vitality was hidden in his eyes. Looking at the gem in front of him, why on Min? Why on? And Kai all couldn't keep their composure, and all three were utterly amazed when they learned its true history. After carefully observing for a while, he instinctively stepped forward, as if completely captivated, his eyes fixed intently on the object in front of him, examining every detail carefully. Despite trying to hold back, Wyon Min couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. This is the origin of the Thalotva system, the thing Ragnarok is targeting. The Obel gem is the name of the mysterious object Wyon found after saving the horrifying squirrel. After careful observation, the light from the Obel gem intensified, radiating a blinding glow that made viewers instinctively step back in dizziness. Rion Eon slowly approached and confidently explained that the Obel gem possesses an unbelievable amount of energy. Even I, who have studied it for a long time, cannot fully understand it. And even a brilliant scientist like Ryan Eon has to admit defeat and give up in front of the Obel gem. This much is enough to see that its power is a challenge to all human knowledge. He gazed intently at the gemstone before him and couldn't help but marvel, I wonder what more it can do. Ryan Eon, exhausted, points out his own contradictions, while I feel a sense of fear. This made Aeon Min somewhat surprised and quickly asked again, Are you afraid? And he simply replied, Yes. What Ryan Eon fears most is that a dangerous weapon like the Obel gem falls into Odin's hands. He nervously said, I often imagine this gem falling into Odin's hands. If that happens, Odin destroying humanity on Earth in an instant would become easier than ever. The more he mentions it, the clearer that image becomes in Ryan Eon's mind, further intensifying the ache in his heart. Considering everything he just brought up, Eon Min also begins to grasp the level of danger involved in this mission to protect. Yen clenched his teeth, trembling with fear that everyone would die. Seizing the opportunity, Rion Aeon directly heightened Eon Min's emotions to a climax. Adim, go maim, he politely requested, so I had to ask you like this. Ryan Eon slowly looked around, beginning to call out each person's name with a humble and hopeful tone. His voice trembled with desperation. Rion, and your heart pounding. Your teammates, hearing your name mentioned, couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone opened their eyes wide, surprised to be chosen for such an important task beyond their imagination and limits. Without hesitation, Rion Eon stepped forward respectfully, bowed to the person, and spoke humbly. Please successfully carry out the Lot project and stop them. Faced with this unforeseen action, Eon Min immediately froze, stiffening completely, feeling awkward and unsure how to respond. Seeing someone as noble as Ryan Eon now humbling himself to beg makes him can't help but feel suspicious. Chairman Lai, Ryan Eon, a person with status and power as the chairman of Falcon. Someone like him actually bows his head to beg for others. After a moment of thought, Eon Min suddenly stepped forward, putting his arm around Ryan Eon's shoulder, making him jump in surprise. He barely whispers and then says, Hey, Uncle Bien Thai. Eon Min pats his chest confidently and says, Just trust Roken and go to sleep with your feet up. He straightforwardly declared that Ragnarok and his team could handle everything. Hearing that, Rion Eon quietly let out a sigh of relief and respectfully replied, I have to thank you. Eon Min suddenly reached out and pulled the old man closer, then pointed roughly at the flying creature Kai and asked, Does that guy really help at all? From the look of it, they should have brought someone else, just based on Eon Min's mocking gestures. Kai immediately realized he was mocking him, and she was furious, her anger boiling over, that damn human again. Forgetting about the upcoming verbal battle, Ryan Eon chuckled with amusement and quickly explained, Ha ha, don't worry too much, he's actually a pretty strong friend. Seeing Kai's carefree attitude, he just sneered and spoke dismissively, and he was actually quite strong. Meanwhile, Kai was so furious he was about to explode, never expecting that after all this time working together, Eon Min still judged his strength by his appearance. After his emotional persuasion, Ryan Eon quickly left due to urgent matters, and before disappearing, he didn't forget to throw a few words of reminder so everyone probably hasn't had a proper rest yet. First, go rest comfortably at the place proud of having the best facilities. Suddenly, his steps halt. A clearly excited expression appearing, he softly groans, then loudly exclaims, Ah, I forgot. Ryan turned back, revealing a creepy smile and a twisted expression as he said, I've specially prepared the best room for you guys. Just rest well, anyone who smells something off. Eon Min looked confused and asked vaguely, What is that? Rayon Eon happily jumps around, and seeing his carefree attitude, he wonders why he suddenly said that. Back in the room, Eon Min, exhausted, collapses onto the bed, feeling his senses quickly relax, and he happily exclaims, My whole body is almost numb now. Seeing the modern equipment in the room, he unconsciously marveled that the facilities are really good. Truly a safety net. Eon Min hesitated, clearly showing a look of frustration, and said, "Well, they are really good." At this point, he gently glanced to the side and hesitated before speaking. But why did they put both of us in the same room? Seeing that Eon didn't respond, Eon Min called out loudly. Varus made her jump slightly, shyly replying yes, or Eon was so tense that his whole body was trembling. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and responded nervously, "But I think it's okay." Because of the distance and the two Eons being so timid, Eon Min lying there made his ears buzz. He casually asked again, "What did you say?" I couldn't hear clearly, which made her feel even more embarrassed. I quickly waved my hand to dismiss it. "Nothing. I didn't say anything. Just go to sleep now that you're lying down." Hearing that, Eon Min only subtly asked again, "Really?" But in his heart he cursed Eon 100 times, clearly knowing the perverted tricks of that old scientist. So he reluctantly accepted, as sleepiness took over. Sighed softly, Eon Min tiredly said, "Come on, go to sleep now." As he closed his eyes, images from the battle flooded back, making him think. So many things happened in just a blink of an eye that left him dizzy. From struggling to face the savage goblins in the early survival battles, to gradually climbing up Anoka and proving his strength, Eon Min also met and bonded with trustworthy teammates who stood by his side. Even though time has passed, these important memories still remain vivid in his mind and have not faded away. He always thought he would become stronger each day, but Eon Min never expected that today. An ordinary gamer like himself would suddenly have to save the world. Just thinking about it makes his heart tighten, and slowly he opens his eyes. The image of Hyon crying on his chest makes him unable to tell if it's real or a dream, and he mutters to himself, "I guess I thought too much and couldn't sleep." At this moment, Hyon is panting in fear. She thrashes and calls Min, Roken, her body pressed tightly against him, tears streaming down as if about to fall at any moment. Hyon's throat seemed to tighten and she struggled to speak. "Save me." Seeing this horrifying scene as soon as she opened her eyes left him so shocked that all he could do was cry out inwardly, "Huh?" Seeing how fragile Hyon looks right now, Eon Min feels extremely confused and quickly tries to reassure her. "Hey, calm down," he silently screams inside. "What's wrong with her?" Hyon suddenly rushed to hug him tightly, her voice trembling as she spoke. Over there, surprised by her embrace, Eon Min let out a small cry and quietly asked back, "Yeah, what did you say?" Hyon pointed with her remaining hand towards the bed and shouted in fear as she tightly embraced Eon Min. "There's a bug. I'm really afraid of bugs. I understand now." He let out a soft sigh and then replied, "All right, I will catch it." Eon Min scratched her head, shyly asking, "Can you get off me now?" Hearing his suggestion, Hyon suddenly jerked, quickly sat up and stammered, "Oh, sorry." His cheeks flushed red, but he quickly looked away. Truly, there's never a moment of peace. The next day, when they gathered at the training room, all three officially entered a grueling training phase. As soon as she arrived, Meyer cheerfully announced, "Everyone sleep well, right?" The person next to also joined in. "Good morning." Seeing no one objecting, Meyer continued, "Now that everyone is rested, it's time to get started." Noticing something unusual, she suddenly stopped and asked, "Why are you two standing so far apart?" "Are you arguing about last night?" At this moment, both of them were shyly avoiding each other because of what happened last night. But when Meyer asked, they both turned their faces away naturally at the same time. Understanding the young couple's feelings, Meyer gently advised them to make peace and focus on their training. From then on, neither of them said a word, but their faces still showed the confusion and hesitation from last night. Seeing that the two refused to make peace, Meyer angrily spoke up. "From now on, you will face much stronger opponents. Even monsters or demons we've encountered before can't compare. So I've prepared something special for you both," she said as she pulled out a control device from her pocket and firmly pressed the button on top. The sound of the engine faintly echoes, the indicator light above the door turns on, and the massive gate slowly opens step by step under Meyer's control. As soon as they saw the interior, the two couldn't hide their amazement, and Meyer quickly explained that here, they would push beyond their limits. Inside is a specialized combat simulation arena equipped with the most advanced and modern devices. This level of investment clearly shows Jeon Wyong's dedication and absolute determination. Stepping inside, Wyong Min was stunned, amazed at how Grand Falcon's facility truly is.
Seeing the high-end equipment, he couldn't help but exclaim, so there's even such advanced facilities here. But right in the center of the room, the most eye-catching feature is the massive simulation machine compartment, along with large-scale, high-capacity screens. This alone is enough to clearly show Falcon's highly modern vision and investment for this training session. And everyone stood there in awe for a long moment, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the room, until Jeon Yeong's voice replaced the previous one. Can you hear that? Everyone instinctively startled and looked up at the speaker. His voice still echoed powerfully through the ceiling-mounted speaker. If you hear it, look up here. That statement made Yang Min feel surprised. She was sure of the voice's owner, this voice. At the same time, in the observation room, Jeon Wyong was standing, gracefully answering him through the speaker system. This is our Falcon's training room, equipped with the best technology. Even nuclear bombs are unaffected. Let me introduce this place without hiding my pride. It is called 01 Base. Welcome to this place. After a moment, Jeon Yeong cleared his throat softly. And if I may explain a bit more about this place. Jeon Wyong paused briefly to catch his breath. Then, without hesitation, he launched into an excited monologue. His eyes shone brightly, and his soul seemed to burn with passion as he introduced his beloved creation. I have extracted the special death energy from the Obel gem to synchronize with the Therlot system, using advanced implant technology through calculations, projecting it into the most advanced imaging device, then removing everything again to create a new comparison method that makes this space's system operate exactly like in Therlot. All of this was created by this body itself, his voice still echoing loudly throughout the room. The deafening sound made everyone quickly cover their ears to protect their hearing as they covered their ears. Young Min irritably complains, "Hey, Kim Myre, stop that, uncle." Myre, used to this scene, just closes her eyes and lets it go. Ha ha ha. Sometimes when he acts like that, I just let it be. Helpless before the owner's house, Wyong Min could only grit his teeth and endure. But he secretly thought, are all geniuses naturally so eccentric? After a long while, Xion Yeong finally lowered his tone, sat heavily in the chair, and calmly said, "Well, that's enough chatting for now. From now on, I will explain about the training session." Immediately regaining his enthusiasm, Xion Yeong asked, saying it was training but nothing too serious, so it should be easy to understand. "There's a machine on the floor that looks expensive, right?" Hearing that, Wyong Min immediately looked up at the large screen in front of him and asked in surprise, "Is that what you mean?" He simply smiled faintly and confidently replied, while Xion Yeong's slender fingers moved swiftly over the keyboard, and as he worked, he explained that we had studied for a long time to gather data on the lot players and recreate it inside this training room. And after a few Taozuo, the device on the ceiling released a powerful green energy beam that shot straight down to the floor, and within the dazzling column of light, a tall, familiar figure gradually appeared. The energy from the light column caused the surrounding space to suddenly ripple. Even Meyer was witnessing this event for the first time. Her eyes widened in surprise as Xion Wyong's voice rang out. "What you need to do now is simple. Fight and win against at least one person, of course. That opponent is the form gradually taking shape inside the column of light." The moment the boss was defeated, he proudly announced himself, and the system screen immediately displayed a message indicating the player Roken from the lot. Seeing the scene before him, Young Min was so shocked he couldn't speak, only stammering, That is me in the lot." A clone of Wyong Min appeared in front of him in disbelief. "According to what Xion Wyong just said, your opponent this time will be yourself in the lot. Especially, this clone will have some outstanding features that surpass the original." Pointing at the clone in front of him, Xion Yeong slowly introduced Roken in the simulation. Mentioning this, he couldn't hide his excitement and poured out a long stream of words without any concealment. "Falcon, we have adjusted the clone's ability stats to match the highest level you can achieve in the lot." Seeing Wyong Min look somewhat stunned, Xion Wyong summarized, "In other words, the person standing in front of you is the strongest player in the lot." "Are you saying I have to fight myself now that I've become the strongest in the lot?" Having never imagined I would experience this feeling, my current mood is quite chaotic. After a long moment of reflection to regain my composure, Wyong Min is now more determined than ever. I immediately grab my weapon and stride confidently onto the arena. "Are you underestimating me too much? I am now at a different level than before." Seeing Wyong Min's smug look, Zion Wyong also felt somewhat reassured. He calmly replied, "Well, of course it would be good if you win." But Zion Wyong is more confident in the advanced training techniques of the rehabilitation room than in Wyong Min's current skills. He tilted his head slightly and softly reminded Roken that winning the model he created would be quite difficult before Zion Wyong, not forgetting to speak into the loudspeaker. "All right, let's watch this show together. Come up here, it's very cool."
Ha 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 ha. Their laughter unintentionally angered the two girls below, making them show their displeasure. Finally, the first battle between Min and the model clone begins, with both facing each other, exuding intense energy. Standing above and observing, Mireille hesitated before speaking. But shouldn't we tell Roken that when entering 01, the awakened power will weaken? But Chairman Zion Wyong just nonchalantly responded as if nothing was wrong. Is there any reason to tell him? Especially when we want Roken to become stronger to the limit, he said while glancing at Min with an evaluating look. Below the arena, Min still calmly stands against Hong, pondering for a long time, wondering if it's a battle with himself, which feels very strange. Looking at the replica, he doubts and judges whether he's at his strongest level and ability, but he doesn't seem very powerful. Thinking quickly, Min confidently drew his sword and charged forward, a confident smile on his face to test his opponent's strength. Before he could reach the clone, a powerful sword strike suddenly descended on him with incredible speed, forcing him to dodge so swiftly that he nearly lost his balance. He quickly swung his sword back with force, smashing it into the wall behind, splitting it in two, leaving a long, deep scar. Min turned his head slightly, staring coldly at the desolation left by the sword, trembling as he imagined the terrifying attack he had just endured. As he turned his head back, Min's face turned pale with fear, his expression distorted. He realized he might have just thought himself to death. On the opposite side, the fake was slowly approaching Min, each heavy step echoing loudly, pushing his nerves to the limit. Although the expression of the dummy figure is hollow and vacant, Min still senses a cold and terrifying killing intent heading straight for him. Steeling himself, Min tightly grips the sword in his hand and silently reminds himself that he cannot afford to be careless. He looked at the replica and then spoke, "We will give it our all too, you fake." As soon as he finished speaking, Min shot up into the air, forcefully leaping and thrusting his sword straight at the replica with fierce determination. To prevent the opponent from gaining the upper hand, the illusion also immediately lowered his stance to gain momentum, then suddenly lunged forward with great force, shooting up into the air at lightning speed. The two faced each other directly in the sky, both blazing with fiery determination, their swords clashing fiercely as they fought without holding back. A few days later, Min suddenly appeared with a look that shocked everyone. His face was swollen, black and purple in places, so deformed that it was hard to recognize him. In the private room, Min sat passively with a tired expression, exhausted waiting for Eon to disinfect the wounds. As she cared for him, she looked at his deformed, injured face and immediately asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He hesitated before answering, "No, I'm fine. I don't know how many times I've thought I was going to die these days." Seeing that Eon still looks beautiful and unharmed, Min suspiciously asked with a scrutinizing look, "You don't look like you're injured much." Hearing that, she immediately felt guilty and quickly looked for an excuse to respond. "Oh, about that. Since I am a healer, I don't participate in battles." I didn't expect that after hearing Eon say that, Min would become so aggressive. "What, so I'm the only one suffering like a dog here?" Seeing your agitation, she quickly calmed him down. "It's not like that, just stay calm." Min suddenly clenched his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. If he doesn't become stronger quickly, in the end. The deep disappointment in himself for not achieving what he hoped for made him unable to contain his anger. Min clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with helplessness like a fire struggling to burn inside his chest. Min softly spoke, "I'll go out for a bit," and seeing this, Eon had no intention of bothering him, so she simply replied, "Yes." Watching Min's lonely and sorrowful silhouette, Eon couldn't help but feel a deep sense of empathy. Unsure how to soothe his growing disappointment, she could only whisper, "Roken or Eon," quietly fell into thought, because Roken has always been confident in everything, but is actually being suppressed by the pressure of protecting this world. After a period of deep contemplation and heavy mood, Eon finally regained his composure and spoke, saying that alone he couldn't dispel all of his unease. She quietly takes a deep breath and silently encourages Min. "Go ahead, Roken. I am always by your side." At this moment, Min walks alone along the empty corridor, his body covered with bruises, walking and muttering to himself in doubt about himself and the battlefield. If things stay like this, nothing will change. Could it be that I have been too complacent all along? Zion appeared out of nowhere and quietly listened to Min's inner thoughts. "Oh my God, is this really the Roken I know, judging by his current appearance?" Zion quietly assessed. "He looks so downcast, I hear some movement." "What? I just appeared out of nowhere again?" "I don't find that strange since it's my building anyway, so let's forget about it."
Getting back to the main point, Zion Eon said seriously, I have something to tell you. Roken, just the two of us. He paused, acting mysterious, which even Eong Min, who was feeling down, found invigorating. His face showing obvious surprise. The city at night was immersed in cold green mist, the windows quietly lit under a starry sky. Zion Eon asked as he walked, Is something bothering you? Roken Eong Min awkwardly replied, No, it's nothing. He hesitated before speaking. That training session was harder than I thought, Eong Min frowned. I thought I had become much stronger, but the results were worse than I expected. I'm a bit disappointed. I don't know if I can meet his expectations anymore. He chuckled softly. So what? Zion Eon asked further, Do you remember the reason we chose you, as I mentioned yesterday? Eong Min honestly replied, roughly. He explained that actually I opposed your selection more than anyone else in this project. Zion Eon sneered, Think about it. Breaking the official plan, killing players, then finding system loopholes to monopolize. What's so good about choosing a reckless player like that? Hardly anyone would admit that, yeah, that's true. He suddenly stopped. However, Zion Eon continued, There was a decisive face that made me trust you. Eong Min couldn't help but be puzzled. The face, he gently looked up at the sky and nodded. That's right, there's a clear expression. I think it's better to tell you now. The night scene is beautiful too. Come here, Roken. He nervously wondered what was going on. This perverted scientist's atmosphere was completely different from usual. Eong Min muttered in confusion, so why did he change his mind after all? Zion Eon continued, Do you think I judge the players based on their potential for growth, intelligence, or overwhelming strength? Yes, those things are certainly important, but I set a somewhat more traditional standard. He continued, Whether he has unmatched strength or not, that doesn't matter. I just care about the smiles of everyone. The fact that they can walk their path without worry. He admits I was looking for someone willing to protect those things. Eon asked in shock, A protector of everyone, are you chasing a hero's illusion from the movies? He silently thought that he only came this far because of his hatred for Odin and Ragnarok. He had never considered justice for anyone. Eon's face suddenly darkened as he sadly affirmed, I am definitely far from your ideal image because I only act out of hatred. Eon sneered and asked if that's all it takes to change my mind. Eon Min involuntarily turned around in surprise and looked at him. I, Eon proudly admit. Yes, that's right. He was honest. On the day I intervened to test you, you showed not only me but everyone else as well. An extraordinary scene suddenly unfolds. Eon Min, despite being badly injured, forces a smile. The girl beside him falls silent, and for a moment, Eon Min's eyes suddenly widen. The girl in front of him suddenly revealed a bright will, and Eon Min immediately transformed into a new form with a powerful, imposing body. And at that moment, Xion Aeon was stunned into speech, witnessing the actions of a true hero as he quickly made a call. Yes, Miss Meyer, I am watching too. Xion Eon confidently said, The hero we are looking for. Returning to the present, he gently encouraged, Don't be too hard on yourself, Roken. Xion Eon explains that even now he is still trying for many people. And then Eon Min stands silently beside him for a long time before slowly speaking. Is it because he has rushed decisions after helping others a few times? It seems like he doesn't always make perfect choices either. Xion Eon smiled brightly and said, Maybe so. He looked up at the sky and said, But with all the choices made so far, I am confident that I have achieved a lot. Eon Min just chuckled sarcastically, truly an annoying confidence. He shrugged with satisfaction. Isn't that all just a matter of perspective? Then Xion Aotun gently placed a hand on his shoulder and explained, Depending on what you think, people can change. Talking too much is starting to make me tired. Tomorrow I'll also make sure to watch you get beaten up. As soon as he finished speaking, he clearly showed his joy as he left. Eon Min was speechless, this perverted old man. Even saying keep going is really hard, huh? But I guess I'm a bit grateful for the help. A new day begins with the bright sunlight, the tall buildings standing proudly in the city. In the training room, suddenly a familiar voice calls out, Roken, are you ready today? The opponent laughed loudly and repeated, I've told you every time, not even a nuclear bomb could shake this place. So just relax and take your hits. Eon Min couldn't help but feel annoyed and blame himself. Today's the same. Cheering for what, just a bunch of nonsense? Meyer exclaimed in surprise. If I lose again this time, it will be the 50th time, right? Roken keeps challenging himself. It's amazing. Zion Eon agrees. Roken is someone who would keep trying even if he lost 500 times, not just 50. On this side, Eon Min bitterly grits his teeth, once again facing that troublesome guy today.
A huge figure immediately appears before him, and Eon Min quickly closes his eyes, letting go of hatred and impatience. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. Slowly, very slowly, he let go of the chaos and searched for the best solution, questioning himself. What am I fighting for? What is the best thing I can do? Reflect on everything I have missed, Eon Min said with satisfaction. It seems the chaos has disappeared now. He angrily shouted, "Hey, can of steel, do it properly or I'll smash you to pieces." Eon Min, filled with fierce anger, asserts that now he understands the feeling. The battle begins with a powerful slash. Eon Min was immediately pushed back, accidentally caught a punch to the face by the opponent, but he quickly counterattacked, and his opponent responded with a powerful kick to his face. Eon Min suddenly cried out in pain as another powerful strike came at him, hitting his body directly. Eon Min shouted angrily, "Just take this hit, you bastard!" And the opponent silently looked at him without saying a word. He quickly used his sword dance skill. Eon Min's face immediately paled, and he clenched his teeth. Then, a series of illusions rushed toward him, and the opponent transformed into a fierce tiger, charging at him with lightning speed. The more he gets closer, the more Eon Min falls into a passive position, fighting desperately. He mutters a curse under his breath, clenched his teeth, and every time he sees him use his skill set, he feels more annoyed. Eon Min chuckled in admiration, though he didn't want to admit it. He was indeed very strong. The pressure was just like the first time he fought Odin, and he desperately shouted, "Cursed attack!" making the opponent immediately annoyed. Eon Min stubbornly continued, but running away from a strong opponent isn't his style. He silently thought, "Every time I challenge that guy, I can only hold on to this limit." The problem is that his main skill, the one I haven't been able to break through for a long time, is if I can't counter his attack. Eon Min affirmed that my chances of winning are almost zero, so I immediately tightened my grip on the weapon without overthinking. Eon Min regained his resolve, thinking he just needed to become stronger. The giant, formidable opponent suddenly appeared, and Zion Eon nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Yes, that's exactly it." He emphasized that only by eliminating distractions can the goal become clear. That's what I saw, because that's always been your way. Here, Eon Min loudly declares that facing any fear head-on is the way of Roken Tati, and with that, he unleashes his new skill, the King of Immortality's sword dance. Eon Min slowly ascended each step, momentarily exuding the aura of a god. His opponent, trembling with fear, watched as Eon Min advanced with thousands of swords behind him. "You arrogant challenger, come on then, try to block if you think you can." Eon Min sneered confidently. "If you can do it." Up in the observation tower, an urgent alert suddenly sounded. "Sir, Chairman, I am contacting you urgently because the system is malfunctioning." Zion Eon asked in shock, "Zico, the system is malfunctioning." The opponent explained that Roken's power, which was originally confined at 01 base, suddenly broke free entirely, surpassing its limits and being unleashed. Zion Eon stared in horror, eyes wide, shouting, "Zico!" He hurriedly tried to stop Roken, telling him to cease that skill, or else. But before Zion Eon could finish speaking, Eon Min's attack suddenly struck. Choklat's opponent was completely overwhelmed, followed by a massive explosion, a trembling hand emerging from the rubble. Zion Eon desperately exclaimed, "Damn it, everything's destroyed. Is everyone okay?" Luckily, Eon managed to activate his skill to save everyone. He quietly said that thanks to Eris using the shield for protection, he wasn't seriously injured. She breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, everyone is unharmed. Then Eon suddenly remembers, "By the way, what about Roken? Is Roken okay, Mr. President?" Zion hurriedly turned around and said, "Oh, right, everyone come here." He and the two girls anxiously looked down at the training ground. Mir King Huang exclaimed, "Girl, what the hell is this? Everything's gone. Roken, are you safe?" "Hey!" Eon suddenly pointed and said, "Look, in the middle of that hole." The one who was startled opened her eyes wide. "Oh," she and Huang loudly said, "that damn human is sitting peacefully over there." "Kureung." Eon happily waves her hand. "Glad everyone is safe. I thought we all disappeared." Proudly, he confirms that the shattered corpse has been smashed to pieces by Roken. "Come down here and see." Eon suddenly startled. "What?" It disappeared immediately. "Damn, over here." Meyer stayed up until late, looking exhausted. She angrily shouted, "What if everyone in this building disappears because of that skill? Why does everything she touches get destroyed, Roken?"
Before that polite words, Eon couldn't help but pucker her lips in frustration. Well, if you win, you should at least say something, not just keep demanding. Zion Eon suddenly laughed on the observation deck. This training room can be rebuilt if it gets damaged. Roken, congratulations, it seems you've become stronger. He winked proudly, and it looks like you're finally feeling more at ease. Eon confidently continued, praising excessively. After a moment, Eon carefully helped him up, then sighed with a sense of relief. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. I wonder if you're pretending to be a pervert and there's no more training. Zion Eon shrugged casually. Of course, there are still things left, but no training session has ever been this exhausting. Then Eon blushed and said, just rest comfortably today, you must be really tired. Eon calmly replied, then let's take a day off. Zion Eon seems to enjoy teasing them. It looks like the two are getting much closer. Mireille adds, yes, probably because they've been together all these days. She added, just like Aris said, today rest well because starting tomorrow, we will gradually plan how to deal with Jack Narok. Zion Eon agreed. All right, since it's not something we can figure out right away, just relax and rest. Or Eon whispered softly, let's go quickly. Roken, the worried one, sighed and said, I'm starving. Prepare the most expensive meat for me. Kureyung, Mireille was speechless and replied, oh my god, yes, I understand. Eon chuckled and asked, honestly, everyone seems too calm, huh? He cheerfully continued, well, anyway, I should take a rest today, and as for me, I'm special grade A meat. At this moment, a sudden tremor occurs, and Eon Min is terrified and confused, wondering what this cold sensation is. A landslide then happens, and Zion Eon shouts in horror, what is that sound? The Falcon building should be earthquake-proof. He questioned what happened at the command center, and the other side hesitated, then said, It's just that the enemy reported in panic that due to a strong impact from outside, part of the building was damaged. The culprit is... It is estimated to be Ragnarok. And suddenly 2 blurry figures appeared on the monitor. Over there, a giant was questioning, is this the place where those troublemakers gather to bother Odin? The one beside him replied, to deal with these Tipseal, and us, rank 2 and 3, have to step in. I'm just joking. It's because it's Odin's great order, so we have no choice. Right, huh? The enemy warns us that it's been a long time since the last fight. Don't get too excited, Scotty. After all, our goal is our lives. To take the boy and retrieve the gem, as rocks and debris keep falling inside the building. Eon nervously ran over and asked, is everyone okay? Yes, Roken, I am not injured yet. Shion, Eon standing nearby, continued. We need to quickly check the situation outside. Roken, Mireille is calling out from afar. Everyone follow me. She is exhausted. This way might lead out of the building. Shion, Eon, hurry after her. Time is running out. Let's move quickly. Eon Min hesitated for a moment, before risking everything to chase after them, as the fleeing crowd desperately ran for their lives. Worried, he asked, old perverted man, your clever head must surely have a plan to deal with this situation, right? He laughed. Who do you think I am? I am Lai, Shion, Eon. Shion, Eon, I assign you seriously. I will go to the factory headquarters. You two handle the outside. Eon Min nervously accepted the order. All right. Yen gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I didn't expect the Ragnarok gang to attack directly Odin. That bastard is coming too. And suddenly stopped and shouted, Hey, Ares, get ready to fight immediately, she quickly responded. Yes. And Eon froze. Oh, look, she's panicking loudly. There's a fork in the road ahead. Sion, Eon quickly points and says, we can get out this way. I will stay to support Kim Miri. Take care, both of you. I'm counting on you. Both Eon Min says nervously to Eon, you really know how to create pressure. Very quickly, they both reached outside, and Eon Min shouted in horror, what is this? Hai Hung wondered. Has the city completely turned into ruins? In front of him, the once bustling city had now completely collapsed. Eon Min clenched his teeth in fury. These bastards are still using the same tricks as that day. Memories of painful moments and savage massacres still etched deep in his mind. Hey, Eon suddenly shouted, Roken, over there, something is coming. From afar, a series of sharp darts were flying towards them, and Eon Min quickly drew his weapon to escape. He immediately closed his eyes without hesitation and decisively launched a series of attacks. Eon Min cautiously opened his eyes, a flash of killing intent flickering in his gaze. Eon Min tensefully warns Eris, stay alert. He emphasizes that from now on, we will have to fight very powerful enemies. In front of the two, Scotty appears with a teasing look and says, I thought it would be easier to stop you. Eon Min narrows his eyes, remembering that they are also very strong. He names the second and third of Ragnarok, Thor, and Scotty. Scotty scoffs and asks why you know our identities. Thor beside him added, "Yeah, it's like we've met before." I find it amusing, as expected of the one Odin has his eye on. Something feels different, but I don't know if you'll live up to my expectations. Eon Min snapped, "Hey, if you want to fight, come down here and do it." I'm a bit impulsive. Those bastards, Thor sneered mockingly. So confident. Don't they know who they're facing? Scotty laughed loudly in excitement, daring to curse at the vice host of Ragnarok. I really like her guts. Suddenly, I glared, but you will have to pay the price. Eon Min nervously realized that those guys are even flying higher now. From the wreckage below, Scotty looked pleased and sighed, "This place is beautiful now, and you can see the sky clearly." I mockingly say now, "Take your time to clean up those trash over there." Scotty creates a snowflake and confirms this is truly a huge stage. In the very next moment, Eon and Eon Min had to quickly react to the scene before them. The people around, frozen in shock, were startled as a bright halo suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. The ground suddenly erupted into a terrifying earthquake, and a tower suddenly shot up from the rubble, tearing through the city center in an instant as the frightened people shouted to each other. Something was rising from beneath the ground. Hey Eon immediately stepped forward to protect them. Something was flying towards them, everyone back behind me. She unhesitatingly risked her life to use the holy shield, instantly blocking all the dirt and stones. Eon Min sighed in relief and thanked Iris, saying, "It's thanks to her that I survived." Then Eon casually dismissed it. "It's nothing, Roken," she asked with concern, and because I was so surprised, I couldn't stop them all. "Are the other villagers okay?" Eon Min frowned uncomfortably, unable to see clearly through the smoke. His face suddenly darkened. That thing. Eon Min looked at the tower in front of him and questioned what it was. Finally, Yggdrasil, the icy fortress, suddenly appeared with a freezing cold storm. Eon Min gasped in horror, covering his mouth. Over there, beneath the rubble, many unfortunate people had met a tragic end. One of them, trembling all over, begged desperately, "Please, do something," he pleaded painfully. "Help me." Eon Min desperately realizes that he couldn't protect anyone. The painting depicts a beautiful city that has been completely shattered, with fragments gradually flowing away like memories slowly fading into oblivion. Amidst the ruins, the icy fortress stands tall, piercing the sky, gradually revealing itself through a fierce storm. Deep inside the fortress, two figures are sitting peacefully. It turns out to be Thor and Scotty, the man and woman lounging on the freezing bench. Scotty lightly shakes her wine glass and teases, "Do you think Roken can reach the top?" "Well, I have some hope. If he makes it this far, maybe I'll have to step in myself, right, Master?" Thor is annoyed by Jack. Scotty's strategies always irritate me. I don't like them at all. He questions, why should we keep enduring that arrogant Isgard? Just smash everything's on the spot, isn't that enough? Scotty sighed in frustration. After all, that's the boss's problem. "Oh, I was annoyed explaining you have to use your head, your own head. They defeated Nighthawk, the one who received power from Odin." Scotty emphasized with curiosity that we need to weaken them first, so that when we strike, it will be easier. And we have to do it this way to distract those targeting the gem over here. So, let's just make everything more complicated, huh? A swarm of eagle-shaped monsters suddenly swooped in, attacking the sky one after another, and before long, they all launched coordinated attacks on innocent civilians. Eon Min stood frozen, staring at the scene before him, his arm instinctively trembling. He silently thought in despair, "Everything is because of me that they died. If only I had stopped it in time." "Hey, Ion!" suddenly shouting. "Wake up, Roken." He immediately turned his head reflexively. She firmly insisted that this was not the time for him to sink into negative thoughts, but to protect the living, even if it was just one person. "Hey, Ion? I don't know how heavy the burden you carry is, but at least know that there is always someone who wants to share that burden with you." Faced with this, Eon Min couldn't help but feel suspicious and stood dazed, but he quickly regained his composure and entered the battle stance. "Yes, at least for now, I must put aside my self-blame." Eon Min resolutely rises up. This is the time to focus on the enemy in front of us. In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward to face the monsters head-on. Eon Min decisively unleashes the wood god. He clenched his weapon tightly in his hand and launched a deadly strike driven by overwhelming rage. A series of monsters were defeated immediately afterward. Eon Min resolutely stands up and declares that the debt for turning this city into chaos must be paid. For a moment, a sinister smile appears on his face, and he says, "We will make them pay 100 times over." Ragnarok from afar, or Ion rushing over to report. "Roken, I've taken care of the nearby monsters." Eon Min briefly wishes that it was all over, but if we can't defeat the Ragnarok, the monsters will keep appearing.
She hurriedly looked around, but the two Ragnarok from earlier were nowhere to be seen. What should we do now? He calmly continued. They disappeared at the same time as the tower appeared. Ion Min pointed towards the distant top of the ice tower. Mo Ho emphasized, I can feel an extremely strong aura coming from there. Maybe to catch those two, we need to go up there. Or Ion nervously asked, do we really have to climb to such a high place? Ion Min nervously thought we should handle the monsters around the tower first and then move in, when suddenly an unnecessary announcement rang out, let me take everyone away. Ion Min was startled and asked nervously, why is there suddenly such strong wind? Meanwhile, a mysterious person announced over the radio that everyone should prepare to board Falcon D's advanced helicopter. Right after, a helicopter suddenly appeared. It was Mireille, who loudly announced that she would land immediately. Mireille looked at Ion Min expectantly, asking if this time they arrived quite quickly. Roken? Ion Min looked at her with satisfaction and nodded. Yes, exactly right. Perfect timing. Kai, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, we're here too, you humans. In a flash, Ion Min and Hey Ion were lifted onto the helicopter. He exclaimed in amazement, what? This helicopter is incredibly fast. We'll probably arrive in the blink of an eye. Of course, don't underestimate Falcon's technology, Ion Min asked nervously. Is everyone still safe inside the Falcon building? She smiled and replied that luckily, the owner was only lightly attacked and suffered no major damage. Chairman Lee and Ion will provide us with information, he sighed in relief. At this speed, we can arrive before the flying monsters catch up. What you just said caused a huge explosion to suddenly occur, and the helicopter was continuously attacked by unidentified objects. Mireille shouted in panic, clearly having escaped from the monsters below. So why is this happening? Hey! Ion suddenly stood up in panic. She hurriedly pointed and said, look up at the sky near the ice tower. There are a large number of monsters pouring down. They are attacking all around the sky. Mireille's face paled as she exclaimed that many monsters were still pouring out from the tower. Ion Min anxiously shouted, let me handle the monsters. She stopped him. No, if you use your power here, all of us will fall. He sighed in frustration, truly at a loss. Or should Ion hesitate for a moment and say, if we turn back now? The barrier sighed, you humans. In the end, I have to step in. She smugly believed that even though her strength hadn't fully recovered, the boss would take action. Ion Min didn't bother to care and shouted loudly, is there really no other way? This made Kai furious. She's too much. You humans dare to ignore me completely, damn humans. On the helicopter, Ion Min couldn't help but worry. Hey, is it really okay to let that little kid go alone? Mireille forced a smile and added, actually, it's still a bit early, but given the urgent situation, it should be fine. She guessed that there was probably no need to worry. Kay is a being summoned to assist in the decisive battle against a powerful enemy like Odin, and she is the strongest monster of the change lot. Over here, Kai is annoyed and scolding. Those petty minions dare to show hostility in front of me. From afar, the monsters rush in en masse, quickly surrounding Kai's body. Kai immediately unleashes a tremendous power, and in an instant, her body begins to transform. A straw hat suddenly sprouts, and her horn grows larger. Kai instantly transforms into a young woman. Annoyed, she scolds, you insignificant fools. Kai commands coldly, make yourselves disappear from my sight, and the eternal breath technique is unleashed in an instant. The monsters in the flashback were wiped out. They shattered into small pieces one after another. Seeing the scene before her, Kai sneered mockingly, even these ordinary creatures dare to act recklessly in front of me. Young Min was stunned and exclaimed in amazement, what is that? How is he so strong, and he even has wings? Kai Muoc turned back and snorted coldly. Now you should also understand my value. Kai smugly asked, dare to ignore me again? She arrogantly sneered, you ordinary humans. The helicopter quickly flew closer to the ice fortress. Young Min asked suspiciously, are you really that winged frog? Kai, with a smug look, continued, so what, human? She confidently teased, have you fallen for my beauty? Young Min helplessly guessed that Kai's strange way of speaking was indeed true. Kai smugly laughed out loud and declared, I told you before that I can handle anyone if I transform, and if you now realize my true nature, I am willing to forgive you. Right now, Young Min suddenly stepped closer to her, frowning in suspicion and saying, I thought the queen was capable. That's really surprising. Young Min puzzled, ruffling Kai's hair. How could such a tiny child possess such power? She stepped back annoyed and said, don't be rude, you impolite human. I am the queen of the vampires. Kai firmly insisted, from now on, if you want my help, kneel and beg me, you insignificant humans. But In response, Youngmin coldly ignored him. The monster had already disappeared. Let's go to the ice tower quickly. This made her furious. Kay was so annoyed and even dared to look down on me. That annoying human, Mirai suddenly looked out to ask how you were feeling. Kay, are you hurt anywhere, or is there anything strange in your body? Kay responded very carefully. Right now, my body is not burdened at all. Suddenly, her nose started bleeding, and Kay immediately collapsed to the ground. Youngmin's face turned pale as he anxiously asked, What's wrong? Are you okay? Kai trembled as he continued, completely exhausted, and anxiously asked, Is Kim Mirai okay? She nervously reassured him there shouldn't be any serious problem. It's just that she transformed earlier than expected, so she'll need some time to recover the energy she used. Hey Yan briefly said with a hint of sadness that it might be hard to expect support from Kai in the future. At this moment, Kai was completely exhausted and vaguely sighed that her mind was blank. Mirai, seeing this situation, felt somewhat satisfied because thanks to Kay, we were able to approach that huge tower. She shouted loudly, We will keep moving closer! Everyone, hold on tight! After a while, the helicopter had entered the center of the storm. Fragments of ice shatter, continuously swirling around it, constantly attacking the helicopter. The closer we get to the tower, the fiercer the wind becomes, with small ice chunks assaulting the helicopter. Youngmin worriedly asked, I thought we had gotten past the monsters, so this tower is the real troublemaker. And the one on the side was hopelessly clutching his mouth. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Hayan suddenly turned back and said, I will try to stop it, Roken, and in the meantime, I hope you can protect everyone. After saying that, she without hesitation opened the helicopter door and faced the danger alone, firmly emphasizing that ensuring everyone's safety is our top priority right now. Hayan clenched her weapon tightly, releasing a massive surge of power, then swiftly cast her wind barrier spell. Seeing that everything was under control, she turned back and said loudly, We've managed to stop it for now, but if I lower my guard, the ice storm will strike us again. Mir muttered angrily, Damn it, the only way is for Eris to keep her power going. At that moment, Youngmin suddenly spoke, asking what everyone was so worried about. Gently placing his hand on Hayan's shoulder, Youngmin gently reassures everyone. Don't worry, let's get Kai downstairs to save the people, and as for Ragnarok, even if you don't say it, we'll crush them ourselves. She suddenly shouted, and Youngmin immediately jumped down, facing head-on with all the shards of ice. Youngmin suddenly narrowed his eyes, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his gaze, and the ice shards were shattered. In an instant, Youngmin had landed safely. He whispered, Then let's go inside into the trap the enemy has set. The city is falling into ruin more and more, Kai sighed in despair, feeling like he's already gone to meet the Grim Reaper. Hayan coughs anxiously. Roken must be inside safely, right? Mirai nervously adds, Hopefully, but there's no way to know right now. As the situation worsened, our priority was to handle this place first. A large number of monsters had surrounded them, and one suddenly opened its wide, gaping mouth, causing Hayan and Meyer to be overwhelmed. But she quickly regained her composure, glaring fiercely. As the deputy commander of Falcon, did she think we weren't prepared for surprises like this? In an instant, gunfire erupted. Monsters fell one after another, bullets fired rapidly, and they were swiftly taken down. From afar, the rescued team arrives just in time to announce we are here to help. Is everyone okay? The team leader confirms that from now on they will fight together, and Hayan hopes to look at them with a gaze full of trust. She silently felt satisfied. Roken must have trusted us and jumped into the front line alone, trusting his teammates and entrusting his back to them. Nothing is more important than that now. Then, Hayan confidently asked, Right, Roken?